An absurd encounter intertwined my fate with Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. When she revealed the news of her pregnancy, my instinct was to flee. In this unending, war-torn ninja world, how could I possibly protect them? Yet, gazing into her eyes, filled with deep sorrow and resolute determination, I came to understand everything. She compelled me to grow stronger, not out of disdain, but from fear that her child might lose a father, fear that tragedy would repeat itself. I did not wish for my child to grow up without a father. From that moment forth, I cast aside all cynicism. Chakra, physical techniques, illusions. When one possesses something worth protecting at all costs, their potential surpasses all imagination. Initially, I sought merely to survive, but now, for their sake, I shall forge a future free from fear. Chapter 1. Tsunade is pregnant. My wife is pregnant, but the father is not me. I am enraged, confronting her lover with a knife. I was pushed into the river. I traversed time, entering the world of Naruto, where I meet Tsunade for a fleeting night of passion. Do not ask how I managed to seduce Tsunade. In truth, it was she who, after a few drinks, toppled into my arms. I bear a striking resemblance to her late first love, Kato, or perhaps it was Kato Dan. Details elude me, but certainly I am part of the Kato legacy. In the Kenoha medical room, Lady Tsunade, you are pregnant. A medical ninja, adorned with the Kenoha forehead protector, trembled as she held the test results. Disbelief etched across her face as she beheld the stunning beauty before her. Xiao Yun, look what you've done. I will kill you. A thunderous voice echoed through the room, nearly shaking the rafters. In the Kenoha residential district, a handsome man lay in bed, drooling onto the pillow, his expressions fluctuating between arrogance, lewdness, and an exuberant grin, while mumbling incoherently as if lost in a dream. Hey, Uchihamadara, kneel and call me father. Senja Hashirama, what do you think you're doing? I've been with your granddaughter. Come on, Tsunade, let's perform for your grandfather. Kagaya, why are you staring? One day, you too shall become a mother. Just as Xiao Yun indulged in his dreams, the door was flung open, causing him to leap out of bed in fright. Entering was Tsunade, the woman with whom he shared a fleeting romance. At this hour, you still lie in bed? Wake up, you lazy fool. Tsunade stormed toward Xiao Yun, her fury palpable, leaving him dizzy from the intensity of her presence. Tsunade, let's discuss this calmly. Please don't resort to violence. Panic-stricken, Xiao Yun recalled how, after their passionate night, he had intended to whisper sweet nothings, only to encounter her current fury. He barely escaped with his life. This is all your fault. I'm pregnant. I will kill you. With the strength of a fierce hen, Tsunade lifted Xiao Yun, her eyes blazing with rage, as if she wished to devour him whole. Boom! Xiao Yun's eyes widened in shock. Tsunade was pregnant? And it was his child? How had he struck the target so precisely? Shouldn't it have taken more than one encounter? Listen, Tsunade, this is no jest. We only did it once. Think about it. Who else have you been with lately? I can't be the father. How dare you? Before he could finish, Tsunade's furious roar silenced him as she slammed him onto the bed with a resounding crash. The wooden frame splintered, and Xiao Yun, nearly losing consciousness, spat blood onto the ceiling. Mark my words. From this day forth, you shall not speak a word of this to anyone. If you dare to utter a syllable, I will kill you. Moreover, starting today, you will train in ninjutsu for 8 hours, physical techniques for 8 hours, and illusions for 8 hours each day. In 1 year, you will graduate as a genin. In 2 years, as a chunin. In 3 years, as a jonin. In 4 years, as an elite jonin. And in 5 years, you shall become Hokage. Another spurt of blood from Xiao Yun. Did she think him a beast? To train every hour of the day. Was he a genius? This training regimen would bring even the likes of Madara to tears, cause Minato to weep for his mother, and send Itachi fleeing in the night. Wait, Tsunade, can't we negotiate? After all, that night, you were the one who initiated everything. If it's too much, perhaps you could consider terminating the pregnancy? Boom! Tsunade's fist met Xiao Yun once more, her voice a thunderous declaration. Negotiate? I refuse to have a useless father for my child. You will do as I say. Xiao Yun felt he had no more blood left to spill, casting a mournful gaze at the woman before him. All his fantasies about her from watching Naruto had shattered. If only he could return to that night, he would have rather taken a knife to her than succumb to her advances. But then again, he, Xiao Yun, was to be a father. Mom, Dad, our family has a future now, but alas, I cannot bring the child to show you. Follow me. Tsunade seized Xiao Yun and leaped through the window, landing amidst a vast expanse of wasteland behind Kenoha. Ugh, Tsunade, could you not take it slower? Xiao Yun retched, nearly losing the remnants of his last meal from the bouncing. From now on, you shall train diligently. Shall I discover any laziness on your part? Just wait. With that, she struck the ground with a mighty fist, creating a massive crater before Xiao Yun. Now begin training your chakra sensing ability. Sit cross-legged and do not move. If you so much as twitch, I will destroy your eyes. Focus on sensing the chakra in the air. By this time tomorrow, if you cannot sense it, I shall castrate you. Tsunade's roar sent chills down Xiao Yun's spine, compelling him to sit cross-legged immediately. Damn it! He was to be a father now. Was it truly so difficult to grant him a moment of ease? Report, Lady Tsunade, I need to use the restroom. Hold it in. If you can't, just wet yourself. Report, Lady Tsunade, there are mosquitoes biting me. I want to scratch. Let them bite. If they drain you dry, do not move. Report, Lady Tsunade, I dot silence. Asterisk, asterisk, nightfall, asterisk, asterisk. Lady Tsunade, do you truly intend to carry the child to term? Inquired Shizen, Tsunade's devoted attendant. Tsunade sighed deeply, her exquisite face shadowed by sorrow as she gazed at the moon hanging in the sky, murmuring, Dan, I am sorry. I am carrying another's child, but he resembles you so closely. Shizen, do you think Dan would understand? With that, Tsunade tenderly caressed her small belly. He should understand. Lady Tsunade, after the child is born, do you plan to be with Xiao Yun? Shizen gazed at Tsunade with curiosity. Tsunade hesitated, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. After a long pause, she finally spoke, I suppose so. After all, he is the father. I just hope he can understand me and grow stronger quickly that I in this chaotic world. Lacking strength means facing death at any moment. I truly do not wish for my child to grow up in an environment devoid of paternal love. Asterisk, asterisk, Chapter 2, The Chakra Evolution System, asterisk, asterisk. The night in Kenoha was particularly tranquil, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight that enveloped the earth. Xiao Yun sat there like a fool, too afraid to even blink fully, aware that any action unrelated to sensing chakra would invite a flurry of light punches from Tsunade. He could no longer endure Tsunade's relentless beatings, as he had little blood left to spill. While other expectant mothers were doting on their husbands, fearing abandonment, this one took it upon herself to mercilessly hammer her loyal supporter. Besides her heartless demeanor, I found myself at a loss for words to describe Tsunade. I lamented my earlier greed. Had I known what awaited, I would have refrained from seeking fleeting pleasures. O Chakra, have mercy upon me. Show me your essence, or else I shall soon acquire a new title, Xiao Gonggong. Alas, he truly lacks the talent for cultivation. Tsunade sighed from a distance, her stunning visage clouded with profound disappointment. Tsunade-sama, if he is unable to progress, perhaps he could accompany Guy to learn the 8 gates, Ino suggested after a moment of contemplation. Tsunade remained silent, fixated on Xiao Yun. After a long pause, she finally exhaled deeply and resignedly declared, It seems that we have no choice. Tsunade-sama, the wind is strong at night. We should return. Ino's words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden thunderstorm, as fierce winds surged through the tranquil forest, causing Tsunade to sway. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun quickly moved his eyes. As he opened them, he was greeted by a breathtaking spectacle. Indeed, it was a grand sight, overwhelming in its magnificence. Though Xiao Yun had glimpsed the true face of Mount Lu, each viewing brought forth fresh insights, stirring his soul and prompting admiration for the creator's wonders. Ding! The host awakens the Chakra Evolution System. Shall the system be activated? System? Xiao Yun felt tears welling up as realization dawned upon him. At long last, the system had arrived. He had feared that the notorious Association of Transmigrators had embezzled his golden finger. Activate. The Chakra Evolution System is initializing. 199.98.1. The Chakra Evolution System is now operational. Congratulations to the host for obtaining basic chakra communication abilities. Basic chakra communication abilities? What is this? Just as Xiao Yun grappled with confusion, he suddenly felt an influx of vibrant, colorful specks in the air. A child's delightful voice echoed in his mind. Hello, I am water attribute chakra. That a swarm of blue orbs danced around him like playful sprites. Master, I am fire attribute chakra. Another group chimed in. Master, I am wood attribute chakra. Master, I am earth attribute chakra. Master, I am lightning attribute chakra. Master, I am wind attribute chakra. Master, I am metal attribute chakra. Good heavens, this is surreal. Truly, the grassland flourishes anew, and wildfires cannot extinguish its spirit. One tale follows another. The chakra is speaking. After a moment of bewilderment, Xiaoyan finally responded to the little orbs, chakras. Oh hey you. By the way, what are your functions? He inquired, gazing curiously at the glowing points. Master, by absorbing water attribute chakra, you may gain water affinity and cultivate water ninjutsu at an accelerated pace. Master, by absorbing fire attribute chakra, you may gain fire affinity and practice fire ninjutsu with half the effort. Then I shall absorb them all. A sly smile crept onto Xiaoyan's face, forming a peculiar arc. Only children make choices. Adults choose A, B, C, D, and E all at once. Host, the chakra evolution system you have awakened is currently at the beginner level and can only select one. The system's voice reverberated in his mind. Only one? This system is truly subpar, Xiaoyan muttered, furrowing his brow. How dare you? The system's voice retorted. What? The system can curse. Choose swiftly. What are you dawdling for? Came the impatient voice of the system. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, what should I choose? Xiaoyan felt torn, as each option appeared equally enticing. Choose already. I've never seen someone so indecisive. The system urged once more. Are you in a hurry to be reborn? This concerns my future path of cultivation. I must deliberate thoroughly. Xiaoyan snapped back. Enough, enough. Wind, thunder, gold, wood, water, fire, earth. This host is too slow. Let's find someone else. The system exclaimed that I choose to absorb wood attribute chakra. Xiaoyan suddenly recalled something, his eyes gleaming with excitement, his smile stretching wider than before. Little wood, enter his body. Little thunder, little wind, little fire, little water, little metal, little earth, we shall withdraw. The four chakra types, gold, water, fire, and earth, let out sorrowful whines, as if deeply saddened. Only the blue light danced around Xiaoyan, jubilant in its demeanor. In an instant, the 5 colors of light dwindled to just the blue, slowly merging into Xiaoyan's being. Gasp. Tsunade and Ino inhaled sharply, astonished. Goodness, are our eyes deceiving us? This is what attribute chakra, so pure. Especially Tsunade, whose enchanting gaze sparkled with excitement, her exquisite beauty illuminated by the purity of this chakra, something she had only witnessed in her grandfather. Though the quantity was modest, the significance of a wood attribute chakra for Kenoha was immeasurable. Tsunade-sama, this is truly incredible. Xiaoyan is indeed wood attribute. Ino exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. To speak candidly, since the death of the first Hokage, Kenoha, despite being home to many prodigies, had gradually lost its strength. The emergence of another wood attribute ninja would be monumental news for Kenoha. May the heavens bless Kenoha. Tsunade's eyes glistened with tears. Though Kenoha was known as the foremost village among the 5 great ninja nations, its power had waned over the years, with the other 4 villages waiting for their chance to seize Kenoha's interests. Particularly, the Raikage and Tsuchikage had often plotted in secret to obliterate Kenoha. The 3rd Hokage had chosen to endure for the sake of the village's future. He waited for Kenoha to discover more talented ninjas like Xiaoyan, capable of standing on their own. Take your time absorbing the wood attribute chakra. Once you finish, focus solely on wood ninjutsu. Do not disturb me unless necessary. The system's voice echoed in Xiaoyan's mind. You are the one who should mind your tongue. Xiaoyan retorted. This is truly unfortunate. I slumbered for countless years, only to awaken bound to you. May you perish, so I may be free. The system shot back defiantly. Xiaoyan, an absurd encounter entwined me, a traveler, with Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. When she revealed the news of her pregnancy, my instinct was to flee. In this war-torn world of shinobi, how could I possibly protect them? Yet, gazing into her eyes, filled with hidden sorrow and resolute determination, I understood everything. She compelled me to grow stronger, not out of disdain, but from fear that her child might lose its father, fear of a tragedy repeating itself. I do not wish for my child to grow up without a father. From that moment forth, I set aside all frivolity. Chakra, taijutsu, jinjutsu. When a person has something they must protect at all costs, their potential becomes unimaginable. I had initially sought merely to survive. Now, I aim to forge a future where they would never live in fear. Chapter 1. Tsunade is pregnant. My wife is pregnant, yet the child's father is not me. With a knife, I slash the unfaithful lover, only to be pushed into a river without having fought back. A journey through time, to the world of Naruto, where I encountered Tsunade in a fleeting romance. Do not inquire how I managed to win over Tsunade. In truth, it was she who, in a drunken haze, toppled me. My resemblance to her deceased first love, Kato, was uncanny. Though the exact name eludes my memory, it was certainly from the Kato lineage. In the medical room of Kenoha village, a female medical ninja, trembling and bearing the Leaf Village headband, held a test result with disbelief, gazing at the stunning beauty. Before her, Shirao Yun, look at what you've done. I shall kill you. A thunderous voice echoed through the room, nearly lifting the roof off. In the residential area of Konoha village, a handsome young man lay in bed, drooling onto his pillow, his expression oscillating between arrogance and lewdness, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smirk as he murmured incoherently at it seemed he was lost in dreams. Bakuyu, Uchihamadara, kneel and call me father, heh? Senja Hashirama, what have you to boast of? Your granddaughter has been with me. Come, Tsunade, let's perform for your grandfather. Kagaya, why do you glare? One day, you shall be a mother. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, startling Shirao Yun from his slumber. Tsunade, with whom he shared a brief liaison, stormed in. Why are you still in bed at this hour? Get up. Tsunade charged at him, her furious demeanor leaving him dizzy. Tsunade, let's talk this out calmly. Please refrain from violence. Shirao Yun panicked, recalling the last time they had been together, awaking to a similar expression on her face that nearly led to his demise. It's all your fault. I'm pregnant. I'll kill you. Tsunade lifted him as if he were a mere chick, her eyes blazing with fury, ready to devour him whole. Boom! Shirao Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Tsunade was pregnant? With his child? His marksmanship had never been this precise. How could this be? I never managed to father a child with my previous wife after such a lengthy time together, needing assistance from others. And yet, just once with Tsunade, and she's already expecting. Listen, Tsunade, this is no jest. We were together only once. Surely you've been with others during this time? Bakayuru, what do you take me for? Before he could finish, Tsunade unleashed a terrifying roar, slamming him back onto the bed. The wooden frame splintered beneath him, and he nearly lost consciousness, blood spraying onto the ceiling. Remember this. From this day forth, you will not speak of this to anyone. Dare to utter a word, and I shall end you. Moreover, from today onward, you shall dedicate 8 hours daily to training in ninjutsu, 8 hours to taijutsu, and 8 hours to genjutsu. In 1 year, you shall graduate as a genin. In 2 years, a chunin. In 3 years, a jonin. In 4 years, an elite jonin. And in 5 years, you shall become Hokage. Shirao Yun spat another mouthful of blood onto the ceiling. Was she treating him like livestock? To spend all 24 hours a day training? A genius? This training regime would make even Madara weep, and Minato would cry for his mother, while Itachi would flee in the dead of night. Yami, Tsunade, can we not negotiate this? After all, I was merely swept away by your advances that night. If this is too much, perhaps you could consider terminating the pregnancy? This plan is simply, bang. Tsunade struck him once more, shouting, negotiate? I do not wish for my child to have a useless father. Follow my orders. Shirao Yun felt he had no more blood to spill, looking forlornly at the woman before him. All the fantasies he once held while watching Naruto had shattered into oblivion. Had he the chance to return to that night, he would have drawn a knife to refuse her. However, returning to the present, he thought, I am to be a father, mother, father. The Shirao family will have a descendant, though I cannot bring them home for you to see. Come with me. Tsunade seized Shirao Yun and leaped out of the window, bounding across the landscape until they reached a vast stretch of desolate land behind Kenoha. Ugh, Tsunade, could you not take it easy? Shirao Yun felt nauseous, nearly expelling the remnants of last night's meal. From now on, you will train diligently. Should I catch you slacking off, just wait and see. With that, Tsunade struck the ground with a fist, creating a deafening boom that sent dust and debris flying. When the dust settled, a massive crater lay before Shirao Yun. Now, begin training your chakra perception. Sit cross-legged and do not move. If you so much as twitch, I will shatter your eyes. Focus intently on sensing the chakra in the air. By this time tomorrow, if you cannot feel it, I shall castrate you. Tsunade's roar sent Shirao Yin into a shiver, and he promptly sat cross-legged. Damn it, I am to be a father now. Is it so difficult to be treated to a soft meal? Report, Lady Tsunade, I need to relieve myself. Hold it. If you can't, just wet yourself. Report, Lady Tsunade, there are mosquitoes draining my blood. I wish to scratch. Let them suck. Do not move until they are done. Report, Lady Tsunade. Silence, night. Lady Tsunade, do you truly intend to carry the child to term? The question came from her loyal attendant, Shizun. Tsunade sighed deeply, her exquisite face marred by sorrow, her complex gaze lifted to the full moon hanging in the sky, murmuring, Dan, I'm sorry. I carry another's child, yet that man bears an uncanny resemblance to you. Shizun, do you think Dan would understand? She gently caressed her small belly. He should understand, right? Lady Tsunade, after the child is born, do you plan to be with Shirao Yin? Shizun looked at Tsunade with curiosity. Tsunade hesitated, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. After a long pause, she spoke, I suppose so. After all, he is the father. I only hope he can understand me and grow stronger quickly that in this chaotic world, lacking strength means a constant threat to life. I truly do not wish for my child to grow up without the love of a father. Chapter 2. Chakra Evolution System. The night in Kenoha village appeared particularly serene, bathed in silver moonlight that blanketed the earth. Xiao Yun sat there like a fool, too frightened to even open his eyes. He understood that any action unrelated to sensing chakra would result in a flurry of small punches from Tsunade. He could no longer endure her relentless beatings. He had already bled too much. In stark contrast, while other expectant mothers were dutiful and compliant to their husbands, Tsunade took it upon herself to mercilessly hammer the very person who had contributed so much. Besides being heartless, he found it challenging to find an appropriate adjective to describe Tsunade. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would not have succumbed to momentary pleasure. O Chakra, have mercy on me and reveal your presence. Otherwise, starting tomorrow, I shall be addressed as Lord Xiao. Alas, he truly lacks the talent for cultivation. Tsunade sighed from a distance, her exquisite face marred by deep disappointment. Tsunade-sama, if he is unable to progress, perhaps allowing him to learn the 8 gates from Guy would be beneficial, suggested Shizun after a moment of contemplation. Tsunade remained silent, her gaze fixed on Xiao Yun. After a long pause, she finally exhaled, resigned. It seems that is the only option left. Tsunade-sama, the wind is strong at night, we should return. Before Shizun could finish, a sudden clap of thunder echoed through the sky, and a fierce wind swept through the tranquil forest, tossing Tsunade about. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun quickly moved his eyes. Upon opening them, he was met with a breathtaking spectacle. What a magnificent sight indeed! Though he had recognized the true face of the mountain before him, each encounter brought forth a unique life experience, stirring his soul and invoking awe for the creators. Wonders ding! The host has awakened the Chakra Evolution System. Would you like to activate the system? A system? Xiao Yun's eyes brimmed with tears as he finally grasped the situation. The system had arrived. He had feared that the so-called Association of Transmigrators had pilfered his golden finger. Activate. The Chakra Evolution System is initializing. 199.98. 1. The Chakra Evolution System has been successfully activated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability to communicate with Basic Chakra. Basic Chakra communication ability? What on earth is that? Just as Xiao Yun was bewildered, he sensed an abundance of colorful light dots in the air. Suddenly, a childlike voice chimed in his mind. Hello, I am Water Attribute Chakra. A swarm of blue light dots danced around Xiao Yun like a flurry of little sprites. Master, I am Fire Attribute Chakra. Another group of fiery red dots chimed in. Master, I am Wood Attribute Chakra. Master, I am Earth Attribute Chakra. Master, I am Lightning Attribute Chakra. Master, I am Wind Attribute Chakra. Master, I am Metal Attribute Chakra. What in the world? This is absurd. The chakra is speaking. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Xiao Yun finally regained his composure and addressed the glowing dots. Chakras. Oh hey oh. By the way, what are your functions? He inquired, gazing at the luminous entities. Master, absorbing Water Attribute Chakra grants you the Water Attribute talent. allowing you to cultivate water techniques with remarkable speed. Master, absorbing fire attribute chakra grants you the fire attribute talent, enabling you to master fire techniques with half the effort. Then I shall absorb them all. A smile crept onto Xiao Yun's lips, forming a rather mischievous curve. Only children make choices. Adults naturally select all options. Host, the chakra evolution system you have awakened is currently at the basic level and allows for the selection of only one attribute. The system's voice resonated in Xiao Yun's mind. Only one? Truly, this system is quite disappointing, Xiao Yun muttered, furrowing his brow. Come on, make a choice already. The system's impatient voice echoed. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. What to choose? Xiao Yun felt torn. Each option seemed appealing in its own right. Choose quickly. I've never seen someone so indecisive. The system urged again. Why the rush? Am I hastening to my demise? This concerns my future path of cultivation. I must ponder thoroughly. Xiao Yun retorted. Enough already. This host is too slow. Let someone else take your place. The system complained. I choose to absorb wood attribute chakra. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes, his smile widening more than before. Little wood, enter his body. Little thunder, little wind, little fire, little water, little metal, little earth, we withdraw. The 4 chakra attributes, metal, water, fire, and earth, let out sorrowful sounds as if mourning their departure. Only the green light that danced around Xiao Yun in exuberance in an instant. The 5 colors of light dwindled to just the green, slowly merging into Xiao Yun's being. Gasp! Tsunade and Shizun drew in sharp breaths. Good heavens! Are our eyes deceiving us? This is wood attribute chakra. Its purity is extraordinary, especially Tsunade, whose beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, her expression radiating that of unparalleled beauty. Such purity of wood attribute chakra was something she had only witnessed in her grandfather. Though its quantity was limited, the significance of a wood attribute chakra for Kenoha was undeniably profound. Tsunade-sama, this is simply incredible. Xiao Yun is indeed wood attribute, Shizun exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. To speak frankly, since the death of the first Hokage, although Kenoha has produced numerous talents, it has gradually weakened. If another wood attribute ninja were to emerge, it would be monumental news for Kenoha. May the heavens bless Kenoha. Tsunade's eyes began to moisten. Though Kenoha had long claimed the title of the foremost ninja village, their strength had steadily declined, with the other 4 villages lying in wait, seizing Kenoha's interests. Particularly, the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages had repeatedly conspired to destroy Kenoha in the shadows. The 3rd Hokage had chosen to endure for the sake of the village's development. He was waiting for Kenoha to discover more prodigious ninjas like Xiao Yun, waiting for these ninjas to gain enough strength to stand on their own. Take your time absorbing the wood attribute chakra. Once completed, focus solely on wood techniques. Do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary. The system's voice echoed in Xiao Yun's mind. You are the one who should be quiet. Your entire family is a nuisance. Xiao Yun shot back. How unfortunate. After sleeping for millennia, I awaken only to be bound to you. Just die already. Then I could be free. The system retorted defiantly. Xiao Yun. Chapter 3. Deceiving Tsunade. As the green light gradually enveloped Xiao Yun's body, he felt as though every cell within him had been rejuvenated, bringing forth an indescribable sense of euphoria. This sensation was akin to 100 encounters with Tsunade. Moreover, the strength within him seemed to be fully awakened. Xiao Yun felt as if he could effortlessly subdue a fierce tiger before him. However, he had no intention of opening his eyes just yet. Despite the overwhelming comfort coursing through him, a pained expression marred his face, with his cheeks flushed red and his eyes rolling back. While white foam escaped the corners of his mouth, his body occasionally convulsing. It seemed that Tsunade was on the verge of becoming a widow once more. At that moment, Xiao Yun formulated a plan, a scheme of retribution against Tsunade. He had granted her a baby, fulfilling her dream of motherhood. Not only did she not pledge to spend more nights with him in gratitude, but she also imposed a rigorous training regimen upon him that would make even Madara weep. She urged him to hold his bladder and endure mosquito bites. Any hint of discontent was met with a flurry of punches, not mere punches, but strikes akin to a 1,000-pound hammer. Was this truly the conduct of a mother? Xiao Yun, what is wrong? Tsunade rushed to his side, her face pale with concern. Lady Tsunade, Xiao Yun may have absorbed too much chakra. His body cannot withstand such immense energy. Shizun quickly interjected. Boom. At that moment, the sky erupted in a sudden flash of lightning and thunder. Heaven is on my side. Xiao Yun's heart soared with delight as he straightened up, staring blankly at Tsunade. Xiao Yun, are you all right? Tsunade grasped him firmly. Tsunade, my granddaughter. Xiao Yun deliberately lowered his voice, making it sound raspier than usual. Xiao Yun, what has happened to you? Tsunade, despite her formidable nature, was visibly shaken. Ghost. Shizun, frightened, tossed the little pig she was holding off the cliff. Fear not. I am Hashirama Senju, your grandfather. My soul has traversed from the Pure Land and now resides within this young man. My time is limited. You must listen to me. Hashirama rasped. Boom. Tsunade's eyes widened. The fact that the Nine Tails was sealed within Naruto was an open secret, yet the Reanimation Jutsu was a forbidden technique in Kenoha, known only to the third Hokage. Even Jiraiya and Orochimaru were unaware of it. The knowledge of this secret technique had been bestowed upon her by her uncle, Tobirama Senju. Was it truly her grandfather's spirit that had taken residence in Xiaoyan? My dear granddaughter, I understand that tonight's events are extraordinary, but for the future of Kenoha, please trust me. I cannot remain in this world for long. Listen carefully. The reason I chose this young man to inherit my power is due to his unparalleled wood affinity. Even I, your grandfather, cannot compare. If he can grow successfully, he will undoubtedly perfect my techniques, surpassing even the Nine Tails. Not only that, but he could easily contend with all tailed beasts combined. By the way, the necklace you wear was a gift from your 5th birthday. I never imagined you would still wear it after all these years, Xiao Yun remarked, reaching for the necklace at Tsunade's chest, though his hand strayed slightly. Suddenly, Tsunade burst into tears. The techniques of the Buddha of the Summit and the true Thousand Hands were indeed her grandfather's greatest secrets, known only to a select few. Moreover, the fact that he recognized the origin of her necklace confirmed her suspicions. Her grandfather's soul had truly inhabited Xiao Yun. Grandfather, it really is you. I miss you so much. Tsunade sobbed, throwing herself into Xiao Yun's embrace. So fragrant, so soft, so ample. Xiao Yun, momentarily bewildered, wore a subtle, mischievous smile. Do not cry, my dear. Continue to listen to me. Xiao Yun gently stroked Tsunade's hair. Yes, grandfather, please tell me. Tsunade wiped her tears, her lips trembling. My time is short, so I shall be brief. You must listen carefully. After my soul departs from this young man's body, it will leave behind a ghostly flame within him, causing a persistent fever, disordered consciousness, and erratic behavior. If not resolved promptly, he risks severe injury or even death. What must be done to resolve this? Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowed with worry. The solution is simple. You must share a room with him and use your unique Byakugan technique to dispel this ghostly flame. I know this may be a burden for you, but for the sake of Kenoha, I must ask this of you, Xiao Yun said, his expression grave. Grandfather, you. Tsunade's face flushed crimson, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Tsunade, I am aware of your circumstances. You are already with child. Though this was unforeseen, my time is running out. Farewell, my granddaughter, Xiao Yun said, his face filled with reluctance as he waved goodbye. Grandfather, have you met Dan in that world? I have. He entrusted me with a message for you. He said his greatest regret in this life was not having a child with you. Now, someone has taken on that responsibility, and he is pleased, sending you his blessings. You must find happiness. Farewell. With that, Xiao Yun's body went limp and fell to the ground. At that moment, raindrops began to fall from the sky. Tsunade, tears mingling with the rain upon her exquisite face, murmured, I am so sorry, Dan. May we meet again in our next life. With that, she hoisted the unconscious Xiao Yun and leapt away, disappearing into the rain. In the Kenoha living quarters, Tsunade returned Xiao Yun to his dormitory and tossed him onto the bed. 48 degrees. Lady Tsunade, Xiao Yun is burning up. What should we do? Shizun examined the thermometer closely. Tsunade remained silent, gazing at Xiao Yun, who was now flushed, babbling incoherently, and thrashing about. What Tsunade did not realize was that all of this was merely an act by Xiao Yun. While absorbing the wood chakra, he had inadvertently taken in a small amount of chakra from the other 4 elements, with fire chakra being the most abundant. Though the total was less than 1,000th of the wood chakra, it was sufficient to create the appearance of feverish agitation. Shizun, you should return to rest, Tsunade finally resolved. Her beautiful face flushed. But Lady Tsunade, you are pregnant and should not share a room. Shizun quickly interjected. Must you speak so much? I am well aware of my own child. Xiao Yun mentally cursed the meddlesome bystander. What do you suggest we do? Tsunade countered. I am powerless. If only I knew the Byakugan technique. Shizun suddenly realized her slip of tongue and quickly knelt in fear. Forget it. Go bring me 2 sets of clean clothes, and also a set for Xiao Yun, Tsunade commanded. Chapter 4. The Chunin class, gazing at the alabaster beauty of Tsunade. Xiao Yun found himself in awe. Although he had seen her before, witnessing her once more stirred a visceral excitement within him. Damn it! Xiao Yun could not restrain his delight, muttering to himself, I am indeed a genius. The Oscars are missing a little golden statuette. Here comes my moment of glory. No sooner had he spoken than he eagerly leaned in, puckering his lips. At that instant, Tsunade's eyes flew open, fixing a piercing gaze upon Xiao Yun. It was over. The secret was out. With a sudden thud, Xiao Yun's heart sank, and he couldn't help but slap himself across the face. How could he have let his mouth run wild at such a crucial moment? Tsunade, you must listen to my explanations. Tsunade gently pressed her left hand against Xiao Yun's forehead while signaling for silence with her right hand. With a swift motion, Tsunade flicked him away, sending him crashing into the wall with a pained scream. Furious, Tsunade leaped forward, her fists clenched and ready to confront him. Calm down, you're pregnant. Xiao Yun feared for his life. This was truly a case of losing the chicken while trying to steal the rice. Calm down. I'll show you who's in charge. I won't tolerate any ill intentions towards me. Tsunade swung her arm, mercilessly pounding Xiao Yun. In the Kenoha medical room, a medical ninja clad in a white coat emerged holding a report. Who is the patient's family? I am. Doctor, how is Xiao Yun? Tsunade's companion, Shizun, approached anxiously. 8 broken ribs, a shattered left arm, massive arterial bleeding, and a ruptured lung. Please settle the fees, the medical ninja stated before departing. Shizun stood frozen, bewildered. Just last night, he had merely suffered from a fever. How could a fever lead to such injuries? Lord Tsunade, what exactly happened to Xiao Yun? Shizun questioned, glancing at Tsunade, who was the only one present with him since yesterday. Forget it. Just go pay the bills, Tsunade huffed angrily as she exited the hospital. 5 days later, Xiao Yun lay in bed, his body wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy. Occasionally, a grimace of pain crossed his face. In truth, he had fully recovered the day before, thanks to the miraculous would-release chakra. Damn Tsunade. The most venomous heart belongs to a woman. The ancients did not deceive me. One day, I shall push you down and make you weep. Xiao Yun declared fiercely. What did you say? A cold voice interrupted, and Tsunade appeared beside him without him noticing. And nothing, Xiao Yun stammered, frightened. Tomorrow, you will enroll in the Chunin training class. Remember, you only have 1 year to advance to Chunin. If you fail, I will make sure you can never rise from your bed again. But I can't even get out of bed. Are you still pretending? Believe me, I can ensure you remain bettered forever. Kenoha Village, Ninja Training Room. Hello everyone. Please give a warm welcome to our new classmate, Xiao Yun. Thunderous applause erupted as Xiao Yun entered the classroom. Upon seeing the other students, he felt a wave of despair. A classroom filled with elementary school students. Although he looked youthful, he still resembled a university student. From this day forward, he would share a class with these young children, and Xiao Yun's heart raced with anxiety. Hello everyone, nice to meet you. I am Xiao Yun, but you can call me Xiao Sang. He bowed at a perfect 90 degrees, adhering to local customs. Wow, Xiao Sang is so cool. His blue hair is so magnificent. Sakura, you can have Sasuke, Xiao Sang is mine. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, dismissing the admiration of the children. What do they know about being cool? The most impressive person I admire is the renowned author, known as the handsomest man in Blue Star, whose work transcends boundaries. At that moment, Xiao Yun was too preoccupied with his own thoughts to pay attention to the praise. He had to become a Chunin within a year, or he would face the dire fate of becoming Xiao Gonggong. Irika, where's my seat? Xiao Yun politely inquired of a ninja who appeared to be around his age. Xiao Sang, your seat is in the middle of the back row, Irika replied. As he spoke, a collective sigh swept through the girls in the classroom. Xiao Yun quickly made his way to the back, where he found 2 individuals seated, a blond boy fast asleep and another boy clad in Uchiha clan attire. Gazing grimly out the window, their names were unmistakable, Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki. Xiao Yun couldn't believe he had been placed in the same class as the main characters from Naruto. Classmates, today we will learn how to utilize chakra, Irika announced after a brief pause, scanning the room. Before we begin, I would like to ask, what is chakra? I know, Irika-sensei. A striking girl with pink hair raised her hand eagerly. I know too. Her friend chimed in simultaneously. Irika smiled and called on one of them, Ino. Please share your thoughts. Chakra refers to the energy produced by the perfect fusion of various forces within the human body. It serves as the source for ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, and enhances combat abilities, Ino explained confidently. Well answered. Does anyone wish to add? Irika prompted. Teacher, I will. Sakura exclaimed, eager to contribute. Irika nodded in approval. In essence, chakra is the energy within us. In nature, there are 7 types: fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, light, and darkness. When 2 chakra types with different properties are combined, they create new jutsu, known as bloodline limits. For example, wind, water, ice, earth, water, wood. Typically, only a rare few ninjas can develop such jutsu on their own. For instance, the first Hokage was born with wood-type chakra. Sakura elaborated. Excellent answer. Please take your seat. Irika commended with a smile. Sakura beamed at her desk mate, Ino. You're full of yourself. Ino muttered under her breath. And your whole family is too. Sakura retorted. Sakura, it's class time. I won't argue with you now. Just wait for me after school, and I'll show you. Ino shot back with a fierce glare. Am I afraid of you? I won't be the one waiting. Both girls turned away, refusing to look at one another. Both Ino and Sakura did exceptionally well. Now, we will proceed to the chakra detection segment. Those whose names I call, please come to my side. With that, Irika produced a device resembling an iPad. Chapter 5, Chakra Detection in the Classroom. Irika addressed the students. What I hold is a chakra detection device that can assess each of your chakra attributes and purity. The higher your chakra purity, the more sounds the device will emit. Up to a maximum of 9 chimes. Students who produce 1 to 3 chimes will receive guidance from a Chunin, 4 to 5 chimes will receive guidance from a Jonin, and 6 to 8 chimes will receive guidance from an elite Jonin. As the students absorbed the information on chakra, Irika continued. At this moment, a black-haired boy stood up, coldly addressing Irika. What if the device emits 9 chimes? Well, Sasuke, up until now, no one in Kenoha has ever been able to make the chakra detection device emit 9 chimes. However, should such a rare genius appear, they will be designated as the #1 genius in Kenoha and will receive personal training from the Hokage. Irika smiled at Sasuke. Xiao Yun was taken aback. He had never heard of this device before in the Naruto manga. He pondered how many chimes he could produce, especially since he had awakened the chakra evolution system. Clearly, I am that rare genius. At that moment, a boisterous voice erupted beside Xiao Yun. A golden-haired, blue-eyed youth stood up, Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd turned to look at this exceedingly confident boy, only to respond with thunderous laughter. A perennial underachiever, where did he find such audacity? Humph, a foolish child, seeking attention in such a manner. If I were in his position, I would be pondering what to do if silence reigned. It is said he has a penchant for Ichiraku ramen. Perhaps opening a ramen shop would indeed suit him. Silence. Irika furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of irritation. This group of students truly lacked any sense of mutual respect. Upon hearing this, all the students immediately hushed, and Xiao Yun couldn't help but sigh. It seems that no matter the world, the authority of the homeroom teacher remains unquestioned. Now we shall commence the chakra detection. When your name is called, please step up to the podium. First, Ding Chuan from Steel Plate, please come forward. A plump boy hobbled over, placing his hand on the detection device. After a while, the device finally responded, emitting a flicker of crimson light and a crackling sound. Ding Chuan, Fire Attribute Chakra. 1 beep, Level 1 Purity. Ding Chuan returned to his seat, crestfallen. With such talent, merely becoming a genin would be considered fortunate. Next, Meichuan Naiku. Crack, crack. Meichuan Naiku. Water Attribute Chakra. 2 beeps, Level 2 Purity. Meichuan Naiku's face lit up. With Level 2 Purity Chakra, if he trained diligently, becoming a genin was nearly assured. Next, Zhua Gaowan Tong. Crack. Zhua Gaowan Tong. Mixed Attribute Chakra, 1 beep. Does not possess the qualifications for ninja training. Please close the classroom door on your way out. The boy burst into tears, covering his face as he dashed out of the classroom. As time passed, Irika's initially hopeful expression gradually morphed into one of deep disappointment. Not a single student had registered 3 beeps. Was this yet another lackluster class? Irika-sensei, it's my turn. Sakura quietly reminded Irika. Come on. Crack, 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 crack. 5 beeps. The classroom erupted in astonishment. Who would have expected this unassuming girl to possess such remarkable talent? Envious gazes were cast her way. Irika stared incredulously at Sakura Haruno, who had both water and wind attributes. While not a top-tier genius, she certainly showed promise. Sakura Haruno, level 5 purity of water and wind chakra. Very well done. Please return to your seat. Irika cast her an approving glance. Irika-sensei, I can do it. Sakura beamed like a blooming flower, her gaze provocatively flickering towards Ino. Ino smirked, pointed to her own chest, then to Sakura's, whispering, airport. Fuming, Sakura retorted, just you wait. I will seek out Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, and ask her how to grow. Next, Uchiha Sasuke. A long-awaited smile spread across Irika's face. At last, a promising candidate had arrived. The boy walked slowly to the podium. Crack, 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 crack. 7 beeps. An impressive display of lightning attribute chakra. The crowd gasped in awe, and Irika rubbed his eyes. Hardly believing the readings, this attribute was astonishing. It was known that even the third Reikage of the Land of Lightning only possessed level 7 purity lightning chakra. May the heavens bless Kenoha. Irika's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since the departure of the legendary Sannin and the death of the 4th Hokage, Kenoha had seen few talents of such caliber. Sasuke's presence was a monumental boon for the village. Wow, Sasuke-kun is truly a genius. Handsome, powerful, with the Sharingan bloodline limit. Why must all the fortune be bestowed upon one person? Can't I get a piece of that? Hey, Mei-Pion, be content. You are still quite gifted. Having reached 18 centimeters at such a young age, I am the one who should be lamenting. Sasuke-kun, I want to have a baby with you. A little brat? How old are you to be thinking about children? You'll need to call your mom for that. Amid the envious glances, Sasuke returned to his seat, his youthful face betraying a wisdom beyond his years. Finally, it was his turn. The Leaf's prodigal son, Naruto Uzumaki, stepped up, without waiting for Irika to call his name. He dashed forward, hurriedly placing his hand on the chakra detection device. Time passed. Naruto widened his eyes, eagerly watching the device. 5 minutes elapsed. Yet it remained silent. Is it broken? How could this be? Report, Irika-sensei. This thing is malfunctioning. Naruto declared, confidently presenting the chakra detector to Irika. Uzumaki Naruto, chakra. Naruto, please return to your seat. Irika sighed. According to protocol, Naruto should leave the ninja training class now, but after all, he was the son of the 4th Hokage. Forget it. Laughter erupted. Several students intended to mock Naruto, but upon meeting Irika's stern gaze, they promptly fell silent. Xiao Yun gazed at Naruto in confusion. Something was amiss. Naruto was sealed with the 9 tails. How could this happen? All right, today's chakra detection concludes here. Class dismissed. At that moment, Irika announced the end of class. Irika-sensei, I haven't been tested yet. Xiao Yun stood up. Oh, Xiao? I almost forgot about you. Irika sheepishly scratched his head. In truth, this oversight was not entirely Irika's fault. Xiao Yun had gained entry into the ninja training class through Tsunade's connections. Many ninjas had perished for the village, and in consideration of their families, the higher-ups typically granted them genin status to receive a stipend. Xiao Yun likely fell into this category, and allowing him to participate in the chakra detection was merely a formality to avoid any gossip. All right, you may proceed. Irika discreetly adjusted the chakra detection device to ensure that, regardless of Xiao Yun's talent, he would receive a level 2 purity chakra reading. Chapter 6. Konoha's first genius. Xiao Yun smiled as he approached the podium, placing his hand on the detection device. Crack! A tremendous sound reverberated, causing a buzz in the heads of all in the classroom. If others emitted sounds at 10 decibels, Xiao Yun's was akin to 100. Irika's brow furrowed in confusion. What was happening? Before he could react, a second colossal sound erupted. Crack! The metallic screech against glass sent shivers down everyone's spine, far louder and more jarring than the first. Irika's frown deepened. This was unusual. The sounds from the chakra detector should be crisp and pleasant, yet this was anything but. However, he assumed that this must be the limit for Xiao Yun. The 2 sounds produced were likely intentional. Just then, the detector's panel displayed a faint green hue, followed by a series of increasingly louder crack sounds. Wow. It's actually with attribute chakra, and at level 5 purity. Xiao Yun was truly remarkable. What attribute chakra had not been seen in Kenoha for many years. The crowd exchanged words, their expressions shifting to envy. Such talent could easily attract the attention of elite jonin seeking apprentices. Irika's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes fixed intently on Xiaoyun. Utterly astonished to discover that this Xiaoyun possessed a 5th-level purity of wood chakra. What does possessing wood chakra signify? Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge understands that it indicates the individual has the potential to master the wood release jutsu of the legendary ninja, Hashirama Senju. While he may never reach Hashirama's unparalleled heights, this is undoubtedly monumental news for Kenoha. Is this where it ends? After waiting several seconds, with the chakra detector still unresponsive, Irika excitedly approached Xiaoyun and exclaimed, "Xiaoyun, 5th-level purity wood chakra." Before Irika could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a resounding noise. Wow! The classroom erupted in astonishment as the students collectively gasped. Irika rubbed his eyes vigorously, convinced it must be an illusion. 6th-level purity wood chakra. What does that even mean? Hashirama Senju only possessed a 7th-level purity of wood chakra. Could it be that this individual's talent in wood release is nearing that of the ninja god? Irika shook his head, continuing to scrutinize Xiaoyun, murmuring to himself, "I see no extraordinary qualities in him. Could it be that my keen eye has failed me?" Suddenly, a series of 6 thunderous sounds reverberated throughout the classroom, and the chakra detector began to emit wisps of white smoke. This talent in wood release rivals that of Hashirama Senju. Irika was stunned, feeling as though the heavens were favoring Kenoha. Tears glistened in his murky eyes as his body trembled with excitement. Meanwhile, many high-ranking officials of Kenoha were also stirred. For every new student selection is a significant event that garners their attention, typically monitored via video link. "Hokage-sama, quickly bring this Xiaoyun to me." "No, I shall go personally." An elderly man donned in a Hokage hat set down his pipe. Shinyan, ensure this individual is brought to the Umbu. I shall personally oversee his training." A bandaged man with a blindfold over his left eye spoke coldly. "Hyuga clan, Hinata Tenin, no matter the method, we must secure this individual for our clan. Perhaps let your sister, Hinata Yumi, handle it. After all, no man would refuse a woman of great ambition. Also, remember to bring your sister along, one pure, one alluring. Oh, let us just send all the women of the Hyuga clan. Whomever he takes a fancy to, bestow upon him, even if they are married." Wise words, my lord. In the ninja training class, the chakra detector emitted yet another earth-shaking noise, leaving everyone stunned. If there was any lingering jealousy towards Xiaoyun before, it had entirely transformed into admiration. Human nature is peculiar. When someone is just slightly better than you, jealousy brews, but when they outshine you immensely, admiration is inevitable. 8th-level purity wood chakra. This surpasses even Hashirama Senju. Yet, amidst the awe, one pair of eyes glimmered with jealousy, Uchiha Sasuke. After all, he too was a rare genius, deserving of his envy towards Xiaoyun. Just then, the chakra detector finally released a thick plume of white smoke, spontaneously igniting. What on earth? The chakra detector cannot even gauge his talent? Could it be that 8th-level purity wood chakra is not his limit? Irika exclaimed, bewildered. "See, Irika-sensei, I told you this thing was broken. How could he possibly possess an 8th-level talent?" Naruto shouted, leaping to his feet and pointing at Xiaoyun. "I believe the chakra detector must indeed be malfunctioning." Sasuke, usually stoic, also stood to voice his agreement. Irika contemplated for a moment, realizing there was indeed a possibility of such a malfunction, as an 8th-level purity wood chakra talent is exceedingly rare. "Fortunately, I have a backup chakra detector. Sasuke, Naruto, step forward for another test," he instructed, moving towards Sasuke with the device in hand. A series of 6 sounds rang out, confirming a 6th-level purity of lightning chakra. "Let me try?" Naruto rushed forward, snatching the detector eagerly. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. "Baka, Irika-sensei, this one is broken too," Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with frustration as he pointed at the device. Irika smiled slightly, ignoring Naruto's outburst, and approached Xiaoyun once more. "Xiaoyun, would you please allow me to test again?" With a series of 8 consecutive sounds, the detector echoed louder with each chime, yet this time it did not explode. 8th-level purity wood chakra. Indeed. May the heavens bless Kenoha. Irika jubilantly grasped Xiaoyun's hand, excitedly announcing to everyone, "Xiaoyun possesses an 8th-level purity wood chakra talent." "I'm sorry, sensei, but I am not finished yet." Xiaoyun interrupted him. With another thunderous sound, the chakra detector produced a 9th chime. 9. It's a remarkable 9. The crowd was left utterly petrified, particularly Irika, who felt extraordinarily fortunate to witness the emergence of a super genius. What does a ninth chime signify? To be honest, I do not even know what a ninth chime signifies, for to this day, no one in the ninja world has displayed such talent. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in the name of the Hokage, hereby solemnly declare Xiaoyan to be Konoha's foremost genius, on par with the second in command of Kenoha. As the crowd grappled with the astonishing news, an elderly man wearing a Hokage hat entered the classroom. Chapter 7. The Contest for Talent. Upon hearing the third Hokage's proclamation, the classroom erupted in chaos. Konoha's holy son. For many years, this title had remained vacant, causing many to forget that Kenoha even had such a title. Once designated as Konoha's holy son, all training resources would be prioritized for Xiaoyan, chakra stones, various secret jutsu, the best teachers, and powerful ninja tools, among others. Everyone could only feel envy. Xiaoyan, from this day forth, your training will be personally guided by me. And I hope you will dedicate yourself to contribute to Konoha's future development. The third Hokage smiled at Xiaoyan. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, given your busy schedule, I believe the matters concerning the Holy Son's training should be entrusted to the Umbu. A cold voice interrupted from behind. Turning to see a bandaged man with a blindfold, leaning on a cane, and followed by 4 masked ninjas, the crowd recognized him as the leader of the Umbu, Danzo Shimura. Such a promising talent should be trained by the strongest of Kenoha, the Hyuga clan, declared Hyuga Hizashi, who had just arrived. Flanked by a procession of beautiful women from the Hyuga clan, particularly the leading woman whose striking beauty combined both aloofness and allure, leaving others envious of her captivating form. Xiaoyan was bewildered. Previously, in his former life on Blue Star, he was an inconspicuous presence. Even if he missed a week at work, his absence would go unnoticed. Within his family, his passing would elicit at most a brief lament before life continued as usual. Suddenly becoming the center of attention was quite disconcerting. However, he found this sensation rather delightful. No wonder everyone strives to be in the spotlight. Danzo, Hizashi, Xiaoyan's unparalleled talent is crucial for Kenoha, and I cannot allow this matter to be handled by anyone but myself. I shall personally oversee his training. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, simultaneously signaling Kakashi beside him to leave. Third Hokage, with all due respect, you lack the qualifications to guide the chosen one. Danzo glared at Kakashi, his aura surging ominously, causing those around him to feel as if they were in an icy cavern, the temperature of the air dropping several degrees. Kakashi stood frozen in fear. Incredible. Has this man further honed his strength? Sarutobi thought to himself, fixating his gaze on Shimura Danzo. What do you mean by saying I lack the ability to instruct Xiaoyan? Are you questioning my strength? Sarutobi unleashed a powerful aura of his own, firmly suppressing Danzo's. Humph. Of course, I do not doubt the Hokage's strength. Danzo replied with a cold smile, retracting his imposing presence. Have you forgotten about the 3 exceptional disciples you trained? Orochimaru betrayed Kenoha. Tsunade is consumed by gambling, and Jiraiya's whereabouts remain unknown. I fear you may lead the chosen one astray, which would be a tremendous loss for Kenoha. Danzo has a point. Hokage, while strength is indeed crucial, the cultivation of character is equally vital. Have you not heard the saying, one with virtue but lacking talent may be nurtured, but one with talent but lacking virtue must be firmly rejected? I suggest entrusting the chosen one to me. With the strength of the Hyuga clan, we could certainly nurture another Hashirama Senju. Furthermore, our clan boasts many capable and exceptional women. With a bit of extra training, the chosen one could father little chosen ones, and they could continue the legacy. Wouldn't that be splendid? Upon hearing Hyuga Hayashi's words, everyone was taken aback. Was he suggesting the chosen one be treated as a mere breeding stallion? This is excellent. Truly excellent. Xiaoyan instinctively gave a thumbs up. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air as a figure resembling a human cannonball leaped forward, delivering a punch squarely to Xiaoyan's face, sending him flying like a kite with its string cut. Tsunade? The crowd gasped, and upon closer inspection, a familiar silhouette emerged. Lady Tsunade, do not act rashly. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked on in confusion at Tsunade's fury. Hokage, look at the fine disciples you have trained. Danzo scowled at Tsunade. What are you doing, Tsunade? You've harmed a member of the Hyuga clan. I cannot let this go unpunished. Hyuga-yumi, quickly check on Xiaoyan. As soon as Hayashi's words left his mouth, a stunning woman rushed forward to help the dazed Xiaoyan to his feet. I just couldn't bear to see such a talented genius thinking of those sordid matters. Tsunade glared at Xiaoyan, visibly irked. The crowd fell silent, pondering why a prodigy should be barred from such thoughts. Lady Tsunade, even if you disapprove of Xiaoyan, you cannot strike him. He has wronged you in no way. Hyuga Yumi clutched Xiaoyan tightly, pinching his cheek. Why should I care about your opinions? If I feel like striking, I shall. Tsunade fumed, recalling Xiaoyan's earlier lascivious demeanor. I cannot believe I once looked up to you as an idol. To think you are such a brutish and rude person, humph. Hyuga Yumi's face flushed with anger, her Byakugan glaring fiercely at Tsunade. What are you staring at? Others may fear your Hyuga clan, but I do not. Enough. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice boomed, his aura radiating power, forcing the two women to cease their bickering. Humph. They both turned away, refusing to acknowledge one another. I propose we allow Xiaoyan to choose his own training path, Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested after a moment of contemplation. While Xiaoyan is indeed a rare talent, it would be unwise to offend other factions for his sake, especially during such tumultuous times in Kenoha. After all, it suffices for this prodigy to remain within Kenoha, who guides his training is of secondary importance. Their disputes are merely attempts to bolster their own faction's power and influence. If they cannot mentor him, perhaps he should be placed in the Hyuga clan, considering the darkness surrounding Danzo's Umbu. Prolonged exposure could corrupt even the noblest of souls. Moreover, Hayashi had a point. Xiaoyan's exceptional talent must be preserved, and the Hyuga clan's abundance of capable women would be advantageous. Xiaoyan, where do you wish to train? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked kindly. Xiaoyan, our Umbu possesses many secret forbidden techniques. Xiaoyan, the Hyuga clan has numerous beautiful women. Xiaoyan, our Umbu has many powerful ninjas skilled in ninjutsu. Xiaoyan, the Hyuga clan has many strong and beautiful women. Hayashi, does your clan lack men? If so, let me know, and I shall dispatch all the Umbu members to assist. Danzo interjected. If they possess talent akin to Xiaoyan's, they may join him. Xiaoyan, the Hyuga clan's lovely ladies are second to none. Xiaoyan felt conflicted. It appeared that being the center of attention was no easy task, as choosing one path would inevitably offend another faction. Xiaoyan, you must train with me. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind the gathered crowd. Chapter 8. The origin of the 8 gates. The emergence of the 9th level chosen one sent shockwaves through Kenoha, igniting fierce competition among various factions. Even the Oil clan, the Yamashiro clan, the Akimichi clan, and the Inazuka clan, the lesser clans, joined the fray, realizing that whoever secured the chosen one would elevate their family's status within Kenoha. Whom to choose? It is so difficult. Xiaoyan furrowed his brow. Should he follow his heart and join the Hyuga clan, becoming a key figure in their lineage and expanding Kenoha's influence? However, as soon as he cast his gaze toward the Hyuga clan, an overwhelming chill enveloped him. For Tsunade was glaring fiercely at him, as if warning him against approaching the Hyuga clan. Damn it, just because I touched her once. She refuses to grant me another chance. Does she know how I have suffered this past month? You won't let me choose? Then I shall choose. I want to bid farewell to the 5 ladies. I refuse to wake up every day with a map imprinted on my mind. I desire many beautiful women. I choose the Hyuga. Wait, Xiaoyan, you must train with me in the 8 gates to fully unleash your potential. Just as Xiaoyan was about to commit to the Hyuga clan, a muscular man with a green jumpsuit, sporting a watermelon-shaped hairstyle, leaped into the midst of the gathering. My guy? Xiaoyan instantly recognized the man who had nearly kicked the conclusion of the Hokage saga into oblivion. Hokage, Danzo, Hayashi, esteemed clan leaders. Please allow me to speak candidly. The chosen one must train with me in the 8 gates to unlock his supreme power. Following anyone else would squander his talent. Might Guy proclaimed confidently to the assembly. Guy, stop this nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared disapprovingly at his subordinate. Might Guy, if I recall correctly, you specialize solely in taijutsu. Are you suggesting that the chosen one, with such extraordinary talent, should follow you to train in taijutsu? What are you thinking? Step aside. Danzo's annoyance was palpable. With the emergence of the 9th level chosen one, even the most insignificant individuals sought a piece of the action. If it weren't for Guy's usual lack of decorum, Danzo would have relished the opportunity to reprimand him. Indeed, Guy, what are you thinking? As I understand it, mastering the 8 gates requires strict discipline. One must abstain from all distractions, including women. Are you not jeopardizing Kenoha's long-term prospects of Xiaoyan expanding our influence and producing future chosen ones? Besides, what good is your taijutsu? This is sheer folly. Withdraw at once. Hayashi scoffed, his disdain evident as he regarded Might Guy. Please, everyone, allow me to speak. Might Guy, undeterred by the disapproving looks from the three prominent figures, continued, it is widely known that the 8 gates were developed by my father for ninjas lacking talent in ninjutsu. But that is not the whole truth. The crowd was taken aback, particularly the older ninjas, who were well aware that Might Guy's father, Might Due, dedicated 2 decades to mastering taijutsu, ultimately developing a formidable technique known as the 8 gates. During the Second Ninja World War, Might Due single-handedly defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist with this technique, which was nothing short of miraculous. His son, Might Guy, was a prodigy in his own right, possessing skills in taijutsu that rivaled those of his father, achieving the rank of elite jonin solely through his remarkable martial prowess, earning immense admiration. However, it is often said that all techniques are inferior, with ninjutsu reigning supreme. No matter how exceptional Might Guy's taijutsu was, it could not be relied upon to contend with a would-release prodigy endowed with talent surpassing that of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. In truth, the original name of the 8 gates was Chaotic Heaven's Escape, a secret technique bestowed upon my father after he fell from a cliff in his youth and encountered a divine being. This celestial figure stated that only those with extraordinary vitality could cultivate Chaotic Heaven's Escape. My father merely practiced the first level of this 9-tiered technique. Furthermore, those who mastered Chaotic Heaven's Escape could seamlessly absorb all forms of ninjutsu, including those of bloodline limits and unique techniques. I firmly believe that Xiao Yun, possessing a 9th-level would-release talent, is that individual with exceptional vitality. Therefore, I implore you all, for the sake of Kenoha, to entrust Xiao Yun to me for training. Upon finishing his plea, Might Guy knelt earnestly before the 3 esteemed leaders of Kenoha. The onlookers were stunned, unable to fathom the profound origins of the so-called 8 gates. Realizing that Might Due had boasted about creating it himself, Xiao Yun, equally bewildered, gazed at the kneeling Might Guy, astonished to learn that the 8 gates were indeed known as Chaotic Heaven's Escape, a name reminiscent of ancient texts in the realm of cultivation. However, he was not inclined to follow Might Guy in training, envisioning a rigorous regimen involving heavy weights and prohibitions against women. Such a path of strength was one even the local ruffians would disdain. With so many beautiful women from the Hyuga clan around, why would he choose to associate with this eccentric? Chaotic Heaven's Escape? The name itself seemed to denote a grand destiny. Just then, a voice filled with excitement echoed in Xiao Yun's mind. System, is that you? He weakly inquired. Indeed, it is I. Listen, you must learn Chaotic Heaven's Escape from this man named Might Guy, the system commanded. Who are you calling a fool? Show yourself, and I'll teach you a lesson. Xiao Yun retorted defiantly. You won't learn, huh? I can take away your talent if you refuse, the system threatened. Go ahead, I dare you. Xiao Yun shot back. Fine. But let me tell you this. Should you master Chaotic Heaven's Escape, no one in this world will stand a chance against you, not even the so-called god of ninjas. The system added, softening its tone. I refuse. Did you not hear the elders of the Hyuga clan? Mastering this technique means I cannot touch women. What purpose is there in living? Xiao Yun replied, exasperated. How did I end up with such a system? My first master was a paragon of talent, unwavering in his pursuit of greatness. Young man, if you wish to stand atop the world, you must forsake all thoughts of women, the system admonished sternly. Get lost. I won't learn. Xiao Yun dismissed the system's words. What would it take for you to agree to learn? The system's voice escalated, sounding almost frantic. I will not learn. No matter what. Xiao Yun declared resolutely. Rest assured, touching women is not an absolute prohibition. It is merely a temporary measure. Once you open the 5th gate, you may pursue them freely, the system pleaded. Fine. I'll learn, just stop pestering me. Xiao Yun relented, somewhat impressed by the system's tenacity. Perhaps Chaotic Heaven's Escape was indeed a powerful technique. After all, his extraordinary talent was largely due to the system's influence. He could not abandon it like Tsunade did after her success. After all, Xiao Yun possessed integrity. I choose to train under Master Might Guy to learn the 8 gates. Xiao Yun announced slowly. Chapter 9. Learning the 8 Gates Silence. The classroom, which had been filled with chatter moments before, was now enveloped in utter stillness. So quiet that even the softest breath could be heard. Everyone stared at Xiao Yun in disbelief, unable to comprehend his choice. This was a favorable turn. Whether through ninjutsu or taijutsu, mastering either would pave the way for him to become a formidable force. Let Xiao Yun train with Guy. As for ninjutsu training, I shall discuss it with the daimyo before making a decision. Having said that, who is in favor and who opposes? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The third Hokage's stance was primarily to prevent Xiao Yun from becoming embroiled in the feudal factional disputes of Kenoha. However, such a talent should not be limited to taijutsu alone. That would be a waste of potential. Should this matter reach the daimyo, I could leverage his authority to convene a special meeting in Kenoha, allowing for a vote to determine Xiao Yun's ultimate allegiance. With my influence over the daimyo, successfully bringing Xiao Yun under my wing would pose no problem, rendering any faction's objections moot. I oppose. Danzo was the first to interject, his demeanor dark as he glared at the third Hokage. Having dealt with Sarutobi Hiruzen for years, Danzo could sense his intentions and felt a twinge of urgency. Speak up. Hyuga Hizashi, you understand the significance of Xiao Yun's affiliation, Danzo pressed. Hyuga Hizashi regarded Hiruzen thoughtfully before turning to Danzo. After a moment of silence, he spoke. I find the Hokage's proposal reasonable. The power of the 8 gates is indeed formidable. As for ninjutsu, we can arrange for someone to instruct Xiao Yun later. However, I do have a small request. Please, go ahead, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied swiftly, seizing the opportunity before Danzo could interject. If he could secure the support of the Hyuga clan, Danzo would find himself at a disadvantage. Xiao Yun must marry into the Hyuga clan. Rest assured, we will provide you with the finest partner. Simply tell me whom you fancy, and we will arrange the marriage, even if she is already wed, Hizashi offered, his demeanor earnest as he sought to produce a child with exceptional talent. Xiao Yun was taken aback, his heart soaring at the prospect of choosing from the women of the Hyuga clan. The idea of marrying even one who was already wed filled him with excitement. However, he dared not reveal any hint of his enthusiasm, feeling an ominous chill creeping up his back. A true man born into tumultuous times should not indulge in the comforts of gentle affections. I, Xiao Yun, graciously acknowledge Lord Hinata's goodwill. Until I transform into an unparalleled powerhouse, I will not yield to the allure of beauty. With righteous conviction, I firmly declined Hinata Hizashi's advances. Applause erupted, and the crowd regarded Xiao Yun with profound admiration. Little did they know, at that moment, Xiao Yun's heart was bleeding, especially upon seeing the beautiful women of the Hyuga clan. He yearned to kneel and proclaim, "My esteemed father-in-law, may I pay my respects." Tsunade could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, at least you have a conscience. Should you dare to acquiesce to Hinata Hizashi, I would reveal the matter of your child within me. Very well. I have not misjudged you, Xiao Yun. We shall set this matter aside for now. Once you have attained your goals, we will revisit it. Hinata Hizashi nodded in satisfaction. After all, a forcibly bent melon is not sweet when Xiao Yun grows stronger. It would not be too late to discuss this matter again, for he was confident in the appeal of the women from the Hyuga clan. Indeed, when Xiao Yun becomes powerful, I shall personally assist in matchmaking with the Hyuga clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a smile. Enough of your nonsense, old man. Have you even asked Xiao Yun what type of woman he prefers? Tsunade interjected with a fierce shout. The crowd was bewildered, unsure of Tsunade's sudden outburst. Xiao Yun, I must remind you, the 8 gates of Duenjia is not easily mastered. Many elite jonin have struggled for years without success. You must consider this carefully, Danzo advised, glancing at Xiao Yun as the two reached a consensus. I am well aware, yet I maintain that all techniques pale in comparison to the mastery of taijutsu. All ninjutsu are merely manifestations of internal power. Only taijutsu is pure and unembellished. I have resolved to learn the 8 gates of Duenjia, specifically the Chaos Sky Duenjia. Xiao Yun declared resolutely. Very well. Since you have spoken thus, let it be decided. Kai, from this day forth, the Holy Sun is entrusted to you. Should there be any mishap, I shall hold you accountable. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for Kai to take Xiao Yun away. Understood. At Xiao Yun's residence, Tsunade admonished, Xiao Yun, remember this. From today onward, you must train diligently. If I catch you slacking off, I will not hesitate to discipline you. Though you are now the Holy Son of Kenoha, the path to advancement remains unchanged. If you fail to fulfill our prior agreement, I shall still hold you accountable. I will certainly train earnestly, living up to your expectations, Lady Tsunade. Xiao Yun replied respectfully, though in his heart, he thought, just wait. Once I grow powerful, I shall marry 100 women before your eyes. Tsunade chuckled at Xiao Yun's demeanor, recognizing his insincerity. Approaching him, she softened her tone. Xiao Yun, do you believe I am too harsh on you? Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, incredulity washing over him. What had prompted this sudden gentleness? Something felt amiss. No. Lady Tsunade only wishes the best for me. I will certainly train hard, honoring your trust as well as that of the sage of the Senju clan, he asserted earnestly. Enough with the declarations, Tsunade smiled, her beauty momentarily stunning Xiao Yun into silence. By the way, you must not disclose to anyone that my grandfather once inhabited your body. And if any beauties from the Hyuga clan come to seduce you, what will you do? I shall firmly reject them and maintain my integrity, Xiao Yun replied promptly. Humph. Tsunade scoffed. Stop pretending. I know what men are like. I warn you, should you dare to betray me, I will take severe measures against you. What if I cannot contain myself? Holding it in for too long can lead to problems, Xiao Yun instinctively remarked. This is for you. If you cannot control yourself, find your own solution, Tsunade said, handing him a book. What is this? Xiao Yun questioned as he opened the cover, only to be met with a collection of provocative images of Tsunade herself, each more revealing than the last. Wait, what do you mean? You want me to use this book to resolve my issues? And I must trouble the fifth Hokage? He stammered. Is that not enough? Tsunade asked, her expression stern. That is sufficient. I thank you for this generous gift, Lady Tsunade. I shall make sure to express my gratitude thrice daily, Xiao Yun said, utterly speechless. All right. It is getting late. Kai is still waiting for you. I have prepared your belongings. You may leave. Xiao Yun, this is where we will rest during training, Kai announced, leading him deep into the forest, pointing to two thatched huts in a clearing. Good grief. I am the holy son of Kenoha. This is far too humble. Xiao Yun exclaimed. Look at this beautiful landscape, the clear waters, and the fresh air. It is a place brimming with vitality, specially chosen for your training. Are you satisfied? Kai smiled. Very satisfied. Xiao Yun grimaced slightly. That is all that matters. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow we will commence your training in the first layer of the Chaos Sky Duanjia. Be prepared, for mastering the 8 gates of Duanjia is no easy feat. Though you are the holy son of Kenoha, I will show no mercy as your teacher, Kai stated earnestly. By the way, Teacher Kai, who does the third hut belong to? Xiao Yun asked, puzzled. Look who has come. Guess what I caught today? A boy with a similar watermelon hairstyle bounded toward them. Excitement radiating from him. Xiao Yun recognized him immediately. Rock Lee. Chapter 10. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? The following day, before dawn. Precisely at 1 in the morning, Xiao Yun was awakened by Li's enthusiastic calls, marking the start of a new day of training. Li, are you out of your mind? It's only 1 o'clock. Even dogs are still asleep. Xiao Yun groaned, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Junior brother, if it weren't for Teacher Kai considering this your first day, we would have already begun training. Li responded, already warming up for the day's regimen. His exercises included one-finger push-ups, frog jumps spanning 10 meters, and 360-degree mid-air rotations. Leaving Xiao Yun awestruck. This young man possessed extraordinary physical prowess. Had he competed in the Olympics on Earth, he would undoubtedly win gold medals in gymnastics and long jump. Especially with Li's final move, a perfect split, the speed and power he exhibited were astounding. If he were to embrace a woman during such a maneuver. Oh, the implications. Li, what do you call that move? It's incredible, Xiao Yun exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. This is called Sea King's Sorrow, one of the foundational exercises to strengthen the waist. This is child's play compared to what Teacher Kai can do. He often drives stakes deep into the ground with this move, Li declared, his gaze filled with admiration. Sea King's Sorrow? The name is quite fitting. Even the Sea King would be troubled by it. Li, teach me, Xiao Yun urged, a mischievous smile forming as he imagined the possibilities. Calm down, Xiao Yun, a voice chimed in from behind them. Emerging from the shadows, Mike Guy appeared, carrying 3 large sacks of rice. Have you two energetic youths been waiting long? A new day has dawned. Let your vitality explode. Mike Guy let out a resounding shout, followed by a series of movements that were both perplexing and awkward. For those familiar with Dragon Ball, these actions resembled those of the Jinyu Force before their missions. Long live youth, invincible youth. Rock Lee mirrored the same set of movements in response. The two then embraced. Their voices unified and filled with exhilaration as they greeted the new day. Let us go. Xiao Yun felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps rising all over him. Goodness, am I destined to perform such exuberant movements in the future? Since junior brother Xiao has arrived, Shall we slightly modify our youthful dance? Rock Lee suggested with enthusiasm. My dear disciple, your thoughts are indeed thorough. Might Guy regarded Rock Lee with satisfaction. No, Teacher Guy, Brother Lee, you two can dance, but I'll pass. Xiao Yun hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. Might Guy chuckled, not pressing the issue, and continued, Xiao sang. Today we shall commence your training with a project called How Many Floors Can You Carry a Bag of Rice? Prepare yourself. How many floors can I carry a bag of rice? Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, puzzled. Indeed, we shall train with this today. It promises to be quite intriguing. A spark of excitement flickered in Rock Lee's eyes. The trio arrived at the foot of a towering mountain, illuminated by the bright moonlight. As Xiao Yun gazed upward, he saw the peak piercing the clouds, barren save for some weeds at its base, resembling a solitary giant amidst the heavens. Today, our training is quite simple, a physical limit test. Each of us will carry a bag of rice while climbing the mountain, with 10 meters equating to 1 floor. Hence the name How Many Floors Can You Carry a Bag of Rice? Might Guy explained with a smile. Is it really that simple? Xiao Yun questioned, glancing at the two. Junior brother, do not underestimate this training. The bag of rice we carry is no ordinary rice. Rock Lee replied with a mysterious smile. What kind of rice is it? Xiao Yun's curiosity deepened. This rice can disrupt the human chakra. If you carry it for more than 3 minutes, your chakra will gradually decompose. Rock Lee, tell junior brother how many floors we can manage with a bag of rice. Mike Guy stated seriously. I can manage 3 floors with a bag. And Guy can manage 5. Many ninjas from Kenoha struggle to carry it even for 2 floors. But Guy, is it appropriate to assign such rigorous training to junior brother right from the start? Rock Lee looked at Mike Guy, puzzled. Mike Guy smiled slightly and simply said, let the training begin. The 3 each shouldered a bag of rice and began their ascent. What the heck? Is this rice? Why is it so heavy? Xiao Yun felt as if he were carrying a sack of iron. As Mike Guy had mentioned, this bag genuinely decomposed chakra within the body. Chakra is the source of a ninja's power. Without it, one must rely solely on their physical strength to climb. Strangely, the gravitational field of this mountain was evidently much stronger than elsewhere, and the higher they climbed, the more gravity seemed to increase exponentially. This is unscientific. Can the gravitational field even change? Where's Newton when you need him? Come out and explain. At this moment, Mike Guy had climbed about 20 meters, while Rock Lee had reached 10, both drenched in sweat. Suddenly, Mike Guy turned to see Xiao Yun, who, despite climbing a similar distance to Rock Lee, wore an expression of serene composure. Chapter 11. 2 words of swagger in the darkness. Countless eyes were fixated on Xiao Yun atop the mountain. Lord Hokage, how many floors do you think the Chosen One can carry a bag of rice? Kakashi Hitaki's eyes were filled with astonishment. When he had first attempted to climb this mountain, he had barely managed to reach the 2nd floor before collapsing in exhaustion. Yet this individual appeared so unfazed. Could it be that his ninjutsu talent was unparalleled and his physical prowess equally extraordinary? The path of fairness is universal, yet the heavens are flawed. It is impossible for one individual to possess both exceptional ninjutsu talent and supreme physical strength, mused the 3rd Hokage, shaking his head. As a ninja scholar, he had witnessed countless geniuses, but none had ever been deemed dual masters of ninjutsu and physical prowess. Mike Guy is being reckless by having the Chosen One climb this mountain. It could jeopardize Xiao Yun's foundation, Hinata Hanabi remarked, her brow furrowed in concern. Hanabi, Mike Guy is the foremost taijutsu expert in Kenoha. He must have confidence in his methods. Let us observe further, Hinata Hizashi replied softly. Lord Danzo, I have made the arrangements. We will act tomorrow to seize the Chosen One. An androgynous member of the Umbu knelt respectfully beside Danzo. Cancel the operation. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already alerted the daimyo. We shall reassess the situation, he commanded. Oh, ugh. Lady Tsunade, your pregnancy symptoms are quite pronounced. We should return to rest, Shizune said gently, patting Tsunade's back. No, let us see how far Xiao Yun can climb. After that, we can return, Tsunade replied, wiping the residue from her lips, forcing herself to focus on Xiao Yun in the distance, a hint of worry in her eyes. 10 minutes passed, and Rock Lee finally reached the 1st tier at 10 meters, now drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Rock Lee, you seem quite weak. You need to train more. Here, have a smoke, Xiao Yun said, shifting the bag of rice to his other shoulder and pulling out 2 homemade cigarettes, offering one to Rock Lee. I quit. Rock Lee waved his hand dismissively, while internally grappling with a storm of emotions. How could Xiaoyun manage this with such ease? Xiaoyun smiled lightly and said, "A man must smoke. It's a tribute to our ancestors. You keep climbing. I'll catch up with teacher guy." "Wait, junior brother, aren't you tired?" Rock Lee's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xiaoyun. It was known that the special rice they were carrying absorbed chakra, and climbing this mountain with its unique gravitational enhancement could not be sustained by chakra alone. It relied entirely on physical strength. Was it possible that this individual possessed not only extraordinary wood-release talent, but also an absurdly robust physique? Impossible. Rock Lee vehemently shook his head. "Tired? How could I not be? But a man keeps his exhaustion to himself. I'm off now, see you." Xiaoyun chuckled, taking a deep drag from his cigarette as he continued his ascent. "I cannot be outdone by a newcomer. The first gate of the 8 gates is open." Rock Lee's eyes ignited with fierce determination as a faint blue gas expelled from behind him, and he charged forward, carrying the rice. "Hey, this kid has quite the competitive spirit," Xiaoyun exclaimed. However, something felt off. Wasn't he the first gate supposed to be the open gate? Why was it the back gate instead? The plot seemed inconsistent. Yet, Xiaoyun was too indifferent to ponder it further. He would learn it eventually. As he noticed Rock Lee closing the distance, his own competitive spirit ignited. "I am a transmigrator equipped with a system. Surely, many eyes are upon me. Perhaps even the mother of my child is watching. I cannot be surpassed by you. Today, I must maintain my facade. Sister, boldly move forward. Do not look back." Xiaoyun bellowed, his voice resonating powerfully in the quiet night, causing the surrounding wildlife to stir in alarm. After singing, he quickened his pace, taking one step after another, akin to a devil-esque stride. Yet after just 5 meters, he sensed something amiss. The higher he climbed, the more gravity seemed to increase. What kind of cursed mountain is this? Not only is it oddly shaped, but it also has this bizarre effect. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoyun pressed on, carrying the bag of rice as he ascended. Phew, I finally reached the second tier at 20 meters. Xiaoyun was drenched in sweat, so he decided to discard his shirt, revealing a physique of impressive musculature. Under the moonlight, droplets of sweat glistened on his body like tiny jewels. "Hey, ladies of Kenoha, take a good look at this physique," he boasted. "Such a fine body. I refuse to believe you can resist." He had reached the second tier. The onlookers were astounded by his remarkable physical prowess. In the distance, Hinata Yumi gazed with dreamy eyes, thinking, "This guy is so bold. Not only is his wood-release ninjutsu exceptional, but his physical strength is astonishing. What's more, his figure is flawless and he is incredibly handsome. Even his voice is ruggedly charming. If he were to hold me, I might just, what am I thinking?" Shaking her head vigorously, Yumi covered her eyes with her hand, desperately trying to suppress her burgeoning feelings. Yet, ultimately, she quietly opened a small gap to steal a glance at Xiaoyun. "I must propose immediately. I can't wait until tomorrow." Hinata Hayashi was impatient, wishing he could bind Xiaoyun to become a son-in-law of the Hinata clan right away. This shameless fellow. Tsunade shouted angrily, certain that he was flaunting himself deliberately, aware of the women watching him. "Just you wait." Tsunade glared at Xiaoyun, who was intermittently performing various calisthenics in the distance. In the meantime, Ino observed with a knowing smile. As a woman herself, she understood Tsunade's thoughts perfectly. This guy is insufferable, but truth be told, his physique is quite commendable, Ino thought, shaking her head to clear her mind. "Stop thinking about that. What are you mumbling about over there, Ino?" "Oh, nothing. Lord Hokage, I just feel like taking this guy down," Kakashi said, gazing at Xiaoyun with a bemused expression. "Same here," Danzo added. Chapter 12. I want to challenge my limits at the midpoint of the second tier. Xiaoyun took a deep breath. The gravitational force weighing down on him was now over 20 times greater than usual. Just standing still required him to summon all his inner strength. Coupled with the heavy sack of rice on his back, which absorbed chakra, every step he took was accompanied by the creaking of bones, and the pain intensified with altitude. Ding. Task activated. Climb to the 5th tier of Jireh Mountain. Reward 110 would release chakra evolution points. Reward 2. The host may absorb any one of the water, fire, earth, or metal chakra types. This task is the system's initial mission and cannot be abandoned. It has been automatically accepted by the host. Failure penalty. The host will be stripped of wood release chakra and will never be able to absorb it again. What the heck? Is this system trying to mess with me? The difficulty is too high. Reaching the 2nd tier took everything I had, let alone the 5th tier. I'm not even sure I can make it to the third. Xiao Yun exclaimed. Come on, system. Is this some kind of joke? You want me to learn that ridiculous chaotic heaven escape? Brother, this is already the lowest difficulty level. Just try a bit harder. I can't change the task difficulty, but I can increase the rewards. How does that sound? Remove the failure penalty. That is too harsh. Xiao Yun protested. I lack the authority, the system replied. Are you the actual system, or just a temp? What good is a system that has no power? At that moment, Xiaoli had caught up. Huh. I knew you'd slow down. He smirked. If you surpass me right off the bat, how will I ever gain Kai's respect? Host, based on your permissions, I can teach you a set of would-release healing ninjutsu, which can treat physical injuries and alleviate pain, the system chimed in. What's the point? My chakra is nearly depleted. Xiao Yin retorted. This healing technique requires very little chakra. If enough with the delays. Teach me now. Xiao Yin gritted his teeth. The overwhelming gravity threatening to burst his veins. Blood was already seeping from several wounds. Would release. Spring returns to the earth. Learning in progress. 1, 2, 3. Learning complete. Suddenly, a wave of information flooded Xiao Yun's mind. The technique activated, and a refreshing current surged through him, spreading to his limbs. The tiny fissures on his skin healed almost instantly. Even his dislocated joints returned to normal, and the pain dissipated. What a relief. This sensation was more exhilarating than anything else. Junior brother, if you can't take it, don't push yourself. It's your first time, and you could lose a lot of blood. Xiaoli cautioned. I relish the thrill of my first time. The more bloodshed, the more exhilarating it is. Xiao Yun chuckled, feeling as if he was being mocked by Xiaoli. Enough of this. Xiao Yun shouted, shouldering the sack of rice, and taking several more steps forward. Humph. Xiaoli ground his teeth. This guy is truly a weirdo, but I refuse to lose to a rookie. Opening the second gate, rest gate. Xiaoli roared, enveloped in blue energy as he pursued Xiao Yun. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Finally, he reached the third tier. Xiao Yun sensed the gravitational force had escalated to nearly 50 times his body weight. He could now see Gaia's figure, positioned between the third and fourth tiers. The onlookers were utterly astounded. Xiao Yun's physical strength was extraordinary. Even with the 8 gates technique, Xiaoli was no match for him. If Xiao Yun also mastered the 8 gates, he would surpass Guy in prowess. Many spectators began to think it might be wise to have him train with Guy. However, given his exhausted appearance, it seemed he had reached his limit. Hey, veteran driver, give me a boost. I'll treat you to a massage. Xiao Yun shouted, attempting to rally his spirits. Enough. Another step forward, and blood seeped from his wounds once more. Would release. Spring returns to the earth. His injuries healed instantly, and he took another step, moving about half a meter. Time ticked by, and after 10 minutes, Xiao Yun astonishingly reached the midpoint between the third and fourth tiers, merely 5 meters away from Guy. Wow, what a freak. I can't keep up. Forcing myself would only lead to disaster. The Li family has only me as a descendant. Xiao Li conceded, his eyes filled with a mix of admiration and frustration. This guy is truly extraordinary, Guy thought, his eyes wide in disbelief. I've spent years training my body to achieve this level, and he has done it purely through innate strength. Although he hasn't reached the fourth tier, this is still remarkable. Yet, observing Xiao Yun's condition, it was evident he had reached his limit. 1 more step. Xiao Yun pushed forward, now only 3 meters from Guy. 2.9, 2.8, 2.7. Guy-sensei, I finally caught up to you. Xiao Yun exclaimed, his entire being flushed. Even the healing technique could not fully mend his injuries. You are the most remarkable genius I have ever encountered. Might Guy's eyes radiate an unparalleled brilliance. Such a prodigy is surely destined to master the chaotic escape. Heaven bless us. Xiao Yun, let us descend. Sorry, teacher. I wish to challenge my limits. Chapter 13. The 5th layer of the physical body silence. An eerie, deathly silence. At this moment, Might Guy was rendered speechless by Xiao Yun's astonishing declaration. To challenge the 5th layer? Even at his current state, ascending to the 5th layer required reaching the 3rd gate of the 8 gates. And this lad was attempting to scale the peak of Jira Mountain for the very first time. What did you just say? Might Guy struggled to lift his hands to rub his ears, deeply suspecting he had misheard. Teacher Kai, you heard correctly. I am determined to challenge the 5th layer. Xiao Yun proclaimed with unwavering conviction. A chorus of disbelief echoed from all directions, as onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. Had this fellow lost his mind? Absolutely insane. Kakashi informed Kai. Do not allow Xiao Yun to act recklessly. The gravitational enhancement beyond the fourth layer of Jira Mountain is extraordinarily perilous. It could jeopardize his foundation. The usually composed Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed a rare urgency. Such audacity. Umbu A, B, and X. You must act swiftly to prevent Xiao Yun from proceeding. The Leaf's chosen one cannot be allowed to come to harm. Indeed, Xiao Yun has brought us an abundance of surprises. To ascend Jira Mountain and reach the fourth layer on his first attempt, let alone challenge the fifth, is a feat that even I only achieved at the second layer. Hyuga Hizashi couldn't help but admire Xiao Yun even more. He is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses, a talent unparalleled throughout history. Grandfather, Xiao Yun is being reckless. Yumi, fret not. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that cunning old fox, will not stand idly by. Ugh, pregnancy is excruciating. I never endured such agony even during my battle with Hanzo the Salamander. Lady Tsunade, it appears Xiao Yun is attempting to breach the fifth layer. Let him go. What? The fifth layer? Is he throwing caution to the wind? Xiao Yun, you must return at once. Xiao Yun, reaching the fourth layer on your first attempt is already a remarkable achievement, comparable to that of the first Hokage. The gravitational enhancement beyond the fourth layer is truly terrifying. It's time to stop. Even Mike Guy, known as the Leaf's hothead, frowned, disapproving of Xiao Yun's decision to continue climbing, as this gravitational force was more than tenfold that of the previous layers. If they were previously carrying a hen up the mountain, now they were burdened with an elephant. I refuse. As a ninja, how can I retreat in the face of difficulty? To stand atop the peak and survey all beneath is the mark of a true man. Xiao Yun declared resolutely, gesturing for Teacher Kai to cease his counsel. Very well, I shall accompany you in this endeavor. But Xiao Yun, since you've made it this far, I believe you should discard the rice on your back, Mike Guy said, his admiration for Xiao Yun evident. All right, Xiao Yun, unpretentious, discarded the sack on his shoulder, prompting Mike Guy to follow suit. Hey, Teacher Kai, are you throwing yours too? Ahem. Well, this is to facilitate taking care of you. If something were to happen, carrying the rice would be inconvenient, wouldn't it? Mike Guy's eyes flickered. Oh, how touching. Xiao Yun felt a surge of emotion. Let us proceed. With each step, Xiao Yun found the weight almost unbearable. Steady. Another step. With a snap, the blood vessels on the back of Xiao Yun's hand ruptured, and blood cascaded to the ground. Wood release. Spring returns to the earth. Without the chakra influence from the rice, Xiao Yun's chakra gradually replenished, and the healing effects of spring returns to the earth significantly improved. Another step. Crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed as immense pain threatened to render Xiao Yun unconscious. Fortunately, spring returns to the earth not only healed injuries, but also alleviated suffering. For the sake of evolving my wood-release chakra into its second form, I will persevere. Xiao Yun lifted his foot, taking another step, though the distance was markedly diminished. With each step, Xiao Yun was compelled to utilize spring returns to the earth. In the short span of merely 2 meters, he had employed the technique over a dozen times, and his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Press on. Gradually, Xiao Yun's consciousness began to fade. Time slipped away, and he collapsed. When Xiao Yun awoke once more, he found himself in the Kenoha hospital, surrounded by a throng of people. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. You have gained 10 points of wood-release chakra evolution value. Congratulations, host, for your wood-release chakra entering its second form. Congratulations, host, for obtaining dual attribute chakra absorption permissions. You may select one from gold, water, fire, or earth. Will you choose and absorb now? The system's voice rang out. The task was accomplished. It meant he had reached the 5th layer. No. Xiao Yun decisively rejected the system. He was already sufficiently conspicuous. Absorbing chakra from other systems at this moment would only lead to being captured by the leaf and handed over to the scientists for dissection and research. Moreover, even if he wished to absorb it, he was currently bound in bandages, and the relentless pain coursing through his body made him cry out. Xiao Yun, you've been reckless. Had the Umbu not intervened promptly to weaken the gravitational field of Jira Mountain, you would have either perished or sustained grave injuries. The Hokage remarked while taking a puff from his pipe. Third Hokage, this genius must not be entrusted to that reckless guy. If you persist with this decision, I will have no choice but to convene a special meeting of the Leaf and report this matter to the daimyo for a final decision. Danzo spoke coldly. I care not how you argue. Xiao Yun must become my Hyuga clan's son-in-law, Hyuga Hisashi stated, uninterested in their squabbles. His goal was clear, to have Xiao Yun as the progenitor of the Hyuga clan, inheriting his exceptional genes. This matter, I shall wholeheartedly facilitate, Danzo interjected. Having grasped the situation, the Hyuga clan held an unparalleled status in Kenoha. Even if their support could not be secured, maintaining their neutrality was a commendable outcome. Creak. The door swung open suddenly, revealing an elderly man and a woman. Chapter 14. The first gate opens in 3 days. The newcomers were none other than Kenoha's advisors. Nara Shikaku and Mito Gate, known as the Hidden Dragons and Phoenixes of Kenoha, holding nearly equal standing with the Hokage. As soon as they appeared, everyone, with the exception of the Hokage, Danzo, and Hyuga Hisashi, promptly bowed in respect. Please, no need for formalities. Nara Shikaku waved his hand dismissively. You must be Xiao Yun. Quite impressive. Mito Gate smiled at Xiao Yun, his eyes filled with admiration. Since the two advisors are present, I shall be forthright. I oppose entrusting Xiao Yun's training to the third Hokage. I request that you two agree to have him trained by the Umbu, Danzo hastily interjected. Indeed, we have come for this matter. Xiao Yun's talent is unparalleled, and his training must be handled with utmost caution, Nara Shikaku said earnestly. He then produced a scroll, unfurling it with precision. Behold, the final decree of the 5 great nations of the Land of Fire, Mito Gate proclaimed. With a flourish, everyone knelt in reverence. The daimyo declares, Xiao Yun's talents are extraordinary, unmatched throughout history. After careful deliberation by the 5 great nations, it has been resolved that the matter of Xiao Yun's training shall be under the complete authority of the third Hokage. No department within the Leaf shall contest this decision. After reading the contents of the scroll, Mito Gate handed it to his subordinates for verification. I dissent. The third Hokage is too reckless. Everyone is aware of the events that transpired last night. Xiao Yun nearly lost his life. For the sake of the Leaf, I implore you two advisors to discuss this with the daimyo again. This decision is utterly foolish. Danzo exclaimed vehemently, throwing the scroll to the ground. Danzo, mind your tone. This is a collective decision made by the daimyo. Mito Gate's expression darkened. I misspoke. Danzo lowered his head, hastily admitting his fault. The third Hokage, having entrusted Xiao Yun to you, turned and departed, followed by the dispersal of the crowd. Lord Hokage, I was just concerned that Danzo might seize this opportunity to take Xiao Yun away. How did you manage to persuade the daimyo to issue such a declaration? Kakashi Hatake inquired, perplexed by the third Hokage's actions. Dare to challenge me? Danzo is still momentarily stunned. The third Hokage replied with an enigmatic smile. Kakashi furrowed his brow. No wonder the Hokage had remained silent earlier. He must have had everything planned. What was his secret? A day later, Xiao Yun had fully recovered. Thanks to the remarkable healing effects of the spring return to earth technique, a result of the evolution of his wood-release chakra. Teacher Kai, I have returned, Xiao Yun announced, entering Might Guy's training grounds with his belongings. Xiao Yun, exclaimed Might Guy and Li, astonished by his rapid recovery. Just the other day, Xiao Yun had been carried down the mountain, a bloodied figure with multiple fractures, barely clinging to life. The third Hokage had even expressed his fury, condemning Guy to remain in place for his accountability. How could Xiao Yun appear so whole and healthy in just a day? Teacher Kai, I learned from Tintin that Lady Tsunade exhausted all her chakra to save me when I was unconscious. I heard she even fainted afterward, Xiao Yun explained. So that's why your recovery was so swift. It was Lady Tsunade who intervened. That makes sense, Might Guy nodded, understanding dawning upon him. What? Tsunade fainted to save me? Xiao Yun's brow furrowed in concern. Why had no one informed him of this? Was she perhaps developing feelings for him? It seemed likely. Xiao Yun, time waits for no one. If you feel ready, let us begin training in the 8 gates, Might Guy declared, ever the training enthusiast. Absolutely. Xiao Yun responded eagerly. The first layer of the 8 gates technique unlocks the body's ultimate limits, unleashing unimaginable power. Yet the complete unlocking of all 8 gates would lead to the user's body succumbing to the overwhelming force, resulting in their demise. However, mastery of the subsequent layers of the Chaos Sky Escape technique requires a foundation in the 8 gates. Otherwise, further progress is futile. After detailing the Chaos Sky Escape, Might Guy sighed deeply, revealing his exhaustion. To be honest, I have only managed to unlock 7 gates, and my body is showing signs of collapse. Unlocking the 8th gate is almost a death sentence. I may never be able to cultivate the second layer of chaos sky escape in this lifetime. But you, Xiao Yun, after last night, I am almost certain you can glimpse the mysteries of this technique. Indeed, I believe my junior brother can achieve this, Li added, his eyes filled with admiration. Previously harboring some jealousy toward Xiao Yun, he now felt nothing but respect. Having witnessed Xiao Yun's remarkable ascent to the 5th tier of the Jur Mountain, a feat unprecedented in history, Xiao Yun's gaze brimmed with anticipation. After all, Might Guy had nearly altered the course of the Naruto saga by merely unlocking 8 gates. If he were to master the second layer of the Chaos Sky Escape, he could surely overpower even the Akatsuki clan. Enough idle chatter. Let us commence our training in the 8 gates. Let youth ignite, Might Guy proclaimed, rising with fervor. In the following days, Xiao Yun truly grasped the meaning of grueling training. Each night, as the witching hour approached, he found himself dragged from sleep. Limbs bound with 200 pounds of iron, 300 push-ups, 5 kilometers of sprinting, 10 kilometers of jogging, and 2 kilometers of swimming. Even a donkey from a production team would weep at such a regimen, though he gritted his teeth and persevered. The most unbearable part was Might Guy's insistence on donning his tight, green uniform. This was simply intolerable. After all, he considered himself quite the handsome man, with an air that rivaled even the renowned web novelist, Blue Star's most handsome author. But in that garb, he felt utterly foolish. I refuse to wear this. My dignity cannot be compromised. I must maintain my reputation as a stud of the Hyuga clan. 3 days later, in the early morning, while meditating, Xiao Yun suddenly shouted, feeling his chakra surge rapidly, flowing towards the first gate of his body. Open, he bellowed, blue energy erupting from his skin. Has he opened the first gate in just 3 days? Might Guy and Li gasped in disbelief. It took them an entire year to achieve such a feat. And here Xiao Yun had done it in mere days. Xiao Yun, you are truly a prodigy, Might Guy exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in astonishment. Is this the power that comes with unlocking the 8 gates? Xiao Yun marveled at his hands, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength. Perhaps he could even match Tsunade in an arm wrestling contest now. Speaking of which, it had been far too long since he had seen her. The last time, she had fainted while saving him, and he hadn't had the chance to check on her well-being or see if her condition had improved. Teacher Kai, I would like to take half a day off tomorrow to visit Lady Tsunade, Xiao Yun stated. Yes, it is only right, and just that you go see her. Here, take this 3,000 yen and bring her a gift, Might Guy replied. Chapter 15. Sasuke Uchiha's challenge Kenoha Hospital. Executive sweet gagging. Tsunade leaned over the toilet, expelling the remnants of last night's meal, her exquisite face pale and pitiful. Outside the door, Xiao Yun approached, fruit basket in hand, only to find Shizun standing vigil. Sister Shizun, I came to see Tsunade. I heard she fainted while saving me. Is she all right? Xiao Yun inquired. Xiao Yun, you lack compassion. Lady Tsunade not only fainted to save you, but nearly suffered a miscarriage. And here you are, eager to get engaged to the Hyuga clan. Do you even have a conscience? Shizun reprimanded him fiercely. Engaged to the Hyuga clan? Xiao Yun was taken aback, utterly confused. Sister Shizun, I had no idea about any engagement. This is pure rumor. He insisted, waving his hands dismissively. Humph, keep pretending. The entire village is abuzz with news of your impending marriage to the Hyuga heiress, Shizun retorted, clearly unconvinced. Sister Shizun, I swear on my honor, I am completely unaware of this matter. Enough of this debate. I must see the mother of my child, Xiao Yun declared, raising his voice. Tsunade, I'm coming in. He called out. Tsunade, it's Xiao Yun. I'm here to see you. After a long silence and no response, he shouted again. Tsunade, I'm coming in. The door isn't locked. Can't you let yourself in? Do you really expect me to help you? Inside, Tsunade's voice rang out in frustration. The door creaked open, revealing her lying quietly on the hospital bed. The sunset's warm glow illuminated her stunning features, and perhaps due to her illness, the usually decisive Tsunade appeared imbued with a mature allure. That captivating charm was intoxicating, drawing one in and making it hard to look away. In that moment, Xiao Yun finally comprehended the meaning of the saying, when young, one does not recognize the beauty of maturity, mistaking a maiden for treasure. Xiao Yun was utterly mesmerized. Tsunade was simply too beautiful, and the thought that she was carrying his child overwhelmed him with awe. Why are you here instead of focusing on your training? Tsunade scolded, noticing his intense gaze. With a single remark, the atmosphere fell flat. Xiao Yun chuckled awkwardly, at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Tsunade, I have heard from Shizen that your pregnancy symptoms are particularly intense. Moreover, you put yourself in a precarious situation to save me that day. I specially came to see you. Xiao Yun approached Tsunade and placed the items he had purchased on the bedside. Humph. I've heard you are to marry the affluent heiress of the Hyuga clan, Tsunade coldly remarked. Tsunade, I swear to heaven, I only just learned of this from Shizen. Rest assured, a good man does not pursue two women. Even if the Hyuga clan were to bind me, I would never submit to them. Besides, you are carrying my child. To marry a woman from the Hyuga clan would make me no different from a scoundrel, and I cannot coexist with such a man. Xiao Yun declared emphatically. Uffed. Tsunade laughed. So beautiful. Since meeting Tsunade, Xiao Yun had never witnessed her smile. It was truly captivating. Silence enveloped the room as their eyes met. A unique emotion began to spread within, causing Tsunade's cheeks to flush. It was strange, initially. She regarded Xiao Yun merely as a substitute for Kato-dan. However, everything changed upon discovering her pregnancy, especially during her bouts of nausea, when she could not help but blame Xiao Yun. Yet, the more she blamed him, the more she found herself thinking of him. Had she truly changed her affections? The image of Kato, whom she once loved deeply, began to fade from her mind, and that unforgettable love dissipated, gradually replaced by thoughts of another. Tsunade, you are so beautiful. Xiao Yun could not help but take her delicate hand, instinctively leaning in. You scoundrel! I should beat you to death. Yet, for reasons unknown, Tsunade did not strike him. Instead, she subconsciously closed her eyes. Their lips met, producing soft sounds akin to a baby nursing. Tsunade, Xiao Yun felt a surge of heat flow through him, igniting a restless desire. Get lost. Tsunade punched him away. It was unclear whether Xiao Yun's resilience was due to learning the Eight Gates technique or if Tsunade had held back, but he felt only a slight sting. It seemed that kissing was permissible, but touching was not. A smirk formed on Xiao Yun's lips, a peculiar curve. With perseverance, he would eventually win her over. Sister, why are you here? Suddenly, Shizen's voice echoed from the doorway. I came to see Tsunade. A gentle and melodious voice followed, revealing her beauty. You can come through the window. Oh, Xiao Yun jumped out, only to realize, wait, I'm not an illicit lover. Why am I jumping out of a window? After leaving the hospital, Xiao Yun did not rush home, but strolled through Kenoha, where the bustling commercial street offered an array of entertainment. Especially at the izakaya named Under the Breeze, the women there were truly enchanting. It was said that many ninjas, after risking their lives on missions, would spend their earnings on these women, with Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, being particularly notorious. Hey, who is this handsome guy? Come on in. As Xiao Yun passed the izakaya, a woman in her prime blocked his path. Xiao Yun glanced at his wallet, shaking his head in disappointment. He hadn't anticipated that even in the world of Naruto, he would face the awkwardness of being broke. Yet, even if he had money, would he squander it on these women? Tsunade was pregnant after all. Oh, handsome, considering your good looks, I'll give you a discount today, the madam insisted, pulling Xiao Yun inside. You better not be deceiving me. By the way, is your service legitimate? I must know. If it's not, I want to go in. Xiao Yun inquired. Legitimate? How could it not be? All the past customers have said so, the madam replied with a smile. Xiao Yun, I finally found you. I challenge you. Just then, a cold voice interrupted. Xiao Yun turned to see Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 16. I'll take the highest odds in the crowd. Sasuke stood proudly, chewing on a blade of grass, exuding an air of indifference, clearly underestimating Xiao Yun, his gaze filled with disdain for the so-called Kenoha prodigy. Little brat from the Uchiha clan, instead of diligently studying ninjutsu with Kakashi, you come here to flaunt yourself. Aren't you wasting your time? Xiao Yun dismissed him, striding toward the izakaya under the moonlight. Sasuke shouted, Xiao Yun, how can you, who is touted as Kenoha's #1 genius, refuse my challenge? The surrounding crowd was immediately drawn to Sasuke's call. Is that really Xiao Yun, the newly acclaimed prodigy of Kenoha? Wait, isn't he challenging Xiao Yun? I heard he is a 7th level lightning chakra user, a rare genius. My son is in the same class as Sasuke, and he says that Sasuke is quite dissatisfied with Xiao Yun, claiming he will trample him underfoot. A clash of geniuses, how exciting. Huh. Why does Xiao Yun look reluctant to accept Sasuke's challenge? Could it be that he is merely a figurehead? Likely just like my deceased relative. All bark and no bite. What good is being a genius if one lacks the courage to fight? Otherwise, even with the best talent, one is merely a coward. And I have faith in Uchiha Sasuke. I, too, support Uchiha Sasuke. I've heard he is a battle fanatic, while Xiao Yun is still a novice. Xiao Yun, if you're afraid to face me, I won't force you. However, you will have to be my follower and call me big brother from now on. Sasuke arrogantly proclaimed, inciting the crowd and further inflating his ego. Xiao Yun's expression darkened. You little brat, do you think you can take me on? Uchiha clan against 7? Fighting will not grant you a free pass. Sasuke, what is the point of merely fighting without stakes? We ought to wager something. Xiao Yun stretched lazily, speaking with a nonchalant air. Wager what? You decide. Let us wager our monthly ninja allowance. The loser will give their earnings to the winner. It's a deal. By noon, news of the duel between Xiao Yun and Sasuke had spread far and wide, attracting a massive crowd eager to witness the spectacle. The excitement surrounding this clash between Konoha's top 2 geniuses surpassed even that of Jonin battles. After all, this was a duel between Konoha's number 1 and number 2 geniuses, and the underground betting houses were abuzz with activity, offering odds of 110 in favor of Sasuke. The reasoning was simple. Despite Sasuke's inferior talent, his combat experience was extensive, having successfully completed several ninja missions at a young age, showcasing remarkable prowess. He also excelled in fire release and taijutsu. In contrast, many believe Xiao Yun was merely exceptionally gifted, lacking in combat experience and training time. All things considered, Sasuke had a significant advantage. It was akin to a prodigious elementary school student being pitted against a high schooler in geometry. There was simply no comparison. Of course, many were also participating in quirky bets, such as how long Xiao Yun could last, whether Sasuke would defeat him with taijutsu or ninjutsu, and even wagers on whether Xiao Yun would cry from the beating. Kaisai, Sasuke is being too arrogant. He knows full well that his senior has had little training time, yet he still challenges him. How shameless. I believe he is simply envious of his junior being named Konoha's saint. How could Sakura ever like such a loser? He must be blind. Lee exclaimed angrily as he glared at Sasuke from Team 7. Might Guy furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a while before finally speaking. Alas, Xiao Yun, you've just been named Konoha's saint. If you lose, where will that leave everyone's pride? Although you have some skill, you cannot defeat Sasuke at your current level. Young man, you are too impulsive. Isn't being impulsive a trait of youth? Xiao Yun grinned widely. Might Guy let out a deep sigh, directing his gaze toward Xiao Li, and said, Xiao Li, how much money do you have left? Bring it all, and invest it in Sasuke. We cannot afford to lose face or substance. Master, I have already invested everything, Xiao Li replied with a sheepish grin. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, Xiao Yun remarked, You truly are my esteemed master and senior brother. Suddenly, a dealer clad in a black tuxedo struck a large bell and announced through a megaphone, There are only 5 minutes left to place your bets. Those who have not yet wagered should hurry. The opportunity for wealth is right before you. Wait, I want to bet on flowers. Specifically on the one with the highest odds. Xiao Yun rushed to the dealer, producing the last 900 yuan from his pocket and handing it to him. What? The crowd gasped in unison, astonished by the highest odds of 1,000 for defeating Sasuke within 10 seconds. A wave of chatter erupted around them. Has this guy lost his mind? Is this the so-called prodigy chosen by Kenoha? What use is talent if his intellect is questionable? Huh. This fool thinks he can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. I hope he isn't just putting on a show. Still, I could place a small bet of 100 yuan just for the fun of it. Truly, you must have money to burn. Just because you have wealth doesn't mean you should squander it so recklessly, a voice chimed in. I have plenty of money, and I enjoy it. It's none of your business. Dealer, give me 500. Chapter 17. Wing Chun, Xiao Yun, please teach me outside the arena. Many, like the one who wished to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, were eager to place bets, but they paled in comparison to those wagering on Sasuke's victory. Kurita, hurry and call all the girls who are on leave back to work. Tonight's business is bound to be booming. The owner of the tavern beneath the moonlight smiled radiantly, knowing that these gambling addicts would either indulge in vice or continue to gamble, ensuring her a significant profit. But, boss, aren't the girls on their period? They can't take clients, questioned an exceedingly lecherous middle-aged man beside her. Fool, after all these years with me, do you believe that only a frontal assault can satisfy a man? Exactly. Our girls under the moonlight are skilled in all arts. The boss is wise. Tonight, we shall reap great rewards. Kurita, with a look of realization, hurriedly left the arena. Many other owners shared the same sentiment. silently exiting to prepare for the night's business. Kakashi-sensei, you must intervene at a crucial moment to prevent Sasuke from injuring Xiao Yun. After all, he is the saint of Kenoha. Sakura expressed her concern, fully aware of the blow to Sasuke's pride from Xiao Yun's rise. This humiliation could only be avenged by thoroughly defeating Xiao Yun. Should Sasuke go too far and injure or even kill him, he would surely face consequences. Sakura, as the saying goes, there are no familial ties in the arena. When it comes to real fights, injuries are commonplace, Naruto remarked with a subtle smile, inwardly thinking. Let them fight. Mutual destruction would be ideal, as it would remove two obstacles from my path to becoming Hokage. Lord Clan Leader, what shall we do? Sasuke wouldn't he resort to lethal force, would he? Xiao Yun's training has been too brief. He is no match for Sasuke. Hinata Yumiko's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Hinata Hisashi frowned slightly. This kid is being overly ambitious. Defeating Sasuke in 10 seconds? I will intervene at the key moment. The duel garnered considerable attention from the higher-ups of Kenoha, though they did not appear on-site, opting instead to watch via television broadcast. In the center of the arena, Xiao Yun and Uchiha Sasuke locked eyes, the tension palpable as everyone held their breath. Xiao Yun, I must say, your intellect does not match your talent. Therefore, dealer, I'll place my bet on the highest odds here as well. Make Xiao Yun cry within 10 seconds. And if he does not, I will consider it his loss. I bet 5,000. Sasuke declared, his eyes filled with disdain. Once again, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. These two had truly engaged in a fierce rivalry. I bet on Sasuke to make Xiao Yun cry within 10 seconds. I'll bet 500. Xiao Yun, make sure you cry within 10 seconds. Don't force it. Losing isn't shameful. Damn it. If you dare to cry after 11 seconds, I swear I will take you down. Xiao Yun silently cursed, reflecting on the disparity between his status as a saint and the treatment he received. Boom, boom, boom. The drums of the decisive battle echoed, and a young ninja, chewing on a blade of grass, appeared between the two. Both of you are pillars of Kenoha. This competition is about friendship first and competition second. If one side concedes or loses the ability to fight, the other must immediately cease combat. Otherwise, regardless of the outcome, I will declare the one still standing the loser. Do you understand? The young ninja inquired. Understood. Yes. All right. Hachimi. With that, the young ninja leaped out of the ring. I am Uchiha Sasuke, and I do not fight against nameless individuals. State your name. Sasuke bellowed, his aura formidable. He sought to force Xiao Yun to declare his name before everyone, then defeat him, proving to Kenoha who truly deserved the title of saint. Xiao Yun took a deep breath and demonstrated a beautiful, yet powerful set of boxing techniques to the crowd. Wing Chun, Xiao Yun, please teach me. I'll teach you to shut up. Sasuke leapt forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Xiao Yun's face, accompanied by a fierce whooshing sound. Open the first gate of the 8 gates. As everyone witnessed Xiao Yun's body enveloped in a blue aura, they were left in disbelief. How could he possibly have mastered the 8 gates? Not only were those present astonished, but the viewers at home were equally speechless. He had only trained with Might Guy for 3 days, yet he had opened a gate? 8 gates. As the crowd was still in shock, Xiao Yun shouted, Wing Chun. First form. With precision, he aimed at Sasuke's hands, effortlessly blocking his attack. Humph. Impressive power. How will you counter this next move? Fire release. Fireball technique. A basketball-sized fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, hurtling toward Xiao Yun, a wave of searing heat preceding its arrival. Those nearby felt their skin begin to scorch. Wing Chun. Second form. Xiao Yun remained rooted, executing a move akin to a Tai Chi technique, utilizing the blue energy generated from the 8 gates to envelop his hands, successfully catching the fireball. This fireball is massive and scorching. Even with the blue energy protecting his hands, they turned black with burns, the scent of charred flesh wafting through the arena. In an instant, the fireball lost its brilliance. Wood release. Spring returns to the earth. Xiao Yun's hands instantly returned to their original state, leaving Sasuke and the crowd dumbfounded. What kind of technique could heal injuries so rapidly? This was utterly absurd. A wave of dread washed over those who had bet on Sasuke. Take this. Xiao Yun surged forward, launching into the third form of Wing Chun. Boom. Sasuke, caught off guard, was struck in the abdomen and fell to his knees, clutching his stomach. The arena fell silent, the 10 seconds having passed without a trace of doubt. Chapter 18. Enlightening Sasuke. As time ticked away, The crowd gazed at Sasuke, who knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach in silence. After a prolonged silence, someone finally shouted, "You brat from the Uchiha clan, get up. I've staked my child's milk money on you. Stop pretending to be dead. I borrowed the money from eBay, so give me some hope. If you lose, I'll surely end up on the Kenoha credit blacklist. Damn it, what are you shouting for? I've put my down payment on the line. If you lose, I won't even be able to get married. Stand up, will you?" A crowd outside was desperately calling out to Sasuke, but no matter how loudly they yelled, he remained motionless, kneeling as if he hadn't heard them. "Quick, call 120. Sasuke has fainted." The referee ninja approached and saw Sasuke gasping for breath, bubbles forming at the corner of his mouth, occasionally twitching, clearly unconscious. "Sasuke-kun." Sakura dashed over frantically and held Sasuke in her arms. "Did I grip too hard?" Xiaoyun felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head. "Let me help." He hurried to Sasuke's side, preparing to use would-release healing techniques. "Get away. I don't need your false kindness." Sakura angrily shoved Xiaoyun away. "Sakura, this is my first battle. I didn't control my strength properly. I'm sorry. I know healing techniques. Let me treat Sasuke." Xiaoyun said with a face full of apologies. "Get lost. You're a jerk. You're clearly strong. Yet you didn't hold back against Sasuke and left him in this state. Just go away." Sakura shouted at Xiaoyun, her eyes filled with venom. "Damn it. Do you think I'm your parents? Should I coddle you? Move aside. Don't delay my rescue efforts." Xiaoyun pushed her aside with a bit of force, causing her to fall unceremoniously. Sasuke had provoked him first, yet he expected Xiaoyun to hold back. This woman was indeed one of the most disliked characters in Naruto, possessing a beautiful face but lacking reason. Xiaoyun felt no sympathy for her. "You bastard, I'll fight you." Sakura, in a frenzy, charged at him but was stopped by Kakashi. "Calm down. Xiaoyun knows healing techniques. Let him treat Sasuke first." The ambulance won't arrive for a few minutes, Kakashi said coldly, glancing at Xiaoyun. "Would release. Spring returns to the earth." Xiaoyun continuously channeled chakra into Sasuke's body. Unlike healing oneself, due to his rough control over chakra, there was considerable wastage during the transmission. After a full 10 minutes, Xiaoyun finally finished, drenched in sweat. "Ugh." Sasuke groaned softly and slowly opened his eyes. 2 streams of tears rolled down his handsome, resolute face as he stared blankly at the sky. He had lost. And so thoroughly. How could he possibly kill that man in this state? How could he avenge the Uchiha clan? What meaning did his life hold now? Silently, he pulled out a kunai and, in a swift motion, aimed it at his own heart. Slap! Slap! Xiaoyun, quick to react, snatched the kunai from his hand, followed by 2 resounding slaps. "Sasuke, you've already defeated me. Why must you further insult me? A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated." Sasuke's face twisted in rage, his eyes blood red, resembling a wounded beast ready to fight back. "Fool." Xiaoyun scoffed. "Is death so easy? Sasuke, have you forgotten your aspirations? How can a man like you think of suicide after facing a mere setback? In ancient times, King Gojin of Yu endured hardships for 10 years to destroy Wu. Han Xian suffered humiliation but rose to become a great general. And here I am, thrust into this world, diligently honing my ninjutsu to avenge my enemies. If everyone were like you, choosing to end their lives, how could one cleanse their shame and avenge their family and nation? I've said enough. If you wish to die, do as you please." With that, Xiaoyun tossed the kunai to the ground. Sasuke sat there, stunned, as if struck dumb. Although he hadn't heard the examples given, they sounded remarkably sensible. Indeed, how could he contemplate death when his great vengeance remained unfulfilled? "Wait for me, Xiaoyun. One day, I will defeat you," Sasuke declared resolutely, picking up the kunai and trembling as he left the duel arena. "Sasuke, starting next month, I will be the one collecting your salary," Xiaoyun shouted after him. Hearing this, Sasuke's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he cursed inwardly. "Xiaoyun, you despicable wretch. Dealer, this is my account. Transfer all the money into it." Xiaoyun handed a Kenoha bank card to the dealer. "Goodness, as the Holy Son, I only receive a meager stipend of 2,000 a month. It's not even enough for Tsunade's supplements. I have to earn my own money. If it weren't for Tsunade being pregnant with my child, I would have definitely switched jobs." The crowd lingered, with those who lost lamenting their fate, while winners boasted of their luck. "Teacher Guy Lee, why do you both look so grim?" In the training ground, Mike Guy and Lee wore somber expressions. "Hey, Xiaoyun, can I borrow some money?" Mike Guy asked timidly. "Borrow? Why act so distant?" Didn't you lend me 3,000 this morning? I'll pay you back for 1,000. Xiao Yun replied generously. Actually, it's like this. Li and I borrowed some money to gamble on flowers. Do you think you can? Absolutely not. Xiao Yun firmly rejected, secretly amused that these two didn't even win without borrowing money. Please, brother. If I don't pay back this debt, my creditor will tell my uncle, who raised me, and he'll beat me to death. Li pleaded earnestly, bowing deeply. Me too. I have an 80-year-old mother to care for. Though I have no one else below, my mother's health is poor, and she relies on that meager salary for her medical expenses. Xiao Yun, lend me a bit, and I'll give you an IOU for 20,000. You just need to give me 16,000. Mike Guy's words left Xiao Yun in shock. Is there really a death penalty in the Naruto world? Forget it. I'm afraid of you two. I'll give each of you 20,000. Just remember to pay me back. Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively. I love you, Xiao Yun. The two embraced him, leaning in for a kiss. Get off me. Xiao Yun, come out. The future Hokage wants to see you. Just then, a brash voice interrupted. Chapter 19. Naruto insists on being my junior. As Xiao Yun and the others stepped outside, they saw a blue-eyed, blonde-haired boy with his hands in his pockets, whistling nonchalantly. Naruto, Uzumaki. Xiao Yun, your skills are quite impressive. You're qualified to be my boss. From today onward, you shall be my master, Naruto declared, looking at Xiao Yun with an air of bravado. Xiao Yun couldn't help but laugh. It seemed this fellow had come to be his disciple, mistaking him for one who takes on apprentices. Naruto, are you out of your mind? Is this how one chooses a master? Li, stuffing a thick stack of cash into his waistband, glared at Naruto with discontent. Humph, I'm giving him the honor of being my master. I'm going to be Hokage one day, and having a Hokage's disciple will surely bring Xiao Yun joy. Hey, Xiao Yun, do you agree? Just give me a straightforward answer. Naruto asked. Becoming Hokage? You? If I recall correctly, your chakra is of mixed attributes with low purity. You'd be better off going back to learn how to make ramen. At least you'd have a skill to rely on. Li scoffed. What did you say? You watermelon-headed fool. You're asking for trouble. Instantly, Naruto exploded in rage, grabbing a nearby wooden stick and charging at Li. Humph. With a cold sneer, Xiao Li's body darted forward like a leopard, delivering a swift kick to Naruto that sent him hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Ah! Naruto cried out in agony, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I'll fight you. Naruto's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he sprang to his feet, hands forming seals. He knows ninjutsu? Gasps of astonishment echoed among the onlookers. Ninjutsu, harem technique. With a resounding poof, a scantily clad beauty appeared before them. What the hell? The trio exclaimed in unison, their noses bleeding uncontrollably. So what do you think, Xiao Yun? Will you take me as your underling? If you accept me, I promise to summon different beauties for you every day. Teachers, nurses, secretaries, charming ladies, lolas, you name it. I'll even adopt various poses. Naruto said with an enticing grin. Xiao Yun stared in disbelief at the beauty before him. How does this kid know so much? Naruto, perhaps you should retract that technique first, Xiao Yun remarked, feeling somewhat speechless. Although he harbored ambitions of greatness, the thought of men transforming into women was rather unsettling. With a puff, Naruto dispelled the technique, excitement radiating from him as he looked at Xiao Yun. So you agree to take me as your disciple? Naruto, weren't you assigned to Kakashi's Team 7? Kakashi Hatake is renowned as the copy ninja, a powerful shinobi. You should train under him, Mike Guy said, perplexed as he gazed at Naruto. Kakashi is not qualified to teach me, a genius, Naruto retorted, a smug expression on his face. Honestly, Xiao Yun thought, exasperated by Naruto's attitude. Actually, I don't possess the talent for ninjutsu. I want to learn Wing Chun from you, the move that defeated Sasuke in one strike. After much hesitation, Naruto finally admitted the truth. Please, Xiao Yun, let me be your disciple. I know I'm not good at anything, and I can never seem to get enough food. I also realize that many of my classmates look down on me, so I want to become stronger, to earn everyone's respect, to make Sakura fall for me, and to become Hokage, to protect Kenoha. With that, Naruto unexpectedly knelt down, removing his forehead protector and repeatedly banging his forehead against the ground, blood flowing freely. The crowd was moved, especially Xiao Yun. The young man before him was the son of the fourth Hokage, destined for greatness, surrounded by sycophants, wielding power and influence. Yet, without the protection of his parents, he had endured the harsh realities of life. Despite everything, he still harbored hope, particularly with his final declaration of wanting to protect Kenoha. Most children in his position would likely seek revenge against society, not aspire to protect it. Indeed, Xiao Yun felt he lacked such noble aspirations. Very well. I agree to teach you, but I must warn you that Wing Chun is merely a technique. The foundation is crucial. You must also learn the 8 gates, which is incredibly arduous. You must be mentally prepared, Xiao Yun said, his demeanor turning serious as he regarded Naruto. Master, please accept my bow, Naruto exclaimed excitedly, bowing deeply 3 times. Xiao Yun, this isn't a good idea. It's hard to explain to Kakashi. Naruto was designated to him by the 3rd Hokage. Stealing someone else's student is a significant taboo in Kenoha, Might Guy cautioned. I'll handle this. Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Might Guy to relax. Later that night, Tsunade sent Shizune to find Xiao Yun, saying that Tsunade was experiencing severe pregnancy symptoms and needed him to come quickly. Huh. Tsunade, you seemed fine before, Xiao Yun said, puzzled as he looked at her radiant face illuminated by the moonlight, which did not suggest discomfort. Hand it over. Tsunade extended her left hand toward Xiao Yun. What do you mean? Xiao Yun's heart skipped a beat. You see, Xiao Yun, Tsunade lost some money gambling a while back, and the creditor is pressing for repayment. I heard you won a lot today. Could you lend her some money to pay off her debts? Shizun said, scratching her head sheepishly. Lost some money? Xiao Yun frowned, suddenly remembering Tsunade's penchant for gambling. How much? He asked weakly. Not much. Tsunade nonchalantly raised one finger. 20 million. She smiled, revealing a rare and enchanting grin. So beautiful. This was the first time Xiao Yun had seen her smile since they met, and it was truly captivating, leaving him feeling lightheaded. He understood now why so many historical figures had lost their kingdoms for a single smile. One finger, just 1 million. So let's pretend this loss didn't happen. Just for that smile, 1 million is worth it, especially since she's carrying my child. Tsunade, here's the 1 million I won. Take it and settle your debts, Xiao Yun said, pulling out the check from the leaf bank. Tsunade accepted the check with a beaming smile, her white arms wrapping around him like a constrictor. Suddenly, her soft lips pressed against his, igniting a rush of blood through his veins. Shizun, understanding the moment, quietly closed the door behind her. Xiao Yun, I want more. I want even more. Tsunade gazed at him with dreamy eyes. Xiao Yun's eyes widened. Was she really offering herself in gratitude? This 1 million was well spent, he thought, his breath becoming heavy as his hands began to wander. I want more money. Tsunade gently corrected him. What do you mean? Xiao Yun was taken aback. Isn't 1 million enough? Not nearly. I actually owe another 100 million outside. Xiao Yun, you need to earn more money to pay off my debts, Tsunade said with a playful smile. Xiao Yun's mind reeled. How much did you say? Please repeat that. He rubbed his ears, thinking he must have misheard. Just 100 million, Tsunade cooed, snuggling closer to him. 100 million? Just to pay off? Xiao Yun's expression morphed into one of disbelief, and he quickly released her. This extravagant woman lost 100 million? Her current ninja allowance is barely 10,000. That's the equivalent of losing 10,000 months' worth of wages. I naively thought she only needed 1 million. It seems my perspective was far too narrow. Don't look so distressed. Rest assured, I've secured a few competitions for myself. I'll repay it all soon, Tsunade said, playfully tugging at his clothes. Competing for yourself? No way. You reckless gambler, Xiao Yun proclaimed firmly. It was no wonder she had been so affectionate towards him tonight. The cost was far too high. 100 million. That's enough to enjoy a lifetime at an izakaya under the moonlight, with all manner of beauty to choose from. And the service is impeccable. What position wouldn't they offer? Are you going or not? Tsunade's demeanor shifted dramatically, her previous gentleness replaced by a fierce glare. Are you going or not? I'll ask you again. She seized Xiao Yun by the collar, her voice rising significantly. Absolutely not. With that, Tsunade erupted into tears, clutching her belly and wailing, Child, your father doesn't care about your mother's well-being. If I can't repay this debt, I'll be forced to marry the brother of the Reikage. I've heard he has many tentacles. I can't endure that. Wait, are you being forced to marry the Reikage brother? What do you mean? Xiao Yun asked, bewildered. The story unfolds as follows. 2 years ago, Tsunade visited the gambling den in the Lightning Village and lost a staggering 25 million in one sitting. Initially, she contemplated fleeing. But alas, this establishment belonged to the Fourth Reikage, and while Tsunade was formidable, her opponent was no pushover. Eventually, Tsunade found herself compelled to borrow 50 million in high-interest loans, which compounded to 100 million by this year. If she fails to repay it, as per their agreement, she would have to marry the brother of the fourth Hokage to settle the debt. Oh, Tsunade, how reckless you are. How could you dare to borrow from a loan shark with an annual interest rate of 100%? Xiao Yun sighed in exasperation. Xiao Yun, you wouldn't want me to be with another man, would you? Tsunade looked at him with tear-filled eyes, her expression one of pure grievance. I'm terrified of you. What competition are you talking about? Tell me. I'm listening, Xiao Yun replied impatiently. Here is the competition schedule. Take your time to peruse it. I love you. Xiao Yun, Tsunade suddenly kissed him fervently. What the heck? There are so many competitions. Xiao Yun glanced at the document, realizing there were at least several hundred events listed. Not many, just a few hundred, Tsunade reassured him. No way. I need to collect some interest first. Xiao Yun embraced Tsunade tightly, his hands beginning to roam. Oh no. The baby is restless in my belly. Xiao Yun, I think I'm going to be sick. Once the baby is born, I'll cater to you every day. Tsunade exclaimed. In the forest, Teacher Kai, why is it so difficult to open the second gate? It's been 5 days, and I'm still at a loss. Xiao Yun lamented as he plopped down on the ground, his brow furrowed. Huh. Mike Guy and Lee simultaneously spat out the water they had been drinking. Back in my day, it took me 2 years to open the first gate, and you think you can open the second after just a few days? Come on now. Xiao Yun, in the path of cultivation, impatience is the greatest enemy. Take your time. Mike Guy said, his tone earnest. Take my time. I wish I could. But in a month, Tsunade has arranged an underground match for me against the #1 contender from the Lightning Village, Samur. It is said that he possesses an extraordinary talent for lightning release, surpassing even the third Hokage, having defeated dozens of lower ninjas single-handedly. Why doesn't Tsunade go and find her own demise? Xiao Yun muttered under his breath. Master, why do you wish for Lady Tsunade to perish? Naruto Uzumaki asked, puzzled. None of your business. Go train. Xiao Yun snapped back. System, you ragamuffin. Is there any way to rapidly enhance my strength? You're the ragamuffin. And your whole family is too. The system retorted. Do you believe I'll slack off from today onward? Forget about that chaotic heavenly escape nonsense. Brother, I was wrong. The quickest way to improve your strength is naturally through practicing wood-release ninjutsu. However, I advise against it for now. It's best to wait until your wood-release chakra evolves to level 3 for optimal results, the system informed him. Right. How could I forget? I am a super genius with pure wood chakra at level 9. Daily practicing taijutsu is beneath me. I shall practice wood-release ninjutsu. Xiao Yun declared. Teacher Kai, please speak to the third Hokage. From today onward, I wish to also train in wood-release ninjutsu, he stated. Mike Guy pondered for a moment before nodding. Recognizing Xiao Yun's talent in wood release, noting it would be unreasonable for him to limit himself to just the 8 gates. Chapter 21. Would release ninjutsu in the Uchiha clan's underground chamber. A chilling breeze swept through, the flames in 2 iron cauldrons flickering ominously. Uchiha Sasuke was fixated on the ancestral stone slab, which was said to contain the ultimate secrets of the Uchiha clan. Once deciphered, it would grant one unparalleled power in the ninja world. What could possibly be inscribed upon that slab? Sasuke pondered, his mind clouded with uncertainty. You are too weak. My foolish little brother, a cold voice echoed from behind him, startling Sasuke. It was Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's eyes widened in rage, flames of vengeance igniting within him. Itachi, come out. I will kill you, Sasuke shouted, desperately seeking his brother's presence. But the shadows offered no solace, leaving him to seethe in impotent fury. How can you avenge our clan in such a state? A flock of crows gathered and morphed into Itachi's form. I will slay you, Sasuke cried, brandishing a kunai and lunging at Itachi. Just as he struck, Itachi transformed into a swarm of crows once more, only to reappear moments later. You are too weak. How can you avenge the clan? Sasuke attacked again, but Itachi vanished once more. This relentless cycle continued, and over time, Sasuke's eyes turned crimson with fatigue, yet unwavering determination. I have slain Uchiha Itachi. Oto-san, Oka-san, elders of the Uchiha clan, I have avenged you. In his mind, he envisioned Itachi's gruesome demise, and soon, Sasuke descended into madness, his expression twisted, dancing wildly. On the road to the underworld, take your time. I'm coming for you. With that, Sasuke plunged the kunai towards his own heart. Sasuke, stop. A figure suddenly appeared beside him, pressing a yellow talisman to his forehead. Sasuke froze, his gaze vacant, collapsing to the ground. Kakashi-sensei, what happened to Sasuke? Sakura asked, her concern evident as she cradled his unconscious form. He.s. trapped in a Jinjutsu, Kakashi observed, scanning their surroundings warily for the caster. Outside the Leaf Village, two figures cloaked in red cloud-patterned capes and wide-brimmed hats strolled beneath the moonlight. Itachi, you truly are heartless, even using that technique against your own brother. One tall man remarked coldly. The other remained silent, removing his hat to reveal a face rivaling that of the most handsome man in the world. Gazing thoughtfully at the moon, murmuring, "Forgive me, Sasuke. When do we commence the Ninetales capture operation?" The tall man inquired. Orochimaru will soon launch an attack on the Leaf. We'll capture the Ninetales then, the other replied. Within the depths of the Leaf Village's archives, Xiao Yun descended to the third underground level. A repository of formidable forbidden techniques. Impure world reincarnation, flying thunder god technique, the entirety of wood release, and other breathtaking ninjutsu awaited within. The archives were under the vigilant watch of elite shinobi, and unauthorized entry was met with lethal force. However, as the child of the Leaf's savior, Xiao Yun possessed the necessary clearance. Found it, he exclaimed, discovering the scroll on wood release, dust coating its surface, indicating it had long been untouched. He brushed off the dust and carefully unfurled one of the scrolls. Wood release, advent of the divine tree. This technique was the legendary skill of the first Hokage, who pacified the world and founded the Leaf. Kid, you can't learn this yet. Your wood release chakra needs to evolve to level 5 first. The system's voice echoed. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow and opened another scroll. Wood release, Thousand Hands true number requires level 6. Wood release, top-notch transformation requires level 7. Godflower technique, advent of the divine realm requires level 8. What a joke. None of these are learnable, he exclaimed in frustration. Suddenly, Xiao Yun noticed a lower shelf filled with additional wood release scrolls. Wood release, shadow clone technique, wood release, eternal binding, wood release, firewood co-destruction. These techniques had lower requirements, needing only level 2 wood release chakra to learn. Aside from the firewood co-destruction, the others seemed somewhat lackluster, according to the system. Alright, time waits for no one. I'll learn these. Tsunade is waiting for me to repay my debts through underground fighting. Without hesitation, Xiao Yun opened the scroll, his face darkening as he realized it was all in Fuso language, rendering it incomprehensible. Who can I ask for a translation? I suppose I'll have to rely on Tsunade. I can't let her do nothing at all. Youngster, why not learn here? What is the point of going back? The system's puzzled voice echoed. Learn? Nonsense. All I can manage is to sell my days. I can barely recognize a few common characters, let alone understand anything else. How can I learn? Xiao Yun replied with irritation. But I'm here. Focus on the scroll, and I will assist you in understanding it. After all, I am the system. Surely I possess this capability? The system chuckled, seeking to take credit. You rascal, you never mentioned that before. The system began, learning wood clone technique. Learning wood binding, eternal burial. Learning wood fire co-destruction. 10 minutes later, the system's voice returned. Wood clone technique, learning completed. Wood binding, eternal burial, learning completed. Wood fire co-destruction, 50 learned, remaining 50 cannot be analyzed. Suddenly, a torrent of information flooded Xiao Yun's mind, and he comprehended the first 2 wood techniques thoroughly. However, for the final technique, he grasped only the initial half. In his mind, a vivid image surfaced, a planet teeming with towering trees, where one day, a black flame descended from the heavens, igniting the entire world. The black flames burned for millennia, yet did not consume the trees. Other information remained elusive. Why did you only analyze 50 of the last technique, you useless system? Xiao Yun inquired. I've never encountered such a situation before. It's quite peculiar, the system replied weakly. Useless system. You're the real useless one. You're the useless one. And your ancestors are all useless. Thus, the man and the system bickered all the way home, returning to the training base when night had fallen. At that moment, Naruto was still awake, diligently training. Damn, this 8 gates technique is too difficult, he exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Such immense chakra. The system suddenly ceased its insults, observing Naruto intently. Of course, he has the Ninetales monster within him. How could his chakra not be plentiful? Xiao Yun retorted. Hey, rascal. Although your talent is commendable, your chakra is insufficient to repeatedly utilize the wood techniques. I have a method to share this kid's chakra. Do you wish to try? The system's voice was laced with mischief. The next day at noon, Xiao Yun returned with an abundance of food, most of which were Naruto's favorites: ramen, dumplings, and chocolate. Come, Naruto, indulge in some good food. Training is arduous. Nutrition must keep pace. Look how thin this child has become, Xiao Yun said with a fatherly smile. Master, I'm so grateful. Naruto wept as he ate, overwhelmed by the kindness shown to him, something he had never experienced before. Don't cry, child. I, too, share your plight. I grew up without parents, Xiao Yun said, wiping his nose awkwardly. What a lovely autumn it is. Might Guy expressed a sentiment. I never imagined you were also a person of hardship. In a world governed by the 5 great ninja nations, peace was broadly maintained, yet small-scale conflicts occurred almost daily. Many children like Xiao Yun and Naruto found themselves orphaned. Eat slowly, don't choke. This child is starving. Xiao Yun gently patted Naruto's head, his kindness evident. You truly care for Naruto, brother. Remember to cherish Xiao Yun's kindness, Xiao Li remarked earnestly. Indeed. My master not only teaches me skills, but also provides me with such delightful food. I will forever remember this great favor, Naruto replied, his eyes glistening with tears as he gazed affectionately at Xiao Yun. Not worth mentioning. Xiao Yun's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, feeling inexplicably guilty for having yet to teach Naruto proper training. His intentions were not entirely altruistic, as he contemplated signing a contract to share Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra. Damn it. I am indeed a scoundrel. However, there was little choice. After all, Tsunade had accumulated an immense debt. He couldn't just stand by and watch her marry that tentacle monster. Could he? With the 8 tails within him, who could tolerate such an abundance of limbs? Sigh, having a gambling wife brings many troubles. Naruto, rest assured. I will treat you as my closest brother. Your affairs are now mine, your friends are my friends, and your wife is, my disciple-in-law. Xiao Yun resolved internally. After their meal, as per tradition, Naruto was responsible for washing the dishes while Might Guy and Xiao Li went off to climb Mount Jill. Only Naruto and Xiao Yun remained. Come, Naruto, set aside the dishes. Such menial tasks are for your master. You should devote your time to training. If you aspire to be Hokage, every moment counts. Have you not heard that time is money, my friend? Xiao Yun said with great concern. Master, why are you so kind to me? Naruto's eyes filled with tears once more. I have mentioned before, I share your circumstances. Both of us are wanderers in this world. Xiao Yun reflected deeply. Master, from today onward, I will obey you without question. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will not hesitate to face any challenge. Naruto declared, bowing deeply. Sigh, Naruto. If only I could remain by your side every day and watch you grow, but alas. Xiao Yun trailed off. What is it, master? What troubles you? Oh, it's nothing. Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to help. Xiao Yun waved his hand, a pained expression on his face. Please, master, share your troubles. Even if I cannot assist now, perhaps I can in the future, Naruto insisted. The situation is as follows. Xiao Yun recounted how his wife had accumulated a debt of 1 billion, and that if left unpaid, she would be taken away. He was compelled to engage in underground fighting to repay the debt. Regular competitions yielded little profit. He needed to challenge opponents far beyond his level to earn enough to pay off the debt. Despite being a genius with formidable skills, his chakra was too limited, making such challenges perilous. That won't do. Master, why not just divorce your wife? I heard that the Hyuga clan is arranging to marry their women to you. Naruto replied indignantly. Well, a bond formed through marriage holds value. She is still my wife, and I will not abandon her, Xiao Yun stated firmly. Master, you are truly loyal, Naruto exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. After a moment of silence, he added, to be honest, I have a creature called the Nine-Tails within me, granting me an immense amount of chakra. Unfortunately, I cannot share it with you. It refuses to lend me even a shred, and even if it did, I wouldn't know how to share it. Naruto's expression turned troubled, realizing he could not assist his master. What? The Nine-Tails resides within you? Xiao Yun gazed at Naruto in astonishment. Does master know of the Nine-Tails? Of course, how could I not be aware? I never imagined the fearsome Nine-Tails would be sealed within you. If that is the case, you might be able to assist me, but, sigh, never mind. Xiao Yun hesitated. Master, I can help you? How shall I assist? Naruto grasped Xiao Yun's sleeve, his eyes filled with urgency. Naruto, I possess a certain ninjutsu. If a drop of blood from your body merges with mine, we can form a contract, allowing me to share your chakra. Are you willing? Before Xiao Yun could finish, Naruto bit his finger and exclaimed, "Master, take it. Rascal, what are you standing there for? Quickly merge his blood into your body. From this moment forth, you will not only share his chakra, but also completely enslave him. Furthermore, the fruits of his training can be wholly shared with you." The system's eager voice echoed. "Is that truly acceptable?" Xiao Yun gazed at the naive Naruto, hesitating momentarily. In truth, this technique is known as the master-servant dual cooperation technique, and the signatory must be entirely willing to enter into such a contract. Once signed, the master can completely share all of the servant's ninjutsu and chakra, and the servant's life or death rests solely in the master's hands. Even more astonishingly, the master need not train at all, as long as the servant trains. The master's power will grow correspondingly. In other words, once signed, Xiao Yun could simply relax, munching on seeds while watching Naruto train. The critical point is that this contract inflicts a certain degree of harm on the servant's body. Do not worry, this harm is controllable. As long as you periodically supply him with wood-release chakra, there will be no detriment to his body, and rather, it will yield significant benefits. The system seemed to sense Xiao Yun's concerns. Really? I would never deceive you. Under Naruto's repeated pleas, Xiao Yun reluctantly signed a contract. Yet, at the moment the contract was completed, a sudden surge of violent energy erupted, and Xiao Yun felt his consciousness being drawn into an alternate space. Where's this? Xiao Yun looked around in confusion, finding himself in a vast chamber, where a gigantic creature was fixated on him, its blood-red eyes larger than his entire body. An overwhelming aura of bloodthirst and fury permeating the space. Just a glance made Xiao Yun feel cold sweat trickling down his back, unable to suppress a shiver. Fortunately, a massive ceiling gate stood between him and the creature. Otherwise, he might have been scared to death. "Child, I will kill you." The metallic screech akin to glass grinding was deafening. Chapter 23. I am the reincarnation of Akatsuki Yui. Good heavens! Xiao Yun was so frightened that he fell to the ground. The monster before him was enormous, making him appear no larger than a mere speck. With the head of a fox, a colossal body, and 9 tails, was this the legendary 9 tails? Damn human, quickly release me from that wicked contract, or I shall tear you to shreds. The furious voice echoed throughout the vast chamber, nearly deafening Xiao Yun. You must be Kurama, right? Summoning his courage, Xiao Yun weakly inquired. Human, how do you know my name? Kurama's elongated eyes narrowed further, displaying a look of disbelief on its beastly face. Xiao Yun's mind raced, swiftly crafting a perfect narrative. A broad smile began to form on his lips, curving dramatically. Hey, kid, I'm asking you a question. How do you know my name? Kurama roared. Suddenly, Xiao Yun burst into tears, his face streaming with tears and snot. Kurama was taken aback, confused. Child, why are you crying? Oh, my Kurama. I finally found you. I am the reincarnation of Akatsuki Yui. Xiao Yun excitedly ran to the ceiling gate, wrapping his arms around one of Kurama's toes, weeping heartily. Akatsuki Yui? Kurama was bewildered, a storm of thoughts swirling in its mind. This name hadn't been spoken in 10,000 years. The reincarnation of Akatsuki Yui? You must be lying, boy. I have lived for thousands of years. Where is this reincarnation of which you speak? Kurama glared coldly at Xiao Yun. I speak the truth. Do you not remember when I divided the 10 tails into 9 parts, scattering them across the world? Is that not correct? A buzzing sensation filled Kurama's head. Only the 9-tailed beasts knew this secret. How could this boy possibly know? After contemplating for a moment, Kurama sneered, Humph, perhaps you learned this from other tailed beasts. Trying to deceive me. I am no fool. Alas, Kurama, let me ask you this. What is the most powerful technique you can perform after perfectly merging with a Jinchuriki? Xiao Yun wiped his nose, asking earnestly. The strongest technique after perfect fusion with a Jinchuriki? Kurama regarded Xiao Yun with suspicion. Heh, is it the heavy ion mode? And after using it, you die, correct? Xiao Yun inquired. You. Kurama felt as though its head might explode, pointing a claw at Xiao Yun. Utterly dumbfounded. Heh. The grin on Xiao Yun's face widened, realizing he had struck a chord. Akatsuki Yui knew Kurama's ultimate technique. Genius like me. Kurama, I finally found you. I've missed you so much. Xiao Yun cried even harder. Me too, I miss you. Kurama, now fully convinced, recognized that this young man was indeed the reincarnation of Akatsuki Yui, as the heavy ion mode was its greatest secret, known only to Akatsuki Yui. The two of them wept together, their sobs echoing through the chamber, a poignant scene. By the way, old man, Why did you sign such an evil contract with Naruto? Kurama wiped its tears, looking at Xiao Yun with curiosity. Ah, it's a long story. Perhaps we can discuss it later. Also, if I need chakra in the future, remember to lend your chakra to Naruto, Xiao Yun stated. Yes, I will, but this seal is too powerful. I cannot give him much chakra, Kurama nodded. Rest assured, one day I will rescue you from this seal. Then we can gather the other 8-tailed beasts together, and we will be together every day without parting. Old man. Kurama began to cry once more, tears streaming down its face. Master, I just had a strange dream where you and the 9 tails inside me embraced and wept. Naruto awoke from his slumber, looking at Xiao Yun in confusion. You've probably just been overworking yourself in training, leading to strange dreams. Trust me, let's take a break from training today. I'll take you to the izakaya under the moonlight to relax, Xiao Yun replied with a smile. The izakaya under the moonlight? Naruto chuckled cheekily, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Master, have you been there? I must tell you, the 8th technician is exceptionally skilled. Even ordinary men cannot last a minute. The 8th technician? Xiao Yun looked at Naruto in disbelief. Had this kid already had such experiences? You are only 10 years old. In the Hokage's office, a muscular old man with white hair sat angrily on the sofa. Beside him stood a man and a woman. The man carried a large sword nearly his height, his expression cold and unyielding. The woman, clad in revealing attire, possessed a tall figure, her alluring face perpetually adorned with a seductive smile, as if she sought to entice everyone she encountered. Particularly, her exaggerated curves rivaled even Tsunade's. Hokage, today you either accept the bride price and allow Tsunade to marry my brother Killer Bee, or you repay me the 1 billion gambling debt she owes. The muscular man bellowed at the 3rd Hokage. Calm down, Reikage. I have only just learned of this matter. You must allow me to ask Tsunade what is going on. The 3rd Hokage replied with a smile. 4th Reikage, tell Killer Bee that even if every man in the world perished, I would never marry that tentacle monster. A furious voice echoed from outside as a graceful figure rushed in, punching the bride price into a pulp. Humph, Tsunade, pay up. The 4th Reikage extended his left hand. Grinning at Tsunade. I have no money. Tsunade retorted irritably. Very well. Excellent. Has Kenoha truly deceived me into believing that there is no one left in the Reikage village? With that, the 4th Reikage instantly activated his chakra, unleashing a formidable aura that shattered the glass of the table and overturned chairs and benches, leaving everyone drenched in cold sweat. You wish to threaten me? Let me assure you, I fear no one. Tsunade, undaunted, assumed a combat stance, ready for confrontation at any moment. Let us discuss this calmly, Lord Reikage. You have come to resolve an issue, not to fight, have you not? The 3rd Hokage's expression darkened, his own overwhelming presence matching that of the Reikage. Tsunade, you must also restrain yourself, the 3rd Hokage admonished. Humph. Tsunade folded her arms, her chakra receding, her gaze fiercely directed out the window. Very well. Since the Hokage has spoken, I shall grant you this favor. But you must provide me with a satisfactory answer regarding this matter. Upon this declaration, the 4th Reikage also withdrew his imposing aura. Tsunade, this incident arose from your actions. How do you propose we resolve it? The 3rd Hokage furrowed his brow, pondering over the enormity of 100 million ryo, no small sum. Konoha's finances had been strained in recent years. While 100 million may not seem substantial, using the treasury to settle her debts would surely provoke the feudal lords. Moreover, he had privately covered many of Tsunade's gambling debts over the years, even selling several properties to do so. This woman is truly a source of constant worry. Humph. What's a mere 100 million? If you have the guts, let us gamble a few more rounds. At her words, the 3rd Hokage, who had just sipped tea, sprayed it out in shock. Chapter 24. It is known that Tsunade is pregnant, and yet she wishes to gamble again? The crowd was taken aback, realizing that gambling seemed to be ingrained in her very being. But with a debt of 100 million, what could she possibly wager? Humph, Tsunade, as I understand it, you are not only penniless, but have also been blacklisted by the 5 great nations. Even the underground moneylenders refuse to lend to you. What can you wager against Lord Reikage? Smirked Samui, the beautiful bodyguard by the 4th Reikage's side. Precisely. If you had any money, you should repay the debts owed to us in Reikage village first. A man behind the Reikage, armed with a great sword, stepped forward. Tsunade, do you not have enough troubles already? Stand down. The 3rd Hokage's voice was filled with anger. His disciple was too much of a handful. Who are you to tell me what to do? Tsunade retorted, rolling her eyes, then shouted at the door. Come in. Knock, knock, knock. A handsome young man timidly entered. Xiao Yun. Hee hee. Reikage, I've heard that your village has produced a super genius, and coincidentally, our village has one as well. Would you be interested in a wager to see whose genius is stronger? Tsunade approached Xiao Yun, placing her hand on his shoulder. Nonsense. The third Hokage leapt to his feet, his usually calm face suddenly filled with rage. Look at this. This is the kind of disciple you have raised. Today she dares to stake Kenoha's Saint on a bet, and tomorrow she will wager the entire village. Just then, Danzo entered with 3 masked Umbu, mocking the third Hokage mercilessly. Tsunade, you have crossed the line. The hidden talents of Kenoha, Mito, and Konoha had also arrived, followed by members of the Hyuga clan. Sister Tsunade, this is too reckless. You would have the Saint compete to cover your gambling debts? What were you thinking? Hinata Yumi glared, her Byakugan activated. She knew that the Reikage village's genius was named Samui, a prodigy of lightning release with a terrifying talent, capable of single-handedly taking on 2 Chunin at such a young age. Moreover, he was known for his brutality, never relenting until his opponents were defeated. Sending Xiao Yun to battle him is akin to pushing him into a fire pit. Hinata girl, why are you so agitated? Xiao Yun has nothing to do with your clan. Tsunade shot back. It may not matter now, but soon Xiao Yun will become our Hyuga clan's son-in-law. Xiao Yun, are you being coerced by Tsunade? If so, just blink. With our Hyuga clan backing you, no one can harm you. Hinata Hayashi coldly addressed Tsunade, then turned his gaze to Xiao Yun. 10 seconds later, he suddenly exclaimed, Look! Xiao Yun blinked. He is being forced by Tsunade. The previously tense atmosphere was instantly diffused by Hayashi's outburst. The attendees, trained in professionalism, typically would not laugh unless they could not hold it in. Lord Hinata, I willingly participate in this match on behalf of Lady Tsunade. The flowers grown in a greenhouse lack resilience. I wish to challenge the various geniuses. If Lord Reikage is willing to wager, I can help repay some of Tsunade's debts. Why not? Xiao Yun spoke softly. Such audacity. The phrase silver spear. Wax head must refer to someone like you. Boy, do you understand the terror of my brother Samui? If you do not repay your debts, you may end up losing your life. Samui scoffed at the handsome youth, dismissing him as mere eye candy. Humph, Tsunade, it seems you have great confidence in Xiao Yun. Very well, I shall agree. If he defeats Samui, all debts will be forgiven. But what if he loses? Inquired the Reikage. If he loses, I will marry your brother. And I will not go back on my word. Tsunade confidently declared, puffing out her chest. I oppose this. The Kenoha Saint has only just begun his training. Now is not the time for battle. Danzo was the first to express his disapproval. As the head of Konoha's intelligence department, he was well aware of Samui's reputation. I also oppose this. Hinata Hayashi echoed. Me too. Me too. The hidden talents of Kenoha voiced their disapproval in succession. Only the third Hokage remained silent. Sarutobi, say something. If Xiao Yun is so exceptionally gifted, what will you say to Konoha's ancestors if something goes awry? Danzo glared at the third Hokage. Tsunade, you have indeed gone too far this time. I cannot assist you, and I too oppose this. The third Hokage sighed heavily. Humph. With a cold huff. Tsunade tugged at Xiao Yun's sleeve, gesturing toward her belly with a series of significant glances. Xiao Yun frowned, gazing at Tsunade in disbelief. I understand. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me a moment. Xiao Yun cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. In truth, my decision to compete against the Reikage village's genius is twofold. 1. To hone my own strength, and 2. For Tsunade. I cannot stand idly by while she marries another, for she carries my child. What? The crowd was momentarily stunned, their eyes wide as saucers. You idiot. Why did you say that? Tsunade shouted, rushing over to deliver a punch that sent Xiao Yun flying. What the, didn't you hint at me to say it? Xiao Yun grimaced, clutching his abdomen, looking at Tsunade with an expression of grievance. You fool. I meant for you to consider our child and find a way to persuade everyone, not to blurt it out. Nevertheless, it matters not. Yes, I am pregnant with Xiao Yun's child, and it is nothing to be ashamed of. Now that you all know, it is only reasonable for the father to fight for the mother. Does anyone object? Tsunade stated with an air of self-satisfaction. The crowd remained in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that the woman who had always regarded men as insignificant now bore a child, and from none other than Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun is truly remarkable. Not only is he exceptionally gifted, but he has also managed to impregnate the village's flower. A true model of manhood. Wait a moment. Since you are carrying someone else's child, even if my brother likes you, he will not want you because he has a thing for virgins. The fourth Raikage looked at Tsunade with disdain. What will you do now? Tsunade coldly inquired. He chuckled. If this lad wins, I shall consider it a mere 50 million. But if he loses, you must wed me. The fourth Raikage laughed heartily, a hint of mischief flickering across his stern visage. The crowd was once again taken aback. This old fellow evidently had a penchant for completed products. Only Samui displayed a mysterious smile. For the Raikage had always been known for his affinity for the legacy of the warring states, showing little interest in unopened items while harboring an almost obsessive fascination with those that had been thoroughly experienced. Very well, it is decided. With that, Tsunade turned to Xiao Yun and said, put forth your best effort in the match. Otherwise, I shall invite you to a wedding feast. Xiao Yun could only manage a bitter smile, reflecting on how the scenario had deviated from the norm. Traditionally, it was the gambling husbands who sold their wives and children at the gaming table, with the wives lamenting in despair and refusing to comply. Why was it that in his case, the narrative had become so absurd? All right, let's proceed. Darui, go fetch Samui from the Raikage village. The Chunin exams will commence in 10 days, and I would rather not endure the back and forth. Samui, purchase a residence for me in Kenoha. Once Samui triumphs over Xiao Yun, I shall celebrate with Tsunade. Laughter erupted, echoing through the chamber. Chapter 25. Devilish Training in the Kenoha Medical Room. Sasuke remained in a deep slumber, his pallid face betraying his fragile state. Why haven't you awakened yet? Sasuke. Sakura lamented, draped over him in despair. Kakashi stood solemnly nearby. Recognizing the high level of Jin Jutsu placed upon Sasuke, even the skilled Yugao was unable to unravel it. Who could have done this? Sasuke's condition could only be described as dire, leaving them to hope for a stroke of fortune. Within the empty infirmary, Sakura's cries persisted, causing Kakashi to feel increasingly agitated. He stepped outside for a cigarette, seeking to alleviate the weight of his melancholy. I'm not dead yet. Why the wailing? A faint voice emerged as Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. Sasuke, you're awake. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke-'s awake. Sakura's exclamation startled Kakashi, who hastily extinguished his cigarette and returned to the room. Sasuke, your eyes? Kakashi gazed incredulously at Sasuke. Suddenly, Sasuke grimaced, clutching his eyes, as blood tears streamed down his cheeks. Sharingan. Sakura and Kakashi gasped in unison. In the recent days, Xiao Yun had undoubtedly been the center of attention in Konoha. He had effortlessly defeated Sasuke, amassed over 1 million in winnings, and even caused Tsunade, the village's beauty, to conceive. Wherever he went, he was the focal point. Xiao Yun, you're truly formidable. How did you manage to win over Tsunade? She has suitors aplenty. Even I once penned her a love letter, only to be rejected. After that, I devoted myself to the 8 gates and bid farewell to women. Might Guy praised him with enthusiasm. Do you believe I was the one who seduced Tsunade? Xiao Yun chuckled helplessly. Stop with the nonsense. No man can resist if a woman truly desires him, Guy scoffed. Master, please accept your disciple's humility, Naruto exclaimed, kneeling before him. Enough of this. I am about to face the Raikage village's prodigy, Samui. What do you know about him? Xiao Yun inquired. Here. This is the information sent by Danzo from the Umbu. Take a look, Guy replied, pulling a sheet of paper from his pocket, detailing Samui's personal information. Danzo from the Umbu? I never expected him to take such an interest in my affairs, Xiao Yun remarked with a smile. Indeed, despite his harsh demeanor and ruthless tactics, he holds a deep affection for Kenoha, Guy explained. Xiao Yun smiled faintly. Though inwardly he scoffed at Danzo. This man claimed to protect Kenoha while plotting against the Uchiha clan and during the attacks by Orochimaru and Pain. He acted like a coward. When it truly mattered, he fled faster than anyone. 3 minutes later, having perused Samui's dossier, Xiao Yun gasped in disbelief. Although still a genin, Samui possessed formidable strength, having mastered the 4th Raikage's lightning techniques at a remarkably young age. While his abilities may not have been on par with the original, he could effortlessly eliminate opponents of equal rank. Thus far, all who had faced him had fallen without exception. He even boasted that any ninja who could withstand his second strike would receive 10 million as a reward. Good heavens! Is Tsunade trying to hasten my demise? Xiao Yun grumbled, crumpling the document and casting it to the ground. With only 10 days until his duel with Samui, his wood-release chakra was still at a mere 2nd tier. Although he had mastered 3 wood-release techniques, their effectiveness remained untested in combat. The chakra of the nine tails within Naruto was also limited. How did I end up causing Tsunade to bear my child? It is indeed a tragic fate. Had I known, I would have rather taken a knife to it. Xiao Yun, your only course of action is to train diligently in taijutsu. With your talent, you might unlock the second gate before the competition. If you achieve that, you will stand a fighting chance, Guy comforted, patting Xiao Yun on the shoulder. Xiao Yun sighed, nodding in resignation, realizing that he could only hope to unlock the second gate swiftly. Otherwise, he would indeed find himself attending Tsunade's wedding. He shook his head. He could not bear the thought of Tsunade, carrying his child, sharing a bed with another man, or being subjected to anyone else's whims. Training. I shall subject myself to grueling training, Guy-sensei. Push me to my limits. Do not treat me as human. Let youth burn brightly. In the following 3 days, Guy indeed treated Xiao Yun as less than human, binding him with 500 pounds of specially crafted weights, subjecting him to 500 frog jumps, a 5-kilometer run, 2,000 push-ups, and 2 kilometers of freestyle swimming. Each day, he only allowed 3 hours of sleep, dedicating the remainder to training. Under the setting sun, 2 women observed Xiao Yun's grueling regimen from a distance. Tsunade, this lad is truly putting forth effort for you. It seems his feelings for you are genuine. Tsunade's friend, Yugao, remarked with a knowing smile. It's not love. It's more about the child in my womb, Tsunade replied, her cheeks flushing. Yet, witnessing Xiao Yun's determination stirred a pang of guilt within her, mingled with an unexpected sweetness. Noticing Tsunade's bashful demeanor, Yugao wore a knowing smile. Aware that a man capable of evoking such vulnerability in a woman had undoubtedly carved a deep space in her heart. By the way, how long have you known him? Yugao inquired. Just over a month, Tsunade answered. What, a month? And he has already made you pregnant? That's quite unconventional. Yugao exclaimed, astonished. Speaking of which, you have been with Asuma for nearly 3 years, and yet there has been no news? Tsunade questioned. Yugao's expression softened, a shadow of sadness crossing her face as she sighed deeply. Alas, he is lacking in that regard. Having said that, Yugao's gaze returned to the training Xiao Yun. Her eyes filled with envy. Junior brother, those 3 moves of Wing Chun you displayed the other day were remarkable. I've been eager for an opportunity to spar with you. If you don't mind, shall we have a friendly match? Li proposed. Xiao Yun smiled awkwardly, surprised that the techniques he had hastily devised had garnered such admiration from Li. All right. Xiao Yun readily agreed, realizing that mere training held little value without practical experience. He needed to engage with skilled opponents to enhance his abilities. Xiao Li, let us refrain from going too far. Xiao Yun assumed the initial stance of Wing Chun. Chapter 26. You call this the level of a lower ninja? Under the blazing sun, Xiao Yun and Xiao Li locked eyes, the battle on the verge of erupting. Faced with the formidable prowess of a lower ninja, the pinnacle of early Hokage power, Xiao Yun felt a twinge of apprehension. Meanwhile, Xiao Li gazed at Xiao Yun with a serious expression. He was not afraid of Xiao Yun, but rather concerned for him. This was because Teacher Guy had, in a bid to enhance Xiao Yun's combat capabilities, instructed him to unleash that particular move. Xiao Li, rest assured, I will be here to support you. Go all out. Might Guy bellowed towards Xiao Li. Understood, Xiao Li replied, pulling a gourd from his waist, uncapping it, and drinking deeply. Junior brother, you must be cautious. Ugh, this liquor packs quite a punch. With that, Xiao Li unexpectedly collapsed, his face flushed, appearing thoroughly intoxicated. Drunken fist? Xiao Yun recognized it at once. He recalled that in the original story, Xiao Li's strength would significantly amplify when inebriated, even allowing him to contend with the likes of the bloodline-empowered Lu Maquin. Xiao Yun, come on, finish this drink, and then another. After this, there are 3 more. What is the matter? You look down on me for not drinking with you? Baka. Xiao Li appeared completely drunk, tipping the gourd toward his mouth, when suddenly his expression shifted to one of ferocity as he leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed directly at Xiao Yun. What incredible speed! What immense strength! Xiao Yun felt a powerful gust of energy rushing toward him before the kick even arrived. Truly, he was the pinnacle of early Hokage lower ninja. This single kick surpassed even to Sasuke. Xiao Yun, in his drunken state, Xiao Li's combat prowess is formidable. You must give it your all and utilize all your ninja techniques. Might Guy shouted from a distance. Xiao Yun stared at Xiao Li, facing such a master. He could not rely on Wing Chun to engage him. Wood release, tree binding, eternal burial. Xiao Yun swiftly formed hand seals. Suddenly, several vine-like tendrils, as thick as ballpoint pens, shot up from the ground at lightning speed, wrapping around Xiao Li with astonishing swiftness. Xiao Li halted, gazing in a daze at the vines ensnaring his limbs. You invite me for drinks, and I get stuck in your bindings? You scoundrel! He roared, instantly breaking free from the vines. Damn it! Is this guy's strength overwhelming, or are my vines simply too fragile to hold him? Yet, in the next moment, a sudden twist occurred. The severed vines sprouted anew, once again ensnaring Xiao Li. Excitement glimmered in Xiao Yun's eyes. He had not anticipated that ninjutsu could be so tenacious, but he found it exhilarating. Curse it! The first gate of the 8 gates, open. A swirling mass of blue energy enveloped Xiao Li, who angrily tore through the vines. Although the vines could regenerate, Xiao Li's speed in breaking them was evidently faster than their growth. Moreover, as time passed, the rate at which the vines regrew appeared to slow, and it seemed they would soon be unable to restrain Xiao Li. Drink! Xiao Yun shouted, pressing his palms together, and expending a quarter of his chakra in an instant. The vines thickened, now over 3 times their original size, wrapping Xiao Li like a mummy. Boom! Xiao Li erupted with power, shattering the vines into countless fragments. With a leap, he escaped the range of the tree-binding eternal burial attack, swaying as he retrieved another flask of liquor from his waist, gulping it down. He then leisurely unraveled the white gauze binding his arms, mumbling, "Good wine is good wine. But it's just too expensive. I'll need to borrow more money from Junior Brother. After all, I haven't signed any IOUs. Damn it." Xiao Yun could only laugh in exasperation at the inebriated Xiao Li, truly speaking candidly under the influence. "Xiao Yun, be careful. This guy is about to use the lotus of the opening," Mike Guy warned gravely. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun felt a tightening in his chest. The lotus of the opening was the preparatory move for unlocking the second gate of the 8 gates, which diverged slightly from the original story, where it was a preparation for the first gate. However, I shall not alter it. He recalled that in the original tale, Gaara was sent soaring into the sky by this very move, crashing back down with great force. No way. He wouldn't use that technique against me, would he? Lotus of the opening. Xiao Li's body moved like a specter, instantly appearing beside Xiao Yun, crouching in a bizarre posture beneath him, before delivering a kick to Xiao Yun's chin, launching him into the air. So fast, so powerful, Xiao Yun could hardly react. What is this? In midair, Xiao Yun had no time to process, as he noticed white ribbons swirling around him. Snap! Xiao Yun was instantly bound tightly. Here, have a sip of this fine wine, Xiao Li said, presenting the gourd to Xiao Yun's lips. Xiao Yun frowned, thinking, does this guy not brush his teeth? Ungrateful. You refuse to drink my wine. Then taste my lotus of the opening. With that, Xiao Li unleashed a powerful kick, sending Xiao Yun headfirst toward the ground. Xiao Li then locked his legs around Xiao Yun's neck while firmly gripping his feet. Xiao Li, cease this at once, Mike Guy shouted, ready to rush in and assist, only to be intercepted by a figure. Kakashi, why are you blocking my way to help? Mike Guy glared at Kakashi with anger. Calm down. Xiao Yun want to die? Kakashi replied, having removed his mask to reveal his Sharingan, coldly observing the battlefield. Boom. The earth-shattering sound echoed, dust billowing into the air. As the dust settled, they could see Xiao Yun's head had been forcefully driven deep into the stone slab, leaving behind a massive crater. However, the expected scene of bloodshed did not unfold. Instead, a creaking sound emerged as Xiao Yun, unbeknownst to them, had transformed into wood. Is this what a lower ninja battle looks like? From afar, Tsunade gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief as she observed the scene. Wood clone, wood binding technique. 8 gates. Whoever dares to label this as a battle of lower ninjas shall face my wrath. Xiao Yun. Tsunade's eyes sparkled. How long had it been since he had grown to such heights? Excellent. What a thrilling fight. Bring it on. Xiao Li threw the last flask of liquor into the air, shattering it with a kick, allowing the liquor to rain down upon him. Prepare yourself, Xiao Li declared, leaping towards Xiao Yun, his fist striking with the force of a tempest, his feet moving like lightning. Each attack appeared chaotic, yet undeniably ferocious. Xiao Yun found himself forced into a defensive posture, realizing that merely enduring the onslaught would not suffice. Chapter 27. A perilous battle. The struggle persisted, Xiao Li's attacks becoming increasingly frenetic, yet devastatingly powerful. As the saying goes, no move triumphs over a lack of form. And if the attacker is unaware of their next move, how could the opponent possibly predict it? Thus, Facing Xiao Li's nearly frenzied barrage, Xiao Yun initially managed to evade and maneuver, but as time went on, his defenses began to falter. "The second gate of the 8 gates, open," Xiao Li proclaimed, his aura surging, the blue energy intensifying around him. "Prepare yourself." Xiao Li had completely shut his eyes, appearing as if in slumber, yet his body became increasingly agile. Relying solely on instinct in battle, each move flowing seamlessly like water, brimming with vitality. However, Xiao Yun found himself in dire straits. With Xiao Li having opened the second gate, his power had surged more than threefold, and every punch and kick felt like being pummeled by a hammer, causing Xiao Yun to spit blood on several occasions. Were it not for the wood release healing technique, blowing back to the earth, Xiao Yun would have surely collapsed by now. Damn it. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the distance were utterly astounded, especially Sasuke. After activating his Sharingan, he had intended to show off by confronting Xiao Yun, but upon witnessing the clash between him and Xiao Li, he silently deactivated his Sharingan. The two individuals are exceptionally formidable. Even if I were to awaken the Sharingan, I would not stand a chance against them. Sasuke, you must attentively observe their battle. Tomorrow, I shall have Guy arrange a match between you and Xiao Yun, Kakashi stated solemnly. Sasuke responded, I thank you, ancestor of 8 generations. In a moment of opportunity, Li seized the gap in Xiao Yun's defense and sent him flying with a powerful kick. Xiao Yun coughed up blood, astonished by the sheer force of the attack. Is this where it ends? The spectators believed Xiao Yun had reached his limits, his chakra nearly depleted. Although his wood release techniques were remarkable, his training had been brief, and his chakra reserves were limited. To have fought Li, who was in a drunken state and had opened the second gate, to this extent was indeed impressive. Wiping the blood from his lips, Xiao Yun rose, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable fighting spirit. If I cannot defeat Li, how can I hope to vanquish Samuel? How can I protect Tsunade? How can I safeguard my child? Damn it, I must resort to that technique. A fierce glint flickered in Xiao Yun's eyes as he formed hand seals with the grace of a butterfly, invoking the master-servant symbiosis technique. Naruto, Ninetales, lend me your chakra. In an instant, a torrent of furious chakra surged towards Xiao Yun. Naruto, watching the battle, suddenly became dazed, as if he had entered a state of catatonia. How could Xiao Yun possess such astonishing chakra? Might Guy rubbed his eyes in disbelief, gazing at Xiao Yun enveloped in orange chakra. This chakra exuded an ominous aura, reminiscent of something from the abyss. Xiao Yun, what secrets do you harbor? Kakashi muttered to himself. Tsunade exclaimed, how can Xiao Yun possess such a degree of chakra? It's simply unbelievable. Her jaw dropped in shock. Tsunade furrowed her brow, her expression clouded with concern as she observed Xiao Yun. The chakra emanating from him felt chilling, as if it were the power of a demon. Xiao Yun, Tsunade whispered, biting her lip in distress. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the Hokage and Danzo, watching the battle on television, stood up abruptly. Is this the chakra of the Nine Tails? They clenched their fists, their expressions grave as they stared intently at the screen. These two had faced the Nine Tails before, and despite Danzo's minor role, they would never forget the power of this chakra. They exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend why the chakra of the Nine Tails was manifesting in Xiao Yun. Wood release, firewood co-destruction technique. Xiao Yun bellowed, fully immersed in battle. Influenced by the Nine Tails chakra, he seemed to lose all sense of friend and foe, forgetting that this was merely a spar. He unleashed his most formidable attack, firewood co-destruction technique. The third Hokage and Danzo exclaimed in unison, recognizing it as a technique that the first Hokage had only mastered superficially, yet its power was immense. Kakashi Guy, stop Xiao Yun. The third Hokage shouted into the intercom. However, it was too late. Numerous seemingly withered branches sprang forth around Li, each flickering with embers. A tremendous wave of heat surged forth, rousing the inebriated Li from his stupor. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions erupted, flames soaring into the sky, and scorching winds swept through. Li, Guy's eyes widened in horror as he prepared to charge into the inferno, only to be restrained by Kakashi. Get out of my way. Kakashi. Guy forcefully pushed him aside. Calm down, look. Kakashi pointed nearby, where a graceful silhouette emerged from the flames, cradling an unconscious boy. Tsunade. In a flash, Guy dashed forward and caught Li. Yes, fine. He merely fainted after forcibly opening the third gate to withstand Xiao Yun's attack. I've already applied medical ninjutsu, and he will awaken shortly, Tsunade reassured. Tsunade, I owe you my life. Guy knelt before her, his heart heavy with gratitude for his precious disciple, fearing any misfortune would haunt him forever. Tsunade, you must check on Xiao Yun, Kakashi urged, his concern for Xiao Yun growing as he spiraled into madness. Ahaha! Who dares to compete with me for Tsunade? I will slay her. Xiao Yun's voice echoed, filled with a wild madness. Tsunade, just wait. What's 1 billion? I will earn 100 billion to repay you, but you must let me have a taste. Recently, I have mastered a new technique, the Sea King's sorrow. I can pierce through several wooden stakes. Though Tsunade felt her face flush with embarrassment, a sweet warmth filled her heart. Stop babbling. Kakashi, seal the evil. Understood. Kakashi leaped to Xiao Yun's side, his speed surpassing that of the second gate Li by several magnitudes. Xiao Yun instinctively attempted to retaliate, but Kakashi gently touched him, freezing him in place. Seal the evil. Kakashi commanded, forming hand seals, placing his left hand on Xiao Yun's forehead. Instantly, the chaotic chakra dissipated, and the overwhelming murderous intent receded. Xiao Yun stared blankly at the battlefield. Did I cause this? What happened to Li? His voice was weak. Rest assured, he is fine. Tsunade had hurried to Xiao Yun's side. That's good. Thank goodness. Xiao Yun murmured, then suddenly collapsed, supported by Tsunade into her embrace. Chapter 28. My name is Uzumaki Xiao Yun in Tsunade's residence. The room was awash in pink hues, radiating youthful exuberance. Lying in bed, Xiao Yun slowly awakened, bewildered by his surroundings. Is this not the place Tsunade had once forcibly brought him to? How did he end up here? As Xiao Yun attempted to rise, a wave of excruciating pain engulfed him, causing him to grimace and fall back onto the bed. What is happening? Why does it hurt so much? Fool. Your body is too weak to endure the chakra of that monster. Moreover, that firewood co-destruction technique is tainted with evil. Use it sparingly in the future. The system's voice echoed in his mind. System, I am about to compete against the top genius of the Lightning Village. I need to assess my strength. Do you have any methods to rapidly enhance my abilities? Xiao Yun inquired earnestly. None. The system replied decisively. Really none? None. Then I shall cease training in the Chaos Sky Escape. You fool. Do you truly have none? I do. Come, Xiao Yun, take your medicine. Tsunade approached with a bowl of medicinal soup, her gentle gaze filled with warmth, captivating him utterly. For a moment, Xiao Yun was entranced, unable to look away from this woman who embodied both maturity and playful charm. Her exquisite figure swayed as she walked, assuring him that their future children would never go hungry. What are you staring at? Tsunade smiled sweetly. Admiring our future child's pantry, Xiao Yun instinctively replied, wiping the drool from his mouth, lost in thought. You lecher. First, drink your medicine. Tsunade feigned anger. So beautiful, even in anger, she captivates. To perish at the hands of such a woman would be worth it. I must protect her. I cannot allow her to suffer beneath another man. With a hearty gulp, Xiao Yun accepted the bowl from Tsunade's hands, and to his surprise, the pain coursing through his body significantly diminished. After a brief respite, he rose to depart. Where are you headed? Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. I must train. My time is limited, Xiao Yun replied with a serious tone. Tsunade smiled gently, grasping the corner of his garment, and bashfully suggested, Fool, let us rest here tonight. A buzzing sensation overwhelmed Xiao Yun's mind. What did she mean by resting here tonight? Tsunade's eyes sparkled with affection. Initially, she had reluctantly chosen Xiao Yun during her pregnancy, but over time, she had grown fond of his efforts, which did not go unnoticed by her. Especially during his moments of fury, Xiao Yun exhibited a commendable masculinity. Indeed, Tsunade had developed feelings for Xiao Yun. Which woman would not be drawn to a man who fought for her? Even someone as strong as Tsunade was not immune to such feelings. Suddenly, a surge of desire ignited within Xiao Yun, prompting him to embrace Tsunade passionately. Xiao Yun, I wish to try that Sea King sorrow you mentioned, Tsunade said, her voice laced with shyness. Just as Xiao Yun was prepared to delve deeper into their exploration, he was suddenly struck by a thunderous realization. Tsunade had her monthly visitor. Oh, I completely forgot, Tsunade exclaimed, her embarrassment evident as she looked at Xiao Yun. How could someone of Tsunade's caliber experience this? Xiao Yun thought, his mind reeling in disbelief. It seems we'll have to postpone this. I'm sorry, Xiao Yun, but you'll have to hold on. Tsunade's tone was filled with regret. The next day, Xiao Yun returned to the training grounds, only to find a gathering of individuals, including the third Hokage, Danzo, and the clan leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. Master, you're back. The third Hokage has been waiting for you for quite some time, Naruto exclaimed as he rushed toward Xiao Yun. A frown creased Xiao Yun's forehead. He surmised that they had come concerning the Nine Tails, and he needed to concoct a plausible explanation. Good morning, everyone. Xiao Yun greeted them with a smile. How is it that you possess Nine Tails chakra? The third Hokage inquired bluntly. Who exactly are you, Xiao Yun? Danzo scrutinized him with suspicion. At just over 20 years of age, Xiao Yun was a remarkable talent, and it was implausible that he had suddenly appeared in Kenoha. The only conceivable explanation was that he was a spy from another village. Indeed, Xiao Yun, we hope you can provide us with a reasonable explanation, Hyuga Hayashi added. With a long sigh, Xiao Yun gazed meaningfully at the assembly. It appears my secrets can no longer remain concealed. My true name is Uzumaki Xiao Yun, and Naruto's mother. Uzumaki Kushina is my sister. Naruto is my nephew. Here is how it transpired. Xiao Yun recounted his tale, leaving everyone in stunned silence. In his narrative, he explained that after being separated at birth from his sister, he endured countless hardships to reunite with her. However, upon his arrival, he was met with the devastation of the Nine Tails attack on the village. The fourth Hokage, Minato, had exerted all his strength to seal the Nine Tails away using the dead demon consuming seal. Initially intending to seal its chakra within Naruto, he realized that Naruto, being a newborn, could not withstand the full force of the Nine Tails chakra. Consequently, the fourth Hokage divided the chakra into two halves, sealing the positive portion within Naruto and the negative portion within Xiao Yun. After the Nine Tails incident, Xiao Yun had aimed to return to Kenoha to uphold his brother-in-law's will of fire and serve the village. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had succumbed to the effects of the sealing technique and awoke in a distant and unfamiliar place. After years of wandering, he had finally returned to Kenoha. Fear not, Naruto, wherever the leaves dance, the fire will burn ever bright. From now on, I shall protect both Kenoha and you. Xiao Yun's eyes glimmered with unwavering determination. Uncle, you are my uncle? No wonder you have been so kind to me. Naruto burst into tears, overwhelmed by the revelation that he was not alone in this world. Good child, you've suffered so much over the years, Xiao Yun thought, bemused, as he realized that Naruto was oblivious to the origins of his Nine Tails chakra. This deception might work on others, but not on him. It was evident that Naruto was not particularly astute. No wonder I found it peculiar that Naruto, just born, could withstand the Nine Tails chakra. The third Hokage mused, understanding dawning upon him. I have pondered this matter for quite some time, but now it makes sense. However, Xiao Yun, while your explanation holds some merit, how can you prove your lineage to the Uzumaki clan? For the good of Kenoha, you must return with me to the Umbu for further investigation, Danzo stated coldly. Upon hearing this, even the third Hokage refrained from interjecting, as it fell within Danzo's jurisdiction. Xiao Yun offered a mysterious smile. Danzo, I understand your suspicion. You believe I might be a spy sent from another village, correct? He said with a subtle grin. The others fell silent, tacitly acknowledging the truth of his assertion. Despite occasional tensions among the five great nations, a relative balance had been maintained. Yet, as leaders of these nations, they were acutely aware that this fragile equilibrium could shatter at any moment. Consequently, the vigilance against potential infiltrators was heightened, particularly when such infiltrators could ascend to positions of power. Being in the Umbu, I must remain vigilant against any threats to Kenoha. My scrutiny is not personal. Danzo replied in a chilling tone. Come now, if I were a leader from another village, would I be dispatched as a spy? Would you send someone of my caliber to infiltrate your ranks? That would be sheer folly, Xiao Yun countered. The assembly fell silent, realizing the validity of his argument. Protecting such a talent would be paramount. Sending him to serve as a spy would indeed be a grave misjudgment. But how can you prove you belong to the Uzumaki clan? Danzo pressed once more. Alas, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, I am bound to keep certain secrets. But for the sake of my innocence, I shall lay them bare today. The dead demon consuming seal is a secret technique of my clan, known to seal the souls of our enemies. However, few are aware that it can also be undone, Xiao Yun explained slowly. What? The dead demon consuming seal traps both the enemy's soul and one's own within the belly of the Shinigami, eternally entwined. Such a jutsu can be released? The third Hokage's expression shifted, for he was privy to the knowledge that Kushina had once confided in him. This technique could indeed be undone, but only those of the Uzumaki clan knew how. In truth, Releasing this technique is not overly complex. One must locate the Shinigami's mask, embody the Shinigami, and then open their own belly to free the imprisoned soul, Xiao Yun asserted earnestly. Humph, mere words hold no weight. How can you substantiate your claims? Danzo challenged again. Enough, Danzo. I have already confirmed that Xiao Yun is indeed of the Uzumaki clan. This matter concludes here. No further inquiries. The third Hokage declared sternly. Seeing the third Hokage's resolute demeanor, Xiao Yun understood that the old man believed in his heritage. He had gambled on the Hokage's knowledge of the method to release the dead demon-consuming seal, which was not disclosed in the original text. Fortunately, having read the Naruto manga thoroughly, he was aware that the ever-resourceful Orochimaru had discovered the means to undo the seal. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. Certainly. Here is the refined and improved translation of your text. One cannot escape the impending investigation led by Danzo. Xiao Yun, steadfast in his integrity, remains unperturbed by shadows. Yet with mere days until his decisive battle with Samur, the thought of being taken away is unsettling. Would Tsunade truly be wed to the perverse fourth Hokage? Thus, the investigation reached a swift conclusion, thwarted by the formidable influence of the third Hokage. Xiao Yun never anticipated that a single battle would summon such complications. In the depths of the Umbu, Danzo murmured, "You have failed to fulfill your promise. Thus our transaction is null." Under the moonlight, Hyuga Hisashi remained with his eyes shut. He had intended to forge an alliance through marriage with Xiao Yun, but upon learning from the third Hokage that Tsunade was with child, his stance subtly shifted, delaying any discussions of the union. Consequently, he adopted a tacit approval of Danzo's intentions to apprehend Xiao Yun, believing that once the battle with Samur passed, Tsunade would marry the Hokage, and he would subsequently propose Xiao Yun's integration into the Hyuga clan, all unfolding seamlessly. However, Xiao Yun's explanation suggested he might genuinely be of the Uzumaki clan. After speaking, Hisashi executed a swift body flicker and departed, leaving Danzo leaning contemplatively against the window, pondering the luminous moon. "Yamato, emerge," commanded Danzo, and a masked ninja stepped forth from the shadows. "Contact Orochimaru and inform him that I shall no longer interfere with his windmill operation, but he must not lay a hand on Xiao Yun." "Understood," Yamato affirmed, departing. As he watched Yamato's retreating figure, Danzo's previously benign expression morphed into something grotesque. He unwrapped the bandages from his right arm, revealing a multitude of eyes densely covering his skin, each one a Sharingan. Under the moon's glow, Danzo appeared both terrifying and uncanny. "Xiao Yun, you are destined to belong to me," he cackled. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi regarded the third Hokage with concern. "Hokage-sama, do you believe Xiao Yun's claims to be true?" The third Hokage's demeanor turned grave as he contemplated, eventually responding, "I cannot be certain. Although Xiao Yun has divulged a significant secret of the Uzumaki clan, he could still be an operative sent by another village. Then why not permit Danzo to investigate?" Kakashi's confusion deepened. A mysterious smile crept upon the third Hokage's lips as he replied, "Kakashi, how well do you know Danzo? Though he may seem cold and unyielding, his loyalty to Kenoha is unwavering. Is that so? Then take a look at this," the third Hokage said, retrieving a report from his drawer. This is impossible. How could Danzo?" Kakashi stuttered, his eyes wide with shock. No wonder the third Hokage opposed Danzo's intentions to see Xiao Yun. It all made sense. "Kakashi, this matter must remain confidential for now. Our foremost priority is to successfully conduct the third Shinobi World Chunin exams." "Understood. Gai-sensei, I've unlocked the third gate, and there are signs of a breakthrough into the fourth," exclaimed Lee, his excitement palpable. As the saying goes, misfortune often conceals fortune, and fortune often harbors misfortune. Following his clash with Xiao Yun, Lee's strength surged remarkably. The barriers he once faced shattered, allowing him to access the third gate of the 8 gates and show hints of a breakthrough into the fourth. "Lee, my dear disciple, all of this is due to your master's grace." They wept, embracing each other, which sent shivers down Xiao Yun and Naruto's spines, for their emotional display was quite excessive. "Xiao Shidi, without your battle, my progress would not have been so swift." Lee wiped his tears and knelt before Xiao Yun. "Come now, brothers. There's no need for such formality," Xiao Yun chuckled, then weakly added, "By the way, Lee, I believe you still owe me a debt for that last loan. And so does Gai-sensei. Shall we settle that today? Also, Master, I recall you mentioning a new technique after unlocking the third gate, correct? Indeed. With the Chunin exams approaching, we must intensify our training. Come, Xiao Yun, for the sake of Lady Tsunade, we must strive. Ignoring Xiao Yun entirely, the two embraced each other and departed. Chapter 30. Sasuke, let us not pretend we have strength we do not possess, shall we? In the 38th year of Kenoha, with only 6 days remaining until the commencement of the third Shinobi World Chunin exams, numerous ninjas began arriving in the village. Rumor has it that to incentivize participation, substantial monetary rewards, high-level ninjutsu from the 5 great nations, an abundance of chakra stones, and advanced ninja tools would be awarded to those who excelled in the selection trials. Is this truly Kenoha? It is far more splendid than Tsunade, mused a young man, cloaked in a puppet and adorned with a black hat, as he observed the bustling scene before him. Indeed, it is the foremost village in the shinobi world. I've heard that the ramen at Ichiraku is quite delightful. Gaara, shall we venture inside to taste it? Suggested a young woman with a graceful figure and an enchanting visage, carrying a large fan. Between them stood a man bearing a gourd, his face shadowed by dark circles, resembling someone who had not slept well for a month. Despite his handsome features, a palpable aura of menace surrounded him, deterring others from approaching. Very well. With that, the trio entered Ichiraku Ramen, only to find it brimming with patrons and devoid of available seats. Hey, kid, why are you hogging the seat after finishing your meal? Hurry and scram, the puppet-wielding man boasted, pointing at a nearby customer. Sasuke-kun, let us go and let them have the seat, Sakura suggested, sheepishly scratching her head as she attempted to pay. However, Sasuke grasped her wrist firmly. I decide when I leave. It's none of your concern. Besides, I'm not yet satisfied. Sakura, order me 10 bowls of ramen. I intend to eat until morning. Sasuke glared at the trio before him. What did you say? The puppet-wielding man glowered at Sasuke, setting down his puppets, preparing to teach the insolent boy a lesson. Karasu, stand down. A cold voice interjected. The man called Gaara halted Karasu's advance and, expressionless, tossed a stack of bills onto Sasuke's table. Before I lose my temper, leave. Sasuke retorted, I return your words verbatim. I see your forehead protectors are from another village. Heed my advice, panda eyes, retreat and rest. Do not fall asleep during the tournament. As he discreetly infused chakra into the bills, he hurled them at Gaara with swift precision. Had they struck, Gaara would have surely sustained some injury. However, in a bewildering turn of events, just as the bills were about to hit Gaara, a shield composed of sand materialized before him, intercepting the paper. You seek death. Gaara's teeth ground together, his eyes wide with fury, his expression morphing into a grotesque mask of rage as his body trembled uncontrollably. Hey, you! Karasu exclaimed, terrified. As he pointed at Sasuke, he despised being called panda eyes. Anyone who dared utter those words would meet a grim fate in a storm of sand. Temari, quickly notify Lord Gaara. Hurry, Karasu shouted, realizing only Gaara could contain his brother's wrath. Understood. The woman named Temari discarded her fan and fled Ichiraku Ramen in haste. Panda eyes, why the tremors? Are you frightened by the Uchiha emblem on my back? Sasuke scoffed disdainfully at Gaara. This translation maintains the essence of the original narrative while enhancing the language to provide a more elegant and sophisticated reading experience. Blood. I crave more blood to ensure a restful slumber. Blood, ha ha ha. Gaara's voice suddenly turned hoarse, transforming him into a completely different being. Sharp enough to induce dental pain, devoid of any emotion except an insatiable thirst for blood. It's over. It's over. Kujo looked at Gaara in sheer terror and shouted, Mina, run. Just as the words escaped his lips, Gaara waved his left hand, unleashing a sand serpent as thick as a baby's thigh that surged towards Sasuke. Panic erupted in the ramen shop as everyone scrambled for safety. Humph. There are plenty of people here. Come with me. Sasuke swiftly dodged the sand serpent's attack and leaped away into the distance. Sweet blood. Where do you think you're going? Oh ho ho ho. Gaara pursued him relentlessly. The two dashed through the streets, finally halting in a desolate open area. Sasuke, with a grave expression, scrutinized the creature before him. This was no ordinary opponent. However, he was not to be underestimated. He had activated the Sharingan and recently mastered Kakashi's Chidori. This formidable opponent was a perfect test of his abilities. Sand technique, sand rain, Gaara bellowed, and a torrent of sand materialized above Sasuke, morphing into sharp sand needles that rained down upon him. Humph, too slow. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, becoming as elusive as an eel, deftly evading the barrage of sand needles that fell around him. In his eyes, their speed was laughably slow. Foolish techniques. Taste my Chidori. With a crackle of blue light, a surge of chakra materialized in Sasuke's hand, resembling 1,000 chirping birds. Kakashi's signature move, Chidori. Concentrated chakra at his fingertips to pierce through his enemy. Just the perfect opportunity to test its power against you, Gaara. Sasuke charged directly at Gaara. However, just as he was about to strike, he suddenly felt his legs ensnared as if bound by some unseen force. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a swirling mass of sand, and no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. You thought the sand rain was merely for offense? Gaara smirked ominously. Trapped. Sasuke now understood that the sand rain had merely scattered the sand to create a vast sandy terrain, ensnaring him in Gaara's trap. Despicable. Sasuke fought with all his might, but the grip only tightened, and the sand began to consume his lower body, creeping upward. The constricting force grew stronger, and Sasuke could no longer maintain his Chidori, letting out a pained scream. Should I simply drink his blood? Or should I obliterate his body so that everyone may partake? Mother always said good things are to be shared. Ah, Mother, am I a good child? You will praise me, won't you? Ha ha ha. Please enjoy, everyone. A sandstorm funeral. Gaara formed hand seals. At that critical moment, a figure descended from the heavens, striking with immense force and breaking the sand that encased Sasuke, rescuing him. Xiaoyun. You, Sasuke, stop pretending to be strong. If I hadn't run into Sakura while buying supplies for Tsunade, you would be nothing but a puddle of blood right now. How did the Uchiha clan produce someone like you? Xiaoyun stared at Sasuke in disbelief. You. Sasuke felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Unable to catch his breath, he collapsed unconscious. Chapter 31. The bet Gaara's bloodshot eyes were fixed on Xiaoyun, filled with a frenzied bloodlust. Another delectable source of blood has arrived. Ha ha ha. Gaara extended his crimson tongue, licking his lips as if he intended to devour Xiaoyun whole. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing a white mask, obscuring half of his face, suddenly appeared between Xiaoyun and Gaara. Seal of sand. Maki performed hand seals, extending his hand forward. A flash of yellow light revealed a sand-formed swastika that shot toward Gaara. It pierced through Gaara's sand shield, embedding itself into him. Gaara's expression momentarily faltered, the bloodlust in his eyes dissipating, only to return to his earlier cold demeanor shortly thereafter. What is your name? Gaara coldly regarded Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun. You are quite impressive. I hope we do not encounter each other in the arena, for I would not hesitate to bury you beneath my sand. Gaara replied with a chilling smile. Is that so? I hope we do not cross paths either. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind obliterating your precious parts, Xiaoyun retorted defiantly. Gaara grinned confidently and said, Oh, I look forward to you attempting to destroy my precious parts. With that, he turned and walked away. What the hell? I've never encountered someone who welcomes such a request. Rest assured, I will make certain to obliterate yours. Even Jesus cannot save you. Mark my words. Xiaoyun shouted after Gaara's retreating figure. While the later Gaara is a good child, the earlier version was a bloodthirsty monster. He must be taught a lesson before he changes for the better. The Kenoha Universal Inn was now bustling, with most rooms already booked, primarily by ninjas from the 5 great nations. Meanwhile, ninjas from smaller villages tended to stay in cheaper lodgings, while some broke ninjas resorted to pitching tents in the outskirts. The greatest beneficiaries of such a grand event were the innkeepers and casino owners, particularly at Kenoha's renowned Moonlight Tavern and the largest casino, Crocodile Casino. Over the past few days, the tavern staff had become overwhelmed, with even the retired proprietress returning to work. However, the influx of ninjas seeking entertainment was relentless. Though the girls were making a fortune, the sheer number of patrons was overwhelming, making it difficult to manage. The girls earned money easily, and thus didn't cherish it. After earning, they promptly headed to the Crocodile Casino to place extravagant bets. Damn it, life is so unfair. Why is it that women can waltz in and money flows effortlessly, while men toil tirelessly for their earnings, only to lose a day's wage in a moment? Whether in Blue Star or the Naruto world, it's all the same. The universe is unjust to men. Xiaoyun gazed at the women lavishly spending money, feeling a twinge of envy. At that moment, various betting tables at Crocodile Casino were unveiled. White from the Mist Village versus Hikari from the Grass Village. On the massive screen, their images and details appeared. White, Ice Release Ninja. Hikari, Fire Release Ninja. Odds, 1 to 8. Win 8 for White, win 1 for Hikari. Betting limit, 50,000. The odds reflected the fact that Hikari's fire techniques could melt White's ice techniques. Xiaoyun frowned slightly. White. Is she the same White who followed Momochi Zabuza? How could she participate in the Chunin exams? Wasn't she supposed to have perished at Kakashi's hands? Am I misremembering the series? A flurry of question marks filled Xiaoyun's mind. Regardless, Xiaoyun decisively placed a bet of 50,000 on White to win, confident in her formidable abilities against a mere Chunin fire user, as the original story had indicated. Wow, is that you, Xiaoyun? Why are you betting on White? A full stake? Have you lost your mind? A mocking voice interrupted him, and upon turning, he saw a familiar figure. Gaara. Is that you, Gaara? Take a good look at your own fate. You won't be around much longer, Xiaoyun retorted defiantly. Humph. What a fool. Ice release is perfectly countered by fire release. You lack even this basic understanding. Clearly, you don't deserve to perish beneath my sand, Gaara sneered, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. I have plenty of money. I can do as I please. It's none of your business, Xiaoyun replied, moving to observe the information on the next screen closely. Humph. I heard you got Tsunade pregnant? You certainly have taste, pursuing a woman so much older than you. And now you're set to face the #1 genius of the Reikage village. You truly are foolish, Gaara mocked. What do you know, you little brat? How much older is the little dragon girl than Yonghua? How many years older are the 7 fairies than Dongyong? Did any of them live unhappily? As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is worth a fortune. Tsunade is only 6 years my senior. That's like holding 2 gold bricks. Xiaoyun boasted. Humph. I'm not interested in such matters. Are you brave enough to wager with me? Gaara glared coldly at Xiaoyun. Betting? Gaara's voice boomed, drawing the attention of many with his distinctive appearance and dark circles under his eyes. Isn't that Gaara of the Sandstorm? Who is he betting against? Have you been living under a rock? He is challenging Xiaoyun, said to be the top genius of Kenoha, even dubbed the Holy Son of Kenoha. It's rumored he defeated Uchiha Sasuke in a single move. Quite impressive. What is the big deal? Did you know that the most beautiful woman in the ninja world, Tsunade, is pregnant with his child? No way, really? Tsunade is my goddess. Absolutely. It's been on the headlines of Kenoha. If it were false, her temper would have her smashing the tabloids. My mentor is pregnant, and I'm not the father. I can't let this slide. I must confront him. Count me in. Me too. Shut up. Just look at him. Handsome and powerful. Then look at you lot, a bunch of misfits. Even if Tsunade isn't pregnant with his child, you should still honor her. It said he even took on debts for Tsunade, daring to challenge the #1 genius of Reikage village. Do you dare to do the same? A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The first genius of Reikage village, Summer, is a killing machine. This kid has guts. Gaara. How do you wish to wager? Xiaoyun squinted at Gaara. Hee, we of the Sand Ninja Village choose the first match in the Forest of Death. Are you brave enough to join us? Gaara's lips curled into a disdainful smile. The Forest of Death? The crowd gasped in unison. The rankings for the Chunin selection matches are based on the cumulative scores of each ninja village, with the highest scores coming from the challenges, the 5v5 arena, and the Forest of Death. The challenge is straightforward. A lower ninja can challenge a middle ninja if confident in their abilities. Winning grants them tenfold points. The 5v5 arena tests not only individual strength, but also teamwork and combat coordination. However, the Forest of Death is the most intense, simulating battles among ninjas from various nations. The organizers designate a forest where each participating village sends 10 ninjas. The village with the most surviving ninjas wins. Once inside, no outside interference is allowed. Survival depends solely on one's abilities. As expected, Gaara chose such a thrilling contest right away. A wild guess, but Xiaoyun likely won't accept, considering he has a beautiful partner. Dying in the Forest of Death would be too great a loss. Just look at him, hesitating in silence. He probably dares not agree. It's a mystery why Tsunade would be interested in him. Perhaps he possesses a unique talent that pleases Tsunade. I suspect his title of Holy Son of Kenoha might have been earned through her connections, living off her success. The surrounding ninjas regarded Xiaoyun's reluctance to accept with disdain, assuming he was merely a freeloader without any real skill. What's wrong? Afraid to accept? Gaara looked at Xiaoyun with utter contempt. Hee, Gaara, I told you I'd crush your ambitions, and I will. If you are so eager to become a eunuch, I shall oblige. Now, how shall we wager? Xiaoyun chuckled lightly, unfazed. The crowd was taken aback. They hadn't expected Xiaoyun to accept, especially given the life and death stakes. Some Konoha ninjas knew well that despite Xiao Yun's extraordinary talent, he was still inexperienced and not Gaara's match. What do you propose for our wager? Gaara was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Xiao Yun's boldness. The odds are set by the house, but we can arrange a private wager. Are you willing? A private wager? Gaara looked at Xiao Yun, puzzled. At that moment, Temari leaned closer to Gaara and whispered something in his ear. I see. Well, since you wish to raise the stakes, I'll play along. If you survive the forest of death, I'll pay you 500,000. If you die, I'll make no further demands. What do you say? Gaara proposed. Agreed. Take a good look at your fate. You won't be around much longer. Xiao Yun readily accepted. The crowd was astonished. Had Xiao Yun lost his mind, daring to gamble in the forest of death against Gaara? Particularly among the Kenoha lower ninjas, expressions of anger surfaced. Their minds racing with a singular thought: withdraw from the Chunin tournament. This can't be serious. If I am chosen, wouldn't I have to enter the forest of death alongside Xiao Yun? Withdraw. We must withdraw. What a reckless fool Xiao Yun is, to drag us Kenoha lower ninjas into such peril. Exactly. Once the debts are settled, he'll be cozying up to Tsunade while we stand by helplessly. Only a fool would join him in this risk. Gaara is a merciless killer. I haven't even held a girl's hand. Sigh, what a wretched situation. How could Kenoha produce such a reckless fool? What a sin. Enough. We must withdraw now. There's still time. Yes. Left High Wanton Kuin is right. Hurry and withdraw. A bright future awaits us, and we cannot die here. The Kenoha lower ninjas voiced their indignation, their frustration palpable. In the distance, Tsunade felt a flush of color rise to her cheeks, surprised that Xiao Yun would risk his life for her. Tsunade, Xiao Yun truly harbors deep feelings for you. Yuhi Kurenai remarked, a hint of jealousy in her gaze. To love fiercely, to act boldly, that is the mark of a true man. If I met such a man, I would gladly bear him 10 or 8 children. But Kurenai, doesn't Asuma feel the same way? Tsunade teased. Asuma, let's not discuss him. You should be more concerned about Xiao Yun. Entering the forest of death is no trivial matter, especially against that young sand ninja. Upon hearing this, worry etched itself across Tsunade's stunning features. Xiao Yun, you are being reckless. How could you publicly agree to enter the forest of death against Gaara? The third Hokage's usually calm face now bore a heavy expression. Once, a venerable elder imparted to me a profound truth. Only by drawing perilously close to death can one truly comprehend the essence of existence. To enhance one's abilities, one must bravely confront those who are more formidable. Otherwise, one remains forever a delicate bloom sheltered within a greenhouse, declared Xiao Yun with unwavering conviction. Well said. As expected of my disciple, my guy, with an indomitable spirit, one can conquer the world. Well done, exclaimed Might Guy, giving a thumbs up to Xiao Yun. Guy, be silent. Kindly fetch the door from outside for me, thundered the third Hokage, causing Guy to shiver with fear, regretting ever entrusting Xiao Yun to such a fool. The third Hokage then turned to Xiao Yun and shouted, Who is that elder of yours? Call him here, so that I may have words with him. If one must approach death to grasp the essence of life, what wisdom is there in dying? You must think not only for yourself, but also for the child in Tsunade's womb, you fool. That elder is also named Guy, and besides, I was merely taking risks to settle Tsunade's debts. If you could provide me with 100 million, I would gladly forego my duel with Samuel, Xiao Yun replied sheepishly. All those named Guy are fools. Fools. I have no money. The third Hokage continued to bellow. Hokage, at this juncture, blaming Xiao Yun is futile. The priority now is to find some capable genin to accompany him into the forest of death, Kakashi interjected. It must be done. Kakashi, handle this matter. Oh, and summon Hinata Hizashi. I have something to discuss with him, the Hokage instructed. Chapter 33, Hinata Hizashi, the true ruthless one in the Hokage's office. Hinata Hizashi wore a stern expression, rolling his eyes, silently gazing out the window, clearly displeased with the Hokage. Hizashi, it's not that I refuse to assist you in matchmaking. It's just that Tsunade is in the way, and I cannot bring myself to say it, the third Hokage said with a wry smile. Humph. Do you expect me to believe that? Every man has a share of wives. Just look at you. Asuma is the product of your 9th concubine, isn't he? Hizashi retorted. Unimpressed. Well, let's discuss Xiao Yun instead. The third Hokage awkwardly changed the subject, continuing, You know the situation. I wish for you to send a few Hinata clan genin to accompany Xiao Yun into the forest of death. What do you say? Absolutely not. Hisashi rejected the notion without a moment's thought. Actually, I believe this matter concerns Xiao Yun's life and death. If you leverage this to persuade Tsunade to accept Xiao Yun as a concubine, I think she might acquiesce. This way, the Hinata clan could soon welcome a genius born of would release and be a Kugen. The third Hokage remarked with a knowing smile. You must allow me some time to ponder this. Hisashi fell silent, contemplating. Take your time. Here, enjoy a cigarette crafted by Xiao Yun. It is both gentle and robust. Quite delightful, the third Hokage said, producing a cigarette and offering it to Hisashi, who lit it with a lighter. The Hokage's usually stoic face now adorned with a semblance of flattery. After savoring a few puffs, Hisashi exclaimed in astonishment, "This cigarette is remarkable, gentle yet strong. And not harsh at all. I had no idea Xiao Yun could create such a thing." After consuming 2 packs, Hisashi finally stood, looking at the third Hokage, and said, "I can send members of the Hinata clan to assist Xiao Yun, but I have one condition." "What condition? Speak freely." The third Hokage replied with great anticipation. "Before Xiao Yun enters the Forest of Death, he must share a bed with 100 Hinata clan women. Otherwise, it's a non-starter," Hisashi stated earnestly. The third Hokage spewed his tea upon hearing this. 100 women before entering the Forest of Death in 5 days? That averages 20 women a day. Even a production team's donkey wouldn't dare such a feat. Even if you, Hisashi, wish to enhance the Hinata clan's gene pool, this is simply excessive. You intend to exhaust Xiao Yun to death. Brother Hisashi, your unmarried clan members number scarcely 30, do they not? The third Hokage questioned, puzzled. Are you suggesting that married women cannot bear children? For the sake of the Hinata clan's future, I shall dedicate everything. I will count my own concubines. And others' wives will surely volunteer. It is our duty. If they all conceive Xiao Yun's offspring, I refuse to believe we cannot produce a genius. As the saying goes, store grains to prepare for kingship. As long as the Hinata clan survives, we will eventually dominate the ninja world. Hisashi's eyes gleamed with madness as he exuberantly lit 10 cigarettes, laughter growing increasingly maniacal. Truly ruthless, absolutely ruthless, to the extent of betraying even oneself, and causing Xiao Yun to betray all the men of the Hinata clan. The third Hokage, having never bowed to anyone in his life, now silently raised his thumb in admiration for Hisashi. Oh my! Xiao Yun, who had been eavesdropping behind the screen, screamed in terror, accidentally knocking it over. He gazed at Hisashi with fear. This was the first time he felt dread due to a woman. If he were to acquiesce to Hisashi's demand, his fate would undoubtedly be grim. Third Hokage, I shall enter the Forest of Death alone. There is no need to trouble the Hinata clan, Xiao Yun declared, swiftly making his way to the exit. Stop! The third Hokage's stern command halted Xiao Yun, who then turned to Hisashi, saying, Hisashi, even assuming Xiao Yun achieves a 100% success rate, he would need to engage with over 100 women, and we are about to enter the Forest of Death. Let us not make it so that he cannot even stand properly. Could we perhaps arrange for a payment plan? A payment plan? Xiao Yun's mouth twitched. Is that even possible? Do you mean to select a few women first and pay for the rest later? My intention is to send over a few beautiful women initially to cultivate a relationship with Xiao Yun. We needn't rush into things. After all, we are not donkeys. The third Hokage explained. Well, that seems reasonable. However, I must warn you, if Xiao Yun doesn't engage in proper matters within a month, you cannot blame me for resorting to force, Hisashi replied. Thus, the two leaders of Kenoha struck an agreement, disregarding Xiao Yun's protests, which were met with the 4 words, protests are futile. Certainly, Xiao Yun feared not the exhaustion but the moral transgression of betraying all the men of the Hinata clan. After all, he had been educated to reject such actions, and at his core, he was repulsed by the thought. However, if the Hinata clan were to compel him, he would rather perish than comply, wouldn't he? Would he? Xiao Yun dared not speak of this to Tsunade, for uttering it might lead to dire consequences. In recent days, Xiao Yun had been diligently training to unlock the second gate, carrying 2 bags of rice while scaling the peaks of Jill Mountain. Each descent left his bones aching, yet fleeting moments of breakthrough inspiration flickered in his mind, only to vanish, leaving him frustrated. Brother Yun, are you weary? Please take a break. Allow me to massage your shoulders, Hinata Yumi gently offered, presenting a glass of water and skillfully applying her gentle fists to relieve Xiao Yun's tension. Her technique surpassed that of any technician in the famed 8 of High City, and thanks to Hinata Yumi's gentle fists combined with the precise chakra flow of her Byakugan, Xiaoyun's recovery was remarkably swift. Hisashi had first sent the most beautiful woman of the Hinata clan, Hinata Yumi, to foster a connection with Xiaoyun. Along with her, Hinata was also dispatched. "Ah, brother Xiaoyun, I have made these rice dumplings for you. Please have a taste." A youthful voice echoed, as a blushing girl shyly extended her hand, offering the dumplings to Xiaoyun. Hinata Hyuga was indeed a delicate flower, and her father, Hinata Hayashi, was quite the brute for allowing such a young girl to approach. However, he may be a beast, but I, Xiaoyun, am not. Besides, Hinata will one day be my nephew's bride, and she will have to call me uncle in the future. "Hinata, why don't you go play with Naruto?" Xiaoyun said kindly, gazing at her with warmth. "Is that really all right?" Hinata looked at Xiaoyun in disbelief, her petite face growing even redder, resembling a ripe apple. "Why not? Go ahead. If Hayashi starts to question it, I will take full responsibility. Go enjoy yourself with Naruto," Xiaoyun encouraged. "Thank you, brother Xiaoyun. You are so kind." With that, Hinata skipped away joyfully towards Naruto's training area. "Hee, brother Yun, I have discovered something," Hinata Yumi said with a mischievous smile. "What is it?" Xiaoyun furrowed his brow, looking at Hinata Yumi with curiosity. "Do you have a preference for the mature type?" "Wait a moment." With a playful grin, Hinata Yumi dashed into the bushes. When she emerged, she had changed from her clan's youthful attire into a sleek, black secretary outfit that hugged her figure tightly. "This is far too tight. It seems ready to burst." The black stockings, high heels, and glasses complete the look. She exudes the elegance of a mature woman, intertwined with youthful charm, a deadly combination. Xiaoyun coughed up blood in shock. "A fairy, truly a fairy." With a confident smile, Hinata Yumi declared, "With my looks, I am certain you will be ensnared. Grandfather, rest assured, I will fulfill the task you have entrusted me. The Hyuga clan shall be protected by me, Hinata Yumi. Little vixen, why come here to entice the father of my child?" Just then, a furious voice rang out. "Tsunade?" Xiaoyun jumped in fright, his heart racing. "What brings you here?" he stammered, feeling a pang of guilt. "Am I not allowed to come?" Tsunade replied curtly. "Since Lady Tsunade is here, I shall take my leave. Brother Yun, I will visit you again tomorrow. By the way, I have several outfits at home that you will like. I will wear them for you to see." Giggle. Her melodious laughter faded away, leaving Xiaoyun in a state of despair. "Do you believe she came to assist my training?" Xiaoyun lamented, hastily wiping away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. "I believe you and your nonsense," Tsunade retorted, landing a punch. Chapter 34. Entering the Forest of Death before long. The opening ceremony of the third Chunin selection exam commenced, with leaders from various villages taking the stage to deliver speeches, wishing for the success of the event. The artistic performances during the ceremony were spectacular, showcasing the talents of cultural ninjas from each village: fire release fireworks, water release line dances, earth release golem performances, and thunder release firecrackers, all breathtaking and endlessly creative. Xiaoyun was left in awe. If this were on Blue Star, Zhang Erma would likely be out of a job. The artistic display continued until 2 in the afternoon, culminating in a choir performance by the ninjas. "For we are one family, united in love, sharing fortune and bearing hardship together, with mutual understanding and commitment. Let us endure through time. I hereby declare the third Ninja World Chunin selection officially commenced." The third Hokage proclaimed loudly into the microphone. Thunderous applause erupted, excitement filling the air. "Now, in the name of the Hokage, I announce the first match. The Sand Village team led by Gaara versus the Kenoha team led by Xiaoyun, entering the Forest of Death. The entire process will be broadcasted live from multiple angles." As soon as these words left the third Hokage's mouth, gasps of astonishment filled the crowd. "Wow, Xiaoyun truly has guts, daring to confront Gaara in the Forest of Death. Impressive. I really admire you. Why would you admire a fool? I've heard Xiaoyun has only trained for a short time and is no match for Gaara. Is he foolish enough to engage in the Forest of Death? Oh no, this is bad. According to past customs, if there are fewer than 10 ninjas voluntarily entering the Forest of Death, additional spots will be randomly drawn from the lower ninja pool to make up the numbers. May Lord Hashirama protect me. Please do not let my name be drawn. Look at you, so cowardly. No need to pray. Kenoha already has enough participants entering the forest." "Enough? No way. Who would be foolish enough to seek death? I heard the Hyuga clan sent a few lower ninjas, and Danzo sent one as well. How fortunate to have such connections. I should ensure the talented ninjas in my village have my child too. As soon as the opening ceremony concluded, Xiao Yun followed Might Guy to the entrance of the Forest of Death, where over 20 Konoha ninjas had already gathered. Most of them were unfamiliar faces, save for a few. Xiao Yun, this is Yamato from the Umbu. He is also a wood-release ninja. In the Forest of Death, you represent me. And Yamato will obey you without question, Danzo stated, as a masked ninja leaped in front of Xiao Yun. Ji Village Yamato, I look forward to working with you. Yamato said respectfully. Xiao Yun was taken aback. This was the child infused with Hashirama's cells. In the original story, he was proficient in many wood-release techniques. And Xiao Yun hoped to learn from him. Wait, this doesn't add up. In the original, Yamato should be much older than Naruto. Why does he appear to be only 2 or 3 years older than him now? Xiao Yun dismissed the thought. Since his arrival in the Naruto world, he had noted significant deviations from the original story. Take Tsunade, for instance. In the original, she was already a middle-aged woman, yet here she was merely 27 years old. And then there were those bizarre occurrences like the mysterious Jirobo Peak and chakra-infused rice. None of that existed in the original. How surprising, Xiao Yun said, gazing eagerly at Yamato. He never expected Danzo to send assistance. Perhaps he wasn't as villainous as depicted in the original. Xiao Yun, this is our Hyuga clan's Niji. And here are Byakugan and Yumi, whom you already know. They are all formidable shinobi and will ensure your safety in the Forest of Death, Hayashi said with a smile. Old brute. Xiao Yun shot him a glare. How surprising. Xiao Yun greeted the members of the Hyuga clan, but except for Yumi, the others wore stern expressions, as if someone had wronged them. Uncle, we have arrived. A voice called from behind Xiao Yun. Turning around, he saw Might Guy accompanied by Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Lee, and a boy chewing on a blade of grass, all gathering around him. Xiao Yun, this is Shikamaru. He specializes in shadow binding techniques and is exceptionally clever. He will assist you, Guy introduced, indicating the boy with the grass. An honor to meet you, Xiao Yun responded with a smile. Shikamaru indeed resembled his original self, appearing lethargic, as if he had pulled an all-nighter. However, Xiao Yun dared not underestimate him. Though his strength was lacking, his intellect was sharp, after all. Even Haiden fell victim to his strategies. Hello? Shikamaru yawned lazily. Well, Sasuke, I never imagined you would join me in the Forest of Death. It seems my efforts to save you that day were not in vain, Xiao Yun said with a grin. Don't misunderstand. I am merely here to challenge Gaara. Besides, who asked you to save me that day? Sasuke's face flushed slightly as he muttered defensively. With Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Lee, Shikamaru, the 3 from the Hyuga clan, Yamato, and himself, they perfectly formed a team of 10. All right, the burning youth awaits. Let us set forth. Woof woof team, Guy exclaimed, breaking into an exuberant youth dance. While others looked on in disbelief, their skin crawling. Of course, except for Lee. Hey, teacher Guy, where are the Sand Village participants? Why haven't they arrived yet? Xiao Yun gazed at Might Guy with a hint of confusion. They had entered the Death Forest through a different entrance. A look of disappointment crossed Xiao Yun's face. It was unfortunate, as he had hoped to thoroughly insult Gaara. After all, the typical narrative arc involves the protagonist first belittling the side character, leading to the latter's ire, followed by a moment of retribution, culminating in a plea for mercy. At entrance B of the Death Forest, the 4th Kazekage stood before the 10 members of the Sand Team. Gaara, feel free to eliminate any Konoha ninja you encounter in the Death Forest, except for Sasuke and Xiao Yun. I require the capture of these 2 alive. A cold smile played on Gaara's lips. In that case, if you assist me in capturing them, I assure you a good night's rest. The 4th Kazekage's voice dripped with temptation. A good night's rest? Ha ha ha. It's a deal. With that, Gaara led the Sand Team into the Death Forest. As Gaara departed, the 4th Kazekage removed his shadowy hat, revealing a ghastly pale visage, reminiscent of a serpent demon, his tongue flicking in a disturbingly serpentine manner. Doe, prepare 1,000 adults worth of blood. Once Gaara captures those 2, I shall cast the Hell Sleep technique. Xiao Yun, accompanied by his loyal team, had just entered the Death Forest when an overwhelming surge of brutal chakra erupted into the sky. The once clear expanse of the forest darkened as if veiled by shadows. The expressions of the group instantly turned serious. The dual Sun Crimson formation, a barrier technique that can only be unsealed after 5 days, they realized. The hunt in the Death Forest had commenced. Disciple, what shall we do next? Lee inquired, glancing at Xiao Yun. Shikamaru, what do you suggest? Xiao Yun turned to Shikamaru. Recognizing his strategic prowess, after a brief moment of contemplation, Shikamaru replied, Gaara is formidable. To secure victory, we must take the initiative. If we can eliminate one, we should. That aligns with my thoughts, Xiao Yun concurred. But how do we attack with just our few members? Perhaps we should rely on the Byakugan's vision. Evading the enemy while they pursue us, wear them down, and strike when they retreat. That is the optimal strategy. Sasuke gazed at the two in silence, fully aware of Gaara's strength. While Xiao Yun might possess fighting capability, he would undoubtedly struggle against Gaara. Indeed, Sasuke's reasoning held merit. The vastness of the Death Forest offered a chance for Konoha's dream team to evade danger by effectively utilizing the Byakugan. They could emerge unscathed while also gaining valuable points in the tournament. Why take unnecessary risks for kills? Failing to secure a kill could lead to their own demise. I disagree. What if the opposing side has sensory-type ninjas? Even attempting to hide would be futile. Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively, rejecting Sasuke's assertion. Xiao Yun, it is not a matter of what if. The opposing team will certainly have sensory-type ninjas. For a competition of this magnitude, they would be thoroughly prepared, Shikamaru emphasized confidently. Then we shall opt for an offensive strategy. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Xiao Yun's eyes. Chapter 35. Shock among the crowd in Kenoha. Television screens across the streets broadcasted live coverage of the Death Forest. The major casinos were teeming with patrons, as nearly all betting pools revolved around the Death Forest. Lesser-known ninja competitions seemed lackluster in comparison, with tickets failing to sell. Hosting such an event typically resulted in losses for the organizers, with ninja tournament ticket sales being a primary revenue source. Should this income dwindle, Kenoha might find itself in dire financial straits. In an effort to prevent other ninja competitions from becoming too dismal, Kenoha temporarily suspended the live broadcast of the Death Forest, opting for a schedule of 3-time slots, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., and 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. This provoked the ire of viewers, inciting a chorus of complaints, yet to little avail. Much like the internet trolls of the Blue Planet, they vented their frustrations in comment sections, only to eventually acquiesce to reality. After venting, they returned to purchasing tickets or indulging in leisure activities. In short, life continued as normal, while the higher-ups maintained the ability to observe the events within the Death Forest at any moment. Among the higher-ups, Tsunade sat before the television, fixated on the screen. Lady Tsunade, didn't T. Xiao Yun instruct you to bet on his victory? Why have you stashed away all the money? Ino approached with a bowl of fruit. Ino, starting today, I shall refrain from gambling. Once Xiao Yun has repaid my debts, I will focus on nurturing my child and managing my household, Tsunade declared. Her eyes filled with warmth as she gently caressed her abdomen, a radiant smile illuminating her remarkable features. Yet, in an instant, Tsunade's demeanor shifted. She slammed her fist onto the table, shattering it to pieces, and bellowed at Ino. Ino, withdraw all the funds. We're going all in. Ino stared in bewilderment at Tsunade's sudden fury. Following her gaze, Ino turned to the television, where Xiao Yun was seen leisurely carrying Hinata Yumi on his back through the Death Forest. In the Death Forest, Xiao Yun remarked, Yumi, your ankle is sprained. I can carry you, but please refrain from squirming on my back. Frustration tinged his voice. He hoped Tsunade had not witnessed this. But, Brother Yun, my chest itches. I need you to scratch it, and since you refuse, I must do it myself. Hinata Yumi pouted, seemingly oblivious to Naruto's presence beside them. Yumi, my uncle is carrying you. He can't scratch your itch. Let me help. Naruto chimed in cheekily. Get lost. You little brat. How dare you tease my aunt? Hinata Yumi snapped, her eyes narrowing in a manner reminiscent of Tsunade, startling Naruto. By the way, Brother Yun, how is it that you and Shikamaru are equally clever? I'm truly impressed by your battle strategy. Hinata Yumi beamed, wrapping her arms around Xiao Yun and planting a kiss on his neck, pressing closer to him with admiration. This not only irritated Xiao Yun but also filled him with a sense of pride. After all, what man does not appreciate the admiration of a beautiful woman? Especially one whose appearance rivals that of Tsunade? It turned out that Xiao Yun and Shikamaru had collaboratively devised this battle plan, dividing the 10 members into 3 groups. Sasuke, Sakura, Hinata Baisai, and Yamato formed one group. Lee, Hinata Niji, and Shikamaru another, while Xiao Yun, Naruto, and Hinata Yumi made up the third. Each group maintained a distance of approximately 100 meters, the maximum observation range of the Byakugan. In the event of an attack, they could swiftly support one another. If the number and strength of the enemy vastly surpassed theirs, the attacked group would focus solely on retreating, while the remaining groups would execute ambushes. Conversely, if they encountered enemies weaker than themselves, they would eliminate them on the spot. This approach also offered a significant advantage by lowering the enemy's vigilance, allowing for a decisive strike. Even if the opposing team possessed sensory-type ninjas, they would likely only be of Genin level, incapable of sensing all three groups simultaneously. Xiao Yun. It seems enemies are approaching from that direction. Please let me down. Hinata Yumi's Byakugan fixated on Naruto's location. Stay calm, relax, and keep moving forward. Yumi. How many are there? Xiao Yun whispered. There are 3. Just like us, Hinata Yumi replied. I understand. If a battle ensues, you and Naruto will stand behind me. Xiao Yun stated with a serious expression. Although Hinata Yumi possessed commendable strength in the Byakugan, she had been pampered since childhood and lacked combat experience. He was unwilling to let her join, yet she was obstinate. Brother Yun, you are so kind to me. Hinata Yumi beamed, planting kisses on Xiao Yun's left and right cheeks. Xiao Yun was speechless, feeling an intense frustration. Oh, dear girl, you have yet to experience the harshness of society. Remain calm. She does not harbor feelings for you. She merely desires your physique. He incessantly reminded himself. At that moment, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the broadcast of the Death Forest had just begun, showcasing this scene to the onlookers. Who is this woman on Xiao Yun's back? Such a physique. Such beauty, she rivals Tsunade. Wait, isn't that Hinata Yumi, the flower of the Hyuga clan? She appears so dignified usually. Why is she acting so flirtatiously in front of Xiao Yun? Has she been conquered by him? Come on, let us remove the has she. Tsunade is my mentor. And now Xiao Yun has her too. I, Gaara, will kill Xiao Yun. Kill him, kill him. Let the men of the ninja world vent their frustrations. Hurry, Xiao Yun. They are only 15 meters away, and they seem to be Earth-released ninjas coming up from beneath. Hinata Yumi said, unable to suppress her anxiety. At such a distance, if they did not take action soon, they would be caught off guard and at a severe disadvantage. Yumi, relax, do not fear, continue kissing me, Xiao Yun said earnestly, though his hands were no longer supporting the girl on his back as he silently formed a hand seal. What? Hinata Yumi's eyes widened. Even at this moment, he wanted her to kiss him. Did he truly have a plan in place? For some reason, Xiao Yun's words seemed to possess a commanding charm in her ears. Okay, she responded shyly, placing her lips against Xiao Yun's neck and cheek, leaving him with a flurry of lipstick marks. Here they come. Wood release, tree binding, eternal burial technique. Xiao Yun exclaimed softly. Almost simultaneously, 3 earth-release sand ninjas emerged from the ground, making their move straight for Xiao Yun and the others. At such a close range, it was essentially a guaranteed kill. Just as everyone thought Xiao Yun was doomed, a bizarre scene unfolded on the screens throughout Kenoha. As the 3 ninjas lunged forward with kunai, they found themselves unable to move, their legs ensnared by creeping vines. What is happening? The 3 men looked at Xiao Yun in terror, realizing he had already anticipated their attack. How dare you ambush my brother Yun? You seek death. Hinata Yumi teased the 3, sticking out her tongue and making a silly face while perched on Xiao Yun's back. Wow, it's wood-release ninjutsu. I didn't expect Xiao Yun to be a wood-release ninja. No wonder he dared to challenge Gaara. Is Kenoha about to rise again? I heard Xiao Yun possesses a 9th-level pure wood-release chakra talent, even more formidable than Senju Hashirama. It's all just rumors, pure nonsense. Do you know what a 9th-level pure wood-release chakra talent means? Such a thing has never existed since the founding of the ninja world. The audience buzzed with chatter. While atop the Kenoha Grand Hotel, a venue for hosting esteemed guests, the leaders of several villages were gathered, watching the broadcast of the Death Forest. Congratulations, 3rd Hokage. After many years, Kenoha has finally produced a wood-release genius, the 3rd Tsuchikage remarked with a forced smile. Indeed. I heard this young man also possesses a 9th-level pure wood-release chakra talent. His prospects are limitless. He is quite handsome, comparable to Kenoha's most attractive, Uchiha Itachi. A splendid candidate for marriage. I would love to melt him away. The 5th Mizukage said, her alluring gaze sparkling with mischief. No wonder he dared to challenge Samui. But it will be futile. He is no match for her. Tsunade is destined to be mine. Hokage-sama, I heard Tsunade has always regarded you as a father figure. Once married, you will be my father-in-law. The 4th Reikage chuckled. The 3rd Hokage smiled faintly, choosing not to respond, his gaze fixed on the 4th Kazekage. Kazekage-sama. The Death Forest is inherently a place of slaughter. Should Xiao Yun inadvertently kill a ninja from the Sand Village, I hope you will be lenient. The fourth Kazekage nodded slightly, his expression as cold as ever, revealing no hint of emotion, merely watching the screen with a detached demeanor, seemingly unconcerned for his village's ninjas. The third Hokage felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Why was he so calm? Did he have some hidden strategy? In the Death Forest, the three bound ninjas struggled desperately. But the more they fought, the tighter the vines constricted. Xiao Yun, however, showed no mercy. If he did not eliminate them, they would surely kill him. Though he had never taken a life since arriving in this world, there is always a first time, and today he would use these ninjas to mark that occasion. After setting Hinata Yumi down, Xiao Yun summoned a wood-release clone and unsheathed a kunai, stabbing it unhesitatingly toward the three. Ha! 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 The three suddenly roared in unison, their eyes filled with unbridled madness. Clang! 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 Xiao Yun felt as though his kunai had struck steel. Upon closer inspection, he saw their bodies surging with power, gradually turning a gray copper hue. Thick black lines spread across their forms, and soon, they transformed into monstrous lizard-headed figures. Their muscles bulging like humanoid tanks, exuding explosive strength that was terrifying to behold. What is this? Xiao Yun suddenly noticed a black circle on their necks, featuring three Tomo symbols, the curse mark of Orochimaru. He recalled, in the original story, Orochimaru delighted in extending his neck and biting others, leaving behind a curse mark that allowed its bearer to transform into a horrific creature in battle. Who would have thought I would encounter it here today? Ha ha. I want hearts, fresh hearts. I crave blood, boiling blood. The three monsters cackled, exchanging glances before exerting their strength, instantly breaking free from Xiao Yun's wood-release binding. What immense strength! Xiao Yun exclaimed, quickly summoning a wood-release clone to shield Hinata Yumi and Naruto behind him. On the broadcast screen, this is the curse mark technique, a ninjutsu that temporarily amplifies a person's chakra to its utmost limit. Isn't this cheating? The ninjas from the Sand Village are truly impressive. Kill Xiao Yun. Blade Tooth. Are you from Kenoha? After all, Xiao Yun is still a Kenoha ninja. Merely incapacitating him should suffice. Why go for the kill? Oh no. I bet 10,000 that Xiao Yun will walk out of the Death Forest alive. This is the end. At the top of the Kenoha Grand Hotel, the door was kicked open. Everyone turned to see Tsunade, her face flushed with anger, striding toward the Hokage. Old man, this is blatant cheating by the Sand Village. You must halt the match. Tsunade shouted with indignation. Humph. The fourth Kazekage chuckled ominously, addressing Tsunade, Lady Tsunade. There has never been a rule prohibiting the use of curse marks in the Death Forest event. In an instant, Tsunade found herself at a loss for words. Within the Death Forest, as long as they were ninjas of the same rank, employing various means was not considered a violation of the rules. As one of the legendary Sannin, how could she be unaware of such regulations? Yet, she was currently engaged in battle with the father of her child. Tsunade, please take a seat, spoke the third Hokage. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yun, I shall take care of your wife, so do not worry. The Raikage, with an almost obsessive affection for married women, gazed at Tsunade with an increasing eagerness, nearly wishing to embrace her immediately. Get away from me. Xiao Yun will be fine. Tsunade exclaimed, filled with fury. Unbeknownst to her, her nails had dug into her flesh, and beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead, clearly indicating her profound concern for Xiao Yun. Within the Death Forest, three monstrous creatures simultaneously unleashed their fists with astonishing speed. Xiao Yun, caught off guard, had no choice but to steel himself and confront them head-on. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, dust swirled around, lingering in the air. The audience before the screen was filled with anxiety, uncertain of the battle's outcome. After a lengthy pause, the dust finally settled, revealing that Xiao Yun and his two shadow clones had managed to block the three monsters. Wood release. Binding technique of eternal entombment. Countless vines erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring the three beasts. Such a mundane tactic, the three monsters scoffed, exerting their strength to shatter the vines, and then charged towards Xiao Yun once more. Yet again, Xiao Yun thwarted their advance using the binding technique, repeating the same scene 5 times. Gradually, the monsters realized something was amiss. Xiao Yun intended to extend the duration of the seal before dealing with them. Indeed, it was not long before the seals on the three creatures began to fade. They exchanged glances, a flicker of determination in their eyes, and leaped away from Xiao Yun. Forming a circle while holding hands, they forcibly concentrated their chakra, spinning rapidly until they eventually generated a whirlwind. "Uncle, what are they doing?" Naruto inquired, gazing at the swirling tempest. "Are they going to use wind release?" "I'm not sure," Xiao Yun replied, his eyes fixed on the vortex, a sense of foreboding gnawing at him. "Wind and sand fusion. We must flee." Hinata Yumi's exquisite face displayed an unprecedented fear. "What is wind and sand fusion?" Xiao Yun asked, perplexed by Hinata's alarming expression. "There is no time to explain." "Xiao Yun, trust me, run," Hinata Yumi urged, her anxiety palpable. Chapter 37. Wind and sand fusion. From within the whirlwind, a ferocious aura surged skyward. "It's over. We're too late. I didn't expect these three sand ninjas to execute their wind and sand fusion so swiftly. Naruto, quickly fire a signal flare to summon the other two teams for support." Hinata Yumi shouted urgently. "Understood." But as Naruto rummaged through his pockets, he found no signal flare. "Darn it. I must have left it in the grass when I was pulling Xiao Yun earlier," he lamented with a rueful smile. "You foolish imbecile." Xiao Yun couldn't help but berate Naruto. Despite the three teams being merely 100 meters apart, within the confines of the Death Forest, this distance felt considerable. From a spatial perspective, it was trivial, yet within this barrier, sound, visibility, and even perception were significantly diminished. While the Byakugan could monitor each other, maintaining it consumed a considerable amount of chakra. The members of the Hyuga clan could not keep their Byakugan activated at all times. If they did so for 5 days, they would emerge not with Byakugan, but with cataracts. The signal flare was meant to indicate a rough location to teammates, allowing them to use the Byakugan for precise positioning and swift rescue. Yet, this fool had lost it. At this moment, complaining about Naruto was futile. Xiao Yun's gaze remained fixed on the dissipating whirlwind, where a colossal humanoid monster began to materialize. Before long, as the wind and sand settled, the three of them gasped in horror, beholding a 3-meter-tall creature, muscular and sporting 3 heads, standing before them. Upon closer inspection, the 3 heads comprised 2 males and 1 female, with the woman sandwiched between the 2 men. Each head appeared strikingly handsome and alluring, yet together they instilled a chilling dread. Moreover, the aura emanating from this creature was incomparably more formidable than before. If the earlier monsters resembled 3 juvenile elephants, this creature was akin to their father. What was most chilling was that, unlike before, this monster did not rely solely on instinctual violence. Each head now exhibited a chilling calmness, indicating regained rationality. "Child, you shall regret forcing us to this point," the female head cooed seductively, her tone both enchanting and terrifying. "How shall we torment them?" The male head on the right flicked his crimson tongue, licking his chin. "I propose we roast the child and devour him, while we can amuse ourselves with the girl from the Hyuga clan. As for Xiao Yun, he is certainly meant for my sister," the male head on the left cackled, his voice sending shivers down the spine. "Enough of your chatter. Villains perish from excessive talk. Let us go," commanded the female head with a sultry tone. With a thunderous roar, the creature leaped into the air like a cannonball, both fists clenched tightly, aiming a devastating blow at Xiao Yun. The oppressive force was palpable. Even before the punch landed, Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. Boom! The giant fist struck the ground, creating a massive cloud of dust. Xiao Yun barely managed to evade the devastating blow, while Hinata Yumi and Naruto, though not the primary targets, were caught in the shockwave and sent flying. The most unfortunate was Naruto, who, after being knocked to the ground, was subsequently crushed by the falling Hinata Yumi. "Naruto, are you alright?" Hinata Yumi asked worriedly, looking down at him. "Ugh," Naruto groaned, his head spinning, emitting incoherent sounds. Hinata Yumi hastily rose. "Wow, you nearly suffocated me. Be more careful when sleeping with my uncle in the future. You might actually smother him." Naruto gasped, his eyes wide with fear. "Little brat, you know nothing. You'll understand when you grow up," Hinata Yumi retorted. I don't believe it. Hinata is way better," Naruto scoffed. As the dust settled, they beheld a 1-meter-deep circular pit where the creature stood, surveying them like a predator eyeing its prey. "Oh ho ho, quite fast, I see. My sister has a penchant for speed." The female head giggled, swiftly forming hand seals. Sand release, dance of wind and sand blades. Suddenly, the tranquil forest was engulfed by a fierce wind, kicking up sand and stones. Upon closer inspection, the sand within the wind began to coalesce into numerous razor-sharp blades. Outside the death forest, panic ensued. It's over. That's the most powerful B-rank ninjutsu from the Sand Ninja Village. Xiao Yun is doomed. Could it be? A mere genin employing B-rank ninjutsu? That defies logic. Under normal circumstances, a genin would struggle to wield B-rank techniques, but in their fused state, utilizing such a technique is reasonable. I assentee it. Xiao Yun is all talk. Look at him now, utterly paralyzed with fear. And he dares to challenge Lord Gaara? Alas, it seems Tsunade is destined for widowhood. What a shame. I'm about to live stream the epic battle between the two men from Sand Ninja Village and Hinata Yumi. What a pity for such a stunning beauty. Alas, I wonder if the higher-ups in Kenoha will cut off the broadcast. If they do, it would indeed be a great loss. At the top of the Kenoha Grand Hotel, Tsunade bit her red lips, her expression grave as she focused intently on the screen. The seal was activated. Sand Ninja Village truly displayed audacity. The Kenoha elite wore worried expressions, except for one individual, Mike Guy, who wore a peculiar smirk, his lips curling into an enigmatic arc. In the Death Forest, Xiao Yun gazed at the sand blades forming in the air, letting out a faint sigh. He initially planned to conceal his strength against Gaara, but it appeared that was no longer an option. Crossing his arms over his forehead, his chakra surged rapidly within him. Release. The first gate of the 8 gates is open. The two voices echoed simultaneously as the wind blade shot towards Xiao Yun at breakneck speed. The sound of slicing air sending chills down the spine. Yet, Xiao Yun did not flinch, a faint blue aura enveloping him as his powers surged swiftly. With a clang, Xiao Yun moved, his speed so blindingly fast it was nearly imperceptible, transforming his fists into palms, effortlessly deflecting all the wind blades. In truth, he could have evaded. But with Naruto and Hinata Yumi behind him, he had no choice but to take the brunt of the assault. The wind blades that struck him dissipated into sand, gently falling to the ground. Kneeling, Hinata Yumi gazed at the imposing figure of Xiao Yun, her beautiful eyes momentarily lost in admiration. This man is so brave. Impossible. The three heads stared in disbelief at Xiao Yun, who had caught the whirling sand blades with his bare hands. Humph. A response is only polite. Receive my attack. Xiao Yun declared coldly. Chapter 38. I endure longer in Kenoha. The streets were deserted, all eyes fixated on the screen, afraid to miss even a single moment. Even the men charging through the izakaya under the moonlight halted instinctively. On the screen, Xiao Yun was seething with rage, his chakra refined to its utmost extent. Wrapped in an ethereal blue aura, veins bulging, his eyes glowing like two lanterns, fixated on the three-headed monster before him. This is bad. He using the 8 gates. The female head exclaimed in horror. Nanny? The two male heads on either side widened their eyes in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Wasn't he would release ninja? How could he possibly wield such a terrifying taijutsu? Take this. Xiao Yun roared, charging at the three-headed beast, creating a crater with each step, showcasing his immense strength. Quick, use that technique. The female head shouted urgently. The overwhelming pressure was terrifying. If struck, they would likely never see the light of day again. The three heads exchanged a resolute glance, hands forming seals as they shouted in unison. 3 uncles, Rashomon. Boom, boom, boom. 3 colossal iron gates resembling monstrous faces erupted from the ground, blocking Xiao Yun's advance. Xiao Yun scoffed, fools. This technique is suitable for blocking tailed beast bombs or shockwaves, but to use it against a living target? Do you think I can't maneuver? With a swift turn, Xiao Yun bypassed the Rashomon. Boom. The Rashomon shifted, positioning itself before Xiao Yun. What the? Xiao Yun's eyes widened. The Rashomon could move autonomously? Kishimoto, are you drawing this blind? Humph. This is our absolute defense. The 8 gates place a tremendous burden on the body. If we can just hold out for 5 minutes, we shall be the victors. Brother, don't tire yourself too much, or Sister 1T go easy on you. The female head behind the Rashomon chuckled melodiously. Xiao Yun squinted, his mind racing. According to the law of energy conservation, such massive gates moving rapidly would consume a significant amount of chakra. Very well. Let us see who can endure longer, my stamina or your Rashomon. Xiao Yun sprinted, playing a game of hide and seek with the 3 iron gates. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. Sister, didn't you say the 8 gates can last at most 5 minutes? The male head on the right was drenched in sweat, struggling to move the first Rashomon. Indeed, sister, what is happening? The left male head echoed, equally distressed. His choice was not mistaken, several times. Xiao Yun had slipped past the first gate, only to be forced back by the mechanisms of the second. Why was he more tormented? Imagine driving a car. Would it be more fuel efficient to maintain a steady speed, or to stop and go? For those who have never driven, this may be hard to grasp. Let me put it another way. If you run downhill, is it easier to keep running, or to stop intermittently? If you disagree, feel free to return and berate me. At this point, one might wonder, why not keep moving the Rashomon? This was the technique's greatest flaw. The 3 Rashomon gates could only move one at a time. Is this kid on something? How can he last so long? At this rate, I can't endure much longer. The female head, now in a combined state with her companions, felt cold sweat bead on her forehead. Did Lord Wind Shadow deceive her? Time continued to pass, and Xiao Yun's speed showed no signs of waning. The reason was simple. The 8 gates had a short duration due to the severe strain they placed on the user's body. However, Xiao Yun possessed the Wood Releases Earth Renewal technique, allowing him to heal swiftly. If all went well, he felt he could last until morning. As time passed, the first Rashomon's speed had already diminished by at least half. The male head controlling the first Rashomon finally let out a wail, collapsing unconscious. It turned out that maintaining the Rashomon required not only vast chakra, but also immense mental fortitude. Second, the remaining 2 heads exclaimed in terror. With a screech, the first Rashomon came to a halt, crashing down a nearby hill. Xiao Yun grinned. The second gate began to move, but its speed was notably slower than the first, akin to a tired elder trying to hammer. Looks like the previous speed was too much, and it strained itself. Seizing the opportunity, I shall take you down. Xiao Yun's smile widened as he accelerated, effortlessly breaching the 3rd Rashomon and leaping towards the 3-headed monster, delivering a powerful kick right to its groin. Ack! The unconscious male head jolted awake, and the 3-headed monster clutched its groin, writhing in agony on the ground. Another kick. Bang! 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 A cloud of white smoke enveloped them as the fusion was undone, and the 3 sand ninja writhed in pain on the ground. Brother Yun, you're incredible. I want to have your children. Hinata Yumi sprinted to Xiao Yun's side, embracing him fervently. Brother Yun, please give me a kiss, Hinata Yumi said shyly. Yumi, stop messing around. We are live. Xiao Yun replied, feeling speechless. He knew that Tsunade must have seen this scene, and he would inevitably face her wrath upon his return. No. He could not be a scoundrel. He could not betray Tsunade. He had once sworn to the heavens that if he ever became the protagonist, he would never be a mere playboy. In this life, having Tsunade was more than enough. He must sever ties with the Hinata clan. But I just want to kiss you. Hinata Yumi pouted playfully. Stop it. Do I need to use my soft fist technique to massage your shoulders? Why are you so oblivious? Xiao Yun feigned anger. As you command, my brother Yun, Hinata Yumi obediently replied, resembling a little kitten as she began to gently punch his back. Don't concentrate on one spot. A little higher on the right shoulder, now lower, softer. Are you trying to kill me? Xiao Yun yelled incessantly, though he felt a pang of guilt looking at the docile Hinata Yumi. But there was no helping it. He felt sorry for her. Hinata clan, how can I be so disrespectful to your clan's flower? I bet you must be furious. He inwardly hoped it would infuriate her enough to sever their connection. Yet, her massage was surprisingly soothing. Xiao Yun couldn't help but smile bitterly. Tsunade, do you know that for your flower, I must forsake 100 flowers from the Hinata clan? If you don't bear me 100 children, it would be a betrayal of conscience. In Chapter 39, Hinata and Akatsuki, thousands watched the live broadcast as Hinata Yumi massaged Xiao Yun. Brother Yun, are you feeling better? She asked. He replied. Brother Yun, my hands are sore. Can I take a break? No. Brother Yun, my neck hurts. Bear it. But I need to pee. Want to slack off? I'll carry you, and you can continue massaging afterward. You're so mean. The audience outside the Death Forest could no longer contain themselves. I want to beat Xiao Yun. Is anyone else joining? Count me in. How can he torment my goddess like this? Boss, give me 2 pounds of beef to bolster my courage. Look at Hinata Yumi. She doesn't seem unwilling at all. She must have been spoiled by Xiao Yun. Why should we care? Even if she had been spoiled, Xiao Yun shouldn't torment her like this. Watching Yumi massage him for an hour was unbearable. Look at these single guys. Once a woman is spoiled, she becomes utterly obedient to the man. You can't even chase her away. The audience exchanged thoughts. Some shared experiences, others drowned their sorrows in drink, while many seethed with indignation. After all, Hinata Yumi was the goddess in the hearts of many, and seeing her so subservient to Xiao Yun was infuriating. Meanwhile, as an elder of the Hinata clan, Hinata Hisashi sat back. sipping tea with a satisfied smile on his face. "Father, aren't you angry?" A middle-aged man with a scowl asked, glaring at the screen. "Hisashi, why should I be angry?" Hinata Hisashi asked with a slight smile, looking at his son. "Xiao Yun is so disrespectful to Yumi." Hisashi clenched his fists, wishing he could drag Xiao Yun out of the screen and give him a thrashing for treating his niece this way. "Didn't you see how much Yumi enjoys it?" "Hisashi, you're far from Xiao Yun when it comes to handling women. No wonder you haven't been able to win over even a mere Sunset Red." "Humph. Even if my son wins over the Sunset Red, I would treasure her and cherish her for a lifetime. Unlike Xiao Yun," Hisashi retorted disdainfully. "You, a lickspittle, end up with nothing," sighed Hinata Hisashi. In the Death Forest, Hinata Yumi continued to massage Xiao Yun, her hands alternating as fatigue set in. Despite her exhaustion, her exquisite face revealed no dissatisfaction, only grace. Nearby, Naruto thought his aunt was incredibly virtuous, a perfect woman for a home life. If only she had a smaller chest. "Yumi, stop." Suddenly, an angry voice broke through, and everyone turned to see Hinata Niji rushing to her side, pulling her away. "Xiao Yun, Yumi is the jewel of our Hinata clan. You are being too harsh." Niji activated his Byakugan and glared fiercely at Xiao Yun, as if ready to devour him. Just then, Shikamaru and Lee, who were on Niji's team, rushed over. "Niji, what are you doing?" Hinata Yumi exclaimed, shaking off Niji's grip. Xiao Yun looked bewildered at Niji, confused about what was happening. Only Shikamaru and Lee exchanged wry smiles. Under the moonlight, Hinata Yumi, clad in a ninja outfit with the Leaf Village headband and 2 short blades on her back, looked striking. She bore no resemblance to the naive figure she had been with Xiao Yun. Her expression was stern as she gazed at the moon, deep in thought. "Niji, I know you're here," Hinata Yumi said, brushing aside her wind-tossed hair. A figure emerged slowly from behind a tree, staring dumbfounded at the beauty before him. Hesitating to speak, "Hinata Niji, Niji, I hope you won't interfere with me anymore," Hinata Yumi said coldly. "Why? What is so special about Xiao Yun that you would demean yourself for him?" Niji's agitation flared. "Niji, I can only tell you that everything I do is for the Hinata clan. I hope you can understand." Her tone softened slightly. "And what about me? What do I mean? What about our past?" Niji clenched his teeth, staring angrily at Yumi. Hinata Yumi closed her eyes in pain, recalling their shared happy moments. If Xiao Yun had never appeared, she would likely be with Niji now. "Niji, do you remember our vows before the ancestors of the Hinata clan?" After a long silence, she opened her eyes, fixed on the moon. "I don't care about any vows. I just want to be with you. Let us leave the Hinata clan, leave Kenoha, and find a place where no one knows us, okay?" As she spoke, Niji excitedly grasped Yumi's hand, his Byakugan shining with anticipation. Hinata Yumi smiled sadly, breaking free from his grip. "Niji, do you know who our Hinata clan's ancestors are?" "I don't care about the ancestors. I just want to be with you," Niji exclaimed, increasingly agitated, grasping her delicate hand once more. "You must listen, Niji," Hinata Yumi said solemnly. "Here's what happened." As she slowly explained, Niji listened in shock, unable to hold on to her hands any longer. "Are you serious? This is utterly unbelievable." Niji is now utterly incoherent. "Indeed. Our Hyuga clan's ancestor is none other than the celestial Akatsuki Shoten. The blood of the Akatsuki flows through our veins, yet regrettably, the lineage is too diluted to awaken the true powers of the Akatsuki clan. If we wish to awaken the powers of the Akatsuki, we must cultivate descendants who possess both yin and yang energies. Xiao Yun, with his unparalleled wood-release talent, embodies the perfect yang energy of life, while our Hyuga clan possesses yin energy. Only by uniting with him can we hope to create descendants capable of awakening the powers of the Akatsuki. Lord Hisashi has commanded that not only must I offer myself, but all women of the Hyuga clan must make this sacrifice, including your mother," Yumi Hyuga said with a wry smile. "What?" Niji was instantly consumed by rage. This scoundrel Xiao Yun not only seeks to take away his first love, but also aims to bear a brother for him. Even more infuriating, he intends for every man of the Hyuga clan to wear the green hat. If this were to happen, the Hyuga clan would be entirely filled with Xiao Yun's progeny. Is this tolerable? How can Lord Hisashi allow such a thing? Niji smashed a nearby rock with a punch. "No, absolutely not. I cannot allow this to happen." His gaze grew increasingly frenzied as a sinister thought emerged within him. "Niji, are you all right? Your eyes look terrifying," Yumi Hyuga asked timidly. "It's nothing. Since it is the command of our clan leader, there is little we can do," Niji suddenly regained his composure and turned to leave. The next day, Niji and Shikamaru parted ways with Naruto. However, before their separation, Xiao Yun requested several signal flares from them. "Uncle, I swear by the name of Hokage, I will not lose the signal flares this time," Naruto promised with fervor. "Should you lose them again, I will have you minced," Xiao Yun replied tersely. "Understood." Naruto saluted Xiao Yun solemnly. "By the way, Brother Yun, how should we deal with these three?" Yumi Hyuga pointed to the three unconscious sand ninjas lying on the ground. The three appeared pale and bloodless. Although in a state of unconsciousness, their faces were contorted in pain, breathing heavily, with blood occasionally seeping from their mouths. "Alas, I am merciful. Let us dig a pit and bury them," Xiao Yun declared, then began to dig 3 holes with his bare hands. Unbeknownst if it were a momentary revival or some other phenomenon, as the 3 were tossed into the holes, they simultaneously opened their eyes, pointing at Xiao Yun as if to say something. But before they could utter a word, Xiao Yun buried them with soil, compacting it firmly. "In a corner of the death forest, Gaara, Suna, and Yami have fallen," Kankuro said with a grim expression. "How is this possible?" Temari exclaimed, incredulous. Though their individual strengths may be lacking, they possess the cursed seals granted by the Kazekage, and they can combine their powers. How could they be defeated? "Gaara, I think splitting our forces into 3 is not a wise decision," Kankuro began. "Silence." Kankuro, Gaara coldly interrupted, causing Kankuro to recoil in fear. "Humph. I did not expect Xiao Yun to possess such formidable taijutsu. This is intriguing." Gaara waved his left hand, and an eye formed from sand swiftly flew from the depths of the grass, landing beside him, gradually dispersing into grains of sand. The battle had been observed clearly by Gaara. Indeed, the 3 sand ninjas were merely sent to test Xiao Yun's strength, and Gaara was entirely indifferent to their fate, as they were merely pawns. "What shall we do next, Gaara? If the team led by Wendo is also eliminated, our chances of victory will diminish greatly. Should we call them back and re-strategize?" Temari inquired. "There's no need. Let Wendo and his team proceed as planned," Gaara replied nonchalantly, his eyes closed. The outcome of the match held no significance for him. The loss of a few teammates was of little concern. He only cared about capturing Xiao Yun and Sasuke, as it directly affected his ability to rest peacefully. "Your skills are commendable, managing to approach so close to me." Gaara suddenly opened his eyes, fixating intently on a shadowy thicket nearby. "Enemies!" Kankuro and Temari exclaimed, assuming combat stances. A cold voice emerged from the darkness. "Gaara." The figure did not yet reveal itself. "A Kenoha ninja, how brave of you to come alone. Do you underestimate me?" Gaara smirked slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. "Do not be alarmed. I am not your enemy. I merely wish to propose a transaction," the cold voice stated again, followed by a scroll flying from the shadows toward Gaara. A claw formed from sand materialized before Gaara, seizing the scroll. After reading the scroll, Gaara remained silent for a long while before saying, "Humph. A coward hiding in the shadows. So you are Niji Hyuga. But why should I trust you? Whether you believe me or not is irrelevant. I simply wish for Xiao Yun to perish. I will eliminate 3 Kenoha ninjas to prove my sincerity, after which you can decide whether to collaborate with me to eliminate Xiao Yun," Niji declared, and with that, the rustle of leaves signaled his departure. "Gaara, be cautious. This may be a trap," Kankuro warned earnestly. "Heh, you may not know this, but Niji Hyuga was once in a relationship with Yumi Hyuga. Now, the Hyuga clan intends to betroth her to Xiao Yun. It stands to reason that he would wish to collaborate with me to eliminate Xiao Yun out of love turned to hatred. However, I will not fully trust him. Let us observe his sincerity," Gaara replied. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances, realization dawning upon them. Meanwhile, time passed as Xiao Yun and his companions continued their endeavors. "Delicious. Uncle, how did you grill this fish? It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a rich flavor that surpasses even Ichiraku ramen," Naruto exclaimed, having devoured several fish grilled by Xiao Yun. "Naruto, could you perhaps eat a little less? I have only had one. But speaking of which, Brother Yun, I never expected you to be not only handsome and strong, but also an excellent cook. I truly admire you." Yumi Hyuga reverted to her naive and charming demeanor, gazing at Xiao Yun with wide, sparkling eyes, her exquisite beauty and graceful figure almost making one wish to devour her whole. The troubling aspect was that she often leaned against Xiao Yun's arm, seemingly trying to ignite a spark of passion within him. Gosh, this woman is truly infuriating. Xiao Yun could hardly contain his frustration, feeling a strong urge to press her against the wall. Yet, thinking of Tsunade, he forcibly suppressed his anger, forcing a smile as he said to Yumi, "Yumi, I am merely an ordinary man. Could you maintain a safe distance from me?" Is Brother Yun unable to endure it? Perhaps you should let Naruto light us a lantern, and we can head into the woods for some fun, Yumi suggested, pulling Xiao Yun towards the bushes. Xiao Yun was at a loss for words. Is this the nature of women from the island nation? I cannot be bothered to engage. He broke free from Yumi's grasp and rushed to the stream, standing beneath the flowing water, desperately trying to extinguish the flames of anger within him. Yumi's laughter rang out like silver bells at Xiao Yun's plight. Yet, suddenly, her expression turned serious as she recalled something. She must devise a plan to prevent her grandfather from allowing Xiao Yun to engage with the other women in their clan. After all, if other women bore children who awakened the Akatsuki bloodline, her own lineage would be rendered insignificant within the clan. Xiao Yun must belong solely to her, if need be. She would bear him 10 or 8 children, certain that at least one would awaken the Akatsuki bloodline. I'm afraid if that doesn't work. He can have children with women from other clans, but the mother of a child awakened with the Akatsuki bloodline must not remain. I alone shall raise them. Grandfather, you truly are a fool. Has age made you so muddled? As this thought crossed her mind, Hinata Yumi's innocent gaze suddenly flickered with a hint of ruthlessness. Though she concealed it well, and it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Boom. At that moment, a massive green light soared into the sky. It was a signal flare. The three were taken aback. Yumi, quickly activate your Byakugan. Xiao Yun urged urgently. Yes. Hinata Yumi activated her Byakugan in an instant. Xiao Yun. It seems to be in the direction where Niji is. Yumi said anxiously. Let's go take a look. The three hastily made their way over. Sasuke, that's a distress signal. Sakura exclaimed. Hinata Base, activate your Byakugan and assess the situation. Sasuke quickly turned to Hinata Base. Understood. Hinata Base activated her Byakugan and after a moment said, Oh no. It seems Niji's team has encountered an attack. Their chakra is rapidly depleting. We must hurry to rescue them. Just as the group prepared to set off, a few kunai rigged with explosive tags shot towards them at high speed. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions filled the air, raising thick clouds of white smoke. As the smoke cleared, Sand Ninja appeared before them, their forehead protectors glinting ominously. Do you wish to assist? You'll have to get past us first. Chapter 41. The Sinister Gaara. Cries of anguish resounded as Lee, Shikamaru, and Niji were struck by a giant made of sand created by Gaara, each colliding violently against a tree, blood spilling from their mouths. Damn it! Why can't I extract any chakra? Lee clenched his fists, confusion clouding his eyes. Me too. The chakra within me is dissipating too quickly. What's happening? Niji formed hand seals, desperately trying to extract chakra, but the more he tried, the faster it leaked away. Shikamaru wiped the blood from his lips, casting a dark, silent glare at Gaara. We've been poisoned. This is definitely a sign of poisoning. Shikamaru suddenly directed his gaze at the pile of wild fruits they had just consumed. Could those fruits be toxic? But wait. I've eaten those fruits during missions before and never got poisoned. Why now? Could it be that the Sand Ninja had secretly poisoned them? Shikamaru's mind raced. Just then, Gaara's sand needles shot towards them like a storm, and the three hurriedly dodged, though their bodies felt as heavy as lead. Despite evading most of the attacks, some sand blades still struck, causing blood to flow profusely, with Lee being the most severely injured. Lee, Shikamaru shouted. Lee lay on the ground, battered, with multiple wounds on his abdomen and thigh, blood soaking his clothes, gritting his teeth as sweat beaded on his forehead. Shikamaru, what do we do? Niji looked at Shikamaru anxiously. Shikamaru remained silent. Even with a sharp mind, facing such dire straits, strength was far more crucial than intellect. They could only hope that the other two teams would see the signal flare and come quickly to their aid. Do you know when human blood is most delectable? It's when they are in a state of extreme fear, desperately fleeing, as their bodies release a unique hormone. The flavor is simply exquisite. Run, my prey, entertain me. Ha ha. Gaara's laughter was chilling. He seemed in no rush to finish them off, merely using sand needles to shoot at them while deliberately avoiding any vital points. Like a lion toying with its prey, the three dodged and weaved, exerting every ounce of strength to evade Gaara's attacks, but their bodies felt increasingly heavy, and they were on the verge of collapsing. Stop! A furious voice rang out, and Gaara turned to see Xiao Yun. This is not the time for broadcasting outside the Death Forest. However, the third Hokage had authorized the broadcast of the Death Forest, but it was cut off after just 5 minutes. Want to watch? You can. Just head to the designated tavern, where professional hostesses, expert gamblers, and skilled technicians await, complete with ultra-high-definition televisions, but it will cost a little. There was no choice. Managing such a large village meant constantly having to extend hands for money. And hosting this Chunin selection exam was a money-losing venture. Looking at the nearly depleted accounts of the Kenoha treasury, the third Hokage could hardly maintain his usual composed demeanor. At this moment, he had only one thought: to make money. Ding. Under the moonlight, at one of the officially designated broadcasting venues, the minimum consumption was 888. And for private rooms, it was 888, which included some special services. This was indeed a hefty price, yet the place remained packed, as the gambling house only took a 15 cut. For those betting, it was far more economical to spend a minimum at this venue than to be charged for at a casino. Moreover, the gambling options were varied, betting on whether Xiao Yun would deal with Hinata Yumi or how long Xiao Yun could last, or even the decibel level of Hinata Yumi's screams. If Xiao Yun were to stray, would Tsunade intervene? Naturally, these were just idle bets among bored gamblers before the official betting opened. Ding ding ding. A series of clear bells rang, and the screen displayed a line of text. Today's official betting. 1. Will Xiao Yun save his teammates? 2. Can Sasuke's team defeat the Sand Ninja team? The betting commenced as the bookmaker called out to the crowd. Wow. The odds on Xiao Yun saving his teammates are 1 to 5. Are you burning through your money, my friend? That's Gaara, the sandstorm. No matter. I'll take a gamble. A bicycle can turn into a motorcycle, and a motorcycle can turn into a Land Rover. In the most luxurious private room under the moonlight, the third Hokage watched the bustling scene, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. In the Death Forest, Xiao Yun and his companions arrived just in time. Gaara turned to face them, a sinister glint in his eyes. We meet again, Xiao Yun. Gaara, are you so eager for me to crush your jewels? Xiao Yun retorted with a cold smirk. Not good. Xiao Yun, Li, Shikamaru, and Niji's chakra is dissipating rapidly. They need immediate treatment, or they'll be in danger. Hinata Yumi exclaimed anxiously. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun did not rush to treat them, for Gaara was watching him intently, poised to strike at any moment. Xiao Yun, I never expected you to possess the 8 gates, but at that level, you won't be able to crush my jewels. With that, Gaara indeed initiated the attack, summoning a sand golem that lunged toward Xiao Yun with a powerful punch. This force is immense. Xiao Yun's pupils constricted. This seemingly casual strike from the sand golem was even more terrifying than the combined full-force attack of the 3 before. Xiao Yun swiftly dodged, avoiding the golem's strike, only to find that it was not pursuing him but heading straight for the 5 behind him. Sandstorm binding. Gaara formed hand seals. The sand golem exploded, creating a vast curtain of sand that split into 5. A shriek from Hinata Yumi echoed as the sand enveloped Naruto, Niji, Li, Hinata Hisashi, and Shikamaru, suspending them in midair. How lovely it would be if you surrendered, Xiao Yun. Killing such a beautiful woman would be a pity, Gaara said, a smug expression on his face. Despicable. Xiao Yun felt rage boiling within him. He never expected Gaara to be so treacherous. This was not the character from the original story. Have I truly crossed over into a false version of the Naruto world? Xiao sang, I never anticipated hearing such despicable words from you. You have truly disappointed me. In the realm of ninjas, is this not a rather commonplace occurrence? Gaara gazed at Xiao Yun in bewilderment. Very well, what do you desire? Xiao Yun replied coldly. You will surrender. As for these individuals, they do not pique my interest. Should you dare to flee, I shall spill their blood across the entire Death Forest. And do not attempt to deceive me with your wood clone. The corner of Gaara's mouth lifted slightly, clearly having seen through Xiao Yun's wood clone. Bastard. Xiao Yun muttered under his breath. What to do? Surrendering would undoubtedly lead to his demise, if anything were to happen to him. Tsunade's unborn child would enter the world without a father. Fleeing? He could not bring himself to do that. After all, these teammates had entered the Death Forest because of him. Abandoning them to save himself was an act even a beast would not commit. In that moment, Xiao Yun found himself in a quandary. Chapter 42. Now is the time to fully embody the ninja way. Will Xiao Yun escape? The 5 individuals bound by Gaara's sand collectively tensed, their faces revealing a glimmer of anticipation. Even the smallest of creatures cling to life. They yearn to survive. Naturally, they wished for Xiao Yun to surrender to ensure their own survival, a primal instinct devoid of any ulterior motives. The audience before the screen watched with bated breath, eager for Xiao Yun's choice. How can you assure me that upon my surrender, you will release them? Xiao Yun spoke coldly. You lack the standing to negotiate with me. With that, Gaara clenched his right hand, tightening the sand that encircled the five. A chorus of anguished screams erupted from them, blood trickling from their mouths. Their expressions contorted in pain. Fine. I agree. With a puff of white smoke, Xiao Yun's wood clone transformed into a humanoid wooden figure, while his true self emerged slowly from behind a large tree. Outside the death forest, you fool, Xiao Yun, Gaara will kill you. Shizen, come with me to force our way into the death forest. Tsunade donned a ninja outfit, her forehead protector gleaming, a short blade strapped to her back, exuding an aura of elegance and valor. Excellent. Truly, you are my Leaf's divine son, a man of loyalty and righteousness. Kakashi, go negotiate with the fourth Kazekage. As long as he spares Xiao Yun's life, any terms are negotiable, declared the third Hokage. Understood. Damn it. Well done, Gaara. Kill that bastard Xiao Yun. Let him defile my goddess. End Xiao Yun's life and avenge the men of the Leaf. Be silent. Xiao Yun is loyal and does not abandon his teammates. If I were a woman, I would undoubtedly choose to marry him. Indeed, it's one thing for other villages to wish for Xiao Yun's demise. But some from the Leaf are also joining in the ruckus, purely foolish. You know nothing. If Xiao Yun dies, Tsunade and Hinata would be left without suitors. That does seem to have some merit. But I believe Xiao Yun can rescue them from Gaara. I still hope for his victory. Within the death forest, Xiao Yun was sealed within Gaara's sand bindings, with only his head exposed. Hey, Gaara, I have surrendered. You should uphold your promise and release them, Xiao Yun stated coldly. Xiao Yun, Brother Yun, Uncle, Junior Brother. The others, except for Niji, were instantly brought to tears, astonished that Xiao Yun was willing to exchange his life for theirs. All right. Gaara smiled sinisterly, forming hand seals, but suddenly halted midway. I just remembered, my three companions were killed by you. If I release them, wouldn't that mean we, the Sand Ninja Village, lose the match? Gaara cast a menacing glance at Xiao Yun. Are you planning to go back on your word? Xiao Yun's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Gaara. It's not a matter of planning. It is a fact. What can you do about it? Ha. Gaara laughed maniacally. Suddenly, his laughter ceased. With a clench of his right hand, the sand-binding Xiao Yun constricted brutally. The sound of cracking bones echoed as an unprecedented, excruciating pain engulfed Xiao Yun, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. The crowd erupted in outrage, previously knowing Gaara as a ruthless killer. They now saw him as a duplicitous and untrustworthy scoundrel. Humph, didn't you want to crush my eggs? You were so arrogant. Why aren't you pulling it off now? Gaara tightened the sand binding further, causing Xiao Yun to scream in agony as his bones continued to shatter, blood flowing from his mouth and staining the sand. Stop this at once. A thunderous roar reverberated, shaking the very ground. Gaara turned to see the watermelon-headed ninja, who had inexplicably transformed, his veins bulging, an immense aura radiating from him, as if he had become an entirely different person. The 8 gates. Gaara recognized it instantly, astonished to find another ninja skilled in this taijutsu. However, the aura emanating from this individual was still somewhat lacking compared to Xiao Yun. Gaara smirked coldly, intending to tighten the sand bindings and eliminate this watermelon head. In the next moment, an unexpected event unfolded as Li channeled all his energy. The first gate, opening. The second gate, rest. The third gate, life. Boom. A surge of azure flames erupted, enveloping the sand that bound Li. With a flick of his wrist, the once constricting sand fell away as if it were mere tofu. Impossible? Gaara exclaimed, both astonished and fearful. The binding power of the sand was something even a Chunin could not escape so easily, especially since Li was poisoned. Even without ninjutsu, I will use my taijutsu to protect those I hold dear. This is my ninja way. Watch closely, Kaisei Junior Brother. Now is the time to fully embody my ninja way. In this world, there is only one person I cannot forgive, and that is you, Gaara. The fourth gate, death. Li bellowed in rage, curling into a ball, his body engulfed in azure flames. If the blue flames of Li at 3 gates could be likened to kindling, then now he was a blazing torch. Moreover, the ground beneath him buckled under the weight of his immense power, rocks lifting into the air. Awaken, Gaara, embrace death. Boom. Li stepped forward, and in the next instant, He appeared beside Gaara, a technique that defied comprehension. The body flicker technique. Gaara was taken aback. Was this the speed of a Chunin? Sand shield. Gaara roared in desperation. Futile. Lee scoffed, slowly extending his right foot. Gaara hastily defended himself, but in the next moment, Lee's foot struck mercilessly at Gaara's chin. Ah! Gaara screamed, propelled into the air. Unavoidable. The speed is too fast. This was speed and strength beyond human capabilities. Gaara spat out a tooth, performing a backflip to regain his stance. Where is he? Gaara looked around frantically. Are you searching for me? Lee suddenly appeared above Gaara. Chapter 43. The Misfortune of Gaara Boom. Lee spun in midair, executing a 360-degree rotation, delivering a powerful kick to Gaara's head. Gaara collapsed to the ground, his body resembling a dog in a submissive position. Damn you! Gaara wiped the blood from his forehead. Blood? My blood? I have finally drawn blood. Gaara's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the blood on his hands, his expression increasingly deranged. Watermelon head, I will slay you, Gaara roared, pushing himself off the ground, attempting to rise. Did I permit you to get up? Stay down. Lee clenched his fist, a punch aimed ferociously at Gaara once more. Boom. Gaara's sand shield instantly formed, blocking the punch from Rock Lee. Unfortunately, the once indestructible sand shield crumbled under Lee's strike, akin to a mere thin membrane, failing to provide any semblance of defense. Lee's fist, resembling an unstoppable iron rod, penetrated the shield and landed squarely on Gaara's relatively handsome visage, twisting into the flesh. Blood erupting forth in an instant. Gaara's right cheek was now indented, creating a substantial crater. He was utterly stunned. Gaara was completely bewildered. Hinata, Yumi, and the others were equally astonished. The audience watching the broadcast was also in disbelief. This was the formidable Gaara of the sand. Yet he was being pummeled like a helpless chick by this watermelon-headed boy, utterly unable to retaliate. Quick, notify the broadcasting station to halt all other ninja competitions. Every channel must air the Death Forest live, as the third Hokage's calm face displayed a long-lost excitement. Lord Hokage. Isn't the Death Forest broadcast scheduled for specific time slots? Furthermore, if we air it now, those paying viewers will surely be. The foolish third Hokage interrupted his secretary loudly, his excitement evident. This is a splendid opportunity to showcase the might of our Leaf Village. I want everyone to see that even a lean camel is larger than a horse. Our Leaf Village remains as formidable as ever. The secretary, clutching her intercom, cleared her throat. Attention all units. Attention all units. Per higher-ups directives, all channels will now broadcast the Death Forest live match. Please respond. Sweet potato received. Potato received. Ultra received. Within the Death Forest, Gaara had completely given up. Apart from a token resistance with his sand shield when Lee first struck, he had succumbed to Lee's relentless assault. Thud after thud resonated as Lee's fists rained down upon him. Gaara was left battered and unrecognizable, unsure of whether he was alive or dead. It was time to end this. Slowly, Lee rose, lifting Gaara as one might a chick, then bit through the bandages on his wrist. With a sudden motion, Lee hurled Gaara into the air and leapt after him. Whoosh! The white bandage on Lee's wrist, which had been fluttering in the wind a moment before, seemed to take on a life of its own, binding Gaara tightly. As a gentle breeze swept by, the still conscious Gaara struggled to open his eyes, wondering what Lee was up to. Was he attempting to bind him in midair? How extravagant! The phrase "one must not insult a noble warrior" filled Gaara's eyes with a profound humiliation, just as he was about to plead with Lee to end his life. He found his own face being wrapped in bandages, leaving only his eyes exposed. It appeared Lee intended to drop him from a great height, using the force of inertia to crush him. Despair. An unprecedented despair enveloped Gaara's mind. He lamented that he should never have provoked the Leaf Ninjas. He regretted not releasing his captured comrades after seizing Xiao Yun. Alas, hindsight is invaluable. To die would be preferable. In death, he could finally rest peacefully and reunite with his parents. Perhaps in that world, there would be no discrimination and friends would genuinely like him, willing to play cards with him, with his parents by his side every day. Contemplating this, Gaara found himself surprisingly anticipating death. Hee, my host, you are too weak. Use my power. A hoarse voice suddenly echoed in Gaara's mind. Lianhua. Suspended in the air, Gaara was tightly embraced by Lee, and the two began to spin like a drill on a CNC machine, fast enough to leave onlookers agape. Unaware, one might think they intended to drill into the ground. A gust of wind arose, accompanied by Lee's furious shouts, "Sairai! Sairai! Sairai!" Boom! A cloud of dust billowed as a figure emerged from it, none other than Lee. As the dust settled, Gaara's entire body was embedded in the earth, leaving only a portion of his lower leg visible, the crater at least 10 meters wide, showcasing the sheer power of the move. Just then, the sand bindings confining the others were released, and they instantly broke free. Apart from Hinata, Yumi, and Naruto, Neji and Shikamaru lay on the ground, writhing in agony. Though severely injured, Xiao Yun, possessing healing abilities, managed to stand with great effort. Suddenly, Lee collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon, his body twitching uncontrollably, white foam spilling from his mouth, his complexion alarmingly pale. Xiao Yun rushed to Lee's side, helping him up. So hot. Xiao Yun felt as though his hand would sear from the heat emanating from Lee's body. Was this a side effect of the 8 gates? Xiao Yun quickly carried Lee to the river, stripped him down, and submerged him in the water for physical cooling. Wood release. The earth returns to spring. Xiao Yun's brow furrowed deeply. Lee, please don't die. After what felt like an eternity, just as Xiao Yun's chakra was nearly depleted, Lee gradually regained consciousness. Brother, is this heaven? Lee's voice was exceedingly weak. No, this is the death forest. Lee, you're alive. This is wonderful. Xiao Yun exclaimed, embracing Lee tightly. Get away from me. I'm completely naked. Lee protested, covering himself awkwardly. Xiao Yun sheepishly scratched the back of his head, gesturing to the pile of torn fabric on the ground. The recent battle had rendered Lee's clothes into tatters, beyond repair. Uncle and Auntie made a new outfit for you, Naruto exclaimed, approaching with several large lotus leaves pieced together. Make do with this, Xiao Yun said helplessly. Is Gaara dead? Lee asked, using the leaves to cover his waist and looking at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun smiled and nodded, pointing to the figure of Gaara not far away. Where is he? Lee exclaimed, as he saw Gaara, who had been embedded in the ground, beginning to disintegrate into sand, slowly fading away. Could it be a clone? Chapter 44. Xiao Yun endanger the Kenoha Grand Hotel, 32nd floor. This was where accommodations for the leaders of various villages were arranged, each room exquisitely decorated. In the Wind Shadows room, a peculiar scene unfolded. Just 5 minutes prior, Kakashi had been desperately pleading with the Wind Shadow to spare Xiao Yun. After Gaara's defeat, the Wind Shadow began pleading with Kakashi to grant Gaara mercy. Kakashi's moment of triumph was short-lived as the narrative shifted. Gaara, who had just been beaten senseless, suddenly vanished, only to reappear moments later, reconstituted using his sand jutsu. However, the Gaara that stood again was terrifyingly different. His left side retained his original face and body, while his right half had transformed into a ghastly creature resembling a raccoon, complete with a long tail, exuding an unsettling aura. Not only that, this half-human, half-demon monstrosity emanated an overwhelming presence, far surpassing the Gaara from moments ago. It's over. Xiao Yun and his companions were doomed. Lord Wind Shadow, I believe it is best that we prioritize peace, Kakashi said, ingratiatingly smiling. Once in the Death Forest, each must rely on their own abilities. Life and death are left to fate, the fourth Wind Shadow declared, his earlier flattery vanishing. Kakashi turned to the third Hokage. Lord Third Hokage, should we cut off the live broadcast? The beautiful secretary looked embarrassed. The third Hokage's expression, previously calm, visibly twitched. After a long silence, he replied, Yes. Let us cut it. We can't allow those impoverished fools to watch the live broadcast for free. Indeed, in the deathly forest, Gaara, you are truly weak. Having been cornered by a mere group of genin. Were it not for me, you would have indeed met your end at the hands of that watermelon-headed fool. The creature on Gaara's right side cackled, its voice grating like metal scraping against glass, sending shivers down one's spine. Gaara remained silent, casting a chilling glare at Lee, a bloodthirsty smile creeping across the left side of his face. You are impressive. You are the first man to draw my blood. How shall I repay you? Shall I drain your blood and turn it into fine wine, or perhaps invite everyone present to partake? Gaara's sinister laughter echoed. The ninjas of Kenoha felt their hearts plummet. What manner of monster was this? He had not been defeated. Gaara, cease your pretense. Eliminate them. Your body cannot withstand the transformation for long. The creature on his right urged. Kill. Gaara did not hesitate. He extended his left hand, a blood-red spear of sand materializing in his grasp. Enveloped in an aura of death, the crowd's pupils dilated, their gazes filled with dread as they beheld the spear. Is he transforming? As a fan of Hokage, Xiao Yun knew who had saved Gaara. There was no choice. He had to employ that technique. With reluctance, Xiao Yun glanced at Naruto, clearly intending to harness the power of the nine tails within him. However, this master-servant technique inflicted great harm on the servant. According to the system, excessive use could damage Naruto's nervous system, potentially driving him to madness. Naruto, Xiao Yun gently ruffled Naruto's spiky blonde hair. Uncle, Auntie, I am not afraid. Even if I must die, we will die together as a family. Despite the overwhelming danger, Naruto's eyes held no trace of fear. Foolish child, how could your uncle allow you to perish? Do not worry, I will care for you for a lifetime, even if you become a fool. The crowd stared at Xiao Yun in bewilderment, uncertain of his meaning. Uncle, Naruto's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, deeply moved. Master-servant technique, Naruto suddenly froze. His previously bright eyes now dull and vacant, as if turned to stone. Boom. An orange chakra enveloped Xiao Yun, his eyes turning a deep crimson, his fingernails elongating. And even his handsome face, second only to the illustrious Haku, transformed into an eerie visage reminiscent of a demon fox. Yumi, I entrust you with Naruto. Go as far as you can, and do not worry about me. Quickly leave. Xiao Yun sensed a murderous intent swelling within him, threatening to spiral out of control. Hinata Yumi stared at the man before her, growing increasingly unfamiliar, his presence overwhelming, rivaling even Lee's earlier intensity. However, the greater the power of a jutsu, the stronger the backlash. If she abandoned him and fled, and Xiao Yun failed to defeat Gaara, it would indeed spell doom. Moreover, her team was either injured or poisoned. How could she lead them to safety? Confronting an enemy would only lead to certain death. Xiao Yun, I will not leave. Hinata Yumi shook her head defiantly. No, it is impossible. The creature beside Gaara stared wide-eyed at Xiao Yun, as if it had seen a ghost. Shikaku, what has happened to Xiao Yun? Gaara too sensed a profound threat emanating from Xiao Yun. How could he possess Nine Tails chakra? Shikaku screamed. The Nine Tails? Gaara squinted his left eye, puzzled as he examined his own right side. It is the leader among our tailed beasts. Gaara, strike first. Shikaku commanded. Gaara wasted no time, hurling the sand spear with all his might towards Xiao Yun. Get away. Sensing the spear's impending doom, Xiao Yun pushed several people aside and clasped his hands together to catch the spear. Boom. Both Gaara and Shikaku shouted in unison. Bang. The spear exploded in a dazzling display, enveloping the area in clouds of dust, consuming Xiao Yun. He is not dead. Be cautious, Gaara. Shikaku's eerie yellow eyes scanned for Xiao Yun's silhouette. Humph. Gaara wore a confident expression, coldly observing the center of the explosion, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As the smoke cleared, Xiao Yun emerged, bloodied yet unafraid, his eyes reflecting a newfound madness. Ha! I shall kill you all. I shall slay you. Xiao Yun cackled, his voice transformed. Sand binding. A colossal curtain of sand surged from all directions, enveloping Xiao Yun before he could evade. Sand ceiling. The curtain unfurled, inscribed with strange runes, visibly draining Xiao Yun's chakra. Sandstorm burial. With Shikaku's immense chakra sustaining him, Gaara unleashed a devastating sand jutsu upon Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun. Hinata Yumi's face turned pale as she watched Xiao Yun being slowly dragged underground, unable to break free, seemingly destined to be buried deep, transforming into the earth's nourishment. Chapter 45. One-tail Shikaku. The crowd was aghast, resigned to the fate that Xiao Yun was truly finished. No one could escape Gaara's sand jutsu. Even if someone could, it would not be a mere genin. In the moonlit tavern, silence reigned. Some mourned, others were inexplicably elated, and a few reveled in schadenfreude. The Hokage in the luxurious private room adjusted his hat, wishing to avoid witnessing the fall of a once great genius. Finally, he muted the television, turning to gulp down the contents of his sake bottle, regret flashing in his murky old eyes. He lamented. If only he had not overthought things and had adhered to Kenoha's regulations. The chakra detector should have alerted him 9 times under the guidance of the Hokage. Had he done so, Xiao Yun could have remained by his side, shielded and meticulously guided, avoiding all these complications. I am sorry, Kenoha. Tears welled in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes as he embraced his secretary, breaking down into sobs. Hokage-sama. His secretary looked on in horror at the third Hokage, clearly shaken. The thought of a once great genius about to fall brought forth even greater tears from Hiruzen, drawing his secretary even closer, burying his head deeper. The secretary stood frozen, bewildered, astonished that such a tough man as the third Hokage could display such vulnerability, her heart aching for him. The weeping continued, Hiruzen shaking his head, rubbing his tears on his clothes, leaving his secretary at a loss for what to do. Hokage-sama, look, just as the secretary was at a loss. Her eyes widened in disbelief, gazing at the screen. What are you looking at? Let me be for a moment. Hiruzen's words were cut short as he caught sight of the television, his eyes widening in shock. In that moment, as Xiao Yun was dragged into the earth, an orange chakra erupted from him. The third Hokage halted his actions, snatching the remote from his secretary's grasp, blasting the volume to maximum. Suddenly, they heard Xiao Yun's powerful voice roar. The first gate of the 8 gates, open. The second gate, rest gate, open. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated as Xiao Yun burst forth from the ground like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. Aqua-hued gas fused with the Nine-Tails orange chakra, forming a bizarre green chakra membrane that enveloped his body. Indeed, Xiao Yun's battle breakthrough has finally unlocked the second gate, which had remained inaccessible for so long. A powerful force surged through his entire being, significantly enhancing his strength. More importantly, Xiao Yun sensed a flicker of restoration in his consciousness. He no longer felt like a mere killing machine devoid of thought. How formidable! Gaara's lips twitched. This aura was no less impressive than that of the watermelon-headed foe from earlier. Gaara, you are no match for her, Shikaku remarked coldly. Humph. Is it merely the chakra of the Nine Tails? What is so remarkable about that? Gaara scoffed. To defeat him, you must relinquish complete control of your body to me. Shikaku stated. Hand it over to you? Gaara's alertness spiked. Was this not absurd? Surrendering control meant he would surely perish. Instinctively, he shook his head. Yet he realized that without allowing Shikaku to take over, defeating the man before him would be impossible, and death awaited otherwise. Damn it. Death is inevitable either way. Let's gamble. Gaara resolved. I can give you at most 40% of my body. He gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Xiao Yun. 40% is too little. Shikaku replied. 49% at most. If you refuse, we may as well die together. Gaara stood his ground. 51% was his limit, akin to owning a controlling stake in a company. All right. Shikaku conceded reluctantly. In unison, the duo chanted a rhythmically captivating incantation, their words swirling like a festive melody echoing through the village. A milky white light erupted, gradually fading after several seconds. Xiao Yun inhaled sharply. Gaara had transformed into the very embodiment of Shikaku, yet his stature remained that of an adult, albeit with a peculiar appearance diverging from the original portrayal. Shikaku, a beast, now bore 2 mounds of sand upon his chest and brandished a firearm, embodying both masculine and feminine traits. His eyes, a striking mix of yellow, black, and white, revealed a blend of sorrow, madness, and coldness. At last, I can emerge and stretch my limbs. As a token of gratitude, I shall only leave you half dead. Shikaku's chilling voice echoed, excitement gleaming in his gaze as he fixed his attention on Xiao Yun. Taking the initiative, Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed. This battle must be swift, otherwise he would plunge into an abyss of madness. With that thought, he lunged forward like a cannonball toward Shikaku. Humph, swift indeed, and your strength appears commendable. Yet it pales in comparison to that watermelon-headed fool, Shikaku taunted, raising a finger to the sky, summoning 5 clones that encircled him. In unison, the clones unleashed a barrage of sand needles toward Xiao Yun. Instinctively, he evaded, acutely aware that these sand-formed needles were formidable. Caught on. Too late. Sand release. Quicksand. Shikaku sneered. Suddenly, a square yellow box materialized around Xiao Yun, crafted from sand, enclosing him within. The box bore 6 red characters emblazoned upon its surfaces, Sow the Chaos. Shikaku smirked wickedly, forming a peculiar seal and pointing at the box. To Xiao Yun's astonishment, the sand box ignited, flames illuminating the night sky. To perish by my hand in such a manner is a fitting end, Shikaku proclaimed, reveling in his triumph. Your flames are potent, but how do they compare to mine? Wood release, firewood destruction technique. Suddenly, with a rustling sound, decayed vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Shikaku. Xiao Yun materialized behind him, revealing that the earlier confinement had merely been a diversion by his wood release clone. What is this? Shikaku exclaimed, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of crisis. The vines ignited. A mere flicker compared to Shikaku's flames, yet it was enough to induce panic. Ah, ah, ah. Shikaku writhed in agony, rolling on the ground. His 4 sand clones dissipating instantaneously. Ding. System detects purple abyss ghost fire. Should the host absorb it? The system chimed. Purple abyss ghost fire? What is that? You useless system? Xiao Yun inquired. Host, I cannot disclose such knowledge, the system replied. Upon my return, I shall focus solely on wood release. This chaotic nonsense is of no use. Dear host, the purple abyss ghost fire is that burning square box before you, one of the 7 hellish fires. Absorbing it will evolve your firewood destruction technique and refine your body. What do you say? The benefits are plentiful. Do not miss this opportunity, the system urged. Its mechanical tone dripping with flattery, sending shivers down Xiao Yun's spine. Wait a moment. Do you not see that I am engaged in a life-or-death confrontation with Shikaku? Glancing at Shikaku, who, despite the small flames, was in excruciating pain, Xiao Yun realized the eerie flames could burn chakra, rendering Shikaku powerless and, most alarmingly, seemingly capable of searing his very soul. The torment stemmed not from physical agony, but from a deeper, soul-wrenching suffering. Contemplating Shikaku's plight, Xiao Yun mused that his newfound power from unlocking the second gate had significantly amplified the firewood destruction technique's potency, albeit at a cost of draining 4/5 of his chakra. Without the Nine-Tails chakra to support him, he would have been unable to unleash it. Moreover, the cooldown was an excruciating 3 days, far too long. I can't take it anymore. Shikaku suddenly cried, leaping up, his eyes filled with fury directed at Xiao Yun. With a resounding thud, he knelt before Xiao Yun, pleading, Please spare me. Have mercy and cease your divine wrath. Spare you? In your dreams. Xiao Yun retorted, considering himself neither a villain nor a fool. Not long ago, Shikaku had been intent on his demise. Yet, seeing Shikaku kneeling in desperation was unexpected. Xiao Yun, grant me a favor. Let him go. A voice echoed in his mind. It was the Nine-Tails. Nine-Tails? It's not that I refuse to show mercy. If I release him, how can I ensure he won't turn on me? This technique can only be used once every 5 days, Xiao Yun explained. Moreover, I must utilize the master-servant bond technique, relying upon your chakra to activate it. It cannot be used frequently, or Naruto will become a simpleton. Indeed, I can reseal Shikaku within the host. After sealing, the host will temporarily enter a state of weakness. Promise me you won't harm the host, or Shikaku will perish as well, alright? After all, aren't you the reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths? Shikaku is also your child, the Nine-Tails implored gently. Xiao Yun smacked his forehead, realizing he had almost forgotten this crucial detail. Very well, seal it, Xiao Yun said with a faint tone. As he spoke, a surge of nine-tailed chakra unconsciously enveloped him, coalescing in the air into a swastika symbol. Observing this, Xiao Yun promptly retracted his ninjutsu, and the symbol instantaneously merged into Shohei's body. Just moments ago, Shohei had been writhing in agony, but now his gaze appeared momentarily dazed, gradually slipping into a trance. Subsequently, his body slowly transformed into sand, cascading to the ground, revealing Gaara to the onlookers. Rushing towards the burning sand, Xiao Yun could still feel the searing heat waves from 10 meters away. As he prepared to have the system absorb the flames, he suddenly sensed a soft, substantial presence assaulting his back. Brother Yun, you are so formidable, Hinata Yumi exclaimed, gazing at him with admiration. Do not be foolish. I have matters to attend to. He replied brusquely. Understood. Hinata Yumi responded, a glimmer of mischief appearing in her eyes as she leaned close to Xiao Yun's ear, whispering, Brother Yun, aren't you afraid of burning yourself by absorbing so much fire? I am quite adept at extinguishing flames. Would you like to give it a try? As she spoke, she deliberately tugged at her clothing, which was already straining against her form. Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled. This girl was infuriating, and one day he would have her experience the harshness of reality. Nevertheless, perhaps he could indulge himself a little and enjoy the softness against his back. After all, it was Hinata Yumi embracing him. Even Tsunade would not admonish him for that, would she? Surely not. Yet, the thought of Tsunade ignited an inexplicable panic within Xiao Yun. Cursed be it. It's all my fault. If only I had drawn my weapon and confronted the wall at that critical moment, none of this would have transpired. The Hyuga clan had over 100 women, developed and undeveloped, innocent and experienced, married and single. It was a veritable cornucopia, and he regretted it. Xiao Yun twisted and turned, evidently struggling to absorb the purple hellfire, though the primary burden stemmed from his back. A smug expression spread across Hinata Yumi's exquisite face, her lips curving upward. Humph. I will have you eventually. Meanwhile, not far away, a pair of white eyes bore down on the two with a fierce intensity. Fists clenched so tightly that the nails nearly pierced the flesh. Hyuga Niji's expression morphed into one of growing rage. Bastard. Xiao Yun, Yumi is mine. Why do you still pursue her when you already have Tsunade? Finally, after 5 arduous minutes, Xiao Yun completed the absorption. Hey, Yumi, could you let go of me? He said, exasperated. All right, brother Yun, but you are so comforting to lean against. Once we exit the forest of death, I'll want you to do this every day. Yumi replied shamelessly. Xiao Yun, speechless, then approached Gaara, who had just regained consciousness. Don't come any closer, Gaara exclaimed, staring at Xiao Yun with a smile. Finally feeling fear as he realized he had no strength left. Do you remember the promise I made to you? Xiao Yun inquired. What promise? Gaara stuttered, instinctively covering himself in fear. Yumi, spread his legs apart, Xiao Yun commanded, unwavering in his words. Death may be avoided, but punishment is unavoidable. He had promised the Nine Tails to spare Gaara's life, yet he could not let him leave the forest of death unscathed. Yes, Hinata Yumi replied, stepping forward to position Gaara in a most humiliating manner. What the hell? How do you have such size at such a young age? Unbelievable, Xiao Yun exclaimed, measuring with his hands, jealousy boiling within him, and he kicked Gaara. A scream of agony echoed throughout the forest of death, and Gaara fainted once more. Finally resolved, Xiao Yun sighed in relief, needing to quickly dispel the dual life bond before his nephew became a fool. With a swift incantation, dispelling the dual life bond, Xiao Yun collapsed onto the ground, feeling as if he had been drained of all vitality. He felt as if he had been forced to perform an untold number of strenuous exercises, his body aching all over. Thankfully, he did not faint as he had previously. Perhaps it was due to unlocking the second gate of the 8 gates, significantly enhancing his physical strength. It seemed he needed to intensify his training in the 8 gates, as both the Great Sword and the dual life bond required a robust body. Brother Yin, let me help you, Hinata Yumi said sweetly, rushing to his side and transforming into a masseuse, gently kneading his back. Humph, Xiao Yun, your time has come, Niji muttered, glaring at Xiao Yun with unrestrained venom. His face contorted with rage. His eyes, now activated, exuded a fierce aura, striding towards Xiao Yun with steadfast determination. Xiao Yun, you son of 1,000 knives. I will kill you, Niji declared. Niji, you are not poisoned? Shikamaru, weakly standing, questioned with a puzzled expression. Of course not. I am the one who released the poison. Niji sneered. I cannot believe that this useless Gaara did not eliminate you. I must admit, you are quite strong. But alas, you will die by my hand. Niji laughed maniacally, halting his advance. Why? Why would you do this? Lee, Shikamaru, and Hinata Yumi asked in unison, their eyes filled with confusion as they regarded Niji. Why? Haha. Why? Others may not know, but Yumi, do you not understand? Niji's eyes gleamed with madness. Xiao Yun, you are a beast. Is it only because you are handsome and strong, able to charm women, and possess a bit of wealth? What else do you have? You could deceive Yumi, but I can compete with you fairly. Yet, you dared to covet my mother and wish to humiliate all the men of the Hyuga clan. This is intolerable. You, the so-called son of Kenoha, I will expose your true nature as a lecherous shadow ninja before everyone today. Let us see if Tsunade will still bear your child. Even if she were willing, you would not live to see it. Niji's laughter was filled with madness. The onlookers gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend Xiao Yun's situation. The audience watching the live stream was equally astounded, the atmosphere in Kenoha thick with silence, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. To covet all the women of the Hyuga clan? This is the son of Kenoha? I never imagined Xiao Yun could be so audacious. The Hyuga clan has over 100 women. Not even a donkey in a production team would dare such a feat. I thought I was quite the charmer. But compared to Xiao Yun, I am nothing. You know nothing. I have heard that Hyuga Hizashi is playing a much larger game. Sigh. When comparing oneself to others, one feels inferior. I am still relying on my 5 women to survive, while Xiao Yun intends to possess over 100. Now I understand why there are so many bachelors in the ninja world. It's already a wolf pack situation, and some dare to seize over 100 women. What a beast. Hinata Niji, Eliminate this beast to prevent him from harming others' wives. We support you, Hinata Niji, slay him. And you shall be hailed as a hero of Kenoha. In the council hall of the Hyuga clan, the men watching the live stream were filled with righteous indignation, yet, due to Hinata Hayashi's usual tyranny, they could only roll their eyes and bow their heads in silence. I have made my decision. Do not discuss it further. Those with the authority may speak, those without, disperse, Hinata Hayashi declared angrily, closing his Byakugan. The men of the Hyuga clan were utterly disappointing. They had already offered their concubines, so why the pretense? Get out. Tianyin, activate the caged bird seal at once and eliminate that brat Niji. If anything happens to Xiao Yun, let the entire branch perish. Hinata Hayashi's furious roar resonated, and his immense chakra surged, shaking the entire hall. It had been years since he had been this furious. The last time was when the Reikage village had abducted Hyuga clan members. Feeling Hayashi's overwhelming pressure, the crowd fell silent in fear. Tianyin, what are you waiting for? Activate the caged bird seal, immediately. Hayashi shouted in near madness. Yes. Tianyin, startled, quickly formed the seals. Ninjutsu, caged bird. Everyone closed their eyes, knowing that once the seal was activated, any branch member, regardless of their location, would perish at the thought of the main family. Father, the caged bird seal seems ineffective against Niji, Tianyin said, horrified, as he watched Niji appear unscathed on the screen. How can this be? Hayashi's eyes widened. No one had ever resisted this seal before. On the screen, Niji smirked, a peculiar curve gracing his lips. Humph, I had actually unraveled the caged bird long ago. I owe you my gratitude, Yumi. Niji slowly removed his Kenoha forehead protector, revealing the azure cross seal on his forehead, which he effortlessly wiped away. Thank me? Yumi asked. Perplexed. Indeed, it was your guidance that led me to the sacred grounds of the Hyuga clan, where the sequence of seals for each branch member was recorded. By reversing the seals, the curse can be undone, Niji said darkly, fixing his gaze on Xiao Yun. I say, Niji, allow me to explain. This is all a misunderstanding. Xiao Yun, nearly in tears, lamented his misfortune. He had never even touched a Hyuga woman. Now, faced with Niji's intent to kill him, he found himself utterly powerless. As Niji approached, Xiao Yun cursed, Hayashi, you fool. Niji, I forbid you from killing Xiao Yun. Yumi suddenly leaped in front of Xiao Yun, blocking Niji's path. Yumi, step aside. I do not wish to harm you, Niji replied coolly. No, if you have the courage, then you shall have to go through me, Yumi said. Adopting a battle stance, her expression serious. Yumi, do not force my hand. Niji's eyes narrowed dangerously. Niji, I have already told you how important Xiao Yun is to the clan. If you proceed, you must understand the consequences you and your branch will face. I can plead for you. Let grandfather spare you. Please, stop. Yumi continued to persuade him. Humph, even if it costs me my life. I will not allow my mother to bear his child. My mother was ever loyal to my father and would never betray him, Niji asserted. Wake up. How many years ago did your father die? Your mother has been alone all this time. Does she not need a man? Yumi countered. Enough. Xiao Yun exclaimed, exasperated. Are you trying to convince him or incite him to kill me? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Yumi's face flushed as she hurriedly added, what I mean is, I cannot allow you to kill Xiao Yun because I am carrying his child. Enough. 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 Xiao Yun was speechless, incredulous at her words. Did she truly wish to hasten his demise? As Niji stood frozen, he let out a hollow laugh, pointing at Yumi. Yumi, you truly are something else. Back when we were together, you wouldn't let me touch you, and now you've only just met this scoundrel and are with child. Seeing Niji's heartbreak, Yumi felt a pang of guilt. She had shared time with Niji but realized that it was not love, merely the innocent feelings between siblings. To her, Niji had always been an older brother. I'm sorry, brother Niji, please spare Xiao Yun. He is truly important to our clan. Can you? Yumi's eyes welled with tears, her voice trembling. No, I will never forgive him, never. Get away from me, you wretched woman. Niji roared, charging towards Xiao Yun. The clash of their palms unleashed a tempest, causing the air to whip painfully against their faces. In an instant, Yumi, like a kite severed from its string, was sent flying backward, spitting blood as she struck the ground. Impressive, Xiao Yun thought. Startled, Niji's strength was on par with Li's. Prepare to meet your end, Xiao Yun. Niji soared into the air, aiming for Xiao Yun's head. A strike like this could very well mean death. Instinctively, Xiao Yun attempted to evade, but his body did not respond. Niji no? Yumi, summoning all her strength, leaped in front of Xiao Yun. With a sickening sound, Yumi coughed up blood, far more than before, collapsing onto Xiao Yun. In a cave somewhere in the Death Forest, a man, clad entirely in black with a cross pattern on his face and wings sprouting from his back, stared in disbelief at his hands. This is the cursed seal? This power is astounding. Upon closer inspection, this creature was dressed in the attire of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke. Before him knelt 4 teammates who had entered the Death Forest with Gaara, but they bore the headbands of the Sound Village instead of sand. Even more bizarrely, they all knelt before Sasuke, their expressions filled with utmost reverence. When will you take me to see Orochimaru? Sasuke asked, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He yearned to meet the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru has instructed us that once the windmill operation concludes, we will immediately escort you to the secret base. One of the stout men replied respectfully. Windmill operation? Sasuke murmured, his expression unreadable. What shall we do with them? The stout ninja pointed at the unconscious forms of Hinata Baisuke, Yamato, Sakura, and the Sand Village Temari and Kankuro. Leave them be. Sasuke closed his eyes, continuing to adapt to the cursed seal state. Yumi gasped, spitting more blood as she collapsed onto Xiao Yun. Yumi. Xiao Yun was bewildered, never expecting this girl would risk her life for him. Indeed, having an exceptional man was truly a troublesome affair. Niji, do not force my hand. Yumi wiped the blood from her lips and, despite her agony, managed to rise, her face devoid of panic. Is that so? That line seems more fitting for me to say, Niji Hyuga scoffed. Niji, I ask you once more, will you truly not spare Xiao Yun? Yumi inquired. Impossible. Niji replied firmly. In that case, you leave me no choice. With a sudden glint in her eyes, Yumi formed a series of hand seals. Niji clasped his head in pain, dropping to his knees as beads of sweat formed on his brow. It cannot be. I have already undone the cage bird seal. He stammered. Niji, I am sorry. You possess unparalleled talent, and the cage bird seal placed upon you has 2 segments. You have only released the first. A hint of humility crossed Yumi's beautiful face. You wretched woman. Niji attempted to rise, but the intensifying agony rendered him powerless. And soon he writhed in torment on the ground. In less than a minute, Niji fell unconscious. Yumi, has he passed? Xiao Yun asked, gazing at Yumi with confusion. Yumi fell silent, tears shimmering in her bright eyes as she looked sorrowfully at the motionless Niji, murmuring, Brother Niji, I am so sorry. Xiao Yun felt a pang of melancholy. Although Niji had conspired with the Sand Ninja to kill him, he could not bring himself to hate Niji. If he were in Niji's position, he too would likely fight desperately. His first love had been taken, and his mother was expected to bear the child of an enemy. It was a burden no man could bear. Yet, he thought bitterly, this had nothing to do with me. Are you all right, Yumi? Xiao Yun's gaze was filled with concern. I am fine, Yumi replied calmly. Xiao Yun was deeply moved. This woman had sacrificed everything to save him, even taking the life of Niji, her childhood companion. Alas, how shall I explain this to Tsunade? Xiao Yun sighed bitterly. Xiao Yun, I know you are in a difficult position, but rest assured, once we are out of the forest of death, I will explain everything to Lady Tsunade. Yumi said with a sorrowful smile. Sigh, let us deal with it after we exit. For now, I must recover. Xiao Yun sighed deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. He finally understood the true weight of a beautiful woman's favor. As dawn broke, Xiao Yun had returned to normal, thanks to his wood release abilities and his naturally robust recovery. Particularly after opening the second gate of the 8 gates, the healing effects became even more potent. And within just a few hours, he was revitalized. He then proceeded to cast healing techniques on his teammates. Soon, although they could not move freely, a hint of color returned to their faces. Even Niji, Xiao Yun refused to give up on. After several rounds of revitalization, although Niji remained unconscious, his breathing grew steadier. However, to Xiao Yun's surprise, when Naruto awakened, he seemed somewhat off, appearing rather unusual. Uncle, let me sing a song for you. I've thought about the lyrics for a long time, he said, forcibly pulling Xiao Yun and Yumi together, clearing his throat. On the opposite hill, there are 2 cows. The mother cow says to the bull, I love you. The bull asks the mother, are you shy? The mother replies, not shy, not shy, I love you. How was that? Uncle, auntie, did I sing well? A chill ran through the group. What was wrong with him? Seeing this, Xiao Yun felt a wave of guilt. It seemed the master-servant symbiotic technique could no longer be used, or else this future 7th Hokage might end up in the Kenoha Asylum. Xiao Yun, what should we do next? And what about Gaara? How do we handle him? Yumi asked. What do you say, Shikamaru? Xiao Yun turned to Shikamaru. After a long moment of contemplation, Shikamaru replied, by this time tomorrow, we should be able to leave the Forest of Death. Our immediate priority is to locate Sasuke's team and ascertain their situation. If I am not mistaken, they are likely trapped by other sand ninja. As for Gaara, his identity is quite special. My suggestion is to spare his life for now. After all, our every move is being monitored, and he has already lost his fighting capability. Killing him recklessly may provoke discord between Kenoha and Tsunade. That is correct. We shall leave Gaara here to fend for himself. Xiao Yun nodded in agreement. Their urgent task was to find Sasuke. At that moment, several figures approached from a distance. Upon closer inspection, they were the 3 members of Sasuke's team. Limping towards Xiao Yun, yet Sasuke was conspicuously absent. Sakura, Keiho, Shiraise, where is Sasuke? Xiao Yun felt a sinking dread. Sasuke-kun, Sasuke-kun. Sakura burst into tears. Sasuke-kun fell in battle to protect us. This is what he left behind. Keiho said, sorrow etched on his face as he produced Sasuke's forehead protector. The group fell silent, speechless. Xiao Yun's brow furrowed. How could this be? In the original story, Sasuke was supposed to fight alongside Naruto against Uchiha Madara, seal Kagaya Otsutsuki, and confront Ishiki Otsutsuki. How had he met his end here? Just then, 6 figures emerged beside Gaara. Xiao Yun recognized 2 of them, Karui and Temari. Impossible. How could Gaara be defeated? They exclaimed in unison, for in their minds, Gaara was invincible among the genin, with even Chunin struggling to harm him, let alone genin. Yet now, Gaara lay like a lifeless dog on the ground, while Xiao Yun stood unharmed, clearly having bested him. Konoha truly is a land of hidden talents. Xiao Yun mused. Xiao Yun, those 4 are the ones who killed Sasuke. Sakura cried out in fury, stepping forward and pointing accusingly at the remaining 4. Xiao Yun turned his gaze to them. Their aura felt familiar, reminiscent of the 3 sand ninja he had defeated, likely cursed seal users. Moreover, based on their presence, these 4 were certainly no mere comparison to those 3 weaklings. Xiao Yun squinted. It seemed these 4 were the sound ninja who assisted Sasuke in defecting from Kenoha in the original tale. This suggested Sasuke had not perished. It was highly probable he had sought the power of the cursed seal and defected to Orochimaru. However, Xiao Yun could not be certain, as this world of Naruto differed significantly from the one he knew. Xiao Yun, you must go and eliminate them, avenge Sasuke. Sakura's eyes burned with rage, eager to charge at them. Xiao Yun ignored her. Their side was injured and fatigued, while the opposing 4 remained unscathed and possessed cursed seals. Xiao Yun, you must act. Take them down. Do you hear me? Sakura shouted frantically, pushing and shoving him. Be quiet. Xiao Yun roared. It is already a feat to ensure my own safety. Avenging Sasuke is beyond my capacity. Observing the adversary's hostile gazes, Xiao Yun braced himself for the worst. If they attacked, he could defend himself. But what about the others? The ultimate trump card of the dual synergy still requires a few more days to be utilized. Alas, Granny Lee. Ultimately, one's own cards are simply too few. After this outing, regardless of the circumstances, I must refine a few more extraordinary techniques. However, in the next moment, I noticed that the Sand Shinobi had no intention of engaging in battle. They lifted Gaara and, in unison, leaped out of sight. The group was left bewildered. What madness had befallen the ninja from the Sand Village? Were their eyes blind to the fact that our side was at a disadvantage? Did they not wish to win the match? An abundance of questions flooded their minds, yet they were too apathetic to delve into the reasons. They collectively sighed and slumped to the ground. The ninjutsu, second Yang Crimson Flame formation commenced. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated from all directions. The originally violet sky vanished, and bright sunlight flooded the Death Forest. Once again, the crowd was astonished. Was the match coming to an early conclusion? Indeed. A voice emerged from a hidden loudspeaker in the Death Forest. Attention, all contestants. Please remain in place. Specialized shinobi will be arriving shortly to escort you. Before long, 10 Jonin rushed toward Xiao Yun. Kenoha had sent 9, with 1 casualty. Sand had dispatched 7, with 3 fatalities. Kenoha emerged victorious. An absolute upset. Those who had wagered on the Sand Shinobi were left with nothing, and a chorus of lamentations filled Konoha village. as the majority had bet on the victory of the Sand Village. Match fixing. Refund. Refund. Those who lost their bets had taken to the streets with banners, protesting throughout Kenoha village. Yet, these disturbances were merely instigated by rogue shinobi. Such uproars were unavoidable during significant competitions that yielded unexpected outcomes. However, if the commotion escalated, the Kenoha guard would apprehend them, imposing fines, detentions, and in more severe cases, they might even face harsher penalties. As for Xiao Yun and his companions, upon exiting the Death Forest, they returned to their respective homes. Naturally, Xiao Yun was picked up by Tsunade, and upon arriving at her residence, he was promptly pulled into her room. "Tsunade, let me explain." Faced with the scissors on the table and Tsunade's furious demeanor, Xiao Yun felt apprehensive. "You had better provide a convincing reason," Tsunade said, as she snipped a piece of sausage in her hand. Xiao Yun's brow twitched. What on earth was she planning? "Tsunade, I assure you, there's nothing between me and Hinata Yumi. I haven't even touched a finger of hers. I swear on the lamp above." Xiao Yun exclaimed in desperation, pointing at the overhead light with utmost sincerity. "Do you think I would believe you? Do you take me for a fool? If you hadn't been with Hinata Yumi, would she be so obedient to you? If she weren't pregnant with your child, would she have gone to such lengths to save you?" Tsunade retorted, gripping Xiao Yun's collar, her enchanting eyes reflecting a mix of fury, sorrow, tears, and a hint of jealousy. "Why can't I clarify this? How about this? Once Hinata Yumi has recovered, we can confront her together for the truth, all right? Darling, don't be angry. Here, take this 5 million, Xiao Yun said, flattering Tsunade as he produced the winnings from Gaara. "That's more like it." Tsunade's expression softened slightly as she accepted the check, then inquired, "Are you truly innocent concerning that flirt, Yumi?" "Dear Tsunade, I can hardly manage you alone. Why would I dare to pursue other women?" Xiao Yun replied with a wry smile. "Who asked you to serve me? Let me make it clear. If I discover you've lied, you see this sausage?" Saying this, Tsunade chopped the sausage into several pieces and consumed them. Xiao Yun could only manage a bitter smile. For reasons unknown, despite Tsunade's occasional volatility and her tendency to resort to domestic violence, he found himself inexplicably attracted to her, not merely driven by carnal desire, but also willing to do anything for her. As for Hinata Yumi, though she too was beautiful with an enviable figure, he felt a lack of something deeper in their connection beyond mere physical attraction. "By the way, go take a shower. You smell terrible. We need to meet the Hokage soon," Tsunade remarked, covering her nose. "Hey, Tsunade, why not come over and wash my back? We could shower together." Xiao Yun joked, fully aware that this would likely earn him a beating from her. Yet, he couldn't help but revel in her playful punches, even if they sometimes left him bloodied. "Sure, you go first. I'll be right there," Tsunade replied with a charming smile, her allure ensnaring Xiao Yun completely. "Are you serious?" Xiao Yun asked in disbelief. Of course, Tsunade laughed lightly. 5 minutes later, Xiao Yun was stunned. Tsunade's idea of showering together was actually 2 bathtubs side by side, visible yet untouchable. What a tease. Chapter 50. The symbol of chastity, the Hyuga clan. A mature, graceful woman knelt before Hyuga Hayashi. "Clan leader, for the sake of Niji's youth and ignorance, please spare his life." Tears filled her white eyes, making her appear woefully pitiful. "No." Hyuga Hayashi's tone was icy, resolute in his refusal. "Before entering the Death Forest, I issued a strict order that Niji and Hyuga Hizashi must do everything in their power to protect Xiao Yun. If he dares defy my orders, how can I maintain my authority without Niji alive? Clan leader, you cannot disregard the past. For Niji's deceased father's sake, you must show him mercy. You promised his father you would take care of Niji," the woman continued to plead. Hyuga Hayashi paused, recalling Niji's father, falling into silence. "Clan leader, if you choose to spare Niji, I will lead the way in responding to your call, ensuring the prosperity of the Hyuga clan," she declared, resolute. Seeing Hyuga Hayashi's prolonged silence, the woman braced herself, biting her teeth. Although she was not Niji's biological mother, she had vowed to care for him in honor of his father. Just then, the door to the shrine creaked open, and 2 figures entered, Hinata Yumi and Niji. "Grandfather, please release Niji. His actions this time were entirely at my behest. He bears no responsibility," Hinata Yumi stated calmly. "At your behest?" Both Hyuga Hayashi and the kneeling woman turned to look at her. "Yes," Hinata Yumi replied slowly. "It turns out I had noticed Xiao Yun's affections for Tsunade, and despite several attempts to entice him, he resisted temptation. Thus, I resorted to this tactic, making Xiao Yun feel indebted to me. The so-called beauty's favor is often the hardest to resist. I believe it will be challenging for Xiao Yun to refuse Hinata Yumi in the future, even with Tsunade bearing his child. Is that so? But Yumi, this is reckless. Have you considered what happens if Xiao Yun cannot defeat Gaara? Hyuga Hayashi asked, a look of dread on his face. Grandfather, you underestimate your granddaughter. Hinata Yumi smiled mysteriously, turning to Niji. Let us begin, Niji. Niji nodded, and they both assumed fighting stances. In just about 10 seconds, Niji let out a muffled grunt and collapsed to the ground. Unlike in the Death Forest, he was no match for Yumi and had almost no power to resist. I never imagined my granddaughter had grown to this extent. My heart is truly relieved. Hyuga Hayashi laughed heartily, realizing his granddaughter had concealed her strength and cunning, destined to lead the Hyuga clan to glory. Hokage's office, what did you say? The fourth Kazekage is dead? The current fourth Kazekage is actually an impersonation by Orochimaru? The third Hokage was taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw. I merely suggested that such a possibility exists, and that Orochimaru is very likely to launch an attack on Kenoha. Xiao Yun nodded. Though this was indeed how it was depicted in the original narrative, this world of Hokage differed from his understanding, leaving him uncertain. How do you know this? Tsunade inquired, her gaze fixed on Xiao Yun. I learned it by chance, Xiao Yun replied with a smile, knowing he couldn't divulge that his knowledge stemmed from the author. I understand this may seem implausible, but I also know that Orochimaru has mastered the impure world reincarnation technique and can summon the first and second Hokage. Please trust me. Hokage-sama, we must be vigilant, or Kenoha may face utter destruction, Xiao Yun continued. The third Hokage gasped, his heart stirred by a tumult of emotions. How could Xiao Yun be privy to such confidential information? Years ago, Orochimaru was expelled from Kenoha for attempting to learn the impure world reincarnation technique and for stealing the blood of the first and second Hokage. The reason he diligently studied the Shiki Fujin was to prevent a day when Orochimaru might summon the first and second Hokage, posing a threat to the village. That day had indeed arrived. Kakashi, from today onward, you will lead the Hokage's direct forces. Maintain strict surveillance on every action of the Sand Shinobi. If anything unusual arises, eliminate them immediately. Additionally, inform Jiraiya to return to Kenoha at once. Orochimaru's summoning beast is a serpent from the Dragon's Cave. The only beings capable of countering it are the toads of Mount Myaboku. Xiao Yun, from today, your actions will be closely monitored. Your remarkable performance in the Forest of Death has likely garnered the attention of many who would wish you harm, the third Hokage declared, demonstrating his seasoned leadership. Hokage-sama, should we inform Danzo about this? Kakashi asked. No need. Over the years, Danzo has been in collusion with Orochimaru. The third Hokage's eyes hardened. Once this matter is resolved, he would certainly find a way to eliminate Danzo. By the way, Tsunade, there is something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Tsunade inquired. To foster an alliance with the Hyuga clan, I propose that Xiao Yun marry 2 women from their family, Hyuga Hanabi and Niji's stepmother, Hyuga Maki. As you know, Xiao Yun was originally intended to be sent to the Hyuga clan as a breeding male, but I fought hard to ensure he only marries these 2 women. The third Hokage explained, feeling a slight flush of embarrassment. This arrangement had been initiated by Hyuga Hizashi. I oppose this, Hokage-sama. As you witnessed, the Hyuga clan played no significant role in the Forest of Death. Thus, we have no obligation to fulfill this promise. Before Tsunade could respond, Xiao Yun interjected firmly, his eyes revealing a glimmer of desperation. I agree, but only after we deal with Orochimaru, Tsunade said, unusually calm. Everyone was stunned, gazing at Tsunade in disbelief. They never anticipated her acquiescence to the third Hokage's request. Don't look at me like that. I am a Kenoha ninja, and no one loves this village. Founded by my grandfather, more than I do, Tsunade smiled faintly, though a hint of bitterness lingered on her face. Having said that, she took Xiao Yun by the arm and left the Hokage's office. Throughout their walk, Tsunade wore a gloomy expression while Xiao Yun timidly followed behind. Tsunade, say something. Your silence is making me anxious, Xiao Yun finally blurted out. I see you are quite pleased with yourself. Hyuga Hanabi is known as the flower of the Hyuga clan, and Hyuga Maki is a renowned beauty. You can indulge in revelry every night. Are you happy? Tsunade retorted. Where am I supposed to argue my case? You were the one who agreed. Xiao Yun lamented, feeling frustrated. With a sudden motion, Tsunade slapped Xiao Yun's forehead, causing him to feel as if he had been bitten by a mosquito, leaving a small blue mark. Let me make this clear. If you so much as touch another woman, the chakra mark on your forehead will vanish. Don't say I didn't warn you, Tsunade threatened. Xiao Yun, bewildered, touched his forehead and indeed felt a raised bump. What is this? In ancient times, a fierce woman wore chastity armor. Now, Xiao Yun bears a chastity mark. Furthermore, even if you marry those two Hyuga women, you must find a way to divorce them later. Do you understand? I understand. He replied loudly. Why do you sound so unwilling? I understand, Lady Tsunade, he said, looking at her with a mix of admiration and exasperation, realizing that he was completely at her mercy. That's more like it. By the way, I want a melon. Go buy one for me. And also get a deck of cards. The last time you taught me that card game was quite enjoyable. Let us play all night, Xiao Yun suggested. Chapter 51. The melon buying incident at the Kenoha Grand Hotel, on the 32nd floor, was the resting place for the Kage of various villages. In VIP room 188. The fourth Kazekage was, in fact, Orochimaru, who currently wore a grim expression, his tongue flicking out incessantly. The ninjas standing before him were silent, knowing that such behavior indicated Orochimaru's fury. Orochimaru was infuriated, and the consequences would be dire. Someone was surely going to be swallowed whole by him today. I never expected that Xiao Yun would be so formidable, capable of defeating even Gaara, his raspy, magnetic voice declared. The room fell into silence, so profound that even the sound of their heartbeats was palpable. Orochimaru-sama, I have examined Gaara. His injuries are severe, and he cannot summon Shikaku in a short time. A handsome man who had been checking Gaara's condition stood up, addressing Orochimaru with utmost respect. Bakayuru. Orochimaru's furious roar shattered the room's windows, causing the ninjas present to tremble in fear, some losing control of their bladders. Orochimaru's gaze fell upon the unconscious Gaara on the floor, his agitation mounting. He had initially sought to utilize the tailed beast within Gaara to annihilate Kenoha and usurp control, but this unforeseen turn of events was problematic. In a fit of rage, Orochimaru opened his mouth wide and swallowed the frightened male ninja who had just soiled himself, finding momentary solace in his violent outburst. Orochimaru-sama, will the Kenoha windmill operation continue? Kabuto inquired. What does the Tsuchikage say? Orochimaru asked. The Tsuchikage is a scoundrel. Seeing that our Jinchuriki has lost combatability, he withdrew from our joint operation. Strangely enough, it seems he signed several trade agreements with the Hokage yesterday and plans to hold a joint military exercise next year. Kabuto replied bitterly. This Tsuchikage is truly a crafty old fox. How infuriating! Orochimaru exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Orochimaru-sama, I believe that Tsuchikage has sold us out. Should we cancel this operation? Kabuto asked. Orochimaru remained silent for a moment before revealing a sinister smile. I doubt that. If I am not mistaken, the Tsuchikage is likely trying to negotiate a better deal. Continue to engage with him. The operation is not to be cancelled for now. We will take it step by step. And do not forget, we still possess Danzo and the Impure World Reincarnation as our trump cards. Understood. At the Kenoha marketplace, the sounds of vendors calling out and haggling filled the air, with throngs of people bustling about. Xiao Yun, now a notable figure in Kenoha, donned a mask and sunglasses to avoid drawing attention as he ventured out to buy melons. After wandering for a while, Xiao Yun finally fixed his gaze upon a middle-aged man. The melons on his stall were large and round, a vibrant green that suggested they would be delectably sweet. Tsunade would undoubtedly enjoy them. Approaching the man, Xiao Yun noticed he wore the forehead protector of the Lightning Village, yet he appeared to be merely a low-ranking ninja, likely earning a modest salary. Seizing the opportunity during the 5 Great Nations Ninja Tournament, he had brought his melons here in hopes of selling them for a good price and earning a little extra income. However, it struck Xiao Yun as odd that no one was buying such fine melons. Other stalls were bustling with customers, while his was eerily deserted, devoid of even a single inquiry about prices. Nevertheless, he thought little of it. After all, his beloved wanted to enjoy some melons, and he was willing to pay a premium. How much for these melons? Xiao Yun inquired. 2,000 per pound, the vendor replied. 2,000 per pound? What kind of melons are these, priced so exorbitantly? Realization dawned upon Xiao Yun, and he understood why no one was purchasing from this stall. Other stalls sold watermelons for a maximum of 100 per pound, yet here it was marked up by 20 times. These are the renowned Lightning Village's thunder melons. If you think it's expensive, I find it quite pricey as well. the vendor retorted, his demeanor growing hostile. Thunder melons? Xiao Yun gasped, recognizing that these were the most famous specialty of the Lightning Village. It was said that these melons contained a hint of lightning chakra, offering a sweet, crisp, and tingling sensation upon consumption, akin to a refreshing burst of vitality. If these were indeed thunder melons, then 2,000 per pound was not unreasonable, especially as a treat for Tsunade. Are these melons authentic? Xiao Yun asked. Do you think a ninja from the Lightning Village would sell counterfeit melons? Just tell me if you're buying or not. Spare me the trivialities. The vendor snapped impatiently. I'll take one. Xiao Yun pointed to a slightly smaller melon. Given the steep price, he only needed one to let Tsunade have a taste, as he also needed to save some money to repay her gambling debts. 30 pounds. 60,000. The vendor declared after weighing the melon. 30 pounds. Can this melon really weigh 30 pounds? Xiao Yun frowned, sensing something amiss. A melon of such modest size could not possibly weigh that much. Are you intentionally trying to provoke me? The vendor snarled, slamming the melon in front of Xiao Yun. Unfazed, Xiao Yun stepped forward to inspect the scale and discovered several magnets hidden under the tray. Weighing them in his hand, he estimated they contributed about 25 pounds. You're asking for trouble. The crowd around them began to swell as the vendor, now exposed, was filled with rage and lunged at Xiao Yun with a fruit knife. How foolish. Xiao Yun scoffed, swiftly seizing the vendor's wrist and disarming him. With a swift motion, he plunged the knife into the vendor's thigh. Help! Murder! Murder! The vendor's accomplices cried out in alarm. Chapter 52. Samui in the Kenoha police station. Samui, the stunning secretary of the Raikage, sat in the interrogation room with a grim expression, casting a dark glare at the masked man before her. Her body trembled with pent-up anger, her chest rising and falling dramatically. Why are you staring? You can't touch me anyway. Focus on interrogating this criminal. Samui snapped, her fury palpable. She had a brother and a younger sibling. Her brother, Sagara, was a lazy and reckless individual, whereas her younger brother, Samaru, was a once-in-a-generation genius. Despite his shortcomings, Sagara had always looked out for his siblings, saving them from peril and bringing them to the Lightning Village when they were in danger of losing their lives. Now that her brother and sister had found success, they were willing to overlook Sagara's misdeeds. However, his recent act of selling thunder melons, which were strictly regulated in the Lightning Village, was outrageous. While other low-ranking ninjas might have faced severe repercussions, Sagara brazenly brought multiple carts of them to sell. Following the recent attack, he was now lying in a hospital bed, unconscious from blood loss, and Samui's wrath knew no bounds. The two Kenoha ninjas exchanged awkward glances, then turned their attention to Xiao Yun, speaking sternly. Hey you, remove your mask. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun complied and unveiled his face. Lord Saint. Both Kenoha guards and Samui exclaimed in unison, astonished that the one who had injured Sagara was Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, why did you harm my brother? Samui glared at him, rage evident in her eyes. That's your brother? Xiao Yun replied, genuinely surprised by the beauty before him. Yes, that is my brother. Why did you hurt him? Samui shouted, her eyes welling with tears, her expression a mix of fury and despair. He was engaging in extortion, and to make matters worse, he placed magnets on the scale to inflate the weight of a 5-pound melon to 30 pounds. When I exposed him, he attempted to stab me in retaliation, and I merely defended myself. Besides, your brother is just a low-ranking ninja. Who would expect him to faint from a knife wound to the thigh? Xiao Yun explained, incredulous at her reaction. You. Samui was at a loss for words, her anger causing her to tremble even more. Samui, from what I understand, your brother has sold quite a number of these melons since the commencement of the tournament, likely defrauding many in the process, considering he has already suffered injuries. Perhaps Kenoha could overlook his fraudulent sales and any charges of instigating trouble. What do you think? Are you a perpetrator or a judge? How can you be so brazen after injuring someone? Samui's anger surged, her body shaking involuntarily. Xiao Yun's gaze remained fixed on Samui, his expression turning somewhat lewd. Where are you looking? Samui felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, finding his demeanor utterly despicable. Samui, may I ask what you eat to grow up to such proportions? Your figure is more exaggerated than that of my child's mother. I suggest you consider opening a breast augmentation clinic. It would surely be profitable, Xiao Yun remarked seriously. You. Samui felt dizzy, incredulous at his audacity. Samui, my little brother is rather blunt and straightforward. I hope you can forgive him, Xiao Yun added. Fine, fine. I won't argue with you. Samui forced herself to calm down and address the Kenoha guards. You are responsible for maintaining order in Kenoha. How do you propose we handle this situation? The Kenoha guards exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their discomfort. Xiao Yun was the saint of Kenoha, and while he had indeed caused harm, it was clear that the vendor was at fault first. Moreover, the injured party was Samui's brother, and Samui held considerable influence as a favored figure in front of the fourth Reikage, with her brother being an extraordinary talent. After a moment of hesitation, one of the taller guards spoke with a forced smile. Very well, Lady Samui. I will report this matter to my superiors and ensure you receive a satisfactory response. Good. I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory response. Otherwise, this will be a serious incident involving foreign teachers. After contemplating for a long while, Samui left Kenoha in a huff. Following her departure, Xiao Yun also exited the Kenoha police station. According to standard procedures, even if Xiao Yun were innocent, he could not be released until the investigation was concluded. But who is Xiao Yun? The holy son of Kenoha, his status second only to the Hokage. The deputy leader of Kenoha. The truth of this matter was evident to any discerning eye. Besides, the man selling melons had merely lost some blood with Kenoha's medical ninjutsu. As long as he hadn't bled out, he would recover. At worst, Xiao Yun would face a charge of excessive self-defense and a small fine. It would be wiser to release him now as a gesture of goodwill. As Xiao Yun left the police station, he casually took a few lightning-style watermelons. For Tsunade was eagerly awaiting some refreshments. One cannot deny that the moonlight in Kenoha is truly beautiful. Gazing at the moon hanging in the sky, Xiao Yun mused that if he could hold Tsunade's delicate hand every day, embracing their future child while admiring the moon, his life would not be in vain. Unfortunately, fate does not always align with one's desires. The ninja world was already rife with hidden currents, various factions stirring restlessly, Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara, and the formidable Otsutsuki set to appear in the future. He must continuously grow stronger to protect his beloved woman and child. Xiao Yun halt. A cold voice called from behind. Turning around, he found Samui glaring at him. What is it, beautiful? Is there something you wish to discuss at this late hour? Perhaps you seek a breast augmentation? Teasingly, Xiao Yun observed Samui's flustered expression. I knew Kenoha wouldn't follow standard procedures, and indeed, I was right. I really don't understand what such an exceptional woman as Tsunade sees in you. You're frivolous, arrogant, and reckless. In terms of looks and strength, you pale in comparison to my dear Samui. Just wait for the day you attend the wedding feast of Reikage and Tsunade. Ha ha ha. A disdainful smirk crossed Samui's face, followed by a peal of triumphant laughter. Xiao Yun, observing her delight, suddenly had an idea and cryptically remarked, Allow me to share a story with you. Under the moonlight, a sly smile played on Xiao Yun's lips. A story? Samui looked at him, puzzled. Yes. This tale concerns my mother, Xiao Yun replied, his smile widening. Your mother? Samui's confusion deepened. Indeed, my mother, much like you, would often find herself at a loss during arguments. Afterward, she would feel unsatisfied and, once she gathered her thoughts, seek out another confrontation, only to find herself bested again, resulting in a festering frustration. Just as you were rendered speechless by my words at the police station, I surmise you chased after me merely to vent your anger, correct? Allow me to explain why Tsunade favors me. If you spend a night with me, you might come to understand why she is drawn to me. Xiao Yun continued, unabashed. You claim your brother is stronger than I, but can he rival the tailed beast transformation of Gaara? You assert that your brother is more handsome than I. I have seen his picture, and he resembles a joke. As for looks, I only acknowledge the unparalleled beauty of Blue Star's Haku. And you wish for me to attend the wedding of Reikage and Tsunade? When my child arrives, I shall host a grand feast for the entire Reikage village, reserving the best seats for you and that old man Reikage. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yun's words flowed like a machine gun, showering Samui's face with a torrent of teasing remarks. You, Samui's beautiful cheeks flushed with anger, her body trembling uncontrollably. TSK, 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 with such a tremor. Your future child will surely be fortunate. If I were not already taken by Tsunade, I might have desired to bear my child with you, sharing life together. Oh ho ho ho. Xiao Yun's gaze wandered lasciviously over Samui's exquisite figure, his tongue occasionally flicking in an unrestrained display of desire. Samui pointed at Xiao Yun, so enraged that words escaped her. She was perplexed by her inability to articulate her thoughts, typically so sharp-tongued, yet rendered speechless by this man. The truth was, after leaving the Kenoha police station, she had been increasingly furious, determined to confront Xiao Yun, only to find herself growing more agitated by his taunts. Samui, go home and reorganize your thoughts before you come back to argue with me. Ha ha ha. With that, Xiao Yun grabbed the watermelons and turned to leave. Xiao Yun, stop. I demand a duel, one that determines life or death. Samui shouted angrily, leaping to block his path, drawing a short blade from her back, her eyes burning with indignation, as if she wished to fight Xiao Yun to the bitter end. What's wrong? Are you upset? Want to fight? Samui, I advise you to calm down. You are a top-tier Chunin, while I am but a genin. I have the right to refuse your challenge. Xiao Yun felt a pang of fear. He could sense the intensity of her gaze. I don't care. I demand a one-on-one duel, whether you agree or not. At that moment, Samui was completely consumed by anger, her reasoning cast aside. Hey, Samui, this is Kenoha. I urge you to lower your blade and not tread further down a path of crime. Xiao Yun felt a flicker of genuine fear. Glancing around at the sparse surroundings, if he shouted for help, no one would come to his aid. Having just emerged from the forest of death, he had yet to regain his peak strength, and Naruto was not by his side, leaving him unable to use his most formidable techniques. Damn it. I want to slap myself. My mouth has gotten me into trouble. I'll say this once more. You must duel me today. Your mouth has crossed the line. Samui was now so furious that tears welled in her eyes. Xiao Yun was taken aback. It seemed that reconciliation was no longer an option. What to do? After a moment's contemplation, he finally said seriously, as the holy son of Kenoha, I see challenging someone of a higher rank as a mere daily occurrence. However, since it's a duel, we must establish some rules. Otherwise, I will refuse to engage in this duel, even if it costs me my life. Speak quickly. I can hardly contain my rage. Samui shouted. All right. Should either party concede, neither may inflict further harm on the other. Can you adhere to that? Xiao Yun stated with gravity. Agreed. Samui, eager to unleash her pent-up frustration on Xiao Yun, paid little heed to the details. Do you vow to uphold this? Xiao Yun inquired. I swear by the Raikage's name that I will abide by the rules of this duel. Is that sufficient? Samui asked. Very well, let the duel commence. A sly smile crept onto Xiao Yun's lips. I'll crush you, you scoundrel. In an instant, Samui split into three, her body crackling with lightning as she struck toward Xiao Yun from multiple angles. Lightning clone technique? Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed. Recognizing the impressive technique, far more realistic than his wood clone technique, making it impossible to discern the true from the false. Each clone radiated a violent chakra and murderous intent. Even from a distance, he could sense their overwhelming power. Truly, she was a top-tier Chunin, personally selected by the Raikage as a bodyguard and secretary. Even at his peak, he might not match her strength. It was evident that he needed to train diligently. However, Xiao Yun felt no fear. Taking a deep breath, just as Samui was about to strike, he shouted, I concede. You. With a resounding crash, Samui's lightning clones vanished, leaving her staring incredulously at Xiao Yun. What was this? The holy son of Kenoha had surrendered before a fight even began? Even if she were a Chunin, this was unprecedented. No way. Before the battle even commenced, Samui had already conceded defeat, much to her chagrin. This isn't fair, Samui. Let us not forget that you swore an oath with the Thunder Shadow, Xiao Yun remarked, scratching his head while casting a playful glance at her. Xiao Yun, I truly underestimated your audacity. Fine, you may have won the first round, but we shall determine the victor over 3 matches. I shall set the rules for the next 2. No surrendering. Let us continue. At that moment, Samui was utterly devoid of reason. Xiao Yun, bewildered, thought to himself that this woman was indeed a mad woman. She would not relent until she had brought him to his knees. Humph, if that is the case. A flicker of resolve crossed Xiao Yun's face. 1,000-year kill, he exclaimed, and a wooden clone instantaneously appeared behind Samui, hands clasped together, fingers transforming into piercing blades aimed directly at their target. This technique is Kakashi's signature move. If it connects, any woman would surely feel an overwhelming sense of shame and despair. Despicable, Samui shouted in anger, realizing that at such a close distance, she had been ambushed and could not evade the attack. You scoundrel, she fumed, watching Xiao Yun employ such underhanded tactics. Under the moonlight, Xiao Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as he pondered the chaos that would ensue should he strike her. Come now, feel the wrath of my piercing attack, he shouted, his wooden clone's fingers just moments away from their target. Gotcha, Xiao Yun exclaimed in delight. However, he soon felt something was amiss. It should have been soft and slightly concave, but instead, his fingers remained outside and felt as hard as stone. "I will kill you, Xiao Yun," Sammy roared. Her body enveloped in crackling purple lightning, radiating an intense glow like a dazzling bulb in the darkened sky. The ground within a 5-meter radius around her collapsed, thunderous booms echoing like incessant firecrackers, leaving the surroundings scorched. "Die!" Sammy charged at Xiao Yun with blinding speed, seizing the groin of his wooden clone and crushing it effortlessly, reducing it to splinters. "Hiss!" Xiao Yun gasped, taken aback by her terrifying strength. It was not merely her sudden surge of power that frightened him. It was the fact that her lightning chakra was eroding his own wood chakra from within. In a hurry, he attempted to use the earth renewal technique while his wood chakra still remained intact. Although the healing effect was diminished, it did restore his injuries momentarily. Yet, the sensation of paralysis coursing through him grew ever stronger. "Damn it, I have no choice but to open the 8 gates," he thought, seeing Sammy barreling toward him. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to unleash the formidable power of the 8 gates. But then, to his astonishment, Sammy suddenly collapsed, writhing in agony on the ground, her body crackling with even more intense purple lightning. What on earth happened? Has the lightning's power short-circuited? Xiao Yun wondered as he observed her. Ding. System has detected Thunder Rainbow in lightning. The system's voice echoed in his mind. How peculiar. How does such a lowly realm harbor Thunder Rainbow in lightning? What is Thunder Rainbow in lightning? Xiao Yun inquired. "Ah, esteemed host. Thunder Rainbow in lightning is the most potent form of Yin attribute lightning chakra. Absorbing it would significantly enhance your physical prowess." "Oh, is that so?" "Absolutely. I perceive this woman is storing Thunder Rainbow in lightning within her corporeal form. If you can take her first blood, you will seize all the Thunder Rainbow in lightning within her. Time waits for no one. Host, act now." The system's voice brimmed with excitement, urging him on. "Isn't that a bit immoral? How can I take advantage of someone in such a state?" Xiao Yun hesitated, but his gaze inevitably wandered over Sammy. She was indeed the type of woman that could ignite a fiery passion, especially now as she writhed on the ground like a serpent, making it nearly unbearable for him. "Wait, why am I bleeding? I haven't even drawn her blood yet," Xiao Yun thought, horrified. "It must be due to my recent stress. I must maintain my composure. I am a man of integrity. After all, I still bear the mark of chastity bestowed upon me by Tsunade. Host, they say saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-tier pagoda. If you do not absorb the Thunder Rainbow in lightning from her, she will be scorched by the lightning. Hurry." Xiao Yun gazed at Sammy, who was now flushed and emanating heat, her purple lightning intensifying. If he delayed any longer, she might perish. Sigh, this predicament is indeed of my own making. I cannot let such a beauty suffer in my presence. Resolutely, he thought, I cannot resort to holding an electric pole for this task. Go ahead, esteemed host. The process of refining your body with Thunder Rainbow in lightning is excruciating, but trust me, tomorrow you will be grateful to the you of today. If you wait a few more minutes, she may lose her life. Determined to save her and grow stronger, Xiao Yun steeled himself and rushed forward to embrace Sammy. As dawn approached, Xiao Yun endured a night of torment, having been electrified and charred, emitting a faint aroma of scorched flesh. Since his arrival in the world of Naruto, he had known 2 women, not counting Tsunade, who had left him battered but somewhat satisfied. But Sammy was different. It felt as though he had embraced a 480V power line, electrified throughout the entire night, a most unpleasant experience. Before the sun broke, beneath the moonlit sky, a man and a woman lay in a cornfield. Sammy finally awakened, gazing at the unconscious Xiao Yun beside her, tears streaming down her face. My first time was taken by this scoundrel. It's over. Everything is over. The unique lightning attribute chakra that resided within Sammy was meant to be bestowed upon him during his coming-of-age ceremony at the age of 20, enabling him to become the first individual in the history of the Hokage village to master the enigmatic lightning release techniques. However, all of that had now come to an end. Sammy could distinctly feel his lightning chakra wandering within Xiao Yun's body. How was he to face the Hokage and Samur? Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Sammy could not help but shed tears. It was all the fault of that scoundrel. Wiping her tears, Sammy glared at Xiao Yun with resentment, slowly raising her blade and aiming for his heart. Yet, at the moment of impact, she halted. After all, one is not made of wood. Who can be devoid of feelings? The events of the previous night played vividly in her mind. Xiao Yun had acted to save her, and once she broke the seal, She would need to absorb the extreme yang power to rescue herself from peril. Furthermore, throughout the ordeal, Xiao Yun had only suffered electric shocks, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness multiple times. Any other man would not have exerted themselves so desperately for her. At least you possess a modicum of conscience. At that moment, Xiao Yun slowly awakened, his mouth slightly agape, emitting faint wisps of dark energy. He felt an overwhelming numbness throughout his body, unable to move, as if every inch of his skin, every bone, and even every cell was enduring the baptism of a powerful current. The excruciating pain compelled Xiao Yun to groan. As time passed, the charred black skin on his body gradually peeled away, akin to a snake shedding its skin, revealing baby-soft skin before Samui. Xiao Yun felt a remarkable enhancement in his physical strength, yet controlling this wild power would require time. Samui gazed at Xiao Yun in astonishment. The scene before her was utterly miraculous. Just as she was taken aback, Xiao Yun suddenly opened his crimson eyes and embraced her tightly. Oh dear. An hour later, Samui nestled in Xiao Yun's arms, holding the man before her tightly. Xiao Yun, you have brought my demise upon me. Although her words were filled with reproach, they sounded tender to Xiao Yun's ears. I saved you. One must receive some form of compensation, he replied with triumphant delight, observing the beauty in his embrace. The affairs of the world are indeed wondrous. The Samui who had fought so fiercely against him yesterday now resembled a lamb in his hold. Upon hearing this, Samui pinched Xiao Yun's thigh, causing him to grimace. Yun, please do not forget me, all right? Samui gazed at Xiao Yun, her eyes reflecting a plea. How could I ever forget? Xiao Yun replied, pulling her closer. Again? Wait, Xiao Yun, I have a secret to tell you. Samui pushed Xiao Yun away. What secret? He asked, puzzled. It concerns Samuer's weaknesses. Even if you defeat Gaara, he will still not be your match. In the Raikage's lounge, Samuer arrived, searching for Samui all night. Where have you been, Samui? The fourth Raikage regarded the disheveled Samui with curiosity. I was practicing ninjutsu, she replied, forcing a smile. Samui, where did you go? I missed you dearly, Samuer exclaimed, approaching her and grasping her hand. Samui, startled, quickly withdrew from his grasp. Samui, what is wrong? Samuer questioned, concern in his eyes. Nothing. I just practiced ninjutsu all night and feel a bit tired. I'm going to take a shower, she said, exiting the room awkwardly. Everyone was taken aback. Typically, the two would have endless conversations, unable to cease for an entire day and night. What had happened to Samui today? Oh, how peculiar. Samui seems like a changed woman, exclaimed Karabi, the muscular man accompanying Samuer. Samui is probably troubled by her brother's affairs, the fourth Raikage speculated. Humph. I heard that this was all the doing of that Xiao Yun. That scoundrel not only took away Lord Karabi's beloved woman, but also dared to harm Sagara. I will not let him off lightly, Samuer declared, his body crackling with lightning, exuding an imposing aura. My beloved woman is pregnant, and the father is not me. Karabi chimed in once more. If you don't speak plainly, I'll have you chopped up. The fourth Raikage bellowed, the very roof nearly lifting off. Samuer, once you defeat Xiao Yun, I will arrange for you to marry Samui immediately. It is time for the extreme yang lightning within you to unite with the extreme yin lightning within her, he added, his face brimming with anticipation. At Tsunade's residence, she looked incredulously at Li. What? You say Xiao Yun has shown signs of breaking through the third gate of the 8 gates? He trained all night on Jill Mountain? Li had been sent by Xiao Yun to convey this message, and he had cunningly extorted $1,000 from him, knowing that Xiao Yun had not been at Jill Mountain at all. However, Li did not lie about one thing. Xiao Yun indeed showed signs of opening the third gate, thanks to the absorption of Samui's yin lightning. At the base of Jill Mountain, Xiao Yun sat in deep meditation. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart raced with anxiety. He had to open the third gate swiftly, otherwise, the immense power would break through the limits of his body as chakra points, causing the chastity mark left by Tsunade on his forehead to dissipate along with the unlocking of the points. Failure to do so would surely lead to dire consequences with Tsunade, whose temper was notoriously volatile. Though his intentions were solely to save Samui, Tsunade would never believe him. Wildflowers by the roadside are truly tempting. Xiao Yun was beginning to understand the apprehensive feelings a man experiences when he strays outside only to return home to face his wife. Nevertheless, Samui was indeed a remarkable woman. Xiao Yun continuously guided the lightning attribute chakra within him to refine his physical body, causing purple light to emanate from him, which upon closer inspection revealed itself as electricity. Kai stood by, astonished. How could this fellow possess lightning chakra? It was utterly unfathomable. Moreover, this lightning chakra seemingly possessed the ability to nourish the body, known for its formidable destructive power. Could it truly enhance physical capabilities? This young man had many secrets. Perhaps he could genuinely break through the limits of the 8 gates and successfully cultivate the chaotic sky escape. As the purple currents intensified, Xiaoyun suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a burst of purple lightning, his aura soaring, only to quickly diminish again. What was still lacking? He was on the brink of opening the 3rd gate, having reached its threshold several times. What is missing? I will lend you my strength. Xiaoyun, continue. Might Guy threw a gourd of wine toward Xiaoyun. Receiving it, Xiaoyun looked at Guy in confusion. Xiaoyun, the 3rd gate differs significantly from the 1st and 2nd. The latter can be opened through arduous training. But the 3rd gate relies on one's talent, comprehension, and most importantly, a moment of inspiration. Back then, Li managed to open the 3rd gate after drinking. You might as well give it a try, Might Guy advised. Understanding the situation, Xiaoyun lifted the lid and downed the contents in one gulp. The bitter taste immediately overwhelming his palate. Such potent liquor. Within mere seconds, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Eureka! Suddenly struck by inspiration, he shouted. Open the 3rd gate of the 8 doors, the life gate. Boom. A green gas slowly enveloped Xiaoyun's body, but alas, it dissipated shortly thereafter. Nevertheless, Xiaoyun remained undeterred, having grasped the crux of the matter. However, after a series of failures, disappointment etched itself upon his face. More wine, he exclaimed irritably. With a swift motion, another flask was tossed into his hands. Xiaoyun, do not chase after the 3rd gate with such fervor. The unintentional often leads to the intentional. Might Guy boomed from the side. The unintentional often leads to the intentional? Xiaoyun murmured, pondering the phrase. At last, a hearty laugh erupted from him. Kai, what a profound insight. I have comprehended it. I have comprehended it. Ha ha. His boisterous laughter echoed through the valley as he downed several more flasks of potent liquor, intoxicatedly proclaiming to the heavens, to have wine without poetry is to do a disservice to the divine. I shall recite a few verses. Green lotus leaves float upon the water. A male frog embraces a female frog's waist. From a distance, it appears they are wrestling, but up close, it is quite the sight. I laugh defiantly at the heavens with my sword in hand. After my laughter, I shall retire to slumber. Upon awakening, I shall once more grasp my sword and laugh defiantly at the heavens. 10 years of life and death, 2 fates entwined. Gray wolf, happy goat, shook and beta, blue cat, all speak of sorrow. Even if we meet, we shall not recognize one another. Saint Seiya, the Monkey King. An old man reminisces about youthful fervor, remedying kidney deficiency, sugar-free, adorned in a luxurious hat and mink coat, washing with supreme strength. To repay the city's charm, I shall wed the governor's daughter. 600 years, Jiuzhitang. At night, in a dream, I return home, learning foreign languages, new Oriental. In silence, we exchange glances. Cleanliness is healthier. Which excavator is the strongest? Go to Shandong, seek out Lanxiang. The 3rd gate of the 8 doors, the life gate. Boom. A colossal wave of green energy surged skyward, engulfing Xiaoyun in an instant, powerful shockwaves sending trees and stones careening in all directions. Upon closer inspection, the green energy was laced with strands of purple electricity. After a while, the energy dissipated, and Xiaoyun's figure gradually became visible. He stood like a war god amidst the heavens and earth, his violet eyes radiating an enchanting and sinister glow, surrounded by crackling purple energy. Most astonishingly, his green hair stood upright, forming an extraordinary shape. If any extraterrestrial beings from Blue Star were to witness this, they would undoubtedly exclaim in admiration. At that moment, a gentle and melodious voice filled with concern broke through the air. It was Tsunade, rushing toward him. Xiaoyun, how powerful is your man? He opened the 3rd gate in such a short time. Xiaoyun coldly gazed ahead, adopting an inscrutable demeanor. Powerful, very powerful, Tsunade exclaimed, planting a kiss on Xiaoyun's lips. Alas, in breaking through the 3rd gate, you've lost your purity mark. How shall I prove my loyalty to you now? Xiaoyun stated seriously. That was a jest, you fool. Tsunade playfully flicked his forehead, chuckling. What? You were jesting? Xiaoyun's mind swirled with 1,000 thoughts, feeling bewildered by her words. Xiaoyun, I believe in you. You will surely defeat that so-called genius of the Reikage village. With that, Tsunade rewarded him with another kiss. Indeed, my woman can only be toyed with by me, Xiaoyan replied with a smile. Impudent. Tsunade feigned anger, raising her hand to strike him, but then lowered it to embrace his neck tightly, her face radiating happiness. Ahem, I must interject, esteemed sirs, Reikage Secretary Samui has arrived. Perhaps you may wish to save your display of affection for later. Might Guy cleared his throat, interrupting the lovebirds, followed closely by a stunning woman, Samui. You are indeed fortunate, having Tsunade as the bearer of your child, and soon to wed two of the most beautiful women from the Hyuga clan. Perhaps it would be best to let Samui deal with you, so you do not wreak havoc upon other women. Samui coldly regarded the entwined Tsunade and Xiaoyun, jealousy surging within her. Though she had long been aware of their relationship, witnessing it stirred immense sorrow within her, as this man had taken her first. Humph. My man shall not be defeated by Samui. You go back and tell Samui that if she knows what is good for her, she'd better leave. For some reason, Tsunade felt an ominous sensation upon seeing this woman. Xiaoyun let out a bitter laugh, awkwardly glancing at the two women, deciding that the best course of action was to remain silent. Humph. This is a declaration of death. Xiaoyun, you shall accept it, Samui declared before tossing a letter and turning away, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably as she left. Xiaoyun, you scoundrel. Chapter 56, The Betrayer Sasuke. A declaration of death? This is a declaration of war for a life-or-death duel. What the heck, Samui? What grievance do I hold against you that warrants a fight to the death? Moreover, I am your brother-in-law now. Xiaoyun, do not heed him, Tsunade said, snatching the letter from his hands and tearing it to shreds. Indeed, Xiaoyun, do not concern yourself with him. How long have you been training? Samui has been training since childhood. There is no need for you to accept the challenge, Might Guy concurred. Xiaoyun let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. Samui had made it quite clear in her declaration. Xiaoyun could refuse the life-or-death duel, but only if he publicly knelt and acknowledged Samui as the greatest genius of the shinobi world, voluntarily relinquishing Tsunade. That damned fourth Reikage is not one to be trifled with. Tsunade roared, effortlessly shattering a nearby boulder with a punch. Suddenly, she felt nauseous. Her pregnancy symptoms had become increasingly intense. Tsunade, do not worry, I will surely defeat Samui. Seeing her in distress, Xiaoyun held her tightly, filled with concern. Might Guy, sensing the moment, discreetly withdrew, leaving Tsunade and Xiaoyun on the lush green grass, savoring the gentle breeze. Tsunade, do you truly believe in my ability to defeat Samui? She nestled in Xiaoyun's embrace, worry etched across her beautiful face. Rest assured, Xiaoyun replied with a calm smile. I believe in you. So, do you prefer a boy or a girl? Tsunade suddenly inquired. A girl, of course. She will undoubtedly be as beautiful as you, Xiaoyun smiled. I prefer a boy. He will surely be as handsome and exceptional as you. Tsunade gazed adoringly at Xiaoyun. Then it's settled. Once peace reigns in the shinobi world, we shall have a whole brood. Humph. I fear there may be other women vying for your attention by then, Tsunade feigned annoyance. Xiaoyun smiled and refrained from arguing, suddenly tickling her underarms, her most ticklish spot, eliciting peals of laughter from her. They both relished this rare moment of joy, their hearts drawing ever closer, yet alas, Tsunade's pregnancy prevented them from engaging in the most pivotal moments. What is Samui thinking? Xiaoyun mused, wishing he could slap himself for straying further down the path of a scoundrel. Ding. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. System ding. The host has successfully absorbed the thunder and shadow lightning and opened the third gate of the 8 doors. Wood-style chakra has advanced to the 3rd stage. System reward, Bloodline Fusion Stage 1. Prompt. The host can currently fuse wood and lightning chakra. Wood release techniques will carry lightning chakra damage effects, including paralysis and dizziness. Task triggered. Absorb Thunder Yang lightning and fuse it with Thunder Een lightning. Task duration is unlimited. Rewards are random. Boom. Xiaoyun felt an overwhelming surge of wood chakra within him, at least tripling in quantity, leaving Tsunade beside him utterly astonished. Would you like to learn Bloodline Fusion? Will you accept the task? Bloodline Fusion learning in progress. 199,981. Learning completed. The system is now automatically fusing wood and lightning chakra for the host. Fusion successful. The host's wood release techniques will now include lightning chakra attack effects. Task accepted. Xiaoyun. Zameo, my current offensive techniques are rather limited. You mentioned that many wood release techniques require me to reach the third stage of wood chakra before I can learn them. Now we can begin our studies. System, are you seriously still thinking about learning ninjutsu? Why don't you just perish beside a woman? Xiao Yun. Haha, system brother. Let us head to the Kenoha library and learn some techniques. Kenoha Duel Arena. At this moment, the arena was in an uproar. Initially, everyone believed Uchiha Sasuke had perished in the Forest of Death, only to discover he had survived and renounced his Konoha citizenship to join the Sound Village. Fighting on their behalf. For some unknown reason, Sasuke's strength had skyrocketed, defeating numerous shinobi from the 5 great nations and over a dozen smaller villages. Accumulating 67 points and ranking second, just 10 points behind the first-place Samur from the Lightning Village. As for Xiao Yun, although he had not participated in the ranking matches, his outstanding performance in the Forest of Death had earned him 42 points, placing him third. Meanwhile, Gaara, who had garnered everyone's expectations, had sustained severe injuries in the Forest of Death and had withdrawn early from the competition. Orochimaru-sama, Sasuke-kun is truly remarkable, achieving 22 consecutive victories. If all goes as expected, he will face Samur from the Lightning Village for the championship, said Yakushi Kabuto respectfully, standing beside Orochimaru. I never anticipated that Sasuke would grow to such an extent after receiving the Heaven's Curse seal. He possesses a truly perfect physique. As he spoke, Orochimaru extended his crimson tongue, licking his face, his elongated eyes gleaming with avarice. By the way, Orochimaru-sama, the second-in-command of the Earth Village sent word that they will not participate in the windmill operation, and there seems to be some ambiguity in Danzo's attitude. Fortunately, Gaara is recovering through secret techniques, and in no more than half a month, he will be able to transform into his tailed beast form again. However, there is one issue. Yakushi Kabuto hesitated. Go ahead, it's nothing, Orochimaru replied indifferently. It appears that Kenoha has recently heightened their vigilance. Our people seem to be under surveillance, and I suspect that someone from the Earth Shadow or Danzo may be secretly colluding with Sarutobi Hiruzen. We must be cautious. Yakushi Kabuto stated seriously. I understand. During this period, instruct the brothers to remain in their quarters and not leave except for the matches. As soon as Gaara recovers, we will commence our actions. After some intimate moments with Tsunade, Xiao Yun reluctantly arrived at the Kenoha library. As usual, 2 Umbu Jounin guarded the entrance, warning that anyone attempting to enter without the Hokage's permission would be executed without mercy. Of course, Xiao Yun was exempt from this rule, as it was a direct order from the Hokage. Upon entering the library, Xiao Yun navigated with ease, heading straight to the basement where the wood release scrolls were located. After the system's evaluation, he found that he could now learn 4 additional wood release techniques. 1. Wood release, Little Wooden Dragon Technique. 2. Wood release, True Thousand Hands, weakened version. 3. Wood release, Wooden Prison Technique. 4. Wood release, Multiple Shuriken Technique. Among these, the Little Wooden Dragon Technique was an enhanced version of the wood clone, while the True Thousand Hands was the highest single-target attack. The Wooden Prison Technique focused on sealing capabilities. However, the one that captivated Xiao Yun the most was the Multiple Shuriken Technique, which could transform wood into countless shurikens for mass attacks and could also fuse them into a powerful Super Shuriken for single-target damage. This technique's power was proportional to the user's chakra, and with sufficient chakra, its attack power could surpass that of the True Thousand Hands. Speaking of chakra, Xiao Yun thought of his nephew Naruto, who had been confined in the Kenoha mental hospital since emerging from the Forest of Death. Time to pay him a visit. Chapter 57. First encounter with Jiraiya. The next day, Xiao Yun, accompanied by Tsunade, arrived at the Kenoha mental hospital. On the second floor of the inpatient department, Naruto sat cross-legged, seemingly in meditation. Tsunade-sama, Naruto has been much more stable these days. In the initial days after his admission, he required tranquilizers 3 times a day to calm down, said a nurse, recalling the terrifying days when Naruto had gone wild. Had it not been for Kakashi's timely arrival, Naruto might have harmed her. Kakashi arrived just in time. Oh, isn't that Tsunadeheim? Long time no see. A teasing voice came from behind them. Everyone turned to see a tall man with waist-length white hair and a rugged appearance. Jiraiya, what brings you here? Tsunade exclaimed with joy, stepping forward to pat him on the shoulder warmly. Jiraiya? Xiao Yun scrutinized the man before him, recognizing him as the one he admired the most among the Hokage, responsible and dedicated, who chose to stay and gather information in the face of pain's 6 paths, leaving hope for future generations. Long time no see, Tsunade. Jiraiya approached with enthusiasm, ready to give her a big hug, only to be sidestepped by Tsunade. Ah, my apologies. I forgot. You're about to become a father. We need to change how we greet each other. Jiraiya laughed heartily, though it was evident that his laughter lacked the usual joy and was tinged with a sense of melancholy. Tsunade blushed slightly, a hint of regret crossing her beautiful face. She knew of Jiraiya's feelings for her, and during the time of Dan's passing, it was Jiraiya's care that helped her through her darkest moments. You must be Xiao Yun. Quite handsome. No wonder you caught the attention of our Kenoha village's flower. Jiraiya smiled at Xiao Yun. Hello, Jiraiya-sama. Xiao Yun rubbed the back of his head, feeling somewhat nervous meeting the man he admired most. You're here to see Naruto, right? Jiraiya inquired. Yes, Xiao Yun nodded. After conversing with Jiraiya, Xiao Yun was taken aback. It turned out that Jiraiya had been taking care of Naruto during his stay, providing guidance in his spare time. Since Naruto had gone mad, he had seemingly leveled up, mastering the shadow clone technique with remarkable proficiency. Even the S-rank ninjutsu, Rasengan, he had grasped in just a few days, a talent that left Jiraiya in awe. Xiao Yun, do you have any evidence that the current wind shadow is actually Orochimaru in disguise? After a brief chat, Jiraiya returned to the main topic. I don't possess any concrete evidence, Xiao Yun replied with a faint smile, aware of Kenoha's concerns about recklessly investigating a village leader, which could escalate into a serious diplomatic incident or even war. To be honest, I find Xiao Yun's claims quite credible. I encountered that wind shadow, and he gave me the same cold, unfeeling impression as Orochimaru. If you get a chance, you might want to interact with him, Tsunade remarked. Jiraiya nodded, recalling the impression his junior had left on him, one he could never forget. By the way, Jiraiya-sama, have you heard of an organization called Akatsuki recently? Xiao Yun asked. How do you know about that? Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya's expression changed dramatically. Very few are aware of the Akatsuki organization. Even I only learned of it recently while fleeing. You must exercise caution regarding this organization. The ninjas within are all exceptional experts, particularly their leader, who is extraordinarily formidable. Xiao Yun dared not elaborate further, fearing that his presence might disrupt the predetermined narrative. Should he alter the course of history, many individuals and events could be adversely affected, and Tsunade might find herself entangled as well. Indeed, that leader is shrouded in mystery, and I am not fully informed of the specifics. However, it appears that Uchiha Itachi has recently joined their ranks, which should not be underestimated. Jiraiya nodded, his gaze towards Xiao Yun infused with an air of intrigue, instinctively sensing that this young man harbored numerous secrets. Uncle, is it true that Sasuke has betrayed Kenoha? At that moment, as silence enveloped the trio, Naruto suddenly appeared in their line of sight, grasping Xiao Yun's arm with urgency, eager for answers. Yes, Xiao Yun sighed with a bitter smile, realizing that Sasuke had indeed turned against Kenoha. Although the reasons remained unclear, he could surmise that Sasuke was likely seeking power. That scoundrel! I will break his legs. With that, Naruto, filled with rage, spun around and leapt away from the Kenoha Psychiatric Hospital. At the Kenoha Coliseum, the next match was announced. Sound Ninja Uchiha Sasuke versus Mist Village's Haku. A line of scrolling text appeared on the electronic screen, continuously broadcasting the announcement. At this time, Naruto arrived at the competition hall, with Xiao Yun and his companions following closely behind. Xiao Yun's gaze fixated on the two participants below, particularly on Haku, the masked ninja. In the original tale, she should have been eliminated by Kakashi long before the Chunin exams. It seems that while the overarching narrative of this world remains largely unchanged, such as the Akatsuki organization and Orochimaru's impending assault on Kenoha, some minor side plots have diverged significantly. Both are champions who have overcome numerous challenges. I shall refrain from elaborating on the specific requirements of the match. If there are no objections, the contest will commence in 5 minutes. Announced a Chunin referee, donned with a Kenoha forehead protector. Uchiha Sasuke, you bastard. Why have you betrayed Kenoha? A furious voice echoed from the stands. It was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Oh, the original Naruto Uzumaki from Kenoha, Sasuke remarked, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, revealing a disdainful expression. Answer me, Sasuke. Have you been coerced? Naruto continued to shout, his voice filled with desperation. In his heart, Sasuke was not merely a rival. Despite Naruto's desire to see him falter, he had always regarded Sasuke as a friend. Want to know? Defeat me, and I shall tell you. I have no time for idle chatter with the worthless. Sasuke replied dismissively, Bastard! Naruto's fury ignited. He vaulted over the barrier, ready to confront Sasuke, but was halted by Xiao Yun. Calm down, Naruto. You will face the victor of the next match. This Haku is not Sasuke's equal, Xiao Yun advised. Bastard! Naruto clenched his fists, his teeth gritted as he glared at Sasuke. Chapter 58, Bloodline Limit versus Bloodline Limit. 5 minutes later, the match commenced. With a signal from the referee, he leaped out of the ring. I will not show mercy simply because you are a woman. You are no match for me. Surrender. Sasuke coldly declared, gazing at Haku. Is that so? Haku scoffed, initiating the attack with a flurry of shurikens launched at high speed from all directions. Sasuke did not even glance at them. He merely brandished a kunai, effortlessly deflecting every projectile with a few swift movements. Impressive reflexes. Now receive this. Water release. 1,000 flying water needles. Haku exclaimed, forming seals with both hands, each crafting a different technique. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Executing single-handed seals is already a remarkable feat, yet performing 2 distinct seals simultaneously is exceedingly rare. Suddenly, a massive water column erupted from the ground, accompanied by a barrage of water needles that hurtled towards Sasuke from every angle. Simultaneously, a fierce water dragon emerged from the column, its eyes glinting with menace, poised to deliver a lethal strike. A trivial technique. Fire release. Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke swiftly formed seals, exhaling a colossal fireball from his mouth. The audience collectively gasped in disbelief. Had Sasuke lost his mind? How could he challenge a water release with fire release? It was utterly incomprehensible. However, the next moment, as Sasuke's fireball soared forth, the intense heat generated a wave of scorching air, causing discomfort on every face in the arena, while the incoming water needles were almost instantly vaporized. Indeed, while water can extinguish fire, if the flames are sufficiently fierce, the water can be evaporated. The fireball, now imbued with a formidable momentum, surged toward Haku. Haku, with a grave expression, pointed both hands forward, unleashing the prepared water dragon, which charged directly at the fireball. The collision of the water dragon and fireball produced a cacophony of sizzling sounds. In a matter of moments, the water dragon transformed into steam, and the fireball vanished from sight. The two opponents locked eyes, their initial underestimation of each other dissipating, replaced by a mutual recognition of the gravity of the encounter. The uninitiated may view this as mere spectacle, but the true practitioners were calculating each other's chakra levels, reaction times, and observational skills. As the finest of this generation's genin, the competition hinged on subtleties. Consider this a warning, Sasuke. Prepare yourself for death, Haku declared, her Byakugan activated, her stance shifting as she readied her kunai for a serious engagement. I hope you are equally prepared, Sasuke replied with a calm smile. This time, Haku formed seals with both hands, executing the same hand signs. Ice release, ice mirror. With a sharp command, the temperature in the arena plummeted, transforming the previously sweltering environment into a chilling winter. Dozens of mirrors made of ice materialized, encasing Sasuke within their grasp. Sasuke's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he activated his Sharingan, instantly realizing the peril he was in. Haku's figure appeared within each mirror, rendering it impossible to discern which was the true form and which were mere illusions. In that moment, Sasuke's countenance darkened. This ice release was extraordinarily peculiar. Kakashi-sensei, what is this ice release? Sakura exclaimed from the stands, her face filled with concern. Bloodline limit. Like Sasuke's Sharingan, this ice release possessed by Haku seems to surpass it. Even I cannot discern the true body from the clones. Such a remarkable ice release, Kakashi murmured. Bloodline limit? The crowd gasped in astonishment, incredulously observing Haku. As the number of ninjas with bloodline limits is exceedingly rare, to discover that both contestants possessed such abilities ignited excitement in everyone's eyes. This was a battle of bloodline limits, Sharingan versus ice release. Who would ultimately prevail? Sasuke, surrender. You are no match for him, Sakura shouted urgently. In her heart, whether Sasuke was a traitor was inconsequential. Victory or defeat mattered little. What was paramount was that Sasuke must not suffer any harm, an expression of the purest and most earnest emotion. However, regardless of feelings, uttering such words in this moment was foolish. What man could tolerate such declarations? Especially one as proud and fiery as Sasuke, a young genius ninja. Xiao Yun gazed at Sakura in silence, truly embodying the woman he despised most in the Naruto series. Without exception, even Granny Chio was more endearing. However, reflecting on the situation, he pondered how he would navigate such a predicament. Would he be able to discern which was the true entity and which was merely a clone? As this thought crossed his mind, an impulsive desire to engage in a fierce battle with surged within him, his martial spirit inadvertently radiating. Suddenly, a resounding thrum echoed in Xiao Yun's head, and his eyes emitted a faint, mesmerizing violet glow. He stared incredulously at the dozens of icy mirrors below, realizing that only the central figure was genuine, while the others were mere purple phantoms. It seemed his eyes possessed the ability to perceive the authenticity of the clones. How was this possible? Xiao Yun was taken aback. Before he could ponder further, the battle commenced. All the clones in the mirrors sprang into action, simultaneously launching slender ice needles towards Sasuke. Sasuke's Sharingan whirred rapidly as he deftly wielded kunai, blocking each incoming ice needle with precision, executing each movement fluidly, akin to a swallow gliding through the clouds. "Humph, Sasuke-kun, how long can you withstand this?" I scoffed coldly, forming hand seals with one hand. To everyone's astonishment, 3 clones appeared in each mirror, and the density and force of the ice needles surged exponentially. Alas, Sasuke could no longer endure. 3 needles pierced his body, blood gushing forth. With a pained cry, his movements slowed considerably. Sensing Sasuke's injury, I intensified his assault, and after barely fending off several waves of attacks, Sasuke ultimately succumbed. Countless ice needles overwhelmed him, erupting into a thick mist. Although the audience could not discern Sasuke's condition, it was evident that he had become akin to a hedgehog. "Sasuke! Sasuke!" Sakura and Naruto cried out in unison, tears streaming down their faces. In the stands, a masked man wielding a massive sword draped an arm around the shoulder of another, mocking him. "Humph, Odanin, the Uchiha brat is nothing special." The man known as Odanin remained expressionless, fixated on the arena. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, leaving the masked man grasping at air. "Zabuza, the battle has only just begun. Please refrain from disturbing my enjoyment of the match," Odanin said with an amiable smile directed at the man referred to as Zabuza. Chapter 60. Sasuke's Challenge in the Stands. Zabuza's legs trembled uncontrollably as he regarded the seemingly benevolent Odanin, perceiving him as a serpent from the depths of hell. Cold, ruthless, and powerful, he felt like a defenseless frog, utterly at the mercy of an imminent predator. Zabuza's pupils constricted, his body shaking uncontrollably. He recalled the last time he experienced such terror was before he became a ninja. "Enjoy the match," Odanin remarked, redirecting his gaze back to the arena. With his attention averted, Zabuza finally exhaled a sigh of relief, the immense pressure dissipating. Now thoroughly drenched in sweat, he cast a fearful glance at Odanin before hastily retreating. On the battlefield, the mist gradually lifted, revealing an eerily bizarre sight. Gasps echoed from the crowd as a colossal white serpent coiled its body, forming a protective barrier around Sasuke. Despite its surface being riddled with ice needles, the serpent exuded an air of indifference, flicking its vivid crimson tongue while coldly fixing its gaze on by within the central mirror. "Summoning Jutsu?" The crowd gasped, astonished that Sasuke, a mere genin, had mastered such an advanced technique, truly a prodigy. In the stands, Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged grave expressions, recognizing the serpent's familiarity. Orochimaru, with a resounding boom, the white serpent transformed into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from sight. "So, this is your true form," Sasuke sneered, swiftly channeling a surge of blue chakra into his left hand. "Chidori," he bellowed, causing the arena to reverberate with the sound, akin to 1,000 birds chirping in unison. In an instant, Sasuke accelerated, resembling a streak of lightning as he darted towards the central mirror. "No, it's impossible. Even with his Sharingan, he shouldn't be able to discern my true form," I exclaimed in alarm, rapidly shifting his clones within the mirrors. "Futile. The white serpent has already identified your true form's temperature and marked it. Accept your fate. Your true self is right here." Sasuke's Sharingan tracked Bai's true form with precision, and in a heartbeat, his Chidori struck true, shattering one of the ice mirrors. A wail echoed as hot blood splattered, the mirror shattering into fragments across the ground. Sasuke's Chidori pierced Bai's chest, leaving the audience in stunned silence, transfixed by the unfolding scene. "Humph, I haven't even unleashed a fifth of my power." Sasuke smirked wickedly as the sound of his Chidori intensified. By coughed-up blood, the excruciating pain rendering her unable to utter the words of surrender. Stop! A commanding voice rang out, and a figure rushed forward. Zabuza, the very man who had been so intimidated by Otonin. Seeing Bai's injuries, Zabuza instinctively moved to rescue her. Yet the next moment he was intercepted by two Jonin from Kenoha. According to the rules of the match, you either concede, face death, or hope your opponent shows mercy. Outsiders are not permitted to interfere. However, it seemed Sasuke had no intention of sparing Bai. Surrender, Bai! Hurry and surrender! Zabuza shouted frantically. But Bai was now scarcely able to speak. The paralysis from the lightning release and the agony of her wounds dulled her consciousness. The crowd watched in bewilderment, particularly those familiar with Sasuke. What had happened to him? Why had his chakra grown so frigid? Why had his demeanor turned so ruthless? Though once aloof, Sasuke had harbored a kind heart. Sasuke, no? Sakura gazed at him in despair, utterly bewildered. You bastard. This version of Sasuke, I cannot accept. Naruto raged, rising to leap into the fray, but a figure darted in front of him. Xiao Yun. Indeed, Xiao Yun leaped into action, yet none attempted to halt him. The reason was simple. As a competitor, he was entitled to rescue fellow ninjas, provided he accepted Sasuke's challenge. Moreover, even if he defeated Sasuke, there would be no reward in points. A loss would still result in a deduction. Upon seeing Xiao Yun approach, Sasuke scoffed, retracting his Chidori. Bai lay on the ground, limp and unconscious. Humph, Xiao Yun, do you wish to play the hero? Sasuke sneered. Sasuke, you have changed. Xiao Yun exclaimed, noticing a cursed seal on Sasuke's neck. Undoubtedly placed there by Orochimaru. Indeed, I have become stronger. Are you afraid? Sasuke replied with a smug grin. No, you've merely become more foolish. Xiao Yun retorted, scratching his head, a teasing glint in his eyes. Very well. Referee, I demand to challenge Xiao Yun now. Sasuke turned angrily towards the referee. According to the rules, Xiao Yun, you must accept Sasuke's challenge, the referee stated. All right, I accept, Xiao Yun replied, moving to Bai's side and performing the earth revival technique. Grateful that Sasuke's Chidori had not struck her heart, she still had a faint pulse. Shortly thereafter, the medical team arrived to carry her away. Come forth. The most formidable genius of Kenoha. I hope you do not let me down. Sasuke's fighting spirit is boundless. Xiao Yun, be cautious. Sasuke's chakra bears a striking resemblance to that of the three sand ninja in the Death Forest. At this moment, a familiar voice echoed, and Xiao Yun turned to see an exquisitely beautiful woman, Hyuga Yumi, gazing at him with concern. Accompanying her was another alluring beauty from the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Baijia, Niji's stepmother. Although it was their first meeting, Xiao Yun recognized her instantly, yet her expression was frosty, as if she were an ice queen. Humph. Upon seeing the two women, Tsunade's stunning face instantly darkened. Xiao Yun let out a bitter smile, recalling how he once relied on the fifth lady back on Blue Star, dreaming of a day when he would prosper and marry a multitude of wives, changing them every night. Now, with merely a few, he found himself overwhelmed. Indeed, having many women could be a troublesome affair. Xiao Yun, the match begins in 10 minutes. You may bid farewell to your wives, but I shall show no mercy. Sasuke coldly remarked. Chapter 61. Sasuke's illusion in the stands. Tsunade expressed her concern. Xiao Yun, you must be vigilant. I sense a similarity between Sasuke's power and Orochimaru's. Just then, Yumi and Baiji approached Xiao Yun, and he spotted a familiar figure, Samui, not far off. As the two women drew closer, Tsunade's expression soured instantly, and Xiao Yun's heart sank in amusement. Yumi declared, this is the wedding date personally set by Lord Hokage and our clan leader. Once your Chunin selection is over, we can wed. Ignoring Tsunade's presence, she handed Xiao Yun a document. Humph. Tsunade snatched the document, crumpling it into a ball and pocketing it. Lady Tsunade, you have agreed to our marriage with Xiao Yun. Your behavior is quite disrespectful, Yumi said, displeasure evident on her face. I am delighted, Tsunade retorted nonchalantly. Though she had consented to the union to ally with the Hyuga clan for the third Hokage's sake, as a woman, she could not help but care. Humph. So what if I am carrying Brother Yun's child? After we marry, I shall bear him another. And don't forget, I have Sister Baijia, who will also bear him a child. How will you respond to that? Yumi provocatively pulled Baijia closer, challenging Tsunade. Baijia, who had remained silent, flushed crimson like a ripe apple at Yumi's words, appearing exceptionally beautiful. You two little vixens from the Hyuga clan, even if you marry Xiao Yun, I am the primary wife. After the wedding, without my consent, you shall not share a bed with him. Xiao Yun, did you hear that? Tsunade seized Xiao Yun's arm. Xiao Yun looked at the two women, speechless and unsure of how to respond. Brother Yun, have you forgotten that day we fought together in the Death Forest? Yumi gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Humph. A cold snort echoed from afar, as Samui turned to leave. Ding. At that moment, the match bell rang, prompting Xiao Yun to leap onto the arena. From today onward, if I dare to pursue other women, I shall punish myself. Xiao Yun vowed silently. Sasuke, you are truly fortunate. How shall I torment you? Perhaps by rendering you incapable of procreation, so you cannot harm other women. Sasuke glared ominously at Xiao Yun. Looks like you are itching for another taste of defeat, aren't you? Xiao Yun smiled mischievously. You. Sasuke gritted his teeth, recalling the humiliation from that day. He was eager to charge at Xiao Yun for a fierce confrontation. As the match commenced, the referee announced its official start. Here I come. Sasuke suddenly lunged, hurling 3 kunai embedded with explosive tags at Xiao Yun. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions erupted, filling the arena with thick smoke. The spectators were stunned, questioning the animosity that warranted such ferocity. In the midst of the smoke, a voice emerged as several kunai, also rigged with explosive tags, flew towards Sasuke. Another series of explosions ensued, and thankfully, the referee activated the exhaust fans, quickly dissipating the smoke. However, with the smoke, Sasuke also vanished, and Xiao Yun scanned the area, unable to locate him. Suddenly, the stone slab beneath Xiao Yun exploded, and Sasuke emerged from below, thrusting a kunai directly at Xiao Yun's groin. Damn it, no with style. Xiao Yun cursed. In a critical moment, Xiao Yun grasped Sasuke's hands with his right while delivering a punch with his left, only for Sasuke to catch it. The two locked hands, exerting their strength, chakra surging from their bodies, creating a fierce wind that stung the faces of the onlookers. Their chakra was wildly potent, especially that of the Uchiha boy. It felt ominous. How could his strength have surged so dramatically in such a short time? Did he perhaps acquire some fortuitous encounter after joining the Sound Village? This could spell disaster for Xiao Yun. Would Sasuke incapacitate him? If so, it would be for the best. It was infuriating to see so many beautiful women from Kenoha wasted on him. The audience murmured among themselves, while Xiao Yun and Sasuke continued their fierce chakra contest. Xiao Yun was inwardly astonished. Sasuke had grown significantly stronger in just a few days. Humph, Xiao Yun. You've fallen for it. Sasuke suddenly smirked, activating his Sharingan, and an inexplicable chakra surged towards Xiao Yun. Buzz. Xiao Yun felt a ringing in his head. Oh no. It was the illusion of the Sharingan. His consciousness began to shift, the scene before him morphing into the village of Ergo on Blue Star, where his lifelong friend, the most handsome man on Blue Star, Haku, was fervently typing away. Ah, Xiao Yun. Long time no see. Haku set aside his keyboard, warmly offering Xiao Yun a cigarette. Damn it. After such a long absence, how has he become even more handsome? Xiao Yun cursed inwardly. No. I should be in the Naruto universe. Everything here is an illusion. Yet, if it is an illusion, it feels too real. Xiao Yun. I have delightful news. I married the daughter of the Tomato Network's president, and my name is splashed across the front page daily. My writing fee is several hundred a day. Come, have a smoke. Afterward, I'll take you to Hai Lucheng to find the number 8 technician, Haku said, walking toward Xiao Yun with the cigarette in hand. Illusion. This is an illusion. Xiao Yun reminded himself repeatedly. Just then, a familiar voice called out. Yun, wake up. Come see our daughter. It was Tsunade's voice. Yun, you took my purity. You must take responsibility. Samui's voice echoed. Damn it. You are not the most handsome man on Blue Star. He is too proud to ever accept such a fate. Xiao Yun roared angrily, throwing a punch at Haku. Uffed. Haku spat a mouthful of blood, his expression contorting grotesquely, the cigarette in his hand transforming into a kunai, and to Xiao Yun's shock, Haku morphed into Sasuke's form. Boom. Suddenly, the scene shifted, the illusion shattered, and Xiao Yun's awareness snapped back to reality, returning him to the familiar arena. What a formidable illusion. Xiao Yun felt a wave of dread wash over him. As Sasuke gazed at Xiao Yun, his expression was one of sheer terror, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 62, The Three Blades of Uchiha's Windmill. In the arena, Xiao Yun's eyes emanated a faint purple light, both enchanting and sinister. Sasuke, filled with an overwhelming shock, wondered how Xiao Yun could so effortlessly dispel his Sharingan Jinjutsu. What was the nature of those eyes? How could the power behind that punch be so immense? Compared to their initial encounter, it was as if he were facing an entirely different person. How had this individual's strength escalated so rapidly? An abundance of questions flooded Sasuke's mind. In the stands, Jiraiya squinted in astonishment, fixated on Xiao Yun as though he had stumbled upon an unparalleled treasure. Tsunade, you truly found a prodigy. He just instantly unraveled that little Uchiha's illusion and delivered a formidable punch. Remarkable, though reluctant to concede. Jiraiya had to admit that this young man's talent surpassed even his own at that age. Of course, Tsunade would never settle for just anyone. Had Xiao Yun not persistently pursued her, coupled with her recognition of his potential, she would hardly have paid him any mind. Tsunade watched Xiao Yun with a smug expression, her captivating eyes shimmering with pride. Wait a minute, Tsunade. I've heard that you were the one who, after a night of drinking, pushed Xiao Yun into a relationship. And that is how you ended up together? Hinata Yumi observed Tsunade with a serious demeanor, yet a hint of mischief sparkled in her eyes. Humph. I can't be bothered to entertain your nonsense. Ask Xiao Yun himself if he wasn't the one who desperately pursued me, Tsunade retorted, her cheeks slightly flushed and her resolve unwavering. I don't believe it. How could Brother Yun be so desperate to chase after a woman? Hinata Yumi rolled her eyes at Tsunade. You little brat from the Hyuga clan, do you want to fight? Who is afraid of whom? Enough, ladies. Let us not disturb my esteemed self, the Toad Sage. Jiraiya interjected, positioning himself between the two women. With a couple of swift punches, he found himself with a nosebleed. Silently muttering to Xiao Yun, remember to buy me a drink after the match. My apologies, Jiraiya-sensei. Xiao Yun scratched his head, a pang of guilt washing over him. How dare you be distracted during our match, Xiao Yun? Such disrespect. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke roared, launching a colossal fireball towards Xiao Yun. The inferno quickly engulfed him, reducing him to ashes. However, Sasuke did not dare to let his guard down, knowing full well that such an attack could not eliminate Xiao Yun. Boom. Xiao Yun dispersed the fireball with a single punch. The charred remains were merely a wooden clone. Sasuke, unleash your true strength. Such feeble attempts will never defeat me. Xiao Yun scoffed. How dare you look down on me, Xiao Yun? You will pay dearly for this arrogance. Sasuke seethed with a mix of humiliation and fury. In the past, he would have been the one to utter such words, but today, Xiao Yun dared to say what was rightfully his. Unforgivable, unforgivable, unforgivable. His once handsome visage twisted into a grotesque snarl, his body curling in agony as a terrifying expression overtook his face. In an instant, dark energy enveloped Sasuke, who emitted a mournful wail, sending shivers through the crowd, causing weaker shinobi to tremble in fear. After a prolonged moment, the dark energy dissipated, revealing a man cloaked in shadows, a cross-like pattern adorning his face, and wings sprouting from his back. Gasps echoed through the audience. Is this really Sasuke? What has he become? He is practically a monster. Yet, compared to before, Sasuke's presence and power had multiplied several-fold. This must be the power of the cursed seal, Sasuke. Xiao Yun observed coldly. Interesting. You know of the cursed seal, Sasuke replied, taken aback. Sasuke, I advise you, seeking power through nefarious means is never the righteous path. True strength is achieved through diligent training. I hope you do not stray further down this erroneous path, Xiao Yun remarked seriously. Silence. You have no right to lecture me. I will do whatever it takes to defeat that man, regardless of whether my power is good or evil. Sasuke screamed in a frenzy. Xiao Yun regarded Sasuke without further comment, recognizing that some lessons can only be learned through personal experience. For Sasuke, the most fitting adage at this moment was, what alleviates sorrow? Only a beating will do. Fists are the eternal truth. With a light sigh, Xiao Yun formed hand seals. Wood style, tree binding, eternal burial. Suddenly, numerous vines sprouted from beneath Sasuke's feet, coiling towards him. Humph, a trivial technique, Sasuke scoffed, unleashing another fireball. This one far more powerful than the last, incinerating the vines to ashes. Impressive fire jutsu, Xiao Yun acknowledged, marveling at the display. But my strength extends beyond mere fire. Sasuke hurled 3 shuriken, each aimed at different illusions of Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes, the purple light flickering as he discerned that each shuriken was tethered by a thin wire. Just as he prepared to leap out of the shuriken's range, Sasuke unleashed yet another fireball, forcing Xiao Yun back. Clang, clang. Clang. The three shuriken embedded themselves into the wall, and Sasuke smirked, proclaiming, Uchiha's windmill's three blades, success. With a flick of his left hand, a grating metallic sound filled the air as Xiao Yun seemed to be ensnared, firmly bound against the wall. Xiao Yun. You are nothing. Sasuke sneered, forming hand seals. Xiao Yun. Hinata Yumi cried out, her worry palpable. Turning to the composed Tsunade, Tsunade, Xiao Yun is in peril. You must save him. Aren't you afraid your child will be born without a father? Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged knowing smiles, clearly unperturbed. If you care for Xiao Yun so much, you could always jump down to save him. At worst, you'd have to accept Sasuke's challenge, Tsunade teased, eyeing Hinata Yumi. You. Hinata Yumi was momentarily speechless. While she did harbor some feelings for Xiao Yun, she was not prepared to risk her life for him. In the forest of death, that had merely been a performance alongside Niji. She was strong, but Sasuke was no pushover. All she desired was to bear a few children with Otsutsuki blood. Yet, without Xiao Yun, how could she ever find such a worthy partner again? As Hinata Yumi hesitated, Sasuke activated his Raikiri, charging straight for Xiao Yun. Chapter 63, Sasuke's Surrender. In the arena, the sound of Chidori echoed ominously, the air thick with tension. Xiao Yun gazed coldly at the approaching Sasuke, his heart racing in disbelief. Sasuke, are you truly serious? If so, I shall not hold back. Instantly, a green aura enveloped Xiao Yun, a formidable presence soaring towards the ceiling. The first gate of the 8 gates, open. Since opening the third gate, Xiao Yun's mastery of the 8 gates had reached a level of seamless control, his strength magnified exponentially from before. The most astonished among the audience was Li, who reflected on how he could never match such an imposing aura upon opening the first gate. My junior truly is a genius in taijutsu. Xiaoli could not help but mutter to himself, his gaze towards Xiao Yun betraying a hint of envy. It is worth noting that he has been training under Kai for 6 years to achieve his current level of skill. In contrast, Xiao Yun has mastered the 8 gates of Duanjia in merely 2 months, proving the adage true. If hard work suffices, what need is there for genius? Sensing Xiao Yun's formidable presence, Sasuke felt an inexplicable jolt of alarm. How could this fellow possess such strength? Impossible. Lord Orochimaru had asserted that the earth seal he acquired rendered him invincible among genin. This individual must merely be a facade of strength. I am invincible. I am the unrivaled champion among genin. Prepare to perish, Xiao Yun. Chidori. In a flash of lightning, Sasuke lunged towards Xiao Yun, his right hand thrusting directly at Xiao Yun's heart. Victory was within his grasp. Observing Xiao Yun still bound by wires, Sasuke's heart soared with delight. However, in the next moment, he was taken aback. The sound of snapping wires echoed, and Xiao Yun had moved with such swiftness that even his Sharingan could only catch a fleeting afterimage. With a thunderous noise, a cloud of smoke erupted, leaving the onlookers in a stupor. Had Xiao Yun perished? Moments later, as the smoke cleared, they were once again astonished to find Sasuke's right hand embedded in the wall, while Xiao Yun had vanished without a trace. Sasuke leaped backward, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he searched for Xiao Yun's figure. Suddenly, he felt a wave of murderous intent from behind. He leaped and hurled 3 shurikens backward. Clang, clang, clang. Xiao Yun evaded effortlessly. Sasuke, your reflexes are commendable, but how is your defense? A slight smirk graced Xiao Yun's lips, curving dangerously as he unleashed a powerful punch through the air towards Sasuke. The crowd was baffled by Xiao Yun's actions, but Sasuke's eyes widened in fear. For his Sharingan had clearly perceived that this seemingly casual punch had compressed the air, forming an invisible shockwave aimed directly at him. There was no time to evade. The summoning technique was unavailable. In a moment of desperation, Sasuke instinctively flapped his flesh wings, encasing himself within a cocoon. With a dull thud, the cocoon was sent flying by Xiao Yun's shockwave, crashing violently to the ground and bouncing several times before slamming against the wall. Gasping, Sasuke opened his wings, spewing a mouthful of black blood into the air, which swiftly corroded the stone floor, releasing noxious fumes. Sasuke, your resilience is lacking. You must train harder. There is a saying in our hometown: to fight well, one must first learn to endure blows. Once this competition concludes, come seek me. I have an exclusive technique from Master Ma of the mixed Yuan Hunyuan Tai Chi sect that guarantees you will be able to withstand beatings without complaint. Xiao Yun regarded Sasuke with a serious expression. You. Sasuke, filled with rage, realized Xiao Yun was mocking him. Uncle, you are so biased. Why not share such a marvelous technique with me? A voice of extreme dissatisfaction echoed from the stands. It was none other than his foolishly large nephew, Naruto Uzumaki. Xiao Yun, speechless, concluded this fellow would remain in the asylum for a few more days, then revealed a benevolent smile. All right, I will send you a copy later, along with a box of healing elixir, rat-tail juice. Uncle, you are too kind to me. Sasuke conceded. You are no match for my uncle. If this continues, my uncle may turn you into a fool, and then we shall both end up in a psychiatric hospital. Naruto looked at Sasuke with delight. Sasuke-kun, just forfeit. Please. Stop fighting. Sakura urged anxiously. Be silent. All of you be quiet. Damn Xiao Yun. You will pay for your arrogance. You will regret this. Sasuke wiped the black blood from his mouth, his eyes gleaming with madness. Earth Seal third. Sasuke-kun, concede. You are no match for Xiao Yun. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the stands, soft yet imbued with undeniable authority. Lord Orochimaru, I still possess hidden strength. I can continue fighting. Why must I concede? Sasuke gazed defiantly at the figure in the stands. Sasuke-kun, do you not realize? Xiao Yun's hidden strength surpasses yours. Just concede. Besides, conceding will not cost you points. Come with me and awaken an even greater power. The figure maintained a warm smile, yet exuded an unsettling chill. Sasuke sighed deeply, forcing himself to remain calm. He cast a resentful glance at Xiao Yun. Despite his reluctance, he recognized he was not Xiao Yun's equal. As Orochimaru had stated, he too had concealed part of his strength, but Xiao Yun's nonchalant demeanor suggested he harbored even more. Very well, I concede. But Xiao Yun, rest assured, in the upcoming matches, I shall trample you underfoot and make you weep for your father. With that, Sasuke released the seal, returning to his normal state. Then leaped to Orochimaru's side, and they departed together. Sasuke, wait for me, Sakura exclaimed, rushing after him, with Naruto following closely behind. Xiao Yun, you are truly impressive. Come home with me. I will prepare a feast for you. Tsunade seized Xiao Yun's arm, leading him away from the arena. You can cook? Xiao Yun looked at Tsunade with curiosity. Even if I cannot, would you not learn? Tsunade replied gently. Brother Yun, here is an oyster sushi I made for you. It is nutritious. Eat it, and you shall feel invigorated. Hinata Yumi stepped in front of them. Thank you. Xiao Yun scratched his head, initially intending to decline. But recalling how Yumi had risked her life to save him in the forest of death, he felt unable to refuse. Humph, what oyster sushi? Allow me to have a taste. Tsunade snatched it away and devoured it in one bite. Not as delicious as my fried rice. With that, she drained the remaining sauce from the box. Lady Tsunade, you have left Yumi in tears. I must go train now, Xiao Yun thought, overwhelmed by the two women. Chapter 64. The enraged fourth Raikage time swiftly passed, and another week had gone by. Just recently, the genius of the Raikage village, Samuel, had scored a remarkable 72 points to advance to the finals. His opponents had all fallen to him in a single blow, leading those in subsequent matches to concede without contest. Unexpectedly, Naruto, once deemed the underdog, emerged as a dark horse, surmounting challenges to accumulate 50 points. After defeating several genin from the Mist and Earth villages, Xiao Yun too secured 50 points, tying for third place with Naruto. Sasuke, with a narrow lead of 53 points, held the second position. The remaining competitors included Hinata Yumi and Niji, 3 genin from the Earth village, and Haku from the Mist village. In the gambling den of Kenoha, Tsunade had been remarkably fortunate lately. Of course, this fortune was relative, as the previous big spender had surprisingly not lost money in recent days. Much to the dismay of the casino owners, Tsunade had become a renowned wealthy lady, having won 5 million from Xiao Yun in the Forest of Death, along with various other winnings totaling 5 million. Presently, Tsunade was a millionaire, yet still far from the 1 billion owed to the Raikage. Even if Xiao Yun defeated Samuel, it would only alleviate half of her debt, leaving her with a remaining 4 million. Tsunade, do take it easy. Please refrain from betting so recklessly, Xiao Yun remarked, gazing in exasperation at the gambling-obsessed Tsunade. A thought just struck me. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with mischief as she turned her gaze towards Xiao Yun. What is it? He asked, puzzled by her sudden change in demeanor. The Hyuga clan is renowned for their wealth. Why not approach Hinata's father for an advance on the dowries of those 2 little vixens? That way, we need not toil endlessly, gambling to repay our debts. Clever. Am I not? Tsunade beamed with pride at Xiao Yun. What are you thinking? Xiao Yun replied, dumbfounded. Are you suggesting I live off another's fortune? Will you do it? Absolutely not. Really not at all. Neither for truth nor falsehood. Tsunade's fury erupted as she rolled up her sleeves, brandishing her fists, and seized Xiao Yun's collar. Her eyes wide with intensity. I ask you one last time, will you go or not? No. Not even if it costs me my life. How utterly humiliating. Xiao Yun shut his eyes, bracing himself for Tsunade's iron fists. His physical prowess was formidable. Taking a couple of punches would be inconsequential. Brother Yun, please go and get some money. I've been feeling less nauseous these past few days due to my pregnancy, and I want to indulge in a day and night of gambling. Would you be so kind? Tsunade suddenly wrapped her arms around Xiao Yun, her voice sweetly pleading as she swayed him gently. What have I done to deserve this? Fine, I shall go. As he gazed at the unparalleled beauty in his arms, Xiao Yun felt he would do anything for her. No wonder King Zhou would ignite wars just to see a smile from a beauty. If he were a ruler, he might very well be beguiled by a woman like Tsunade and lose his kingdom. But then again, how much is a kingdom truly worth? Enough of this, Tsunade. At that moment, a serious voice broke through, and both turned to see Jiraiya looking at them with grave concern. Jiraiya, do you have results from the investigation into Orochimaru? Tsunade's demeanor shifted instantly, becoming as decisive and fierce as ever. Yes, this is not the place for discussion. We should move to the Hokage's office, Jiraiya stated. Very well. Tsunade nodded in agreement. In the Reikage chamber, Samu was feeling quite dejected. All his opponents had forfeited, leaving him utterly frustrated for the lack of combat. To make matters worse, the woman he cherished, Samui, had inexplicably grown cold towards him in recent days. This was not the norm. They usually had endless conversations whenever they met. Yet now, she seemed to find every possible excuse to avoid him, only offering polite greetings when they did cross paths. Even during his recent matches, she had made excuses for her absence, claiming she was unwell or had her period, leading Samu to suspect she may have found another man. Samui, set aside your work. I have something to discuss, the fourth Reikage said, his expression stern as he regarded her. Yes, Lord Reikage. Samui placed her documents on the desk and stood respectfully beside him. Tell me, why have you been so distant towards Samu lately? Moreover, I have noticed you have not missed a single one of Xiao Yun's matches. Can you provide me with a reasonable explanation? The fourth Reikage's gaze was icy as he scrutinized her. Upon hearing this, Samui froze. Her beautiful face flushed crimson, her teeth clenched in silence. I am speaking to you. The fourth Reikage's tone grew even colder. I am sorry, Lord Reikage. Samui suddenly knelt, her face etched with guilt. What has transpired? Speak swiftly. The fourth Reikage thundered. A sense of foreboding washing over him as he silently prayed that the worst would not come to pass. Lord Reikage, I. Samui hesitated for a moment before recounting the events with Xiao Yun in their entirety. You wretched girl. I shall go and deal with that scoundrel, Xiao Yun. The fourth Reikage erupted in fury, nearly stumbling as he sank into the sofa, then leaped to his feet, heading for the door. Lord Reikage, this is not Xiao Yun's fault. Please, do not punish him. All the blame lies with me. If you must take vengeance, then take it upon me. Samui cried, throwing herself at the Reikage's legs in desperation. After all these years, I have treated you as my own daughter. Do you understand what your actions mean for Kimobikure? The fourth Reikage shouted at her. I understand, I understand. It is all my fault. Please spare Xiao Yun. I am willing to die to atone. With that, Samui drew a kunai and aimed it at her heart. Clang. In an instant, the Reikage swiftly snatched the kunai from her grasp. With a deep sigh, he looked at Samui helplessly. This matter must remain a secret from Samu. He loves you dearly. Once the tournament concludes, return to Kimobikure and marry him. No. Samui shook her head vigorously, struggling with the weight of her emotions. Though Samu and I are not blood siblings, I have always regarded him as a brother. My feelings for him in the past were misguided, especially after meeting Xiao Yun. I am certain that I only see Samu as a brother. Chapter 65. Discovery by Samu in recent days. Xiao Yun and Might Guy had been training from dawn till dusk, with no breaks in between. Indeed, practical experience proved to be the most effective means of enhancing one's strength, especially with a master like Might Guy by his side. Over the course of several days, Xiao Yun's understanding of the Eight Gates technique reached new heights. Just yesterday, he was astonished to discover that his ordinary attacks bore a hint of lightning release. Particularly after opening the third gate, each punch unleashed a purple lightning sphere, accompanied by an explosive effect that left Might Guy in agony. Of course, this was merely the result of Might Guy's role as a sparring partner, enduring Xiao Yun's full-on assaults while simultaneously guiding him in his training, all while controlling his strength to avoid injuring Xiao Yun. In a genuine combat scenario, even 20 Xiao Yuns would be no match for Might Guy. Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. Let us call it a day. My old bones cannot withstand your relentless energy, Might Guy lamented, his clothes tattered, with several charred spots on his skin emanating a meaty aroma. More than the physical pain, what frustrated Might Guy was the sheer fatigue. Xiao Yun's vitality was simply boundless. Throughout the day, he could maintain a combat-ready state without eating or drinking. For the sake of pride, he had endured for several days, but by this evening, Might Guy could no longer keep up. Teacher Guy, I've learned so much today. Do not leave. Let us fight until dawn, Xiao Yun implored, exhilarated by the thrill of sparring with a master. Is it typical for those with wood-release chakra to be this audacious? Might Guy thought, looking at Xiao Yun as if he were a ghost. No, it is getting late. I will send Li over to keep you company tonight. I must take my leave, he quickly replied, shaking his head. Without another word, Might Guy turned and limped away. Xiao Yun felt a pang of guilt as he watched his teacher go, realizing he may have kicked him a bit too hard. Wait, Teacher Guy. Xiao Yun called out loudly. Hearing his voice, Might Guy unconsciously quickened his pace, dashing away. Why are you running so fast? I meant to say we won't train today. Let me take you to the izakaya under the moonlight to unwind, Xiao Yun shouted after him. A gust of wind blew, and a familiar figure appeared before Xiao Yun. Might Guy, you possess a hint of conscience, my friend. Come, let us venture to the izakaya beneath the moonlight. I have heard that a few enchanting maidens from the Phantom Village have recently arrived. With a flourish, Might Guy animatedly spoke, his previous expression of anguish now forgotten. The Phantom Village? Are you referring to the village renowned for its abundance of beauties? Xiao Yun exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, though the village's strength may be questionable, it is said to be home to stunning women. I have a friend who just returned from there, having spent an entire week immersed in its allure. Without further ado, let us depart. With that, Might Guy took hold of Xiao Yun and began to walk away. Do not forget about our dear Li. Summon him. Xiao Yun sighed, observing Guy's excitement. Oh right. In my enthusiasm, I nearly neglected to mention him. Guy sheepishly scratched the back of his head. In the late hours of the night, the three of them emerged from the izakaya, their hearts content. This was not Xiao Yun's first time bringing Might Guy and Li to this establishment. Yet he had always engaged in the more respectable activities, while Guy and Li, well, one could only imagine. It was not that Xiao Yun held himself in high regard. For with a beauty such as Tsunade by his side, everyone else appeared ordinary, with the exception of Samui, of course. Under the gentle moonlight, Might Guy and Li walked ahead, murmuring excitedly about some unknown topic, their voices tinged with an odd excitement. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun strolled behind, lost in memories of his time with Samui, pondering her current state. Men are all scoundrels. Tsunade is already carrying your child, and yet you still frequent such places. A sudden voice startled Xiao Yun, causing him to turn. There stood Samui, clad in a form-fitting ninja outfit that accentuated her splendid figure, her exquisite face expressing a mixture of sorrow and longing. Samui, what brings you here? Xiao Yun inquired, perplexed. Samui hesitated, tears streaming down her cheeks. What has happened? Come with me. Where's our junior? Li looked around, bewildered. Perhaps he has gone to find Tsunade, Guy suggested mischievously. Let us return. We need not concern ourselves with him. In the forest, what transpired, Samui? Xiao Yun regarded her with worry. Samui gazed deeply into Xiao Yun's eyes before suddenly throwing herself into his embrace, clinging to him tightly. I miss you, Xiao Yun. Hold me close. She buried her head deeply into his chest. Samui. Xiao Yun acknowledged his own humanity, realizing he could not remain unaffected, especially in the presence of a woman whose beauty rivaled that of Tsunade. He lifted Samui into his arms, and after a long moment, as he beheld her flushed countenance, memories of Tsunade surfaced, accompanied by an inexplicable pang of guilt. Yun, this may be our last meeting. Samui nestled against his firm chest, her voice filled with poignant sadness. Last meeting? Xiao Yun inquired, perplexed. Yes, I beg you. Yun, do not forget my appearance, will you? Samui's eyes brimmed with pleading. Xiao Yun gazed at the exquisite woman in his arms, feeling a sharp ache in his heart. What has happened? Please, tell me. He cupped Samui's face, sensing that something significant had transpired. As long as you do not forget my visage, I shall find contentment in this life. Xiao Yun, hold me tightly. Do not inquire further. Tears streamed from Samwee's eyes, evoking deep sympathy. Samwee, please remember, I am your man. Share your burdens with me, and we shall face them together. Upon witnessing Samwee's vulnerable state, a fierce protective instinct surged within Xiao Yun. Yun, actually, Lord Reikage. Samwee's voice trembled with emotion. Samwee, you wretched woman. A furious voice erupted from the darkness, startling Samwee. A young man suddenly appeared before them like a bolt of lightning. Xiao Yun, this is bad. It's Samuel. You must flee. Fear filled Samwee's eyes. Chapter 66, The Alliance, Part 1. Under the moonlight, Samuel beheld the disheveled pair. His once handsome face contorted into a grotesque mask of rage, his eyes bloodshot like a beast ready to pounce. Why? Samuel's voice had become distorted, sounding hoarse and terrifying. Samuel, I'm sorry. I have always regarded you as a brother. Forgive me. Samwee, now dressed, positioned herself protectively in front of Xiao Yun. Brother, you see me as a sister? Ha ha. Samuel laughed, a chilling sound filled with despair. Samwee had always been the goddess in his heart, pure and untouchable. He recalled the first time he held her hand, feeling it was sacrilegious, yet today, she was with another man, engaging in illicit acts under the open sky. Samuel felt as though his world had crumbled, his dreams of love and Samwee's purity shattered by the sight of Xiao Yun. Moreover, the thunder spirit within Samwee had likely been taken by Xiao Yun as well. Samuel, all of this is my fault. I promised Lord Reikage that after the Chunin selection exam, I would return to the Village of Lightning to marry you. Please, let Xiao Yun go. Samwee's eyes were filled with desperation as she implored Samuel. Mary, let him go? Ha ha. Samuel's laughter echoed, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. Suddenly, the laughter ceased, and a cruel, bloodthirsty smile spread across Samuel's face. Very well, since I have called you sister for so many years, I will grant your wish. However, I will take him back and watch as I torment you, you wretched woman, for a month. How does that sound? Samwee seethed with indignation. But at that moment, a pair of strong hands pulled her behind him, none other than Xiao Yun. You are quite deranged. Not only do you wish to torment Samwee, but you also want me to witness it for a month? What are you thinking? However, considering you will call me brother-in-law, I shall let this slide for now. Leave. Samwee will not return with you. She must stay in Kenoha to bear my children. Xiao Yun declared arrogantly, embracing Samwee. Do not act foolishly in front of me. You are the best talent in the Village of Lightning, but I am still the Saint of Kenoha, the second in command of the Leaf Village, though lacking true power. Samwee's face flushed crimson at his words, her bright eyes blinking at Xiao Yun in admiration. While touched, she was also deeply concerned, for Xiao Yun remained unaware of Samuel's true strength. Very well. Samuel's fury gave way to a mocking smile. Taking a deep breath, he coldly addressed Samwee. You wretched woman. I will ask you one last time. Will you return with me? How dare you speak such foul words? From this day forth, Samwee shall remain in Kenoha. Xiao Yun's aura surged, and just as he prepared to strike Samuel, Samwee held him back. Samuel, you must leave. I will not return with you. For this lifetime, I am devoted to Xiao Yun. In the presence of the commanding Xiao Yun, Samwee recognized that he was worthy of her lifelong commitment. Although he was with Tsunade, she did not mind being the third party. As long as she could stay by Xiao Yun's side, nothing else mattered. Go to hell. Samuel's fury reached its zenith at the sight of the entwined couple. Boom. The air crackled with electricity as Samuel transformed, radiating with lightning like a beacon in the night. The ground beneath him scorching black, a sight even more terrifying than Samwee at her peak. Incredible. Xiao Yun marveled inwardly, recognizing the true talent of the Village of Lightning. Samwee, step back. I must show this scoundrel that your man is not to be trifled with. As Xiao Yun was about to unleash the 8 gates of Duanjia, 2 terrifying presences suddenly materialized between them, the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Reikage. Stop. Both shadows spoke in unison, their voices imbued with an irresistible authority, causing Xiao Yun and Samwee to simultaneously cease their breaths. Lord Reikage, I understand the situation concerning Samwee. Summer, let us return, the 4th Reikage said nonchalantly. And what of this wretched woman? Summer exclaimed angrily, pointing at Samwee, who was nestled in Xiao Yun's embrace. Summer, I must remind you that she is your sister. The 4th Reikage replied coldly. Yet she dares to betray me and consorts with another man. Furthermore, the Yin thunder within her has been harvested by this scoundrel Xiao Yun, something that rightfully belongs to me. Summer shouted in rage. Enough, the fourth Raikage bellowed, an overwhelming pressure descending upon them, causing Summer to kneel in fear. Do you not wish to reclaim Samui? Then defeat him in the finals, the fourth Raikage declared. I understand. Summer lowered his head, filled with reluctance. Third Hokage, do not forget your promise to me. With that, the fourth Raikage turned and departed with Summer. The third Hokage did not respond, but merely nodded silently. Lord Raikage. Suddenly, Samui knelt before the retreating figure of the fourth Raikage. Upon hearing her plea, the Raikage paused momentarily but did not turn back. He tossed a paper ball toward Xiao Yun and left without another glance. Xiao Yun caught it and opened it to reveal a stark warning. Treat her well, or I shall end you. Tears welled in Samui's eyes as she bowed repeatedly toward the Raikage's departing form. It was only when the Raikage was out of sight that Xiao Yun helped Samui to her feet. I say, you are courting death. If Tsunade finds out about this, she will surely flay you alive, the third Hokage remarked, staring at Xiao Yun in disbelief. Xiao Yun felt a chill. The thrill of bravado was fleeting. And now he pondered how to face Tsunade. Lord Hokage, I will not allow Xiao Yun to be troubled. Please arrange a position for me in the Hokage office. I would be content to quietly remain by Xiao Yun's side, Samui urged eagerly. Seeing her thoughtful nature, which tugged at his heart, Xiao Yun felt profound guilt. Damn it. You are indeed fortunate, finding a woman more beautiful and understanding than the last. Unlike my own partners, the third Hokage relented. Very well, Samui, from today, you shall serve as a special advisor to the Raikage village while residing in Kenoha, overseeing the alliance and its subsequent matters, as per the Raikage's wishes. An alliance? Both Samui and Xiao Yun looked at the third Hokage in disbelief. In the luxurious suite of the Raikage, Summer knelt, his face etched with frustration. Lord Raikage. Not only did the Kenoha ninja Xiao Yun steal Samui, but he also took the Een Thunder from within her. This loss is catastrophic for the Raikage village. I do not comprehend why you would relinquish the opportunity to collaborate with Orochimaru to destroy Kenoha, opting instead for an alliance with them, Summer lamented. I understand your dissatisfaction, but it is too late. Even if we destroyed Kenoha, you would still be unable to master that secret technique. Let this matter rest, the fourth Raikage replied calmly. But enough. I am weary today, the fourth Raikage signaled for Summer to leave. Once Summer departed, a robust figure emerged from the shadows, Killer Bee. However, this time, there was no trace of his usual frivolity. Instead, he exuded calmness and composure, his eyes gleaming with wisdom as if capable of discerning the depths of the world. Indeed, Killer Bee was not only the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, but also the fourth Raikage's brother and strategist, responsible for many of the village's significant decisions. Yet, the world perceived him merely as an unreliable rapper. Brother, can you explain why we are aligning with Kenoha? The fourth Raikage inquired, puzzled. That Xiao Yun is extraordinary. Even Summer cannot absorb all of Samui's Een Thunder at once. Yet Xiao Yun managed it effortlessly, and shortly thereafter, he activated the third gate of the 8 gates. His talent for lightning release surpasses that of Summer by a considerable margin, Killer Bee asserted gravely. Are you suggesting we can befriend Xiao Yun through Samui? A glimmer of insight sparked in the fourth Raikage's eyes. Indeed, the alliance with Kenoha is merely a facade. Our true objective is to cultivate a relationship with Xiao Yun, especially given the terrifying might of the Akatsuki, particularly their leader Pain, who is immensely powerful. Killer Bee's expression darkened at the mere mention of Pain. You, as the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, cannot contend with him? The fourth Raikage questioned, incredulous. Brother, I must speak frankly. Even combined, we would not stand a chance against him. To face such an adversary, we must produce an unparalleled ninja to counter him. Otherwise, the entire ninja world may fall to ruin. I initially placed my hopes in Summer, but it seems Xiao Yun is the superior choice, Killer Bee reflected, a sigh escaping his lips. Alas, poor Summer, he is deeply infatuated with Samui. The fourth Raikage sighed. Based on your reasoning, should we not cancel the life and death duel between Xiao Yun and Summer, considering Xiao Yun's limited training time? No. We shall not only proceed with it, but also assist Summer in rapidly enhancing his strength, Killer Bee replied with a mysterious smile. Why? Are you not afraid he will kill Xiao Yun? The fourth Raikage asked, bewildered. Brother, if Xiao Yun cannot even surpass Summer, he stands no chance against the Akatsuki in the future. You have not witnessed Pain. His strength seems to emanate from the divine, Killer Bee said, a hint of trepidation crossing his usually fearless visage. The two brothers exchanged a knowing glance, and a heavy silence enveloped the room. Xiao Yun and Samui followed the third Hokage to an underground base. This is the base of the special Hokage unit directly under my command. Samui, you will reside here for the time being. You will handle matters concerning the alliance with the Reikage village in my office, the third Hokage instructed. Understood, Samui replied respectfully. And you, Xiao Yun, during this period, both of you should keep a low profile, especially since Tsunade is expecting your child. The third Hokage turned his gaze toward Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun gave an awkward smile, scratching the back of his head, while Samui blushed deeply. With that, the third Hokage departed, leaving Xiao Yun and Samui alone. Having undergone such a tumultuous change, Samui resolved to follow Xiao Yun for a lifetime, deeming this outcome the best for her. Although she might have to part ways with the Reikage, and despite the guilt towards Summer, everything was worth it for her man. Their eyes met, and words were unnecessary as they embraced tightly. Seeing the exquisite Samui, the youthful and impetuous Xiao Yun could hardly contain himself. He lifted Samui into his arms and made a beeline for her room. Once inside, they exchanged a few tender kisses before Samui gently halted him. Yun, we have a long future ahead. You must focus on training to defeat Summer and not squander too much time on me, Samui said softly, holding Xiao Yun's restless hands. You are saying that now that you have me, I am not worth cherishing. Xiao Yun feigned anger. Huh? Samui laughed. Shouldn't that line come from a woman? All right, tonight, I shall grant you one last night of indulgence. Thereafter, you must focus on your training. It is a promise. Xiao Yun promptly lifted Sam into his arms. Ready for a sleepless night? Hey, Xiao Yun, where were you last night? Tsunade-sensei has been searching for you, Xiao Li inquired, gazing at him with curiosity. I was training. Xiao Yun's heart sank. How was he to explain this? Oh, you truly are dedicated. No wonder so many girls are enamored with you, Xiao Li remarked. Admiration evident in his expression. His junior was not only virtuous, but also formidable, handsome, and diligent. If he were a girl, he would undoubtedly be clamoring to bear his children. By the way, Junior, why do you have lip prints on your face? Xiao Li looked at Xiao Yun, puzzled. You must be mistaken. Accompany me to a duel. It's 1,000 yen per match. All right. Xiao Li's interest was piqued. 5 hours later, panting and exhausted, Xiao Li lay on the ground, staring at Xiao Yun in disbelief. Forget it, Xiao Yun. I don't want the money anymore. Just let me go. But you said it yourself, Xiao Yun replied helplessly. Just then, Mike Guy rushed over, flustered. What happened, teacher guy? Xiao Yun asked, perplexed. The match between Sasuke and Naruto has been moved up. It starts in 10 minutes. The Hokage insists you must be present to prevent Sasuke from using lethal force against Naruto, Guy explained. Very well, we must not delay. Let us depart at once. Chapter 68. The Valley of the End for reasons unknown. The location chosen for the duel between Sasuke and Naruto was the Valley of the End. This was a highly anticipated match, evidenced by the frenzied betting taking place in various casinos. Once considered the underdog, Naruto Uzumaki faced off against Kenoha's former second prodigy, Sasuke Uchiha. As Xiao Yun had anticipated, despite Naruto's recent advancements in strength, the majority still favored Sasuke. At this moment, Naruto stood atop the statue of the legendary ninja Hashirama Senju, while Sasuke stood on the statue of Madara Uchiha, the two locking eyes from a distance, their gazes ablaze with unquenchable combat spirit. The audience below held their breath, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the battle. Where were you last night? Do you know I was worried sick? A furious voice boomed from behind Xiao Yun, causing his hair to stand on end. Seeing Tsunade's wrathful expression, Xiao Yun felt a pang of guilt but quickly masked it. I was practicing all night, and haven't slept yet. If it weren't for my nephew's match, I wouldn't even be here, he confessed, feeling remorseful, but he could not possibly reveal that he had been sick all night as well. Oh, I see. Just don't overexert yourself, Yun. It pains me to see you suffer. Tsunade's anger evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming tenderness as she linked her arm with his. Seeing Tsunade's concern made Xiao Yun feel even guiltier. At that moment, he felt akin to every man who had strayed, wishing he could slap himself awake. By the way, if Naruto finds himself in danger, you must intervene promptly, Tsunade instructed. Of course, Xiao Yun nodded resolutely. As the battle commenced, a Chunin shouted through a megaphone at the two standing on their respective statues. Naruto, I give you one last chance to concede. My true target is Xiao Yun, and you are unworthy to face me. Sasuke's face was etched with disdain. Humph, to defeat my uncle, you must first pass through me. Enough with the chatter. Let us begin. Naruto's spirit surged with confidence. If you seek your own demise, so be it. Sasuke formed hand seals, an overwhelming killing intent radiating from him as he activated his curse mark, an aura of formidable power enveloping him. Even Xiao Yin outside the arena felt a chill. Sasuke's strength appeared to have escalated. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto shouted, and with a thunderous clap, dozens of clones appeared, leaving the audience in awe. Typically, a Chunin producing 5 clones was remarkable, yet Naruto conjured 50 in an instant. This required not only precise chakra control, but also immense chakra reserves to sustain such a technique. Could the once inept Naruto truly be a rare genius? Jiraiya, watching from the sidelines, wore a confident smirk as he declared, Naruto will undoubtedly win this match. Clones, attack. Naruto commanded, pointing toward Sasuke. Charge, brothers. Take him down. Defeat him. The clones surged forward like a tidal wave. Such tedious techniques, Sasuke narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips as he disregarded the advancing clones, relying solely on his physical prowess to evade them. With swift strikes, he dispatched clone after clone until only a handful remained. Naruto, such tactics are futile. You are merely exhausting your chakra without purpose. Show me your true abilities. Sasuke stated coldly. True abilities? Huh. Very well. Naruto grinned, forming hand seals once more for the Shadow Clone Jutsu. With another thunderous boom, he created 60 clones, charging once again at Sasuke. Boring. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, incinerating all the clones in an instant. Undeterred, Naruto conjured yet another round of shadow clones, this time numbering 99. The crowd gasped. Had he lost his mind? Such excessive use of the technique was unsustainable, no matter how much chakra one possessed. However, Xiao Yun observed with an intriguing smile. Naruto was utilizing the chakra of the 9 tails. If he continued this way, he could exhaust Sasuke entirely. Though a simple strategy, it was undoubtedly the most pragmatic approach. As several rounds passed, Sasuke began to sense something amiss. While he fought fervently, Naruto appeared relaxed, almost as if he were enjoying the show. Where did this vast chakra come from? Sasuke pondered, feeling a storm of emotions rise within him amidst the chaos of battle. I cannot allow this to continue. He seeks to wear me down completely. This is intolerable. Sasuke yelled, his sword swinging with precision, swiftly eliminating 10 more of Naruto's clones. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Sasuke cast aside Naruto's clones, hurling several shuriken toward Naruto, igniting them in flames, which sped toward him with fierce velocity. Naruto hastily discarded his cigarette, rolling to evade the fiery projectiles. Dare to toy with me? You shall pay. Sasuke appeared behind Naruto, thrusting his sword with lethal intent. Ah, murder. Some frightened spectators cried out, but those with formidable strength remained unfazed, observing the unfolding scene with calm composure. Boom. A clone? Sasuke was taken aback. Suddenly, he felt a chill at his back as Naruto retaliated, sending him hurtling away. Sasuke, you're not all that impressive, Naruto boasted, a triumphant grin plastered on his face. Thud. The Sasuke on the ground transformed into a cloud of white smoke. Shadow clone. Is that so? A chilling voice echoed as a sword lunged toward Naruto's heart. Naruto's reflexes were remarkable. In a moment of peril, he executed a roll to evade the blade, but he could not escape Sasuke's kick. Thud. Sasuke's foot connected with Naruto's face, sending him sprawling several feet away, rolling multiple times before finally regaining his footing, nearly toppling off the statue of Hashirama Senju. Naruto, this is how you use the shadow clone technique, Sasuke remarked coolly. Sasuke, that cunning individual, truly embodies treachery. Naruto wiped the footprints off his face, his expression grave as he regarded Sasuke, acutely aware that this adversary possessed far greater combat experience than he did. Humph, if that is the case, I shall defeat you with my next move. With a swift motion, Naruto leaped into the air and summoned his shadow clones once more. The onlookers were bewildered, staring at Naruto in confusion, unsure of his intentions. Did he truly believe the shadow clone technique would prove effective against Sasuke? Chapter 69, Rasengan vs. Raikiri. At the Valley of the End. Beneath the colossal visage of Senju Hashirama, Naruto's clones surged forward relentlessly towards Sasuke, leaving the spectators utterly perplexed about Naruto's strategy. Could it be that he knew nothing beyond this technique? Even the seasoned jonin of Kenoha, observing from a distance, could not suppress their frowns, utterly baffled by Naruto's maneuvers. Jiraiya, what on earth is Naruto doing? Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Beside her, Shoyin could not help but cast a glance at Jiraiya, questioning, even if he can harness the chakra of the nine tails within him, could he truly afford to waste it like this? Jiraiya tossed his hair back with a nonchalant smile, urging them to watch, for Naruto would astonish them. He was, after all, my prized pupil. Trained by the great sage of Mount Myaboku. On the battlefield, Sasuke wielded his sword like a dragon emerging from the sea, lightning crackling as he swung it. And in an instant, Naruto's clones dwindled to merely 3. Naruto, if this is all you have to offer, then our battle concludes here, Sasuke declared with a fierce shout, driving his sword into a stone statue and forming hand seals. Suddenly, azure light flickered, a chorus of chirping echoed, and the Chidori surged forth. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped the arena. Humph, let it come, Naruto thought, unperturbed by the Raikiri in Sasuke's grasp. He extended his left hand, and his clones mirrored the gesture, rubbing their hands together until a water-blue chakra sphere coalesced in his palm. Indeed, this was Naruto's trump card. The signature technique of the 4th Hokage, the Rasengan. Wow, who would have thought Naruto could master the Rasengan? This lad possesses considerable talent. So this is the legendary Rasengan. It appears somewhat lacking compared to Sasuke's Raikiri. I concur, at least in terms of visual spectacle, it falls short. You know nothing. This is a ninjutsu conceived by the 4th Hokage, and it is formidable indeed. Yet, the prowess of the technique also depends on its wielder. And Naruto currently cannot match Sasuke's momentum. The fervent discussions subsided as the audience held their breath, their eyes riveted on the impending clash of the two. Raikiri versus Rasengan. Who would emerge victorious? The answer was imminent. Shoyin, who do you favor? Tsunade suddenly inquired. Shoyin scrutinized the two before finally admitting, to speak candidly, I lean toward Sasuke. Humph, do you possess no discernment? Naruto is your nephew, the disciple of the great sage. Jiraiya retorted, a hint of indignation in his voice. Shut it, Jiraiya. Don't shout at my man. Tsunade snapped, yanking Jiraiya's collar, causing him to wilt under her grip. Now, provide your reasoning. I can't shake the feeling that Sasuke is different now compared to a few days ago. His chakra seems colder, more potent, Shoyin expressed. Concern etched across his features as he watched Naruto. Jiraiya and Tsunade fell silent, both sensing the shift in Sasuke's demeanor as seasoned shinobi. Shoyin, should Naruto find himself in peril, I entrust you to intervene, Jiraiya said, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Naruto. Shoyin nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke stood apart, one wielding Raikiri, the other cradling a swirling sphere, both locking eyes, refraining from immediate attack. Sensing the extraordinary nature of the blue sphere in Naruto's grasp, Sasuke discarded his earlier arrogance and regarded Naruto with utmost seriousness. Sasuke, the power you seek is malevolent. Do not let hatred cloud your vision. Kenoha still has your friends, those who care for you. Turn back, Naruto implored, his tone laced with a hint of desperation. Since that night, my world has been consumed by hatred. I would embrace any evil power if it meant I could vanquish that man. Naruto, strike. Sasuke replied, his eyes shutting tightly in anguish as raindrops began to fall from the sky, brushing against his face, a tear slipping from the corner of his eye. Human beings are not mere grass and wood. Who can be devoid of feelings? Sasuke understood that Naruto genuinely regarded him as a friend, and that Sakura truly loved him. Had it not been for that night, he would have cherished their bond forever. Alas, everything has irrevocably changed. In that case, I shall have no choice but to shatter your limbs and drag you back to Kenoha. Prepare yourself, Sasuke. Come on, Naruto. I will not allow anyone to obstruct my path of vengeance. I shall eliminate you today. They both shouted in unison, charging at one another. Boom. A deafening roar erupted as Raikiri and Rasengan collided, unleashing a blinding light that forced the spectators to shield their eyes. Yet, one individual remained unaffected, the 3rd Hokage, who had donned sunglasses at some point, observed the battle with an impassive expression. Beside him stood the 4th Kazekage, accompanied by the long-absent Gaara. However, Gaara's gaze was not on the duel, but rather fixated coldly on Shoyun, his lips twitching slightly, fingers absently tapping against his thigh. Lord Hokage, your village is indeed teeming with talent, the 4th Kazekage remarked nonchalantly. Not particularly, the 3rd Hokage replied, a hint of smugness evident in his tone. It is regrettable that you fail to appreciate a genius like Sasuke while favoring that Shoyun. A cold snicker escaped the fourth Kazekage. The third Hokage, upon hearing this, remained silent, adjusting his sunglasses while inwardly mocking. Orochimaru, you little brat, do you think I am unaware of your schemes? Dare to defy me, and I shall crush you. The brilliant light continued to pulse, leaving the spectators in bewilderment. After what felt like an eternity, the radiance finally receded, revealing Sasuke and Naruto both screaming in agony as they were propelled backward, crashing into the stone statue, blood gushing forth profusely. In the blink of an eye, both recovered and charged once more, this time foregoing elaborate techniques in favor of straightforward hand-to-hand combat, fists striking flesh mercilessly. Before long, both were bruised and battered, their bodies marred with contusions, yet Naruto, like an indomitable cockroach, absorbed the blows with an astounding resilience, far surpassing Sasuke in durability. Snap out of it, Sasuke! Naruto shouted, seizing Sasuke's hands and driving his forehead into Sasuke's. Bang! Sasuke felt as if the world was spinning, his head buzzing, and before he could regain his bearings, Naruto struck him down with a powerful punch. Grasping Sasuke's clothing, Naruto's eyes burned with fervor. Turn back, Sasuke. Sasuke looked at Naruto and laughed bitterly, a haunting smile gracing his features. Ha! Turn back? Sure. Bring my parents before me. Bring every member of the Uchiha clan before me. Can you do that? Ha ha ha. Damn you. Naruto retaliated with a punch. Chapter 70. The Death of Naruto? The audience was rendered speechless, witnessing the unexpected turn of events as Naruto, once underestimated, now loomed over Sasuke, relentlessly pummeling his face. Those who had wagered on Sasuke's victory were left dumbfounded, realizing that Naruto was on the verge of securing an unprecedented triumph. Suddenly, just as everyone believed Naruto had the upper hand, an unforeseen twist occurred. Sasuke abruptly seized Naruto's fists, exerting tremendous strength to hurl him away, and then slowly rose to his feet. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The crowd in the distance gazed at Sasuke, unable to suppress their gasps. Had this fellow transformed again? At this moment, Sasuke's appearance was even more exaggerated and terrifying than before. Although he had transformed earlier, one could still discern traces of his original form. However, the Sasuke now resembled a complete monster, with bulging muscles and a significantly taller stature. His frightening visage bore two enormous fangs, and his ears were elongated. Bone blades protruded from his elbows, glinting ominously, and the chilling aura he emanated was reminiscent of a deep winter, sending shivers down the spines of those who beheld him. Naruto, you are truly remarkable to have forced me to resort to the heavenly curse seal. Sasuke's voice rasped, sounding utterly different from before. Your chakra is so frigid. You have changed. Naruto, observing this current incarnation of Sasuke, displayed a deep wariness. He understood that Sasuke had completely sacrificed himself to the demon in pursuit of vengeance. In that case, Sasuke, I have no choice but to shatter your legs and break your feet. I will support you for a lifetime. Naruto rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha. Sasuke laughed, perplexed by Naruto's sudden audacity and confidence. I eagerly anticipate you breaking my hands and legs, he taunted, regarding Naruto with a mocking gaze. Without further ado, Naruto closed his eyes, and an orange-red chakra enveloped him, unleashing an overwhelming force. Upon closer inspection, he bore a resemblance to a fox spirit. Though somewhat naive in appearance, the aura he projected was surprisingly on par with Sasuke's. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. He could not comprehend how Naruto, who had always been at the bottom, could now match him, who had activated the heavenly curse seal. The two locked eyes, unleashing their most powerful techniques, Rasengan versus Raikiri. However, unlike before, the potency of their respective moves had surged nearly tenfold. Naruto's Rasengan now radiated a fierce orange hue, brimming with ferocity, while Sasuke's Raikiri flickered with ominous black lightning, a testament to the extreme compression of his lightning chakra. The collision sent shockwaves reverberating throughout the arena. Even the heavens seemed to lament. To protect the spectators, Kenoha had to promptly activate a barrier, isolating them from the chaos. However, Xiao Yun was permitted to enter the barrier. What a ferocious power, Xiao Yun remarked, his eyes fixed intently on the two combatants. Such strength would require his utmost effort to contend with. Amidst the flashes of lightning, the two clashed once more, and in an instant, a tremendous wave of energy radiated from the point of impact, spreading like ripples across the surface of water. The ensuing explosion was deafening, shaking the very ground. And even through the barrier, The audience felt their ears ringing. However, this time, the clash did not emit the blinding light of before. Rather, it occurred in the midst of a waterfall in the Valley of the End, where torrents of water splashed around, forming a curtain. Even from behind the barrier and water screen, the onlookers dared not gaze directly. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 5. Within the water curtain, the two powerful chakras continued their relentless clash, showing no signs of abating. The crowd was bewildered, exchanging glances. Was this truly the Chunin selection exam? Surely, even the most ordinary of jonin would be hard-pressed to match such intensity. Finally, the water curtain shattered, and a figure was hurled out. It was Sasuke. Gasps erupted from the crowd as they beheld Sasuke's pitiful state. One of his wings was missing, his fangs had been removed, and blood flowed relentlessly from his severed wing, painting a harrowing picture. But where was Naruto? Xiaoyun quickly released his chakra to sense Naruto's presence. Suddenly, an unsettling premonition gripped him, disregarding everything else. He leaped towards the location of their recent confrontation. Just then, a Kenoha Chunin barred his path, his Byakugan activated, revealing him as a member of the Hyuga clan. He spoke coolly. Xiaoyun, according to the rules, intervention is only permitted if a combatant's life is in peril. We do not yet know Naruto's condition, so you cannot interfere. Step aside, Xiaoyun shouted furiously. Humph, disrupting the order of the match and disregarding the proctor? It seems you think little of me. Hyuga's lightning hand. Hyuga Wentai, the man retorted indignantly. Curse your third uncle's lightning hand. Xiaoyun bellowed, activating the first gate of the 8 gates, radiating an intimidating aura. Humph, we are all Konoha ninjas. Out of consideration for your eagerness to save him, I shall not impede your path. Hyuga Wentai conceded after a moment of silence. Stepping aside while inwardly cursing, what on earth? Are all the lower ninjas this brave in this round? Xiaoyun dashed into the water curtain, searching frantically. Before long, he spotted a familiar figure. Naruto was impaled by an iron sword, suspended against the rocky wall. Naruto! Xiaoyun cried out in desperation, swiftly extracting the sword and cradling Naruto as he fled the scene. Sasuke, I once believed your heart was kind, merely clouded by hatred. Yet, I never imagined you would turn against your former comrades so ruthlessly. The next battle will be between you and me. If anything happens to Naruto, I will end you. Xiaoyun's voice was icy as he glared at Sasuke. Humph. The precondition is whether you can accomplish that, Sasuke replied, now having reverted from his cursed form. Seated on the ground with his eyes closed, indifferent to Xiaoyun's threat, for the recent battle had not compelled him to reveal all his cards. Without further words, Xiaoyun carried Naruto away from the barrier, heading straight for Tsunade. Upon locking eyes with Tsunade, he immediately employed medical ninjutsu, but despite his efforts, Naruto remained in a critical state, teetering on the brink of death. Tsunade, can't you summon a slug? Perhaps it can help, Xiaoyun urged anxiously. Yes, Tsunade nodded, promptly summoning several small slugs to attach to Naruto's wounds. 5 minutes passed. Lady Tsunade, Naruto's injuries are too severe. We have done all we can. A voice filled with regret echoed, leaving everyone in silence. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted. Chapter 71, Save Naruto. A poignant voice rang out, and the crowd turned to see a striking girl rushing in tears, Sakura Haruno. It's all my fault, all my fault. Sakura cried, collapsing atop Naruto in despair. Sakura, what happened? Xiaoyun asked, perplexed by her distress. I shouldn't have urged Naruto to bring Sasuke back, Sakura sobbed. It turned out that Naruto's relentless determination to rescue Sasuke stemmed not only from genuine friendship, but also from Sakura's heartfelt pleas, which weighed heavily on him. Get away from me, you foolish girl, Xiaoyun cursed, forcefully shoving Sakura aside. Now he understood why her mere presence vexed him so. Despite knowing Sasuke's unwavering resolve to pursue power at all costs, she had still urged Naruto to risk his life attempting to bring Sasuke back. For the sake of her beloved, she disregarded the life of the man who loved her. Naruto Uzumaki, you foolish devotee. For a woman who lacks substance and is of average appearance, you risk everything, even your life. When you awaken, I shall make you pay for your foolishness. But how to save him? Xiaoyun's brow furrowed as he gazed gravely at Naruto, whose breath grew weaker. Even Tsunade, a top-tier medical ninja, seemed at a loss. What to do? With a flick of his cigarette, Xiaoyun anxiously observed Tsunade as she continued to channel chakra into Naruto. This won't do. The chakra I'm supplying is being overwhelmed by the residual chakra of the nine tails within him. If only we could eliminate the Nine-Tails chakra, Tsunade exclaimed, sweat beading on her brow. The chakra of the Nine-Tails? Xiaoyan suddenly had a thought and immediately discarded the cigarette in his hand onto the ground. Tsunade, step aside. Xiaoyan swiftly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, master-servant cooperative synergy technique. No sooner had he finished speaking than Naruto's body trembled, and an orange-red chakra began to manifest on his surface. What kind of secret technique is this? It actually resonates with the Nine-Tails chakra within Naruto, Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment, casting a puzzled glance at Xiaoyan. Before long, Xiaoyan successfully expelled the Nine-Tails chakra from Naruto's body. Fortunately, it went as I anticipated. If Naruto had fallen into slumber, the Nine-Tails would have, too. Otherwise, this technique would have directly utilized the Nine-Tails chakra, making it impossible to eliminate the residual chakra within Naruto. Xiaoyan took a deep breath and lit another cigarette. Tsunade, give it another try, he urged. All right. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Just as Tsunade prepared to channel chakra into Naruto again, she was suddenly overwhelmed by a violent wave of nausea. Ever since her pregnancy, any use of her internal chakra had triggered powerful vomiting. Xiaoyan, filled with concern, gently led Tsunade to a nearby chair, while Shizune continuously patted her back. Approaching Naruto, Xiaoyan employed the Earth Revival technique repeatedly. After 10 minutes of relentless effort, Naruto finally began to open his eyes. Huff! Xiaoyan exhaled in relief, grateful to have revived him. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the sound of an urgent ambulance siren pierced the air. Everyone, step aside. Step aside. A group of medical ninjas in white coats hurried over with a stretcher to carry Naruto away. Xiaoyan looked at them incredulously, thinking, by the time you arrive to save someone, the situation is already dire. Seeing Xiaoyan drenched in sweat, Tsunade, having just ceased her vomiting, approached him to wipe the perspiration from his forehead. Humph, Xiaoyan, cherish your time while you are alive, she remarked. Just then, a cold chuckle echoed from behind them. Turning to look, they saw Samur from the Lightning Village, accompanied by a tall man wearing sunglasses, who bore 8 short blades on his back. Ah, Tsunadeheim. It's been quite some time, and you have grown even more beautiful, the man said with a smile. Killer Bee, what brings you here? Tsunade frowned, clearly apprehensive of his presence. Killer Bee? The 8-Tails Jinchuriki? Xiaoyan was astonished to encounter him. I came to see what kind of man could make you willingly bear his child, Killer Bee declared, scrutinizing Xiaoyan with a look of admiration. Indeed, quite handsome, possessing great charm and masculinity, with boundless potential, a true gem among men. Bakayuru, Samur, let us go. Humph. Xiaoyan, make the most of your time with your women. Samur shot a cold glare at Xiaoyan before they departed. Hey, Xiaoyan, why does that Samur hold such animosity towards you? Tsunade asked, puzzled. Who knows? Perhaps he is envious of my looks and strength, Xiaoyan replied confidently. Shameless, Tsunade scoffed at him. Tsunade, according to the current ranking, I am in 4th place, while Samur is 1st. He has the right to challenge any opponent, and I suspect he will choose me. Therefore, I want to be able to accompany you in the coming days, Xiaoyan stated seriously. I believe in you. Yun, you will surely defeat Samur, Tsunade nodded, leaning into his embrace. Rest assured, I will not allow anyone to demean my woman. She can only be treated with respect by me, Xiaoyan asserted firmly. Tsunade looked up at him, and rather than being offended by his playful words, her eyes sparkled with happiness. Yun, please stay with me tonight, Tsunade said, her voice filled with emotion. Stay with you? No, that would be tormenting me, Xiaoyan replied, looking at her helplessly. Didn't you say there are many ways to solve a problem? Let me show you, Tsunade teased, her cheeks flushed with shyness, fully aware of the challenges a man faces when his partner is pregnant. Really? Xiaoyan exclaimed with delight. Tsunade's face turned crimson, surprised that she could utter such shameless words. As night fell, unable to resist the allure of the enchanting woman before him, Xiaoyan embraced her tightly. The next day, with a heart full of gratitude, Xiaoyan departed from Tsunade, acknowledging her impressive skills. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the training grounds. Upon seeing him, Might Guy and Rock Lee stood up. Isn't it strange, Guy-sensei? Just a moment ago, the weather was fine, and now it's cloudy. I need to rush home to collect my clothes, Lee said, staring earnestly at the clear sky before dashing off. Guy-sensei, it seems I can only train with you, Xiaoyan said, offering a warm smile. Might Guy's lips twitched uncontrollably before he forced a grin. Xiaoyan, I admire your spirit. This is what it means to burn with youth. Unlike Lee, who only ignites his youth at the izakaya under the moonlight. Let us burn with youth together. With that, Might Guy launched into a series of youthful punches. Oh no, my back, he exclaimed. Xiao Yun, come help me. Xiao Yun. Chapter 72. The Red Sunset Under the Blazing Sun. Xiao Yun took a deep breath and executed a series of martial arts moves with fervor. After completing his warm-up, he proceeded to utilize all the wood release techniques he had mastered, one after another. Of course, excluding the most powerful technique, which should be accurately referred to as the firewood thunder killing technique. Having absorbed the thunderwind in lightning from Samura's body, this technique now boasted explosive lightning properties, tripling its previous power. Moreover, after unlocking the third gate of the 8 gates, Xiao Yun experienced a significant boost in his chakra reserves, allowing him to unleash techniques without relying on Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra. However, it would consume half of his total chakra and had a cooldown period of 5 days between uses. Xiao Yun, look who's here. Suddenly, Might Guy's voice called out. Xiao Yun turned to see him approaching, accompanied by Kakashi. To Xiao Yun's surprise, they were joined by a beautiful woman exuding a mature charm. Yuhi Kurenai. Xiao Yun. Samur has exercised his right as the top-ranked challenger to face you in a duel 7 days from now, Kakashi stated with a serious expression. I suspected as much. Xiao Yun nodded, finding it to be expected. However, it perplexes me that Samur harbors such deep animosity towards you, insisting on a life-and-death duel. Even the Reikage could not dissuade him. Xiao Yun, have you wronged him in some way? A gentle voice inquired, belonging to Kurenai, Tsunade's closest friend. I am not quite sure. Xiao Yun shook his head, feeling guilty. He couldn't very well reveal that he had taken his future wife's first blood, abducted her, and seized the thunderwind in lightning that rightfully belonged to Samur. Kakashi sighed heavily. Regardless, in the coming days, I, Kurenai, and Might Guy will oversee your training. I will focus on lightning release techniques, Guy will handle physical combat, and Kurenai will address Jinjutsu countermeasures. Wait, Kakashi-sensei, why do I need to learn Jinjutsu countermeasures? Xiao Yun inquired. Unbeknownst to many, Samui is not only a rare talent in lightning release, but also a master of illusion techniques. It is imperative that you prepare thoroughly. Curiously, this information was divulged to us by Samui from the village of the lightning. Kakashi could not fathom why Samui would share such vital intelligence with Kenoha. It made little sense. Meanwhile, Yugao, standing nearby, wore a contemplative expression. Her gaze towards Xiao Yun tinged with intrigue. It was indeed as Samui had said. Xiao Yun appeared to understand completely. That afternoon, due to an unexpected obligation, Kakashi was unavailable, and Guy, suffering from back pain, left Yugao to lead the illusion resistance training. Yugao-sensei, shall we begin? Xiao Yun exclaimed impatiently, eager to commence without delay, knowing that the outcome of the duel held dire consequences for Tsunade. Patience. Before we start, I have a question for you, Yugao said, her lovely face taking on a serious demeanor. What is it? Please ask. I shall speak freely, Xiao Yun replied with utmost respect. What is your relationship with Samui? Yugao inquired directly. Xiao Yun was taken aback. He never anticipated that Yugao would pose such a question. We have only met a few times. What could there be? He stammered. Though Xiao Yun possessed remarkable composure, even in front of a formidable ninja like Tsunade, he felt a twinge of anxiety before this woman, especially under the scrutiny of her ruby-like wise eyes. Xiao Yun, you may deceive Tsunade, but you cannot deceive me. I have seen the way she speaks of you, the glimmer in her eyes, the blush upon her cheeks. I can say with absolute certainty that you have been intimate with her, and not merely once, Yugao remarked, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she confidently regarded Xiao Yun. A wave of disbelief washed over Xiao Yun. How astutely observant this woman was. Will you tell Tsunade? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. That depends on your conduct, Yugao replied, a hint of mischief in her expression. Depends on my conduct? What do you mean? Xiao Yun questioned, perplexed. Let's focus on learning illusion techniques for now. I will reveal what you need to do later, Yugao instructed. Xiao Yun was bewildered. He had only met this woman twice, and yet she had him firmly in her grasp. Alas, Asuma, you truly found a remarkable wife, he thought. Very well. Whatever you ask of me, I shall endeavor without hesitation, Xiao Yun declared, fearful that Yugao might divulge his indiscretions to Tsunade, whose explosive temper could lead to severe consequences. Yugao laughed softly, a serene bloom amidst the chaos, her beauty unlike that of Tsunade or Samui, possessing a tranquil allure that only grew more captivating with each glance. Do you charm every woman like this? She teased. Not at all. I reserve such flattery solely for you, Yugao-sensei. With Tsunade and Samui, I take a more forceful approach. Xiaoyun chuckled, inwardly amused at his own audacity. Should you dare to jest, I might just inform Tsunade and let her deal with you, Yugao said with a playful smile. Now, let us begin our lessons in illusion. Indeed, Xiaoyun replied earnestly. Tell me your understanding of illusion techniques, Yugao prompted. Illusion is an attack on the five senses of the enemy, ensnaring them in a world of deception. A skilled illusionist can manipulate the flow of chakra within an enemy's brain, a combat style that demands extraordinary intellect, Xiaoyun explained confidently. Correct. But that is merely a foundational understanding. Many powerful illusions transcend ordinary logic, such as those of the Uchiha clan and the Arima clan, which are far more formidable than you can imagine. Listen closely, Yugao elaborated. Xiaoyun was rapt, astonished to learn that the illusions in the world of ninjas were far more enigmatic than he had ever thought. Chapter 73, Under Yugao's Duress in the Forest. Xiaoyun gazed incredulously at Yugao, who revealed herself to be the last remaining ninja of the Arima clan. It is well known that when it comes to illusions, the Uchiha clan reigns supreme. However, there exists a clan whose innate talent in illusions rivals, if not surpasses, that of the Uchiha, namely, the Arima clan. Unlike the Uchiha, who require the Sharingan to execute their techniques, the Arima are born with an exceptional affinity for illusion. Their methods of casting jutsu are unpredictable, often ensnaring foes before they even realize it, rendering them extraordinarily formidable. Regrettably, despite their innate prowess, the Arima clan suffered from physical frailty, unable to withstand the mental backlash of their own abilities. Within a few decades, the clan vanished from the ninja world, their fearsome reputation fading into obscurity. It is truly astonishing that Yugao hails from the Arima clan. Xiaoyun, there are 9 levels of illusion techniques. It is said that upon reaching the 9th level, one can open a passage connecting the world of illusions with the realm of reality, Yugao stated earnestly. Xiaoyun was once again taken aback. A passage connecting the worlds? Are you suggesting we are to embark on a journey of spiritual cultivation? This is absurd. After a brief moment of shock, a look of confusion crossed Xiaoyun's face as he asked, Yugao-sensei, if I recall correctly, we have only met twice, and during our last encounter, we scarcely spoke. Why share all this with me? Yugao appeared to be a mature and composed woman, and it is a cardinal sin among ninjas to speak too freely with those they do not know well, even if they are fellow Leaf Village ninjas. A gentle breeze tousled Yugao's hair, adding an alluring chaos to her beauty, her eyes reflecting a hint of wistfulness and sorrow, reminiscent of a woman after passion, inviting an undeniable impulse to draw closer. This is what I require of you. There is a legend in my clan of a divine tree in the realm of illusions, bearing fruits of illusion. Consuming one would alter the very essence of the Arima, Yugao asserted. Fruits of illusion? Xiaoyun furrowed his brow. Indeed, my father had attained a near 9th level of illusion mastery, yet in his selflessness, he forcibly opened the passage connecting the 2 realms. Although many years have passed, I still believe my father lives, Yugao said, her eyes filled with hope as she regarded Xiaoyun. And then, Xiaoyun inquired, perplexed. I wish for you to focus on mastering illusion techniques to assist me in rescuing my father, Yugao stated earnestly. Mastering illusions? But I possess a talent for wood release. Furthermore, as far as I know, mastering illusions requires a unique chakra affinity, which I lack, Xiaoyun replied, exasperated. That is of no concern. I possess what you need. I can provide it to you, Yugao replied, producing a red object from her pocket that resembled an apple. What is that? Xiaoyun questioned, eyeing the item with curiosity. This is the fruit of illusion, the sacred fruit of the Arima clan. Consuming it grants the ability to wield illusion chakra to those who lack it, while enhancing the chakra of those who already possess it, Yugao explained with a smile. Wait, Yugao, as the saying goes, it is better to rely on oneself than on others. Why not consume it yourself? Xiaoyun asked, having learned long ago that nothing of value comes without effort, and that one must be wary of easy gains. The setting sun cast a warm glow as Xianghong smiled gently, stating, my physical form is too frail to withstand the mental backlash from consuming the sacred fruit. Moreover, my innate talents are limited, even if I were to partake. I could not possibly cultivate to the 9th level of illusion. I see, Xiaoyun nodded, contemplating further. However, he hesitated to consume it, as he had only met Xianghong twice, leaving him uncertain of her veracity. You don't have the luxury of time to deliberate. I can sense my father's vitality waning. You must consume it now, Xianghong exclaimed, her face etched with urgency as she brought the sacred fruit to Xiao Yun's lips, nearly feeding it to him. I must be allowed time to consider. Changing my primary path is a significant decision. Besides, there are many talented individuals. Why choose me? Why not have Asuma partake instead? Xiao Yun gazed at Xianghong in disbelief. He cannot, unlike you, whose body and spirit are remarkably resilient. I witnessed your battle with Sasuke. You effortlessly dispelled the illusion of the Sharingan. In that moment, I knew you were the one I sought. Enough of this. Will you eat or not? I will not. Are you certain? Not even a morsel? Neither falsehood nor truth shall I consume. Very well, Xianghong replied 3 times, her eyes suddenly flashing with resolve. She then placed her jade-like hands on her garment, and with a swift motion, her clothing fell away, revealing her exquisite form before Xiao Yun. Xianghong, this is inappropriate. Xiao Yun is assaulting me. Someone help. Before Xiao Yun could utter a word, Xianghong screamed. Goodness! Xiao Yun was taken aback, unable to fathom that the seemingly gentle Xianghong would resort to such antics. I will ask you once more, will you eat it? Wait, someone help. Xiao Yun has stripped me bare. Stop, Xiao Yun. My cycle has just ended. I am still in a vulnerable state. I beg you stop. If it comes to it, I could fetch you protection. I will eat it. Xiao Yun seized the sacred fruit from Xianghong's hand and swallowed it whole. Now this is the obedient child my teacher appreciates, Xianghong remarked, donning her clothes once more and returning to her composed demeanor. Her gaze toward Xiao Yun imbued with a kind smile. Xiao Yun stared at her in disbelief, unable to reconcile how Xianghong could utter such phrases about vulnerability and protection. Thank goodness no one witnessed this. Otherwise, I would surely be at a loss for words. All right, Xiao Yun, the sacred fruit requires time to assimilate. Now, allow me to instruct you on countering illusions, Xianghong cheerfully stated, exuding a sense of triumph. How true it is that the more beautiful the woman, the more perilous she can be. As the gentle breeze stirred, Xianghong appeared even more enchanting under the setting sun. Her lips moved slightly, stirring emotions within Xiao Yun. Suddenly, Xianghong formed hand seals. Boom! Xiao Yun felt a surge in his mind, and the scenery before him blurred until he found himself in a solemn hall, seemingly bound to a crucifix, clad in nothing but his undergarments. An illusion. This must be the illusion Xianghong has cast upon me. Stay calm. Remain composed. Xiao Yun urged himself, striving to recall the details from when he fell victim to Sasuke's Sharingan. At that moment, a woman appeared, no longer clad in ninja attire but adorned in a tight-fitting police uniform, straining at the seams. She held a whip and a candle, advancing toward Xiao Yun with a benevolent smile, swinging the whip and producing sharp cracks in the air. Xiao Yun's heart raced. Could it be that Xianghong was truly? This woman is rather extravagant in her methods. This is an illusion. This is merely an illusion. He reminded himself repeatedly. In the real world, Kakashi, having completed his tasks, found Xiao Yun. Why is he bleeding from his nose? Xiao Yun is encountering illusions for the first time. Take care. Kakashi cautioned Xianghong. I know my limits, Xianghong replied with a slight smile, concealing her true thoughts about Xiao Yun's entanglement with another woman. In the world of illusion. As Xianghong approached, Xiao Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. Xianghong, eye crack. Xiao Yun let out a cry as the whip struck him. Xianghong, you truly mean to follow through. Despite this being an illusion, the pain was all too real. Crack, crack, crack. The whip left deep welts across Xiao Yun's pale abdomen, blood seeping from the wounds. In the real world, Xiao Yun howled in agony, writhing on the ground, prompting Kakashi's concern. Is she taking this too far? Please. No more candles. Xiao Yun pleaded. I shut tight. Candles? Kakashi's one eye widened in disbelief as he turned to Xianghong. What on earth are you doing? In the realm of illusion, Xianghong smiled gently, allowing the wax to drip onto Xiao Yun's wounds. I detest unfaithful men, and this is for Tsunade. Enjoy it as penance. Xianghong, you sadist. Xiao Yun shouted. Suddenly his eyes glimmered with a violet hue, more dazzling than during his confrontation with Sasuke. Roar! Xiao Yun unleashed a primal scream, summoning all his strength to break free from his bindings. The ropes snapped with a loud crack. Xiao Yun freed himself, leaving Xianghong in awe as joy illuminated her face. He had absorbed the sacred fruit and acquired the chakra of illusion, an achievement rare even among the Onma clan. Indeed, you possess the talent for illusions. Xianghong, this is excessive. You may not slander my dignity in this manner. The bindings, the lashes, the candles. Xiaoyun bellowed. How could that be? I am earnestly helping you practice illusions. A strict teacher yields a skilled student. Xianghong feigned innocence. Enough with your lofty ideals. Xiaoyun retorted, thoroughly exasperated with her antics. Seizing the opportunity while Xianghong was distracted, Xiaoyun lunged toward her. Ah! Xianghong exclaimed in surprise. Within the illusion, a scene unfolded that many men would yearn to witness. In reality, Xianghong's face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "Oh my!" Kakashi, bewildered, questioned, "What is happening?" Yet, at the final moment, Xiaoyun halted, merely wishing to impart a lesson to Xianghong. Mirror, shift, and reveal. Xianghong hastily dispelled the illusion, gazing at Xiaoyun with a mix of indignation and embarrassment. Xiaoyun, however, was too preoccupied with the throbbing pain coursing through him to notice her ire. "Hey Xianghong, where are you going?" Kakashi asked, puzzled by her swift departure. Xianghong ignored him, hastening her steps as she needed to return home to change. That wretched Xiaoyun. I must inform Tsunade. Tears of shame flowed from her eyes. Yet, upon reaching Tsunade's door, Xianghong paused. What exactly am I to tell her? Should I confess that I was just violated during the illusion I cast upon Xiaoyun? At a critical moment, he too came to a halt, infuriatingly. The composed Yuhi Kurenai departed silently, tears glistening in her eyes, murmuring, "Xiaoyun, if you do not rescue my father, I shall confront you with all my might." The autumn breeze swept by, and Kurenai felt a chill below her waist. She decided to return home and change into dry pants first. "Xiaoyun, what just happened?" Kakashi inquired, his gaze fixed quizzically on Xiaoyun. "Nothing much. I was merely sparring with Teacher Kurenai in the illusionary realm," Xiaoyun replied seriously. Teacher Kurenai is exceptionally skilled in Jinjutsu and is both stern and responsible. She is truly an exemplary teacher. As the pain gradually subsided, Xiaoyun continued, "Indeed, Kurenai is a master of illusionary techniques. You should learn from her diligently. The day is drawing to a close. Rest well tonight, and I shall accompany you for training tomorrow." With that, Kakashi took his leave. That night, as Xiaoyun lay in bed, he repeatedly recalled the events of the day, feeling he might have overstepped, especially considering Kurenai's close ties to Tsunade. This introspection filled him with guilt. I must find an opportunity to apologize to her. Yet, how could he possibly express his regret? Should I say, "I'm sorry for what I did to you"? He shook his head. After all, he had not truly harmed her. Even if he had, it was merely an ephemeral illusion. At worst, it could be deemed an unsuccessful endeavor, and besides, he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by her. As he contemplated this, Xiaoyun suddenly felt a twinge of pain, causing his guilt to dissipate. On another note, he realized that his eyes had undergone peculiar changes. Ever since consuming that sacred fruit, he seemed able to manipulate his violet eyes at will. Previously, transforming his eyes to violet had been a challenge, but now, a mere thought sufficed, and his visual acuity appeared to have increased manifold. More astonishingly, he could faintly perceive the flow of chakra within a human body. Kurenai had indeed bestowed upon him a remarkable gift. This realization rekindled a flicker of guilt within him. Ultimately, he resolved to diligently train in Jinjutsu, striving to rescue her father as soon as possible, which would alleviate his sense of remorse. Then there was Asuma. The thought of him reignited a profound sense of guilt. But in the original story, Asuma is killed by Danzo, right? If I managed to save him, it could serve as my redemption. This thought lightened his burden somewhat. However, he soon recognized that the world of Naruto he had entered diverged significantly from the original narrative. What if Asuma met his demise at the hands of another? The insidious guilt surged once more. "It's all right. I can look after his wife," he thought, only to find the phrase sounded peculiar, and guilt returned anew. Eventually, Xiaoyun succumbed to a deep slumber, wrestling with his inner turmoil. Chapter 75. Confrontation with Kakashi, perhaps due to the strenuous training in recent days or the emotional turmoil of the previous night, Xiaoyun slept for a full 24 hours. Upon awakening, he gazed at the myriad stars, lost in contemplation. Had he truly only slept for a brief moment? At that moment, a striking beauty stood before him. Her face etched with anger, Tsunade. Seeing her, Xiaoyun's heart sank. recalling all that transpired with Kurenai the day before. Had Kurenai informed her? "Tsunade, what brings you here?" he asked, his voice tinged with guilt. "I came to see if you were still alive," Tsunade replied curtly. Panic washed over him. Surely, Kurenai must have said something. What was he to do? "Tsunade. Before he could finish, Tsunade placed a finger over his lips and nestled her head gently against his chest. "Yun, please don't push yourself so hard. You shouldn't engage in such intense Jinjutsu battles with Kurenai right from the start. It could damage your nerves. Do you realize you've slept an entire day and night?" Tsunade's tone was tender yet reproachful. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Yun felt a weight lift from his chest. Thankfully, Kurenai hadn't spoken out of turn, or he would have faced dire consequences. As he looked at Tsunade, guilt crept back in, akin to any man who is straight. From now on, aside from Samui and Tsunade, I shall not entangle myself with any other women. He vowed silently. Just as he contemplated asking Tsunade to showcase her formidable skills once more, a series of coughs echoed from outside the door. It sounded like Kakashi. "Damn that one-eyed ninja," Xiao Yun muttered, reluctantly parting from Tsunade. Under the moonlight, Kakashi regarded Xiao Yun with a calm demeanor, while Xiao Yun exhibited signs of nervousness. Facing the legendary copy ninja, Xiao Yun, unleash your full potential against Kakashi. He is far more formidable than you might expect, Tsunade encouraged. "Come on, Xiao Yun. Give it your all. I wish to see your limits," Kakashi urged. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. He too was eager to discover the extent of his abilities. It wasn't arrogance. After witnessing the battle between Sasuke and Naruto, Xiao Yun felt certain that, although Sasuke had yet to reveal his full strength, he was no match for him. This meant that among the lower-ranked ninjas, few could rival him, making Kakashi the ideal opponent for assessment. Thus, Xiao Yun declared, "Forgive me, Kakashi-sensei. I will now open the second gate of the 8 gates." Instantly, his body surged with energy, enveloped in a green aura that resembled a blazing flame. Upon closer inspection, the green flames flickered with purple currents, crackling ominously. And even more remarkably, Xiao Yun's eyes radiated an enchanting violet glow, presenting an eerie spectacle. "Impressive," Kakashi exclaimed, taken aback. Such power suggested that, not only among the lower ranks, but even among the middle ranks, few ninjas could hope to defeat him. "Kakashi-sensei, I cannot maintain this state for long, so I will unleash my full strength in our upcoming attack. Please be cautious," Xiao Yun stated earnestly. "All right, let us proceed," Kakashi nodded. A glimmer of excitement flashing in his eye. Guiding such a prodigy was indeed an exhilarating prospect. "I'm coming. Prepare yourself," Xiao Yun shouted, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, racing towards Kakashi with a sound akin to the friction of air at incredible speed. "How fast?" Kakashi gasped in surprise. "Earth release, earth wall." Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, his speed so quick it was nearly imperceptible. With a thunderous crash, a formidable earthen wall rose from the ground, directly in Xiao Yun's path. "Break!" Xiao Yun charged forward fearlessly, delivering a punch that shattered the wall. What incredible strength! Kakashi marveled, recalling his own encounters with Might Guy when he had just unlocked the second gate. The difference between them was like night and day. "Might Guy, you indeed chose an exceptional disciple. Would release, tree binding, eternal burial." Since unlocking the third gate, Xiao Yun was able to execute tree binding eternal burial and would clone without hand seals, achieving instantaneous activation. Remarkable. He doesn't even require hand seals. Kakashi observed with admiration, unperturbed by the wooden restraints encircling him. "Xiao Yun, showcase your true abilities. Do not let this harm me," Kakashi jested, casting a playful glance at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun merely smiled faintly, fully aware that he did not expect this rudimentary wood-release technique to pose any challenge to a master like Kakashi. Prepare to be astonished. Thunderstorm Shadow Lightning. With a resounding shout, Xiao Yun seized a nearby wooden stick, unleashing a surge of violet electricity that coursed through the stick and directly into Kakashi's body. Kakashi's single eye widened in disbelief as he felt the purple current envelop him. Is this lightning release chakra? No, this is far beyond ordinary lightning release chakra. The destructive force it harbors is astonishing. Even I sense a hint of threat. Lightning release, lightning cutter. In an instant, Kakashi's body shimmered with arcs of lightning, the vines entwined around him severing in a flash. Now, Xiao Yun invoked the wood release, little wood dragon technique, unleashing a small wooden dragon that roared as it charged towards Kakashi. At that moment, Xiao Yun transformed, sprouting 10 wooden hands from his back. A formidable presence emerging as he and the dragon executed a coordinated assault. Is this a diluted version of my grandfather's 1,000 hands? Tsunade gasped in awe, her eyes sparkling as she beheld Xiao Yun's prowess. It was remarkable how far he had come in such a short time. With ample time, he would undoubtedly surpass even her grandfather. I must ensure that I bear his children. Only then can I secure his heart. Once the child is born, I will devote myself to nurturing him, cooking delectable meals, and steering clear of alcohol and gambling, which Xiao Yun detests. Then, I shall bear him more children, keeping him firmly within my grasp, making it unthinkable for other women to approach him. With this thought, Tsunade caressed her abdomen, a radiant smile illuminating her exquisite visage. In an instant, the wooden dragon and Xiao Yun's 10 hands surged towards Kakashi. Chapter 76. The astonished Kakashi in the shadows. Numerous pairs of eyes were intently focused on this battle, eager to discern Xiao Yun's current limits. Who would have imagined that this young man could grow to such heights in such a brief period? Yumi, Baijia, once the lower ninja selection exam concludes, I expect you to employ any means necessary, seduction, drugs, coercion, to ensure you conceive Xiao Yun's child. You two possess the purest Otsutsuki bloodlines among the Hyuga clan, do you understand? Hinata Hayashi's once clouded white eyes now gleamed with an insatiable greed as he regarded Xiao Yun. Alas, the heavens are blind. If only I were a woman, I would not need to trouble others. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, the two women blushed, especially Hinata Baijia, who was already coerced into marrying Xiao Yun. Now, she was to force herself upon him. This was beyond her capabilities. My guy, you have trained Xiao Yun well. Continue to support him daily to cultivate him into a pillar for our Kenoha village, the third Hokage remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Guy's mouth twitched involuntarily at the praise. Huh, Samui, shouldn't you be delighted at Xiao Yun's strength? Why do you appear as though you've lost your spouse? Guy redirected the conversation, noticing Samui's somber demeanor. The third Hokage and Samui exchanged glances, speechless at Guy's social ineptitude. If Xiao Yun possessed only this level of strength, he likely would still fall short against Samui, Samui's eyes revealing profound concern for Xiao Yun. The third Hokage and Guy frowned. An average Jonin possessed no greater prowess. Yet he was still not a match for Samui. What manner of monster is this? Danzo mused in the shadows, his tongue lapping at his face. Drool pooling on the ground. Orochimaru, I warn you, you may act against anyone in Kenoha, but not him. Should you dare undermine the third Hokage's plans, you will face dire consequences. I hold a keen interest solely in the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru replied with a smirk. The fourth Raikage, Killer Bee. And Samui silently observed Xiao Yun. Except for Samui, who occasionally scoffed in disdain, the others remained inscrutable. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun, amidst the thunderous clash, charged towards Kakashi. Delivering a powerful punch. Crackle. Xiao Yun gasped. Is that a lightning release clone? Kakashi vanished in a brilliant blue flash upon being struck. With swift precision, 3 kunai, each laced with explosive tags, hurtled toward Xiao Yun from 3 directions at strange angles. Xiao Yun's eyes glimmered with purple light as he discerned the true nature of the attack. Although the kunai were bound with explosive tags, the true lethal component lay in the nearly invisible wires attached to their tails. This is the Uchiha's windmill triple blade. It mirrored the technique used by Sasuke that fateful day, yet Kakashi's extensive combat experience rendered him far more formidable. He had rigged the explosive tags to force Xiao Yun into an unfavorable position. If Xiao Yun leaped away, Kakashi would ensnare him with the Uchiha's technique, striking swiftly with lightning cutter to conclude the battle. Conversely, should he remain, he would endure the explosion's impact, significantly diminishing his combat capabilities, facilitating a decisive strike thereafter. Cunning indeed. Yet Xiao Yun was not easily trifled with. In a mere moment, he reacted, forming hand seals and proclaiming, would release, multiple shuriken technique. Suddenly, wooden stakes erupted from the ground, launching 3 shuriken that accurately struck the tail ends of the approaching kunai. Xiao Yun commanded the 3 wooden shuriken to soar towards a nearby thicket with impeccable chakra control. What remarkable chakra manipulation! Kakashi felt a wave of exhilaration. Such a technique would be nearly lethal for a lower ninja, yet Xiao Yun had deftly countered it. Not only that, he returned the attack with a taste of its own medicine, as the kunai hurled at him now veered back towards Kakashi. A flicker of excitement crossed Kakashi's face. It had been years since he had truly engaged in combat, and today, a mere lower ninja had rekindled his desire to fight. Very well, Kakashi slowly removed his forehead protector, revealing his long-dormant Sharingan. Go! He hurled 3 additional kunai. Clang, clang, clang. The kunai, bound with explosive tags, embedded themselves in the trees, followed by 3 deafening explosions that sent clouds of smoke billowing forth. Water release, water barrier. Water release, water dragon bullet. Kakashi executed 2 water release techniques. The water barrier ensnaring Xiao Yun, while the water dragon roared towards him, ready to tear him apart. Yet, that was not the end. Kakashi unleashed another lightning release, using the water's conductivity to continually paralyze Xiao Yun's body. The onlookers furrowed their brows. Kakashi was taking things too far, relentlessly assaulting Xiao Yun. Tsunade could no longer restrain herself, her heart aching for her man, who had only recently begun his training. How could he withstand such relentless punishment? Especially with that lightning release. If it caused any harm, how could she bear him more children in the future? Tsunade, remain calm. A tall figure intervened, restraining her. Jiraiya. Jiraiya? Why are you stopping me? Tsunade glared fiercely. Rest assured, Kakashi has it under control. This minor lightning technique will not incapacitate your man. Just observe closely. Jiraiya remarked with a smile. Indeed, although Xiao Yun at the center of the water technique was jolted by the electric current, he quickly regained his composure. This meager voltage pales in comparison to the incident of rescuing Samui. It's hardly worth mentioning. However, this water technique was quite troublesome, entrapping him in the center, rendering his impressive skills and strength seemingly ineffective, as if striking against cotton. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to unleash his most formidable power. The third gate of the 8 gates, the life gate, is now open. A surge of tremendous force erupted from the ground, and Xiao Yun's expression twisted into a fierce snarl, his hair standing on end, forming a unique silhouette, the green aura surrounding him deepening, while the purple in his eyes became even more dazzling. The water pit created by the water technique around him vanished in an instant. Such exaggerated power, Kakashi thought, his eyes wide in disbelief. Is this truly the strength of a mere genin? Is he still a genin? Kakashi-sensei, prepare yourself for my ultimate move, which I call the true 10 hands of the 8 gates. Xiao Yun's voice deepened to a terrifying growl, reminiscent of a primordial beast. With a thunderous boom, a total of 12 hands, including Xiao Yun's own, relentlessly assaulted Kakashi. In but a moment, Xiao Yun sensed something amiss. It felt as though he were striking against cotton. What is this? His eyes widened in surprise as he realized Kakashi had encircled himself with a water barrier. One must acknowledge Kakashi's vast combat experience. However, a cunning glint sparkled in Xiao Yun's eyes. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant purple light flickered within his gaze as he fixated intently on Kakashi. Boom. Kakashi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his mind churning with turmoil. This is the red eyes mirror technique. This guy learned the sunset red Jinjutsu in a single day. Truly a prodigy. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, dispelling the illusion in an instant. Now's the time. 1,000 years of pain. A wood-release clone of Xiao Yun lunged straight for Kakashi's rear. A shiver ran through the onlookers, especially Samui, who had previously lost her composure to this very technique. To think Xiao Yun could employ such a tactic against men, it was utterly revolting. If this were to land, and Xiao Yun didn't soak his hands in disinfectant for 2 days, I would never allow him to touch me again. Tsunade shared similar sentiments. Her exquisite face was furrowed in disapproval, finding Xiao Yun's actions utterly distasteful. In an instant, Kakashi's form transformed into a puddle of mud, followed by hands emerging from the earth, seizing Xiao Yun's would-release clone and sending it flying with a swift kick. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, observing Kakashi's ever-evolving ninjutsu. He truly lived up to his reputation as the copy ninja. All right, let us call it a day, Xiao Yun, Kakashi suddenly declared. Xiao Yun stood in bewilderment. What was happening? He hadn't even had his fill of combat yet, and they were calling it quits? Indeed, Xiao Yun, today's match concludes here, Tsunade echoed, raising her voice. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yun comprehended their intentions. They feared that the process of his battle might be observed by prying eyes, risking the exposure of their secrets. However, they were unaware that he deliberately fought for those very observers, particularly for Samui's sake. His prowess would undoubtedly astonish her later. As the crowd dispersed, Tsunade wished to stay and accompany Xiao Yun, but her pregnancy was causing her considerable discomfort, leading Xiao Yun to escort her home. He had intended to linger for the night, hoping to experience Tsunade's somewhat unrefined martial arts. But just then, Tsunade's mentor, Tsunade, approached. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Xiao Yun inquired, his gaze betraying a hint of panic and guilt. "Where is Tsunade?" Tsunade asked coldly, entering the room without waiting for a response. "She is bathing." Xiao Yun replied weakly. "Are you planning to leave?" Tsunade questioned, eyeing him with suspicion. "Weren't you here to keep her company?" "I'll be on my way," Xiao Yun stated. "Humph. I see it's Tsunade's pregnancy that has you flustered, rushing back to find that Samui," Tsunade retorted with a disdainful laugh. "Teacher, I was in the wrong yesterday. I implore your forgiveness," Xiao Yun said with a rueful smile. "That was not merely a mistake. That was criminal." Tsunade glared at him, her anger palpable, illuminated by the moonlight. "Teacher, you cannot place all the blame on me. You were in the Jinjutsu, adorned in police attire, wielding a whip and candles. I was merely acting in self-defense," Xiao Yun protested, his expression earnest. "Listen well, Xiao Yun, this matter is not over. If you do not diligently train in Jinjutsu to rescue my father, I will expose all the disgraceful acts you've committed," Tsunade declared vehemently. "Rest assured, your father is like my own. I shall do everything in my power to rescue him," Xiao Yun responded with utmost sincerity. "That is more like it." "Wait, what do you mean by my father is your father? Who is your father?" "Nonsense." Tsunade's cheeks flushed as she realized the implications of his words, leaving Xiao Yun momentarily entranced by her mature and alluring beauty. What a captivating woman. Her figure, her aura, the way she moved, alas. He had vowed not to pursue other women. Otherwise, he might find himself in quite the predicament. Feeling Xiao Yun's intense gaze, Tsunade's cheeks deepened in hue. But for some reason, even when Asuma looked at her that way, she felt a wave of distaste. Yet, when Xiao Yun regarded her thus, a flicker of delight and pride ignited within her, almost wishing for him to take further action. No, this cannot be. Her best friend was pregnant with Xiao Yun's child, and she was already with Asuma. Such thoughts were utterly forbidden. "Xiao Yun, I am your teacher. Please show some respect," Tsunade bit back, suppressing her emotions. Her face adorned with an icy demeanor, though the blush remained. The perfect blend of aloofness and shyness left Xiao Yun momentarily stunned. It was utterly intoxicating. "I mustn't look. I cannot afford to make another mistake." "Are you still staring?" Tsunade asked, her voice tinged with urgency. "Is it a crime to admire such beauty?" Xiao Yun instinctively replied, only to regret his words immediately. "Why must my mouth be so reckless? Is that so? Am I beautiful? How do I compare to your Tsunade?" Tsunade, flattered by Xiao Yun's compliment, found her competitive spirit awakened, unable to resist comparing herself with Tsunade. Xiao Yun pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "Both of you possess unique charms, but if I were to rate, Tsunade would be a perfect score of 100, while you would receive 99. "Why?" Tsunade's eyes narrowed, irritation flaring within her. "What gives you the right to deduct a point?" "Because Tsunade is carrying my child. If you were to carry my child, I would gladly add that point back," Xiao Yun spoke candidly. Tsunade, both embarrassed and furious, realized he was brazenly teasing her. "Ha ha." Xiao Yun laughed heartily. No wonder men enjoy teasing beautiful women. This sensation was exhilarating. "Very well, it's merely pregnancy. I would offer it to you. Do you dare accept?" Tsunade challenged, placing her alabaster arm over Xiao Yun's shoulder. "I." Xiao Yun was at a loss for words. "Dare you? If you dare, let us go to a room now." "Teacher, this is my first time." The enchanting sunset, with an alluring glance, moved closer to Xiao Yun, her soft red lips almost touching him, and the intoxicating fragrance made him feel dizzy. "Teacher, please don't," Xiao Yun stammered, bewildered by the unexpected side of the seemingly mature and virtuous sunset. "Is it fear or desire?" The sunset inquired again, her lips parting slightly. "I want to, but I can't. I have already disappointed Tsunade once. I cannot do so again," Xiao Yun replied with utmost honesty. "Goodness, I need to get out of here." He hastily withdrew, gasping as he left. Chapter 78. Xiao Yun's illusionary talent. Watching Xiao Yun retreat in a flurry, the sunset could not help but chuckle. "Compete with me? Humph, you're still too inexperienced." However, she pondered why she had just behaved like a woman of the household. Her former self would never have acted this way. "Hey home, why are you standing at the door? Did you see Xiao Yun?" Tsunade emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, resembling a beautiful lotus flower. "He left," the sunset replied. That jerk. He didn't even say goodbye. Tsunade expressed her dissatisfaction. Hong, I've realized something, she continued. What is it? The sunset inquired. It seems you've completely forgotten about Dan and have fallen for Xiao Yun, haven't you? She teased with a gentle smile. One cannot always dwell in the past. Yes, I have fallen for Xiao Yun. He is handsome, powerful, and willing to fight for me. What woman wouldn't be drawn to such a man? Tsunade's eyes sparkled with joy, her happiness evident. For reasons unknown, a tinge of jealousy stirred within the sunset as she observed Tsunade's bliss. The more she attempted to deny it, the clearer Xiao Yun's mischievous face became in her mind. Walking along the path, Xiao Yun felt increasingly agitated. Tsunade alone was enough to frustrate him. And now he had been teased by that enchanting sunset. Thankfully, there was Samui, the savior, but as fate would have it, she was indisposed. Damn it. Xiao Yun could only vent his frustration on Might Guy. The next morning, Xiao Yun looked at the exhausted Might Guy sprawled on the ground, his clothes tattered, face contorted in pain, and tears glistening in his eyes, reflecting his suffering and helplessness. He questioned himself. Why did I drag this guy into training for the chaotic escape technique? Youth, ignite. Rise and shine, teacher guy. After a brief rest, Xiao Yun felt invigorated. Since his chakra had evolved to the third stage, he seemed to possess boundless energy. I can't go on. I can't go on. Xiao Yun, you are my master. I yield. Please, let me be. Might Guy struggled to rise, looking at Xiao Yun as if he were a donkey from the Kenoha production team. Or rather, the king of donkeys. He then limped away, holding his waist. Don't go, teacher guy. Stay with me a little longer. I'll take you under the moonlight. Xiao Yun pleaded with a hidden ace up his sleeve. I can't go on. I can't go on. I'm not going. Go find Shaoli. Might Guy said without looking back. With just 5 days until the duel, what should he do? Whether in physical techniques or wood-style ninjutsu. A few days would not yield significant improvement. But there was illusionary technique. He could practice that. His current illusion was rather basic. But this simplicity offered vast potential for growth. The mature, beautiful visage of the sunset appeared in his mind, and recalling their flirtation over the past 2 days. He couldn't help but shake his head in wry amusement. He must not let things escalate further. After all, the sunset was Tsunade's closest confidant. Even a rabbit wouldn't graze near its burrow. Who could he practice illusionary techniques with? Perhaps, in Kenoha, while the sunset's illusions may not be the most powerful, her theoretical foundation was recognized as the best, especially suitable for beginners. For Tsunade's sake, I shall spend these days learning from her. Afterward, I won't contact her again. No matter what. This is a mission from the Hokage. Resolving himself, Xiao Yun felt a sense of relief. At that moment, 2 striking figures approached, Tsunade and the sunset. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Xiao Yun, I heard from Kakashi that you have mastered the mirror of heaven and earth. Is that true? The sunset gazed at him incredulously. Sunset teacher, I am unsure about this mirror of heaven and earth. Are you referring to the illusion I cast on Kakashi yesterday? Xiao Yun replied, puzzled. Indeed. The sunset's beautiful eyes glimmered with eager anticipation. Xiao Yun nodded, tacitly acknowledging her claim. Why you? The sunset was so overwhelmed with excitement that she could scarcely articulate her thoughts, tears of joy welling in her eyes. Yun, if I'm not mistaken, you only began practicing illusionary techniques 2 days ago. How is this possible? Tsunade echoed her disbelief. What kind of man are you? A 1 in a million genius. Xiao Yun seized the opportunity to boast. Tsunade shot him an exasperated glance, remarking, Xiao Yun, it's not that I don't believe you. This is simply too incredible. Illusions are notoriously difficult to master, and you've only just begun. If you wouldn't mind, could you demonstrate for us? Sure, but how do I demonstrate? Xiao Yun looked at Tsunade quizzically. Just cast an illusion on me, the sunset suggested, standing beside him. All right, please forgive me, Xiao Yun said. And then his eyes glowed with purple light. The sunset's gaze sharpened, her mind buzzing. In the blink of an eye, the scenery before her shifted. After a while, Xiao Yun dispelled the illusion, and the sunset was left awestruck, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. This was indeed the mirror of heaven and earth. Though merely a low-level illusion, she had never taught him how to execute it, only cast it upon him once. How could he have mastered it? This was astounding. My man is just that impressive, Tsunade exclaimed, embracing Xiao Yun with admiration in her eyes. Tsunade, keep it low-key, please. There are others around. Xiao Yun coughed lightly. Realizing her lapse, Tsunade quickly released him. I must thank you, Teacher Sunset. Without the fruit you provided, I might not have grasped the mirror of heaven and earth so swiftly. Xiao Yun smiled, gratitude evident on his face. By the way, Sunset has informed me about the affairs of your clan. Xiao Yun, you must diligently practice your illusions to rescue her father as soon as possible, Tsunade said earnestly. It is my duty, Xiao Yun affirmed with a nod. In that case, Teacher Sunset, let us seize the moment to train in illusions. Yes. Chapter 79. The secret base of the Onma clan in the following days. Xiao Yun trained with the Sunset in illusionary techniques. It was undeniable that ever since consuming the sacred fruit from the Onma clan, he seemed to possess an innate affinity for illusions. Within just 2 days, he had elevated his illusion level to its peak at level 2. Teacher Sunset, I believe I am stuck at the pinnacle of level 2. I thought today I could break through to level 3, Xiao Yun said, slightly furrowing his brow. His previous training had been exceptionally smooth, and he had hoped to quickly advance to level 3, but suddenly, it felt as though he were caught in a bind, unable to progress. The Sunset gazed at Xiao Yun in disbelief. She wanted nothing more than to slap this arrogant young man. It had taken her 2 years to reach level 2. While he had achieved what she had taken 2 years to accomplish in just 2 days, people can be infuriating. Yet, this was also a good thing. The higher Xiao Yun's illusionary talent, the sooner they could rescue her father. Xiao Yun, if I am not mistaken, it seems your mental strength has reached its limit. To break through to illusion level 3, you must enhance your mental prowess, Xianghong remarked. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Yun's face. The augmentation of mental strength is far more gradual than the advancements in physical techniques or ninjutsu, making it evidently challenging to improve in the near future. Xiao Yun, do you wish to swiftly break through to illusion level 3? After a moment of silence, Xianghong regarded Xiao Yun with a serious expression. Of course, according to Samui, if we categorize by illusion levels, Samur is currently at illusion level 3. If I could ascend to that level, I would have a greater chance. Do you have a method? Xiao Yun looked at Xianghong with immense excitement. I do, but it is somewhat perilous, Xianghong replied with a faint smile. Somewhat perilous? Do share. Xiao Yun said, intrigued. The method is as follows, Xianghong elaborated. It turned out that Xianghong possessed a unique illusion technique from the Onma clan, known as mind refinement. As the name suggests, it is a technique designed to train the willpower of the practitioner, and it can also be used on others. As long as the subject can endure within the realm of mind refinement, their willpower can be significantly enhanced. It is well known that the more powerful the illusion technique employed by a ninja, the greater the mental burden it inflicts upon them. If the user's willpower is insufficient, the effectiveness of the illusion diminishes and the backlash intensifies. To illustrate simply, mental strength can be likened to a resource. The more formidable the illusion, the more it depletes this resource. Thus, every illusion-type ninja prioritizes the enhancement of their mental strength as their foremost training objective. However, Xianghong's mind refinement diverges from conventional methods of enhancing mental strength. It creates an incredibly realistic world filled with various illusions that specifically invoke the practitioner's deepest fears. A moment of negligence could lead the subject to become lost in this illusion, potentially resulting in a severe mental breakdown. After listening to Xianghong, Xiao Yun fell into contemplation. Indeed, this method carries a degree of risk. Yet, for Tsunade, I must press on. Xianghong sensei, let us proceed. If I fail, Tsunade will end up marrying that old beast. The fourth Reikage. I would rather perish. Determination filled Xiao Yun's expression. Upon hearing this, Xianghong felt an unexplainable pang of jealousy. Xiao Yun, be aware that once you enter the realm of mind refinement, you can only wait for the illusion to dissolve on its own. It cannot be halted midway, Xianghong cautioned. Her brows furrowed. For Tsunade, I cannot afford to hesitate. Xiao Yun waved dismissively. Is that so? Tsunade has indeed chosen a remarkable man. Very well, follow me, Xianghong declared, leading Xiao Yun away from the training grounds. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at Xianghong's residence. Hey, Xianghong sensei, are we not supposed to train in illusions? Why have you brought me to your room? A hint of wariness, confusion, and mischief flickered in Xiao Yun's eyes. Are you afraid I shall devour you? Xianghong smiled slightly. Her beauty momentarily stunning Xiao Yun into silence. Is there a man who fears being consumed by a woman? If Xianghong sensei wishes to partake, I shall oblige. Shall it be steamed or braised? Xiao Yun chuckled. What if I desire a different approach? A glimmer of mischief danced across Xianghong's mature and enchanting visage. That may not be appropriate. I do not possess the habit of misleading others, Xiao Yun replied earnestly, though his gaze frequently wandered over Zhang Hong's graceful form. This woman is indeed exceptional. If I were to embrace her while calling her sensei, and hear her weeping, what a scene that would be. Enough of the jesting, follow me. Zhang Hong shot Xiao Yun a glance before dashing to the bed, lifting a pillow and pressing down gently. A sound of metal scraping echoed as a hidden compartment within the bed revealed itself, unveiling a dark tunnel before them. Come with me, Zhang Hong beckoned. And Xiao Yun followed her into the tunnel, traversing it for quite some time until they finally reached the end. Before Xiao Yun lay a vast hall, adorned with numerous spirit tablets. This is the Anma clan's council hall. However, it now serves as a memorial. Zhang Hong's face momentarily clouded with profound sorrow, tears cascading down her cheeks, her forlorn expression tugging at the heartstrings. Zhang Hong sensei, the departed have moved on. Do not grieve too deeply, Xiao Yun consoled, producing a few tissues from his pocket and offering them to her. Thank you. Zhang Hong accepted the tissues and began to gently dab her face. What is that scent? After a few wipes, a pungent odor of disinfectant assaulted her senses, causing her brow to furrow as she stared at the tissue in her hand. Ah, Xiao Yun. You. Zhang Hong's face flushed crimson to her neck. As a woman nearing 30, she had maintained her virginity, yet she was not oblivious to the sordid behaviors of men. Several of her male students had once clandestinely used her photographs for inappropriate purposes. Thus, she was well aware of such matters, particularly the potent scent. She had once caught a whiff during a home visit to a student. Sensei, I apologize, I took the wrong one. Xiao Yun wished he could find a hole to hide in, as Tsunade's pregnancy symptoms had left him unable to perform any techniques, and now Samui was involved. Since his wood-release chakra had evolved to the third stage, the hormones in his body had been surging uncontrollably. Reluctantly, Xiao Yun had to pull out the photo album Tsunade had given him and rely on his own industrious hands once more. Unfortunately, he had forgotten to discard the used tissues from his pocket after last night's incident. Cursed be it. How utterly unfortunate. Zhang Hong, overwhelmed with shame and irritation, hurried toward the tunnel's entrance, eager to wash her face. Chapter 80. Mind Refinement. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hong returned to the Anma clan's memorial hall, her expression pallid. Clutching a kunai, breathing heavily as she approached Xiao Yun, clearly infuriated. Zhang Hong sensei, I truly did not mean to. Xiao Yun offered a rueful smile in her direction. Die? Zhang Hong had lost her composure, flinging the kunai at Xiao Yun. Whoa. It seems I have genuinely provoked her. Xiao Yun swiftly dodged. Clang. The kunai embedded itself in a spirit tablet before clattering to the ground. Second uncle. Zhang Hong exclaimed in alarm, rushing to the spirit tablet to retrieve the kunai. I'm sorry, second uncle, it was unintentional. I apologize. Zhang Hong wept as she held the spirit tablet, kneeling before it to repeatedly bow in apology. Tears streaming down her face, evoking deep sympathy. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yun felt a surge of guilt. Sensei, here are clean tissues, I have not used these. Xiao Yun inexplicably produced a stack of pristine tissues from another pocket. Xiao Yun, you scoundrel. How dare you treat me so frivolously? You beast. Zhang Hong shouted in fury, followed by a fit of sobbing. Zhang Hong sensei, I am truly sorry. I did not intend for this to happen. How about you stab me twice to vent your anger? Xiao Yun, fearless of anything but a woman's tears, hastily picked up the kunai that had fallen to the ground and offered it to Zhang Hong. I will kill you. Zhang Hong seized the kunai and lunged towards Xiao Yun's heart. But halfway through, her hand halted in midair, glaring at Xiao Yun, before she violently tossed the kunai to the ground, curling up and weeping even more fiercely. Zhang Hong sensei, Xiao Yun found himself utterly at a loss. What could he possibly do? After a long while, the weeping of the setting sun gradually subsided, leaving only the occasional sound of sobbing. Xiao Yun stood by, appearing much like a remorseful student. Another 10 minutes passed, and the setting sun had completely ceased its crying, fixating its gaze on a tissue on the ground. Lost in thought, suddenly, the setting sun sprang up, snatching the napkin from the floor and holding it in hand, the corners of her mouth curving upwards in a sly smile. Xiao Yun felt a sudden jolt of unease, an ominous premonition rising within him. Listen well, Xiao Yun. I give you 2 years. You must elevate your illusionary skills to level 9 and rescue my father. Otherwise, I'll accuse you of assaulting me. And this will serve as evidence. The setting sun waved the stained tissue in front of Xiao Yun, then carefully tucked it away in her pocket. Teacher. Can we not play like this? Xiao Yun lamented, utterly bewildered by the abrupt shift from tears to this cunning demeanor. No, with this. I am not afraid of your indifference, the setting sun proclaimed, her smile radiant. Xiao Yun was left stunned, grappling with the unpredictable nature of women. All right, keep it if you like. If you desire something new, I have more, he muttered in disbelief. Humph. The setting sun cast him a sidelong glance and snorted derisively. I ask you, are we still practicing that mental refinement? If not, I'll just go gather more tissues for you, Xiao Yun retorted, exasperated. Of course we will practice. I shall not rest until I have turned you into a lifeless dog, she declared fiercely. In the secret chamber, the two sat cross-legged, their eyes locked. Waves of ethereal indigo light flickered within the room, emanating from 4 pillars, creating an enchanting dreamlike atmosphere. Xiao Yun, this is the indigo illusion light of our clan. I can only perform mental refinement here. Remember, cast aside distractions. Think of nothing, the setting sun instructed, her lips parting gently. Xiao Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, the indigo light intensified, enveloping the chamber in a surreal glow. Mental refinement through illusion. Remember, the illusion will present you with what you most dread. You must maintain your original intentions, the setting sun intoned, forming hand seals. Suddenly, the scene before Xiao Yun shifted. What is this? He exclaimed, realizing he had returned to the place where he first met Tsunade. Tsunade, just as he prepared to embrace her, a man entered the scene. Upon closer inspection, this man bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Yun, albeit slightly less handsome, with a lesser aura and height. Tsunade, I missed you, the man exclaimed, lifting her into his arms. What is happening? Xiao Yun thought, bewildered. I heard you were pregnant with that Xiao Yun's child, the man said, a frown marring his features. During your absence, I felt so lonely, so I chose a substitute. Now that you are back, I shall terminate the pregnancy and focus solely on you, Tsunade replied, nestling happily against the man. And what of Xiao Yun? The man inquired, brows furrowing. No worries. Tonight, I'll administer poison to him. He adores me. And even if I tell him it's poison, he'll consume it without hesitation. Tsunade's beautiful face twisted with malice. What are you waiting for? Go now? The man's impatience was palpable. As you command, my love, Tsunade replied, as docile as a lamb, taking a bowl of poison and exiting the room, colliding with Xiao Yun the moment she stepped out. Tsunade, why? Why would you do this to me? Xiao Yun felt his heart shatter. No reason. From the start. You were merely a substitute. Drink it, Tsunade commanded imperiously. With despair in his heart, Xiao Yun gazed at Tsunade, feeling utterly desolate as he gulped down the poison in one breath. In an instant, he felt as if engulfed by flames, as if countless ants were gnawing at him. His consciousness fading as he was dragged into the abyss by the mingling sounds of Tsunade's wild laughter and the man's triumphant chuckle. In the secret chamber, the setting sun observed Xiao Yun, whose face was stained with tears, and could not help but chuckle softly, muttering to herself. I never imagined that beneath such a confident exterior lay such insecurity. If I were to reveal everything from the illusion to Tsunade, I wonder what her reaction would be. Chapter 81. Tsunade's intentions. Xiao Yun gradually regained consciousness. Where am I? He wondered, surveying his surroundings. Huh, is this the village of the lightning shadow? He exclaimed, noticing the grand sign at the village entrance. How did I end up in the village of the lightning shadow? He approached an old man, asking, excuse me, what day is it today? Why is the village so festively decorated? You sound like an outsider. Today marks the joyous occasion of Samui and Samuel's wedding. Come, young man. Let us go and share in the festivities, the old man said, pulling Xiao Yun into the village. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him. How could Samui be marrying Samuel? Ha ha. Xiao Yun, what brings you here? Have you come to see how I won Samui back? A boisterous laugh rang out. Xiao Yun turned to see Samuel approaching with a triumphant smile, his arm around the stunning Samui, who looked blissfully at him, entirely oblivious to Xiao Yun's presence. Samui, what is happening? Xiao Yun rushed forward, grasping her arm. Let go of me, she replied, shaking him off with a look of utter disdain. Xiao Yun, we were merely playing. Now that I've had my fun, I realize Samuel is the finest man in this world, Samui stated, nestling into Samuel's embrace. Indeed, my dear Samui has discerning taste. Let us dispose of Xiao Yun and use his blood to liven up our wedding. Remember, do not kill him. I want him to witness our wedding night, Samuel said brazenly, slapping Samui on the backside in front of everyone, his handsome face marred by lewdness. To Xiao Yun's astonishment, Samui showed no anger, instead displaying boundless submission. In a flash, Samui struck with lightning speed. Xiao Yun instinctively tried to resist, only to find he lacked any ability to fight back. Ugh! He spat blood and crumpled to the ground, soon being bound by several henchmen and dragged into a room. Samrel and Samui entered, all smiles. Samrel lifted Samui and tossed her onto the bed. Now watch closely, Xiao Yun, as I torment Samui. Ha ha ha. No, no, no. Xiao Yun screamed defiantly, but as their hedonistic laughter echoed around him, his consciousness began to blur. Time passed, and Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes to find himself lying on a bed beside an enchanting beauty, the setting sun. Her dreamy, drowsy expression and flushed cheeks indicated she had just emerged from a recent encounter. Xiao Yun, I am now yours. I forbid you to have other women. And you must immediately break up with Tsunade and Samui. The setting sun gazed at him tenderly. Is that necessary? Tsunade is still carrying my child. And Samui almost caused a rift with the village of the lightning shadow for me. Xiao Yun pleaded with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Humph. I knew you were heartless. Don't worry. I've made the decision for you. Check what's in the cabinet. The setting sun's exquisite face bore a wicked grin. What could possibly be in the cabinet? Xiao Yun, perplexed, rose to open the cabinet, only to discover two women, lifeless and drenched in blood, lying within. Humph. Let me tell you, Xiao Yun, this is the price for provoking me. If you dare to entice other women again, I shall eliminate them one by one. Zhang declared vehemently. No, no, no. Xiao Yun, cradling Tsunade and Samui, was overwhelmed with regret, lamenting his momentary indulgence that led to this turmoil. Suddenly, he gasped, unable to catch his breath, and collapsed. Within the illusion, he faced the haunting memories he had long avoided, his psyche unraveling gradually. Finally, in the secret chamber of the Anma clan, the four pillars emanating a ghostly blue light began to dim. Xiao Yun could no longer bear the anguish, letting out a harrowing scream as he fell, clutching his head in torment. This bastard. In his subconscious, I never realized I could be such a wicked woman, Zhang thought, almost compelled to kick him. Yet, witnessing Xiao Yun's excruciating expression, she ultimately refrained and carried him out of the chamber. As twilight descended and the moon hung low, Xiao Yun slowly awoke, his tear-streaked face betraying the depth of his desolation. He lay there, staring blankly at the ceiling, his eyes hollow as if he were a living corpse. Hong, you have gone too far. Xiao Yun has scarcely begun to master illusion techniques, and yet you, Tsunade exclaimed, her worry palpable as she shook Xiao Yun, who remained unresponsive. Zhang hesitated, guilt washing over her. Tsunade, perhaps we should let Kakashi give it a try, suggested the third Hokage. Sharingan, illusion release. Kakashi stepped forward, revealing his Sharingan, but alas, there was no reaction. Oh dear, you cannot be in peril. What shall become of me and the child if anything happens to you? Tsunade cried, throwing herself onto Xiao Yun's body. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Is there truly no way to awaken Xiao Yun's consciousness? The third Hokage inquired gravely. There is a method, Zhang replied, shifting her gaze to Tsunade. In the environment we just experienced, I saw a segment. A segment appeared in Xiao Yun's illusion. Tsunade wiped her tears. Her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Zhang. After a long pause, Tsunade finally grasped the meaning, kissing Xiao Yun tenderly on the forehead. Tears of love in her eyes as she said, Fool, I love you. Xiao Yun, I shall love only you for a lifetime. I want to bear many, many children for you. At that moment, Xiao Yun's body stirred, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. Tsunade, is what you said true? Came his weak voice. Xiao Yun, Tsunade exclaimed, embracing him tightly, and he, with great effort, lifted his arms to return her embrace. The others discreetly withdrew, leaving Xiao Yun and Tsunade to gaze deeply into one another's eyes. Tsunade, Xiao Yun, they cried, joyously entwined in each other's arms. Xiao Yun felt relieved that it was merely an illusion. Tsunade was touched, realizing how much he truly cared for her. Yun, I must tell you something, Tsunade whispered shyly, nestled against him. What is it? He asked. I visited the hospital today, and the pregnancy is stable, she said with a smile. Oh, that's wonderful. Xiao Yun beamed at her. Wonderful, my foot. You fool. Tsunade teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Xiao Yun paused, processing her words before exclaiming excitedly. Are you saying we can? Tsunade blushed deeply, silently closing her eyes. After waiting so long for this day, after dreaming of it for ages, Xiaoyan could no longer contain his joy and began to sing, pulling Tsunade closer. Wait, she suddenly interjected. What is it? He asked, puzzled. This is Xianghong's house. She replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. Right. Let's go home, he said, preparing to lift her when an intense pain shot through his eyes. The next morning, Xiaoyan gradually opened his eyes, the pain subsiding, replaced by clarity in his mind. Ah, Xiaoyan, your eyes. Tsunade gasped in disbelief, staring at him. His eyes now resembled two transparent purple gems, emitting an enchanting violet glow, with flickers of lightning dancing within. Focusing intently, Xiaoyan unleashed two beams of purple light from his eyes, striking a tree in the yard and piercing it clean through. What? Both Xiaoyan and Tsunade were astonished. The power was overwhelming. If he were to confront a skilled opponent, delivering such a surprise from his gaze would surely devastate them. Moreover, Xiaoyan sensed that his ability to cast illusions through these eyes had amplified significantly. The enhancement was not limited to his eyes. After the mental ordeal he endured the previous day, he felt a profound elevation in his spirit and psyche. As the saying goes, one's appearance reflects the heart. At this moment, Xiaoyan appeared more refined and piercing than ever, resembling an unparalleled divine sword, radiating an aura of invincibility. Tsunade, captivated by his beauty, found herself increasingly enamored with this man, unconsciously wrapping her arms around his waist from behind. Glancing at his reflection in the mirror, Xiaoyan marveled. I never expected a nobody like me could attain such a day. With this appearance and charisma, I should surpass the most handsome man on Blue Star. Yet, for reasons unknown, the thought of competing with the most handsome man on Blue Star sparked a flicker of unease within him. Damn it. That handsome fellow is indeed a mental hurdle I must overcome. One day, I shall stand above him. Dismissing the thought, he resolved to focus on pleasing Tsunade first. Turning to her, he gazed deeply into her eyes, which sparkled with shyness as she beckoned him closer. Unable to resist, Xiaoyan enveloped Tsunade in his arms, her hands gripping his neck tightly as they sought to complete the unfinished business from the previous night. Their lips met, lost in the intoxicating embrace beneath the morning sun. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Lady Tsunade, is Xiaoyan here? The Hokage urgently needs him, came a woman's voice from outside. Damn it. One day you lot will drive me to madness. Xiaoyan cursed under his breath. Tsunade, unable to suppress a smile at his disgruntled expression, gently urged, go on. Return tonight. With a heavy heart, Xiaoyan left, stifling his frustration. Upon opening the door, he was met by a familiar figure, instantly recognizing Samui despite her umbu mask. Damn, he thought, feeling a surge of guilt as he hurriedly whisked Samui away from Tsunade's home. In the forest, Samui asked, Xiaoyan, I heard you were injured yesterday. How serious is it? Her concern was palpable as she examined him closely. It's nothing. I'm fine, he replied with a smile. I'm sorry, Xiaoyan. I should have come yesterday, but I feared Tsunade might. Samui's striking face was clouded with guilt. Seeing her thoughtful demeanor, Xiaoyan felt a pang in his heart and pulled her into an embrace. Yun, I miss you. I think of you constantly, Samui confessed, holding him tightly. Her soft body and alluring fragrance reigniting the flames of desire within him. Damn it, I can't hold back any longer. Ah, Xiaoyan, are we really doing this here? Samui blushed, gazing at him shyly. With no one around, Xiaoyan disregarded any hesitation and let his hands wander. However, what if someone sees us? It would be utterly embarrassing. Samui was unwilling to comply with Xiaoyan. All right then, let us ascend a tree. Surely that will suffice? Without allowing Samui to protest, Xiaoyan scooped her up and leapt into the branches above, between the lush foliage of two trees. He employed his wood-release technique to weave a swing. After a few test swings, it appeared quite sturdy. Samui's face flushed a deep crimson. Xiaoyan was simply incorrigible, utterly mischievous. Yet, strangely enough, this thrill seemed to awaken something within Samui, causing her to unconsciously cling tighter to Xiaoyan, her bright eyes brimming with anticipation. Suddenly, a chilling, indifferent laughter echoed through the air. Xiaoyan felt a dark shadow pass before his eyes, and in an instant, Samui vanished from his arms. How swift! A wave of alarm surged through him. This speed was astonishing. Samui! Xiaoyan called out, searching desperately for her figure, but despite his efforts, she remained elusive. Xiaoseng, I am here. The voice, unsettling and spine-chilling, rang out once more. To his astonishment, a strikingly handsome young man emerged from behind a sturdy branch, casually holding a woman, none other than Samui, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. Although the young man wore a friendly smile, Xiaoyun felt an inexplicable dread. It was as if he were a colossal serpent from the depths of hell. There was a chilling absence of human emotion in his eyes, rendering him terrifyingly cold. What truly unsettled Xiaoyun was the palpable, formidable aura radiating from this individual, making him feel utterly powerless, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. I cannot falter before the battle. Samui is still in his grasp, he thought. With a silent mental command, his dark eyes transformed to a vibrant purple, instantly dispelling his fear. You possess remarkable eyes. Indeed, you surpass even Sasuke. Were it not for that fabled Rinnegan, you would be an excellent candidate. The young man murmured to himself. I care not who you are or your purpose in seeking me, but I implore you to spare the innocent. Release that woman, Xiaoyun declared coldly. Not a problem. But first, you must defeat me, Xiaosang, the young man replied with a smile. With that, he let go of Samui and charged straight at Xiaoyun, his speed leaving Xiaoyun astounded, a mere blur trailing behind him. How fast? Xiaoyun gasped in disbelief. Chapter 83. The fierce battle. As he beheld the rapidly approaching foe, Xiaoyun concentrated his mental energy, his purple eyes glowing intensely. He focused on a singular afterimage and launched himself forward, delivering a powerful kick. Boom! The young man was sent flying, crashing into a tree trunk, leaving a deep dent. A trickle of blood seeping from his lips. Oddly enough, his smile only widened. Impressive reflexes. Among Chunin, only Samur from Reikage village could achieve such a feat. It seems I must escalate my efforts, the young man remarked, his gaze toward Xiaoyun filled with approval. Before he could finish, the young man swiftly formed hand seals and exclaimed, Earth release. Earth flow river. Xiaoyun sensed danger but was a moment too late. The ground beneath him transformed into quicksand, pulling him down slowly. The more he struggled, the tighter the grip became, until he was submerged up to his neck. Eighth gate, the rest gate, open. Boom. A colossal green flame erupted into the sky, a surge of wild power shooting upward. Whoosh. A figure soared into the air. It was undoubtedly Xiaoyun. By the heavens! He shouted, launching a punch through the air. The young man frowned slightly, letting out a quiet laugh. A commendable attack. You compressed the air. No wonder Sasuke could not match you. Unfazed, the young man raised his left hand and lightly swung it toward Xiaoyun. Boom. Invisible forces clashed in the air, producing a dull roar. Realizing his initial strike had failed, Xiaoyun relentlessly swung his fists, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts toward the young man. The young man countered with equal fervor, creating explosive gusts of wind that snapped nearby trees and sent leaves flying in all directions. Xiaoyun was taken aback, having opened the third gate. His power should have been overwhelming, yet this young man engaged him with such nonchalance. Who is this person? Panting heavily after 15 minutes of relentless combat, the young man maintained an air of composure, his breathing steady, while Xiaoyun was left breathless. This individual was beyond human. He could not continue to match strength with him. Xiaoyun sensed the time limit of his 8 gates was nearing, and he could soon face the automatic closure of the technique. He needed a decisive strike. Wood release, tree binding, eternal burial technique. Countless vines surged toward the young man, who merely smirked and deftly unsheathed kunai, slicing through the vines with ease. Now, Xiaoyun seized the moment of the young man's defense being lowered, hurling 3 kunai directly at him. The young man, barely glancing, leapt gracefully to evade. The young man sensed something amiss. Humph, have you realized it? Too late. Xiaoyun's lips curled into a smug smile. Is this the ultimate windmill blade of the Uchiha clan? The young man's earlier nonchalance was replaced by disbelief. Indeed. Prepare to meet your end. Xiaoyun tugged fiercely. The nearly invisible threads of the shuriken emitted a metallic screech. The young man suddenly contracted, standing rigid as if bound by an unseen force, staring at Xiaoyun in disbelief. Ha ha ha, you truly are a genius. If I am not mistaken, you learned this technique from Uchiha Sasuke, did you not? After a brief moment of astonishment, the young man regained his composure, his expression serene as ever, seemingly unconcerned despite being tightly bound. Your affairs are of no consequence. Xiaoyun retorted angrily. Today had been infuriating. Earlier, he had been interrupted by Samui while with Tsunade, and now this man had arrived, threatening to drive him insane. Furthermore, he had rendered his beloved unconscious. This was intolerable. Against his adversary, Xiaoyun wouldn't show mercy. Forming hand seals, he coldly declared, I care not who you are. Harm my woman, and you shall pay with your life. Wood release, firewood thunder killing technique. Though Xiaoyun had acquired numerous wood release techniques, this particular one remained the most potent. However, it had its drawbacks. It required significant time to initiate, lacked mobility, and consumed excessive chakra. Given the current situation, with the young man subdued, Xiaoyun had no choice but to unleash his most powerful technique without reservation. This technique resembled the twin snake's assault, but promised far greater devastation. As the words left his mouth, the young man's earlier calm demeanor faded, replaced by a grave expression. In the blink of an eye, countless vines ensnared the young man, a small flame igniting. Within seconds, the fire engulfed him, transforming him into a blazing fireball. Flickering with lightning, his anguished cries echoing through the air. After a long while, the flames finally extinguished, and Xiaoyun collapsed onto the ground. Unable to suppress a long sigh. Ah, has it truly come to an end? Suddenly, a cold chuckle emerged from behind him, startling Xiaoyun into action as he swiftly thrust a kunai backward. Alas, it was a moment too late. With a series of rapid strikes, a young man sent Xiaoyun flying. He crashed violently against a tree trunk, spitting out a mouthful of blood. That was perilously close, Xiao sang. Your lethal techniques are quite formidable. The young man's voice shifted, taking on a feminine tone. Before him stood a woman of breathtaking beauty. Her attire transformed into a flowing white robe that billowed like snow. Yet, her expression remained cold and disdainful. Xiao sang, you must persevere, your beloved is in my grasp, she said, approaching him with a playful smile. Fear gripped Xiaoyun's face as he beheld the woman advancing toward him. Do not be afraid, Xiaoyun. I merely interrupted your delightful endeavor, but I shall compensate you. I will introduce you to the pleasures of this world before gently sending you on your way, she laughed. A sound that sent shivers down his spine. Strangely, despite his terror, a subtle smile began to form at the corners of Xiaoyun's lips. Suddenly, as the woman drew near, Xiaoyun's eyes flared with violet light. Ah! She shrieked as two bloodied holes appeared in her chest, blood gushing forth as she collapsed to the ground, convulsing. With no time to spare, Xiaoyun, enduring excruciating pain, scooped up Samui and fled desperately. However, he had scarcely made any distance when a sharp cry rang out, and he felt a tightening sensation, causing him to plummet to the ground. Haha, you are quite impressive, the woman declared, shockingly unscathed despite the wounds. They had inexplicably healed, leaving only tattered fabric in their wake. How is this possible? Xiaoyun gaped. Disbelief etched across his features. My purple divine light struck her, and yet she remains unharmed. Dear boy, you must grow quickly, if you dare to slack off. This woman's life will hang in the balance, she said, grabbing Samui, slowly sinking into the earth, her smile unfaltering. Let her go? If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Xiaoyun roared, his eyes blazing with fury. Oh, I almost forgot, upon our first meeting, I have no gift to offer you. Except for a kiss, she said, her neck stretching grotesquely as her exquisite head lunged toward him. With a sharp snap, she bit into Xiaoyun's neck, retracting her head. An agonizing wave of pain engulfed him, as if hundreds of heated blades were stabbing into him, shattering his very soul. Even so, he clawed his way towards Samui with the last vestiges of his strength. You're quite the sentimental one, she chuckled. Fear not, as long as you diligently train, I will ensure your beloved is safe. Are you Orochimaru? Xiaoyun gasped, summoning his final ounce of strength to ask. Orochimaru? He is my junior. Once you reach the strength of a shadow, do remember to seek your beloved in the dragon's earth cave, she replied, before vanishing into the ground with Samui, as if she had never existed. No, Xiaoyun screamed, his consciousness fading. Xiaoyun, Xiaoyun. Tsunade frantically channeled chakra into him, her beautiful visage drenched in sweat. However, time passed with no sign of recovery. The third Hokage was perplexed, bewildered by Xiaoyun's condition. Just yesterday, he was ensnared in a genjutsu, and now he was in a feverish stupor, his body blazing as though roasted over a fire. Is this a consequence of mental training? He pondered, glancing at sunset red. It shouldn't be. Mental training merely fortifies the will and shouldn't induce such physical responses, she replied, shaking her head. Xiaoyun, what is happening? Please, don't frighten me. Tsunade wept, fearing that if this continued, Xiao Yun would either die or be left a fool. Oh no, if this persists, my uncle will become a fool, and I will have to join him in a mental institution, Naruto fretted, observing Xiao Yun's state with concern. Get out, Tsunade shouted, sending Naruto flying out of the room. What is that? Kakashi exclaimed, pointing at Xiao Yun's neck in astonishment. Kakashi, what have you discovered? The third Hokage inquired. Lord Hokage, look. The curse mark on Xiao Yun's neck resembles that of Sasuke's, Kakashi noted, focusing on the golden circle adorned with 3 tomo patterns. Sharingan. Kakashi unveiled his own eye, scrutinizing the mark closely. This chakra resembles that of the 4th Hokage's Sage transformation. Jiraiya, I recall you can achieve Sage mode. Could you take a look? Kakashi urged, turning to Jiraiya. Jiraiya had been silent, having sensed the Sage chakra upon entering. However, he found it puzzling that Xiao Yun, who had never visited Mount Myaboku, could possess such energy. Eventually, Jiraiya spoke. This is indeed Sage chakra. It's strange. How could Xiao Yun have it? Jiraiya, this is no time for speculation. Focus on saving Xiao Yun. Tsunade shouted in frustration. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. I can only attempt a sealing technique, but I cannot guarantee its success. With that, he laid out a scroll on the ground. Sealing evil technique. Jiraiya formed hand seals, directing his left hand toward Xiao Yun's neck. Instantly, a stream of golden chakra flowed from the curse mark to the scroll. After what felt like an eternity, the golden energy gradually dissipated. Jiraiya teleported beside Xiao Yun, biting his finger and inscribing a sealing character before pressing it firmly against his neck. The curse mark's glow faded, and astonishingly, Xiao Yun's temperature began to drop swiftly, returning to a normal state within minutes, the fiery redness of his skin gradually normalizing. Let Samui go. If you have business with me, come at me. Xiao Yun suddenly sat upright, his eyes wild with madness. Everyone was stunned. What had happened to Xiao Yun? The third Hokage realized something was amiss. He hadn't seen Samui all day, as she usually remained close by. Go find Samui. He quietly instructed an Umbu agent beside him. Later that night, in the Hokage office, the 4th Raikage seized Xiao Yun by the collar. You bastard, return my Samui. Raikage, please calm down. We must first ascertain who has taken Samui. Xiao Yun, do you know who took her? The 3rd Hokage urged anxiously. She seems to hail from the Dragon's Denver. A faint cough escaped Xiao Yun's lips, as he remained rather frail. The Dragon's Den? Jiraiya exclaimed, gazing at Xiao Yun in disbelief. Chapter 85. The skirmish before the great battle with merely 2 days left until the duel with Samuel. Xiao Yun had finally regained some strength after a day's rest. Though the bite on his neck still throbbed occasionally, it was no longer a serious concern. The Dragon's Den? Samuel, just wait. I shall rescue you, Xiao Yun resolved, his gaze fixed upon the moon above. Who exactly was that woman? Claiming to be Orochimaru's senior, and supposedly from the Dragon's Den, she was likely a serpent demon. Yet her strength was formidable. Even Tsunade might not stand a chance against her. But where exactly was the Dragon's Den? Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yun realized that even Jiraiya was unaware of its location. And why had she left a curse mark on his body? So many questions flooded Xiao Yun's mind. But there was no time to ponder. The most pressing matter was to prepare wholeheartedly for the duel with Samuel. He needed to hasten his recovery to peak condition. Xiao Yun, you should go check on Lady Tsunade, came the voice of Might Guy. Teacher Guy, what has happened to Tsunade? Xiao Yun asked, anxiety evident in his tone. Ino just informed me that Tsunade intends to terminate her pregnancy. You must hurry, Might Guy replied. Buzzing with urgency, Xiao Yun raced towards the hospital. At Tsunade's residence. Lady Tsunade, are you truly going to end the pregnancy? Please reconsider. At least wait for Xiao Yun to arrive. Ino implored, casting anxious glances towards the hospital entrance. Where is Xiao Yun? Ino, step aside. After all my devotion to him, he dares to dally with another woman outside. I might as well have been struck by a dog. Why should I bear his child? Preposterous, Tsunade retorted, ignoring Ino's pleas as she donned her attire and strode towards the exit. At that moment, the door swung open, and Xiao Yun rushed in, embracing Tsunade. Tsunade, please don't act rashly. All the blame lies with me. The child is innocent, he said, a bitter smile on his face. You scoundrel. How dare you show your face here? Get lost and go find Samuel. Let her bear your child. Release me, Tsunade shouted furiously. Xiao Yun exchanged a glance with Ino, who shook her head, sighing in resignation. Tsunade was fiery and would not tolerate any transgressions. It appeared that this matter would not end well today. I want to let go. I'd rather die than release you. Unless you hear me out, Xiao Yun insisted stubbornly. Fine. But if you do not provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall rid myself of both the child and its father today, Tsunade declared coldly. Xiao Yun proceeded to recount everything that had transpired with Samuel in detail. Tsunade, I swear I speak the truth. Had it not been for the dire circumstances, I would never have involved myself with Samuel, he said earnestly, taking her delicate hand. Upon hearing this, Tsunade stood in stunned silence, astonished by the extraordinary nature of what lay within Samuel. No wonder Xiao Yun's strength had surged so rapidly. All right, given your eagerness to save others, I shall forgive you this time. But remember, should Samuel return, I shall be the only woman by your side. Without my permission, you are not to meet her privately. Tsunade asserted with authority. At your command, my empress, Xiao Yun replied, performing a regal bow that elicited a chuckle from Tsunade. Prepare me a foot bath. I wish to soak my feet. Yes, your majesty. Your feet are truly exquisite. Do not touch me. Your majesty, I know I was wrong. I shall take a knife and chop them off. At your command. Ah, Xiao Yun, what are you doing? Are you serious? If you chop them off, how will I manage afterwards? Your majesty, your feet are truly beautiful. Ah ha ha ha. Xiao Yun, stop tickling the soles of my feet. I'm sensitive. You little rascal, do you wish to have the feet of your queen? Laughter echoed once more in the room, leaving Ino astonished. She had never anticipated that Tsunade, who had been on the verge of ending her pregnancy, would reconcile so swiftly with Xiao Yun. It seemed that Tsunade truly loved him. Outside the village of Kenoha, within a certain cave, a raspy voice echoed, filled with discontent. Jun, you are truly reckless to have bestowed the heavenly curse mark given by the white snake sage upon Xiao Yun. That mark was intended for Sasuke, but unexpectedly ended up in the hands of his own sister. Orochimaru, I shall give it to whomever I please. You have no right to dictate my actions. The woman retorted, seizing the still unconscious Samuel. With a punch, she struck a stone slab, unleashing a brilliant light as a stone door swung open, revealing the engraved words Dragon's Denver. With that, she carried Samuel inside. One day, you shall learn the consequences of disrespecting me, Orochimaru, he seethed, clenching his fists as he watched her retreating figure. As night turned into dawn, the first rays of sunlight pierced Tsunade's bedroom, bringing back memories of the previous night's fervor. Glancing at the breathtaking beauty nestled beside him, Xiao Yun felt a pang of guilt. In truth, Tsunade had only attempted to frighten him. She understood that a man as exceptional as Xiao Yun could not possibly belong to her alone. Rather than resort to tears and despair, she chose to embrace him with her grand spirit. Tsunade sought nothing more than to secure her position as the rightful mistress in the future. Xiao Yun, you rascal. You must be more careful. You've hurt our child. I will have your head. Tsunade chastised, pinching his thigh fiercely. Xiao Yun winced in pain, pleading for mercy. Today is the day of your duel with Samuel. Are you confident? Tsunade asked, nestled against Xiao Yun, her exquisite face etched with worry. Xiao Yun had taken his woman and claimed a drop of blood from Samuel, an affront to such a prodigy that could not be easily forgiven. Moreover, they had signed a death pact. Only one would emerge alive from this confrontation. Tsunade, worry not. I will unleash the fervor from last night upon Samuel and ensure he cannot stand, Xiao Yun assured with a smile. At the Kenoha duel arena, tickets were selling for 30,000 each, yet they sold out instantly. Some scalpers even demanded an exorbitant 60,000. This duel featured the top geniuses from Kenoha and the Lightning Village, prompting those unable to secure tickets to turn to paid live streams. The izakaya was teeming with patrons beneath the moonlight. Chapter 86. Xiao Yun vs. Samuel. The Kenoha Grand Duel Arena was specially constructed for the upcoming Chunin selection exam, accommodating up to 50,000 spectators. The arena was already filled to capacity, with only half an hour remaining before the match between Xiao Yun and Samuel commenced. The dignitaries from various villages had taken their seats in the VIP section, engaging in lively conversation, accompanied by the talented youths from their respective villages. Tsunadeheim. It has been a while, spoke the fifth Mizukage, adorned in audacious attire that accentuated her perfect form. Removing her Mizukage hat revealed a mature and alluring visage. Tsunade merely nodded coldly, clearly uninterested in engaging with the woman. What sort of man could make the illustrious Tsunade willingly bear his child? I can hardly wait to meet him, thought Zhao Ming, seemingly unfazed by Tsunade's indifference. Certainly better than those men who have crawled into your bed, Tsunade replied with irritation. Konoha's Tsunade, unable to conceal her displeasure, caught the third Hokage's attention, who furrowed his brow in surprise at her lingering grievances from the past involving her and Terumi Mei. Is that so? He is indeed a man worthy of my affection, she remarked playfully. You must keep a close watch on him, lest one day I come knocking on your door, heavily pregnant, to reclaim him. Terumi Mei's laughter echoed, carefree and unrestrained. How shameless, Tsunade retorted, casting her a disapproving glance before rising to leave. Lord Hokage, I have heard that your village's Xiao Yun not only possesses remarkable wood-release talent and exceptional taijutsu, but has also managed to win over Samui, the most valued subordinate of the Reikage. Truly impressive, that Tsuchikage commented with a grin directed at the Hokage. The fourth Reikage, scoffing at the Tsuchikage's words, countered, Tsuchikage, spare us your sarcastic remarks. Instead of wasting time here, wouldn't it be better to nurture more outstanding talents in your village? Ah, Reikage, you believe you are being clever. Yet I see through your schemes. You wish to hedge your bets. Should Xiao Yun triumph, you would ally with Kenoha and wed Samui to him. But if he loses, you would dissolve the alliance and reclaim Samui. Am I wrong? The Tsuchikage's smile remained, his eyes fixed on the Reikage. You speak nonsense. The fourth Reikage exploded in anger. Samui was akin to his own flesh and blood. At your age, how can you both resort to bickering upon meeting? The third Hokage interjected, exasperated. Meanwhile, the other leaders of the smaller villages exchanged whispers, their attention fixated on the fourth Kazekage, who remained silent, coldly observing Xiao Yun in the arena. Unbeknownst to him, in the shadows, the Hokage's elite forces were watching him intently, poised to act at the Hokage's command to capture the Kazekage. The reason was simple. The true Kazekage had long since met his demise, and the figure before them was merely Orochimaru in disguise. On the competition stage, the referee for this match was Kakashi. Xiao Yun, Samui, I urge you once more. As the geniuses of the Reikage village and Kenoha, any injuries sustained would be a significant loss to both villages. If you wish to cancel this life and death match, now is your chance, Kakashi stated earnestly. I have no objections. It all depends on Samui, Xiao Yun replied, raising his hands in surrender. He felt a pang of guilt towards Samui. Had it not been for him, she would undoubtedly have been his bride. Enough with the nonsense. Today, I will either kill Xiao Yun or die trying. I have awaited this moment for far too long. Samui's expression twisted with rage as he glared at Xiao Yun. Kakashi sighed in resignation. As per the rules, once a life and death match is agreed upon, it can only be cancelled if both parties consent. Therefore, I can only wish you both good luck. Let the barrier be erected. All non-combatants must vacate the area. Understood. As the barrier activated, 4 faint purple shields enveloped Xiao Yun and Samui, isolating them from the outside world. Xiao Yun, you worthless fool. You can't even protect your own woman. Samui sneered, disdain evident in his tone. Typically sharp-tongued and never one to back down, Xiao Yun chose silence, eventually stating, rest assured, I will rescue Samui. Whether you save that wretched woman has nothing to do with me. Ha ha. Samui laughed, a chilling sound. Do you realize, Xiao Yun? You have shattered all my fantasies of beauty and hope. Therefore, today you must die. With a fierce shout, Samui's shirt tore apart, revealing his chiseled physique as he rapidly formed hand seals. Lightning release, thunderclap. With a crackling sound, blue lightning enveloped Samui, his hair standing on end, resembling a deity of thunder. This appearance bore some resemblance to Xiao Yun after unlocking the 8th gate, but while Samui's hair was blue, Xiao Yun's was green after his transformation. Impressive, Xiao Yun thought to himself, acknowledging that Samui's aura matched his own after opening the 3rd gate. Truly the top genius of the Reikage village. However, I, Xiao Yun, am not to be underestimated. Huh. With a powerful shout, Xiao Yun unleashed the 3rd gate, his aura surging dramatically, overpowering Samui's presence. The two forces clashed in the air, their might palpable even through the barrier. In the stands, the audience was left in awe. With such presence, can any average jonin compare? One murmured, my goodness, is this really a genin? What a spectacle! Another exclaimed, astonished. Honestly, I thought Xiao Yun was merely a freeloader, but he has got some skills. Of course. Tsunade is the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju. Do you think mere looks would capture her attention? How shallow. Someone commented. I believe Samui's aura is also remarkable. This journey to Kenoha has not been in vain. This is destined to be an epic showdown. I initially thought Xiao Yun would last through 300 exchanges, but at this rate, he won't even make it through 3. Among the spectators, the one most shaken was Sasuke. Ever since defeating Naruto, he had believed he could at least hold his own against Xiao Yun. Yet, witnessing Xiao Yun's capabilities, he realized he was no match for him, especially with Xiao Yun's would release and those enigmatic purple eyes, which likely concealed further hidden powers. Damn it, Samui, defeat Xiao Yun. Sasuke clenched his fists, fixating his gaze on the two combatants, silently cheering Samui on. Xiao Yun, you are quite formidable. If I am not mistaken, once you acquire the Een Thunder from Samui, all your attacks will be infused with lightning release chakra, won't they? Samui's voice was cold. Indeed, it is not too late to concede now. I promised Samui I would not kill you, Xiao Yun replied, calm and collected. Chapter 87, Xiao Yun vs. Samui, 2. Within the barrier, Samui laughed mockingly. You promised Samui you wouldn't kill me? Who would have thought I, Samui, would one day need to rely on a woman to plead for mercy? Xiao Yun's expression remained unfazed as Samui's laughter echoed around them. You truly believe that merely learning would release and absorbing that wretched woman's Een Thunder makes you invincible? Prepare to die? In an instant, Samui moved, his speed rivaling that of the mysterious woman from days prior, leaving behind a mere afterimage. Had it been a few days ago, Xiao Yun might have panicked at such speed, but after his encounter with that enigmatic woman, his understanding of speed had evolved. With his purple eyes activated, a strange light radiated from him. Here, ignoring the heavy shadow of Samui before him, Xiao Yun abruptly turned, delivering a powerful punch behind him. With a resounding thud, the illusion shattered, and Samui was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. Impressive. Samui dusted himself off, astonished at Xiao Yun's strength. Xiao Yun was equally surprised. His punch, though not delivered with full force, had utilized considerable energy, yet Samui emerged unscathed. Such formidable defense. No wonder Samui had repeatedly warned him not to underestimate Samui. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes, observing Samui, who was enveloped in lightning release chakra, forming a unique chakra armor. It was clear that to breach his defenses, stronger attacks were necessary. Seizing the initiative is key. I shall employ Kakashi's technique. Chidori. Within the barrier, the air was filled with the sound of 1,000 birds chirping. Upon closer inspection, the color of the lightning release chakra surrounding Xiao Yun was markedly different from ordinary lightning release chakra. While the latter was blue, his was a striking purple-blue hue. Indeed, within just a few days, Xiao Yun had mastered Kakashi's Chidori. This fellow is indeed an oddity. His talent is truly terrifying. Outside the barrier, Kakashi could not help but exclaim, having only taught him twice. Yet this individual has managed to master it to such an extent. This is nothing short of astonishing. Xiao Yun. On the stands, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her man is simply exceptional. No, this talent is unprecedented, unparalleled in history. Lord Hokage, your village has indeed produced a prodigy, remarked the fourth Raikage. Go Xiao Yun. Go Xiao Yun. On the stands, Hinata Yumi transformed into a cheerleader, leading dozens of beautiful women from the Hinata clan, clad in form-fitting outfits, continuously rallying support for Xiao Yun. This man is truly worthy of my affection. The glimmer in Zhao Mingmei's eyes suggested she was lost in thought. Little did they know, Xiao Yun's ability to master Raikiri in such a short time was thanks to the system's assistance. As he wielded Raikiri, a deep jealousy flickered in Samer's eyes. That was supposed to be his own Een Thunder chakra. Prepare yourself. Xiao Yun charged straight at Samer, raising a cloud of dust. Upon closer inspection, the path he blazed was marked by a precise trench carved by his Raikiri. Come at me. Although Samer sensed the immense threat, he felt no fear. With a loud shout, he summoned even more lightning release chakra, appearing like a blue light bulb, his momentum akin to a missile launch. This is the fourth stage of lightning release. Thunder? The fourth Raikage exclaimed in disbelief, never imagining Samer had elevated his technique to such heights. The Thunder technique consists of 9 stages. With each advancement, both offense and defense receive tremendous boosts, and every 3 stages result in a qualitative leap in the practitioner's attributes. This spells doom for Xiao Yun. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yun had reached Samer's side, his Raikiri aimed directly at Samer's abdomen. Sizzle. He struck. Yet it seemed as though it did not penetrate. Xiao Yun's fingertips merely tore through Samer's lightning release cloak, grazing his lower abdomen and drawing a few drops of blood. Goodness, this guy's defenses are absurd. Xiao Yun gasped in astonishment. Thunder Fury. Samer roared, seizing Xiao Yun with lightning speed. hoisting him high above his head before thrusting his knee upward. In that critical moment, Xiao Yun's eyes shimmered with an otherworldly light. Two violet beams of lightning erupted from his eyes, targeting the most vulnerable part of Samar's defense, his eyes. Samar instinctively sensed the danger, casting Xiao Yun aside and quickly crouching down, narrowly avoiding the two beams of purple light. The violet rays struck the barrier, piercing through it, demonstrating their formidable power. That was close. Xiao Yun stared at Samar, feeling a wave of fear. Had Samar chosen to disregard his purple light in a bid to perish together, he would have had no means of escape. Samar's gaze toward Xiao Yun also reflected deep apprehension. The two beams of purple light that had erupted from Xiao Yun's eyes were overwhelmingly potent. Had they struck his head, he would have surely perished on the spot. This guy is truly formidable. It seems I must unleash my full strength to contend with him. Lightning release, lightning pillar. Samar suddenly clasped his hands together, a dazzling light shimmering. Xiao Yun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and the scene before him shifted, transporting him to an endless sea of lava. Humph. Xiao Yun scoffed, finding the illusion laughable, far inferior to the mental training of the Sunset Red. This illusion is rife with flaws. Had I not encountered illusions before, I might have fallen into your trap. However, given that I have consumed the sacred fruit of the illusionary genius of the Anma clan, such a rudimentary illusion cannot affect me. Yet, I can entertain you for a while. Xiao Yun suddenly let out a cry of despair, his gaze fixated on Samar. His violet eyes vanishing, replaced by ordinary ones, instantly losing their previous brilliance. Xiao Yun, you remain unaware that I am, in fact, an illusion genius. Ha ha ha. Samar cackled, observing Xiao Yun's stupefied expression, his laughter echoing throughout the arena. Xiao Yun is finished. This Samar can use illusions as well. How despicable. Does utilizing illusions make one vile? What kind of logic is that? Indeed, it is certain that Samar will claim first place in this competition. Alas, it is truly lamentable to see such a genius like Xiao Yun fall in this manner. Who knows what animosity lies between them that they must engage in a death match? Unbeknownst to you, the most beautiful woman in the Reikage village, Samui, was forcefully pursued by Xiao Yun, and she is indeed Samar's goddess. Yes, I have heard that Samui and Samar were previously close, only for her to shift her affections to Xiao Yun after his unwarranted advances. The tale of falling for a criminal after being forcefully pursued is another tragic story. I too wish to learn from Xiao Yun. I want to forcefully pursue. Get real. With your needle-like charm, how could a woman fall for you? Damn it. Xiao Yun is a beast. Having a beauty like Tsunade is not enough. He even dares to seduce Samui. He must be stopped, or he will ruin all the beauties of the 5 great nations. Stop him. Stop him. Chapter 68. The frenzied Samar within the barrier. Samar slowly approached Xiao Yun, a cruel smile gradually forming on his face as a blue lightning-released chakra blade materialized in his hand. Xiao Yun, I must admit, your strength is formidable. If I were not proficient in illusions, defeating you would indeed require a great cost. Samar taunted as he stood before Xiao Yun, raising his chakra blade slowly. Xiao Yun, wake up. Outside the barrier, Tsunade cried out, her voice filled with desperation. Had it not been for the restraint of Sunset Red, she would have rushed in long ago. Calm down, Tsunade. This level of illusion cannot affect Xiao Yun, Sunset Red confidently asserted. Indeed, just as Samar had completely lowered his guard, withdrawing his thunder technique, and was about to plunge his chakra blade into Xiao Yun's heart, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Xiao Yun suddenly fixed his gaze on Samar, an otherworldly light flickering in his eyes. Illusionary mirror, shift of worlds. Xiao Yun uttered softly. Samar suddenly felt a thunderous roar in his head. The scene before him began to dissolve, replaced by images of Xiao Yun and Samui entwined. No, 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 stop. You must stop. Samar cried out, frantically kneeling on the ground, his hands clawing at the air, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Please, Samui, don't leave me. Xiao Yun, you beast. You beast. I will kill you. I will kill you and Tsunade's child. The audience was left bewildered. What was happening? How did the seemingly assured Samar suddenly descend into madness? Little did they expect that even a person as resolute as Samar could fall victim to an illusion. Xiao Yun is indeed a genius. The 4th Reikage in the VIP section regarded Xiao Yun with a complex expression, coupled with his extraordinary would-release talent. Such a genius is destined to become a prominent figure in the shinobi world. No, I must find Samui quickly and ensure she marries Xiao Yun. This way, the Reikage village will secure a promising future. Third Hokage, could you speak to Xiao Yun and persuade him to spare Samur? The fourth Reikage turned his gaze toward the third Hokage. Rest assured, Xiao Yun will not harm Samur. After all, he is Samui's brother, the third Hokage replied. Puffing on his pipe with pride, Xiao Yun's growth has been nothing short of astonishing. He has only trained for a short time, yet has easily defeated Samur, who is widely recognized as the top prodigy among Chunin, despite the somewhat opportunistic nature of his victory. Red, is Xiao Yun's illusion truly so powerful? Tsunade inquired, looking quizzically at Sunset Red. It is only natural. The spiritual training of our clan is no trifling matter. After enduring trials, Xiao Yun's mental fortitude has increased manifold, and consequently, the potency of his illusions has also surged. With a smug expression, Xiang remarked, casting a glance at Tsunade that betrayed a hint of jealousy. Such an exceptional man, why have I not encountered him? If I had, I would have surely been intoxicated and made my advances. Observing the seemingly deranged Samur, Xiao Yun couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt, knowing he had taken away the man's beloved. Approaching Samur, he intended to dispel the illusion when suddenly, an ominous sensation gripped him. Something was amiss. Danger lurked. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yun dodged to the side. In an instant, the previously unhinged Samur turned. A blue chakra long sword materializing in his hand, thrusting directly towards Xiao Yun's heart. Fortunately, Xiao Yun's reflexes were swift enough to evade the lethal strike with a deft roll. Oomph. Xiao Yun, your reflexes are commendable, Samur sneered. I didn't expect you to unravel my illusion so quickly. You are indeed formidable, Xiao Yun replied. Your illusion is potent. Had you acted decisively the moment I fell under its spell, my survival would have been impossible. Alas, you squandered your only chance to eliminate me, Samur grinned maliciously. Is that so? Xiao Yun coldly regarded Samur, acknowledging his strength. He would need to unleash his full potential. The game of cat and mouse was over. It was time for genuine confrontation. With that thought, Xiao Yun initiated an attack, employing the wood release technique, the true 10,000 hands. Samur's eyes narrowed. This technique was indeed powerful. Xiao Yun surged forward, 10 wooden hands striking at an astonishing speed towards Samur. The impact of countless fists reverberated as they connected with Samur's body, and Xiao Yun could clearly see his punches shattering Samur's lightning defense. Yet, to his dismay, his strikes inflicted no harm upon Samur's formidable physique. How could this be? How could his body be so resilient? Was this truly the flesh of a human? It was baffling. Even in the state of the third gate of the 8 gates, combined with the wood release, he could not inflict any damage. This was truly monstrous. How was he to proceed? The more he fought, the more astonished Xiao Yun became. Have you had your fill? Now it's my turn, Samur declared. Lightning release. Earth-shattering thunder. With a thunderous roar, countless arcs of lightning erupted from beneath Xiao Yun's feet, enveloping him instantaneously. The blinding light of the lightning cocooned both combatants. Cries of agony echoed. Not only was Xiao Yun howling in pain, but Samur too was wailing in torment, albeit with a maniacal grin plastered across his face. In the VIP section, the fourth Reikage and his brother Killer Bee sprang to their feet. Disbelief etched across their faces as they beheld Samur. Though strong, he could not possibly wield such power. There was no way he could execute earth-shattering thunder with his current strength. Even they had to exercise extreme caution when employing such a jutsu, as it was a technique that could lead to mutual destruction. Therefore, there was only one conclusion. Samur had forsaken his own safety, utilizing forbidden techniques to amplify his power in a bid for vengeance. If their assumptions were correct, this battle would likely cost Samur his life, as he aimed to take Xiao Yun down with him. Samur, what are you doing? The fourth Reikage sighed. Tsunade, you must withdraw the barrier at once. I need to save Xiao Yun. Tsunade's eyes blazed crimson as she shouted at the third Hokage. What do rules or the honor of Kenoha matter compared to saving Xiao Yun? What say you, fourth Reikage? The third Hokage turned his attention towards him. The fourth Reikage fell silent, ultimately nodding in agreement. Even if Samur were to perish, the future of the Hidden Cloud Village could still rely on forging an alliance with Xiao Yun. After this battle, Samur would be rendered incapable. Saving Xiao Yun would also earn him a favor. Chapter 89. The long-awaited action of Orochimaru within the barrier. Samur clutched Xiao Yun tightly. Deep blue lightning coursing violently from the ground. The air was filled with a cacophony of screams, wails, and maniacal laughter, as the powerful currents wreaked havoc upon both men. The excruciating pain nearly caused Xiao Yun to lose consciousness. However, he managed to retain a sliver of clarity within his mind, a feat attributed to the mysterious woman from days prior, who had inflicted even greater suffering upon him. Yet, even so, Xiao Yun felt his consciousness gradually fading. Meanwhile, Samur was also in immense agony. If he could endure longer than Samur, victory would surely be his. For Tsunade, for Samui, and for his promise to Xiang. He had to persevere. Ding! Thunderstorm Yang lightning detected. Would the host like to absorb it? At that moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. System, you imbecile. At a time like this, you dare to ask? Absorb it now. Absorb it vigorously. Xiao Yun bellowed in frustration. The system was utterly brainless. Initiating absorption of Thunderstorm Yang lightning, the system replied unhurriedly. Xiao Yun's heart leaped with joy. Samui possessed Thunderstorm Yin lightning, while Samur harbored Thunderstorm Yang lightning. Recalling the day he rescued Samui, he realized that once he absorbed the Thunderstorm Yang lightning from Samur, the threat would be nullified. Hurry up and absorb it. You useless system. Xiao Yun screamed amidst the relentless pain. Do not rush, host. The absorption process is estimated to take approximately 1 hour, the system replied leisurely. 1 hour? This is turning into a feast for the entire village. Time ticked on, and the third Hokage had begun to take action. A talent like Xiao Yun could not be lost. Though they had signed a death match agreement, intervention was deemed disgraceful. But what was honor worth? Could it be consumed? Kakashi, have the barrier team open the barrier. Go save Xiao Yun. Understood. Kakashi complied, signaling the barrier team to open the barrier. For barrier ninjas leapt to the corners of the barrier, suddenly breaking into sinister smiles. Ninjutsu, for purple flames formation. They chanted in unison, with a resounding boom. For beams of purple light erupted, enveloping the original barrier in a colossal cocoon, which vanished in an instant. The unexpected turn of events left the crowd dumbfounded. What were these four Kenoha ninjas up to? The third Hokage furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation. Suddenly, several shuriken hurtled towards the third Hokage, who reacted with remarkable agility, casually exhaling the smoke from his mouth to fend them off. Unfortunately, his two guards were not so fortunate, pierced through the chest by kunai. Succumbing instantly. Simultaneously, snowflakes began to drift down upon the vast arena, an impossibility in the midst of June. The previously raucous arena fell eerily silent. Upon closer inspection, the snowflakes were illusory, and those who came into contact with them promptly fainted. Is this the illusory snow? The third Hokage, well versed in such matters, quickly recognized it as a large-scale genjutsu. Although its power was modest, it was more than sufficient to plunge ordinary folk into slumber. As the crowd stood in astonishment, a figure swiftly seized the third Hokage by the neck, dragging him towards the barrier. The four barrier ninjas quickly opened a gap, allowing two figures to slip through before sealing it shut. Upon closer inspection, one of them, donning the headband of the Sound Village, held a kunai to the throat of the third Hokage. In the realm of shadows, the figure known as Orochimaru stood before the third Hokage, who let out a cold chuckle. Ah, my master, you remain as astute as ever, came the emotionless reply from Orochimaru, who then astonishingly peeled away the skin from his face, revealing a visage that was handsome yet serpentine, sending a chill down the spine of all who beheld him. Outside the barrier, the Umbu of Kenoha were left in utter disbelief. They had been deceived. The true Orochimaru was none other than the Sound Shadow. A ninja clad in an Umbu mask hurried to the fourth Kazakage's side, only to find that beneath his hat lay a lifeless corpse. The Tsuchikige's gaze sharpened as he observed the master-student duo within the barrier, recognizing that Orochimaru had indeed resorted to violence. Turning to his companions, he queried, Reikage, Mizukage, do not tell me that Orochimaru has not approached you. What do you propose? Will you ally with Orochimaru against Kenoha, or assist Kenoha in confronting him? At that moment, two figures leaped into the fray, Jiraiya and Tsunade. If you dare to inflict harm, I assure you, you will pay dearly, Jiraiya declared, his gaze icy upon the three shadows. Tsuchikage, I acknowledge your sage transformation has made you formidable, yet we three shadows are not to be underestimated, the Tsuchikage retorted, undeterred by Jiraiya's threat. Wait, Inoki. Who said I would join you against Kenoha? This conflict bears no relation to our village, brother. We should withdraw, declared the fourth Reikage's companion, Killer Bee. Indeed. I share the same sentiment. Tsunade, if you plead, perhaps I might lend my assistance to Kenoha, added the alluring Zomaimai with a playful laugh. Spare me your nonsense. If you wish to fight, then come. If not, take your ninjas and leave, Tsunade replied, dismissing the venomous woman's advances. Still as temperamental as ever, Tsunade. Toshiro, inform the mist ninja to withdraw from Kenoha, Zomaimai said with a smile. Understood, replied a respectful ninja beside her, wielding a large sword. By the way, Tsunade, I find your man quite intriguing. I would love to bear his child. If you agree, I might assist Kenoha, Zomaimai remarked, turning back with a grin. Get lost. Tsunade roared in fury. Humph, such stinginess. It's merely a matter of borrowing some seed. Your man won't lose a thing, especially since you're already pregnant. Zomaimai teased, playfully tossing her red hair. Mind your own business. Go find a boar if you seek breeding. Keep your hands off my Xiaoyan. Tsunade shot back, her eyes ablaze with anger. The onlookers exchanged glances, exasperated by the sisters bickering amidst the chaos of war. The Tsuchikage sighed at the folly of the Reikage and Mizukage. Realizing this was the perfect opportunity to divide Kenoha. Fools. A towering ninja beside the Tsuchikage whispered. I suggest we refrain from involving ourselves in Orochimaru and Kenoha's affairs to prevent the Mizukage and Reikage from reaping the benefits. Reluctantly, the Tsuchikage's gaze lingered on the barrier, focusing on Xiaoyan, whom he deemed a threat due to his immense potential. After a long contemplation, he sighed deeply and conceded, we shall withdraw. Chapter 90. Orochimaru. At this moment, Kenoha was engulfed in turmoil, with the Sound Village ninjas summoning enormous serpents, some spitting fire, others spewing water, and others rampaging with their colossal bodies. Chaos reigned as Kenoha suffered heavy casualties. The thunderous proclamation of ninjutsu, collapsing earth technique, echoed throughout Kenoha. Boom, boom, boom. Several gigantic figures descended from the heavens, overshadowing the serpents with their presence. As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld massive toads wielding colossal blades, each pinning down a serpent beneath their weight. The ensuing carnage was horrific as the toads cut down the serpents, causing a rain of blood and the stench of death to permeate the air, nauseating all. Tsunade, leave this to me. You are with child and should not engage recklessly, Jiraiya urged, as he and Tsunade rode atop the largest of the toads. Understood. Tsunade nodded, her face etched with worry as she gazed toward the barrier. Meanwhile, the ninjas of Kenoha clashed with those of the Sound Village, resulting in a relentless cycle of injuries and fatalities amidst the bloodshed. Inside the barrier, the lightning flickered, its brilliance dimming considerably. The cries of battle had begun to fade, and unlike the nearly lifeless Samur, Xiaoyan seemed to be acclimating to the storm of electricity. His expression shifted from agony to one of composure, for the system he possessed had absorbed the thunder chakra from Samur's body in a matter of mere minutes, rather than the anticipated hour. That system has deceived me. Ding. The absorption of the thunder chakra was complete. In that instant, the lightning vanished, and Samur collapsed, gazing at Xiaoyan as though he had seen a ghost. This is impossible. Samur grit his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to utter. Xiaoyan had entirely consumed Samur's lightning chakra, and he could distinctly feel two contrasting types of lightning chakra merging within him. At that moment, Xiaoyan's consciousness had completely submerged into a sea of lightning, reveling in the electric bath, blissfully unaware of the world around him. This is my lightning bath. You must return it to me. Samur screamed in anguish, feeling a piercing pain in his chest as he looked down at the kunai embedded in his heart, its trajectory leading back to Orochimaru. Clutching his heart, he fell to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief as he succumbed. How troublesome. Orochimaru released the third Hokage, his gaze now fixated on Xiaoyan, his eyes betraying a hint of avarice. Humph, it seems Kenoha has birthed another prodigious talent, Orochimaru remarked, tinged with a touch of jealousy. For Xiaoyan's abilities far surpassed his own in the past. Orochimaru, why have you attacked Kenoha? Are you still resentful over my decision not to appoint you as the fourth Hokage? The third Hokage's gaze was icy as he confronted Orochimaru. Who cares for such superficial titles, but you? Orochimaru replied with a faint smile. State your purpose. The third Hokage's eyes glinted with lethal intent. Purpose, you ask? Orochimaru pondered momentarily, then spoke with a grin. If one must insist, it is the pursuit of eternal truth and divine power. Humph, even after all this time, you still chase after those elusive myths, the third Hokage scoffed, casting a look of pity at his former disciple. Elusive myths? Oh, my dear old teacher. You are but a frog in a well, Orochimaru retorted, mirroring the pity in his eyes. Let us conclude this nostalgic exchange, Orochimaru. If you refuse to relent, we shall have to settle this through combat, the third Hokage declared. That is indeed my intention, though I will not show leniency simply because you have aged. Orochimaru replied with a sinister smile. Orochimaru, should your ninjutsu have faltered, I would not hesitate to send you back to the Ninja Academy, the third Hokage remarked coolly. The two shared a moment of silence, the air thick with tension. After a lengthy pause, the winds began to stir, and without warning, the stone slabs within the barrier shattered. This is impossible. Outside the barrier, the Umbu leader stared in disbelief at Orochimaru and the third Hokage, who had not released their chakra. How could this have happened? Earth release, Earth Dragon Wall. The third Hokage formed hand seals, not to attack Orochimaru, but instead to envelop Xiaoyun within an earthen barrier. Xiaoyun represents the hope of Kenoha's future, and his safety is of utmost importance. A cold chuckle escaped Orochimaru's lips as he leaped into action, shouting, Shadow Snake Hands. With a sudden motion, Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, his crimson tongue transforming into a colossal serpent that lunged towards the third Hokage. Caught off guard, the third Hokage was bitten on the neck, but in the next instant, his body morphed into a puddle of mud. Orochimaru landed cautiously on the ground, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, the third Hokage materialized behind him, declaring, Earth Style, Earth Flow Ocean. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Bullet. A cry of anguish escaped Orochimaru as he was engulfed by the combination of earth and fire techniques. Such prowess from the Hokage. The seamless fusion of fire and earth styles is truly magnificent. Cheered a group of Umbu ninjas outside the barrier, transforming into enthusiastic commentators to rally support for the third Hokage. At that moment, Xiaoyun awakened from a state of detachment, his eyes fluttering open to a pitch-black void. With a punch, Xiaoyun struck out, but met with no resistance. Such a hard stone, he exclaimed. Stay put inside. A familiar voice echoed, causing Xiaoyun to frown slightly. Was that the voice of the third Hokage? Orochimaru, cease your pretense. Such techniques cannot harm you, the third Hokage remarked calmly. Oh, truly the Hokage. Your might remains undiminished. A figure slowly emerged from the ground. The Hokage? Orochimaru? Xiaoyun's heart raced. Had Orochimaru already launched an attack on Kenoha? According to the original story, the climactic battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru took place atop a building, not in this arena, where he found himself ensnared. Xiaoyun's brow furrowed tightly. In the original narrative, the third Hokage ultimately fell to Orochimaru, which meant his own demise would be imminent. Let me out. I want to leave. Xiaoyun cried out in despair. Chapter 91. Impure World Reincarnation. Within the barrier, the third Hokage and Orochimaru faced each other across the void. An invisible chakra wreaking havoc and generating fierce winds, reducing the already shattered floor to dust. In stark contrast, Xiaoyun's recent duel with Samur seemed akin to a child's play. Uncertain if the third Hokage had intentionally allowed him to witness this monumental clash. A gap opened in the earth surrounding Xiaoyun, granting him a glimpse of the extraordinary battle. The overwhelming chakra was terrifying. He felt he would be obliterated in their presence. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. The third Hokage initiated the assault, hurling a shuriken at Orochimaru with lightning speed. The shuriken split into countless duplicates, descending like a torrential storm. Orochimaru's expression grew serious as he formed hand seals. Summoning Jutsu, Impure World Reincarnation. In an instant, a sinister force erupted from the depths of the earth, exuding an aura of dread that sent shivers through the soul. A brilliant purple light shot upwards, revealing a massive coffin emerging from the ground, its lid inscribed with the character for 1. Another flash of light revealed a second coffin, marked with the character for 2. Clank, clank, clank. The shurikens were effortlessly blocked by the two coffins. Meanwhile, a third coffin began to rise, but abruptly halted mid-ascent before sinking back underground. Xiaoyun's heart raced. This was the Impure World Reincarnation, summoning none other than the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, and his brother, Tobirama Senju. Fortunately, the fourth Hokage's soul had been consumed by the Shinigami. Otherwise, summoning him would have rendered this battle unnecessary. Just as I suspected. Those whose souls are devoured by the Shinigami cannot be summoned, but that matters little now. Orochimaru emerged from behind the coffins, a wicked smile adorning his face. With a light clap, the coffin lids fell to the ground, releasing a potent aura of the deceased that enveloped the area. Thud, thud, thud. Two figures, cloaked in black smoke, emerged from the coffins. Orochimaru grinned malevolently as he inserted talismans into their foreheads. Orochimaru, you desecrate the souls of the dead and toy with time. You shall meet a dire fate. The third Hokage growled, fists clenched, eyes ablaze with fury. There's no need for such agitation, my dear teacher. Don't you long for a long overdue reunion with your former pupils? Orochimaru retorted, forming hand seals. As the two resurrected figures exuded white smoke, their ebony skin gradually turned pale, and a hint of life returned to them. Within moments, they opened their eyes. To think we would be summoned through impure world reincarnation. The man clad in red armor exclaimed in disbelief. Ah, it's you, monkey. It's been so long. I hardly recognized you, though you've aged considerably. The man in blue armor remarked, gazing at the third Hokage with a hint of nostalgia. To think I would face both of you in this lifetime is truly regrettable. The third Hokage replied, his face etched with concern. Enough idle chatter. Once you have vanquished the third Hokage, you may escort his soul to the Pure Land for a leisurely discussion, Orochimaru declared with a sinister grin. Tobirama, I warned you long ago that the impure world reincarnation technique is too wicked to remain in this world, yet you refuse to heed my words. The man in red armor stated blankly. Youth, those who employ impure world reincarnation rarely meet favorable ends. It is not too late to withdraw. The man in blue armor urged, turning to Orochimaru. Orochimaru merely scoffed, pointing a finger, and the light in their eyes instantly faded, rendering them as lifeless as the undead. Outside the barrier, the Umbu captain struck the ground in frustration. Alas, that wretched Orochimaru has summoned these two formidable beings. Captain, who are they? They seem unremarkable and cannot possibly match the Hokage. An Umbu queried, puzzled. They are the first Hokage and the second Hokage. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Umbu gasped in shock. Impossible. Summoning jutsu can only bring forth living beings. That is basic knowledge. One Umbu exclaimed incredulously. This is not an ordinary summoning technique. It is the impure world reincarnation, capable of calling forth souls from the Pure Land. This ninjutsu was invented by the second Hokage, and the scroll was destroyed long ago. How has Orochimaru mastered it? The Umbu captain pounded the ground again, frustration etched on his face. Jinwoo, I shall launch a full-scale attack on the barrier. You all must coordinate from outside. I will ensure Xiao Yun's safety, the Umbu captain declared amidst his worries. Understood, echoed the Umbu in unison. Ah, third Hokage. You seem quite relaxed. Perhaps you should focus on your own well-being. Attack, first Hokage, second Hokage. Orochimaru sneered, dismissing the third Hokage. With a swish, the two figures surged toward the third Hokage with lightning speed. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The third Hokage unleashed his most adept fire technique, pouring all his energy into it, for he faced the legendary Hashirama and Tobirama. The blazing inferno illuminated the battlefield, the intense heat overwhelming even the Umbu outside the barrier. Water style, Water Barrier. A deafening roar akin to the ocean erupted as a massive water vortex appeared beside Tobirama, instantly nullifying the third Hokage's fire technique. Xiao Yun was utterly astounded. This was the second Hokage? Remarkable. The ability to perform such powerful water techniques in a dry environment. How was it even possible? The third Hokage had not yet fathomed the gravity of the situation when a figure surged towards him with lethal intent. None other than the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. With just a few simple yet powerful taijutsu maneuvers, the third Hokage realized he could not withstand the onslaught. The sheer might of Hashirama was overwhelming. The adage, a heavy sword is without an edge, held true. Often, the most straightforward and forceful attacks eclipsed the more elaborate ninjutsu. In mere moments, the third Hokage was sent flying by a single kick from Hashirama, crashing violently to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Battling these two legendary figures was indeed a monumental challenge. Struggling to regain his footing, the third Hokage wiped the blood from his lips, scarcely pausing for breath, when suddenly, a faint sound of cracking stone reached his ears. Alarmed, he swiftly bit his finger. Wood release. Birth of the world of trees. Hashirama clasped his hands together and exclaimed. Swoosh. Instantly, countless branches erupted from the ground, rapidly forming towering trees that filled the entire barrier. Numerous branches lunged toward the third Hokage, who, caught off guard, found himself ensnared tightly. Inside the barrier, a verdant landscape flourished. Is this the ninjutsu that quelled chaos and founded Kenoha? Xiao Yun, witnessing the spectacle, was rendered speechless. His own wood release seemed but a sapling compared to this forest. Was this truly the god of shinobi? Equally astonished were the members of Kenoha's A and BU outside the barrier. They had only heard tales of the first Hokage's prowess, but witnessing it firsthand was akin to a divine apparition. The third Hokage, revered as the ninja professor, was swiftly subdued. The power he wielded was beyond human comprehension, utterly overwhelming. "Humph, teacher, you have indeed been captured," Orochimaru remarked mockingly, his gaze fixed on the third Hokage. Summoning technique. Elder monkey, come forth. With a puff of white smoke, a venerable monkey adorned with a leaf village forehead protector appeared before them. Orochimaru, the elder monkey chided. "It seems events have unfolded in this manner. Sarutobi, why did you not eliminate this beast when you had the chance?" The elder monkey regarded the third Hokage with a hint of dissatisfaction. "If I were to strike him down now, would you assist me, elder monkey?" By transforming into the Rui Jingu Bang, the third Hokage earnestly implored the elder monkey. "Eliminate the third. Do not allow them to unite." Orochimaru bellowed, his eyes brimming with trepidation. "Understood." The elder monkey suddenly split into three, with two clones blocking Hashirama and Tobirama, transforming into the Rui Jingu Bang. The monkey swiftly severed the branches that bound the third Hokage. With a leap, the third Hokage seized the Rui Jingu Bang, standing atop a sturdy tree trunk. Outside the barrier, the previously despondent ANBU members were invigorated. Incredible. Is this the caliber of Hokage-level combat? The Hokage's might remains undiminished, truly impressive. Inside the barrier, Xiao Yun was left speechless. In the past, he had aspired to be one of the ANBU, donning a cool mask and traversing the shadows to protect the village and vanquish foes. Yet now, observing the ANBU, their roles seemed reduced to mere atmosphere enhancers and narrators. These fools cannot see that the Hokage and I, a Kenoha prodigy, are ensnared within this barrier. Hurry and devise a plan to assist us. Laughter erupted, and Xiao Yun turned his gaze to see Orochimaru grinning widely. A colossal serpent emerged from his mouth, which then opened to reveal an ancient sword. At first glance, the sword appeared unremarkable, yet Xiao Yun, familiar with the lore, instantly recognized it as the legendary Kusanagi sword. No, the renowned Kusanagi cannot be so mundane, Xiao Yun thought, activating his Byakugan to unveil the sword's secrets. In that moment, as the Byakugan activated, he was astonished to see a deep blue hue mingling with the purple light emanating from his eyes. Moreover, he could perceive the flow of chakra within others with remarkable clarity, even the minutiae of their chakra points. His scrutiny intensified upon the Kusanagi sword in Orochimaru's grasp. "Remarkable," he gasped, sensing a unique energy radiating from the blade, instinctively recognizing its perilous nature. "Now, elder monkey." The third Hokage maneuvered the Rui Jingu Bang with ferocity. "Sarutobi, though I am impervious to harm, I cannot withstand the Kusanagi for too long," the elder monkey warned. "I understand," the third Hokage replied solemnly. Clang. The third Hokage charged at Orochimaru with the Rui Jingu Bang, who, sensing the gravity of the situation, approached with caution. In a brief exchange, the third Hokage's strikes became erratic, and soon, Orochimaru found himself on the defensive. With a sudden flourish, the Rui Jingu Bang split into three, elongating to strike from multiple angles. Orochimaru, unable to evade, was flattened against the ground, blood spilling everywhere. Yet, in an instant, he emerged from the carnage, albeit with a missing arm. Although it quickly regenerated, his strength was significantly diminished. "Curse you, old man. Kill him," Orochimaru roared, as Hashirama and Tobirama charged forward. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The third Hokage split into three, blocking the advance of the first and second Hokage, and the clones formed a protective circle around one another. "Orochimaru, today you shall witness a jutsu you have never encountered. See, Hai Wei Mao Su Zi, Yu Wu Si." Forbidden technique. Corpse Demon Seal. The third Hokage and his clones simultaneously formed hand seals. Is this the Shinigami? The third Hokage glanced back. To Orochimaru, it appeared as though nothing had transpired after the seals were completed. However, a sense of dread washed over him as he locked eyes with his former teacher, an ominous premonition gripping him as if he were being targeted by an ancient beast. Yet, upon closer inspection, it seemed as though nothing had occurred. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun, concealed within the earth, had a clear view of a massive, ghostly visage materializing behind the third Hokage, wielding a short blade and beads, continuously emitting black runes that branded themselves onto the third Hokage's form. A mere glance at the apparition sent chills coursing through Xiao Yun's being, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Is this truly the Shinigami? Enough of your bluster, old man. You shall perish today, and Kenoha will be obliterated, Orochimaru bellowed, brandishing the Kusanagi sword as he charged at the third Hokage. Yet, the third Hokage disregarded Orochimaru entirely, directing both clones straight at Hashirama and Tobirama. I've got you. The third Hokage's clone seized the first and second Hokage with force. Corpse Demon Seal. The third Hokage roared, prompting Xiao Yun to witness the Shinigami extend a spectral hand inscribed with runes directly into the third Hokage's body. The third Hokage cried out in anguish, the pain seemingly emanating from his very soul, nearly overwhelming even a figure as stalwart as he. The ethereal hand penetrated his form before reaching into the bodies of the first and second Hokage. A shadowy figure was extracted from Hashirama, and another from the third Hokage's own essence. The Shinigami, observing the two souls in its grasp, bore a sinister smile as it lifted its blade high, delivering the fatal blow to the two souls. The defeated spirits were then devoured, the Shinigami indulging in their essence, while the soul of the second Hokage was also drawn forth from the third Hokage's body. Unexpectedly, even in death, I have caused you such great trouble. I sincerely apologize. Monkey. Senju Hashirama scratched his head in embarrassment. I truly did not foresee your formidable sealing technique. My apologies, Monkey. Senju Tobirama's tone was equally filled with regret. With a rustling sound, the two transformed into a cloud of ashes, scattering onto the ground. Chapter 93. Xiao Yun's achievement. After the bodies of the first and second Hokage turned to ash, two living bodies, resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, suddenly appeared before everyone. They were none other than the Sound Village ninjas, under the command of Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you beast! You do not even spare your own subordinates. The third Hokage glared angrily at Orochimaru. Enough of your nonsense. To be chosen for impure world reincarnation is their fortune, Orochimaru retorted, panicking as he realized the third Hokage had swiftly dispatched the first and second Hokage using some secret technique. It was well known that ninjas brought back through impure world reincarnation were essentially immortal. Even if their bodies were destroyed, they would soon regenerate. Sealing technique. It must be an extraordinarily powerful sealing technique to accomplish this. However, I am intimately familiar with all of Kenoha's ninjutsu, and there should be no sealing technique capable of such a feat. Could it be that this old man has concealed some secret technique? Orochimaru, meet your end. The third Hokage bellowed, brandishing his golden staff and charging at Orochimaru. In an instant, the battle commenced, with staff and sword clashing fiercely, and soon, Orochimaru found himself at a disadvantage. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. With a loud bang, the golden staff in the third Hokage's hand suddenly vanished, and the injured Monkey King appeared beside him, gasping for breath. I am truly sorry, Sarutobi. The destructive power of the Kusanagi sword is simply too overwhelming. Even an indestructible body struggles to contend with it, the Monkey King expressed with deep remorse. The third Hokage's expression grew grave as he looked at the Monkey King. Without the staff, he found it difficult to contend with Orochimaru. As the time for the dead demon consuming seal approached, he pondered what to do. Master. I see it now. The secret technique you employed is the dead demon consuming seal from the Uzumaki clan, right? As long as you grasp your enemy's body, you can extract their soul from it, correct? But without your staff, you are no match for me. Orochimaru laughed maniacally. Damn it. The third Hokage gritted his teeth. His fists clenched. Is the heavens truly intent on destroying Kenoha? Fortunately, Naruto is not far. Otherwise, I would have no means to execute that secret technique. At that moment, Xiao Yun formed hand seals, his thoughts plunging into a state of clarity. Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru shouted, unleashing a flurry of snakes towards the third Hokage. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. The third Hokage countered, erecting a wall of earth that sent the snakes crashing against it, dazed and falling to the ground. As long as I maintain my distance, victory shall be mine. Orochimaru's laughter echoed with arrogance. Despite the third Hokage's repeated attempts to seize Orochimaru, the latter proved too agile. Without the golden staff, and with his chakra nearly depleted, defending himself was becoming increasingly arduous. Suddenly, with a calculated strike, Orochimaru pierced the third Hokage's abdomen, causing blood to gush forth. Lord Hokage, the Umbu outside the barrier cried out in distress. At that moment, a surge of terrifying chakra erupted, startling everyone. As they focused, they beheld a vibrant orange chakra emanating from Xiao Yun's position. With a resounding boom, the earth-style barrier enveloping Xiao Yun shattered, revealing him, enveloped in orange chakra. Is that Xiao Yun? The onlookers gasped in awe. The intensity of his chakra was overwhelming, brimming with an unsettling killing intent. Moreover, he possessed four tails, resembling a four-tailed fox. Especially for Orochimaru, this chakra felt eerily familiar. It was the chakra of the nine tails, which he had witnessed during its attack on Kenoha. Third Hokage, must I simply capture Orochimaru? Please tell me. In this form, I can only maintain it for half a minute, Xiao Yun urged, realizing that his current four-tailed state could only be sustained for a brief period. Forcing it beyond that would not only exhaust his body, but also leave Naruto in a perilous state. Capture Orochimaru. The rest is up to me, the third Hokage replied, wiping the blood from his mouth. 8 gates, third gate, open. Xiao Yun unleashed all his power, recognizing that against an elite ninja like Orochimaru, he could not afford to hold back. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura surged forth, and Xiao Yun's eyes sprang open, radiating a divine light of purple and blue. Orochimaru was taken aback, quickly summoning 2 snakes to shield himself. However, he underestimated the power of Xiao Yun's technique. The snakes were pierced through, and even though they absorbed much of the divine light's potency, Orochimaru still sustained injuries. Though these wounds were mere pinpricks to him, they provided Xiao Yun with the crucial moment he needed. With a thunderous rush, Xiao Yun charged towards Orochimaru, moving faster than either the first or second Hokage had before. Such speed. Orochimaru realized that Xiao Yun aimed to capture him, and he merely needed to endure until Xiao Yun's technique expired to claim victory. Ninjutsu, Snake Sea. Orochimaru unleashed a torrent of snakes from his mouth, creating a wall to block Xiao Yun's advance. How infuriating! Xiao Yun stared at the mass of snakes before him, feeling his scalp tingle. Enough of this. Lightning release. Lacking proficiency in lightning techniques, Xiao Yun resorted to a simple yet forceful release of his thunderclap techniques in one go. Crackling sounds filled the air as the scent of charred flesh enveloped the battlefield. All the snakes fell lifeless to the ground, leaving Orochimaru astonished. This lightning technique is far too powerful. Xiao Yun, I have no desire to fight you. You have brought this upon yourself. Orochimaru's eyes hardened, and the Kusanagi sword in his hand elongated, aiming directly for Xiao Yun. In an unexpected turn, Xiao Yun did not evade or dodge. Instead, he charged directly at the Kusanagi sword, impaling his abdomen. Despite the intense pain, he pressed forward, catching Orochimaru off guard, and in an instant, he had him in a tight embrace. Why? Why would you go to such lengths? Orochimaru questioned, bewildered. Because there are too many people in Kenoha that I value. Xiao Yun replied determinedly, binding Orochimaru with the powerful chakra of the nine tails and the potent lightning chakra, rendering him immobile. Well done. Just as the chakra from the nine tails dissipated from Xiao Yun, the third Hokage seized Orochimaru. Xiao Yun finally collapsed to the ground, unable to support himself any longer. Orochimaru. It all ends here. In that fleeting moment of being captured by the Hokage, Orochimaru felt as though his soul was ensnared by an unseen force, completely beyond his control. This sensation was far more unbearable than when Xiao Yun had embraced him. What is this? Orochimaru broke into a cold sweat, as if confronted by something profoundly terrifying. Chapter 94. The third Hokage's funeral within the barrier. Orochimaru no longer exhibited his previous calm demeanor. His face was now etched with terror, for he had caught sight of the legendary Shinigami, slowly raising its scythe, as the third Hokage meticulously drew his soul from him. What nonsense is this? I, Orochimaru, the harbinger of truth, cannot perish in such a place. Orochimaru roared in fury, channeling his formidable willpower to gradually pull his soul back. Orochimaru, I did not expect your willpower to be quite so formidable. The third Hokage scoffed, continuing to extract Orochimaru's soul bit by bit. Let go of me, you old man. As time passed, Orochimaru felt his will slowly crumbling, experiencing fear for the very first time in his life, a profound and overwhelming terror. At last, the Grim Reaper's colossal blade descended, severing the translucent soul, which was subsequently chewed upon. With a piercing scream, Orochimaru's hands lost all sensation. Orochimaru, my disciple, it is truly a shame that I could not take you with me. However, it matters not. I have claimed the souls of your hands, and from this day forth, you shall be unable to wield ninjutsu. With that, the third Hokage lay back, slowly closing his eyes as consciousness faded away. In his final moments, he seemed to recall the innocent visage of young Orochimaru, along with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Ultimately, the third Hokage's eyes closed completely, a faint smile lingering at the corner of his lips. You bastard, third Hokage, return my hands to me. Orochimaru was on the brink of madness. 4 purple flames formation. At that instant, For Sound Ninja dispelled the barrier and dragged the nearly incapacitated Orochimaru away. Lord Orochimaru, we must retreat, one of the stout ninjas urged. After a prolonged moment, Orochimaru finally regained his composure, casting a resentful glance at the third Hokage before declaring, we withdraw, and ensure that this man is killed. With that, his gaze turned to Xiao Yun. Yes, the short, stout ninja raised his dagger and aimed for Xiao Yun's head. Die! Just as the blade was about to strike, a striking figure appeared, delivering a punch that sent the stout ninja flying. Orochimaru, you traitor to Kenoha, you shall not leave alive. Tsunade glared fiercely. Humph. It has been a while, Tsunade. Perhaps you should concern yourself with your man. He has just unleashed a powerful jutsu and has been injured by my sword. Hurry and save him, or he may not survive. We are leaving. Orochimaru's voice was laced with cold laughter. Tsunade bit her lip, watching Orochimaru retreat without pursuing him. Instead, she scooped up Xiao Yun and left the arena. On the battlefield, Orochimaru's forces had initially held the upper hand. Yet, inexplicably, their allies from Tsunagakure suddenly betrayed them, joining forces with Kenoha to annihilate Orochimaru's troops. In an instant, Orochimaru's army was thrown into disarray. Within a day, the battle concluded, and the remaining villages, plagued by mutual distrust, chose to depart from Kenoha. Although the conflict lasted but a single day and ended in Kenoha's favor, the village now lay in ruins, scattered with debris and strewn with corpses. As time hastily passed, 7 days slipped by, leaving a lingering air of sorrow throughout Kenoha. Today marked the day of the third Hokage's burial, alongside his son Asuma, a testament to the dedication of the Sarutobi clan to Kenoha. Everyone donned black attire, a somber atmosphere enveloping the village. After several days of treatment and bolstered by Xiao Yun's formidable recovery abilities, he returned to his former self in no time. Clad in black, he made his way to the cemetery. The previously clear sky suddenly darkened, and gentle raindrops began to fall. Is even the heavens mourning? Xiao Yun pondered. He recalled the day when the third Hokage valiantly fought Orochimaru for the sake of the village, those scenes replaying in his mind like a film reel. He remembered watching a video that analyzed the third Hokage, portraying him as cunning and detailing how he had conspired with Danzo against the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Now, reflecting on it, he realized that those content creators would stoop to any level for views, their narratives utterly devoid of truth. No one in Konoha loved the village more than the third Hokage. As for those past events, it seemed that the Hokage was merely constrained by his circumstances. As he walked, Xiao Yun passed by the home of Kurenai Yui, noticing the door ajar and faint sobs emanating from within. He gently entered to find Kurenai clad in black, her expression cold and bereft, holding a portrait of Asuma while staring vacantly at the short blade he once wielded. Alas, Xiao Yun mused, recognizing Kurenai's suffering. Her father was missing, and the man she loved had perished. Yet, he recalled that in the original narrative, Asuma survived for many episodes. Why had he met his end so prematurely? Moreover, in the original story, Kurenai had been heavily pregnant at the time of Asuma's death. Where was the child? Sighing, Xiao Yun lamented the myriad differences between this world and the original narrative. He had presumed that with a system and a godlike perspective, he would dominate effortlessly. Yet, the reality was that those who were destined to die still met their fates, and nothing had changed. Kurenai, the deceased are beyond our reach. Do not grieve excessively. He instinctively reached for a tissue to offer her, but then reconsidered, placing it back in his pocket. Kurenai cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Yun, her gaze dimming further, and said nothing. Understanding that no words of comfort could suffice at this moment, he silently departed, leaving her to process her sorrow alone. Xiao Yun, wait. Kurenai's voice suddenly broke through, raspy and heart-wrenching. What is it, Kurenai? He turned to face her. This is a letter Asuma left for you. You should take a look. She handed him an envelope. A letter for me? Xiao Yun took it, puzzled, as he and Asuma had never met. Why had he left a letter for him? Teacher. I will read it later. The third Hokage's funeral is about to begin. We should attend. He carefully tucked the letter into his clothing. All right, Kurenai nodded. By the time they arrived, the funeral site was already filled with mourners, each face etched with sorrow. The funeral for the third Hokage will now commence, Kakashi announced softly. In the drizzling rain, silence enveloped the attendees, all holding white flowers, their gazes fixed solemnly on the portrait of the third Hokage. Expressions of grief were intermingled with confusion regarding the uncertain future. In a world fraught with turmoil, survival necessitated allegiance to powerful organizations. And Kenoha was the strongest bastion for its denizens. Now, however, Kenoha lay in shambles, a mere shadow of its former strength. Akin to a pillar on the verge of collapse, where would the remnants find refuge? Even the revered third Hokage had perished in battle, and with other villages poised to strike. A pervasive sense of despair permeated Kenoha. Everyone, listen to me. A resonant voice shattered the funeral stillness, drawing the crowd's attention to Xiao Yun, who stepped forward. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of his intentions. Although Kenoha has suffered significant losses, we ultimately emerged victorious. Our immediate task is to rebuild Kenoha and strengthen its power. We do not have the luxury of time for sorrow or confusion. For the sake of all who remain, we must act swiftly. Fortunately, our foundation remains intact. Elite and mid-level ninjas have not suffered substantial losses, and the third Hokage entrusted me with knowledge of a substantial fund sufficient for Konoha's reconstruction. The pressing matter is to select a person of great virtue and esteem to assume the position of Hokage, leading us in the revitalization of Kenoha. If we unite as one, I firmly believe Kenoha will regain its former glory in the shortest time possible. Xiao Yun spoke passionately, fully aware that at this moment, instilling confidence was paramount. If they could restore hope, everything would eventually fall into place. Conversely, if we allow such despair to fester, Kenoha may indeed vanish at any moment. Upon hearing these words, the crowd's spirits were instantly lifted, and the atmosphere at the funeral became lively. Xiao Yun was right. We must rally together. Indeed, the third Hokage sacrificed himself for Kenoha, and he would certainly not wish to witness our current state of despondency. I propose we immediately elect the fifth Hokage. Who should it be? I believe Jiraiya would be quite suitable. However, Jiraiya's carefree nature contrasts with Tsunade's decisive demeanor, which might make her a better fit. Yet, Tsunade is currently pregnant. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, exchanging opinions. I have something to say, please listen. At that moment, a man wearing an Umbu mask appeared on the stage in an instant. He was none other than the Umbu captain, Shinwu, who had narrated the fierce battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage. I propose we nominate Xiao Yun as the fifth Hokage. This declaration caused an uproar, and even Xiao Yun gazed at Shinwu in disbelief. I say, Shinwu, this is not a jest. In terms of both qualifications and strength, I fall short, Xiao Yun said, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. Shinwu gestured for silence, cleared his throat, and continued loudly. You may not know, but without Xiao Yun's assistance, the third Hokage could not have possibly triumphed over Orochimaru. Thus, Shinwu recounted the entire event with embellishments, making Xiao Yun feel quite bashful. Am I really that brave? The crowd was taken aback, realizing that Xiao Yun possessed an unparalleled wood-release talent, a lightning release ability on par with Samui, as well as the chakra of the Nine Tails. Furthermore, Shinwu revealed the connection between Xiao Yun and Samui, informing everyone that Xiao Yun was now the son-in-law of the fourth Raikage from the Lightning Village. Everyone, as the saying goes, a son-in-law is akin to a son. If Xiao Yun becomes Hokage, the fourth Raikage will undoubtedly uphold his alliance with Kenoha. Therefore, I recommend we elect Xiao Yun as the fifth Hokage. Additionally, Xiao Yun has a marriage pact with the prominent Hyuga clan, ensuring their full support should he become Hokage. Moreover, it is well known that the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, is carrying his child. Her prestige in the village is undeniable. If Xiao Yun ascends to Hokage, Tsunade will certainly lend her unwavering support. Having concluded his speech, Shinwu asked, "Who is in favor? Who is against?" He removed his mask, revealing a handsome face, eagerly scanning the crowd. Xiao Yun felt utterly speechless, wishing he could strike Shinwu for making him sound like a mere dependent. However, upon reflection, Shinwu's reasoning held merit, given the current circumstances. It seemed that only Xiao Yun could balance the internal and external needs of Kenoha as Hokage. "Shinwu, this is inappropriate," Xiao Yun hastily protested. "I believe Xiao Yun is indeed the most suitable candidate for Hokage," came a thunderous voice from Akimichi Choza. Indeed, the crowd echoed in agreement. "Xiao Yun, embrace the will of fire and take your rightful place as Hokage," nodded Inuzuka Tsum, showing her support. "This decision is approved. Furthermore, I propose that on the day Xiao Yun is elected as Hokage, a grand wedding ceremony be held with my Hyuga clan to bring good fortune to Kenoha," declared Hyuga Hayashi, the clan leader. "I also support this." "Agreed. Agreed." The voices of approval echoed, reaching a crescendo. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, a woman was watching this scene through a crystal ball. "Sister Jun, could you allow me to return to Xiao Yun's side for just 2 days? Without my presence, it would be difficult for the Fourth Raikage to uphold his alliance with Kenoha," pleaded Samui as she knelt before a woman clad in flowing white. "Dear girl, do you truly care for this man? He has many women." The woman named Jun chuckled lightly. "Yes, I love him. Please, Sister Jun, just let me go for 2 days. I only need to bring Xiao Yun to meet the Raikage. I implore you." With that, Samui bowed deeply. "Very well." Jun waved her hand, and Samui vanished from the spot. In the Root headquarters, Danzo furiously tore apart the recommendation letter for Xiao Yun to become the 5th Hokage. He had painstakingly allied with Orochimaru to eliminate the 3rd Hokage, all to secure his own position as Hokage. Now, the people of Kenoha were unanimously supporting Xiao Yun instead. It was preposterous. "Yamato, contact Mito Kazekage and Tozen Koharu, and inform them I must convene an emergency meeting at once." "Yes. And find out who is supporting Xiao Yun's candidacy for Hokage. Anyone involved must be dealt with immediately." In the special conference room of Kenoha, Danzo sat at the table with a dark expression. Mito Kazekage and Tozen Koharu entered the room, greeting him. "Ah, Danzo, you arrived quite early," Mito remarked with a smile. "Humph. Kazekage, I heard you submitted the recommendation for Xiao Yun as the 5th Hokage to the daimyo. You are being incredibly irresponsible." Danzo slammed his hand on the table, his eyes ablaze with anger. "Irresponsible? How dare you say that? Tell me, where were you and your root during Orochimaru's invasion of Kenoha?" Tozen retorted coldly. "We were fighting within the village, albeit on a different battlefield. My men were tasked with monitoring the other village's ninjas to prevent any incursions," Danzo replied, maintaining a facade of composure. "Is that so?" Tozen scoffed, clearly unconvinced by Danzo's excuses. "Danzo, I know you wish to contribute to the village and become the 5th Hokage, but at this moment, Xiao Yun's popularity is too high. Moreover, Shinwa's points have garnered the daimyo's approval. For the sake of the village, it would be more appropriate to let Xiao Yun assume the role of Hokage for now," Mito declared. "Does Xiao Yun truly possess the capability to be Hokage?" Danzo protested. "Danzo, you are regressing. A Hokage must be charismatic. A leader must have the people's support. Have you inquired about how the villagers perceive you? With your current stance, how can you unite Kenoha? As for strength, Xiao Yun has only been training for a short time. According to Umbu Captain Shinwu, even at his less than full strength, he can barely contend with Orochimaru. Given time, he could become a ninja of Senju Hashirama's caliber," Tozen stated calmly. "I oppose Xiao Yun becoming Hokage." Danzo was momentarily at a loss for words, resorting to petty tactics. "Your opinion is irrelevant. The daimyo has decreed, effective immediately, Danzo's leadership of Root is revoked. And Root will be temporarily managed by Mito Kazekage and myself," Tozen announced, handing Danzo a scroll. "You are seizing power under false pretenses. I refuse to accept this. Where are the members of Root?" Danzo angrily threw his staff to the ground, ready to confront the 2 advisors. Suddenly, several masked Root members appeared, brandishing short blades with an air of menace. "Danzo, you have greatly disappointed us." Mito Kazekage and Tozen Koharu glared at him coldly. "It is you who have disappointed me first. Eliminate these 2 old fools." Danzo gestured for Root to act. In an instant, Danzo felt a chill at his throat as all the Root members drew their kunai, positioning them against his neck. "Danzo, do you truly believe Root is under your command? Seal him away with the sealing technique, Once all of Danzo's crimes have been uncovered, execute him publicly. Mito Minyan gazed at the proud disciple of the second Hokage with profound disappointment. For the sake of the Hokage position, this individual had changed considerably. A month later, under Xiao Yun's leadership, Kenoha had begun to show signs of recovery. Throughout this month, Xiao Yun had scarcely rested, tirelessly guiding the villagers in their relentless efforts. Amidst the bustling activity, the sorrow that had enveloped the community gradually dissipated. As the fifth Hokage, Xiao Yun had gained initial recognition from the people. Yet this was far from sufficient. Kenoha remained beset by peril. Intelligence reports indicated that both the Mist and Earth villages had convened twice over the past month. Their agenda being straightforward: to eliminate Kenoha while it was still vulnerable. It seemed the time had come to send a delegation to the Lightning Village. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow. If Samui were still by his side, given her rapport with the fourth Raikage, he would be confident in persuading the Raikage to ally with Kenoha. However, with Samui captured and her fate uncertain, what could he do? Never mind. He would head to the Lightning Village and see what could be done, especially since he still possessed the alliance treaty signed by the fourth Raikage and the third Hokage. Suddenly, the door to the Hokage's office burst open, and a radiant figure rushed in. Yuhi Kurenai. Ever since Xiao Yun assumed the role of Hokage, Tsunade had insisted on placing Kurenai by his side as his secretary. Though termed as secretary, she was essentially Tsunade's eyes and ears. Hokage-sama. Kurenai stammered, struggling to adjust. As not long ago, this man had been her student, and now he stood as the esteemed Hokage. Kurenai-sensei, please just call me Xiao Yun. It sounds more pleasant. He replied with a chuckle. That is out of the question. A Hokage is a Hokage. How could I address you so casually? Kurenai insisted resolutely. Very well. As you wish. Now, is there something you need? Xiao Yun inquired. I almost forgot. You must see who has returned. Kurenai exclaimed with delight. As she spoke, an exceptionally striking figure appeared in the doorway. Samui. Xiao Yun and Samui dashed toward each other, embracing tightly. Where have you been during this time? Xiao Yun grasped Samui's delicate hand, his voice filled with excitement. Actually, during this time, Samui began, revealing that she had been abducted by a mysterious woman and taken to a place called the Dragon Cave. Surprisingly, rather than causing her distress, the woman had allowed her to train in sage techniques. Indeed, the Dragon Cave exists. Xiao Yun's eyes widened in astonishment, as in the original tale. Both Orochimaru and Kabuto drew their powers from this very place. By the way, is there a white snake sage in the Dragon Cave? He questioned, looking at Samui with curiosity. How do you know that? Samui's eyes widened in surprise. A friend named Kishimoto informed me, Xiao Yun replied. Your friend Kishimoto is quite remarkable. Even among the high-level snake sages, only a few are aware of the white snake sage's name. I have only heard Sister Shin mention it once, and it is said that no one has seen its true form, Samui explained. Sister Shin? Is she the woman you fought in the forest? Xiao Yun nodded. At that moment, a light cough interrupted them, and Kurenai pointed toward the door. Xiao Yun turned to see Tsunade standing outside the Hokage's office, her expression dark with displeasure. Long time no see, Samui, Tsunade said coldly, before pulling Xiao Yun to her side. Chapter 97. Persuasion. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was decidedly tense. Xiao Yun quickly exchanged glances with Kurenai, who immediately understood the unspoken communication. Well, Tsunade, you see. Samui has come to escort Xiao Yun to the Lightning Village to meet the fourth Raikage, Kurenai said cheerfully. Humph. So you're off to see the Raikage, are you? What is all this hugging about? Xiao Yun, now that you are Hokage, are you thinking of taking multiple wives? Tsunade teased, pinching Xiao Yun sharply, causing him to grimace in pain. Samui, come with me, Tsunade ordered, assertively leading Samui away from Xiao Yun's office. Seeing this, Xiao Yun couldn't help but smile bitterly. He wasn't worried that Tsunade would harm Samui. After all, Kenoha desperately needed the assistance of the Lightning Village, and any harm to Samui would be a detriment to Kenoha. He had faith that Tsunade understood this imperative. That night, through the window, Kenoha remained brightly lit, with villagers tirelessly working to rebuild. Xiao Yun prepared to rest for the night, planning to set off for the Lightning Village early the next morning. Tsunade, where have you taken Samui? Xiao Yun finally asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Humph. After holding back all night, I finally couldn't resist asking, Tsunade replied with a stern expression. Isn't it to take her to the Lightning Village? Please don't be angry, Xiao Yun said, pulling Tsunade into a comforting embrace. It had been a few days since they last saw each other, and Tsunade had changed. Don't touch me. Go find your beloved Samui and let her showcase her skills and bear your children. Tsunade attempted to break free from Xiao Yun's hold, but he held on tightly, and she only struggled half-heartedly before ceasing her resistance. When Xiao Yun looked at Tsunade again, he noticed her reddened nose and glistening eyes, causing his heart to ache for her. Tsunade, you know Kenoha is beset by both internal and external strife, weathering storms. Samui, enough. Spare me your grand speeches. Your Samui should have already arrived at the lightning village, Tsunade interrupted impatiently. Xiao Yun was taken aback, incredulous as he gazed at Tsunade. But Kenoha is several thousand miles from the lightning village. How is that possible? As it turned out, after leaving the Hokage's office with Samui, Tsunade had sought out the 3 guards of the 4th Hokage, who could combine their abilities to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. While they may not execute it as adeptly as the 4th, transporting a few individuals was certainly feasible. Samui should now be in the lightning village. If Xiao Yun were to boldly escort Samui to the lightning village, they would undoubtedly face ambushes from other villages along the way, as they would not wish to see Kenoha and the lightning village form a substantial alliance at this juncture. Furthermore, Tsunade instructed Samui that once a solid alliance was established between the lightning and Kenoha, Xiao Yun would be expected to marry into the lightning village in his capacity as Hokage. Tsunade, you are amazing. With you as my capable partner, I can truly feel secure in my role as Hokage, Xiao Yun exclaimed, unable to resist planting a firm kiss on her forehead. One could not deny that despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, Tsunade possessed remarkable insight. Look at that silly grin, she said, blushing, before turning serious. Xiao Yun, many in Kenoha still do not respect you. Do you understand why? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yun replied with resignation. I know it's because my current strength is insufficient. To be frank, I never desired to be Hokage. Wouldn't it be better to develop quietly? Xiao Yun, I share your disdain for the behavior of those 2 advisors and the nobles pushing you, but in that situation, Shin's words held merit. Moreover, the 3rd Hokage managed to fend off Orochimaru, and you contributed greatly to that effort. You are not merely riding on others' coattails. My man is truly exceptional, Tsunade said proudly. Are you complimenting me or criticizing me? Do you know what those who doubt my leadership call me? Xiao Yun chuckled helplessly. Tsunade chuckled lightly, playfully tapping Xiao Yun's chest as she remarked, do they call you the strongest soft rice king in the ninja world, Lord 5th Hokage? Ha. But on a serious note, to reach such a level of soft rice consumption is indeed a remarkable skill. I see them scoffing outwardly, yet they are enviously admiring you inwardly. And here you are, teasing me. How about I enjoy some of your soft rice dumplings instead? Xiao Yun scooped Tsunade into his arms. Stop it. As Hokage, while others are working hard outside. You're still thinking about this? Tsunade feigned anger as she gazed at Xiao Yun. The way you say that, I'm not just here to lounge around. Xiao Yun replied with a serious expression. Tsunade burst into laughter, wrapping her arms around Xiao Yun's neck, her eyes sparkling with affection. They embraced tightly, for during this period, he needed to train, lead the village's reconstruction, and endure slander from those with ulterior motives. Many respected Xiao Yun as Hokage, yet they undermined his authority, particularly the remnants of Danzo's influence in the roots. He needed to unwind, both physically and mentally. Tsunade, be gentle. With your strength, can my petite frame withstand such treatment? Xiao Yun's cries echoed from the room. It turned out Tsunade had transformed into a skilled masseuse, excelling in various techniques. In the Reikage village, Samui stood before the 4th Reikage, who was filled with excitement. Is it really you? He exclaimed, having feared he would never see her again. It is I, Lord Reikage, Samui replied, kneeling before him. Equally thrilled. Get up, get up. It's enough that you've returned. Tears nearly brimmed in the 4th Reikage's eyes, for he had raised Samui as if she were his own daughter. Actually, I have come back for a reason. Samui began, recounting Xiao Yun's request in detail. I never imagined that Xiao Yun would become the 5th Hokage, and through a woman at that. If Sarutobi Hiruzen knew, he would surely rise from his grave. The 4th Reikage laughed heartily. You truly must assist Xiao Yun. Although Kenoha has repelled Orochimaru, the sand, earth, and mist villages still eye it covetously. Xiao Yun said that if you help Kenoha through this crisis, he would marry me in the name of Hokage, forging a lasting bond with the Reikage village, Samui fervently stated. They say when a woman finds a man, her intelligence diminishes. Just look at your eyes. Who else is in them but Xiao Yun? You foolish girl. Do not forget that Xiao Yun also has Tsunade, and she is no meek opponent, the 4th Reikage replied with a faint smile. For some reason, Whenever Tsunade was mentioned, Samui felt a pang of insecurity. Though she surpassed Tsunade in beauty and figure, was it because Tsunade carried Xiaoyun's child that she felt assured of her hold over him? No. I must also find a way to bear Xiaoyun's child. Is being pregnant so extraordinary? Once I have a child with him, how will you maintain your pride in front of me? Samui resolved. Though I consider you as my own daughter, this matter is of great significance. I need to analyze it carefully. I will give you my answer tomorrow, the fourth Raikage stated. By the way, Lord Raikage, I have something immensely important to discuss regarding the Dragon Cave. Chapter 98. Preparing to depart in the Raikage Hall. What? Are you serious? The fourth Raikage and the recently returned Killer Bee exclaimed in disbelief at Samui's words. Lord Raikage, although I am now with Xiaoyun, I carry the blood of the Raikage village within me. It is my home, and I would never deceive you. Samui spoke earnestly. The individuals within the Dragon Cave are incredibly formidable. I dare say, even you may not match the strength of Sister Jin, she continued. Sister Jin? The fourth Raikage looked at Samui with confusion. Indeed, there are several experts like Sister Jin in the Dragon Cave, and they have a mysterious figure known as the White Snake Sage. Their strength is unknown, Samui explained. Crucially, it seems the Dragon Cave intends for Xiaoyun to inherit their powers, so investing in Xiaoyun now is undoubtedly the most prudent choice, she added sincerely. Her eyes filled with fervent anticipation. Samui, for the sake of aiding your man, you can concoct any tale. The Dragon Cave and the White Snake Sage? How utterly ridiculous. Darui, a guard beside the Raikage, scoffed at her. Darui, what I say is the truth, believe it or not, is up to you, Samui retorted, unfazed. Even if what you say is true, you've returned, and all you speak of is Xiaoyun. How long have you known him? Why not inquire about Samuel? Darui's eyes burned with anger. Samuel? What happened to him? Upon hearing Samuel's name, a flicker of sorrow crossed Samui's exquisite features. He died, choosing to perish alongside Xiaoyun for your sake. While your man thrives, your brother, who grew up alongside you, lies forever in his grave, Darui shouted, tears welling in his eyes. In Kenoha, everyone was tirelessly working to reconstruct the village, except for the remnants of Danzo's organization, which should not be underestimated. They allied with factions opposing Xiaoyun, consistently hindering his efforts and openly defying his newly issued Hokage orders. Just today, Xiaoyun issued the fifth Hokage decree since taking office, stating that for the reconstruction of Kenoha, every ninja must undertake various assignments according to their abilities to earn funds necessary for the village's rebuilding. However, this group audaciously tore up the mission orders in public, spreading rumors throughout the village that Xiaoyun was merely living off others. Minyan, should we intervene to assist Xiaoyun? Those from the roots are causing too much trouble. No. Let's see if Xiaoyun is fit to be Hokage, Mito Minyan and Tokashorin observed from a distance. Watching Xiaoyun in his office. Xiaoyun, will you really allow them to act with such impunity? You are Hokage now. Guy had long been displeased with the root members. If Xiaoyun had not stopped him, he would have unleashed his 8 gates, taking them down one by one. Indeed, my Hokage, I never realized you could endure so much. Yu Gao remarked, frowning in confusion at Xiaoyun's calm demeanor amidst the chaos. Even if Xiaoyun's strength was currently inadequate, as the nominal Hokage, he could easily deal with a few remnants of the root. Tsunade, say something. If this continues, your man's authority will be trampled. Yu Gao looked helplessly at the composed Xiaoyun and Tsunade. To destroy, one must first drive them to madness. A glint of coldness flashed in Xiaoyun's eyes. These root members were brainwashed by Danzo, recognizing only him and disregarding Kenoha. Xiaoyun understood that they could not be redeemed. Since that was the case, they must be eliminated. The problem was that many among them were Chunin, with over a dozen Jonin. If he acted rashly, it could provoke unforeseen consequences, leading to a collapse of the hard-won stability. At that point, both external threats and internal strife would converge, bringing Kenoha to the brink of disaster. In the past, I could approach life and death with indifference, ready to confront any challenge. However, once I found myself in a position of authority, overseeing the grand scheme, I realized that actions must be approached with utmost caution. A single misstep could lead to utter defeat. For instance, in this matter, although they defied orders on numerous occasions, they possessed justifiable reasons, as it was their duty to maintain vigilance over Kenoha. If Xiaoyun intended to discipline them, he needed a credible rationale and must await an opportune moment, alongside cultivating a favorable public sentiment. This is what is meant by the harmony of timing, location, and personnel. Xiao Yun was waiting, anticipating news from Samui. Now, Xiao Yun finally comprehended that leadership is not a task for the faint-hearted. One cannot act based solely on personal biases, but must prioritize maximizing benefits as the singular guiding principle. Those in power must practice patience, endurance, and decisiveness. Resolutely. Xiao Yun closed his eyes. Suddenly, a carrier pigeon flew into Xiao Yun's office. He removed the note tied to its leg, and a long-awaited smile graced his face. Kakashi, the Reikage will dispatch 30 elite Jonin and 100 Chunin to assist us in restraining the Tsuchikage's village. At that time, you need only focus on the Mist Village. Tsunade, prepare accordingly. Find some reliable individuals and procure some Tsuchikage headbands and attire, ready to follow my orders. With the harmony of timing, location, and personnel at our disposal. We must first secure our own before addressing external threats. This group from Root cannot be allowed to remain. Chapter 99. Xiao Yun's Dark Strategy. A week later, Samui finally arrived in Kenoha with the ninjas from the Lightning Village. With this newfound strength, the forces that had been eyeing Kenoha from the shadows would surely behave more cautiously. In the Hokage's office, Xiao Yun excitedly grasped Samui's hand, expressing immense gratitude. Thank you. Samui, why are you being so polite with me? Xiao Yun, hold me tightly. I am about to be summoned to the Dragon Cave, and I truly do not wish to leave. Samui embraced Xiao Yun tightly. To the Dragon Cave? Xiao Yun cupped Samui's face, gazing at her in confusion. Yes. I have been subjected to a reverse summoning technique. Once the time arrives, I will automatically be transported to the Dragon Cave. When you attain the strength of a Kage and defeat Sister Jun, you can come to retrieve me. Samui's face was filled with reluctance. Indeed. Xiao Yun nodded firmly. The two embraced tightly. Yun, I am currently in a precarious situation, Samui shyly confessed. All right, then I won't touch you, Xiao Yun replied, his tone tinged with disappointment. Silly. If not now, then when? Come, Yun, I want to have your child, just like Sister Tsunade. The next day, the agreed time arrived, and Samui was summoned by the reverse summoning technique, vanishing in a puff of white smoke from Kenoha. Humph. Last night, Tsunade was busy all night, and you, on the other hand, were with Samui, indulging in frivolities. Do you not possess any conscience? Yuhi Kurenai slammed the documents onto Xiao Yun's desk. Kurenai, what you say is unjust. Samui has brought us such significant assistance, and as the Hokage, it is my duty to ensure the envoy from the Lightning Village is pleased, Xiao Yun retorted. It was only then that Xiao Yun noticed Kurenai's bold attire today, a professional short skirt that perfectly showcased her alluring figure, with her curled long hair, stockings, glasses, and high heels. It was only today that Kurenai displayed the professionalism expected of a secretary. Of course, her attire from a few days ago, as a widow, was equally captivating. Sigh, Asuma was truly unfortunate. What are you staring at? Kurenai blushed as Xiao Yun's gaze lingered on her. Xiao Yun quickly averted his eyes, clearing his throat and inquiring. Kurenai, how goes the task I entrusted to you? Everything is ready. Tsunade will disguise herself as a ninja from the Tsuchikage's village tonight to launch a surprise attack on Kenoha, Kurenai stated. Excellent. Xiao Yun nodded with satisfaction, finally awaiting the moment to eliminate the remnants of Danzo's faction. By the way, Xiao Yun, there is one more thing, Kurenai hesitated. You mean Asuma's letter, right? Xiao Yun retrieved Asuma's letter from his desk. He had been far too busy to read it. He opened the envelope and pulled out a sheet filled with words in Fuso, diligently attempting to decipher it, but to no avail. Kurenai, I grew up poor and never received an education. Could you please take a look at what Asuma wrote to me? Xiao Yun handed the paper to Kurenai. She took the paper, and within moments, her fair and beautiful face flushed crimson to the roots of her neck. Kurenai, what is the matter? Xiao Yun asked. Nothing. Kurenai hastily stuffed the letter into her pocket and fled the Hokage's office as if escaping. What was that about? Watching Kurenai's retreating figure, Xiao Yun was left bewildered. As night fell, Kenoha suddenly sounded the alarm. Beep beep. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. All was in disarray, with explosions echoing throughout. It was the ninjas from the Tsuchikage's village. Cursed Tsuchikage. Damn it. The houses we painstakingly built have been destroyed by them again. What are our ninjas doing? This is their defense zone. What the hell? The enemy has infiltrated, and they are still dreaming. They cannot protect Kenoha and are singing a different tune from the Hokage. Have you heard? When Orochimaru attacked Kenoha, these fools merely watched and might even have colluded with him. No way. Is that true? Absolutely. It is said that the Hokage even showed mercy and spared them, hoping they would mend their ways. If it were me, I would have castrated the men and sold the women to the taverns under the moonlight. The crowd engaged in heated discussions, filled with righteous indignation. At that moment, Xiao Yun, leading the Umbu, charged in to confront the enemy. Boss, shall we make our move? A root ninja questioned from the shadows. No, wait a moment. It would be best if the Tsuchikage's ninjas could eliminate Xiao Yun. The fierce battle continued. Yet the root ninjas remained conspicuously absent, while Xiao Yun fought valiantly, sustaining injuries, causing the people of Kenoha to grow increasingly resentful towards the root. After a grueling 3 hours, the enemy was finally repelled, leaving Kenoha in ruins once more. Xiao Yun emerged as the hero of Kenoha's defense once again. Of course, all of this was orchestrated by Xiao Yun himself, with the intention of lawfully and morally eliminating the remnants of Danzo's faction. The following morning, Kakashi and Tsunade, accompanied by the Umbu, began to apprehend the targets from Root. Those members of Root had anticipated that Xiao Yun would take action against them, but they never expected it to occur so swiftly, especially after the battle of the previous night. Thus, they did not gather in their usual numbers, but instead moved in small groups, attempting to rally various factions in preparation for a coup to overthrow Xiao Yun from his position as Hokage. Kakashi and Tsunade's apprehension efforts were remarkably smooth. Within a morning, except for a few who managed to escape, they captured all others. The Root members hidden throughout Kenoha were reported by the populace and subsequently arrested. Indeed, it is wise to remember that one should never offend the common people. Why are you arresting me? Exactly, we haven't committed any crimes. Xiao Yun, even if you are Hokage, you do not have the authority to arbitrarily deal with Jonin. I will report you to the daimyo. A group of Root members was paraded through the streets, while Kenoha was adorned with banners declaring, "Eliminate traitors, protect Kenoha." Root must be eradicated for Kenoha to remain stable. To secure our borders, we must first address the internal threat of Root. The primary culprit, Danzo, must meet his end. All the banners had been prepared by Xiao Yun in advance, and the atmosphere team was not to be overlooked, beating drums and chanting the slogans. Of course, the stench of rotten eggs and decayed vegetable leaves is unavoidable. The citizens of Kenoha have unleashed all their pent-up anger upon this group. Xiao Yun observed them coldly, thoughts echoing in his mind. Eliminate them, eliminate them, eliminate them. Chapter 100. Thunderous Tactics. In the Kenoha Square, all remnants of Danzo's forces were bound by sealing techniques, kneeling in unison before the citizens of Kenoha. Clad in the attire of Hokage, Xiao Yun slowly approached these individuals amidst the crowd's fervent support. The atmosphere, orchestrated by his designated members, reached a fever pitch. Had it not been for Kakashi's intervention, they would have likely rushed forward to strike. Xiao Yun gestured for silence, and gradually, the clamor subsided. Former accomplices of Orochimaru, I choose not to hold your past transgressions against you, as you were coerced by Danzo. Since I assumed the role of Hokage, you have repeatedly defied my authority. For the sake of Kenoha's stability, I have refrained from pursuing retribution. However, last night, when enemy ninjas attacked Kenoha, your cowardice was evident. Some of you even incited rebellion. What distinguishes your actions from those of traitorous ninjas? How can ninjas like you remain in this world, when so many Kenoha shinobi have perished? How can you honor the memory of the third Hokage and the citizens who labored tirelessly to rebuild Kenoha? Therefore, for the sake of Kenoha, I am compelled to exercise my authority as Hokage and execute you all. Do you have anything to say? Xiao Yun's gaze remained icy as he surveyed the kneeling ninjas. You are but a lowly genin, elevated to Hokage by a woman. What a joke. I warn you, executing more than 10 Kenoha ninjas requires approval from the daimyo's council. You lack the authority to kill us. Indeed, I doubt you would dare to execute so many ninjas at once. The daimyo would not let you off easily. The leaders of the group scoffed, disregarding Xiao Yun entirely. What is your name? Xiao Yun inquired with a slight smile, his lips curving into a faint arc, pointing at the ninja who had just challenged him to a duel. Jichuan Luda, the man replied. Release his sealing technique, Xiao Yun said, casting a casual glance at Kakashi. Turning back to Jichuan Luda, he continued, if you can defeat me, I shall forgive you. But I doubt you possess the courage. Jichuan Luda regarded Xiao Yun with disdain. Hokage, this man is a top-tier Chunin, formidable in strength. Do not underestimate him, Kakashi whispered. Not a problem. Release his seal, Xiao Yun confidently stated. Do it. Tsunade urged softly. Despite Xiao Yun's occasional brashness and flirtation, he remained composed and never undertook reckless actions. Yes, Kakashi approached Jichuan Luda, performed hand seals, and swiftly released his binding spell. Are you serious? Jichuan Luda questioned, skepticism etched across his face. With so many witnesses, would I dare to break my word? Xiao Yun replied. Very well. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Jichuan Luda's eyes. He was prepared to do anything for Danzo, even kill Xiao Yun. Come forth. Xiao Yun beckoned. From his waist, Jichuan Luda drew a flexible sword, which instantly divided into three. Swift wind phantom slash. The three figures leaped, attacking Xiao Yun from different angles. Xiao Yun's violet eyes flickered, instantly discerning that these were mere clones, while the true body had already burrowed underground, advancing towards him. Shall I? A figure suddenly emerged from the earth, leaping into the air with a sword aimed at Xiao Yun. What? Jichuan Luda was taken aback, realizing too late that his feet and waist were ensnared by vine-like tendrils. Illusionary technique, mirror rotation of heaven and earth. Xiao Yun appeared beside him, his piercing violet gaze locked onto Jichuan Luda's eyes. Ugh! In an instant, Jichuan Luda's eyes lost their luster, and he deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing to the ground. The crowd was stunned. How had Xiao Yun grown so powerful? A top-tier Chunin had fallen before him without even a single exchange. Xiao Yun approached Jichuan Luda, seized his sword, and with a steely gaze, cut through his throat, causing him to fall without a sound. Execute them all. Xiao Yun's furious roar snapped the spectators from their stupor. Hokage, you are magnificent. Hokage, you exude dominance. Hokage, you are extraordinary. The atmosphere group members, ever mindful of their mission, rallied the crowd, elevating Xiao Yun's prestige in Kenoha to unprecedented heights. After all, Xiao Yun's ascension to Hokage stemmed from his unique circumstances. Without the support of certain women behind him, his rise would have been improbable. Now, with such ease, he had dispatched a top-tier Chunin. While his prowess may not be earth-shattering, his age suggested that given time, he could become a figure akin to the third Hokage. Xiao Yun, are you certain you wish to execute them all? Tsunade inquired, concern etched on her brow as she approached him. Kill them. Leave not a single one. Xiao Yun's voice rang out emphatically. Hokage, we were wrong. Please spare us. We are willing to obey your commands from now on. The remaining ninjas quaked in fear, realizing that Xiao Yun, who appeared as an innocuous little rabbit, could ruthlessly take lives without a flicker of hesitation. Did I not command their execution? Are you unable to hear the orders of your Hokage? Do you require my personal involvement? Xiao Yun's cold gaze bore into the Umbu, escorting them. The Umbu exchanged glances. Bewildered, this was not the script they had anticipated. Hadn't the Hokage indicated that only a few would be executed to serve as a warning? Nearly 100 ninjas were present. Such a massacre would be a tremendous loss for Kenoha. Hokage, wait. Just then, an aged voice resonated, and two figures appeared before the crowd, Mizukage Mito and Tenkai Sho. Advisors, what brings you here? Surely you do not intend to rescue these traitorous scoundrels? Xiao Yun remarked coolly. Fifth Hokage, while they deserve punishment, they are still Konoha ninjas. Executing them would inflict significant damage upon our village. I urge you to reconsider, Mito implored. Indeed, training a ninja is no simple task. Given Konoha's current need for personnel, if they can genuinely repent, it may be prudent to grant them leniency and observe their future behavior, Tenkai Sho concurred. Chapter 101. Ambiguity in Konoha Square. The grand spectacle orchestrated by Xiao Yun concluded with the execution of several leaders. The remaining members of the group dared not show any disrespect towards Xiao Yun. Had it not been for Mito and Tenkai Sho's intervention, Xiao Yun would have undoubtedly executed them all. Mito, do you not feel that Xiao Yun's aura is excessively menacing? Tenkai Sho observed the 10 or so decapitated Konoha ninjas, his heart heavy with sorrow. In times of chaos, one must adopt the ways suited for such turmoil. Perhaps Xiao Yun's methods are a bit too severe, but perhaps only through such measures can Konoha reclaim its former glory. The third Hokage, while admirable, was often indecisive. I have faith in the fifth, he concluded, gesturing for his subordinates to bury the fallen. Umbu based the survivors of the group knelt in unison before Xiao Yun. Grateful to have survived. Listen carefully, your lives are spared for the time being. However, should anyone defy my orders, I shall show no mercy, Xiao Yun stated coldly. Understood. The gathered group replied in unison. Satisfied, Xiao Yun nodded and exchanged a glance with Hong, who then addressed the assembly. By the decree of the Hokage, effective immediately, all members must complete 3 B-rank tasks and 1 A-rank task each month. The group exchanged glances, apprehensive. The workload seemed excessive. It typically took an average of 7 days to accomplish a B-rank task and 15 days for an A-rank task, leaving little time to spare. Is there a problem? Xiao Yun inquired icily. No. The group quickly replied, fearing retribution. Very well, you may disperse and collect your assignments from the mission hall. As they hurried away, Xiao Yun stretched and said, Teacher Hong, I am quite famished. I long for your delicious 3-color dumplings. I have prepared them for you, she replied with a warm smile. Retrieving a box from the cabinet, Xiao Yun eagerly opened it and began to devour the contents. Hong observed him, a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. Moments ago, he had exuded a ruthless demeanor, yet now, as he indulged in food, he appeared innocent and carefree, a true testament to his mercurial nature. Teacher Hong, your 3-color dumplings are exquisite. Whoever marries you will be truly fortunate, Xiao Yun remarked with a grin. Is that so? If Lord Hokage enjoys them, I can make them for you every day, she replied with a radiant smile. Indeed, this is the hallmark of an exemplary secretary, striving for excellence in both tasks and leisure. Once satiated, Xiao Yun instinctively teased the alluring figure of his teacher, clad in a fitted professional outfit. What shall we do with our free time? Hong queried. Her curiosity piqued. Upon realization, her face flushed as she playfully struck him. Even as Hokage, you remain so unrefined. Xiao Yun nearly choked, surprised by her newfound strength. By the way, I have been too occupied lately. I have neglected my Jinjutsu training. Teacher Hong, if you are free today, I would like to attempt mental training once more, he proposed. All right. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the headquarters of the Inuzuka clan. Teacher, let us begin, Xiao Yun urged. Hong nodded, and within the secret chamber, a soft blue light flickered as Xiao Yun once again entered the realm of mental training. The illusions he encountered mirrored those he had faced before, Tsunade and the wild man, Samui, with Hong eliminating them both. However, this time, Xiao Yun was unaffected, his violet blue eyes shimmering with clarity as he swiftly shattered the illusion. In that instant, Hong suddenly coughed up blood. Teacher Hong, Xiao Yun exclaimed, rushing to support her. Are you all right? He asked with genuine concern. Xiao Yun, you broke the mental training illusion in an instant? Hong looked at him incredulously. Perhaps the chakra I absorbed from Samui altered my eyes, significantly enhancing my mental fortitude and immunity to illusions, Xiao Yun explained with a smile. Is that so? If that is the case, then my father, she began, but her sentence was cut short as she coughed up more blood. Teacher Hong, please remain still, he said, cradling her alluring face in his hands, his eyes illuminating with intensity. Her gaze softened, and the pain that once plagued her dissipated. Before long, she had fallen into a deep slumber against his thigh, clutching him tightly in her dreams. Xiao Yun, captivated by her beauty, felt an undeniable attraction. Yet, he had vowed never to pursue another woman aside from Tsunade and Samui. Moreover, Hong was his teacher. Time passed, and eventually, Hong awoke, feeling more rested than ever before. Teacher Hong, I did not anticipate the mental training would injure you. I am truly sorry, Xiao Yun expressed regretfully. No worries. I too did not foresee you breaking the mental training illusion so swiftly. By the way, Xiao Yun, the light emanating from your eyes is remarkable. It seems to soothe the spirit, she remarked, astonished. Xiao Yun chuckled, having discovered that the light from his eyes, combined with the earth's rejuvenation, could instantly calm the mind. Ah, Teacher Hong, please wipe your mouth, he suggested, offering her a tissue from his pocket. Hong hesitated, holding it in her hand. Rest assured, I have not used it. He chuckled, recalling their previous encounter, feeling a slight embarrassment. Well, with Samui by your side previously, and now that Tsunade's pregnancy is stable, you hardly need this, she said softly, her cheeks flushed, a peculiar tension filling the air. Xiao Yun sighed, realizing the circumstances of the past few days had kept him too busy to dwell on such matters. In the secret chamber, they exchanged glances in silence, their contrasting energies igniting a palpable tension. Hong's breathing quickened as she closed her eyes. Faced with her alluring presence, Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming surge of desire, battling against the urge to act. Yet, reason prevailed. He knew he must not cross that boundary, not only because she was his teacher, but also because she was Tsunade's closest friend. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yun lifted Hong into his arms and swiftly made his way to her bedroom. Xiao Yun, this is my first time. I ask you to be gentle, she said. Her face flushed and her heartbeat audible. Your first time? Xiao Yun questioned, perplexed, wondering if she had been intimate with Asuma during their time together. Yes, she replied shyly, burying her face in his chest, awaiting the moment to arrive. Jinjutsu mirrors the world. Ah, Xiao Yun, you, Hong gasped before drifting into a deep slumber. After ensuring she was comfortably covered, Xiao Yun quietly exited her home. As he walked, his mind was turbulent. What was I thinking? Am I not a man? Shouldn't I have acted in such a moment? He chastised himself. Xiao Yun, you fool. Suddenly, two figures in straw hats and red cloud cloaks blocked his path. Chapter 102. The Crisis of Xiao Yun and the Akatsuki Organization under the moonlight. Two men wearing straw hats and cloaked in red clouds stood before him. Recognizing their attire, Xiao Yun's heart raced. They were members of the Akatsuki. Damn it. I had just dismissed all my guards today for a moment of relaxation. And now I encounter these two, he thought, realizing the dire situation, knowing he was no match for them. Humph. I did not expect the fifth Hokage to be such a child. Is Kenoha truly devoid of capable leaders? One of the towering figures removed his straw hat, revealing a rather peculiar visage that bore a resemblance to that of a shark. Xiao Yun instantly recognized him as Kisame Hoshigaki. What audacity! How dare you trespass into Kenoha under the cover of night? Who are you? Though his heart raced with trepidation, Xiao Yun managed to maintain a facade of calm, realizing that every second counted. I am Kisame Hoshigaki. It is a pleasure to meet you. The strange-looking man chuckled ominously, casting a menacing glare at Xiao Yun. Another man, slowly removing his straw hat, revealed a breathtakingly handsome face that could drive women to madness and instill a sense of inferiority in men. Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, what an extraordinarily handsome man. Is this the pinnacle of male beauty in the ninja world? With his ethereal features, melancholic gaze, fair skin, and an alluring voice, he embodied an intoxicating aura. How infuriating it was to realize that, apart from the renowned Haku, there existed another who surpassed him in beauty. Truly, this was a man of unmatched elegance and grace. For a fleeting moment, envy stirred within Xiao Yun, though it was brief. Uchiha Itachi. I never expected the one who annihilated his entire clan would dare to set foot in the village. Pray tell, what is your purpose here? With clenched fists and eyes brimming with vigilance, Xiao Yun was prepared for a confrontation. A fascinating little brat, Kisame remarked. Though your prowess hardly warrants my attention, you are, after all, the fifth Hokage. I suppose I could indulge myself in a little sparring before attending to my mission. With that, Kisame hefted his massive sword, Samahata, and pointed it at Xiao Yun. Very well, but let us make it swift to avoid attracting other ninjas, Uchiha Itachi replied calmly. Agreed. I shall be quick, Hokage-sama. I will merely sever your hands and feet. Endure it. It will be over before you know it. With that, Kisame charged forward, wielding his sword. Faced with the formidable Kisame, known for his ability to overpower the Eight Tails, Xiao Yun dared not underestimate him and immediately activated the third gate of the 8 gates. As he brandished his kunai, he barely managed to block Kisame's downward strike. What tremendous force! Xiao Yun felt a tingling sensation in his palms, even with the third gate open. He had nearly failed to withstand the blow. It was evident that the Akatsuki members were formidable indeed. They might be abrasive and prone to violence. But what grudges could justify such brutality? Impressive strength, kid. You managed to withstand my Samahata. You might be worth my time after all, Kisame chuckled, swinging his sword in a flurry of strikes. Yet, Xiao Yun danced around him with remarkable agility. Ever since merging with the thunderclap from Samu, his speed had increased exponentially. For a moment, Kisame found himself at a loss. Slippery as an eel. It seems I must resort to more serious measures to subdue you, Kisame declared, thrusting Samahata into the ground and forming hand seals. Be cautious of the technique's range, Kisame, Itachi warned, slightly furrowing his brow. Water style, great water prison technique. Suddenly, Kisame unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, forming an enormous, oval-shaped water prison. Before Xiao Yun could react, he found himself ensnared within its confines. Damn it! Is this what you call being serious? This is a technique meant for the 8 Tails, and you dare to use it against me? You must think highly of me. Floating within the water prison, Xiao Yun lamented his predicament. I can't just wait to die. I can't just wait to die. Then a thought struck him. Lightning release. He recalled the unique lightning technique he had developed after merging with the thunderclap, which would be amplified while submerged in water. He had to give it his all. He needed to strike true. As Kisame charged toward him, Xiao Yun inhaled deeply and shouted, with style, binding trees eternal entombment. To his dismay, Xiao Yun's wood-style technique failed to manifest within the water prison. Ah, how disappointing. In my water prison, your ninjutsu is ineffective, Kisame sneered, suddenly appearing beside Xiao Yun and delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Coughing up blood, Xiao Yun felt an acute sense of crisis wash over him. Without the ability to use wood-style, he was severely crippled. What are the Leaf Village ninjas doing? This massive water-style technique should have been detected long ago. Hurry, or they will soon be selecting the 6th Hokage. Xiao Yun's mind raced as he endured relentless attacks from Kisame. No, I must fight back. Instead of waiting for death, I will throw caution to the wind. His gaze hardened, emanating a cold glint. Now, Kisame transformed into a shark-like figure and lunged at Xiao Yun. Trapped within the water prison, Xiao Yun fixed his gaze on the rapidly approaching Kisame, his body shimmering with a ghostly white light. It's a matter of life and death. With resolve, Xiao Yun charged directly at Kisame, catching him off guard. The distance between them closed in an instant, leaving no room for evasion. Prepare to meet your end, Xiao Yun exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Kisame as an overwhelming electric brilliance surged forth. Both men cried out in agony as the area between them erupted with light, resembling a sun suspended in midair, its brightness intensifying. Even Uchiha Itachi found it necessary to activate his Sharingan to discern the unfolding events. What an incredible lightning release chakra! It's astonishing, far more ferocious than ordinary lightning release. Itachi gasped, astounded by Xiao Yun's rapid growth over just a few months of training. Let me go, you brat! Kisame roared in frustration, feeling the bizarre effects of the lightning release chakra, which not only paralyzed him, but also disrupted his own chakra. Despite Kisame's formidable prowess, he found himself utterly incapacitated. Kid, I advise you to release me. Your physical endurance is too weak. If this continues, you will be the one to perish, Kisame warned through gritted teeth. Let us see who can endure longer, Xiao Yun retorted coldly, channeling every ounce of lightning release chakra he possessed. Time passed, and both men teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. I can't pass out. If I do, everything will be lost. I still have Tsunade-sama, and I haven't even claimed my first kiss from Yugao. With thoughts of Yugao in mind, Xiao Yun couldn't help but smile bitterly, regretting his earlier restraint. If only he had acted differently, he could have left her with a memory, a token of his affection. As he pondered, his consciousness began to blur. A mysterious voice echoed suddenly in Xiao Yun's mind. Humph, young one, I shall temporarily lend you the power of the White Snake Sage. Startled, Xiao Yun opened his eyes wide, puzzled by the source of the voice. Abruptly, he felt an excruciating pain in his neck, rendering the agony of being electrocuted to mere tickles in comparison. He instinctively clutched his neck, releasing the dried persimmon ghost shark. At that moment, the ghost shark was entirely enveloped in darkness, its body battered and trembling uncontrollably. Even the water prison could not be sustained, collapsing into a puddle on the ground. However, its remarkable regenerative abilities soon kicked in, and within half a minute, it regained its mobility, though it still emitted a faint smell of char. Observing Xiao Yun, who knelt on the ground in unbearable pain, the ghost shark's expression twisted into a grotesque grin. If Xiao Yun had endured for just 3 more minutes, even someone as formidable as himself would have perished. Die! The ghost shark bellowed, raising its shark muscle blade to strike at Xiao Yun's neck once more. Be careful, ghost shark! At that moment, Uchiha Itachi shouted from the side, causing the ghost shark to sense something amiss. It leaped into the air, but alas, it was too late. Xiao Yun wielded a shadowy sword, conjured by the white snake, and a flash of light sliced through the air, severing the ghost shark's arm, with strange blue blood gushing forth from the wound. You wretch, I will kill you. Despite losing an arm, the ghost shark showed no sign of distress. Instead, it glared at Xiao Yun with even greater ferocity. Stop, ghost shark. Continuing this fight will lead to endless conflict. Allow me to intervene, Uchiha Itachi interjected, stepping in front of the ghost shark. Fine, since you wish to take action, I shall stand aside. The once ferocious ghost shark now appeared docile before Uchiha Itachi. Moving towards the severed limb, the shark muscle blade seemed to possess a will of its own, wrapping around the dismembered arm and reattaching it to the wound. In no time, the ghost shark was moving as if nothing had happened. However, Xiao Yun could discern that its vitality had significantly diminished. Employing such a jutsu to reattach a severed limb evidently came at a steep cost. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun found himself immersed in a wondrous realm of power, one that felt in perfect harmony with the universe, tranquil yet formidable. This is the power of the White Snake Sage, he marveled at his hands, realizing it surpassed the strength of the third gate of the 8 gates by countless magnitudes. The 5th Hokage, it appears you have acquired quite a formidable power, Uchiha Itachi remarked, gazing at Xiao Yun with a calm demeanor. Xiao Yun did not respond, his eyes fixed on Itachi, radiating caution. There is no need for such tension. Unlike the ghost shark, I do not intend to prolong this battle, Uchiha Itachi said with a faint smile. The Uchiha clan is known as the foremost family in the ninja world. Do you know why? Witness the true power of the Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi slowly opened his eyes, and Xiao Yun's heart skipped a beat. This was the Mangekyo Sharingan. Was Itachi about to unleash Tsukuyomi? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yun activated his purple eyes, this time radiating an additional hue of azure. As their gazes locked, Xiao Yun felt himself being drawn into a vortex, soon finding himself in a blood-red world. Panic surged within him. This was the realm of Tsukuyomi, which had ensnared Kakashi for 3 days and nights, and he feared he might endure the same fate. Wait, this is different. In the original story, Kakashi was bound to a cross for 3 days, but I seem to be free. Xiao Yun, do not panic. Listen closely to what I am about to say. In the realm of Tsukuyomi, a flock of crows transformed into the likeness of Uchiha Itachi, gazing at Xiao Yun with benevolent expressions. In the blink of an eye, a day and night had passed in the realm of Tsukuyomi. Xiao Yun, I entrust you with Kenoha and Sasuke, Itachi said, bowing respectfully. Xiao Yun nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 104. Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan beneath the moonlight. Xiao Yun and Uchiha Itachi locked eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Yun closed his eyes and collapsed. When he awoke again, he found himself in the Hokage's office. Tsunade held Xiao Yun's head tenderly, her voice tinged with concern. Yun, how could you venture out without a guard? If it weren't for Might Guy's timely arrival, you might have perished at Itachi's hands. Tsunade, please ease up. You're suffocating me, Xiao Yun protested, his face turning crimson. Yuhi Kurenai watched Tsunade with a hint of jealousy. Yesterday, she had endured a similar situation, yet Xiao Yun managed to withstand it. She could not fathom what made her inferior to Tsunade. It seemed evident that Xiao Yun had been starved for affection in his childhood, leading to his current intense desires. If you look down on me, I certainly do not hold you in high regard either. It was unexpected that Itachi dared to appear in Kenoha, but regrettably, he managed to escape. Might Guy slammed his fist on the desk in frustration, realizing that if he had not discovered Itachi in time, his prized disciple would have fallen victim to their treachery. Do not worry, Guy. Lord Jiraiya is already in pursuit. With his strength, he will surely be able to bring them down, Kakashi reassured him. There is no need for that, Kakashi. Bring Lord Jiraiya back. But do not concern yourself with Uchiha Itachi. Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively. Tsunade, the reports indicate that Itachi has joined an organization called Akatsuki. Their goal is to gather tailed beasts, and if we do not eliminate them, their malevolent intentions will surely extend to Naruto, Tsunade said, her brow furrowing. Tsunade, the situation is as follows. Xiao Yun surveyed the loyal ninjas in the room, then rose to close the door before slowly revealing the truth of Uchiha Itachi's massacre of his entire clan. Xiao Yun, are you serious? Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief. It was too astonishing to comprehend that Itachi had slaughtered his entire clan for the sake of Kenoha's peace, and even continued to infiltrate Akatsuki for the village. Hokage-sama, it is not that I doubt your words, but they seem too fantastical. After all, Itachi is a member of the Uchiha clan. How could he possibly commit such an atrocity? Might Guy expressed his skepticism as well. I too find this hard to believe. Xiao Yun, do not let Uchiha Itachi deceive you. Yuhi Kurenai and Kakashi echoed their doubts. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, turning his gaze to Kakashi. Kakashi, do you know what the evolution of the Uchiha clan's 3-tomo Sharingan results in? Kakashi furrowed his brow, puzzled by Xiao Yun's inquiry. Just watch closely. With that, Xiao Yun's eyes suddenly glowed a deep crimson. The room fell silent as everyone stared in astonishment. How could Xiao Yun possess a Sharingan? Wait, this Sharingan is unlike the ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. Hokage-sama, how could you have a Sharingan? Kakashi's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. His own Sharingan had been bestowed upon him by Obito, but where had Xiao Yun's unique Sharingan come from? This I was granted to me by Uchiha Itachi. More precisely, it belongs to his father, Uchiha Fugaku. As you can see, this Mangekyo Sharingan possesses abilities far beyond that of an ordinary Sharingan, Xiao Yun declared, eliciting further astonishment from all present. You need only trust me. Uchiha Itachi is one of us. The pressing matter is to construct Kenoha, transforming it into the strongest village in the ninja world. Only by achieving this pinnacle can we unite all possible forces. In the future, the ninja world may face adversaries beyond your imagination. The gaze of Xiao Yun revealed profound concern. The following day, in the Hokage office, in order to set an example for all the ninjas of Kenoha, Tsunade voluntarily requested to undertake a mission. Tsunade, you are with child. Must you take on this task? Would it not be better to rest at home and nurture the baby? In her residence, Xiao Yun embraced Tsunade, reluctant to let her venture out on a mission. Fool, it is precisely because of you that I must act, to prevent anyone from claiming I exploit my position as the Hokage's wife for personal indulgence. Besides, it is merely a simple task, escorting a merchant convoy. Tsunade gently nestled in Xiao Yun's embrace. Xiao Yun smiled helplessly once Tsunade made a decision. Not even 10 oxen could pull her back. Very well, but remember, if danger arises, you must protect yourself. Tsunade nodded at his words, their gazes meeting with infinite tenderness. Yun, I truly did not expect that within just half a year, you would ascend from a genin to Hokage. To be honest, I am loath to share you with other women, but for the sake of Kenoha, you must fulfill your promise to marry into the Hyuga clan, Tsunade stated earnestly. To be frank, Hayashi Hyuga has sent envoys multiple times. Each time I turned them away. Tsunade, having you in my life is sufficient for me. Upon saying this, Xiao Yun playfully nudged her. Stop it. Don't you want that Samly? Tsunade retorted, pushing him away with a hint of annoyance. Xiao Yun chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Forget it, Tsunade. Not only must you go out to accept missions to gather funds for the reconstruction of Kenoha, but I must also lead by example. Moreover, the Akatsuki organization is collecting tailed beasts everywhere. I must persuade the 5 great nations to unite under the name of Hokage. If possible, I aim to unite with the Akatsuki as well, Xiao Yun said, a worried expression on his face. Unite with the Akatsuki? They are all S-rank criminals from various nations. Are you out of your mind? Is it to confront that unimaginable adversary you mentioned? Tsunade looked at Xiao Yun in bewilderment. Indeed, but do not fret. Just look at your man. In such a short time, I have mastered the 8 gates, the Mangekyo Sharingan, the power of the Sage of White Snake, and would release talents. Each of these is extraordinary in its own right. Rest assured, I will handle everything, Xiao Yun assured. Holding Tsunade close, reflecting on the recent events, Xiao Yun realized he had encountered numerous fortuitous experiences. Xiao Yun, ninjutsu values precision over quantity. You must choose one to focus your training on, or else you will only become mediocre and suffer against true masters, Tsunade advised seriously. Xiao Yun nodded. Indeed. After witnessing the power of the Sage of White Snake, he considered abandoning the 8 gates, as that technique was one of trade-offs, winning at the cost of something precious. The next day, Xiao Yun sat in his office, contemplating the choices before him. This is strange, at this hour. Hinata should have already brought breakfast and reported the day's agenda while I eat, with all documents neatly organized for my signature. Why has she not come today? Just then, the door swung open, and Hinata entered, clad in ninja attire that conveyed a sense of boldness, reflecting the spirit of Kenoha's heroes. Hinata, why are you dressed like this today? Xiao Yun inquired, puzzled. Hokage-sama, this is my resignation letter. From today onward, I will, like Tsunade, accept various missions to help gather resources for Konoha's reconstruction, Hinata stated with a stern expression, devoid of her previous warmth and charm. Xiao Yun sighed inwardly. Did his neglect the previous day cause her discontent? He realized that he had indeed failed to be gentle with her. A significant oversight for someone who had sought his affection. Hinata, I genuinely cannot manage without you by my side. How about I make up for yesterday's shortcomings right now? He looked at her earnestly, hoping to mend the rift. Upon hearing this, Hinata was overcome with a mix of indignation and sorrow, tears brimming in her eyes as she could no longer contain herself. Hinata, please don't cry. I am but a simple man. I hope you can forgive my shortcomings and not hold them against me, Xiao Yun pleaded, feeling a deep sense of discomfort. Hokage-sama, do you find it amusing to belittle me? Hinata asked through her tears. How could I ever belittle you? I have always respected you, Xiaoyan quickly explained. Respect? The first time we were in the illusion world, you nearly. The second time at our clan's base. You had the audacity to wipe your mouth with that used tissue. Yesterday, you disregarded me and resorted to using Jinjutsu to knock me out. Is that not belittling? Yes. I admit I was with Asuma, but my body is clean. Tsunade had her past relationships as well. Why do you not disdain her? Hinata cried. Her anger rooted in jealousy, filling the air with tension. Seeing Hinata in such distress, Xiaoyun felt a pang of regret. If not for Tsunade, he would have instantly shifted into a more romantic mode. After all, it was unrealistic to claim he felt no attraction to someone as stunning as Hinata. Yet she was Tsunade's closest friend. Any misstep could jeopardize his relationship with her. Moreover, as the fifth Hokage, he had to consider the greater good. Should he tread the path of a harem, it might set a precedent for the influential figures of Kenoha to follow suit. With these thoughts, Xiaoyun sighed. Hinata? Let us set this aside for now. You mentioned taking on a mission, correct? I happen to have accepted an S-rank mission as well. Join me in completing it. And upon our return, you can decide whether to stay or leave. What do you say? I refuse to accompany you. Hinata retorted. What? You've accepted a mission too? She asked incredulously, her tears momentarily forgotten. Is that not permissible? I am merely a Hokage in name. I would rather undertake a few missions to earn funds for Konoha's reconstruction. Besides, if the Hokage is personally undertaking missions, others will find it harder to slack off. So, will you join me? If not, I shall call upon someone else, Xiaoyun stated nonchalantly. Since you have begged, I shall reluctantly accompany you, Hinata replied. Her lips pouting, exuding an air of pride. Begged? When did I ever beg you? Xiaoyun chuckled bitterly, choosing not to dwell on it further. The following morning, before dawn, Xiaoyun set off with Hinata, leaving Kenoha behind. They traversed the woods like agile monkeys, leaping towards their destination. Hokage-sama, you mentioned this mission involves rescuing the Tsuchikage clan? Hinata inquired. Indeed. During the tenure of the third Hokage, a military alliance was established with the Tsuchikage clan. Hence we must fulfill our obligation to rescue them, Xiaoyun explained. Where was he when Kenoha was under attack? Hinata scoffed coldly, harboring disdain for these fickle small villages that lacked any sense of honor. What do you know? Lengthy hair often accompanies short-sightedness, Xiaoyun replied, bemused as he regarded Hinata. Still his teacher, yet lacking this fundamental awareness. Great nations possess their own codes of conduct, while smaller nations devise survival strategies that suit their stature. Compelling smaller nations to adhere to the principles of larger ones would be tantamount to pushing them towards oblivion. Conversely, great nations must not abandon their principles. Swaying with the winds of fortune, for such behavior would undermine their stature, leaving no smaller nation willing to align itself with them. Take, for instance, the recent assault on Kenoha by Orochimaru. The Tsuchigumo clan refrained from sending aid. And the reason is quite straightforward. They lack the strength and cannot discern the victor amidst the chaos. A misguided bet could spell disaster for them. As long as they remain neutral, regardless of who emerges victorious, great nations will ultimately refrain from retaliating against these smaller states. Should the larger nation triumph, the smaller ones would continue to pay tribute, while losing would merely result in their annihilation, a trifling consequence. After Kenoha was attacked, many vassal states, previously timid, proposed tasks they had once hesitated to mention. For the current phase of rebuilding, Kenoha necessitates their involvement. These duplicitous entities. Xiaoyun, once Kenoha regains its strength, I shall annul all our treaties with them. Upon hearing Xiaoyun's analysis, Xianghong exclaimed with indignation. Unbeknownst to them, an entire day had passed, the moon now illuminating the sky. Xiaoyun, after a long day's journey, suggested, shall we rest? Allow me to catch a few fish for us to grill. 10 minutes later, the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. After a day of leaping from tree to tree, Xiaoyun was famished. He savored a bite, then devoured all 3 grilled fish hungrily. Delicious. Xianghong, what seasoning did you use? It's both spicy and fragrant, so flavorful. After finishing, Xiaoyun even chewed the fish bones into bits and swallowed them. Delicious, right? The recipe for this seasoning was taught to me by my father, Xianghong beamed, watching as Xiaoyun licked his fingers. Rest assured, I will rescue our father, Xiaoyun reassured her. Additionally, I have splendid news. Ever since Itachi Uchiha bestowed his Mangekyo Sharingan upon me, my Jinjutsu abilities have significantly improved. I wonder how my skills measure up to the standards of your clan? Xianghong replied. The elevation of Jinjutsu level entails not only an enhancement of ability, but also an improvement in mental fortitude. During our last mental training, the pillar only emitted a singular hue, indicating that your Jinjutsu level remains at 1. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yun inquired, is there a method to enhance mental fortitude? Xianghong shook her head in resignation. Currently, I only know that mental training can improve the mental level of the subject. Unfortunately, your mental strength is far too formidable. My training cannot refine you. Under the moonlight, silence enveloped the two. After a long pause, Xiao Yun seemed to have an epiphany, murmuring, mental refinement. I might have a solution. What is it? Xianghong inquired eagerly, her interest piqued. The Tsukuyami of Itachi Uchiha could indeed assist me in refining my mind. Xiao Yun stated nonchalantly. Xianghong, upon hearing this, deflated like a punctured balloon. According to Xiao Yun, activating the special abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan imposes a significant burden on the body. Even if Itachi were willing to assist Xiao Yun, how many times could his body withstand such strain? It is essential to recognize that enhancing mental fortitude is a long-term endeavor. Do not worry, Xianghong. I have vowed to help you rescue your father, Xiao Yun asserted resolutely. For reasons unknown, Xianghong felt an unwavering confidence in every word he spoke. Thank you. I believe in you, she replied, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. Yet mere words of thanks hold little weight. As the saying goes, satiated, one contemplates desires. After enjoying several sumptuous fish and cups of clear sake, Xiao Yun looked at the radiant Xianghong, his blood surging with emotion. Chapter 106. Rescue. At that moment, a torrential downpour began, drenching them instantly. Utilizing a wood release technique, Xiao Yun created a wooden room where they took refuge. As the autumn wind swept through, Xianghong shivered with cold. Unable to resist, Xiao Yun pulled her into his embrace. Feeling his warmth, Xianghong experienced an unprecedented sense of security, instinctively tightening her hold on him. The sound of rain pattered outside, and their breaths became increasingly rapid. Xianghong, if you do not release me, should anything happen, do not blame me, Xiao Yun warned. His brow furrowed as he gazed at the enchanting lady in his arms. I will not blame you, Xianjian. If you desire it, I am ready at any moment. Xianghong's voice trailed off, her fair, beautiful face blushing deep red. Xianghong, you truly are exquisite. Xiao Yun could no longer contain himself. Her beauty was intoxicating, the kind that deepened with every glance. The following day, as the sun rose, Xiao Yun bore 2 dark circles under his eyes. His sleepless night had been caused by Xianghong's relatives visiting. Xiao Yun, I apologize. Once the mission concludes, we can. Xianghong's lovely face was filled with remorse as she planted a fervent kiss on his lips. Xianghong, I possess a repertoire of 18 skills you might wish to learn, Xiao Yun said with a mischievous grin, whispering in her ear. Go to hell, Xianghong retorted. Her face flushed as she playfully punched him. After their playful exchange, just as they decided to resume their journey, Xiao Yun suddenly sensed a whiff of danger and leapt. Clutching Xianghong. Boom, boom. 3 tremendous explosions erupted, sending clouds of smoke billowing into the air. Humph. I did not expect the Tsuchigumo clan to enlist the help of Kenoha ninjas. That woman is rather appealing. It would be a shame to kill her. I know that woman. Her name is Xianghong. I recall her husband is a Suma. Why is she mingling with that pretty boy? Regardless, the mission takes precedence. We must leave. The 3 figures departed, unaware that a man and woman followed closely behind. In the desert, a strikingly beautiful woman, armed with kunai, was filled with dread as she faced several masked ninjas. Her body bore numerous wounds, blood seeping onto the ground. She is quite a looker, brother. After we subdue her, can we let the others have their fun? Indeed, brother. The guys haven't touched a woman in over a year. All right, but I want to have a taste. That is no issue. As long as brother eats meat, the rest will be satisfied with broth. Their raucous laughter echoed through the desert, filling the girl with despair. For she knew what awaited her if she fell into their hands. Just then, 3 figures appeared on the battlefield. The girl's face lit up with hope. Could it be Kenoha ninjas? However, upon closer inspection, despair washed over her. The newcomers were allies of the previous group, their gazes equally filled with greed. Xiao Yun, this is the territory of the Tsuchigumo clan. That girl is likely one of theirs. Should we intervene? Xiang Hong whispered. Leave the takedown to me. You handle any stragglers, Xiao Yun replied. Xiang Hong nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the girl, surrounded by 6 men, succumbed to profound despair as tears streamed down her beautiful face. Master, I can only seek you in the next life, she thought, her expression resolute as she raised her kunai to stab her own heart. Just as the kunai plunged halfway, it was ensnared by 2 slender wires. Wanna die? Humph. That can wait until after we've had our fun, the leader scoffed, shooting 2 more wires, binding her hands and feet tightly. The girl gazed in terror at the group of burly men before her, engulfed in utter despair. Was it destined for her to be at their mercy today? No, please. I beg you, do not treat me this way, she pleaded desperately, twisting and turning in a futile attempt to escape. Yet, her pleas only seemed to ignite further excitement among the brutes, who tore off their clothing, eager to pounce upon her. Was this her fate? As she watched the group of beasts slowly advancing towards her, she closed her eyes in hopeless resignation. Suddenly, a voice, cold and indifferent, pierced the air, with style, 1,000-needle murder. Countless wooden daggers whistled through the air, striking down the men with deadly precision. Save for the leader. Every other man was pierced through the chest without so much as a gasp, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, their faces twisted in lewd expressions. Of course, the last surviving man was spared by Xiao Yun's design. Xiao Yun and Xiang Hong emerged slowly from the shadows. In the midst of a raging sandstorm in the desert, Xiao Yun lifted the man with one hand, while Xiang Hong supported the injured girl. Guided by her, they soon reached an oasis. After some conversation, Xiao Yun learned that they had entered the territory of the Earth Spider clan, and the girl's name was Ying, the daughter of the clan's leader. Not long ago, the second-in-command, previously loyal to the leader, had staged a coup. Although Ying and her father narrowly escaped with the help of their guards, they became separated. The guards, after enduring countless hardships, sought assistance from Kenoha, hoping that they could help the leader regain control of the Earth Spider clan. Please, the Earth Spider clan is my father's lifelong dedication. Konoha ninjas, help us. Ying, disregarding her own injuries, knelt on the ground. A coup. Xiang Hong furrowed her brow. Xiang Hong, what's wrong? Xiao Yun asked, sensing her distress. Xiao Yun, although Kenoha has an alliance with the Earth Spider clan, traditionally, their internal matters should be resolved by themselves. Kenoha cannot intervene, Xiang Hong explained. Xiao Yun pondered this, realizing the implications. Indeed, according to precedent, any unwarranted interference in the internal affairs of allied clans could lead to perceptions of Kenoha encroaching on their sovereignty, potentially driving them to seek refuge with enemy nations. At that moment, Ying turned her pleading gaze toward Xiao Yun. Brother Xiao Yun, if you help my father reclaim the Earth Spider clan, we are willing to offer all our riches. Kenoha is in the midst of reconstruction, and surely, you require substantial funds, she implored. Money is of little consequence. Though Kenoha has suffered greatly, it will recover given time, Xiao Yun replied coolly. What then does Brother Xiao Yun desire? Whatever it is, I will fulfill your request, Ying said, sensing a hidden agenda in his tone, her heart filled with hope, eager to meet his demands. I want you, Xiao Yun stated, looking into Ying's eyes. Each word deliberate. Both women were momentarily taken aback. Xiao Yun, have you lost your mind? Xiang Hong's expression hardened. She understood Xiao Yun's romantic inclinations, having prepared herself for this, but she did not expect him to seize this opportunity to claim a girl in such a manner. After a long pause, Ying took a deep breath, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wiping them away, she made her resolution, forcing a smile onto her face. All right, Brother Xiao Yun, I will marry you if you help my father reclaim the Earth Spider clan. Marry me? Xiao Yun frowned, realizing that Ying had misunderstood his intentions. No wonder both she and Xiang Hong had reacted oddly moments ago. You misunderstand. What I mean is, you must join Kenoha, and I want to learn the Raging Heaven Jutsu. Xiao Yun clarified. How do you know about Raging Heaven? Ying gasped, terror etched across her face. My dear girl, no secret remains under the sun. The means by which I know is unnecessary to disclose. You need only tell me if you can agree. If not, we shall take our leave. And the affairs of the Earth Spider clan will no longer concern Kenoha, Xiao Yun stated flatly. Ying hesitated, seemingly more concerned about the jutsu than her own safety. Xiao Yun, what is this Raging Heaven Jutsu that you value so highly? Xiang Hong pulled Xiao Yun aside, whispering, Raging Heaven is a forbidden technique of the Earth Spider clan. unleashing devastation in a radius of hundreds of kilometers centered around the user. The longer it is charged, the greater the destruction. If charged sufficiently, it can render vast areas barren, Xiao Yun explained quietly, his lips curling into a mischievous grin. Is it truly that powerful? Xiang Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, it is formidable. Most importantly, this technique draws upon the natural energy of the world, or sage chakra, as its power source. The inheritor of this technique possesses a unique affinity for sage chakra. Bringing her to Kenoha would greatly enhance my training in the White Snake Sage's arts. Xiao Yun remarked slyly. Really? I see you are quite taken with this young lady's beauty, intending to claim her for yourself? Xiang Hong scoffed, a hint of discontent in her tone. Xiang Hong, are you already feeling jealous before she has even become mine? If she does become mine, I can only imagine the chaos that will ensue. Clearly, I must assert my authority soon, to demonstrate my prowess. Xiao Yun grinned devilishly at her. Humph. You are already thinking of using force against her before she is even yours. If you do so later, Xiao Yun, you are truly wicked. Xiang Hong's face flushed crimson, leaving Xiao Yun momentarily stunned by her beauty. Xiang Hong, do you think I chose to involve myself with the Earth Spider clan merely for the sake of earning a trivial commission? That is but a facade. Xiao Yun's eyes glinted with cunning. Xiang Hong regarded the handsome Xiao Yun, a flicker of fascination crossing her mind. How could he possess such knowledge? He was truly an enigmatic man, increasingly difficult to decipher. Ing, have you made your decision? We do not have much time. Xiao Yun turned to her, his tone unwavering. I have made my decision. I refuse. Please leave. Ing responded with utmost seriousness. Xiao Yun and Xiang Hong were taken aback, unable to fathom that the girl would reject their request at such a critical juncture. Why? Do you not wish to aid your father in reclaiming the Earth Spider clan? Xiao Yun pressed, unwilling to relent. I do. But my master has warned me that Raging Heaven is an exceedingly malevolent jutsu. I will not allow it to re-emerge in this world. You may abandon all hope. I thank you for saving me, and if the opportunity arises, I shall repay you, Ing asserted. Though the mountains may change, the waters shall flow on. We shall meet again, she concluded, struggling to rise. Yet, after only a few steps, she collapsed to the ground, clearly gravely injured. Ing, your master's name is Yu Gao, is it not? Xiao Yun regarded her with a knowing expression. How do you know? Ying's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Her master being a secret even her grandfather was unaware of. I not only know he is your master, but also that he is the host of the Six Tails. Listen, Ing, the Jinchuriki in the ninja world have come under the scrutiny of an organization called Akatsuki. Your master is powerful, but he is no match for them. If you wish to ensure his safety, you must cooperate with me, Xiao Yun stated with grave sincerity. Ing found herself in a state of hesitation, uncertain of the truth behind Xiao Yun's words. Yet, the heart of a young girl is often restless, especially when it concerns the safety of Yu Gao. She could not remain composed, for that man was not only her mentor, but also the one she deeply loved. Very well, I shall comply with your request. But if I am to join Kenoha, I must have my master's consent, Ing declared. Agreed. Teacher Xiang Hong, dispel that man's illusion. I have questions for him, Xiao Yun responded. Chapter 108. Encountering Sasuke again, Xiang Hong lifted the illusion from the man, who suddenly awoke, his gaze fixated on Xiao Yun, rife with terror. Please spare me. Big brother of Kenoha. We acted under orders. The man pleaded, bowing repeatedly, his pants dampened, an unpleasant odor wafting through the air, causing the others to grimace. Stop bowing. Speak, Xiao Yun urged, but was interrupted by the man. It turned out he was the leader of a group of rogue ninjas. Half a month prior, the second-in-command of the Tsuchigumo clan had offered them a substantial sum to assist in eliminating the clan leader and capturing his granddaughter, Ing. However, to their surprise, the clan leader and Ing managed to escape under the protection of their guards. In the ensuing chaos, the clan leader and Ing became separated, with one group pursuing the clan leader and the other intent on capturing Ing. They unexpectedly encountered Xiao Yun and Xiang Hong along the way, leading to tragedy. Why was the second-in-command so intent on capturing Ing? Xiao Yun inquired nonchalantly. I'm not entirely certain, but I did witness the second-in-command conversing one night with a man resembling a snake. They appeared to be discussing Ing, the man replied, fearful of omitting any details, knowing the grim fate that had befallen his 6 companions at Xiao Yun's hands. Orochimaru? Both Xiao Yun and Xiang Hong exclaimed in unison. How could he be involved? Xiao Yun mused silently for a long while, contemplating the only plausible scenario. Given the strength of the Tsuchigumo clan, the only thing that could pique Orochimaru's interest seemed to be the formidable technique known as the Rage of Heaven. Big brother of Kenoha, I have disclosed all I know. Can I go now? The man asked desperately. No, Xiao Yun replied, gently sweeping his kunai across the man's throat, blood splattering forth. The man's eyes widened as he clutched his neck, collapsing to the ground. Though Xiao Yun was not a killer by nature, the majority of rogue ninjas were dreadfully malicious, and their intentions towards him made it clear they had committed such acts before. He showed no mercy to such individuals. The situation has become complicated. Orochimaru from Kenoha has gotten involved, and he may very well be targeting you and the Rage of Heaven technique. It would be prudent for you to return to Kenoha with me, and we shall handle the rest, Xiao Yun advised. Orochimaru? You mean the legendary Sannin? Gazed at Xiao Yun in disbelief. Indeed, if it is him, the situation is precarious. Your presence will only make me hesitant. Fear not. For Orochimaru's hands are currently sealed by the third Hokage, greatly diminishing his power. I will assist you in reclaiming the Tsuchigumo clan, Xiao Yun assured her. To be candid, the person before you is none other than the fifth Hokage. Please place your trust in us, Xianghong spoke gently. The fifth Hokage? You? Ing's face reflected skepticism, as this individual appeared far too youthful. Xiao Yun smiled faintly and nodded. Despite his youth, he was a prodigious ninja. Having inherited the wood release ability of the first Hokage, and possessing talents in lightning release and the 8 gates, surpassing even the fourth Hokage. He had recently collaborated with the third Hokage to drive back Orochimaru, saving Kenoha, earning him the title of a great hero among the villagers. Xianghong gazed at Xiao Yun with admiration, leaving him somewhat bashful. Very well, I shall trust you, conceded, although doubts lingered in her heart. Yet, at this juncture, there appeared to be no better choice. Should they fail to assist her grandfather in reclaiming the Tsuchigumo clan, she would have no qualms about unleashing the Rage of Heaven technique in Kenoha, potentially leading to their mutual demise. There is no time to lose. We must depart from here, Xiao Yun asserted, preparing to leave when suddenly, several shurikens flew toward them. Xiao Yun squinted, noticing that the shurikens were entwined with nearly invisible wires. This trajectory resembles Uchiha Shusui's technique. Xiao Yun recognized instantly, with a flash of purple-blue light in his eyes. Xiao Yun deftly altered the trajectory of the shurikens with a flick of his kunai. In an instant, the 3 shurikens became entangled and clattered to the ground. Sasuke Uchiha, come forth, Xiao Yun called out coolly. It's been 3 months, and your strength has indeed increased. A handsome young man emerged from behind a tree. It was Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, you've improved as well, but such skill is insufficient to defeat me, Xiao Yun remarked casually. What a joke. In today's ninja world, who doesn't know that you, Xiao Yun, are the unrivaled soft rice king? Managing to become Hokage by living off others? Truly unprecedented. Sasuke retorted mockingly, bowing in exaggerated respect. Sasuke Uchiha, cease your nonsensical prattle. Xiao Yun's rise to Hokage was the result of discussions among the daimyo and all the ninjas of Kenoha. It is not for a rogue like you to belittle. Xianghong interjected sharply. Oh, isn't this teacher Xianghong? What brings you out here alone with your student? Xiao Yun, you truly are something else. Asuma has barely been gone, and you've already charmed his widow out for a little fun. Are you planning to seduce all the women of Kenoha? Sasuke jeered, giving Xiao Yun a thumbs up. You. Xianghong was instantly filled with indignation, and had Xiao Yun not restrained her, she would have lunged at Sasuke. Sasuke, you must admit, the heavens are decidedly unfair. Just look at me. I hardly train, merely shuffle papers in the Hokage's office, and in my leisure, I am attended to by 2 of the most beautiful kunoichi, Tsunade and Xianghong. Meanwhile, my strength grows daily. It's utterly infuriating. While some individuals go to great lengths for a meager amount of power, losing themselves in the process. Truly, how unfair the heavens can be, Xiao Yun exclaimed, pulling out a cigarette and placing it between his lips. Xianghong gently lit it for him, as they both mockingly regarded Sasuke. You 2 shameless lovers, Sasuke erupted in fury. Chapter 109. The enraged Sasuke in a picturesque valley. A man leisurely sipped from a straw, blowing bubbles into the sky. You Gao, as the Jinchuriki of the 6 tails, your strength is remarkable. If you assist me in reclaiming the Tsuchigumo clan, I shall arrange for Ing to marry you. I can see that you and Ing share mutual affections. What say you? A bandage-clad elder slowly emerged from behind a tree, his eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. Jiechuan, do you perceive Ing as a mere object to be bartered? The man known as Yu Gao's demeanor turned icy, ceasing his bubble blowing. Of course not. What I meant was, Jiechuan began, but before he could finish, Yu Gao leaped to the highest branch of a tree, reclining on its sturdy trunk, resuming his bubble blowing, ignoring the elder entirely. Suddenly, the birds in the forest erupted into a frenzy, chirping and fluttering about. Yu Gao caught a whiff of danger, and the bubbles surrounding him expanded, enveloping him as they soared skyward. Bang! A projectile, reminiscent of a miniature missile, hurtled towards Yu Gao's bubble, colliding with a blinding flash of light, followed by a thick cloud of smoke rising into the air. Yu Gao, the elder shouted from below. Suddenly, 6 silhouettes materialized before Jetsuin, each adorned in striking crimson cloaks. Their expressions were stern, and an overwhelming sense of pressure emanated from them. How peculiar their attire! Jetsuin felt his legs tremble uncontrollably, an instinctive urge to kneel and pay homage rising within him. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself from doing so. Who are you? Have you come as reinforcements from the wretched Koatian? He managed to ask, suppressing his fear with gritted teeth. The 6 figures appeared indifferent, their cold gazes fixed upon the ominous black mist above. Hey, I'm addressing you. Respond. Jetsuin mustered his courage and directed his gaze toward the leader of the group. Those eyes, so strange, filled with countless circles. Could this truly be the gaze of a human? The leader slowly shifted his attention to Jetsuin. With just a fleeting glance, Jetsuin felt as though his very soul had departed. His eyes lost their luster, and he slumped helplessly to the ground. Suddenly, several tentacles of chakra emerged from the black mist above, swiftly advancing toward the 6 figures. The air filled with smoke as one of the tentacles ensnared Jetsuin, whisking him away at an alarming speed. Humph, 6 tails, you cannot escape, the leader coldly remarked, watching as Yutaka and Jetsuin fled into the distance. In a dazzling oasis amidst the desert, Xiao Yun and Sasuke exchanged glances. Unlike Sasuke's grave demeanor, Xiao Yun, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, appeared utterly nonchalant. I say, Lord Sasuke, what is your intention? Shall we engage in a duel right here? This staring contest between us 2 gentlemen is rather unproductive, Xiao Yun drawled lazily. How dare you underestimate me? Today, I shall demonstrate the true power of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke declared, activating his Sharingan. Unlike before, he now possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan. His aura significantly more potent than when he had departed from Kenoha. Not good. Hokage-sama, Yutaka, and my grandfather are in danger. Suddenly, Ying's piercing scream broke the tension. Xiao Yun and Sunset Red turned, startled, to face her. Ing, how do you know that your master and grandfather are in peril? Sunset Red inquired, puzzled. My 6th sense tells me so, and it has never failed me. Hokage-sama, I implore you, please go save my master and grandfather. If you rescue them, I will promptly return to Kenoha with you and relinquish the technique of wrath. Ing clutched Xiao Yun's sleeve, tears brimming in her eyes. Xiao Yun hesitated. After all, Yutaka was the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Anyone capable of endangering him must possess considerable strength. According to the original narrative, it was Pain who captured the 6 tails, and rushing to their rescue could lead to disaster, possibly endangering himself in the process. Yet, if he did not act, Ing would not accompany him back to Kenoha, jeopardizing his ambitions for the mass destruction technique he so desired. What to do? Xiao Yun found himself in a quandary. After a lengthy pause, he finally said, Ing, I promise to attempt to rescue Yutaka and your grandfather, but I cannot guarantee their safety. Moreover, you must return to Kenoha with Sunset Red. Indeed, our presence would only hinder you. Let's heed Xiao Yun's advice and depart from here, Sunset Red concurred. Ing, feeling helpless, nodded in agreement. Hey, are you all ignoring me? Lord Orochimaru has ordered that none of you may leave. Sasuke glared at Xiao Yun, his frustration boiling over. He could not tolerate Xiao Yun's disregard and felt compelled to vent his pent-up anger. You all go ahead. Xiao Yun sprang to his feet. Sasuke attempted to intercept Sunset Red and Ing, but found himself ensnared by numerous vine-like branches. Raikiri. Sasuke unleashed a burst of lightning, severing the bindings. Ing was a target specifically desired by Orochimaru, and he could not allow her to escape. Ignoring Xiao Yun, Sasuke lunged toward the 2 women. However, Xiao Yun's speed was clearly superior. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Sasuke, and seized his arm. Since the Chunin exams, Xiao Yun's strength had surged remarkably, making Sasuke appear rife with vulnerabilities in his eyes. Impossible. How could your power have escalated to this extent? Sasuke gasped, terror-stricken as he sensed the vast chasm in their abilities. With a swift motion, Xiao Yun delivered a kick, sending Sasuke crashing against a nearby rock wall. Blood spilling from his mouth. You think I became Hokage merely by living off others? Xiao Yun teased, watching Sasuke in disbelief. Sasuke was stunned. He had been utterly defeated in an instant. After 3 months of rigorous training under Orochimaru, he had finally attained the second stage of his cursed seal, expecting at least a fair fight against Xiao Yun. Yet, the disparity seemed to widen with every passing moment. Sasuke, had I not been pressed for time today, I would have gladly played with you for a while longer. My sincerest apologies, Xiao Yun remarked, turning to leave, when Sasuke's furious roar echoed, Xiao Yun, I will kill you. An overwhelming aura surged forth, prompting Xiao Yun to furrow his brow involuntarily. Before long, Sunset Red and Ing had vanished from Xiao Yun's sight. As he gazed ahead, the wrathful Sasuke had succumbed to a berserk state, enveloped in an unsettlingly violent chakra. His skin darkened, covered in tiny scales, and his face contorted grotesquely, resembling that of a serpent. 2 hideous wings sprouted from his back, rendering him even more terrifying than before. Xiao Yun recognized this chakra. It bore a striking resemblance to the natural energy he had wielded when using White Snake Sage powers, albeit Sasuke's emanated a patchy and impure quality. Moreover, when employing the cursed seal to access White Snake Sage abilities, he had not transformed into such a monstrous form. This transformation could only be attributed to one explanation. The cursed seal was the primary means of acquiring White Snake Sage powers, and its quality varied significantly. If Sasuke's cursed seal was akin to a cheap knockoff, then Xiao Yun's was like a luxurious designer brand. Oomph, young man, you have much to learn. Allow me to show you the true nature of the cursed seal, Xiao Yun declared, forming hand seals and murmuring incantations. The cursed seal on his neck radiated with golden light, and Sasuke felt a familiar chakra envelop him. Is this chakra produced by the cursed seal transformation? Sasuke pondered, astonished. No, it was impossible for the chakra from his transformation to be so pure. In contrast, the chakra he generated was merely subpar. At that moment, the oppressive aura emanating from Xiao Yun felt overwhelmingly powerful, as if surrounded by a horde of serpents, where he was but an ordinary python. While Xiao Yun loomed as the king cobra, Sasuke found himself engulfed in confusion. Who was this individual? Had he too been bitten by Orochimaru? Shaking his head, he recalled Orochimaru's words. The cursed seal he had received was of the highest caliber. Even if he had bitten Xiao Yun, the cursed seal would not yield such a vast difference in power. I cannot succumb to fear before the battle. I am a proud Uchiha. He is no match for me. To conquer my adversary, I must first conquer my own doubts. Sasuke fiercely urged himself. By the heavens, Xiao Yun, I shall slay you. He bellowed, unfurling his wings and soaring into the air, brandishing a sword imbued with his Chidori. A powerful surge of energy erupted as the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia was unlocked. Transformed by the seal, Xiao Yun experienced a remarkable enhancement of his physical form. The pain was nearly imperceptible, and his strength increased by at least 3-fold. The potency of both wood release and lightning release also surged, more than doubling their effectiveness. However, against Sasuke in his current state, merely opening a single gate of the 8 gates was sufficient. Before Sasuke could react, he was sent flying by a kick. The combination of the 8 gates and the amplification from lightning release significantly increased his speed to the extent that even Sasuke's Sharingan could barely discern his movements. He was swiftly defeated. Lying on the ground, Sasuke could no longer hold back his tears, 2 streams flowing down his cheeks. A mixture of 3 parts agony and 7 parts desolation. Observing Sasuke's tears, a pang of guilt struck Xiao Yun. Sasuke, if it weren't for your unfortunate brother's insistence on me seizing the opportunity to relentlessly torment you, I would not have the heart to strike you down so harshly. Suddenly, a soft yet magnetic voice echoed. Well, Xiao Yun, to think you could master the first stage of sage transformation in such a short time. I am genuinely impressed. Xiao Yun's scalp tingled upon hearing that voice. It was none other than Orochimaru. In a flash, Orochimaru appeared, but it was not just him. There were 4 figures present, with Tsunade and Ino bound in artistic coils of long, slender serpents. revealing Orochimaru's notorious penchant for such acts. However, the crux of the matter was that the two women appeared to be under the effects of a toxin, their faces flushed and their bodies writhing, as if lost in a haze. How dare you, Orochimaru? If you have grievances, come at me directly instead of preying on women. Xiao Yun's fury ignited upon witnessing Tsunade bound before him. Calm yourself, Xiao Yun. You are now the 5th Hokage. You must exhibit composure. Orochimaru said with a smug smile that sent chills down Xiao Yun's spine. Composure? Spare me your lectures. Just tell me your intentions. Xiao Yun shot back, his gaze fixed on Tsunade. Oh, Xiao Yun, you are quite the romantic. To think several of Konoha's beauties have fallen for you. I commend you. Now, let me reveal my true purpose. Orochimaru began, explaining that since he had lost the use of his hands due to the 3rd Hokage's intervention, he had attempted various medical ninjutsu to no avail. He learned from the White Snake Sage that abundant natural energy might restore his hands, which led him to target the Earth Spider Clan's technique, capable of gathering vast amounts of natural chakra. Since you have captured the heir to the technique, why resort to kidnapping Tsunade? Xiao Yun inquired, bewildered. Xiao Yun, why feign ignorance? Orochimaru replied with a smirk, realizing he had been seen through. Xiao Yun felt a jolt of surprise. Orochimaru had discerned that after seizing Ino, he intended to use Jinjutsu to control her. However, he discovered that she had already been placed under a special Jinjutsu by Xiao Yun, which made it difficult for others to exert control over her. Xiao Yun, how about this? Tsunade's life in exchange for you breaking this girl's Jinjutsu. Orochimaru proposed coolly. How can you be so certain the Jinjutsu was cast by me? Xiao Yun questioned, realizing he had initially placed the Jinjutsu on Ino to prevent her from being controlled. That is information I need not disclose to you. Just break Ino's Jinjutsu, Orochimaru insisted. Suddenly, Xiao Yun burst into laughter, filled with derision. You believe natural energy can restore your hands? Dream on. Your hand souls have already been devoured by the Shinigami, and no medical ninjutsu can heal them. Impossible. The White Snake Sage assured me it could be done. Orochimaru's voice rose in desperation, though he understood that the sage had only said it was a possibility. Release Ino's Jinjutsu, or I will take Tsunade's life, Orochimaru threatened, his expression menacing. Calm down, Orochimaru. I have a way to heal your hands, Xiao Yun replied coolly. Is that true? Orochimaru asked, incredulity etched on his face. Absolutely. If we obtain the Shinigami mask, we can lift the Shikifujin seal. However, only a member of the Uzumaki clan can perform this technique, and I am one of them. If anyone else attempts it, the mask will shatter, and your hands will remain eternally trapped within the Shinigami, Xiao Yun stated. Partially in jest, but with a hint of truth. While the Shinigami mask could indeed lift the Shikifujin seal, the latter part was meant to intimidate Orochimaru into recognizing his need for Xiao Yun's assistance. Given the formidable foes ahead, having someone of Orochimaru's caliber as an ally would be invaluable. After a prolonged silence, Orochimaru conceded, Fine, Xiao Yun, I will temporarily trust you. But I need to safeguard my interests. With that, Orochimaru's eyes glinted, and the serpent binding Tsunade bit into her neck. What have you done to Tsunade? Xiao Yun glared at Orochimaru, fury bubbling within him. Do not be angry, Xiao Yun. I have injected her with a special venom. If you do not heal my hands within 3 years, I will not hesitate to let the toxin take effect. And when it does, I trust you will assist her with the antidote. I guarantee she will not refuse any position, Orochimaru said lewdly. Get lost. Release Tsunade's venom now, or I won't help you heal your hands, Xiao Yun retorted coldly. Calm down, Xiao Yun. You wouldn't want Tsunade to perish from that venom, would you? Orochimaru chuckled, seemingly confident. Can you release Tsunade now? Xiao Yun clenched his fists, his patience wearing thin. In the northern reaches of the Earth Spider Clan territory lay a vast desert, while far to the south was a dense forest. Xiao Yun, along with Orochimaru and his entourage, rode atop the head of a colossal serpent, racing through the desert. Xiao Yun, how did you end up with Orochimaru? Tsunade asked, her eyes brimming with confusion. I struck a deal with him, Xiao Yun replied with a faint smile. A deal with Orochimaru? Tsunade's expression shifted, and she suddenly grimaced, an odd sound escaping her lips as a warm fire ignited within her. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, and she stumbled into Xiao Yun's embrace, her face flushed, breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Heh, Orochimaru chuckled lewdly. Tsunade, are you all right? Ino asked with concern. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Xianghong hastily brushed her disheveled hair, her eyes darting anxiously toward Xiao Yun. How could this be? Why did she yearn so desperately to be embraced and toyed with by him? At that very moment, a violent explosion echoed in the distance. Hokage-sama, my master and grandfather are over there, Ing suddenly exclaimed, pointing frantically at a plume of black smoke. Orochimaru, make your snakes move faster, Xiao Yun commanded. Understood. However, Xiao Yun, I must caution you. The individuals pursuing the Six Tails, Yutaka, are likely members of the Akatsuki organization. Aside from Pain and Itachi Uchiha, I can assist you against anyone else. But should we encounter those two, you must rely on your own fortune, Orochimaru replied calmly. Is Pain truly that formidable? Xiao Yun inquired, puzzled, as the mention of Pain conjured memories of an overwhelming pressure in his iconic phrases. Indeed, his power is far beyond that of an ordinary human. A look of deep apprehension crossed Orochimaru's face. Is that so? Xiao Yun's expression grew grave. If someone as powerful as Orochimaru held such fear of Pain, what hope did he have? In any case, if the situation turns dire, I must escape. I cannot afford to lose my life here. Boom, boom, boom. As they approached their destination, the ground trembled beneath them from another series of explosions. Wait, is that a bubble? Xiao Yun suddenly noticed a large bubble floating out from the smoke, within which lay an unconscious elderly man. Grandfather, that's my grandfather. Hokage-sama, please save him, Ing cried, tears welling in her eyes as she watched the bubble ascend into the sky. Before Xiao Yun could act, Orochimaru unleashed a snake that swiftly punctured the bubble, allowing Xiao Yun to catch the falling elder. Grandfather, please wake up. Don't scare me like this, Ing sobbed as she clung to the old man. Do not worry. He is merely under a jinjutsu, Xiao Yun assured, forming hand seals to dispel the illusion. The elder slowly opened his eyes, bewildered. I'm not dead. He gazed around at unfamiliar faces, questioning if they were his saviors. Grandfather, you're alive. What a relief, Ing exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. Ing, how did you end up here? I thought. The elder's voice broke with emotion. We can reminisce later. Who is pursuing you and Yutaka? Xiao Yun interjected, cutting through their emotional exchange. This is... The elder looked at Xiao Yun, puzzled. Grandfather, this is the 5th Hokage, Xiao Yun. He has promised to help us reclaim the Tsuchigumo clan. Speak freely with him. Hokage-sama, this is my grandfather, Keichuan. Ing wiped her tears, her voice filled with urgency. You are the 5th Hokage? What happened to the 3rd Hokage? Keichuan asked, scrutinizing Xiao Yun, his skepticism evident. Indeed, I am the 5th Hokage. The 3rd Hokage has fallen in battle. You may speak to him, Xianghong interjected. Enough with the pleasantries. Where is Yutaka? Xiao Yun asked, exasperated. Right, what about my master? Yutaka? How is he? Who did you encounter? Ying's face was etched with concern. I have no idea what has become of that bubble-blowing man. I lost consciousness before their confrontation. The person he faced was peculiar, especially with those ripple-patterned eyes. It was terrifying, Keichuan recalled, fear creeping into his expression. Chapter 112. Rescue of the Six Tails Ripple-Patterned Eyes, 6 individuals. It was undoubtedly Pain's 6 paths. In an instant, both Xiao Yun and Orochimaru's expressions darkened. Time is of the essence, Xiao Yun. We should each return to our own homes and seek our families, Orochimaru suggested. Though the notion did little to ease his pride as a former member of the Akatsuki, encountering a wounded Orochimaru would surely complicate matters. Xiao Yun, is Pain truly that powerful? Xianghong inquired. Xiao Yun remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. Suddenly, Ing knelt before Xiao Yun, desperation etched across her face. Hokage-sama, I implore you to save my master. Without him, my life would be devoid of meaning. If you rescue him, I will dedicate my life to serving Kenoha. Ing clutched Xiao Yun's garment, her eyes pleading, her vulnerable demeanor impossible to resist. After a long pause, Xiao Yun contemplated her request. He wished to grant it, but ultimately shook his head rationally. He could not sacrifice his life for a Six Tails. He had Tsunade to protect, along with Xianghong, and countless women from the Hyuga clan to consider. He could not disregard their lives for one person. At that moment of hesitation, a figure shot through the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was not human but rather the Six Tails, enveloped in an orange chakra with 6 tails and 2 horns, radiating a terrifying aura. That is the Six Tails. Yutaka. Though Xiao Yun had never seen him before, he recognized him immediately. Master, Ing shouted, dashing towards Yutaka, only to be pulled back by Xiao Yun. Let me go? Even if I must die, I want to die alongside my master. Ing struggled fiercely. I'm not afraid of you, Orochimaru. You lead them to safety. I will rescue the Six Tails. Ensure they reach Kenoha. Xiaoyun commanded loudly. Understood. Orochimaru nodded. Xiaoyun, I will stay with you, Xianghong insisted, grasping his clothing. Red. I will be fine. You must return. Listen to me, Xiaoyun replied gently, brushing her hair affectionately. I refuse. Xianghong shook her head defiantly. Trust me, I will return. Xianghong-sensei, wait for me in Kenoha. When I come back, I will ensure you bear my child, Xiaoyun declared, his voice resolute. With that, he leaped down from the giant snake's head. Boom. A cloud of white smoke enveloped them as everyone vanished, leaving only Xiaoyun behind. In an instant, Xiaoyun activated his Byakugan, witnessing a fierce clash between the Six Tails and a figure from Pain's Six Paths. Each punch sent tremors through the earth, the sheer force causing Xiaoyun's heart to race with fear. The Six Tails, Yutaka, seized an opening and struck, but his fist met an invisible barrier, as if hitting an unyielding wall. Game over. The leader of Pain's Six Paths smirked, observing Yutaka's enormous fist. Xiaoyun's eyes widened in realization. He could distinctly see an invisible wall of energy forming around Pain's Six Paths, compressed to the brink of explosion. Beware! Xiaoyun instinctively shouted. Spicy Tensei. Pain uttered indifferently. Boom. The immense pressure detonated instantaneously, collapsing the ground beneath and uprooting trees for a kilometer, scattering them like autumn leaves in a tempest. In an instant, a cloud of dust obscured the sky, and thunder rumbled ominously, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalypse. Even Orochimaru, who was sprinting away, halted in awe, staring at the distant devastation. This level of power was something he could never hope to match, not even at his peak. Unless he attained the strength of the great being from Rugakudo. Xiaoyun, witnessing the might of this technique, felt tears welling in the eyes of the setting sun. He was about to charge back when Orochimaru ensnared him with serpents. Calm down, Sunset Red, Orochimaru said, casting a cold gaze towards Xiaoyun's location, his expression revealing a hint of contemplation. After a cataclysmic explosion, smoke lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Now's the time. Xiaoyun activated the third gate of the 8 gates, harnessing the power of the sage white snake, and dashed toward the motionless Yu Gao on the ground. Who are you? At that moment, Yu Gao was unrecognizable, having fully activated his tailed beast form. His body was scorched, and with the immense impact of Shinra Tensei, several bones protruded, creating a horrifying sight. Don't speak. I am Ying's friend. He sent me to rescue you. We must leave, Xiaoyun urged, hoisting Yu Gao onto his back and exerting every ounce of strength to flee at high speed. Hey, someone has taken away the Six Tails. What incredible speed. Pain quickly noticed Xiaoyun, and the Hungry Ghost Realm's miniature missiles shot toward him. Damn it. Xiaoyun furrowed his brow, astonished by the swift reaction of his pursuer. At this juncture, he could no longer afford to hold back. He activated his entire body's lightning chakra, enhancing his speed further, leaving the missiles far behind. Moreover, Xiaoyun suddenly employed wood release to intercept several missiles, resulting in a series of explosive sounds. He did not look back, sprinting forward relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, he had covered 3 miles. How can this guy be so fast? Who exactly is he? Pain pondered while pursuing. Damn it, Pain. As the leader of the Akatsuki, how can I not escape at full strength? Xiaoyun felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he wouldn't have attempted to save the Six Tails. Seeing he could not catch up, Pain summoned a gigantic flying bird through summoning technique. With a simple wave of his arm, it swiftly closed the distance to Xiaoyun. A tremendous sense of threat loomed over him. Xiaoyun glanced back to see Pain atop the massive bird, racing toward him at an alarming pace. At this rate, he would catch up in no time. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As Pain was about to close in on Xiaoyun and Yu Gao, they suddenly transformed into a cloud of white smoke and vanished. No, it's impossible. Shadow Clone. This cunning fellow managed to deceive my Rinnegan. What a clever ruse. Pain stared in disbelief at the empty space before him. At that moment, Xiaoyun emerged from the ground, carrying Yu Gao on his back. Indeed, this was Xiaoyun's newly mastered lightning release clone, nearly indistinguishable from reality. Even the Rinnegan struggled to discern the truth without careful scrutiny. Let us go, Xiaoyun said, running toward Orochimaru's direction while carrying the Six Tails. Humph, impressive technique. You are the first to deceive my eyes with a shadow clone in the ninja world. A cold, emotionless voice emanated from behind Xiao Yun. He was instantly drenched in cold sweat. In the forest, Xiao Yun finally encountered Pain for the first time. With a pair of ripple-patterned rinnegan and a face adorned with several black rods, he wore a dark cloud-patterned robe that added an air of mysterious authority. What truly unsettled Xiao Yun was the overwhelming aura of oppression that bore down on him, making his breaths feel labored. Faced with Pain, he nearly succumbed to the urge to kneel and worship. Are you Pain? Xiao Yun gritted his teeth and asked slowly. Who else could it be? It seems the fifth Hokage has graced us with his presence. My apologies, Pain replied indifferently. Xiao Yun was taken aback. This man actually recognized him. Do not be surprised. Your exploits have spread widely throughout the ninja world. They say you rose to power through the favor of women. Today, it seems you possess some skill. Such strength at a young age. Given time, the ninja world will gain yet another unparalleled powerhouse. Leave the Six Tails. You may go, Pain said. His gaze toward Xiao Yun imbued with a hint of admiration. Xiao Yun stared incredulously at Pain, bewildered. Did he truly just suggest letting him go? He glanced reluctantly at the unconscious Six Tails on the ground, realizing he would not be taking him today. Why are you letting me go? Xiao Yun paused after taking a few steps, turning back to look at Pain with confusion. Pain ignored Xiao Yun's question and merely waved his hand slightly. Suddenly, a mysterious force manifested, pulling the Six Tails toward Pain as if he were a magnet, and in an instant, Pain grasped him firmly. Xiao Yun, what are your thoughts on peace? Pain did not answer Xiao Yun's question, but instead posed one of his own. Peace. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, questioning Pain while his mind raced. In the original narrative, after being killed by Danzo, Nagato's understanding of peace became exceedingly radical, leading to the formation of the Akatsuki and a series of drastic actions, including the murder of his mentor Jiraiya and the attack on Kenoha. Indeed, peace, true peace. As the inheritor of the will of fire, have you never contemplated this issue? Pain spoke calmly. Peace. Xiao Yun fell silent for a moment before retorting. What is your perspective on peace? Quite simple. Eradicate all conflicts in the world with absolute power, establishing a harmonious world devoid of war. Pain replied nonchalantly. Is that so? Xiao Yun reflected, gazing at the sky with a smile. Pain, if I am not mistaken, your ambition to collect tailed beasts is to wield absolute military power to dominate the ninja world, thereby realizing your vision of a world free from strife and conflict. Is it not? Indeed, Pain did not hide his thoughts. Forgive my bluntness, but such an endeavor is impossible. Peace has never been a static state, but a dynamic one. Even if you possess all the tailed beasts and suppress all conflicts with overwhelming strength, it would only create a facade of peace. As long as humanity harbors selfish intentions, true peace cannot exist. War and peace are intrinsically intertwined. There is no such thing as permanent peace. The ebb and flow of the world. Unity must eventually lead to division, and division must ultimately lead to unity. This is the natural order, much like the changing of the seasons, inevitable. Xiao Yun paused before continuing to articulate his thoughts. In his youth, he struggled to comprehend why wars occurred. Why would two nations or factions with no connection engage in bloodshed? Was it merely because of those vile politicians seeking dominion over the world? You pursue your way, and I pursue mine. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to coexist peacefully? As he matured, Xiao Yun gradually understood that all living things must survive. And survival necessitates resources, which are relatively fixed. A cake. If I eat it, you must have less. If you eat it, I might go hungry. When negotiations fail, war becomes the ultimate recourse. Ultimately, war is merely a means of negotiation to achieve one's demands, devoid of righteousness or injustice. Consider the Great Goose and the Lesser Goose. The Great Goose requires strategic buffer zones, while the Lesser Goose seeks to profit more. Who is at fault? Neither party. If one must attribute blame, it must be to the workings of fate. Thus, as the ancients said, heaven and earth are merciless, treating all things as straw dogs. In truth, both you and I are merely pawns of fate. However, such measures are often accompanied by sacrifice. The elderly lose their sons, children lose their parents, and wives lose their husbands, much like the tale of the setting sun, which is thus despised by many. Is it true that heaven and earth are unfeeling, treating all beings as mere fodder? An intriguing notion. Pain stared blankly at Xiao Yun for a long while before slowly speaking. If what you say is true, then there is no way to achieve true peace. I have stated before, there is never absolute peace, only relative peace. For instance, even if you were to possess all 9-tailed beasts, while it may temporarily quell all disputes in the ninja world, the conflicts do not vanish. Instead, they accumulate over time, waiting for the day when you lose your power, and the ninja world will likely plunge into even greater chaos. Forgive my candor, but the world you envision exists solely in your imagination, Xiao Yun remarked with a faint smile. What then should be done? Must the world remain perpetually in turmoil and war? Although Pain's tone bore a hint of dissatisfaction, he could not deny the validity of Xiao Yun's words. Indeed, however, establishing this relative peace in the ninja world will require a considerable span of time, perhaps the efforts of several generations. Pain, your thoughts are not erroneous, but they are overly hasty. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Your approach will only lead the ninja world into a deeper abyss, Xiao Yun asserted. Is that so? Then if, suddenly, the six-tailed beast in Pain's grasp opened its eyes and unleashed a dark-tailed beast ball from its mouth. Pain had no time to react. His head obliterated in an instant. Run! The six-tailed beast bellowed as it fled into the distance. Xiao Yun, not daring to linger, hastily followed suit. After a considerable time, at the very spot where Pain had just stood, a colossal head adorned with a royal emblem emerged, and suddenly, the mouth opened wide, revealing a figure slowly stepping out. It was none other than Pain. Pain, why did you let the six tails and that Xiao Yun go? In the air, countless sheets of paper gradually merged, and a stunningly beautiful woman appeared beside Pain. Pain remained silent for a long time, merely gazing at the direction in which the two had fled. Pain, how will you account for letting the six tails go? A hint of concern crossed the exquisite features of the woman. Xiao Nan, do you not think that the peace spoken of by Xiao Yun is the true peace, compared to the one espoused by that individual? Pain replied. Xiao Nan also turned her gaze towards the direction of Xiao Yun's flight, a trace of disdain appearing on her beautiful face. Pain, I have heard that this fifth Hokage is quite the silver-tongued charmer. Not only did he deceive Tsunade into bearing his child, but he also ingratiated himself with the Hyuga clan through a woman. Moreover, he has snatched the woman of the greatest genius from the Reikage village, utilizing her to forge a peace treaty. Do not let his words deceive you. Is that so? Pain smiled faintly, contemplating the distant figures of the two retreating. Their movements so practiced it was almost pitiful. Chapter 114. Return to Kenoha. Xiao Yun and the transformed six tails, Hyuga, raced through the terrain from dawn until dusk, running for a full 3 hours. Wow. Stop running, brother, you truly are brave. Hyuga finally reverted from his tailed beast state, panting heavily as he looked at Xiao Yun with admiration. This fellow possessed remarkable endurance. Xiao Yun also came to a halt, gasping for breath. I must say, Hyuga, your ability to feign death and launch surprise attacks is quite impressive, Xiao Yun remarked, his gaze filled with approval. That was a last resort after all. That individual was simply too formidable, Hyuga replied with a wry smile. You are indeed the fifth Hokage, Xiao Yun, are you not? You know me? Xiao Yun chuckled. Who in the world does not recognize you? You have become quite the sensation in the ninja world. Since the establishment of the 5 great ninja countries, you are the first to ascend directly from a genin to the rank of Hokage, Hyuga said, smiling at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun fell silent, realizing that his unexpected rise to Hokage had become a widely circulated tale, a topic of gossip throughout the ninja realm. Lord Hokage, please do not misunderstand. I once believed you ascended through the favor of women. However, it seems you possessed genuine strength, managing to run for 3 hours even in tailed beast form. Such stamina. No wonder you have captured the hearts of so many women, Hyuga said with profound admiration. Xiao Yun remained speechless, wondering if they could engage in a more meaningful conversation. By the way, Ing and her grandfather have already headed to Kenoha. Would you care to accompany me there? It would be good to have each other's backs, especially since the Akatsuki organization has set its sights on you, Jinchuriki, Xiao Yun suggested. Hyuga fell into silence, and after a lengthy pause, he eyed Xiao Yun with newfound vigilance. Hokage, why did you come to assist the Tsuchigumo clan? Such a task should typically require only a jonin, Hyuga inquired. For the purpose of the rage technique. This jutsu can gather a massive amount of natural energy, which I require for my sage training, Xiao Yun replied candidly, revealing his intentions without reservations. Just as I suspected. Hyuga paused before asking, what is sage technique? That is difficult to explain. Return with me to Kenoha first, and you shall learn in due time. Very well. 20 kilometers southeast of Kenoha, a colossal serpent suddenly emerged from the earth. Upon its massive head stood a group of individuals. It was none other than Orochimaru and his associates. Setting Sun, I will escort you here. Remember, within 3 years. If Xiao Yun does not aid me in healing my hands, the toxins within you will claim your life, Orochimaru said, regarding Setting Sun with an indifferent gaze. Despicable and shameless. I would rather die than allow Xiao Yun to assist you, a monster intent on destroying Kenoha. Setting Sun struggled against the serpent binding her, attempting to free herself. Setting Sun, you will thank me. When the snake venom I implanted begins to take effect, you will become quite the seductress, yielding to every shameful posture. With your beauty, Xiao Yun will be utterly unable to resist you. Orochimaru laughed lewdly, loosening the restraints on Setting Sunday. Setting Sun trembled with rage, her fair face flushing crimson to her neck. Setting Sun, in my opinion, you should find a backup plan quickly. Should Xiao Yun not return, when the poison takes effect, it would be prudent to have someone assist you with the antidote, Sasuke chuckled, hoping that Xiao Yun would meet his demise outside, allowing him to flaunt his prowess before Setting Sunday. Uchiha Sasuke. Setting Sun nearly fainted from anger. Just then, a figure kicked toward Sasuke. Bang! Sasuke was caught off guard, sent flying by the blow. Regaining his footing, Xiao Yun and Yuga appeared atop the serpent's head. Xiao Yun, Master. The two women rushed forward, embracing the two men with excitement. Xiao Yun, you scoundrel, how dare you act so dishonorably? Sasuke fumed, charging at Xiao Yun, only to be seized by Orochimaru. Xiao Yun, do not forget our 3-year agreement, Orochimaru said, and with a puff of white smoke, both he and Sasuke vanished. I have brought Ing and Yuga. Will you fulfill your promise now? Xiao Yun said calmly. Rest assured, Lord Hokage, I keep my word. I shall remain in Kenoha for life, Ing replied, gazing happily at Yuga, believing she would never see her master again. In Kenoha village, within the Hokage office, Tsunade was diligently managing various documents. Tsunade, I'm back. You can delegate these tasks to your subordinates. You have lost weight in just a few days, Xiao Yun said, heartbroken as he embraced Tsunade, leaning in for a kiss. Get away from me. Tsunade pushed Xiao Yun away, her face stern as she continued her work. What is it? Xiao Yun, feeling guilty, looked at Tsunade, wondering if she had learned of his affair with Setting Sunday. As the Hokage, your duty is to oversee the grand scheme of things. How can you venture out on missions without a sense of the larger picture? Tsunade angrily seized Xiao Yun by the collar. Goodness, you startled me. Xiao Yun exhaled deeply, a look of guilt crossing his face as he replied, Lady Tsunade, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Actually, this time. He slowly recounted the purpose and events of his recent actions, of course omitting any mention of the matter concerning Yuhi Kurenai. It was not that Xiao Yun lacked the courage, but rather that Tsunade was currently pregnant, and he did not wish to provoke her. Xiao Yun, you are too reckless. If anything were to happen to you, what would I do about our child? Tsunade expressed her concern after hearing Xiao Yun's words. It's all right, my dear. I have returned safely. Xiao Yun gently embraced Tsunade. By the way, how much do you know about the leader of the Akatsuki? Tsunade asked with a serious expression. Well, let's discuss that later. I've been utterly exhausted these days. Come, let's go home. It has been a while since this Hokage has showcased his myriad skills, Xiao Yun teased, gazing at Tsunade, who seemed to have grown even more alluring in his absence, much to his irritation. Before Tsunade could respond, Xiao Yun pressed a fervent kiss upon her lips and then swept her up in his arms, leaping out of the Hokage's office window. Tsunade, bashful, buried her captivating face deep into Xiao Yun's embrace. Chapter 115. The ever-changing Kurenai Yuhi. The night in Kenoha was particularly tranquil. Despite the ravages of war, the village had made considerable progress in its reconstruction over the past 2 months. Xiao Yun carried Tsunade home, but after searching for a while and finding no keys, he impatiently crashed through the door, gently tossing Tsunade onto the bed. At that moment, a torrential downpour began, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Tsunade, like a docile lamb seeking refuge, clung to Xiao Yun tightly. By the sea, a clam slowly opened its shell, yearning for fresh air. Just then, a traveler who had gone 3 days without food spotted it, his eyes gleaming with greed. The clam, shyly attempting to close its shell, was thwarted by the famished traveler, who picked up a stick from the ground and forcefully pried it open. However, the traveler underestimated the clam's strength, nearly breaking the stick in the process, and had to resort to using his hands to pry it apart. After a lengthy struggle, the shell finally yielded, leaving the traveler's hands dripping with the clam's juices, its final defiance. Gazing at the fresh, succulent clam meat, the traveler laughed joyously, delighted at the prospect of a hearty meal. As the morning sun streamed into the room, Tsunade languidly nestled against Xiao Yun's firm chest, observing him in slumber. She mischievously teased him by playfully tugging at his lips with her golden hair. "Don't mess around, Tsunade. Let me sleep a little longer," Xiao Yun murmured, turning away in exhaustion. "You little rascal. Last night, when I needed rest, you wouldn't let me be. Now you want to sleep? Not a chance. Get up and have some fun," Tsunade insisted, incessantly tickling Xiao Yun's sides. "Goodness," Xiao Yun exclaimed in frustration, his temper flaring. 3 days without a beating, and you think you can act like this?" Suddenly, he scooped Tsunade up and playfully smacked her bottom. Rather than being angry, Tsunade displayed an unprecedented level of submission. "Xiao Yun, continue, don't stop." She looked at him with sultry eyes. At noon, Xiao Yun arrived at the Hokage's office, where Tsunade had already settled in. Today, she exuded a particularly captivating charm, as Kenoha's various affairs gradually fell into order. No longer clad in her usual ninja attire, Tsunade donned a form-fitting red qipao that accentuated her near-perfect figure. Remarkably, the woman who rarely wore makeup had spent 3 hours preparing, styling her hair in a distinctly feminine fashion, and the subtle fragrance of her perfume was utterly refreshing. Paired with black high heels, nude stockings, and black glasses, she was no mere mortal. She was a bewitching enchantress. Staring at Tsunade, whose beauty defied description, Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. This woman was carrying his child. Was he dreaming? "Hokage-sama, do I look beautiful?" Tsunade asked with a charming smile. "Beautiful," Xiao Yun replied, entranced. "How about you become my secretary from today onward? If there's work, the secretary will handle it. If not, giggles will ensue," Tsunade said, wrapping her arms around Xiao Yun's neck, her laughter ringing like silver bells. "How could I wish for anything more? But what about Kurenai Yuhi?" Mentioning Kurenai caused an unexpected pang of guilt in Xiao Yun. "I wanted to ask you as well. Kurenai just came to see me, insisting she won't be your secretary anymore. During this time, did you reprimand her over work issues?" Tsunade inquired, her gaze scrutinizing Xiao Yun. "Reprimand her? Absolutely not," Xiao Yun protested, perplexed. "What on earth is Kurenai up to?" "Truly not. How could that be?" Tsunade pressed. "Xiao Yun, Kurenai is a pitiful soul. The Yuhi clan is down to her alone now, and with the Suma gone, it is only natural for her to make some mistakes. As Hokage, you must care for your subordinates. That is how you foster loyalty, you understand?" Tsunade remarked meaningfully. "Understood, madam," Xiao Yun replied respectfully. Though his mind swirled with confusion, what was going on? Just a few days ago, had it not been for Kurenai's relatives visiting, he would have claimed her for himself. Why did she suddenly change her tune upon returning to Kenoha? He needed to find an opportunity to inquire about the lingering effects of Orochimaru's seductive poison within her. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Tsunade swiftly adjusted her demeanor, transitioning from her alluring self to a competent professional, showcasing her adaptability. As the door opened, 2 men and 1 woman entered. Hagane, Yuki, and Yuki's grandfather, Kaichiro. "Respected Hokage-sama, you mentioned assisting me in reclaiming the Tsuchigumo clan. When will you be sending someone?" Kaichiro asked directly, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Rest assured, Hokage-sama is preparing to send Kakashi, but as per our agreement, you must leave your granddaughter in Kenoha, and the 6 tails, Hagane, must also remain here," Tsunade stated. However, the traitor sought the aid of one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. "If possible, I would prefer to have you, Tsunade-sama, who is also one of the Sannin, accompany us." Kaichiro directed his hopeful gaze at Tsunade. "You need not worry. Hokage-sama has already reached an agreement with Orochimaru. He will not interfere with this matter, and Kakashi will suffice," Tsunade replied calmly. "In that case, I am most grateful," Kaichiro said, his spirits lifted. "Yuki, I am about to begin my training in sage techniques, so prepare yourself. We shall commence in 2 days at this time," Xiao Yun declared, pulling out a cigarette after several days without one. "Kaichiro, Hagane, would you care for a smoke?" he offered, producing 2 more cigarettes. Kaichiro declined with a shake of his head. Hagane reached for the cigarette, but was met with a fierce glare from Yuki, causing him to retract his hand. "Coward. Clearly, you're under the thumb of your wife," Yuki teased. "Hokage-sama, Tsunade-san is still pregnant, You shouldn't smoke. You really ought to be more attentive, Yuki admonished. That doesn't concern me. Xiao Yun was about to put the cigarette away when Tsunade gently took the lighter and ignited it for him. Young lady, men can smoke and drink whenever they please. Tsunade smiled, though her eyes held a hint of reproach, as if to say, who are you to dictate to my man? The three were taken aback. Was this truly the formidable Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, who commanded respect in the ninja world? How could she be so docile in front of Xiao Yun? Xiao Yun, reveling in his moment of pride, shot a glance at Hagane, as if to say, coward, observe how I tame a woman. After the three departed, Xiao Yun remained absorbed in his recent triumph. Bang! The door slammed shut, and Tsunade took a deep breath, her gentle demeanor vanishing, replaced by a fierce expression. You dare to smoke? Hand it over. If I catch you with another cigarette, you'll never come near me again. Tsunade's thunderous roar nearly shattered Xiao Yun's eardrums. Chapter 116. Conflict in the secret base of the Anma clan. Xianghong curled up in a corner, hugging her knees. She had been enduring the effects of the lustful serpent's poison for 2 full days, but as time passed, her reactions became increasingly severe. She had considered seeking Xiao Yun's help, yet Xianghong was not only a skilled Jinjutsu user, but also an exceptional medical ninja. Upon her arrival in Kenoha, she had tested her blood, only to be astonished by the results. The toxins within her body could indeed be neutralized through the harmony of yin and yang. However, the damage inflicted on the male counterpart was considerable. To avoid implicating Xiao Yun, Xianghong resolved to bear the burden alone. Unfortunately, her endurance had reached its limit, and out of sheer necessity, she had confined herself in a secret chamber today. She bit her lip tightly, eyes shut, brow furrowed, trembling uncontrollably, sweat beads dotting her forehead. Boom! At that moment, the door to the chamber suddenly swung open, revealing 2 men adorned with the headbands of the Reikage village, staring intently at Xianghong. Hey bro, this girl's name is Xianghong, right? She looks pretty enticing. It seems she's poisoned. Maybe we should just leave. After all, she's the Hokage's secretary. Look at you, acting all timid. That guy Xiao Yun just climbed to the top by relying on women. What is there to fear? Their eyes met, exchanging an unspoken understanding, as they slowly approached Xianghong. In the early morning, Xianghong slowly awakened. Huh, wasn't I in the secret chamber? How did I end up in bed? Turning her head, she spotted a familiar figure sitting at the bedside, Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, what are you doing here? She asked, her expression filled with confusion. Xianghong, is there something you can't tell me? Why are you avoiding me? If I hadn't arrived in time yesterday, you might have been assaulted. Do you understand? Xiao Yun shouted, his eyes brimming with anger. Xianghong was taken aback. How could she be assaulted alone in the secret chamber? All right. Yesterday, it seemed there were indeed 2 men charging towards her, and then someone had stepped in front of her. Xiao Yun, thinking of this. Xianghong couldn't help but tremble with fear. Xiao Yun felt a pang of sorrow, had he not insisted on taking her to the Tsuchigumo clan. Such a situation would never have occurred. Don't be scared. I'm here. He comfortingly embraced Xianghong. Xiao Yun, it's not that I'm deliberately avoiding you. If you help me detoxify, the poison will cause you significant harm. I don't want to hurt you. Xianghong sobbed as she nestled in his embrace. Xiao Yun let out a bitter laugh, realizing she feared hurting him. Why are you so foolish? Don't worry, there will always be a solution. His gaze was resolute. Damn Orochimaru, one day I'll strip the skin off that snake. Lord Hokage, how should we deal with those 2 Reikage ninjas? Came the voice of several newly appointed Umbu guards outside the door. Castrate them and feed them to the dogs, Xiao Yun replied coldly. Wait, Xiao Yun. They are guards sent by the Reikage village to protect Kenoha. If you act rashly for my sake, it could spark a conflict between the 2 nations. As Hokage, your priority should be to safeguard Kenoha. Xianghong exclaimed, her face pale. Xianghong, if I can't even protect my own woman, what good is protecting Kenoha? Xiao Yun retorted fiercely. What are you all waiting for? Do you want me to do it myself? Hey, at that moment, the sound of 2 blades slicing through the air rang out, followed by 2 chilling screams. Take these 2 ninjas to Darui. Xiao Yun commanded coldly. Inside the room, Xianghong stared at Xiao Yun with tear-filled eyes, tightly embracing the sturdy man. Bang! Darui shattered the marble table before him with a punch, his face dark with fury as he glared at the 2 unconscious Reikage ninjas. Lord Hokage, what do you mean by this? Nothing much. I'm merely restraining your subordinates. They intended to harm my female ninja yesterday. I simply confiscated their tools. When they repented, I'll gladly return them, Xiao Yun replied calmly. Confiscated their tools? And returned them? Ha. Darui laughed in anger. Xiao Yun, do you think this is a joke? Have you forgotten that we were brought here to protect Kenoha? What you're doing is a blatant breach of the agreement. Darui, may I remind you that your ninjas have not only protected Kenoha during this time, but have also caused trouble. Let us not even mention the past. When you went to the tavern, did you ever pay for anything? Your ninjas have feasted in Kenoha's shops without ever settling the bill. In the days I was away, didn't you also cripple a Kenoha Jinin's legs? There are many such examples. If you're unaware of the agreement's content, you could ask Lord Reikage to clarify who is truly violating it. Xiao Yun had only learned of these matters yesterday and coincidentally encountered Xianghong's situation, which ignited his fury. In any collaboration, regardless of who sought whom, the bottom line must be upheld. Otherwise, one would be viewed as spineless, allowing others to take advantage at will. Darui's eyes widened in rage. If there's nothing else, I must take my leave. Manage your subordinates. If this happens again, it won't be as simple as confiscating their tools, Xiao Yun declared, rising to depart. Stop right there, Darui shouted, blocking Xiao Yun's path with a swift movement. Do you have any evidence for your claims against my subordinates' intentions towards Kenoha's female ninja? You can't just say whatever you want. Xiao Yun coldly regarded Darui. Evidence? Certainly. Once these two wake up, I'll personally take them to Lord Reikage, and I shall present the evidence for his judgment. With that, he left without looking back. Seeing Xiao Yun's confident demeanor, Darui was momentarily stunned. Did he possess evidence? Chapter 117. Xiao Yun's decision. The next day, in the Hokage office, Tsunade and Mito Minyan stood before the desk, their expressions grave, silent. Tsunade, this is the situation. The Reikage village is demanding to leave, and Xiao Yun has been excessively impulsive, Mito Minyan remarked, his brow furrowed. At this juncture, the only way to pacify their anger is for Xiao Yun to issue a formal apology to the Reikage village in the name of the Hokage. For the sake of the village, please persuade Xiao Yun to prioritize the greater good, Tsunade sighed helplessly. Hearing this, Tsunade's brow tightened. Kenoha was in a precarious situation, and Xiao Yun's impulsiveness was concerning, especially since the ninjas from Reikage village had previously repelled invaders intent on harming Kenoha. If they were to leave now, Kenoha would likely face dire consequences. Just then, the door opened, and Xiao Yun walked in with a smile, approaching Tsunade. Xiao Yun, why are you being so impulsive? Tsunade grasped Xiao Yun's arm, her tone laced with reproach. Xiao Yun gently patted Tsunade's shoulder, signaling her not to worry, and then turned his gaze towards the talented duo of Kenoha. Apology letters can be written, Xiao Yun said nonchalantly. The three in the office breathed a sigh of relief. To be frank, they were genuinely apprehensive about Xiao Yun's temper, fearing he might refuse to write it, disregarding the safety of Kenoha. Fifth Hokage, your willingness to do this brings me great comfort, Mito Minyan remarked with approval, recognizing that true strength lies in adaptability, feeling reassured in his choice of leadership. Xiao Yun, your emphasis on the greater good is truly admirable, added Naruto with a smile of appreciation. Tsunade, however, managed a bittersweet smile. Knowing her partner was being coerced into writing an apology letter to protect her best friend from harm, it was a burden no man should have to bear. Having been with Xiao Yun for such a long time, Tsunade recognized that while he often appeared carefree, he harbored a profound pride. Take, for instance, the matter of the Hyuga clan's marriage alliance. Xiao Yun had persistently delayed, unwilling to leverage their influence to secure his standing within Kenoha. For the sake of gaining strength, he had risked himself to save the Six Tails, intending to keep Ing in Kenoha to harness her unique abilities for his own training. Throughout their time together, he had never relied on any shortcuts, growing stronger solely through his own efforts. To compel such a man to draft an apology letter was, to him, an egregious affront. Yet for the sake of Kenoha, he persevered. At that moment, Tsunade felt her heart ache, tears brimming in her eyes. Do not rush to praise me. The apology letter must indeed be written, but it will not be by my hand. It shall be penned by a ninja from the Reikage village. Xiao Yun said with a faint smile. What? The talented duo and Tsunade looked at Xiao Yun in shock, unable to believe their ears. Xiao Yun, have you lost your mind? Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Mito Minyan's face darkened with evident anger. Indeed, Xiao Yun. Do you understand the repercussions of such an action? Naruto chimed in. Tsunade remained silent, her eyes filled with confusion as she regarded Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun turned his gaze towards the two advisors and coldly inquired, "Have you considered the consequences if I were to issue this apology letter? The people of Kenoha would perceive me as weak and incapable, causing the fragile unity we have built to crumble in an instant. Look at how the ninjas from the Reikage village have behaved in Kenoha. They would become even more brazen, and restraining their actions would become an insurmountable challenge. As Hokage and the successor of the Will of Fire, if I cannot protect the people of Kenoha, then I have no desire to hold this position. Tsunade, I ask you again, if it were you who nearly faced disaster yesterday, would you send your man to issue an apology letter? If I were to do so, would I still deserve to be called your partner?" Xiao Yun's commanding presence and fervent resolve stirred something profound within Tsunade, who gazed at him with admiration. As a woman, she would have felt utterly desolate if no man dared to step forward to protect her in such a situation. The people of Kenoha would undoubtedly feel despair at witnessing their Hokage's weakness. Xiao Yun speaks the truth. I do not support his writing of this apology letter. Tsunade stated earnestly. You too. Nara Shikaku and Mito Minyan were left speechless. Rest assured, esteemed advisors, I shall handle this matter personally with the Fourth Reikage. Guy, please convey to Darui that he has 3 days to issue a public apology, Xiao Yun said with calm determination. Understood. Hokage, this is the spirit of youthful passion. At the Moonlight Tavern, a group of elegantly dressed young women were performing sultry dances on stage. The tavern owner looked helplessly at the gathering of Reikage ninjas. They had been reveling there for 3 days and nights, each with a girl in tow, enjoying themselves to the fullest. Those who were aware understood they were guarding Kenoha, while others might mistakenly believe they were on vacation in Kenoha. Darui, it seems you have been enjoying yourself at our Moonlight Tavern for quite some time. When will you settle the bill? The tavern owner asked with flattering intent. What did you say? Settle the bill? Before Darui could respond, a burly, menacing-looking middle-aged man seized the tavern owner. Exactly. Why should we? We ninjas from the Reikage village are here for Kenoha. What's wrong with indulging a little? Tonight. If you keep me comfortable, I'll make sure you get paid. Huh. The tavern owner has no say tonight. I was with her just yesterday. It's my turn now. And to be honest, she may be a bit older, but she is still quite attractive. Despite her years of experience in the tavern, the owner could hardly contain her anger at such foul language, but she knew better than to provoke them, fully aware of Kenoha's precarious situation. Darui, suddenly, a cold voice emerged from behind him. It's Mike Guy. What brings you here? Darui gulped down his drink. Not much. I am merely here to deliver a message from the Hokage, Mike Guy replied softly. Oh, has Xiao Yun agreed to issue a public apology? Darui asked with keen interest. Dream on. I am here to inform you that the Hokage has given you 3 days to publicly apologize and fully compensate for all expenses incurred, Mike Guy stated coldly. Upon hearing this, the previously boisterous tavern fell into a profound silence. The ninjas from the Reikage village were at a loss, unable to fathom the absurdity of the Hokage's decision. Did he not understand Kenoha's current plight? What did you say? Irika stared incredulously at Mike Guy, unable to believe his ears. I have made myself abundantly clear. You have 3 days to issue a letter of apology. Furthermore, during your indulgence in our establishment, your expenditures have amounted to 30 million. By the Hokage's order, you must settle this debt with the tavern owner, Mike Guy reiterated coldly. The tavern owner was overwhelmed with emotion. Since its opening, many affluent patrons had come and gone, yet none had ever stood up for her. Even during the compassionate era of the third Hokage, she and her peers remained at the bottom of the social hierarchy, with no one willing to advocate for them. Now, with Kenoha needing the Reikage village, she could hardly believe the Hokage would dare to defend her. Ha ha ha. Darui erupted into laughter, mockingly regarding Mike Guy. Mike Guy, has your Hokage lost his mind? Does he not understand the current situation in Kenoha? Indeed, I tell you, as long as we from the Reikage village do not support Kenoha, you can expect to be wiped off the map. Stop wasting time with him. Let us leave and let Kenoha face the other villages alone. That Xiao Yun truly has no idea of his own limitations. If it weren't for the connection with Samui, would Lord Reikage even bother with him? Not only does he want us to apologize, but he expects us to pay? No way. The ninjas from the Reikage village were filled with righteous indignation, eager to escape at once. Darui, the message has been delivered. My task is complete. Farewell. With that, Mike Guy turned to leave. In Kenoha's underground prison, Danzo was sealed within a massive water cell, covered in various sealing tags, his limbs restrained by heavy iron chains, rendering him completely immobile. Creak. The door swung open. and a figure clad in a black cloak, their face obscured by an umbu mask, entered. "Who are you?" Danzo asked warily. "Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that I have come to rescue you." The voice beneath the mask was unusually deep, reminiscent of a beast lurking in the shadows. "Rescue me? What is your motive?" Danzo inquired, regarding the masked figure with suspicion. "My aim is to see you ascend to the position of Hokage." The man's voice resonated with temptation. "Humph, there is no such thing as a free lunch. What price must I pay?" Danzo scoffed. "The price is simply that Kenoha will henceforth become a vassal state of its Sachikage village, paying tribute to us annually." The masked man replied nonchalantly. "Are you a ninja from the Sachikage village?" Danzo asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Indeed. So, do you accept my proposal? Once you become Hokage, our village will send ninjas to take control of Kenoha. You need not officially acknowledge our dominion over your village, and we will not interfere with your governance. In Kenoha, you will reign as king." The masked man continued, his persuasion unwavering. "Leave. I shall not comply." Danzo shook his head defiantly. "Danzo, you are quite peculiar. Were you not just allied with Orochimaru to destroy Kenoha? Now you merely have a different partner, and we even offer you the position of Hokage," the masked man remarked. Puzzled. "Humph. My previous alliance with Orochimaru stemmed from my disdain for the third Hokage's indecisiveness. Orochimaru sought his own desires, showing no interest in Kenoha. That is why I consented to collaborate with him," Danzo retorted, his anger palpable. "You truly refuse to cooperate with me?" The masked man produced a kunai, aiming it at Danzo's heart. "Humph. I owe a great debt to the second Hokage and will not betray Kenoha." Abandon this thought. Danzo closed his eyes resolutely. "Then perish." The masked man lunged with the kunai, but his target was the iron chain in Danzo's grasp. Clang, clang, clang. The chain shattered, and Danzo stared in astonishment at the masked figure. The masked man slowly removed his mask. "Xiaoyun," Danzo exclaimed in shock. "Indeed, it is I?" Xiaoyun stood with his hands behind his back, speaking calmly. "Why did you release me?" Danzo questioned, bewildered. "Your loyalty to Kenoha is commendable. For the sake of Kenoha, I have chosen to set you free." Xiaoyun paused before continuing. "Listen, Danzo, I understand that your alliance with Orochimaru arose from the third's indecisiveness, leading Kenoha to miss numerous opportunities. However, I am different. For the sake of Kenoha, I need you to assist me with 2 tasks. On what basis do you believe I will aid you?" Danzo had always deemed Xiaoyun unworthy of the Hokage title, believing that relying on women would only render Kenoha a laughingstock among the ninja world. "Because I possess darker methods than the third and can unite the hearts of Kenoha's people more effectively." "Danzo, you do not wish to see the village created by the first Hokage perish, do you?" Xiaoyun said with a smile. "Humph. Speak. And if I find your proposal unsatisfactory, I shall take your life in return." A glimmer of interest appeared on Danzo's face. "Listen well, these 2 tasks are." Xiaoyun gradually outlined his plans. Danzo's apprehension grew with each word, and he began to regard Xiaoyun with an unexpected sense of reverence. "Humph. Xiaoyun, I underestimated you. Your methods are indeed cunning, and your heart is quite dark. A single stone to kill 3 birds. What a brilliant scheme." After a prolonged silence, Danzo smiled. "So what say you? Will you assist Kenoha with these tasks?" Xiaoyun inquired. "Humph. I refuse. If I agree to you, I shall have no path of retreat. If you later refuse to acknowledge our agreement for your own reputation, I would be unable to clear my name, no matter how many mouths I have." Danzo waved his hand, resolutely declining. "Do not be hasty in your refusal. Consider this." Xiaoyun's eyes suddenly shifted. "Ah, how do you know about the Mangekyo Sharingan?" Danzo's expression shifted to one of horror as he stared intently at Xiaoyun, stammering. "Now, will you answer my question? Are you willing to execute those 2 tasks for this Hokage?" Xiaoyun's smile widened. "Xiaoyun, you despicable scoundrel." Danzo glared at him, his hands clenched tightly. "Very well. I shall comply, but upon completing the tasks, you must clear my name." After a long pause, Danzo sighed and finally conceded. "Pleasant cooperation." Xiaoyun grinned like a fool. But in Danzo's eyes, it was undoubtedly the smile of a devil, revealing his sinister heart. Chapter 119. Ambush in the early morning. Xiaoyun and Tsunade had just finished a profound discussion on the depth and length of life, when Tsunade gently lit a cigarette for Xiaoyun. "Hey, Tsunade, did you not forbid me from smoking?" Xiaoyun looked at her quizzically. "Who told you to make me feel so comfortable? Like a wild donkey. You kept me up all night, Showing no regard for tenderness, Tsunade replied with a playful glance, planting a firm kiss on Xiao Yun's forehead. Unable to resist the allure of the charming Tsunade, Xiao Yun pulled her into his embrace, tenderly leaning in. Stop it, Xiao Yun. Dawn is approaching, and we are in the office. It would be inappropriate for others to see us. By the way, the Reikage group is insisting on leaving. What do you plan to do? A hint of worry crossed Tsunade's face. Xiao Yun smiled and recounted his collaboration with Danzo in detail. Xiao Yun, you! Tsunade exclaimed, abruptly rising from Xiao Yun's embrace, her expression one of shock. What? Do you think your man is too ruthless? Xiao Yun chuckled bitterly. No. Everything you do is for Kenoha. I understand. Tsunade smiled brightly, then nestled back into Xiao Yun's arms, feeling an immense sense of security in his embrace. This man possessed strength, beauty, responsibility, and cunning. Perhaps one day he could lead Kenoha back to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Just as Xiao Yun was finally convincing Tsunade to engage in a heartfelt exchange, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed at the door. Hokage-sama, we have a catch, came the voice of an ENBU from outside. I understand. Reluctantly, Xiao Yun released Tsunade's head. Man, go out and handle important matters. When you return, I will surely serve you well. With that, Tsunade playfully stuck out her tongue, wearing a knowing expression. The delegation from the Reikage village, led by Iruka, departed Kenoha without looking back, crossing the borders of the Land of Fire by midday. Without our protection, I wonder how long Kenoha can endure. Soon enough. They will be begging us for help, Iruka said smugly. Indeed, that Xiao Yun is truly unaware of the gravity of the situation. When they come to plead with us, we should refuse to return, another replied. Brother, one must be magnanimous. If that Xiao Yun comes to plead with us, we might still consider it. But only if he offers up Tsunade for our enjoyment. You have no idea. One night I overheard her and Xiao Yun. Oh my goodness. Just hearing it drove me wild. Laughter rang through the forest, echoing for some time. Little did they know, not far from them, cold eyes were fixated upon them. Like venomous snakes lurking in the darkness, poised to strike with lethal precision. Danzo, you have not deceived me. Once we eliminate these ninjas from the Reikage village, seizing Kenoha will be a matter of course. Truly, heaven has aided me, a ninja wearing the Tsuchikage village headband exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Do not forget our agreement. Danzo stated seriously. Rest assured, once we take Kenoha, our Tsuchikage village will fully support you as Hokage. The ninja from the Tsuchikage village chuckled. Excellent. Danzo laughed heartily. Though the Tsuchikage ninja failed to notice the cunning glint in Danzo's eyes and the slight curve of his lips, which formed a dangerous arc. The report indicates that the ninjas from the Village of Lightning have breached the barrier. Suddenly, a young ninja appeared before the two. Attack, commanded the leader of the Earth Village ninjas. Earth release, Earth flow barrier. A thunderous sound reverberated through the sky. The ninjas from the Village of Lightning found their footing compromised, collectively sinking into a quagmire as 4 earthen walls rose from the ground, encircling them entirely. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Darui, startled, realized that this encounter was unlike any previous skirmish. The adversary had clearly laid an elaborate trap, establishing a large earth release barrier at this location. Kill, commanded the leader of the Earth Village ninjas, as countless kunai affixed with explosive tags were hurled towards the lightning ninjas. In an instant, the air erupted with deafening explosions, obscuring the sky with smoke, as the Earth Village ninjas surged into the haze. A brutal melee ensued, and before long, the lightning ninjas found themselves at a disadvantage, not due to their lack of strength, but because the Earth release barrier severely constrained their abilities. Within 10 minutes, the lightning village suffered a loss of 1/5 of its ninjas, while the Earth Village also lost over 20. As time passed, the disadvantage for the lightning ninjas became increasingly pronounced. The restrictions imposed by the Earth release were too significant. Friends from the Earth Village, we of the Lightning Village have severed our alliance with the Leaf Village. We are returning to the Lightning Village, Darui called out while evading attacks. Nonsense. You merely seek to delay and await reinforcements. Before the Earth Village leader could respond, Danzo interjected. I speak the truth. We are beyond the borders of the Land of Fire, genuinely on our way back to the Lightning Village. The Hokage of the Leaf, Xiao Yun, is a fool who has unjustly harmed our ninjas, prompting our decision to return home. I urge our friends from the Earth Village to see reason and avoid mutual destruction. The Earth Village leader fell into contemplation, This was indeed outside the borders of the Land of Fire, where the Lightning Village had typically patrolled around the Leaf Village. Could they truly be returning to the Lightning Village? Do not be deceived. If you allow them to escape, you will squander this opportunity. It will become exceedingly difficult to eradicate the Lightning Ninjas in the future. Even if what he says is true, eliminating him will still weaken the Lightning Village, Danzo asserted. The Earth Village leader nodded. Danzo's argument held merit. Yet, if the Lightning Ninjas genuinely intended to return, there was no need for a life-and-death struggle. The primary objective was to eliminate the Leaf Village. As the Earth Village leader hesitated, laughter erupted. Well done, friends from the Lightning Village. Your successful ambush on the Earth Village is commendable. Xiao Yun, accompanied by a contingent of ninjas, charged from behind the Earth Village, targeting their leader directly. Chaos ensued as the Earth Village ninjas were swiftly encircled. It's over. Could this be their strategy to lure us into a trap? Danzo, have you betrayed us? The Earth Village leader glared at Danzo. Nonsense. I share a deep enmity with Xiao Yun. Why would I betray you? Danzo roared in anger. Then what of these Leaf Ninjas? The Earth Village leader demanded furiously. I do not know. Perhaps that scoundrel Xiao Yun orchestrated this, Danzo retorted defensively. I do not believe you. We are 100 kilometers from the Leaf Village. He could not possibly know we were lying in wait here. The Earth Village leader clearly doubted Danzo's claims. What must I do for you to believe me? Danzo pressed, desperation creeping into his voice. Unless you can procure either Darui's head or Xiao Yun's. The Earth Village leader declared. Very well. In Chapter 120, Decapitation of Darui, amidst the forest. A chaotic battle left Darui isolated. Several Earth Village ninjas were besieging him. It must be said his prowess was indeed commendable, despite sustaining multiple wounds. He managed to slay several mid-ranking ninjas from the Earth Village. His mastery of lightning release techniques was truly remarkable, befitting the right hand of the Raikage. Xiao Yun observed from a distance. Recognizing the loss of such talent was regrettable. However, this individual had consistently opposed the alliance between the Leaf and Lightning Villages, even encouraging his subordinates to instigate trouble and disrupt the foundation of their alliance. For one who dared to undermine the Leaf, no amount of admiration would soften Xiao Yun's resolve. Death was the only outcome. As time progressed, Darui gradually fell to the disadvantage. Earth Release, Earth Needle, Earth Release, Earth Fist, and Earth Release, Earth Fall. 3 Earth Release techniques coordinated their assault from 3 directions. Darui's expression turned grave as he bit his middle finger, forming hand seals. Summoning technique. Raime. Roar. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke billowed forth, revealing a peculiar creature before everyone. It resembled a lion in size, its body a translucent deep blue, adorned with 2 horns that flickered with lightning. Its purple-blue eyes emitted an eerie glow. From afar, Xiao Yun was astonished. The creature's eyes bore a striking resemblance to his own. Roar. Raime, witnessing the incoming ninjutsu, became furiously enraged. Its massive mouth opened wide, and a purple-blue energy sphere rapidly formed within. It unleashed the sphere into the air, splitting it into 3, forming a thin membrane that instantaneously blocked the attacks from the 3 Earth Village ninjas. The ninjas exchanged bewildered glances. What was this membrane? It was incredibly resilient. Xiao Yun, equally astonished, instinctively realized that this summoned beast was extraordinary and needed to be acquired. Ding. Discovery of the sacred beast, Thunder Beast. Quest activated. Subjugate the Thunder Beast. Quest reward. Lightning Release Chakra Evolution to the first stage. System? Xiao Yun pondered. This creature was indeed a rare find. Had it remained silent any longer, he would have thought it lifeless. Hey, system, what exactly is this Thunder Beast? Do not concern yourself. Hurry and subdue it. It can significantly enhance the potency of your lightning release chakra, and possessing it will elevate the purity of your evolved lightning release chakra by at least 20. The more refined the chakra, the greater the enhancement to your physical strength, the system explained. Oh, by the way, during this time, I wish to learn wood release techniques. Can you refrain from being silent for ages? This system is designed this way. It only awakens under special conditions, the system replied. Is that so? Recently, I've been losing interest in the 8 gates, Sai. All right, from today onward, I will remain on standby 24/7, even when you engage in deep discussions with Tsunade. I will be watching closely, the system assured. Just as Xiao Yun conversed with the system, 3 more ninjas from the Earth Village joined the fray against Darui and Raime. Roar. Raime was struck in the rear by a sword formed from earth, yelping in pain. Foolish mortals, you shall pay for provoking Raime. Darui wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth, revealing a cruel smile, then slashed his arm. Roar! Raime roared fiercely as the blood from Darui's wrist flowed in a straight line, absorbed by Raime. Suddenly, its purple-blue eyes blazed with light, and its translucent body shimmered, the glow intensifying until it transformed into a brilliant red. Boom! Raime unleashed 8 bolts of purple-red lightning, 6 targeting the Earth Village ninjas, while one inexplicably shot toward Xiao Yun. What the? Have I been exposed? He thought. No, that couldn't be right. He had concealed himself within a tree using wood release. Without shadow-level prowess or special abilities, it should be difficult to detect him. How had Raime discerned his presence? With no time to ponder, Xiao Yun quickly executed a wood release technique to shield himself. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, shattering Xiao Yun's wooden defense into splinters. Despite the purity of the lightning chakra coursing within him, Xiao Yun felt a tingling numbness throughout his body, shaking uncontrollably. The 6 ninjas from the Earth Shadow Village, now charred and exuding a savory aroma, had met their demise. Following the execution of this jutsu, Leimo shrank to the size of a mere cat, lying feebly on the ground, while Irika was not faring much better, his complexion as pale as a corpse, rendered motionless on the ground. After a long pause, a figure suddenly appeared beside Darui. Xiao Yun, the 5th Hokage? Darui mused, bewildered by Xiao Yun's unexpected presence. Darui, you possess such a formidable summoning beast, quite impressive. Xiao Yun unabashedly expressed his covetous gaze. What do you intend to do? Darui asked warily, struggling to rise and adopting a defensive stance. What do you take me for? Darui, we are allies, after all. You are a favored companion of Lord Reikage. How could I possibly covet your summoning beast? I merely wish to borrow something from you. Do not be alarmed, Xiao Yun replied, his face adorned with a congenial smile. Consider yourself fortunate to recognize your place. Speak. What do you wish to borrow? Anything but money is negotiable, Darui said, his expression stern as he scrutinized Xiao Yun. The request for a borrowed item at such a moment was clearly an opportunistic move. Humph, I will acquiesce to your request, but rest assured, I will settle old scores with you later, Xiao Yun chuckled, bemused by Darui's miserly nature, thinking it absurd that he believed Xiao Yun would ask to borrow money. It is nothing of great value. I merely wish to borrow your dog's head for a moment. Earth release, tree binding, eternal burial. Xiao Yun's expression turned icy as he formed hand seals. Darui's eyes widened in horror, instinctively urging him to flee from the ground beneath him, yet his body betrayed him. In an instant, he found himself ensnared tightly. Xiao Yun, you dare. Darui's final gaze reflected Xiao Yun wielding a short blade, poised to strike. And then his life met its abrupt end. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Xiao Yun, Shimura Danzo. With a swift kick, Xiao Yun sent Darui's severed head rolling to Danzo's feet. Chapter 121. The Wrath of the Reikage at long last. The ninjas of the Reikage village managed to repel the invaders from the Earth Shadow Village, thanks to Xiao Yun's assistance. However, this battle had taken a grave toll on the Reikage village, resulting in the loss of over 50 ninjas, including 3 jonin. Most devastating of all was the loss of their leader, Darui, whose head was nowhere to be found. The despicable ninjas of the Earth Shadow Village. I shall not rest until I avenge Lord Darui. The death of Lord Darui was too brutal. These scoundrels must pay. Blood for blood. Brothers of the Reikage village. We must seek reinforcements to avenge Lord Darui. Please, we implore you for help to avenge Darui. Brothers of the Reikage village, I have a word to say. Please lend me your ears. At that moment, Xiao Yun stepped forward. I completely understand your desire for vengeance for Lord Darui. But where do you intend to find the ninjas of the Earth Shadow Village? Moreover, should you act recklessly, what if you fall into their trap? Do you wish to face total annihilation? Though we have had our differences in the past, I cannot bear to witness your demise. If you trust me, accompany me back to Kenoha temporarily. Both for personal reasons and the greater good of Kenoha, the Earth Shadow Village is our common enemy. Furthermore, you left Kenoha without consulting Lord Reikage. Having lost so many elite ninjas, consider the consequences you may face upon returning without his approval. Once Xiao Yun had finished speaking, the previously vengeful ninjas of the Reikage village fell silent, their fervor extinguished like frostbitten eggplants. The thought of Lord Reikage's wrath left them exchanging fearful glances. What shall we do now? Hokage-sama, you have saved us once. Would you not extend your aid again? Indeed, Hokage-sama, considering our recent efforts to protect Kenoha, please assist us once more. I truly do not wish to face Lord Raikage's fury. Seeing their plight, Xiao Yun could hardly suppress a subtle smirk, though his expression feigned indecision. After a lengthy pause, he resolved firmly, gazing intently at the ninjas of the Raikage village. Very well. This time I shall bear the brunt of Lord Raikage's ire alone. However, I must insist that you follow my lead in all matters. Agreed. The assembly echoed in unison. Raikage village with a thunderous slap, the fourth Raikage shattered his desk into splinters. What is the matter, Lord Raikage? The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, questioned, taken aback by his brother's fury. The fifth Hokage has informed me that the Earth Shadow Village has conspired with Danzo, ambushing Darui, leading to his defeat and beheading. The fourth Raikage closed his eyes tightly, a profound sorrow etched upon his face. That scoundrel Danzo has betrayed Kenoha? Killer Bee's face reflected confusion. Despite Danzo's questionable character, he had always been loyal to Kenoha. It is possible he harbors resentment toward Xiao Yun. After all, without Xiao Yun, he would have been the fifth Hokage. Since Xiao Yun's ascension, he has systematically dismantled Danzo's influence within Kenoha and even imprisoned him. It was only natural for Danzo to harbor a grudge and betray Kenoha. The despicable Earth Shadow Village and Danzo shall pay dearly for their transgressions. Gather all the ninjas of Raikage Village. I shall confront the Earth Shadow Village in a battle to the death. The fourth Raikage's voice thundered, fully aware that Darui was his right-hand man, a fact the Earth Shadow Village was undoubtedly cognizant of. Typically, one would extend some leniency to those close to them. Yet it was clear that the Earth Shadow Village sought total severance with Raikage Village. Brother, do not act impulsively. That old coot Anoki must have his reasons for such audacity. We should investigate thoroughly before making any decisions, Killer Bee urged, quickly halting the fourth Raikage's advance. Very well. Konoha Village Tsunade's admiration for Xiao Yun grew with each passing day. Since the return of the ninjas from Raikage Village, they had transformed, shedding their previous arrogance and adopting a demeanor of utmost respect towards Xiao Yun, leading one to believe he was their leader. Well done. Tsunade could not help but plant a fervent kiss on Xiao Yun's forehead. With the full support of Raikage Village, the burden of defending Kenoha had significantly lightened. Previously, the ninjas of Raikage Village had merely gone through the motions, representing their village's stance. Now, however, they fought with a fervor akin to bloodlust, particularly when confronting the Earth Shadow Village, having already claimed the lives of no fewer than 20 of their operatives. So, your man is quite clever, is he not? Xiao Yun remarked with pride. Indeed, my man is the cleverest of them all, Tsunade replied, nestling comfortably against Xiao Yun. By the way, do you remember that day when you said you would treat me well upon your return? Xiao Yun teased, sticking out his tongue and licking his lips, wearing a knowing expression. How can you be the Hokage yet dwell on such lewd matters? Tsunade shot him a sultry glance. Promises must be kept, Tsunade, Xiao Yun stated as he embraced her. Disgusting. I would never. Tsunade feigned disgust, retrieving a large eggplant from her desk. If you swallow this eggplant, I shall grant you what you desire. A sly smile played on Tsunade's lips. How can I possibly swallow such a large eggplant? Xiao Yun inquired, perplexed. You admit it is unmanageable? Then why do you tempt me so? Tsunade delivered a swift punch, nearly causing Xiao Yun to cough up blood. Humph. I shan't accompany you any longer. I wish to see the sunset, she declared, breaking free from Xiao Yun's embrace and leaving the office. Glancing at the eggplant on the table, Xiao Yun fell into deep contemplation. Am I truly that large? Hey, Tsunade, wait for me. I shall join you in watching Teacher Sunset. Xiao Yun hastily tucked the eggplant into the drawer and hurried after Tsunade. As he traversed the streets, the townsfolk instinctively bowed, their eyes reflecting newfound respect and awe. Following the return of the Raikage village to Kenoha, an apology letter had been publicly issued, settling all previous debts. This singular event elevated Xiao Yun's reputation within Kenoha to unprecedented heights. Many women, captivated by the youthful, handsome, and capable Hokage, adorned themselves splendidly each day, hoping to catch his attention. Humph. A gaggle of superficial admirers, Tsunade remarked, linking her arm with Xiao Yun's and urging him to hasten. Each time Xiao Yun's gaze lingered on the young women, Tsunade would pinch his arm fiercely, causing him to wince in pain. Chapter 122. Preparing to cultivate sage techniques at Kenoha Hospital, Sunset stood by the window, her serene beauty illuminated by the setting sun. The exquisite features of her face, enhanced by the venom of the lustful serpent, appeared even more alluring, radiating a captivating charm akin to a ripe apple, tempting one to take a bite. Her graceful figure seemed even more voluptuous, devoid of any excess flesh, provoking delightful thoughts in the heart. Her ruby-like eyes were fixated on a painting in her hands, a knowing smile occasionally gracing her lips. "Red, what are you gazing at?" A sudden voice interrupted. "Ah," Sunset exclaimed, startled. Turning to find Tsunade and Xiao Yun had quietly appeared behind her. "When did you arrive?" she stammered, hastily concealing the painting behind her, a hint of panic crossing her flawless visage. "We knocked at the door for ages, thinking you might not be in the hospital. By the way, what were you so engrossed in?" Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowing in curiosity. "Nothing much. By the way, what brings you here?" Sunset deflected, a trace of alarm in her voice. "In recent days, I've delved into ancient texts and discovered a method to cure you," Tsunade exclaimed excitedly. "Really? Tsunade, why have you never mentioned this before?" Xiaoyan asked, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "I must have forgotten to tell you. My memory seems to falter when I'm pregnant." Tsunade replied apologetically. "That is splendid news," Xiaoyan said, his joy palpable. "Oh, is it?" Sunset replied softly, her expression not reflecting the joy Tsunade had anticipated, but rather a flicker of disappointment. "What's wrong? Red, aren't you happy?" Tsunade asked, puzzled by her friend's demeanor. "No, I am quite pleased," Sunset reassured, though internally she felt conflicted. If Tsunade had not found a solution to the poison, Xiao Yun would undoubtedly risk everything to save her, a scenario she wished to avoid. Yet, upon hearing Tsunade's news, an inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over her. Sunset grappled with her feelings. As a woman, she yearned to see her beloved man go to great lengths for her, yet she could not bear to see Xiao Yun suffer. Witnessing Tsunade's dedication on her behalf stirred a profound guilt within her. If anything were to happen between her and Xiao Yun, how would she face Tsunade, her dearest friend? Xiao Yun had other women, yet aside from Tsunade, Samui could assist him in dealings with the Raikage, and Hinata could help him solidify his position as Hokage. What was her role? Merely a widow. The following afternoon, Xiao Yun arrived at the residence of Ing and Yugao, with a remedy for Sunset's poison now at hand. Tsunade was busy, and he could not afford to linger in her nurturing embrace indefinitely. After all, he was the Hokage. Possessing merely cunning without strength would not command respect in the long term. It was time to practice sage techniques, though he was not well versed in them. Jiraiya understood and had agreed to guide him in this endeavor. They had arranged to meet at the back mountain in an hour. Just as he prepared to knock, he heard a familiar voice. Xiao Yun mused. This woman appears gentle, yet she sounds like a wolf when she calls out. How can Yugao outdo me in mischief? Never mind. He thought it best to wait and not interrupt them at such a moment, lest they harbor resentment against him. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 5 hours passed. Goodness. Xiao Yun, growing increasingly agitated at the door, longed to find Tsunade. How long would this continue? Finally, as the sun dipped low in the sky, Yugao ambled lazily to the door, leisurely lighting a cigarette. Hokage, what brings you to my doorstep?" Yugao asked, puzzled. "I came to see Ing. Did she not promise to help me with the Fury technique today to assist in my sage training?" Xiao Yun replied with irritation. "Oh dear, I completely forgot. We did indeed agree to meet at noon. You've been waiting since then?" Yugao exclaimed, wide-eyed. "What do you think? I mean, brother, you truly outdid yourself. Even the donkeys of Kenoha's production team cannot match your prowess. 5 hours. Do you know how I spent those hours?" Xiao Yun glared. "Ah well, you know how it is. Men must endure for the sake of pleasing women. I heard you kept Tsunade up all night. So let us just say we're in the same boat." Yugao smirked, a lewd expression crossing his face. "Who the hell finds this amusing? Stop spreading such nonsense. Hurry and call Ing. I need to train." Xiao Yun shot a bemused glance at Yugao, who in the original story was depicted as a serious and composed man. Why was this Yugao acting so lasciviously? "Apologies, but I suspect Ing may not be available today. Perhaps tomorrow?" Yugao winked, a suggestive look on his face. "Yugao, you beast," Xiao Yun retorted, departing in frustration. "Hey Xiao Yun, where have you been? Jiraiya has come looking for you 3 times. Weren't you supposed to meeting for sage training?" Tsunade, now donned in a strikingly sexy secretary outfit, caught Xiao Yun's eye, his expression turning fierce. "Enough. Don't bring me bad luck." Xiao Yun recounted his misadventures of the afternoon to Tsunade. Ha ha. Tsunade laughed heartily, her laughter vibrant and infectious. What are you laughing at? Xiao Yun scooped her into his arms, casually tossing a couple of shuriken that thudded against the door, sealing it shut. Goodness! The Hokage's office erupted with laughter. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed on the door. Xiao Yun, feeling exasperated, adjusted his attire. Come in. The door swung open to reveal Yu Gao and Ing, both beaming. Hokage, I am here to assist you in your sage training, Ing said, a mischievous smile gracing her beautiful face. By the heavens! Xiao Yun thought, seething with frustration. Was this deliberate? That night, in the back mountains of Kenoha, Ing sat cross-legged, her expression grave. Having long heard of the Earth Spider Clan's Fury technique, which could gather immense natural energy, today she finally had the chance to witness it firsthand. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with intense anticipation. Uncle, is the technique of the lecherous sage truly that incredible? Since Xiao Yun had previously borrowed excessive chakra from Naruto to defeat Orochimaru, Naruto had been in a frenzy for quite some time, only recently returning to normal. Upon hearing that Xiao Yun intended to train in sage techniques, he had insisted on accompanying him. Remarkably, both Xiao Yun and Jiraiya responded in unison. Had it not been for the acquisition of the curse mark from the dragon's cave, Xiao Yun would have had no intention of practicing sage arts, as he had already invested considerable effort into various techniques such as Wood Release, the 8 Gates, Lightning Release, and Jinjutsu. Now, with sage arts added to the mix, Xiao Yun was acutely aware of the adage that one cannot overindulge in multiple endeavors. Nevertheless, the substantial enhancement that sage arts provide to one's physical form was undeniable. His instincts urged him that mastering the Dragon's Cave curse mark would significantly augment both the power and duration of the 8 Gates technique. The crux of utilizing this curse mark lies in the adept extraction of natural energy from the air, which is essentially sage chakra. The ideal training grounds would be places rich in pure natural energy, such as Mayaboka Mountain or the Dragon's Cave. However, Mayaboka Mountain has regulations forbidding entry without the approval of the Toad clan, and as for the Dragon's Cave, its location remained unknown to him. Thus, he could only settle for creating an artificial environment conducive to sage training. Xiao Yun, this curse mark is quite peculiar. Exercise caution, Jiraiya warned with a serious expression. Sensing something amiss, Xiao Yun immediately ceased his actions. Tsunade looked at him with a face full of concern. Xiao Yun nodded in acknowledgement. In Chapter 123, Under the Moonlight, Ing shed her upper garment, revealing a spider-like pattern on her back that appeared exceedingly frightening. I shall commence, Ing declared, her hands beginning to form seals. Rage of the heavens. Suddenly, a white beam of light shot into the sky, and visible blue natural energy converged towards Ing. Is this what natural energy looks like? Xiao Yun mused, astonished. Though the manifested natural energy bore resemblance to chakra, its purity was evidently superior. Could this be the so-called spiritual energy in cultivation? Indeed, Jiraiya remarked, sensing the intense natural energy surrounding them with approval. Wow, is this natural energy? In comparison, chakra seems utterly inferior, Tsunade exclaimed. Tsunade-sama, please step aside. Allow me to absorb some. Naruto eagerly approached Ing's position, but was quickly pulled back by a large hand. Baka, do not recklessly absorb natural energy. It is perilous. Jiraiya admonished, striking Naruto's head lightly before turning his gaze to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, you may absorb the natural energy, but remember to do so in moderation. Xiao Yun nodded and approached Ing, taking a deep breath to activate the curse mark as instructed by Orochimaru. In an instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped his neck, and the circular golden curse mark began to spin rapidly. Suddenly, an intense pain surged throughout Xiao Yun's body, causing him to grit his teeth audibly. At that moment, the blue natural energy gradually flowed into his body. The escalating pain made Xiao Yun tremble uncontrollably, and his body temperature began to rise. With a roar, his clothes were torn to shreds, revealing his robust physique. As time progressed, Xiao Yun's absorption of natural energy accelerated. After half an hour, a flash of brilliance illuminated his form, revealing numerous golden scales emerging on the surface of his body. Moreover, his visage grew increasingly peculiar, with an elongated mouth and 2 long, fleshy tendrils protruding from either side, while his fangs glimmered ominously. His eyes sparkled like a kaleidoscope, as if capable of perceiving all worldly illusions. With a deafening roar, Xiao Yun's body collapsed to the ground, quaking as if enduring immense suffering. Jiraiya, what has happened to Xiao Yun? Tsunade asked anxiously as she grasped Jiraiya's arm. This is impossible. To achieve sage manifestation on the first attempt at absorbing natural energy, hurry. Stop him, or he will transform into a monster. Jiraiya shouted in alarm. At that moment, Xiao Yun seemed oblivious to Jiraiya's cries, despite the overwhelming agony. He continued to greedily absorb the natural energy. With a thunderous crash, his limbs morphed into claws, and his body elongated, shedding all semblance of humanity. Only a high-quality elastic undergarment remained, a testament to his identity as Xiao Yun. Should a person from Huaxiao be present, they would undoubtedly recognize the creature before them as the legendary dragon. Transformed, Xiao Yun exuded an aura of sovereign majesty, akin to the king of beasts, instilling fear in all who beheld him. In the forest, countless beasts approached, bowing before Xiao Yun with eyes full of reverence, nodding as if to welcome their king's return. Xiao Yun, you must cease at once. Tsunade shouted in desperation. Hyuga, compel your companion to halt. Jiraiya bellowed. Hyuga nodded and swiftly appeared beside Ing, gently tapping her forehead. She finally regained her senses. Quickly, stop the rage of the heavens. Xiao Yun has transformed into a monster. Hyuga urged. Ing, startled by the sight of the formidable creature beside her, shrieked in terror and immediately ceased the technique. Is that Xiao Yun? She exclaimed, pointing in fear. Indeed. But let's maintain our distance for now, Hyuga replied, swiftly carrying Ing away. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, with countless bolts striking Xiao Yun's golden scales. With a furious roar, Xiao Yun lunged at the descending lightning. Remarkably, his claws deflected the strikes, enraging the heavens, which retaliated with a barrage of crimson lightning. Xiao Yun endured the relentless onslaught of lightning, his dragon visage contorted in pain, yet unyielding. However, as time wore on, the storm showed no sign of abating, and the golden scales upon Xiao Yun began to shatter, revealing stark, white bones beneath. His breath grew shallow, and he lay motionless, with only the occasional flutter of his eyelids betraying signs of life. After a long while, the storm seemed to tire, the red clouds roiling ominously. Just when the onlookers breathed a sigh of relief, a purplish-red bolt of lightning coiled in the sky, gathering energy as if preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun! Xiao Yun! In that moment, two figures dashed toward him. One was Tsunade, and the other was Kurenai. Under the tempest, the two women, deeply in love with Xiao Yun, recklessly charged forward, intent on shielding him from the impending strike. At the critical moment, Jiraiya's hair rapidly grew, entangling the two women to pull them back. Although Kurenai was a jonin, her expertise lay in Jinjutsu, and her individual combat prowess was lacking, allowing Jiraiya to easily retrieve her. Tsunade, while not quite as powerful as Jiraiya, was still formidable and, with her greater strength, yanked Jiraiya closer and delivered a powerful punch. Do not impede me. Xiao Yun is in danger. I care not for my own life. Tsunade shouted, tears streaming down her beautiful face. Tsunade, calm yourself. Look closely, Jiraiya urged, pointing toward Xiao Yun. To their astonishment, a transparent being radiating a cerulean glow had appeared beside Xiao Yun, resembling the legendary Chunin. It spiraled above him, its eyes brimming with excitement as it gazed at the red lightning above. With a thunderous crash, the destructive lightning descended, and the adorable creature boldly approached the oncoming storm. With a charming allure, the petite figure opened her delicate lips, akin to a whale drawing in water, effortlessly absorbing the immense lightning in an instant. Chapter 124, The Wrath of Tsunade. As those present stood in astonishment, the blue darling had consumed all the lightning. The thunderclouds in the sky finally dissipated, allowing the bright moonlight to cascade down upon the earth once more. On the ground, Xiao Yun gradually regained his composure, albeit battered and bruised. Clad in nothing but his undergarments, lying motionless like a lifeless dog. Xiao Yun! Xiao Yun! Two concerned voices echoed as Sunset Red and Tsunade rushed towards him simultaneously. Red. Tsunade's expression towards Sunset Red was exceedingly complex. As a woman, she was acutely aware that there was undoubtedly an affair between Sunset Red and Xiao Yun. Although she had previously harbored some doubts, she had not pursued that line of thought, especially given that Asuma had recently passed away. No wonder she had not seemed pleased when Tsunade mentioned finding a way to help Sunset Red with her poison. It appeared she wished for Xiao Yun to assist her instead. Truly, one must guard against their closest friends. Tsunade, please don't misunderstand. I only regard Xiao Yun as my disciple, Sunset Red weakly stated, yet her evasive eyes betrayed her true feelings. Humph, you risked your life for him. You truly are a devoted mentor. If it weren't for that scene earlier, how long would you have kept this from me? Were you planning to come to me only after you were with child? Tsunade, endowed with both beauty and wit, regarded Sunset Red coldly. While they were indeed the best of friends, that did not grant her the right to share her man. Tsunade, believe me, Xiao Yun and I are innocent. We have never engaged in such acts, nor have I ever considered forcing you into a corner in the future. Sunset Red's fair complexion flushed crimson as she hastily tried to explain herself. Ladies, may I suggest we cease this quarrel for now and focus on healing the Hokage? Jiraiya interjected, eager to mediate. Indeed, Xiao Yun is gravely injured. We must attend to him urgently. Any further discussions can wait, Yu Gao chimed in. Save your breath. A man so fickle is better off dead, Ing retorted disdainfully. Ing, could you refrain from adding fuel to the fire? Yu Gao quickly pulled Ing aside. The following day, Xiao Yun finally awakened. Compared to the previous day, he felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation. His physical strength seemed to have doubled, and an inexhaustible power swelled within him. Not only that, but whenever he channeled his internal energy, his skin radiated a soft glow, appearing remarkably pure. His entire demeanor exuded an ethereal grace, and his appearance had also subtly shifted, rendering him even more striking than before. Naturally, his wood and lightning release chakra had become significantly purer, though the extent of his newfound prowess would require practical experience to ascertain. Tsunade, I apologize for causing you worry last night, Xiao Yun said with a look of guilt directed at the irate Tsunade, realizing he had indeed acted recklessly. Had he heeded Jiraiya's advice to train in sage arts at Mayaboka Mountain, perhaps things would have been different. I can't believe it. Tsunade's fury erupted as she struck Xiao Yun, sending him crashing against the wall. Haha, my dear Tsunade, that felt wonderful. Please do it again. Xiao Yun brushed off the dust and enveloped Tsunade in a warm embrace. Get away from me. Today, I'll terminate this relationship. From now on, we are through. Go find your Sunset Red teacher and let her bear you 12 children. Tsunade forcefully broke free from his grasp, her exquisite face filled with rage. Xiao Yun's heart sank. He knew he could no longer conceal the truth. Tsunade, please let me explain. He pleaded desperately. Explain what? Oh, I remember now. It makes sense why you were so upset when Sunset Red was almost assaulted. You were angry for your mistress. How foolish of me to have been kept in the dark for so long. Let go of me. I want to let go. Will you release me? I'd rather die than let go. Tsunade cried, tears streaming down her face, causing Xiao Yun great anguish. Tsunade, whether you believe me or not, I assure you, Sunset Red and I are innocent. I swear it. Xiao Yun raised his thumb, swearing solemnly. Very well, I shall grant you this chance. Have you not always wished to send an envoy to the Reikage village? Send Sunset Red. She should depart immediately. How could I have considered her my best friend when she is seducing my man? Tsunade declared with bitterness. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? She is still poisoned. Xiao Yun replied weakly. Humph. I knew you still cared for her. Are you planning to assist her with the antidote? Xiao Yun. I've come to realize you are a man who falls for every woman you meet. If I were to do the same, could you endure it? Tsunade exclaimed furiously. Xiao Yun fell into a contemplative silence, then held Tsunade's face firmly and said, Tsunade, allow me to present a simple analogy. A man is akin to a key, while a woman is like a lock. If a single key can open many locks, what does that signify? What does it signify? She inquired. It implies that the key is exceptional, a master key. However, if a single lock can be opened by many keys, what does that suggest? What does it suggest? It indicates that the lock is defective, Xiao Yun asserted with seriousness. Uft. Tsunade burst into laughter, playfully punching Xiao Yun as she teased. So, you're claiming you're so exceptional that you can unlock many locks, while I am merely a lock that only you can open. Precisely, Xiao Yun nodded gravely. Tsunade, can you not have some dignity? She responded, utterly speechless. Xiao Yun's assertion, after all, seemed somewhat reasonable. I desire only you. What use is there in reason? Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, Xiao Yun scooped Tsunade into his arms. In that moment, nothing could rival the effectiveness of a precisely aimed, fierce assault against the enemy stronghold. What? Is one strike not enough? Then let it be a barrage until the enemy quakes in fear. Until they kneel before us singing of their surrender. Until they tremble so deeply that they require assistance even to relieve themselves. After a night had passed, My little adversary. I wonder if I owe you something from a past life. Your antics are akin to a wild beast. It seems I must seek allies. For I cannot contend with you alone. Tsunade snuggled blissfully against Xiao Yun. Indeed, Tsunade, this is merely the beginning. I assure you, after yesterday's infusion of natural energy, I feel I could last 3 days and nights. Do you believe me? Xiao Yun boasted proudly. I believe. Tsunade would not dare to doubt him. After all, should she voice skepticism, he might feel compelled to prove his stamina, and she could still feel her body quivering from the previous night. Very well. I accept your situation with Sunset Red. After all, you are bound to have many women in the future. Why not recruit one of your sisters? Tsunade said with a smile as she gazed at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun smiled back, realizing that the allure of physical affection was indeed the most effective means of persuasion. Just as they stepped outside, they were met by a flustered Shizune. Chapter 125, Enemies in the Forest. What? Sunset Red has voluntarily requested to go to Reikage Village? She is still afflicted by poison. Xiao Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Shizune. She mentioned that Lady Tsunade has temporarily managed to suppress the toxins. And once the antidote is developed, it will suffice to send someone to deliver it to Reikage Village. Oh, and she left you a letter? With that, Shizune produced a yellow envelope from her bosom and handed it to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, disinterested in opening the letter, was well aware of its contents without needing to read it. It was nothing more than a plea to preserve his relationship with Tsunade and a request to rescue her father at the earliest opportunity. The foolish Sunset Red stirred a frown upon his brow. He was uncertain of the effectiveness of the antidote Tsunade had concocted, yet she hastily departed from Kenoha. If it proved ineffective and the poison took hold, with Sunset Red's beauty, should she fall into the clutches of a man, the identity of her child's father would remain a mystery. Xiao Yun, you must bring her back. Tsunade expressed her own concerns urgently. Understood. Xiao Yun nodded in agreement. In the forest, Sunset Red donned a set of ninja attire, racing through the woods with fervor, wishing only to escape the tumultuous turmoil of Kenoha. Suddenly, 3 shurikens flew towards her. Quick to react, she drew her kunai and deflected them with a couple of sharp clangs. Who goes there? She exclaimed, taking a defensive stance, her eyes scanning for the source of the attack. Without warning, a shadowy figure lunged from above, swinging a sword with lightning speed. As a seasoned jonin, Sunset Red, though not particularly strong in physical techniques, possessed vast experience. Realizing she could not evade the attack, she hurled a kunai tied with an explosive tag at the cloaked figure. The figure merely sneered, choosing not to dodge, and in the next moment, the kunai passed straight through him. A mere afterimage. Sunset Red gasped, intending to leap away. But it was too late. 3 shurikens whistled through the air from various angles. Alarm bells rang in her mind, and by the time she reacted, she was ensnared by nearly invisible wires, bound tightly like a rice dumpling, collapsing onto the ground. The cloaked figure appeared before her in an instant, his eyes glinting with insatiable greed as they roamed over her graceful form. What are you planning to do? Sunset Red stammered, her voice trembling with panic. Humph. Let us see if I should bind you or free you. The figure's low, lewd voice echoed as he lightly traced his sword across her body, ripping her outer garments and revealing her form-fitting attire. Please, don't do this. Just kill me. Sunset Red cried in desperation, her eyes wide with terror. Kill you? No. No. I intend to toy with you, and then take you back to share with my brothers. After all, why enjoy alone when we can all partake? The figure laughed sinisterly. Please, I beg you, just end my life. Sunset Red was engulfed in despair, regretting her impulsive departure from Kenoha. If she had foreseen this, she would have stayed, bound tightly. She was unable to even take her own life. Was it truly her fate to lose her innocence to this shadowy figure? No. Xiao Yun, where are you? Please, come quickly. Tears of despair streamed down Sunset Red's exquisite face. In her mind, she envisioned Xiao Yun, undoubtedly ensconced with Tsunade, lost in their own blissful world. The thought of Xiao Yun caused her breath to grow heavy. Her fair complexion flushed a deep crimson, her brow furrowed instinctively, and her gaze grew distant. Oh no, the snake venom is taking effect. She fought to maintain control, but found herself writhing uncontrollably, involuntary sounds escaping her lips. Seeing her in distress, the cloaked figure approached slowly. Stay away, please. Don't come any closer. Sunset Red wept. With a heavy sigh, the figure removed his mask, revealing none other than Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun? Sunset Red was taken aback, convinced it must be an illusion. Xiao Yun formed hand seals and cast a rejuvenation technique, channeling a wave of soothing chakra into her body. The heat subsided from her skin, her flushed face returned to its alabaster hue, and her senses gradually sharpened. With a swift motion, Xiao Yun untangled her from the wires. "It's really you, Xiao Yun," Sunset Red exclaimed, astonished to see him alive. "It is I, Teacher Sunset Red," he replied with a gentle smile. You scoundrel. Why would you treat me this way?" she demanded, bursting into tears as she threw herself into his embrace, pummeling his chest with her small fists. "Teacher Sunset Red, you were afflicted with snake venom and still intended to head to the land of lightning. Even if you had not encountered a lecher on the way, those brutish men there would not spare you," Xiao Yun spoke softly. "I don't need your concern. It's better than seeing you and Tsunade together in Kenoha every day." Sunset Red pouted, her eyes glistening with jealousy. Xiao Yun chuckled softly, lifting her effortlessly into his arms, gazing at her with an assertive intensity. "Teacher, today, your student wishes to indulge a little as well. Please, grant me this favor." With that, he leaned in closer. Xiao Yun, you." Sunset Red instinctively tried to pull away, but the overwhelming aura of his masculinity left her dazed. Her mind blanked, and she closed her eyes, surrendering to his advance. In the next moment, Xiao Yun leaped to the treetops. What was his intent? Was he planning to? Here, atop the trees? How utterly embarrassing. What would she do if he truly wanted this? No, the poison within her could harm him. She simply could not be so selfish. "Xiao Yun, I can't. If you..." Before she could finish, Xiao Yun covered her mouth with his hand. "Shoo." He gestured for silence and communicated with hand signs, indicating that there were at least 10 formidable enemies nearby. Panic surged through Sunset Red. Xiao Yun, already powerful, had recently heightened his abilities through natural energy. The seriousness of his demeanor suggested that their adversaries were indeed formidable. He signaled to her again, assuring her that the enemies likely were not targeting them. Before long, the forest was filled with the sounds of battle. Chapter 126, Kakuzu and Haiden atop the trees. Xiao Yun summoned 2 wood clones. Unlike his previous creations, these clones, empowered by natural energy, were capable of utilizing the 8 gates and lightning release techniques. "Teacher Sunset Red, I will leave these clones to protect you while I scout the situation," he whispered. "Be careful," Sunset Red urged, concern etched on her face. Xiao Yun patted her delicate hand reassuringly, flashed her a smile, and then melded into the trees. In the forest, a group of Tsuchikage's ninjas encircled 2 figures clad in black cloaks adorned with fiery cloud patterns, one wielding a massive scythe, the other wearing sunglasses. Despite their numerical advantage, the Tsuchikage's ninjas appeared tense and on high alert. Xiao Yun, concealed in the shadows, was astonished. "Isn't that Haiden and Kakuzu? What brings them near Kenoha? And why are the Tsuchikage's ninjas confronting them?" "Kakuzu, you have violated our agreement," one of the Tsuchikage's ninjas spoke. Xiao Yun recognized him immediately as Furukawa Kai, the leader of the group that had previously attacked the Lightning Village. "According to our agreement, you were to deliver the head of Danzo to me, yet you have delayed." "Our leader is quite displeased," Kakuzu rasped, his voice hauntingly inhuman. "Indeed, my brother Kakuzu is eagerly awaiting that Danzo to exchange for money. You cannot blame us for not keeping our promises first." The man wielding the scythe glared at the Tsuchikage's ninjas. "Lord Tsuchikage has stated that Danzo cannot be entrusted to you at this time. You merely need to wait patiently for a while, and Danzo will naturally be delivered to you by the Tsuchikage village," said Furukawa Kai with a calm demeanor. "Ha ha ha." Kakuzu and Haiden both erupted into arrogant laughter, disdainfully gazing at the ninjas of Tsuchikage village. "Furukawa Kai, do you comprehend the consequences of breaching a contract with the Akatsuki organization?" Kakuzu abruptly ceased his laughter, his voice chilling. "Indeed, Furukawa Kai, as you know, our Akatsuki organization consists of few members and is peripatetic, unlike your Tsuchikage village. Surely, you do not wish for your village to live in constant unrest, do you?" Haiden grinned wickedly, planting his large scythe into the ground while gazing at Furukawa Kai with a smile. "It seems this matter cannot be resolved peacefully under such circumstances. I must bid you farewell." Furukawa Kai's expression turned icy as he signaled to a dozen ninjas from Tsuchikage village to simultaneously form hand seals. Invoking the Earth Release, Dragon Sealing Technique. Boom. Several earthen dragons erupted from the ground, coiling around Kakuzu and Haiden in a whirlwind. Concealed in the trees, Xiao Yun's violet eyes flickered as he discerned the extraordinary nature of this sealing technique. The tornado formed by the earth dragons appeared capable of absorbing vast amounts of chakra, far superior to any similar technique he had encountered in Kenoha. Indeed, Kakuzu and Haiden, trapped within, found themselves unable to break free, whether by blade or various ninjutsu. Humph. It appears you were well prepared. Kakuzu scoffed coldly. Just then, a flash of icy light sliced through the air, and with a swish, blood flew as Haiden's head was severed and landed on the ground. Strangely, the eyes on Haiden's severed head continued to spin. How dare you? How dare you sever my head? The Lord of the Evil Gods shall not let you go, Haiden shouted, his bizarre demeanor further unsettling. Quiet, Haiden, just watch. Kakuzu spoke with a hint of indifference, seemingly unperturbed by the sealing technique before them. Seal. Furukawa Kai bellowed, and in an instant, a ferocious wind whipped through, causing the dragon tornado to spin violently while rapidly constricting, ultimately enclosing the two within a diminutive earth dragon. Following this, several sealing tags were thrust into the dragon's body. Seal. Furukawa Kai shouted, and the dragon's form erupted with a brilliant yellow light. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resounded, and the earth dragon shattered into countless pieces, revealing a figure standing before all, Kakuzu himself. However, Kakuzu had shed his previous fiery robe, his body now a patchwork of stitches, with several masks sewn onto his heart, presenting the grotesque appearance of a stitched monster. Even more horrifying, he held Haiden's head in his left hand and his body in the right. Dear friends, I trust we have not disappointed you. We are very much alive. Haiden's head bizarrely spoke, sending chills down spines. Hey, Kakuzu, quickly reattach my head to my body. Do you intend to carry my head forever? Haiden exclaimed in frustration. Humph. Kakuzu grunted, swiftly reattaching Haiden's head as a dark substance wrapped around the junction of Haiden's head and neck. Moments later, Haiden shook his head, and he appeared entirely normal, as if he had never been dismembered. Except for Furukawa Kai, the remaining ninjas from Tsuchikage village were thoroughly terrified. Is this still a human? Even Xiao Yun, hiding in the trees, was taken aback. While he was aware of Haiden's immortality, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Furukawa Kai, are you prepared for death? Kakuzu's voice was ominously low. Furukawa Kai's expression darkened as he drew his short blade, coldly regarding Kakuzu and Haiden, truly astonished that this sealing technique had failed to contain them. Humph. Kakuzu roared, launching a punch toward Furukawa Kai, and in the next moment, his fist separated from his wrist, connected by a dark line that stretched infinitely, surging toward Furukawa Kai at alarming speed. Earth release, earth flow technique. A sudden earthen wall erupted, blocking Furukawa Kai's path. Kakuzu smirked disdainfully as his fist effortlessly penetrated the earth wall. Furukawa Kai's face paled with shock as he raised his short blade defensively before him. Thud. Although he managed to partially block the punch, Furukawa Kai was still struck, sending him flying back with a mouthful of blood. Kakuzu expressionlessly retracted his fist, glancing at the blood staining it, signaling to Haiden with a knowing look. Haiden immediately understood, rushing to Kakuzu's side to scrape the blood from Kakuzu's fist with his fingers, a cruel and sadistic smile curling his lips. Ha ha ha, great lord of the evil gods. Today I shall offer you yet another sacrifice. Please accept my humble gift. Long live the lord of the evil gods. Haiden cackled maniacally as he gazed at Furukawa Kai. Chapter 127, Tsuchikage Ninja vs. Kakuzu and Haiden Duo. In the forest, Haiden licked the blood from his fingertips like a dog, making smacking sounds as if savoring the most exquisite delicacy. Such sweet blood. The lord of the evil gods will surely relish it. Haiden's face was filled with a fervent devotion. Come, let the sacrifice begin, Haiden shouted, slashing his arm, blood flowing to the ground as he began to draw a circle with it. Do not let him complete the ritual. Pull him from the circle. Furukawa Kai shouted in alarm to his subordinates. Clearly, this man was aware of Haiden's abilities. Understood. The ninjas of Tsuchikage village surged toward Haiden. Humph, all of you. Get lost. Kakuzu formed hand seals, his skin turning as black as iron, and he leaped forward with incredible speed. Clang, clang, clang. Kakuzu effortlessly intercepted the explosive tags, shuriken, and kunai launched by the Tsuchikage ninjas. Even Xiao Yun, watching from the trees, was left speechless. This was absurdly resilient. Perhaps even my sage mode body could not match such hardness. Damn it, These Akatsuki members are truly monstrous. Just as Kakuzu repelled the ninjas of Tsuchikage village, Haiden finally completed his ritual, revealing a blood-red circle with a diameter of 1 meter, inscribed with a triangle within. Holding his enormous scythe, Haiden stood solemnly in the center of the circle. Great Lord of the evil gods, I now offer you this sweet blood, please savor it. With that, Haiden raised the scythe and plunged it into his own heart. Furukawa Kai's eyes widened in horror as he shouted desperately. Haiden roared, thrusting the scythe through his heart, blood gushing onto the ground, before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Furukawa Kai suddenly clutched his chest, collapsing in agony. Lord Furukawa, what has happened to you? Are you alright? Lord Furukawa? Medical ninjas, quickly check on Lord Furukawa. A group of Kenoha ninjas rushed to Furukawa Kai's side. Your Lord Furukawa has been sacrificed to the Lord of the evil gods. It is an honor. Haiden suddenly stood up, his heart still impaled by the scythe, delivering a chilling proclamation. A cry of despair erupted as Kakuzu suddenly clutched his chest, kneeling down, sweat beading on his forehead. Furukawa Kai. Kakuzu suddenly recalled something, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at Furukawa Kai. Then his body stiffened and collapsed, eyes wide open, as if in eternal disbelief. Hey, Kakuzu. What is wrong with you? Haiden looked at Kakuzu with confusion, momentarily unsure of what had transpired. A cold chuckle echoed through the air as Kakuzu slowly rose to his feet, a smug expression plastered across his face as he gazed at Haiden. Why are you unharmed? You should be dead. This is impossible. This is impossible. Haiden screamed frantically at Kakuzu, perched within the tree. Xiaoyun couldn't help but smirk at the foolishness displayed before him. It was all too evident that the curse had been cast upon his own ally. Kakuzu must have stealthily taken a sample of Haiden's blood during the sealing technique, discreetly placing it upon Haiden's fist as he attacked. This fellow truly possesses a cunning mind. You've disappointed me, follower of the evil god. You have sacrificed your own comrade. He exclaimed. Subdue him, and remember, do not allow him to obtain his own blood. He can curse his enemies through it. A subtle smirk played at the corners of Kakuzu's lips, forming an eerie arc. If Haiden were devoid of his terrifying curse and immortality, his battle prowess would merely match that of an ordinary jonin. With the death of Kaku, Haiden now stood as nothing more than a paper tiger before the ninjas of Awagakure. Especially since his curse technique inflicted 1,000-fold damage upon his enemies while costing him dearly, he now knelt on the ground, a visage of agony. Now, the ninjas of Awagakure surged forward. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Suddenly, the fallen Kakuzu sprang to his feet, exhaling flames that instantly engulfed the Awagakure ninjas in a torrent of fire, turning those at the forefront to ash. A tremendous wave of heat surged forth, compelling even Xiaoyun, who had been observing from afar, to leap from the treetop and observe the battlefield from a distance. Water style, water barrier jutsu. Kakuzu was no pushover. He utilized water ninjutsu to save his subordinates. After a prolonged struggle, the flames and water finally dissipated, leaving the forest shrouded in darkness. Kakuzu stared in disbelief at the unscathed Kakuzu, uttering in shock, "This is impossible. You should have been cursed to death. How are you still alive?" Kakuzu. "For the sake of our former partnership, I shall grant you clarity," Kakuzu ominously replied. With a sudden motion, he lifted the mask over his heart, and 4 shadowy figures swiftly emerged from within. 4 monstrous forms materialized before them, each adorned with a mask inscribed with the words wind, lightning, fire, and water. The creature wearing the water mask let out a pained wail, dissolving into a puddle of black water. "Kakuzu, you have just obliterated my heart of water. If memory serves, you possess water chakra. If you do not mind, I wish to use your heart as a substitute. If you do mind, well, that is of no consequence," he stated. Forming hand seals. Wind style, great wild beast. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Instantly, a tempest erupted, and the inferno raged uncontrollably, with fireballs shaped like blades hurtling towards the Awagakure ninjas. Water style, water barrier jutsu. Earth style, earth wall jutsu. Although the ninjas of Awagakure were taken aback, their extensive battlefield experience shone through. They quickly erected an earth barrier to fend off the winds, while Kakuzu utilized water ninjutsu to counter the fire, resulting in a stalemate between the two sides. Impressive coordination. Let us see how you fare against this technique. Lightning style, false dark. Kakuzu intoned. The blue currents of electricity surged through the water jutsu, at an alarming speed. Ah, ah, ah. Cries of agony filled the air. For Kakuzu had enveloped the Iwagakure ninjas in water to shield them from the flames, only to ensnare them in a web of their own making. In an instant, the earth technique crumbled, and had it not been for Kakuzu's remarkable speed, he too would have been struck by the lightning. Though the Iwagakure ninjas survived, they were rendered powerless, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Curse it! Kakuzu's expression darkened as he regarded Kakuzu, shocked by the latter's formidable strength. It is your turn, Kakuzu. Become my fifth heart. Kakuzu roared, his form shifting to an ominous darkness as he charged at Kakuzu. Drawing his short blade, Kakuzu dodged and weaved. Although Kakuzu's strikes were fierce, Kakuzu slipped away like a wily eel, leaving his opponent at a loss. Huh, this time, you cannot escape. Just as the two were embroiled in combat, Haiden, having hidden himself, lunged from behind Kakuzu, swinging his scythe with deadly speed. It's over. Kakuzu's heart raced in alarm. At such close range, evasion was futile, and should Haiden land a blow, it would spell his doom. In a moment of desperation, a shadow suddenly appeared, blocking the scythe with its body, causing it to cleave through the shadow and burst apart with a thud, transforming into wood. Substitution Jutsu. At that instant, another shadow descended from above, targeting Kakuzu's four hearts. Chapter 128. Surprise attack. Just when Kakuzu believed himself doomed, the appearance of the cloaked figure granted him reprieve. However, Kakuzu realized with dread that the figure's target was his heart. Attempting to reclaim it, Kakuzu found it was too late. The cloaked figure's speed was astonishing. And with a swift stroke of the sword, the masked figure bearing the lightning insignia unleashed a bolt of electricity. The best defense is a good offense. Humph, Kakuzu scoffed, a cold smile creeping across his lips. If one wished to slay his heart, they must first be prepared to embrace death. Yet, in the next moment, Kakuzu's expression soured. The cloaked figure boldly charged forward, sword drawn against the lightning. The powerful current proved utterly ineffective against this enigmatic assailant, merely momentarily halting their advance before the lightning figure was severed, writhing for a moment before dissolving into a puddle of black water. However, this distraction afforded the remaining two monstrous figures the chance to regroup, leaping away from Xiao Yun. Kakuzu's eyes widened in fury. This lightning heart had been painstakingly collected, only to be obliterated by this insolent foe. You scoundrel, I shall slay you. He seethed, wishing nothing more than to tear this individual asunder. Yet instinct warned him of the formidable strength that lay before him. As one who had existed concurrently with the first Hokage, his composure was unshakable. After a brief surge of anger, Kakuzu regained his calm. Seizing this opportunity, Kakuzu distanced himself from both Kakuzu and Haiden. Who are you? Why have you attacked me? Kakuzu demanded, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the cloaked figure. Can you handle knowing who I am, you fool? The cloaked figure replied with a mocking chuckle, their eyes glinting with derision. You. Kakuzu inhaled deeply, striving to temper his emotions. Those of high caliber must not allow anger to cloud their judgment. I say, Kakuzu, how is it that you once faced the first Hokage, albeit from 800 miles away, yet your prowess seems so lacking? Show me your true abilities, or I shall offer you as a sacrifice to my sword today. The cloaked figure's taunting voice echoed back. You. Kakuzu's face flushed with embarrassment and rage. How did this figure know of his encounter with the first Hokage? That confrontation was a point of pride for him. Yet he had only thrown a few shuriken and fled. No one should have known of this, as those from that era had perished long ago. How could he possibly be aware? You lie. I fought against Senju Tobarama for 800 rounds, achieving a stalemate. Show yourself, you cowardly rat, and let us engage in a duel of 300 rounds. Kakuzu's patience wore thin as anger surged within him. Look at you, getting all worked up. It seems to me you possess a fair amount of courage. After all, few dare to throw shuriken at the first Hokage. I actually admire you. If only you had not fled after throwing your shuriken, it would have been even more perfect. The cloaked figure lamented with a hint of regret in their tone. I curse your ancestors. What are you barking about? If you have any guts, don't resort to sneak attacks. Face me in a fair fight. Even with a heart long settled like still water, Kakuzu couldn't help but swear aloud in response to the black-clad man's repeated provocations. Enough is enough. If this can be tolerated, what cannot? Kakuzu, you deal with this wretch and draw his blood for me. I'll hold off Gujichuan. Haiden couldn't resist stepping forward from the side. Kakuzu stared at Haiden expressionlessly, thinking to himself, "You certainly know how to pick, don't you? This guy is clearly far stronger than Gujichuan." Then it's decided, "I'm going in." With a roar, Haiden brandished his massive scythe and charged toward Gujichuan, instantly engaging him in a fierce melee. "Kakuzu, hey, your partner has already joined the fray. Aren't you going to step up?" Xiaoyun asked mockingly. "Humph." Kakuzu sneered coldly, his gaze icy as he studied the black-clad man. For some reason, he sensed a faint, familiar aura reminiscent of the first Hokage, so vivid that even after all these years, the memory remained fresh. For a moment, Kakuzu even felt the urge to flee. But after a long hesitation, he decided against it. "If I run now, how will I ever show my face in the Akatsuki again? Let us exchange a few blows first. If it doesn't go well, then I'll run." "Hey, what's with you staring at me like that? Are we fighting or not?" The black-clad man's tone grew impatient. Kakuzu took a deep breath, his expression solemn as he extended his left fist, pointing a single finger forward. The black-clad man dared not underestimate his opponent. After all, this was Kakuzu of the Akatsuki, a formidable foe. "Come at me." Kakuzu merely crooked his finger, taunting the black-clad man to come and strike him if he dared. The black-clad man nearly stumbled in disbelief. Never could he have imagined that the esteemed Kakuzu would resort to such childish antics at a time like this. "Playing dirty, are we? Humph. I'll grant your wish right now." The black-clad man gripped his long sword, leaped into the air, and thrust fiercely toward Kakuzu. "Humph. So naive. Trying to play mind games with me? You're still far too green." Kakuzu sneered coldly, watching the black-clad man mid-air with disdain. Such an attack was full of openings. "And with this, you dare engage me in close combat? I'll crush you, you little runt." Kakuzu didn't bother dodging. His entire body darkened, turning as hard as black iron. But the black-clad man in midair also let out a cold laugh. Just as he was about 10 meters from Kakuzu, a dazzling violet-red lightning suddenly erupted from Xiao Yun's sword, shooting forth with a thunderous roar. Kakuzu was both shocked and terrified. Such fearsome lightning release. To think it could be materialized to this extent. "I can't take this head-on, not even with my steel release body." Without a second thought, Kakuzu instinctively dodged. But the next moment, he realized his mistake. The black-clad man's target wasn't him at all, but Haiden, who was positioned not far behind him. "Ack!" Haiden screamed as the violet-red lightning pierced through his body. The powerful electric current instantly numbed him, and he collapsed straight to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Chapter 129. The Kara Organization on the Snowy Wilderness, a vast expanse of white stretched as far as the eye could see. Danzo wandered aimlessly through this frozen world. Suddenly, a shimmering light flashed ahead, and a bizarrely dressed, masked man materialized before Danzo. "Who are you?" Danzo regarded the stranger with extreme vigilance. Years of combat experience told him this man was extraordinarily powerful. Danzo, abandoned by Kenoha, then cast aside by a Wagakure, truly like a stray dog with nowhere to go. The man's voice carried a tone of contempt. "Just who are you?" The wariness in Danzo's eyes deepened. This man knew him all too well. Had he been tracking him all along? "My name is Jishin, leader of the Kara Organization." The man spoke calmly. "Jishin? The Kara Organization?" Danzo stared in confusion. He had never heard of such an organization. Where had it come from? "Don't look at me like that. The Kara Organization has existed for over 1,000 years. To be precise, we were in this world even before shinobi came into being. Come with me. I will give you a true home." The man's voice was laced with temptation. "I have no interest," Danzo replied coldly. Xiao Yun had tasked him with infiltrating the Akatsuki, but before he could even encounter them, this Kara Organization had appeared. "Is that so?" The man chuckled darkly. Waving his left hand, a projection suddenly materialized before Danzo, its images shifting rapidly. After a long while, Danzo's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. He was rendered almost speechless. What he saw was utterly unbelievable, completely his understanding of the shinobi world. "Well, are you willing to join the Kara Organization?" The man asked calmly. "Jishin, no, I should call you Otsutsuki. What benefits would joining the Kara Organization bring?" After a prolonged silence, Danzo finally spoke. "The power of a god." "The power of a god, you say? I hope you keep your word. The Kara Organization welcomes you." At the border of Kenoha, Xiao Yun seized Haiden, who was still paralyzed. "Bastard! You have no shinobi honor, sneak attacks, deceit. Let me go. Let me go?" Haiden continued to roar, but his entire body was numb and immobile, leaving him helpless as a chick clutched in Xiao Yun's grasp. The black-clad man ignored Haiden, simply pulling out thin iron wires to bind him tightly. Gu Jichuan. This person is of use to Kirigakure. I'm taking him back to the Mizukichi. The mission is complete. I'll withdraw first. With that, the black-clad man vanished into the distance with Haiden, his speed astonishing. He left behind only a bewildered Gu Jichuan and Kakuzu. Stop right there, you thief. Kakuzu, finally reacting, tried to pursue the black-clad man, but his speed was no match. In moments, the black-clad man had disappeared without a trace. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Jichuan also made his escape. The Wagakure, Kirigakure, how dare you collude to deceive the Akatsuki? I will not let this go. Kakuzu glared furiously in the direction the black-clad man had vanished, then turned and tore out the hearts of several fallen Wagakure shinobi lying nearby. Xiaoyun, who is this? Kurenai Yuhi stared at the blood-soaked, strange man in Xiaoyun's grasp. A complete idiot. Come on, let us hurry back to Kenoha. Indeed, the black-clad man from earlier was none other than Xiaoyun. Ah, I remember now. You're the 5th Hokage of Kenoha. Xiaoyun, aren't you? Haiden looked at the young man in disbelief. Rumors said Xiaoyun had become Hokage by relying on women. What utter nonsense. The power he had just displayed was at least at the elite Jonin level, if not Kage level. Could Kenoha have been spreading false information to mislead others? You guessed correctly. I am indeed the 5th Hokage. Xiaoyun replied with a smile. 5th Hokage, I advise you to release me at once. If leader finds out you've captured me, he won't spare you. Haiden snarled at Xiaoyun. Oh really? As I recall, it was a shinobi from Kirigakure who captured you. And let us not forget a Wagakure's assistance. Without them, I might not have succeeded. Xiaoyun looked at Haiden with a mocking smile. Haiden was speechless. This schemer intended to redirect the Akatsuki's wrath toward a Wagakure and Kirigakure, letting them fight to the death. Xiaoyun, you treacherous, cunning bastard. I curse your ancestors. Haiden roared in fury. Xiaoyun ignored him, simply removing his sock and stuffing it firmly into Haiden's mouth. Konoha, the Hokage's exclusive underground chamber, the very place where Kushina Uzumaki had given birth to Naruto. This was the highest security location in Kenoha, protected by 10 layers of barriers, numerous traps, and guarded by elite Umbu. To this day, only Uchiha Madara had ever forced his way inside. Of course, there was one other, Uchiha Obito, though everyone had believed him to be Madara. Xiaoyun, why did you bring this man back? Tsunade looked at Xiaoyun in confusion. Indeed, the members of the Akatsuki are undeniably malevolent individuals. Capturing them only to execute them seems rather futile. Jiraiya shared his bewilderment. Tsunade, Jiraiya, you both represent the pinnacle of strength in Kenoha, and even in the world of shinobi, you hold considerable renown. However, I must candidly express that the terror of the foes we shall confront in the future will far surpass your imagination. The reason I brought him back is due to the potential I see in his abilities. As Xiaoyun elaborated on Fadewan's prowess, Tsunade and Jiraiya were left speechless. Xiaoyun, I understand now. You intend to employ this individual to curse our enemies, striking them from the shadows, am I correct? Tsunade inquired, gazing intently at Xiaoyun. Your insight is commendable, Xiaoyun, but how shall we persuade him to serve our cause? He appears to be rather dim-witted. I fear he may not cooperate with Kenoha. Jiraiya expressed, his face etched with doubt. Xiaoyun waved his hand dismissively, smiling at Jiraiya. Your perspective is too limited. Lord Jiraiya, do you not find it more enticing to discover the source of this power? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Indeed, if this individual possesses such unpredictable abilities, uncovering the origin of such power would be immensely gratifying. In truth, our world harbors many forces unknown to us, such as the obscure Moboku Mountain and the Dragon Cave, as well as the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Furthermore, the malevolent deity he mentioned likely belongs to an enigmatic clan possessing unique abilities, Xiaoyun elaborated slowly. Tsunade and Jiraiya fell into deep contemplation. After a lengthy silence, an air of concern washed over their faces. What troubles you? Why do you look so glum? Even if we cannot locate the source of this power, I can still use Genjutsu to control Fadewan. Do not forget, I possess the Mangekyo Sharingan bestowed upon me by Itachi Uchiha, Xiaoyun said with a smile. Tsunade stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Xiaoyun, her expression laced with worry. Yun, I have noticed your growing obsession with power. If this continues, I fear you may follow in Orochimaru's footsteps. Indeed, Xiaoyun, to be precise. You instill in me a greater sense of dread and inscrutability than Orochimaru. Wood release talent, sage body, formidable lightning chakra, Jinjutsu aptitude, that malevolent Mangekyo Sharingan, and your mysterious purple eyes. Any one of these gifts would inspire pride in other shinobi. Why do you persist in seeking even greater power? Even if it comes from the darkest of sources? Can you enlighten me, Xiaoyan? Jiraiya asked, his expression grave. Chapter 130. Storm clouds gathering in the underground chamber exclusive to the Hokage in Kenoha. Tsunade and Jiraiya wore expressions of deep concern, fearing that Xiaoyan might tread the same path as Orochimaru, becoming ruthless in his pursuit of power. So this is your worry? Xiaoyan smiled faintly, then took a deep breath. His tone serious. There are matters I did not wish to disclose at this time, but it seems better to share them with you now. However, you must brace yourselves. Upon seeing Xiaoyan's solemn demeanor, the two nodded in agreement. Long ago, Xiaoyan recounted, detailing the arrival of Kaguya Akatsuki and her offspring, followed by the creation of the ninja world by Kaguya's descendants, and the ensuing conflicts between the Senju and Uchiha clans, unveiling every aspect of history. Tsunade and Jiraiya listened with wide eyes, their mouths forming perfect O's, as if they were hearing a mythological tale. So, the so-called tailed beasts are merely chakra fruits of the god tree, and the Akatsuki clan will inevitably return to reclaim them? Jiraiya asked, utterly astonished. Indeed, the Akatsuki clan will one day descend upon our world. If we lack sufficient strength, every inhabitant of the ninja world shall become mere sustenance for the god tree, leading to the desolation of our realm and the demise of all, Xiaoyan stated, his voice heavy with concern. No wonder you are so determined to pursue power. It seems I have misunderstood you. My apologies, Xiaoyan, Tsunade replied, her tone tinged with remorse. Xiaoyan gently stroked Tsunade's light yellow hair, smiling as he reassured her, Tsunade, fret not. As long as I am here, I will ensure that neither you nor the children suffer any harm. Tsunade nodded, contentedly nestling in Xiaoyan's embrace. Ahem. Save the affection for home. I am still present. Jiraiya interjected, his tone exasperated. After a pause, Jiraiya sighed. In the face of such formidable adversaries, the ninja world must unite to avert annihilation. Alas, the current state of the ninja world is far from tranquil, and the fourth great ninja war could erupt at any moment. Sigh. If war is unavoidable, we must hasten its arrival. Therefore, I have resolved that the first step is to unify the ninja world, although the means may be somewhat bloody, Xiaoyan lamented. Please, share your thoughts, Jiraiya urged. We must utilize the Akatsuki to eliminate the Tsukage and the Mizukage, and then, just then, a faint yellow light flickered from Xiaoyan's chest, prompting him to retrieve it swiftly. Xiaoyan, is that a communication scroll? Tsunade inquired, puzzled. Xiaoyan nodded, opening it to reveal a shocking message that instantly altered his expression. Xiaoyan, what is it? Tsunade and Jiraiya asked, worry etched on their faces. How could this happen? How could this happen? Xiaoyan murmured, fixated on the contents of the scroll. What in the world has transpired? Tsunade grasped Xiaoyan's arm urgently. Danzo has allied with the Shell Organization. Xiaoyan articulated slowly, this shouldn't be. Wasn't the Shell Organization supposed to emerge only after Naruto had a child? Why are they appearing so soon? If Akatsuki Kaguya emerges now, who in the ninja world can contend with him? No, I must force myself to remain composed. The fact that Akatsuki Kaguya is still concealed indicates that his strength does not permit him to make a grand entrance. He must have some unavoidable circumstances. Thus, I still have time. Power, I crave power. In that moment, Xiaoyan had never yearned for strength so intensely. Xiaoyan, time is of the essence. Since the Tsukuin you mentioned is indeed Akatsuki Kaguya and has begun to act, our time is limited. We must act swiftly. What is our next step? Jiraiya stated with severity. Lord Jiraiya, I need you to immediately head to the Land of Water to investigate all information regarding the malevolent deity. Remember, no matter the situation, your life is paramount, Xiaoyan instructed. Understood, Jiraiya nodded. And what of me? Tsunade asked. Xiaoyan smiled gently. You need only manage relations with the various nations in Kenoha. The rest of the time, focus on nurturing the child. Leave the remaining matters to me. Within a vast cavern, 8 colorful phantoms stood upon the fingers of a colossal Buddha statue. Hey Kakuzu, I must say, it's quite embarrassing for a ninja who fought alongside the first Hokage that your comrade was captured right in front of you, a young man with yellow hair remarked. His tone laced with mockery. You scoundrel, do you dare to ridicule me? I could rip your heart out. Kakuzu retorted, his anger palpable. Humph. My art is not merely for viewing, the young man scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Kaku. Deidara, Kakuzu, can we all refrain from further quarrels? A calm figure interjected. If Xiaoyan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as Pain, who had once discussed the path to peace with him. Upon hearing Pain's voice, the two exchanged glances. Ceasing their bickering, Kakuzu, what transpired? Pain inquired. Lord Leader, we were tasked with capturing the two tails, but we were ambushed by the Tsuchikage and the Mizukage. Fadewan has also been captured by the Mizukage, Kakuzu reported. This cannot be blamed on you. It is well known that Inoki is notoriously duplicitous, and it is surprising that Terumi May has turned against us so swiftly. Clearly, they harbor doubts regarding our plan to capture the tailed beasts. Pain remarked with a hint of indifference. Kisame, you hail from the Mist Village. How well do you know this woman, Terumi May? A creature with an aloe plant growing from one shoulder, half black and half white, turned to Kisame, its voice raspy like metal scraping, sending shivers down the spine. Terumi May, I hadn't realized this young lady has ascended to the position of fourth Mizukage. It truly evokes nostalgia, Kisame chuckled, adding, this woman is formidable, possessing both the boiling and melting bloodline limits. She is ruthless and cunning, rivaling Inoki, regardless of her strength. I must confront her and make her aware that the Akatsuki is not to be trifled with. Kakuzu uttered with immense resentment, recalling the day when he was toyed with by the cloaked figure, his anger boiling over, wishing to shred that figure into pieces. No, for the sake of our grand endeavor, we must refrain from acting against her for the time being, Pain stated coolly. However, Haiden, since the Mizukage has sent someone to capture Haiden, it indicates that Haiden holds value for her. For now, he is not in immediate peril. We must, however, investigate her motives for taking him. Itachi, I entrust this matter to you. Chapter 131. The Wrath of Hinata Hayashi in the Hokage's office. Xiao Yun was smoking one cigarette after another, his expression grave as he gazed out the window. How could Otsutsuki Ishiki have made his appearance so swiftly? If my memory serves me correctly, he was searching for a suitable vessel to achieve complete resurrection. Once he becomes a fully realized Otsutsuki, the current ninja world would be utterly incapable of contending with such an adversary. What to do? If I remember correctly, the most suitable vessel for Otsutsuki Ishiki is a child named Kawaki, who is of the same generation as Uzumaki Baruto. This means that as long as I find this child first, the entire ninja world will be safe. With this thought, Xiao Yun immediately summoned the Umbu. I command all Umbu to commence surveillance on a child named Kawaki starting today, Xiao Yun instructed calmly. Kawaki? The Umbu captain inquired, perplexed. Yes. Follow my orders, he affirmed. In the back mountains of Kenoha, Xiao Yun sat cross-legged, with Ing by his side. At this moment, Ing had been channeling her sage mode for 3 consecutive hours. A vast amount of natural energy gradually flowing into Xiao Yun's body. Ing finally could no longer sustain herself, a slight pained gasp escaping her lips as she collapsed to the ground. Lord Hokage, 3 hours is my limit. Her forehead was dotted with beads of sweat. Incredulously gazing at Xiao Yun, who seemed to absorb an extraordinary amount of natural energy. You may return to rest, Xiao Yun said softly. All right, Ing responded, promptly dispersing the gathered natural energy. Just then, Yutaka approached Ing, casting a resentful glance at Xiao Yun. I must say, Lord Hokage, while Ing has agreed to assist you in training sage techniques, you cannot treat her so harshly. It has been 3 consecutive days. It's not like she is your woman, so why don't you show some concern? That was indeed my oversight, Xiao Yun replied, a hint of guilt in his tone. Rest assured, Yutaka, moving forward, I will reduce both the frequency and duration of our training sessions to spare her from such exhaustion. After they departed, Xiao Yun attentively sensed the natural energy within him. Unlike a ninja's chakra, natural energy seems to blend seamlessly with any type of chakra. For instance, utilizing wood release chakra to ensnare an opponent before employing lightning release for paralysis theoretically yields excellent results. However, in practice, Xiao Yun discovered that due to the insulating nature of wood release, the effectiveness of lightning release was diminished, making direct strikes with lightning release more effective. Yet, if natural energy were to be used to merge the two, the potency of lightning release would remain intact, and moreover, natural energy appeared to amplify the effects of wood release significantly. For instance, the technique wood release, eternal burial that previously produced wooden stakes no thicker than a ballpoint pen now yielded stakes as thick as an infant's arm. and the speed of the strikes had increased at least twofold since training in sage techniques. Of course, other wood-release techniques also saw varying degrees of enhancement. However, there was a perplexing issue. Despite having absorbed sage chakra and significantly enhanced his physical body, Xiao Yun's primary martial arts training, the 8 gates, had stagnated. No matter how hard he tried, he could not unlock the 4th gate. According to Mike Guy's explanation, training the 8 gates indeed requires a robust physique, but not to the extent of surpassing a certain threshold, as doing so would exponentially increase the difficulty of training. Nonetheless, should a breakthrough occur, the power of the 8 gates would also multiply. Even so, Xiao Yun's current ability to unlock the 3rd gate was still no less formidable than Li's 5th gate. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun was curious about how powerful his body had become, especially after undergoing the dragon transformation. He yearned to test his limits. Ultimately, he restrained this impulse. Recalling Jiraiya's words that he had transformed back to his original form due to a heavenly thunder dispersing the natural energy within him. If he recklessly attempted to transform into a dragon again, he might never revert to his original self. After all, he still had Tsunade and Samui, the 2 beautiful women to attend to. Moreover, there was also Hinata, whom he could not possibly transform into a dragon and play with. Speaking of which, ever since his last dragon transformation, he seemed to have developed an almost obsessive desire for women, akin to the lecherous scholar Ji Xiaolan, unable to resist such temptations. Tsunade had been avoiding him lately due to his relentless pursuits, while Hinata had been consuming the antidote concocted by Tsunade, making intimacy unadvisable. Samui was not nearby either, and the thought of her exquisite figure made Xiao Yun unable to contain his drool. Alas, there were many women, but those he could pursue were frightened by his advances. One remained temporarily unavailable, and another was far away. Would he have to resort to his diligent dragon claws once more? Xiao Yun sighed in exasperation. Xiao Yun, you scoundrel! You heartless wretch! I have finally found you. At that moment, an angry voice echoed as a figure bounded toward him, Hinata Hayashi. Xiao Yun, what do you mean by this? Have you turned your back on me now that you are Hokage? It's been so long. Why have you been avoiding me? I demand to know when you will marry the 2 daughters of the Hyuga clan. Hinata Hayashi rolled his eyes, glaring furiously at Xiao Yun. Ah, so it is you. Hayashi, Xiao Yun chuckled awkwardly. Welcome? What kind of welcome is that? Stop with the laughter. I ask you when you will fulfill your promise. Do not use Tsunade as a shield. I have already asked her, and she said that as long as you are willing, it can happen at any time. Hinata Hayashi retorted sharply. I say, Hayashi, regarding such a significant matter as marriage, one must cultivate feelings first. Why not send those 2 women to me for a while? Once feelings develop, I shall naturally marry them, Xiao Yun countered boldly. In truth, Xiao Yun had been procrastinating on the marriage with the Hyuga clan, partly to avoid relying on them and attracting gossip, and partly because even if he were to marry, Tsunade would be his first choice, as her position as the crown princess held the utmost importance in his heart. Very well, Xiao Yun, I will send Hinata Hanabi over today for you to get acquainted. However, I must make it clear that regardless of whether you marry her, I must see her with a noticeable pregnancy in 2 months, Hinata Hayashi stated, looking at Xiao Yun with utmost seriousness. As Xiao Yun was drinking water, he suddenly spat it out. Hinata Hizashi, I suggest you return to relearn biology, he said, looking at Hinata Hizashi with exasperation. As for Yumi, once she emerges from her seclusion, I will naturally present her before you, Hinata Hizashi declared before dashing away. Chapter 132. Hinata Baijia. Observing Hinata Hizashi's retreating figure, Xiao Yun couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and bewilderment. This fellow was truly devoted to the Hinata clan. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why was this man so insistent on him? Was it merely to sire a prodigious offspring? It was well known that even the most exceptional parental genes could yield unremarkable descendants. Was there something he was concealing from him? Just as Xiao Yun pondered this mystery, 2 figures rushed towards him. Oh my! He exclaimed, recognizing Hinata Hizashi again, this time accompanied by an exquisite beauty. If his instincts were correct, it was Hinata Baijia. Xiao Yun, I've brought the person you requested, Hinata Hizashi announced, unceremoniously depositing the woman beside Xiao Yun before bolting away. Xiao Yun stared at Hinata Hizashi in disbelief. Hello? You must be Hinata Baijia, correct? He greeted her warmly. She nodded, her lovely face betraying a look of detachment. An awkward silence enveloped them. Reminiscent of his past experiences with blind dates on Blue Planet, where unenthusiastic women typically replied with a mere and offered nothing more. The situation was particularly uncomfortable, given that Hinata Hisashi had brought this woman before him to conceive a child, a reality that both parties were acutely aware of. After a prolonged silence, Xiaoyun finally spoke. "Shall we begin, Lord Hokage?" Hinata Baijia murmured, her eyes closing as she slowly removed her kimono, revealing a fitted outfit that showcased her exquisite form. Xiaoyun frowned slightly. Although he had his desires, he appreciated quality. The disinterest emanating from her made her unappealing. He was not inclined towards a lifeless partner. "Please, put your clothes back on," he said coolly, lighting a cigarette. "Lord Hokage, are you not joining me?" Hinata Baijia asked, puzzled by his lack of interest. "Baijia, I must inquire. Did Hinata Hisashi coerce you into this?" Xiaoyun asked, taking a drag from his cigarette. "Yes," she replied softly. "I understand. How about this? Come with me, and I'll find you a place to stay. Of course, if you prefer, you may return to the Hinata clan. You need not worry about Hinata Hisashi. I will handle him," Xiaoyun reassured her with a smile. He had done some research on Hinata Baijia. She was the stepmother of Hinata Niji. Ever since Niji's father passed away, many men in Kenoha had pursued her, yet she remained devoted to Niji, never considering her own marital prospects. This indicated her deep love for Niji's father, and her agreement to marry him was likely a result of pressure from Hinata Hisashi. After much contemplation, Hinata Baijia decided to accompany Xiaoyun back to the Hokage residence. "From today onwards, you will be integrated into the Umbu and remain by my side. Hinata Hisashi will undoubtedly visit you from time to time. We can discuss matters further after some time," Xiaoyun instructed her. "Thank you." Hinata Baijia's expression softened, revealing gratitude as she realized that he was not the lecherous man that the clan had portrayed him to be. He seemed rather decent. "Yash, I have not betrayed you. Hinata Yogai, I have managed to preserve my dignity," she thought to herself. In the Hokage office, Tsunade exclaimed, "Xiaoyun, I brought your favorite 3-colored dumplings and placed them in the microwave. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I'm overwhelmed with tasks and can barely stand." Upon seeing Xiaoyun return, she hurried towards the exit, genuinely afraid of him. Ever since he began training in sage techniques, he had become almost frenzied, and she found it overwhelming. Currently, Tsunade was focused on healing the ailing Tsunade, urging her sisters to assist in mitigating Xiaoyun's fervor. Noticing her vibrant demeanor, Xiaoyun was not about to let her slip away, swiftly lifting her into his arms. "Tsunade, there are only overworked oxen in the world, not damaged fields. I am not afraid of hard work. Why should you fear what I endure? Besides, I even provide fertilizer," he said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Tsunade, listen to me. My pregnancy symptoms have intensified recently. You wouldn't want anything to happen to our child, would you?" she protested, blocking his advances. Xiaoyun gazed at her in silent disbelief, aware that she was likely using it as an excuse. Yet he relented, for the well-being of their child was paramount. "All right, how about you sleep with me tonight? Rest assured, I will only hold you and will not overstep my bounds," Xiaoyun conceded. "No way. You said that 2 nights ago. And look what happened. You ended up in the office," Tsunade retorted, escaping his embrace and darting out of the office. "Just you wait. Once the child is born, I will show you how to handle this." Xiaoyun glared at her departing figure, feeling frustrated once more. Another infuriating night lay ahead. He resolved to seek out Might Guy to release this pent-up energy. Just as Xiaoyun prepared to leave, Might Guy arrived with Li. "Sorry, Lord Hokage," Li began, but was promptly rapped on the head by Might Guy. "It's fine. I'm used to it," Li chuckled awkwardly. "Actually, you can call me Xiaoyun. I find it more comfortable," Xiaoyun smiled. "Rules are rules. They cannot be changed so easily," Might Guy replied earnestly, despite his usual playful demeanor. Xiaoyun sighed and asked, "So, what brings you here at such a late hour?" "Lord Hokage, I've opened the 6th gate," Li proclaimed excitedly. "Really?" Xiaoyun exclaimed in disbelief. He had been stuck at the 5th gate for 3 years and had finally broken through. "Indeed, Lord Hokage. While Li may not possess your talent, he is the most determined individual I have ever encountered," Might Guy expressed with pride. Looking upon his 2 disciples, he felt a sense of fulfillment, one as the youngest Hokage in history, and the other having opened 6 gates by age 15. "Congratulations. Such joyous news calls for a celebration," Xiaoyun declared enthusiastically. "However, Lord Hokage, you are quite busy with your duties. If Tsunade finds out," Might Guy began, but Xiaoyun waved him off. "Every day is filled with training or paperwork. I am nearly exhausted." As for Tsunade, she is avoiding me as it is. Let us go celebrate. Late into the night, the three men brought a large barrel of alcohol to their former training grounds. They sat on the ground, accompanied by peanuts and wooden spoons, indulging in drink after drink until they were pleasantly inebriated. Xiao Yun, did you know that a few stunning women have recently appeared at the tavern under the moonlight? Their figures and beauty are simply exquisite. Might Guy exclaimed, a mischievous grin on his face. Wait, Sensei, you went to the Moonlight Tavern without taking me along? Lee stood up abruptly, glaring at Might Guy. Indeed, Teacher Guy, you are being rather excessive. You went out to play without inviting us. Xiao Yun feigned anger as he gazed at Might Guy. Upon hearing this, Might Guy furrowed his brows, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed the two. Xiao Yun, you are now the Hokage. Frequenting such places is not advisable. Moreover, you have the exquisite Tsunade at home, and there is no time to tend to your fields. So best not to meddle with the wildlands outside. And you, Lee, are you not pursuing Haruno Sakura? If I were to take you out under the moonlight, and she happened to see us, that would be quite the dilemma. Thus, my actions are for your own good. Leave the wild fields to this old bull. You must diligently cultivate the acre before you, for that is the true path. Might Guy spoke with righteous fervor, as if genuinely concerned for his two disciples. Alas, Xiao Li sighed deeply, downing a spoonful of wine. Why such a long sigh, Xiao Li? Xiao Yun inquired, puzzled. Xiao Yun, may I ask how you managed to win Tsunade over? Xiao Li looked intently at Xiao Yun. Ahem, well. Xiao Yun scratched the back of his head, suddenly recalling something, and asked Xiao Li, are you struggling in your pursuit of Sakura? Indeed, I cannot fathom what that scoundrel Uchiha Sasuke possesses that keeps Sakura so enamored. Even after his prolonged absence from Kenoha, Xiao Li replied bitterly. Xiao Yun pondered for a moment, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes as a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. Perhaps Sakura perceives you as too weak? What? Weak? Bring Uchiha Sasuke before me, and I will show him what for. Xiao Li exclaimed, springing to his feet, his eyes wide with indignation. To speak candidly, Xiao Li, Sasuke is currently quite formidable, and he possesses striking looks. If I were Sakura, I too would find it hard to forget him, Xiao Yun continued. Damn it. How is it fair that the heavens bestowed such a handsome visage upon Sasuke, allowing Sakura to remain infatuated with him? With that, Xiao Li angrily gulped down another hefty spoonful of wine, his body beginning to sway as he finished, deciding instead to lift the jug to his lips. Xiao Li, some matters are innate. For instance, I am both handsome and powerful. A woman of Sakura's caliber would not suffice as my maid. My brother, heed this advice. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why fixate on a single flower? Xiao Yun gently consoled. Meanwhile, Might Guy furrowed his brow, thinking, is this truly consolation? It seems more like adding fuel to the fire. Xiao Yun, what in the world are you saying? Do not think that just because you are Hokage, I will not dare to confront you. Sakura is the most beautiful woman in my heart, surpassing even Tsunade. Apologize to me, or I will take you down. Xiao Li bellowed, suddenly enraged, smashing the jug of wine in his hand and glaring at Xiao Yun, swaying as he assumed a fighting stance. Xiao Yun, Xiao Li has had too much to drink. Please do not take offense, Might Guy hurriedly interjected. Before he could finish, Xiao Yun interrupted, speaking softly. Teacher Guy, I have heard that Xiao Li exhibits remarkable fighting prowess while intoxicated, and my own strength has recently surged. This is the perfect opportunity for a spar. No. Might Guy quickly shook his head. Xiao Yun, you do not understand how strong Xiao Li becomes under the influence of alcohol. If he were to unlock the sixth gate, even I would struggle to subdue him. Is that so? Then I cannot let this opportunity slip away, Xiao Yun replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Pushing Might Guy aside, he turned to the dazed Xiao Li and arrogantly proclaimed, apologize to me, the Hokage? Have you lost your mind? Damn it, what nonsense, Hokage. I shall fight the Hokage. Xiao Li roared, unsteadily advancing toward Xiao Yun. Be careful, Might Guy shouted urgently. In the next moment, Xiao Li, who could barely stand, suddenly charged at Xiao Yun like a cannonball, leaving fleeting afterimages under the moonlight, his speed astonishing. So fast, Xiao Yun gasped, hastily crossing his arms to shield his chest. However, in the blink of an eye, he felt a tremendous force strike his back, as Xiao Li appeared behind him and delivered a powerful kick, sending Xiao Yun flying. Coughing up blood, Xiao Yun stared in shock at Xiao Li, realizing that this fellow not only possessed incredible speed, but had also vastly increased his strength, all while not having unlocked the 8 gates. Nevertheless, such a battle held significance. Yet, the next moment, Xiao Yun was dumbfounded. Xiao Li had collapsed to the ground, snoring. Asleep? Xiao Yun frowned, sensing something was amiss. He was not asleep. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Xiao Li suddenly clapped his hands against the ground. Leaping back up and charging at Xiao Yun once more, cursing. You thought I was asleep? You still haven't, he apologized. How could I possibly be asleep? Take this. Xiao Yun promptly summoned his sage chakra, greatly enhancing his physical strength. The clash was akin to two vehicles colliding, their fists meeting with a resounding impact, sending dust flying. Mike Guy was astonished. Xiao Li's recent punch was something even he would not dare to take head-on. To think that Xiao Yun had managed to withstand it without unlocking the 8 gates was utterly unexpected. As the dust settled, the two remained locked in a fierce struggle. Their fists pressed tightly against one another, seemingly in a contest of strength. Xiao Yun gritted his teeth, gazing at the closed-eyed Xiao Li. Tumultuous thoughts swirling within him. He had utilized Sage Chakra, enhancing his strength immensely, yet Xiao Li matched him evenly, if not surpassed him. What would happen if he activated the 8 gates? Was this fellow truly a once-in-a-millennium genius? Impressive strength, but you... Just then, Xiao Li unexpectedly vomited. No wonder that jug of wine only cost 500. It was fake. How could you, Xiao Yun, as Hokage, be so stingy as to serve us such swill? I'll make you pay? Xiao Li rambled, leaping into the air, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, each strike more powerful and faster than the last. In that instant, Xiao Yun found himself unable to mount a counterattack, forced into a defensive position. Time ticked away, and after 5 minutes, Xiao Li's onslaught showed no signs of abating. He seemed to have entered an automatic combat state, every attack flowing effortlessly even with his eyes closed. Xiao Yun attempted a few counterattacks, but Xiao Li effortlessly deflected them with ease. As time passed, despite his sage chakra augmenting his body, Xiao Yun felt increasingly overwhelmed. As though his bones were about to shatter under Xiao Li's relentless assault, Xiao Yun hastily activated his purple-blue eyes, only to discover that a thick layer of air currents enveloped Xiao Li's body, preventing the blue lightning chakra from making contact with him. This fellow truly was an anomaly. Xiao Yun was astonished. With such strength, even the higher-ranking shinobi would likely find themselves outmatched. The free and unfettered technique. To think there was someone in this world capable of such mastery was beyond belief. At that moment, a voice resonated in Xiao Yun's mind. It was the voice of the system. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow. The free and unfettered technique? Why does that name sound so familiar? The system replied, Xiao Yun, unleash your full power. You cannot match him otherwise. Xiao Yun responded, what is this free and unfettered technique? Is it truly that formidable? The system insisted, remove the question mark. It is a technique of the forbidden domain. You must learn it if you have the chance. Enough chatter. Unleash your full strength, or you will perish at his hands. Once activated, this technique cannot be halted until the opponent is defeated. Xiao Yun exclaimed in frustration, regretting provoking Xiao Li. Who would have thought he possessed such an incredible technique? He had never heard Guy mention it either. Where did this guy learn it? The first gate of the 8 gates was opened. Just then, Xiao Li let out a furious roar, and a faint azure gas radiated from his body, his aura doubling in intensity. Seizing the opportunity while Xiao Li was preoccupied with opening the 8 gates, Xiao Yun swiftly leaped back to create distance. The second gate of the 8 gates opened. The third gate of the 8 gates opened. The 6th gate of the 8 gates opened. Xiao Li appeared almost bewitched, advancing directly to the 6th gate. His entire being engulfed in terrifying blue flames. Under the moonlight, he shone like a blue light bulb, his power surging dramatically, fierce gusts of wind swirling around him, creating a 5-meter-wide crater beneath his feet. The overwhelming force instilled a sense of impending doom in Xiao Yun. At that moment, Might Guy leaped in front of Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, you must flee. I will hold him back, he said, his expression grave as he regarded Xiao Li. Step aside. Teacher Guy, let me handle this. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Xiao Yun felt no fear. Rather, he exhibited unprecedented exhilaration. Xiao Yun, you are the Hokage. You must not be harmed. If anything happens... Oh my god. Might Guy stared at Xiao Yun in shock, witnessing a transformation. Xiao Yun was now adorned with golden scales, his hands morphed into golden claws, and his head had taken on a monstrous appearance reminiscent of a crocodile, yet far more striking. The third gate of the 8 gates opened, and a voice of immense authority emanated from Xiao Yun. In an instant, azure flames enveloped him, with hints of gold shimmering within, indicating its extraordinary nature. The two flames faced each other across the void, like two radiant light bulbs in the night, their brilliance captivating numerous Leaf Village ninjas. Teacher Guy, you must intercept anyone approaching. This battle must remain confidential, Xiao Yun commanded, his voice commanding enough to induce a sense of reverence even in the mighty Might Guy. Understood. Might Guy quickly grasped Xiao Yun's intention, recognizing that both combatants had revealed their trump cards. Should this information leak, it would be detrimental for both. He rushed out, swiftly blocking all Leaf Village ninjas who sought to investigate. However, some ninjas could not be deterred, such as Tsunade, who, having spent so much time with Xiao Yun, was intimately familiar with his chakra presence. Asuma's former comrades Shizune and Kurenai were also among them. Kurenai, astutely observing Tsunade's expression, deduced that something was amiss with Xiao Yun and insisted on approaching. Might Guy, noting Kurenai's flustered demeanor, inferred the situation between her and Xiao Yun. Feeling deep admiration for Xiao Yun while wearing a reassuring smile, Asuma, rest assured, Kurenai will be well cared for by Xiao Yun. She will be happy. Also arriving were Kakashi and Shikamaru's father, Narashikaku, alongside several core members of the Leaf Village. They stared in astonishment at the two battling figures, overwhelmed by their immense power. It was astonishing that at such a young age, they possessed such capabilities. It was truly unbelievable. Might Guy, you are being reckless. How can you allow them to fight like this? Someone could die, Tsunade exclaimed, grabbing Might Guy by the collar in anger. Indeed, Guy, this is too reckless, Kakashi added, his brow furrowed, aware that such a confrontation would likely leave both severely injured. I will notify the entire medical team. Guy, you have truly lost your mind. Narashikaku sighed deeply, looking at Might Guy with exasperation. Guy, quickly, make them stop, Kurenai urged, her fists clenched tightly as her focus remained solely on Xiao Yun. It cannot be stopped, Might Guy replied with a bitter smile, continuing, once Xiao Li enters this drunken state, he cannot cease unless knocked unconscious. Then we must incapacitate him. If anything happens to Xiao Yun, how will you explain this to the villagers? Tsunade implored, sensing a dangerous aura emanating from Xiao Li. Tsunade, do not blame Teacher Guy. It was I who insisted on sparring with Xiao Li, Xiao Yun stated calmly. Xiao Yun, you are being reckless. Didn't T. Jiraiya warn you not to use Sage Mode? Why won't you listen? Kurenai replied, nearly in tears. Xiao Yun turned his head towards Kurenai, offering her a reassuring smile, signaling her to remain calm. Mourning Peacock. At that moment, Xiao Li suddenly leaped into the air, his body hovering momentarily, and shouted towards Xiao Yun. Chapter 135, Mourning Peacock in midair. Xiao Li appeared to have completely lost control. Upon uttering the words Mourning Peacock, Might Guy was utterly bewildered, recalling that he had only demonstrated this devastating technique in front of Xiao Li once. How had he learned it? Get out of here, Might Guy shouted to the others. The group, initially stunned, quickly sensed the impending danger and fled from the center of the battlefield. In an instant, Xiao Li unleashed a flurry of punches, sending countless basketball-sized azure flames hurtling towards Xiao Yun, accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart. Xiao Yun, watching the incoming azure flames, felt a wave of tension wash over him, cold sweat trickling down his back. He hadn't felt this way since his encounter with Pain, although it was not as intense. It was sufficient to indicate that Xiao Li had reached an exaggerated level of strength. Would release, 1,000 needle jabs. The best offense is a good defense. Xiao Yun immediately unleashed the wood release, 1,000 needle jabs, and with the addition of lightning chakra, hundreds of thick wooden stakes shot up from the ground. Countless wooden swords crackling with purple lightning burst forth from the stakes, surging towards the azure fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. The flames collided with the wooden swords, creating a cacophony of thunderous impacts. In midair, the burning wooden swords sparkled like fireworks, illuminating the ground as brightly as day. Onlookers were left speechless, acutely aware of the force generated by the collision of fireballs and wooden swords. Such impact would likely overwhelm even ordinary jonin within 30 seconds. When did these two become so powerful? In just 3 months since the Chunin exams, Xiao Yun's strength had evidently increased exponentially. Initially, the decision to make Xiao Yun Hokage was based on his connections, namely with Samui, the Hyuga clan, and Tsunade. Although his talent was exceptional, he remained significantly weaker than his peers. It now appears that I was gravely mistaken. With such formidable prowess, it is unlikely that anyone present, save for Tsunade, would dare claim they could secure a victory over him. Furthermore, the astonishment elicited by Lee was even greater. At this moment, he had decisively overshadowed Xiao Yun, thereby reshaping the audience's understanding of physical combat. In that instant, Lee's state became increasingly frenzied, his limbs moving with such rapidity that even Kakashi, endowed with the Sharingan, struggled to perceive his actions. The cerulean flames emanating from him not only intensified in hue, but also swelled to more than double their previous size. In stark contrast, while Xiao Yun's wood release remained unweakened, it paled in comparison to the onslaught of Lee's azure flames. Soon, the wooden stakes on the ground were obliterated, leaving the earth riddled with craters. Fortunately, Kakashi had prudently placed several kunai inscribed with water release symbols in the battleground beforehand. Otherwise, the ensuing explosions would have raised a cloud of dust, severely hampering their ability to monitor the clash. Xiao Yun darted and weaved, his violet-blue irises swirling as he sought an opportunity to counterattack. However, the relentless barrage of azure fireballs left him no room to maneuver. With a roar reminiscent of a dragon's, Xiao Yun unleashed a clawed strike that shattered two approaching fireballs. In that fleeting moment of reprieve, the seemingly unresponsive Lee seized the chance, wildly flailing his limbs. Fireballs cascaded toward Xiao Yun. A grave intensity emerged on Xiao Yun's face. He inhaled deeply and, with a thunderous shout, summoned the natural energy around him. His entire being radiated with golden light as he charged toward the fireballs with dragon-like talons. With each swing, the fireballs disintegrated into a cascade of starlight, raining down like a celestial river, a breathtaking sight. The thunderous explosions surrounded Xiao Yun, yet he remained undaunted, continuously shattering the fireballs with a stunning display of offense and defense. However, as time wore on, the natural energy within Xiao Yun began to wane. He gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his dragon transformation, cursing the fact that he lacked sage techniques to sustain himself. Otherwise, he could have continued to contest with Lee. In contrast, Lee exhibited an unyielding momentum, his offensive prowess showing no signs of abating. What manner of creature is this Lee? His endurance is astonishing, Kakashi observed in awe. Might Guy, you must intervene and incapacitate Lee. If this continues, Xiao Yun may be killed. Tsunade's exquisite visage was marred with concern. Indeed, Guy, you must restrain Lee. Anxiously, Sunset Red's eyes brimmed with tears. Very well. After a lengthy silence, Might Guy finally acquiesced. He was not incapable of stopping Lee, but he believed it would be more beneficial for Lee to fight until his natural instincts took over. Any hasty intervention might provoke Lee into a fierce, unconscious resistance, resulting in injury and potentially impairing his future training. It could even jeopardize his entire cultivation. The last time he had intervened, when Lee was intoxicated, it had led to a 3-year stagnation at the fourth gate. Had it not been for Xiao Yun's timely arrival to stimulate him, Lee might still be trapped in that state. Do not intervene. Only by approaching death can one grasp the essence of breakthrough. Xiao Yun called out from a distance as he noticed Might Guy preparing to activate the 8 gates. Guy was taken aback. This individual truly was a warrior at heart. The others regarded Xiao Yun with incredulity. Had he lost his mind? After a prolonged silence, Tsunade finally spoke. Let us heed Xiao Yun's words. In truth, Tsunade harbored regrets for having appointed Xiao Yun as Hokage. Without the pressures of that title, he would not feel compelled to hasten his growth. The desire for strength often stemmed from the relentless battles danced upon the precipice of life and death. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Yun's dragon form could no longer be sustained, and with a resounding thud, he reverted to his original state. Damn it, he cursed, realizing that his sage chakra was insufficient and the duration of his transformation had been far too short. Would release, would wall technique. In an instant, he formed seals and summoned dozens of wooden walls to shield himself. Alas, such defenses crumbled in mere seconds under the relentless assault of fireballs. Desperate, Xiao Yun resorted to continuous wood release techniques. For now, his only strategy was to outlast Lee. Fortunately, as time progressed, Lee's offensive tempo finally began to wane. However, Xiao Yun was not much better off. The chakra for his wood and lightning releases was nearly depleted, and the natural energy within a mile radius was all but exhausted. At least he was still able to maintain the 8-gate state, relying on agile footwork to evade the fireballs. Just as Xiao Yun maneuvered, Lee, in a blatant disregard for martial ethics, lunged forward alongside a fireball, catching Xiao Yun off guard. He was struck aloft by a powerful kick. In the air, Xiao Yun felt a sharp pang in his throat as blood erupted from his mouth, accompanied by the sickening crack of fractured ribs, the intense pain nearly overwhelming him. Before he could recover, a figure materialized behind him. Instinctively sensing imminent danger, he attempted to evade, only to find himself ensnared by a slender, white tendril, swiftly becoming mummified. Li Lianhua. Xiao Yun's heart raced in terror. This was dire. If he were to be dropped, death was certain. Regret washed over him. Had he known better than to overreach? This would not have ended so tragically. In the air, Li kicked Xiao Yun downward, enveloping him, his face pressed against Xiao Yun's rear as they plummeted. Xiao Yun! Xiao Yun! Li, wake up! The others rushed to save Xiao Yun, but it was far too late. A thunderous crash resounded. Xiao Yun, Tsunade and Sunset Red stood frozen in shock, both women collapsing under the weight of despair, trembling as tears streamed down their faces. The intensity of the fall left no possibility for survival. Tsunade could hardly believe her eyes. Xiao Yun had perished so suddenly? She had not even seen him once. Nor had he led Kenoha back to the pinnacle of the ninja world. She still had aspirations of bearing him several children. There were so many things left undone. How could he have died? Beside her, Sunset Red's composure was evidently less resilient than Tsunade's. After spitting blood, she fainted. Hokage-sama! Hokage-sama! Kakashi and Guy rushed forward. Suddenly, a purple, ethereal sword erupted from the impact site, and a colossal skull materialized before them. Its head slowly ascending into the air as a massive blue skeletal form began to take shape. Most astonishingly, Xiao Yun was suspended within the hollow of that spectral skull, leaving everyone uncertain of his fate. What in the world is this? The group eyed the newly emerged monstrosity with trepidation, for the chakra emanating from it felt chillingly frigid, akin to a demon from the abyss. Its presence caused the ambient temperature to plummet, transforming the once warm environment into a veritable winter. As they stood in bewilderment, Xiao Yun within the skull suddenly lifted his head, his eyes snapping open to reveal the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Black blood seeped from the corners of his eyes, and an expression of profound agony twisted his features. This was the Izanagi summoned by Itachi's Sharingan, a tormenting ordeal indeed, for every cell in his body screamed with pain. In that critical moment, Xiao Yun, for reasons unknown, instinctively activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan and summoned Izanagi. Fortunately, its emergence shielded him from Li's lethal strike. Otherwise, tomorrow all of Kenoha would likely face dire consequences. With a whoosh, the blue phantom vanished, and Xiao Yun plummeted to the ground, completely immobilized. Thankfully, Tsunade arrived just in time to catch him. Xiao Yun, you're alive. How wonderful! Tsunade exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she embraced him tightly. Come, drink this cup. After that, there's another, and then 3 more. Just then, Li stumbled out, inexplicably clutching a cup filled with urine, prepared to down it in one go. Luckily, Might Guy intervened, snatching the cup from his hands. Want a drink? Fine, here you go, I have another. Li produced another cup and filled it, raising it in a toast to Might Guy. The first gate, the resting gate, is now open, Guy roared, knocking Li unconscious. Though he himself ended up drenched in the aftermath, the onlookers were left in a mix of laughter and exasperation. Hours later at Kenoha Hospital, the remarkably resilient Xiao Yun was able to get out of bed. After a long night, everyone was worn out, especially Tsunade, who had been caring for both him and Yuhi Kurenai. This sight tugged at Xiao Yun's heartstrings. In the early hours, Tsunade dozed off at the bedside. Xiao Yun quietly lifted her onto the bed, and gazing at her peaceful slumber, he couldn't help but kiss her forehead, overwhelmed with guilt. Such a wonderful woman deserved his undivided affection, yet he felt like a beast for not being able to give her that. Beast or not, it is what it is. Hey, Xiao Yun, what are you doing? This is a hospital. Unbeknownst to him, Tsunade had not truly been asleep. She relished his gentle gaze until his actions grew too bold, prompting her to stop pretending. The battle just now was insufficient. I wish to fight the legendary Tsunade-sama. Xiao Yun declared earnestly. Please no? You naughty rascal, don't tickle me there. Ha ha ha, don't stop. Hold me tightly, you scoundrel. You always think about teasing me. With uncertainty surrounding the arrival of tomorrow or unexpected events, even Tsunade, after experiencing the tumultuous events of the previous night, decided to no longer suppress her desires. As long as Xiao Yun didn't harm the child, he could do as he pleased. This man, willing to risk everything for Kenoha and himself, could melt the heart of any woman. I love you, Tsunade. I love you too, Yin. The two embraced tightly. The following day, as the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the hospital room, remnants of yesterday's battle remained vivid. Tsunade lay lazily in Xiao Yun's arms, her bright eyes never straying from him. She adored his wildness in battle, whether against Li or herself. Yun, will you hold it against me if I don't let you see Kurenai for a while? Tsunade asked softly. Of course not. You are only looking out for me. Xiao Yun replied with a gentle smile. The venom within Kurenai was particularly insidious, and to ensure Xiao Yun's safety, they had been kept apart, fearing he might lose control and harm himself. Tsunade, gazing at the enchanting beauty in her arms, made Xiao Yun's blood boil with passion. Tsunade closed her eyes, wearing a knowing smile. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Xiao Yun had just kissed Tsunade when she sighed in frustration, their precious moment interrupted. She had intended to spar with him until a victor emerged. Who is it? Didn't we agree that the Hokage is resting today and no visitors are allowed? Tsunade replied, somewhat irked. Itachi Uchiha, came a cold voice from outside. Chapter 137. Itachi Uchiha's warning in the southernmost part of the Mist Village. A waterfall cascaded down like a silver curtain connecting heaven and earth. Suddenly, a massive bird soared from the waterfall. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this dragon was not a living creature, but rather crafted from rubber-like clay. On the dragon stood two men clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds, a handsome young man with blonde hair and another wearing a mask revealing only one eye. Do you understand what true art is, Akatsuki? The blonde man asked solemnly, gazing at his masked companion. Art. Deidara-senpai, to me, art is, he coughed, chuckling lewdly. Speak plainly, why the lewd laughter? Deidara glared at him in anger. Art, of course, is beauty. Like the most beautiful women of Kenoha, Tsunade, or Samui from the Lightning Village, and even Hinata Yuhi of the Hyuga clan. And let us not forget the widow, Hyuga by Jia. They are all perfect works of art. The masked man's voice dripped with desire, his visible eye gleaming with greed. Baka, does my explosion not count as art? Deidara exclaimed, fists clenched, eyes wide with indignation. Not at all. Akatsuki replied firmly. Then die. Don't you dare use my clay dragon. Deidara kicked Akatsuki off the dragon. As Akatsuki fell rapidly, he shouted, Deidara-senpai, I was wrong. Your explosions are true art. Save me. Humph. Deidara scoffed, just as Akatsuki was about to hit the ground. The dragon extended a long tongue and caught him. Deidara-senpai, I knew you wouldn't let me die. Akatsuki said, touched. Humph. I'm merely hungry. Go find something to eat. Deidara replied coldly. As you command. Akatsuki saluted and dashed into the forest in search of food. In the forest, Akatsuki paused, slowly removing his mask to reveal a handsome left side of his face, while the right side appeared withered and ghastly. Standing on a tree, he looked into the distance, murmuring, I never expected Itachi to activate Izanagi again. Has he encountered a formidable foe? At Kenoha Hospital, Xiao Yun regarded the expressionless Umbu member before him, his eyes vacant and seemingly entranced. It appeared he was under a Jinjutsu, controlled by none other than Itachi Uchiha. I never imagined you could use Izanagi so swiftly. Itachi exclaimed in surprise. I owe you my gratitude. Without the kaleidoscope Sharingan you provided, I might have perished yesterday, Xiao Yun replied, his tone filled with appreciation. Indeed, Itachi, you not only saved my man, but also bear such a heavy burden. On behalf of everyone in Kenoha, I thank you, Tsunade said, her eyes brimming with admiration. Xiao Yun, remember this. While you can utilize Izanagi, it comes with significant risks, as you surely understand. This technique demands a toll on life. Using it brings immense suffering. And the more frequently it is employed, the more intense that suffering becomes. Once used beyond a certain threshold, it can cause irreversible harm to the body. You must exercise caution, Itachi stated calmly. I understand, Xiao Yun nodded, recalling the excruciating pain he felt when utilizing Izanagi yesterday, far worse than when he was cursed previously. Moreover, there are limitations to this technique. You can only activate it once per year at most, Itachi continued. Nanny? Xiao Yun exclaimed, astonished at the revelation that such a powerful ability could only be used once a year. Your body is not that of the Uchiha clan, and thus cannot fully synchronize with the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Itachi explained. Moreover, there exist other risks associated with this technique, Uchiha Itachi stated gravely. Other risks? What do you mean? Tsunade inquired, perplexed. When you employ Izanagi, certain individuals may sense it. As of now, you have not attracted the attention of the Akatsuki. But should you exhibit excessively prodigious talents, it could spell calamity for both Kenoha and yourself. Remember to cultivate discreetly, avoid reckless displays. Keep in mind, refrain from utilizing Izanagi unless absolutely necessary. Additionally, you must ensure Naruto's safety, for the Akatsuki may target him. Furthermore, if possible, strive to locate the tailed beasts scattered across the land before the Akatsuki does, and protect them diligently. If that proves impossible, eliminate them. As Uchiha Itachi concluded, the Umbu before him suddenly slumped to the ground, unconscious. Itachi-san. Itachi-san. Xiao Yun had several questions he wished to pose to Uchiha Itachi. Yet no amount of calling elicited a response. Observing the fallen Umbu, Xiao Yun's countenance grew heavy with the realization that he had indeed acted too rashly. Countless eyes were upon him. Should he display talents too extraordinary, it could raise suspicions and possibly lead to dire consequences. Moreover, the fact that his use of Izanagi could be sensed by certain individuals was alarming. Who could it be? Could it be a member of the Uchiha clan? If his deductions were correct, there were only 3 members of the Uchiha clan left in the ninja world: Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, and the masked man, Uchiha Obito. Could it be Obito? A look of confusion spread across Xiao Yun's face. Yun, do not overthink it. If it comes to it, you need not use this technique. Tsunade observed his concern and spoke softly. Xiao Yun smiled and nodded. If I mustn't, then so be it. My primary focus now is to master wood release, lightning release, the 8 gates, and sage techniques. The rest can come gradually. There was no need to worry about wood release, with the system at his disposal. As long as his chakra evolved, he would be able to learn more wood release jutsu. As for lightning release, after days of practice, he had become adept at utilizing the lightning chakra within him. In due time, learning lightning techniques from Kakashi would pose no significant challenge. However, the cultivation of sage techniques and the 8 gates had been his greatest trials, as he had yet to achieve any breakthroughs despite his relentless efforts. Sage training required careful consideration of Ying's physical endurance. After all, every time he unleashed the technique, it placed a tremendous burden on her body. Furthermore, he had heard that Ying and Yu Gao had recently embarked on a rather peculiar endeavor, completely absorbed in their own world, seemingly more fervent than he and Tsunade combined. Goodness, the ninja world is on the brink of chaos, and you two are preoccupied with having children? Regardless, he decided to send someone to search for the tailed beasts. Tsunade, instruct your subordinates to cease their current tasks and to search for the Jinchuriki, Xiao Yun declared with resolve. Understood. Tsunade did not dare to delay and promptly left the infirmary. Xiao Yun did not rush back to the Hokage's office, but instead turned towards the back mountains of Kenoha. Chapter 138. The Legend of the Dragon Cave. The Dragon Cave, a fabled site within the ninja world, is renowned alongside Mayaboku Mountain, with the means of entry remaining a mystery. Today, the White Snake Sage, who had not made an appearance in a century, summoned the 7 disciples of the Dragon Cave. Among them, 5 figures took shape, the leader being an extraordinary beauty, while the others resembled a snake, a crocodile, a lizard, and an octopus. Jun, do you know why the White Snake Sage has summoned us today? One asked. Indeed, Jun, you are closest to the sage. Enlighten us so we may prepare, another added. Jun, having trained alongside you for so long, you should keep us informed, they clamored, their faces etched with concern. Jin smiled at her companions, but shook her head. From her past experiences, she knew that the White Snake Sage's summons seldom signaled good news, and the peculiar creatures pondered their recent missteps. Suddenly, a massive cloud of white smoke filled the hall. As it dissipated, a colossal white snake materialized before them. We bow before you, White Snake Sage. They all respectfully knelt. For so many years, you have diligently guarded the Dragon Cave. Your efforts are commendable. The white snake transformed with a thunderous sound into a kind and elderly woman. It is our duty, the 5 disciples chorused. The White Snake Sage surveyed her disciples with satisfaction, her gaze ultimately resting on Jun. Well done, Jun. After all these years, you have finally found the one destined for dragon transformation. Upon hearing this, the disciples gasped in astonishment. A person capable of dragon transformation? We believed it to be mere legend. According to the myths surrounding the Dragon Cave, the appearance of a dragon transformation individual heralded an era of darkness. Yet only they could guide others out of despair and into the light. Jin stared at the White Snake Sage in bewilderment, asking, "Wait, you mean I have found the dragon transformation individual? Is it Xiao Yun, upon whom I inscribed the heavenly curse?" "Indeed," the white snake sage replied with a smile. Jin was struck with incredulity. The reason she had bestowed the heavenly curse upon Xiao Yun was to prevent the precious mark from being wasted on the inept Sasuke. Thus, she had randomly chosen someone with decent potential, assuming he would only develop the curse to the level of a snake sage. To her surprise, this serendipitous choice had led to the discovery of a dragon transformation individual. "You have done well. This is your reward." The white snake sage extended her left hand, and a flash of white light pierced the air, blinding them momentarily. When the light faded, she held a white pill, the Tuasian pill. The disciples gazed at it with greedy eyes. While the pill might hold little significance for others, it was a treasure for them. To fully shed their monstrous forms and become human, they required 3 Tuasian pills. Jeanne had already consumed 2. With this one, she could finally become a true human. "Thank you, White Snake Sage." Jeanne joyfully accepted the Tuasian pill and swallowed it whole. In an instant, her body radiated with brilliance, her serpent tail vanishing, and her yellow eyes transforming into those of a human. Even her urge to flick her tongue dissipated. "At last, I am human." Jeanne nearly wept with joy after years. Her dream had finally been realized. "Very well, Jeanne. From this day forth, you shall covertly protect Xiao Yun, as long as he is not in mortal danger. You must refrain from intervening. I will be away for 3 years. Upon my return, you will bring him back to the Dragon Cave, and I shall personally guide his training in sage techniques," the White Snake Sage stated calmly. "Understood," Jin replied with utmost respect. "By the way, I recall you brought Xiao Yun's companion back to the Dragon Cave?" the White Snake Sage inquired. "Yes, should I return her to him?" Jin asked. "No need. He already has many women by his side. There is an old saying, too many women will only hinder a man's speed in drawing his sword," the White Snake Sage remarked with a faint smile. "Truly wise, Sage." In the back mountains of Kenoha, Xiao Yun had remained in deep meditation for 3 days. His eyes shut as he reflected on every detail from his recent battle with Li. Although the confrontation with Xiao Li nearly cost him his life, the benefits were undeniably evident. He finally sensed a faint breakthrough in his 8 gates technique. Moreover, after the intense battle that day, his physical strength had at least doubled. This enhancement in physical prowess directly increased his capacity for storing chakra, thereby amplifying the potency of his celestial techniques. However, what truly captured Xiao Yun's attention was Xiao Li's free and unfettered technique, which, according to the system, was a forbidden art capable of slaying gods. Unfortunately, Xiao Li could not recall the events of that day, and he was entirely oblivious to the nature of the free and unfettered technique, which left Xiao Yun somewhat disappointed. As the sun descended, a masked Umbu appeared beside Xiao Yun, her form elegantly accentuated by a fitted outfit. The delicate fragrance she exuded was intoxicating, seemingly possessing a calming effect. This woman was Hinata Baijia, dispatched to him by Hinata Hizashi. "Lord Hokage, here is your dinner," she said melodiously, handing him a bento box. Upon opening it, Xiao Yun was greeted by an exquisite array of food: salmon, sushi, tricolor dumplings, and a flask of sake. Visually appealing and utterly appetizing. "Thank you. I shall indulge," he replied with a faint smile, savoring the meal. After he had satisfied his hunger, the sun had set, and the moon peeked into the sky. Baijia, is there something on your mind?" Xiao Yun inquired, observing Hinata Baijia's contemplative demeanor. She removed her mask and gazed silently at him. After a prolonged moment, she seemed to muster her courage, shedding her Umbu attire. In the moonlight, Hinata Baijia resembled a celestial being, both pure and beautiful. Despite possessing a figure that could drive men wild, her demeanor commanded reverence, complemented by tears adorning her gentle face. "Hinata Baijia, has that old man pressured you again?" Xiao Yun asked, putting down his utensils, confusion etched on his face. She remained silent, tears flowing quietly, tacitly acknowledging his question. Earlier that day, Hinata Hizashi had confronted her, warning that if she made no progress with the Hokage, he would expel Hinata Niji from the clan. After a lengthy silence, she finally spoke, her lips parting delicately. "Lord Hokage, please do not inquire further. As long as I bear your child, I will have fulfilled my mission. Come now," she said, slowly approaching him. Xiao Yun smiled gently, and in an instant, he swiftly donned Hinata Baijia's clothing. "Do not worry, Baijia. Tomorrow, I will speak with Hinata Hizashi. You should return for now," he said calmly. However, Before she could finish her thoughts, Xiao Yun waved his hand, interrupting her. At that moment, he sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to meditate. Seeing this, Hinata Baijia had no choice but to turn and leave. Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Yun felt a pang of self-reproach for pretending to be a virtuous gentleman. Yet, this was not the crux of his concern. The more pressing matter was that Xiao Yun sensed a presence nearby, keenly focused on him. Ever since he had begun training in celestial techniques, his perceptive abilities had undergone a significant enhancement, and this presence belonged to Tsunade. Moments after Hinata Baijia departed, Tsunade indeed appeared before Xiao Yun. "Tsunade, what brings you here?" he asked, puzzled. "Xiao Yun, after spending so much time together, I never imagined you possessed a chivalrous side. I thought you would pounce on any beauty you encountered," she teased. Clearing his throat, Xiao Yun responded with feigned seriousness. "Did you witness that? Huh, truth be told, having you in my life is enough for me." With that, he pulled Tsunade close, his hands beginning to wander. "Xiao Yun, are you out of your mind? We're outside." Tsunade's face flushed crimson. "Outside is just the thrill. Shall we try the trees?" he replied with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Pervert," Tsunade exclaimed, playfully punching him. "Enough of this," she said, struggling to break free from his embrace. "Xiao Yun, I have a serious matter to discuss. It concerns the Two Tails." Tsunade managed to extricate herself, her tone turning grave. It turned out that Kenoha's ninja had discovered the Two Tails Jinchuriki, who was currently being pursued by members of the Akatsuki. Kenoha's ninjas had intended to rescue her, but due to Kakuzu's overwhelming strength, they were forced to return with the news, urging Kenoha to send reinforcements swiftly. "Tsunade, you stay behind to protect Kenoha. I will handle this," Xiao Yun asserted earnestly. "No way. You are the Hokage. You cannot continually put yourself in danger," Tsunade firmly rejected. "But who else besides me can subdue Kakuzu?" Xiao Yun replied calmly, noting that all the skilled ninjas available were currently dispatched elsewhere. Of course, Kenoha still had its share of capable individuals, such as the Hyuga and the Yamenka clans. If it came to defending Kenoha, they would undoubtedly give their all. But if it involved attending to Xiao Yun's other tasks, they would likely find ways to slack off. Ultimately, Xiao Yun's standing in Kenoha was still tenuous. "Just be careful," Tsunade said, adjusting his disheveled collar like a caring woman. "Rest assured, you are well aware of your man's strength," Xiao Yun replied with unshakable confidence. After a moment, he inquired, "By the way, what movements have there been from the Mist and Earth villages recently?" "It seems those two villages have been relatively quiet, causing less disturbance to Kenoha than before. Moreover, the Lightning Village has been more diligent since the last incident," Tsunade noted with satisfaction. "That is good to hear," Xiao Yun replied, realizing that his previous strategy of diverting blame had borne fruit. "By the way, you should keep Hinata Baijia close during this operation. It cannot continue like this. After all, the Hyuga clan's strength is formidable," Tsunade said with a stern demeanor. "Are you not jealous?" Xiao Yun asked, raising an eyebrow. "As long as you hold me in your heart, I am content," Tsunade replied softly. As a woman, it was only natural for her to care about her man being with other women. Yet, Tsunade was pragmatic. Not only was Kenoha in a precarious state, but resolving the extraordinary matters Xiao Yun had mentioned required uniting every possible force. Seeing Tsunade's understanding demeanor filled Xiao Yun with guilt. "What is it? Are you moved by your magnanimous main wife? You must treat me well from now on," she said with a smile. "I will cherish you right now," Xiao Yun declared, embracing her and leaping into the trees. A gentle breeze blew throughout the night, causing the poor trees to endure undue sway until, just before dawn, one finally cracked under the strain. The surrounding birds were startled, taking flight, while the two satisfied souls nestled closely, watching the sunrise in the east. "Yun, I truly wish to hide in your embrace," Tsunade said, gazing dreamily at him. "I, too, wish to hold you forever. Wait for my return." Xiao Yun tenderly kissed her forehead. By midday, Xiao Yun departed from Kenoha with Hinata Baijia, accompanied by Uzumaki Naruto. Somehow, this fellow had learned of Xiao Yun's journey and insisted on tagging along. "Hey, uncle, why have you switched wives this time?" Naruto asked, regarding the two with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Hinata Baijia's face instantly flushed a deep crimson. "Ah, I get it. Aunt Yumi is the lowly type, while Aunt Baijia is the mature type. Uncle is changing his taste," Naruto exclaimed, a knowing look on his face. You remain silent, yet no one perceives you as mute. Xiao Yun lunged forward with a kick, only to find that after a long absence, this fellow's reflexes had become astonishingly swift. He dodged effortlessly, leaving Xiao Yun to strike nothing but air. Haha, uncle. I am quite formidable now, Naruto declared, pride evident on his face as he regarded Xiao Yun. Is that so? Xiao Yun retorted with a cold laugh. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Xiao Yun had already appeared behind him, revealing that the figure before him was merely a wooden clone. 1,000 years of pain. Xiao Yun brandished a twig in place of a finger. Ouch! Naruto yelped, clutching his rear and jumping high in shock. You're already a Hokage, yet you resort to such base tactics? 1,000 years of pain, is it? Just wait. One day I shall repay you in kind. Naruto shouted in anger. All right, I shall await that, Xiao Yun replied, amusement dancing in his eyes. Watching the exchange, Hinata Baijia couldn't help but chuckle, particularly at Xiao Yun. Through their time together, she had come to realize that this man was indeed exceptional. Powerful, handsome, and fundamentally upright, with a humorous side that was hard to resist. No wonder Tsunade had fallen for him. Baijia, do not misunderstand. The reason for bringing you on this mission is to ensure you can find some peace. Away from his incessant nagging, Xiao Yun said as he approached Hinata Baijia. I understand. Thank you, Hokage-sama, she replied, warmth flooding her heart. Chapter 140. A reunion with Zabuza. Unbeknownst to them, the trio had been away from Kenoha for an entire day, covering a distance of 1,000 kilometers at their pace. Xiao Yun, glancing at Hinata Baijia beside him, was astonished. She appeared delicate, yet demonstrated remarkable endurance, running for a whole day and night without breaking a sweat. In stark contrast, Naruto was utterly exhausted. Finally, Naruto halted beneath a large tree, panting heavily. You two are truly anomalies. No more running. I simply cannot go on. Uncle. Aunt, let us take a break, he declared, plopping down on the ground and gulping water from his canteen. Get up, Xiao Yun exclaimed, hoisting Naruto up. The Two Tails is being pursued by the Akatsuki. We cannot afford to rest here. Naruto-kun, would you like me to carry you? Hinata Baijia offered gently, moving closer to Naruto. Perhaps due to Naruto's resemblance to Niji's past, Hinata felt a surge of maternal compassion for him, her heart swelling with care as she observed his labored breaths. Auntie cares for me. Naruto extended his hands, signaling for Hinata to carry him. Run on your own. Do you have no shame in needing a woman to carry you? Xiao Yun retorted, pulling Naruto up with irritation. Uncle is so stingy. Auntie can carry me. Why can't I use her? Naruto shot back, glaring at Xiao Yun. What nonsense is this? Listen well. If you slack off, you will not accompany me on missions again, Xiao Yun replied, exasperated. Hokage-sama, he is still a child. He has been running all day and is far too tired, Hinata Baijia interjected, her brow slightly furrowed, hinting at her discontent. Exactly. Auntie knows how to care for others. Naruto quickly darted to Hinata's side. Enough, I'll carry you, Xiao Yun said, seizing Naruto. No, I want Auntie to carry me. Naruto protested loudly. Speak another word, and I shall make you run by yourself, Xiao Yun warned, just as he lifted Naruto onto his shoulder. Suddenly, he dashed in front of Hinata Baijia, wrapping his arms around her and pushing her to the ground. Swish, swish, swish. A massive spinning blade whirled above them, striking the tree trunk with a resounding thud. A tall, lean figure emerged, appearing before them. Xiao Yun's eyes glinted coldly as he recognized him. Zabuza Momochi, how did you come to be here? Xiao Yun, I never anticipated encountering you here. No, I should address you as Hokage-sama, came the chilling voice. If my memory serves me correctly, I saved your subordinate, Haku, during the Chunin exams. Is this how you repay me? Xiao Yun's tone brimmed with fury, realizing that if he had not reacted swiftly, Hinata Baijia might have already met a grim fate. Zabuza turned to the others, his expression tinged with a hint of remorse. I wasn't aware it was you. I was instructed to prevent any ninjas from entering the forest ahead. I shall let you go this time. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Depart. Preventing ninjas from entering the forest ahead? Xiao Yun questioned Zabuza, confusion etched on his face. Why? You asked too many questions. Zabuza leaped onto a branch, brandishing his sword menacingly at Xiao Yun. Baijia, Xiao Yun signaled to Hinata. She understood immediately, activating her Byakugan. What immense chakra! Hokage-sama. 5 kilometers ahead, there is a colossal chakra. It seems to be the Two Tails, but wait, it appears the Two Tails is being pursued. Hinata Baijia reported anxiously. Zabuza, you are working for the Akatsuki, aren't you? Xiao Yun inquired. I know nothing of your petty organizations. Whoever pays me, I serve. Now, for the last time, get lost. Zabuza answered impatiently. Zabuza, I offer you a chance. Leave, Xiao Yun stated calmly. What did you say? Repeat that. Zabuza exclaimed, disbelief written across his face as he rubbed his ears, thinking he had misheard. Leave, Nanny? You command me to leave? Ha ha. Zabuza burst into a mocking laugh, as if he had heard the funniest joke of his life. Suddenly, the laughter ceased, and Zabuza glared at Xiao Yun with ferocity. A Hokage who relies on women for his position dares to act brazenly before me. I ask you one last time, will you leave? And I ask you one final time, will you leave? Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly. Fine, I have given you your chance. You seek your own demise, do not blame me. With that, Zabuza leapt high, raising his sword to deliver a devastating blow. Xiao Yun, watching Zabuza charge, swiftly pushed Naruto and Hinata aside, taking up a kunai to block the attack effortlessly. Clang! Xiao Yun deflected the strike with ease. Zabuza was taken aback. This man's strength was formidable. He had descended from a height, leveraging gravity and the blade's weight, yet Xiao Yun had blocked it as if it were a mere feather. This man had been a genin not long ago. His growth was astonishing. Suddenly, a blue aura enveloped Xiao Yun, a manifestation of lightning chakra. Following his battle with Li, although his lightning techniques had not advanced, his mastery over them had reached a remarkable level. Now, he could don a lightning cloak, similar to that of the Hokage, which not only provided exceptional defense, but also enhanced his physical capabilities significantly. Danger! Zabuza felt a surge of alarm. Years of combat experience compelled him to abandon his sword, executing a backflip to evade Xiao Yun. Quick reflexes. Xiao Yun scoffed, realizing that had Zabuza hesitated for even a moment, his lightning chakra would have surged through Zabuza's sword, striking him directly. Chapter 141. Annihilation of Zabuza in the Forest. Zabuza regarded Xiao Yun with grave seriousness. Just from that last exchange, he could ascertain that Xiao Yun's strength was now on par with his own. Xiao Yun, you have forced my hand. A glint of menace passed over Zabuza's face. As Zabuza made hand seals, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the previously clear forest, causing his figure to gradually blur and vanish without a trace, a palpable aura of danger spreading in all directions. Lord Hokage, be cautious. This is the Hidden Mist Village's mist technique. Hinata Baijia exclaimed, drawing a kunai, her beautiful face filled with trepidation. What bad luck, encountering a jonin on the way. Uzumaki Naruto assumed a battle stance. Xiao Yun, observing the direction in which Zabuza had disappeared, sneered coldly, his eyes glowing with a purple-blue light. 1, 2, 3, 10. Under the gaze of Xiao Yun's violet-blue eyes, he saw Zabuza conjure 10 clones, all fixated on the 3 of them. Be careful. Hinata Baijia, equally perceptive to the number and position of the clones, knew that her Byakugan surpassed the Sharingan in observational prowess. With both pairs of eyes focused on Zabuza's mist technique, there was nowhere for him to hide. Humph, as long as I eliminate that woman from the Hyuga clan, the other 2 are of no concern. Zabuza scoffed from within the mist. Clearly, he underestimated Xiao Yun's abilities, considering only Hinata Baijia as the greatest nemesis to his mist technique. I'll take you out first. Zabuza moved, and the 10 clones surged toward Hinata Baijia simultaneously. Reversal. Hinata Baijia shouted, her body spinning rapidly, forming a massive azure sphere that whipped up fierce winds, exuding immense power. Upon contact with the oncoming clones, they exploded into mere puddles of water. Impressive. A short distance away, Xiao Yun prepared to act, astonished at how swiftly this woman had dispatched the 10 clones. After Zabuza's clones dissipated, Hinata Baijia ceased spinning, taking a deep breath as she coldly regarded the puddles on the ground. Huh, something's off, there's danger. Xiao Yun swiftly moved, appearing beside Hinata Baijia, cradling her in his arms and leaping several dozen meters away. Just as they departed, the puddles of water suddenly converged, transforming into a translucent water sphere. Had Xiao Yun not intervened in time, Hinata Baijia would have been ensnared within. Are you all right? Xiao Yun asked with concern, gazing at Hinata Baijia in his arms. I'm fine, thank you. Ah, Lord Hokage, your eyes? Hinata Baijia looked at Xiao Yun's violet-blue orbs in astonishment. Hee, this is my bloodline limit. Xiao Yun offered a casual explanation. Lord Hokage, could you please let me go? Hinata Baijia said, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Only then did Xiao Yun realize his left hand was resting inappropriately. I apologize, it was unintentional. He quickly set her down, his mind racing with surprise. Wow. How did I lose control of my own hand? That's something. Hinata Baijia felt her heart race as she gazed at Xiao Yun. Since her husband's death, this was the first time a man had touched her, and inexplicably, she felt no aversion, but rather a fluttering sensation. Even wishing Xiao Yun would have the audacity to hold on. No, I cannot do this. I vowed never to let a man touch me again for the rest of my life. I cannot betray the memory of Hinata Yutaka. Watch out. Just as Hinata Baijia wrestled with her thoughts, dozens of water-shaped daggers hurtled toward them. Xiao Yun enveloped her protectively, enduring the onslaught of daggers against himself. Bang, bang, bang. The violent impact sent shivers down one's spine, unleashing a thick, acrid smoke that stung the eyes. Humph, you choose the path of heaven, yet come to the gates of hell, Zabuza sneered from the mist. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, and a conflagration of green, blue, red, and white flames erupted skyward, the powerful gust dispersing the surrounding smoke. At that critical moment, Xiao Yun activated the 8 gates, and unlike the usual green flames, the blaze now radiated 5 colors: green, blue, red, and white. The blue and red represented the colors of the thunder and yin-yang techniques, while the white emerged from absorbed sage chakra. The power was incomparable, a testament to his recent battle with Li, but Xiao Yun was uncertain how much stronger he had become. Today was an opportunity to test his abilities against the oblivious Zabuza. Witnessing Xiao Yun's commanding presence, Hinata Baijia felt her mind go blank. Solely focused on tightly holding on to him, her Byakugan reflecting gratitude. In the span of a minute, this man had saved her twice. Baijia, you're injured. Rest over there while I deal with this scoundrel and tend to your wounds. Xiao Yun gently set Hinata Baijia down, noticing a gash on her calf, blood streaming down. Hinata Baijia instinctively nodded, captivated by Xiao Yun's voice, which seemed to possess an irresistible charm. Gazing at his handsome face, she momentarily forgot her injuries. As the thick fog receded, Zabuza could no longer conceal himself. Observing Xiao Yun, he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. This man had effortlessly dispelled his mist technique with mere presence. Impressive. I am definitely no match. I must flee. Zabuza decisively turned to escape. Thinking of fleeing? Too late. Xiao Yun snorted, dashing toward Zabuza like a shooting star. Danger. Just as the thought flashed through Zabuza's mind, a fireball hurtled directly at him, prompting an instinctive attempt to evade. Alas, his body's reflexes could not keep pace with his mind. Boom. A pained scream erupted as blood rained from the sky. One of Zabuza's arms was shattered by a punch, falling to the ground. Clutching his wound, Zabuza writhed in agony as Xiao Yun approached, lifting Zabuza's massive sword. Zabuza, I offered you a chance. Xiao Yun raised the sword slowly. Facing the seemingly godlike figure of Xiao Yun, Zabuza panicked, mentally cursing. If I had known you were this strong, I would have never accepted this mission. But where in the world could one find a remedy for regret? People must pay the price for their ignorance and arrogance. Some, tragically, pay with their lives. Stop. Just then, a delicate voice rang out. Xiao Yun turned to see a masked ninja had appeared behind him, accompanied by a securely bound Hinata Baijia, now unconscious. Release her. Xiao Yun glared coldly at the masked figure. What a pity, Lord Hokage. I never expected to meet again under such circumstances. A melodious voice chimed as the figure slowly removed her mask, revealing a beautiful face. Xiao Yun recognized her as the girl he had saved during the Chunin exams, Karen. Lord Hokage, if you release Zabuza, I promise not to harm this woman. Karen spoke with a tinge of remorse, understanding that she was now threatening her savior. But for Zabuza, it was worth it. You dare threaten my uncle? How dare you, ungrateful scoundrel? A furious voice suddenly erupted as a figure burst forth from the ground. It was Uzumaki Naruto. This fellow is quite cunning. From the very onset of the battle, he employs shadow clones while his true self remains concealed underground, waiting for Xiao Yun to falter before emerging to perform a heroic rescue of Zabuza. Before returning to the village to garner admiration, particularly from Haruno Sakura. Observing Naruto, Bai remains unfazed, effortlessly dodging the attacks. Yet Hyuga Hanabi is captured and whisked away by Naruto. In a moment of panic, Bai attempts to pursue but is sent flying by a kick from Xiao Yun, crashing beside Zabuza and spewing blood. While executed, Xiao Yun can't help but display a satisfied smile. Now, speak up, do you have any last words? Xiao Yun coldly regards the two, unwilling to play the role of a benevolent hero. Although he once admired these characters while watching Naruto, he cannot afford to show mercy to his foes. His character dictates that he must repay kindness and avenge grievances. One tried to kill him while the other threatened him. Having previously saved Bai's life, Xiao Yun has no intention of letting them off the hook. They must both perish today. Lord Hokage, spare Zabuza. I am willing to exchange my life for his. Bai suddenly kneels, his eyes reflecting endless desperation. No, Lord Hokage, please let Bai go. He is still just a child. Zabuza, clutching his wound, struggles to rise and kneels before Xiao Yun. Ah, you think to play the sympathy card with me? I'm not swayed by such theatrics. Xiao Yun, already well acquainted with the harsh realities of the ninja world, knows that mercy towards enemies equates to cruelty towards oneself. If their positions were reversed, these two would likely not hesitate to forsake old ties. Begone. Xiao Yun's expression hardens as he raises his blade towards them. Wait, I have crucial intelligence regarding Jiraiya. Zabuza suddenly exclaims at the critical moment. Xiao Yun halts, perplexed, and questions, what information do you have about Jiraiya? Speak. Will you spare us if I tell you? Zabuza asks cautiously. You have no standing to negotiate. Speak. Xiao Yun presses the blade against Bai's shoulder, his gaze icy as he stares at Zabuza. Witnessing this, Zabuza feels an overwhelming sense of melancholy. He had always been the one to threaten others, yet here he is, facing a similar fate. Truly, the wheel of fortune turns in peculiar ways, sparing none. Very well, I shall speak. Lord Jiraiya. Zabuza, gritting his teeth against the pain, begins to recount that just days prior, he had received a mission to assassinate a merchant in the land of hot water. During this task, he encountered an injured ninja who bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, and it appeared he was being pursued. Xiao Yun's heart races at the revelation. Indeed, Jiraiya was on his way to investigate matters concerning the evil deity. Zabuza's words appear to hold truth. Who is pursuing Jiraiya? Xiao Yun demands urgently. I caught only a fleeting glimpse. They wielded massive scythes, exuding an aura of malevolence, Zabuza replies. Xiao Yun falls silent. Knowing Jiraiya is one of Kenoha's foremost warriors and must not be allowed to fall into peril. He must act swiftly to rescue him. Fortunately, Jiraiya had provided him with a communication toad, making it relatively easy to locate him, but now he also has to rescue the two tails. Damn it, calamities come in pairs. After a moment, Naruto stands resolutely, gazing at Xiao Yun. Uncle, you go rescue Lord Jiraiya, and I will save the two tails. We shall split our efforts. Xiao Yun frowns at this, declaring, no, it is far too dangerous. The ones hunting the two tails are members of the Akatsuki. You are not their match. Uncle, do not underestimate me. I not only know the Rasengan, but I have also fused wind release into it. Even you might struggle to withstand it, Naruto boasts, his eyes gleaming with pride. Xiao Yun is taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Naruto mastering wind release Rasengan so soon. Such a technique is classified as S rank, with astonishing power. Rest assured, Uncle, do not forget that I possess the nine tails within me. If the situation turns dire, I can always make my escape, Naruto assures. Xiao Yun ponders this. Naruto's reasoning holds merit. Given his recent performance, he does indeed appear quite crafty, far removed from the brash Naruto of his earlier observations. Very well then, Naruto. I choose to trust you, Xiao Yun solemnly declares. I promise to complete the mission, Lord Hokage, Naruto exclaims with excitement. Xiao Yun smiles faintly, forming hand seals to create a shadow clone, seizing Zabuza and placing the blade against his neck, glaring fiercely at Bai. Bai, you will accompany Naruto to assist him in his mission, otherwise, I will execute Zabuza. Bai glares at Xiao Yun in anger. Facing the group hunting the two tails are S-rank criminals, and the thought of opposing them sends shivers down his spine. I warn you, I will transport Zabuza to a safe location and leave a wood clone to watch over him. If you dare to play tricks, I shall send you a piece of Zabuza's remains daily. Xiao Yun's expression is filled with menace. Very well, I accept, Bai grits his teeth. Having often employed such threats against others alongside Zabuza, now, the tables have turned, and the feeling is far from pleasant. However, circumstances compel him. Refusal would lead to immediate death for both himself and Zabuza. Bai, what have you done to her? Xiao Yun points at Hinata Hanabi, his gaze cold as he scrutinizes Bai. Bai remains silent, merely producing a vial of pills and offering it to Xiao Yun. It turns out that after being injured by Zabuza's water release, combined with a specially formulated powder, it can incapacitate foes. Just moments ago, Bai had used this powder to subdue Hinata Hanabi. Otherwise, given her strength, it would have been impossible for her to be subdued so swiftly. Administer the pill in this vial, and she will awaken immediately. As Xiao Yun leaves behind 3 wood clones, one to guard Zabuza, while the other 2 accompany Naruto and the others to rescue the 2 tails. He revives Hinata Hanabi before parting ways with her and Naruto. Lord Hokage, please put me down. I have nearly recovered, Hanabi says, her face flushed with shyness. Feeling the intense aura of masculinity emanating from Xiao Yun, she finds herself lost in a whirlwind of emotions. If she were to continue such close contact, she fears the consequences. Inexplicably, even a glance at Xiao Yun makes her heart race. The more she struggles to suppress her feelings, the more she finds herself stealing glances at him. It's fine, you have not fully healed. And carrying you does not hinder my speed, Xiao Yun replies with a gentle smile, even quickening his pace to ease her mind. Hanabi falls silent, tightly embracing Xiao Yun's neck, her exquisite visage pressed against his back, enveloped in his masculine scent, a sensation too delightful to resist. A rather scandalous thought crosses her mind. If only Xiao Yun were to hold her from the front, like he did with Tsunade, the feeling would undoubtedly be, "Oh my, what am I thinking?" Hanabi's face burns with embarrassment. How did she become so brazen? This won't do. This won't do. Hey, Hanabi, why is your face so hot? Are you unwell? Xiao Yun suddenly feels warmth radiating from his back, his brow furrowed in confusion. And no, it's nothing, Hanabi replies weakly. In an abandoned building, a strikingly beautiful woman kneels, gasping for breath, her body marred with injuries and blood pooling around her. She gazes up at the man before her, clad in a black robe adorned with flames. Her eyes filled with terror. This man is overwhelmingly powerful. Even in her tailed beast form, she finds herself no match for him. The two-tailed beast. You need not struggle any longer. Comply and follow me, lest you endure greater suffering. The sound of metal scraping against metal echoed ominously, sending shivers down one's spine. If Xiao Yun were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the figure before him as Kakuzu, the very adversary he had once battled. Humph, though I may not be your match. Capturing me will not be an easy feat. Moreover, the ninjas from my village are en route. It would be wise for you to retreat swiftly. Or else when my comrades arrive, you may not escape unscathed. The two-tails Jinchuriki scoffed coldly. Is that so? After pursuing me for so long, your comrades should have arrived by now. Why are they still absent? Kakuzu regarded the two-tails Jinchuriki with disdain. Upon hearing this, the Jinchuriki fell silent. Logically, after being hunted for this duration, her village's ninjas should have sent someone to find her. Furthermore, she bore a special tracking mark, making her location easily identifiable. What could possibly be amiss? The expression on the two-tails Jinchuriki's face grew increasingly grave. To tell you the truth, I have long since arranged for ninja snipers to provide support from the perimeter, so prepare to meet your end. A cruel glint flashed across Kakuzu's face as his left hand suddenly detached from his body, hurtling toward the two-tails Jinchuriki with ferocity. Boom. The immense impact stirred up clouds of dust, causing the two-tails to clutch her severely injured abdomen, painfully leaping away, though she narrowly evaded Kakuzu's assault. The force of the collision rendered her unsteady upon landing, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing uncontrollably. Before the two-tails Jinchuriki could react, Kakuzu appeared beside her in an instant, raising his iron fists to deliver a crushing blow. Despairing, she closed her eyes, devoid of strength to evade this lethal strike. Farewell, my friends. Yet, at that critical moment, 5 ice mirrors suddenly manifested before the two-tails. Crash! The mirrors shattered, sending countless shards flying, and by the time Kakuzu looked again, the two-tails had been rescued by several unfamiliar ninjas. Originally despondent, the two-tails Jinchuriki now felt a surge of joy after such a long wait. Her comrades had finally come to her aid. However, upon opening her eyes, she found herself surrounded by 2 strangers. Who are they? Ninja from Kenoha. Kakuzu coldly observed the forehead protector on Naruto Uzumaki's head, then turned his gaze to Haku, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Aren't you Zabuza's little sidekick? Did Zabuza not inform you that he is currently assisting me? Zabuza has reformed. He no longer aligns himself with evil, Naruto replied calmly. You mean Zabuza has allied with you leaf ninjas? Kakuzu queried, skepticism lacing his tone. Correct, but alas, there are no rewards for you, Haku interjected. You, take the two-tails Jinchuriki and leave. I will hold him off. With a leap, Naruto positioned himself between Haku and Kakuzu. Humph, a mere child thinks he can obstruct me? Very well, I shall eliminate you first, then seek Zabuza for reckoning. With a disdainful snort, Kakuzu shed his outer garment, revealing a patchwork body adorned with masks over his heart, presenting a disturbingly grotesque sight. Lightning release, false darkness. Kakuzu suddenly formed hand seals, and the blue mask on his chest opened its maw, a crackling blue lightning swirling within. Beware, his lightning techniques are formidable. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki cried out, feelings of despair creeping back in. The ninjas who had come to her rescue appeared utterly unremarkable, hardly matching this monstrosity. Haku flee. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto shouted, summoning over 200 shadow clones that surged forth to shield them. The onlookers were taken aback. What manner of creature was this that could conjure such a multitude of clones at once? Typically, a ninja could only manage a maximum of 20 clones. Anything beyond that was an extraordinary feat, requiring vast chakra and precise control. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki felt a glimmer of hope rekindle. Perhaps this extraordinary individual could save her from doom. Kakuzu, too, was momentarily stunned. What sort of monster was this? After a brief moment of astonishment, Kakuzu regained his composure, a hint of contempt resurfacing on his face. Foolish child. Do you think sheer numbers can allow you to escape my grasp? Such naivety. Boom. At that moment, the blue mask on Kakuzu's chest emitted a dazzling beam of light. With a swift gesture, Naruto commanded all his clones to charge forth in a single line, intercepting the incoming lightning. Bang, bang, bang. White smoke billowed as clones dissipated one by one. Before long, Naruto's clones were entirely exhausted. As the smoke cleared, a low, resonant hum echoed, and a rapidly spinning light blue sphere had appeared in Naruto's hand. Drawing a deep breath, Naruto accelerated the rotation of the sphere, compressing it until it resembled a spinning lid. Wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Naruto raised the sphere high above his head, targeting Kakuzu, yet he did not release it immediately. Kakuzu furrowed his brows, the derision on his face vanishing, replaced by a serious demeanor. Even from a distance, he could sense the technique's immense power. If struck, he would surely face obliteration. Chapter 144. A failed ambush within the building. Kakuzu fixated intensely on the sphere in Naruto's hand. Although this technique appeared formidable, it bore a critical flaw. It required precise throwing to effectively harm the enemy. Given his speed, dodging this technique was not an insurmountable task. With this thought, Kakuzu regained his composure. However, he soon felt frustration as the two tails had vanished from sight. Damn it, Kakuzu cursed under his breath. Yet, perhaps this unforeseen turn of events was a blessing in disguise. Although he had allowed the two tails to escape, this child evidently possessed wind chakra of an exceptionally powerful variety. If he could capture Naruto and force him to divulge this technique, then seize his heart to implant within his own body, his power would surge dramatically, potentially placing him on par with the leader, Pain. With this notion, greed glinted in Kakuzu's eyes as he gazed at Naruto. Child, if I am not mistaken, this technique, while potent, can only be employed once within a short span. You must seize this opportunity, Kakuzu taunted, seeking to rattle Naruto's focus, thereby disrupting his concentration. Once within a short span, Naruto scoffed internally. By conventional wisdom, that would indeed be the case. Such chakra-consuming techniques typically prove difficult to unleash again in quick succession. But who was he? He was the host of the Nine Tails, and since forming a pact with Xiao Yun, the Nine Tails had become exceptionally generous with its chakra, provided Naruto's body could endure it. Moreover, Xiao Yun's would-release clone had quietly infiltrated Kakuzu's vicinity, with the element of surprise. A decisive blow could likely be struck. As Naruto's thoughts raced, a stone beneath Kakuzu's feet suddenly shattered, and thick vines surged forth, swiftly ensnaring him. Kakuzu's years of combat experience had honed his instincts for danger. He performed a backflip, narrowly evading the creeping vines. However, at the point of landing, there were already vines waiting. In a moment of peril, this fellow unexpectedly executed a fire escape technique, harnessing the recoil to perform a backflip followed by a flawless 720-degree aerial spin, elegantly evading the ambush set by Xiao Yun's shadow clone. Ultimately, Jiao Du landed atop an iron pillar, gazing solemnly at Naruto, saying, "Kid, I never expected you to play so dishonorably. Relying on your companions to sneak attack an old comrade of 169 years. Is this acceptable? It is not. A ninja duel values fairness and integrity. I hope you will conduct yourself accordingly." Though Jiao Du maintained a relaxed facade, he was acutely aware of the lurking threat. For the recent ambush technique was of the wood release variety, indicating that another formidable adversary was concealed in the shadows. He needed to be on high alert, otherwise, he might indeed find himself in dire straits. From a distance, Naruto lamented the situation. He had initially believed that with Xiao Yun's wood release, he could ensnare this adversary and deliver a decisive blow. Yet he was taken aback by the speed of Jiao Du's reaction, which allowed him to evade capture. At this moment, Xiao Yun's wood release clone emerged from the ground. No longer concealed. Another clone? But where's the original? Years of battle experience led Jiao Du to recognize that the two before him were indeed clones. For some reason, he felt an uncanny familiarity with these wood release clones, yet he could not recall where he had encountered them before. Ah, I remember now. This is the fifth Hokage. Xiao Yun. Jiao Du tapped his forehead, recalling having seen his likeness at the exchange center. Now, Xiao Yun's head could fetch a bounty of 30 million. He pondered why he felt as though he had once clashed with Xiao Yun, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember when that had occurred. Just as Jiao Du was lost in thought, the two would release clones charged at him from opposite sides. Not daring to underestimate the situation, he felt an inexplicable sense of encountering Senju Hashirama whenever he saw Xiao Yun. Jiao Du once again employed the fire release technique. Albeit this was a hastily conjured fire technique, and the ninja it belonged to had not been particularly strong, rendering the flames less potent. Nevertheless, Jiao Du's intentions were clear. He disregarded the two would release clones and directed the fireball straight at Naruto, who was poised with his Rasengan. Caught off guard, Naruto had no choice but to command the two would release clones to defend him. Simultaneously, the clones activated the 8 gates, but due to their nature as clones, they could only open the first gate. Even so, they easily intercepted Jiao Du's fire technique. Huh, I see now. Xiao Yun's original is not here, am I right? Jiao Du observed Naruto with a sinister glint in his eyes. He was far more wary of Xiao Yun than of the Rasengan in Naruto's hands. After all, one would not expect a man who rose to Hokage through the influence of a woman to instill fear. Yet Jiao Du felt he had suffered significant losses at Xiao Yun's hands. Years of combat experience assured him that the two before him were indeed Xiao Yun's clones. If the wood release technique that had just ambushed him had been unleashed by the original, its speed and power would undoubtedly surpass that of the clones by several magnitudes, making escape impossible. In other words, if Xiao Yun's original were present, he would never allow a mere clone to unleash a wood release technique. The very fact that it was a clone indicates that the original is elsewhere. After all, who would pass up the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to an enemy? As they say, the older one becomes, the more cunning one gets. It seems my ambush plan has failed. Naruto smiled ruefully, glancing at Jiao Du, who was not only strong but also possessed considerable combat experience, making it exceedingly difficult to achieve a surprising victory. However, the arrow was on the string and must be released. He could not remain holding the Rasengan indefinitely. With a determined stomp and a firm resolve, Naruto aimed at Jiao Du, preparing for a desperate gamble. Finally unable to hold back, Jiao Du observed Naruto closely, realizing that he was prepared to make a decisive move. If the Rasengan were hurled directly at him, he was confident in his ability to evade it, as long as he dodged this attack. Capturing the young ninja would be all but assured. Then he could extract his heart, obtaining the ultimate wind release technique, with the two tails captured at a later time. With thoughts of this nature, Jiao Du's face lit up with excitement. Go, Rasengan! Naruto shouted fiercely, launching the Rasengan towards Jiao Du. The whirring and roaring of the technique combined into a fearsome display, its speed astonishingly swift. How fast? Jiao Du's gaze sharpened, yet he felt no fear. While the Rasengan was indeed rapid, it had not reached the point of being unavoidable. Just as the Rasengan was about to make contact with him, Jiao Du leaped, perfectly evading the edge of the swirling wind blades. I've won. Jiao Du rejoiced inwardly. However, in the next moment, he noticed the wind blades of the Rasengan suddenly expand. A scream erupted as a massive gash opened in Jiao Du's abdomen, blood spraying forth. Before he could react, countless vines surged toward him, swiftly ensnaring him like a zongzi. Xiao Yun's two would release clones dashed forward, tightly embracing Jiao Du, propelling him into the Rasengan. Please, spare me. Jiao Du's terrified voice rang out, but before he could finish, a thunderous boom echoed as he collided with the Rasengan, a dazzling light flashing in the air. After a long moment, the light faded, and a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Jiao Du. Though now he was a mere shadow of his former self, his body riddled with wounds, lying lifelessly on the ground, eyes wide with endless fear, as if he had just witnessed something profoundly terrifying. Finally, it was resolved. Naruto, not daring to linger, cast a glance at the fallen Jiao Du before sprinting away. His uncle had tasked him with bringing the two tails to Konoha. As he ran swiftly, Xiaoyun suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, accompanied by intense pain throughout his body. Ugh! He could not help but come to a halt. Hokage-sama, what is wrong? Hinata, who was on his back, asked with concern. That kid Naruto is quite capable. He actually defeated Jiao Du. Xiaoyun replied with a gentle smile, finally aligning with the narrative of the original work. Xiaoyun, are you alright? Hinata slid off his back, her concern evident. I'm fine. Xiaoyun waved his hand dismissively, but Hinata, not blind, activated her Byakugan and clearly saw the chaos within Xiaoyun's chakra, his energy surging tumultuously. It was evident he had sustained injuries, and they were severe. The two wood-release clones he had just used were not like ordinary clones. Typically, a wood-release clone could only exist for up to 3 hours before vanishing. To assist Naruto, Xiaoyun had infused a portion of his own life force into the wood-release clones. If those clones were defeated, he would inevitably suffer some degree of harm. Under normal circumstances, after resting for a while and replenishing his life force, he would recover naturally. Seeing Xiaoyun's pale complexion, Hinata felt an inexplicable ache in her heart, a sensation more profound than when Niji was injured. Shall we rest for a moment? Hinata offered, producing a tissue to wipe the blood from Xiaoyun's mouth. No. Xiaoyun shook his head. For some reason, his right eyelid twitched incessantly, and he felt an ominous premonition. They needed to reach Tangying village as swiftly as possible. However, if you do not recuperate properly, it will be quite challenging to contend with formidable adversaries, will it not? Hinata Baijia gazed at Xiaoyun with concern. I'm fine. Xiaoyun replied with a calm smile. After a moment of silence, Hinata Baijia's face grew increasingly flushed, and she finally spoke. Lord Hokage, let me carry you on my back while you focus on your recovery. You want to carry me? Xiaoyun looked at Hinata Baijia incredulously. Yes, I will carry you. You must regain your peak condition swiftly. Just think about it. If you confront an existence that even Lord Jiraiya cannot handle in your current state, wouldn't that be futile? Do not hesitate, get on. With that, Hinata Baijia turned her back to Xiaoyun and bent down. All right. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyun climbed onto her back. Realizing that this was not the time to worry about pride, Hinata Baijia's reasoning was indeed quite sound. Hold on tight, Lord Hokage, we're about to begin. Hinata Baijia reminded him. Okay. Xiaoyun felt somewhat at a loss, as the most suitable place for his hands to embrace was right on Hinata Baijia's chest. However, he could not possibly take advantage of her at such a moment. How chivalrous. Hinata Baijia shot him a glance, questioning his concern at such a time. Thus, she grasped his hands, positioning them securely where they needed to be. How soft. Xiaoyun could not help but feel a rush of blood, causing him to bleed, not from his mouth, but from his nose. It must be said that Hinata Baijia was indeed a magnificent steed, swift and steady, with a natural fragrance that calmed the mind. Before he knew it, Xiaoyun entered a wondrous meditative state, during which his lost vitality rapidly restored. A day passed, and Xiaoyun finally regained his strength. He felt a surge of energy within him, even his perceptive abilities heightened significantly. Baijia, take a moment to rest. Allow me to carry you now, he suggested, noticing her fatigue. For the next 2 days, Xiaoyun continued to carry Hinata Baijia. At last, on the dawn of the 3rd day, they arrived at a desolate area near the hot springs village. Communication frog, you say Lord Jiraiya is nearby? Xiaoyun inquired, looking at the frog in his hand with skepticism. Ribbit, the frog nodded. Strange, I cannot sense Lord Jiraiya's presence. Baijia, could you use your Byakugan to scan the surroundings? Xiaoyun urged. Of course, Hinata Baijia responded, activating her Byakugan and scanning the area. Chapter 146. The man in the mask. Within a vast cavern stood a colossal half-Buddha statue, its enormous hands crossed over its chest, with 10 stone fingers pointing skyward, and 6 multicolored phantoms standing atop the fingers. Everyone, Kakuzu has been slain, the foremost phantom announced gravely. What? Kakuzu was defeated by the two tails? How is that possible? A wave of incredulity swept through the chamber, voiced by Scorpion, a genius puppet master. Though he had never battled Kakuzu, he was well aware of his formidable strength. The notion that he had been vanquished by the Two Tails was utterly unfathomable. I suspected this fellow was nothing more than a mere pawn. His defeat by the Two Tails is a disgrace to our Akatsuki, scoffed a blonde-haired man. Even Deidara nearly perished while capturing the Three Tails. The man in the mask remarked with a hint of mockery. Hey, Akatsuki, do you wish to die? Deidara exploded with rage. Enough of this bickering. Our comrade has fallen. According to protocol, we shall observe 3 minutes of silence, the foremost figure commanded. Instantly, the chamber fell silent. 3 minutes later, the figure spoke softly. The silence is observed. Recently, our Akatsuki has suffered severe losses. To ensure the safety of our missions, we will adopt a strategy of 1 strong and 1 weak member for operations. From now on, Deidara will partner with Scorpion and Itachi with Akatsuki to be adjusted when new members join. Dismissed. With that, the phantoms flickered and vanished from the cave. In another part of the cavern, a handsome man with a stern expression gazed thoughtfully at the sky, lost in contemplation. At that moment, the space before him twisted, and a black hole materialized. A man donned in an orange mask stepped forth from the void. This was Akatsuki's Obito. Long time no see, Itachi. Obito's voice resonated with authority, devoid of its usual levity. Itachi Uchiha cast a cold glance in his direction, but chose to remain silent. You remain as cold as ever. Obito remarked lightly. Speak your mind, Itachi replied, his tone laced with impatience. I have come to inform you about Sasuke Uchiha. Orochimaru is eager to seize his body. Initially, I intended to handle Orochimaru myself, but I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I must ask you to rescue your brother, Obito stated, causing Itachi's handsome face to twitch slightly. Very well. I will deal with Orochimaru, Itachi replied nonchalantly, as if the legendary Sannin held no significance in his eyes. No. Do not kill him. Bring him back to the Akatsuki. I wish to extract information from him regarding the Dragon Cave. Understood. Outside the Hot Springs village, Hinata Baijia activated her Byakugan, searching for traces of Jiraiya. After a while, Xiaoyan could no longer contain his curiosity. Any sign of Lord Jiraiya? Over there. Hinata Baijia pointed toward a small hill ahead. Xiaoyan stared blankly at the barren hill, puzzled. Baijia, there's nothing here. Hinata Baijia examined the desolate hill and remarked. Strange, I can sense a unique chakra, similar to the natural energy within you. I suspect it emanates from Lord Jiraiya. Albeit faint and intermittent, I can still distinguish it. Yet, why can I not see him? Is that so? Listening to Hinata Baijia's words, Xiaoyan closed his eyes to feel the surroundings. Indeed, there was a faint, sporadic natural energy emanating from the small hill ahead, which would be difficult to detect without careful concentration. How peculiar. Where could Lord Jiraiya possibly be? Hinata Baijia pondered, gazing intently ahead. Yet, the area appeared completely empty. Could he be underground? Xiaoyan shook his head, since he could sense the natural energy. It indicated that Jiraiya had transformed into a sage. Even if he were underground, the signal could not be this weak. It should be noted that the Earth has virtually no barrier against natural energy. This led to 2 possibilities. First, the natural energy was not emanating from Jiraiya, which seemed unlikely since, to his knowledge, the only individuals capable of sage transformation in the ninja world were himself and Jiraiya, with the exception of those within the Dragon Cave. The second possibility was that Jiraiya had been drawn into a different space. A grave expression crossed Xiaoyan's face as he leaned towards the latter possibility. After all, Samui once mentioned that the individuals from the Dragon Cave rarely appeared in the world of the living, making it unlikely they were involved. If it were indeed the second scenario, then that would pose significant trouble. As far as he knew, the only person in the ninja world capable of space-time ninjutsu was Uchiha Obito, who masqueraded as Uchiha Madara. Jiraiya was certainly powerful, but Obito's space-time ninjutsu was extraordinarily elusive. One misstep could lead to severe consequences, even death. The 5th Hokage. They say you ascended to this position through women, but it seems you possess some skills. Having deduced Jiraiya's whereabouts in such a short time, I almost hesitate to kill you, a mocking voice echoed, as the space before them shimmered like rippling water, revealing a black hole. In the depths of a black hole, a masked man emerged, revealing himself as Obito Uchiha. Inside, Xiaoyan's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He recognized the figure immediately, though hesitated to confirm, as the disparity between his perception of the Hokage and reality was vast. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. Xiao Yun, you guessed correctly. Jiraiya has indeed been drawn into a different dimension. To be honest, if he were not gravely injured, I would have had no means to contend with him, the masked man stated calmly. Who are you? Xiao Yun inquired, his vigilance heightened. Although he strongly suspected the man's identity, he knew that exposing him could lead to his own demise. Furthermore, the masked man seemed particularly interested in the Dragon Cave, suggesting an opportunity might arise. Who am I? Huh. You are not yet worthy of that knowledge. Tell me everything about the Dragon Cave, or I shall end your life. The masked man said coldly, his formidable aura locking onto Xiao Yun. Such strength. Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming pressure, reminiscent of his confrontation with pain. However, times had changed. He had experienced significant growth in power during this period. While the masked man's oppressive force was immense, Xiao Yun found himself capable of withstanding it. Chapter 147. Rescuing Jiraiya outside the hidden mist village, Xiao Yun faced the masked man, who radiated a terrifying presence. While Xiao Yun managed to hold his ground, Hinata Baijiep began to falter, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her body trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Yun placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, channeling a refreshing chakra into her, which alleviated some of her distress. The fifth Hokage, your chakra is quite unique, the masked man remarked with an approving gaze before continuing. Here's the deal. I offer you a chance to join the Akatsuki. What do you say? Join the Akatsuki? Xiao Yun was taken aback, never expecting such an olive branch to be extended to him. He promptly shook his head and replied, I have no interest. Is that so? Then tell me everything about the Dragon Cave, or face death. This is your final opportunity, the masked man declared, regarding Xiao Yun as little more than an insect, ready to crush him at any moment. Xiao Yun fixed his gaze on the masked man, contemplating his next move. The man's eagerness to learn about the Dragon Cave indicated it held significant secrets. Perhaps this could be leveraged for a negotiation. Very well, I will share what I know. But you must first release Jiraiya, he said slowly after a moment of silence. You are not in a position to negotiate with me, the masked man retorted, suddenly vanishing as if he had never existed. The next instant, a basketball-sized black hole appeared behind Hinata Baijiep, from which the masked man protruded, a vortex emanating from his eye. Hinata felt an overwhelming pull from behind, her body being inexorably drawn toward it. Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed. This man intended to seize Hinata to coerce him. Yet, at that moment, a subtle smile crept across Xiao Yun's lips, forming an enigmatic arc unbeknownst to them. A small scroll had appeared on Hinata's back, from which 3 kunai, tied with explosive tags, were stealthily launched. The masked man was momentarily startled and quickly shut the vortex in his eye, retreating into the black hole. The kunai struck the distant hill, causing 2 violent explosions that sent clouds of dust billowing into the air. Xiao Yun swiftly cradled Hinata in his arms, shielding her from the aftermath of the blasts. From his knowledge of the original narrative concerning Obito Uchiha, Xiao Yun understood that when using spatial ninjutsu to absorb others, the user becomes corporeal, thus presenting an opportunity for counterattack. The masked man's demonstrated interest in the Dragon Cave suggested he knew Xiao Yun would not easily divulge information, likely prompting him to threaten those close to Xiao Yun. Thus, Xiao Yun had deliberately patted Hinata's shoulder, discreetly placing a miniature scroll there, crafted by the renowned weapons specialist Tenten. Despite her limited combat prowess, her scrolls were remarkably effective. As Xiao Yun surveyed his surroundings, confusion enveloped him. Logically, 3 kunai should have been launched at the masked man, yet only 2 explosions had sounded. After a brief contemplation, he concluded that 1 kunai had indeed been absorbed into the alternate dimension. Sure enough, moments later, the space before Xiao Yun distorted and the masked man reappeared, this time looking disheveled, with half of his mask shattered, revealing a bloodied visage that was quite alarming. Ha! I never expected to be outwitted by an insect. You have piqued my interest. The masked man seethed, his gaze towards Xiao Yun filled with venomous fury. This marked only the second time he had sustained injury since awakening his spatial ninjutsu, the first being against the 4th Hokage. Why are you blaming me? I did nothing. Xiao Yun feigned innocence as he regarded the masked man. Enough with the chatter. Prepare to perish. The masked man roared, vanishing once more, only to reappear before Xiao Yun in an instant. Xiao Yun's reflexes were sharp. He drew a kunai and thrust it at the masked man, who had just emerged from the black hole. In a bizarre turn of events, Xiao Yun's kunai passed through the masked man's head, as though striking a mere illusion. And moments later, the masked man's hands gripped Xiao Yun tightly. It's over. You wished to see Jiraiya, did you not? I shall escort you, the masked man scoffed, preparing to utilize his spatial ninjutsu to draw Xiao Yun in. However, in the next heartbeat, the masked man's expression shifted dramatically, and he released Xiao Yun. Unbeknownst to the masked man, Xiao Yun had been prepared. The moment the masked man grabbed him, he summoned all his lightning chakra, unleashing a powerful paralysis that coursed through the masked man's body. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Xiao Yun swung his arm down with great force, severing one of the masked man's arms, which fell to the ground without blood, instead oozing a white liquid. Unwilling to let the masked man escape, Xiao Yun activated the 8 gates, unleashing a formidable surge of power. He struck with a punch that combined unparalleled speed and strength. The masked man, sensing the overwhelming force of the blow, was unable to initiate his spatial ninjutsu in time and barely leaped away, though he could not evade the force of Xiao Yun's punch. With a spurt of blood, the masked man was sent flying like a broken kite. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun charged at him like a cannonball, leaving a trail of green gas reminiscent of jet exhaust in his wake. What incredible speed! The masked man, having just regained his balance, was taken aback as he saw Xiao Yun barreling towards him like a shooting star. Cursed insect! I never anticipated your strength, nor your cunning. You have been plotting against me since our first encounter. Since his battle with the 4th Hokage, he had never suffered such a grievous injury. I was careless. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. I shall settle the score once I recover. With determination, the masked man resolved to retreat. As he activated his spatial jutsu, he quickly vanished into the void. Xiao Yun, however, felt Jiraiya's sage chakra emanating from the space the masked man had opened. He knew he had to rescue Jiraiya. Xiao Yun let out a thunderous roar, swiftly activating his dragon transformation, his speed increasing dramatically. Just as the masked man was about to slip away, Xiao Yun seized his foot with a firm grip. Jiraiya, hurry out of there, Xiao Yun shouted, struggling against the overwhelming gravitational pull of the black hole. At that moment, a figure shot out from the abyss. It was none other than Jiraiya. Xiao Yun's heart soared with joy as he released the masked man's foot and leaped away from the eerie void. 5th Hokage, you truly surprised me. I will remember you. I was careless this time. When we meet again, I hope you won't let me down, a chilling voice echoed in the sky. And the black hole sealed shut as if the masked man had never been there. Next time we meet, I will cripple your other arm too, you cowardly wretch. Xiao Yun spat defiantly. After a long wait with no response, it seemed the masked man had indeed departed. A faint voice interrupted Xiao Yun's thoughts. He turned to see Jiraiya lying on the ground, bloodied and battered, with exposed bones. Jiraiya, Xiao Yun gasped, rushing to his side. Chapter 148. Return to Kenoha. Xiao Yun dared not linger, fearing the masked man might summon reinforcements. Despite how effortless the encounter appeared, Xiao Yun knew he had exhausted nearly all his trump cards, save for the wood release. Had he not repelled the masked man, the consequences would have been dire. After carrying Jiraiya for a full 50 kilometers, Xiao Yun finally paused in a secluded forest. Jiraiya, let me treat you, he said, gently laying him down and immediately invoking the earth rejuvenation technique. 3 hours later, Jiraiya, on the brink of death, finally regained some color in his face. Xiao Yun, thank you for saving me. Without you, I truly might have perished, Jiraiya weakly expressed. Jiraiya, Tsunade has always regarded you as a brother. Her brother is my brother. There is no need for formality. Moreover, as the 5th Hokage, it is my duty to protect my villagers, Xiao Yun replied with a gentle smile. If the 3rd Hokage knew of your rapid growth and the will of fire, he would surely smile from beyond. That masked man was someone I couldn't harm even a bit, yet you managed to injure him. It's simply unbelievable. You are the most formidable genius I have ever encountered. I dare say even the 4th Hokage would pale in comparison. Jiraiya marveled at Xiao Yun's transformation. Just luck, Xiao Yun said, feeling slightly embarrassed. How could he compare to the 4th Hokage, Minato? His victory over the masked man was due to his knowledge of the man's background, coupled with the latter's underestimation of him, which provided Xiao Yun with an opportunity. Jiraiya, how did you sustain such serious injuries? Was it that masked man? Xiao Yun inquired. Puzzled. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya has just regained consciousness. Although he is no longer in immediate danger, he requires further treatment. If we do not attend to him promptly, There may be lingering repercussions. I suggest we return to Kenoha and discuss matters once Jiraiya has recovered, Hinata Baija interjected. That makes sense. Let's leave now. I'll carry Jiraiya, Xiaoyun said as he moved closer to Jiraiya. No, let me carry him, Hinata Baija insisted, her concern evident. She had witnessed the battle with the masked man and knew Xiaoyun had nearly depleted all his chakra. Although the fight was brief, it had taken a significant toll on his body. I can manage, Xiaoyun insisted, shaking his head. Jiraiya, known for his notorious lechery, despite his grave injuries, was still casting surreptitious glances at Hinata Baijia's snug attire that seemed on the verge of bursting. This girl's clothing is of remarkably good quality. The merchant must be unscrupulous, Jiraiya muttered to himself. Hey, Xiaoyun, what are you doing? No, I don't want you to carry me. I want Hinata Baija to do it, Jiraiya weakly protested. Throughout the journey, Hinata Baija couldn't help but steal glances at Xiaoyun, feeling a hint of sweetness. Could it be that Xiaoyun doesn't want me to be close to other men, hence why he insists on carrying Jiraiya? Days later, Jiraiya finally regained his strength, but Tsunade was left with aches and pains, having to rely on Xiaoyun to carry her the short distance to visit Jiraiya in the hospital. Fortunately, it was late at night, and no one was around to witness it. Tsunade, how can you not even walk without Xiaoyun carrying you? Is the reaction to pregnancy really that severe? Jiraiya asked with concern. Perhaps so, but it's all this rascal's fault, Tsunade said, playfully pinching Xiaoyun, who winced in response. Well, you need to take good care of the baby. The child you and Xiaoyun conceive will undoubtedly be a genius. You have no idea how unexpectedly powerful Xiaoyun has proven to be, Jiraiya said excitedly. Xiaoyun felt a wave of exasperation. Jiraiya seemed carefree. Yet he was still a virgin, utterly clueless about women. Tsunade, radiant and full of vitality, bore no resemblance to a woman struggling with pregnancy. If Lee or Might Guy were present, they would surely recognize that Tsunade was flourishing under the essence of life. Alas, it's a pity that one of the legendary 3 Sannin is still a 40-year-old virgin. I must take him out for an awakening experience one day. By the way, Jiraiya, what happened in Yuin village? How did you sustain such grave injuries? Tsunade asked, struggling to stand, only to falter slightly, saved by Xiaoyun's timely assistance. Tsunade shot him a glare and pinched him again, exasperated by his antics. In the Kenoha hospital, Jiraiya recounted the tale. It turned out that Yuin village concealed a vast underground secret base, home to a group of mysterious individuals who perpetually donned sinister masks. As soon as Jiraiya infiltrated, he triggered their sensing barrier and was immediately pursued by several of these enigmatic figures. To his surprise, although they lacked strength, each possessed a unique and mysterious curse technique. Even the formidable Jiraiya found himself incapacitated under the inscrutable curse, sustaining severe injuries. Fortunately, he managed to escape through his sage transformation. Curiously, this group of mysterious individuals seemed hesitant to leave the village of Tangying, halting their pursuit upon witnessing Jiraiya's departure. However, not far from the village, Jiraiya encountered the masked man he had clashed with days prior. Caught off guard by the man's enigmatic space-time ninjutsu, Jiraiya, weakened from his injuries, found himself unable to resist and was ultimately absorbed into an alternate dimension. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Xiaoyun, Jiraiya might have met his demise. Jiraiya, could you elaborate on the curse abilities of the individuals from Tangying village? Xiaoyun inquired, a look of perplexity on his face. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya, visibly shaken, replied, their abilities are exceedingly bizarre. 3 individuals pursued me. Individually, they barely reached the level of a Jonin. Yet, they coordinated seamlessly. One's curse significantly diminished my strength. Another burned my chakra from within, and the third possessed a more sinister ability, seemingly able to consume my very life force. Honestly, had I not set up a reverse summoning technique outside Tangying village, I would likely have perished within. Xiaoyun and Tsunade were taken aback, realizing that a mere Jonin had nearly eliminated someone of Jiraiya's caliber. It was an astonishing revelation. Trusting Jiraiya's word was difficult. The disparity between Jonin and a Kage-level ninja was immense. Even 3 Jonin would struggle to defeat a single Kage, let alone kill them. The world of ninjas truly harbors hidden talents. Though the 5 great ninja nations are powerful, one must not underestimate the myriad of heroes scattered throughout the land, Xiaoyun murmured. Indeed, my grandfather once mentioned that there are many mysterious forces in this world, wielding enigmatic powers that deserve our attention. However, in my analysis, their formidable techniques have remained obscure within the ninja realm, likely due to certain constraints. Otherwise, with their extraordinary abilities, they would have dominated the ninja world long ago. Tsunade remarked casually, nodding in agreement. Xiaoyan deduced that their decision to cease the pursuit upon Jiraiya's departure from the village indicated that their powers might be limited to a specific range, rather than Tangying. We should now be cautious of the space-time ninja within the Akatsuki. Xiaoyan, having faced him, could you provide insights into his capabilities? Tsunade's beautiful visage reflected deep concern. Regarding this individual, you may be taken aback by his identity, Xiaoyan replied mysteriously. You know his identity? Both Jiraiya and Tsunade exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. More or less, Xiaoyan responded with a subtle smile. Stop teasing us and just tell us. Tsunade insisted, pinching Xiaoyan's thigh. Grimacing in discomfort, Xiaoyan retorted, my dear Tsunade. Could you refrain from pinching my thigh? It hurts. Fine, I promise. Just tell us, Tsunade urged impatiently. Clearing his throat, Xiaoyan cast a skeptical glance at Tsunade, recalling how she always seemed to forget her promises. You both should be familiar with this person, Xiaoyan stated. We know him. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged bewildered looks. Indeed, this individual is none other than Uchiha Obito, the disciple of the fourth Hokage, Xiaoyan declared solemnly. Uchiha Obito? Tsunade gasped in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Uchiha Obito has been dead for ages, and he even entrusted his Sharingan to Kakashi. Jiraiya vehemently shook his head, denying Xiaoyan's claim, recalling how the incident had haunted Minato for a long time. I understand this may be hard to believe, but trust me. It was Obito who orchestrated the Nine-Tails attack on Kenoha, Xiaoyan asserted. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to comprehend the unfolding revelation. After a prolonged silence, Tsunade finally spoke. Xiaoyan, I believe you. She grasped his arm, her gaze resolute. All right, Xiaoyan, I also trust you. Jiraiya nodded, though his brow furrowed in contemplation. Xiaoyan, I recall you mentioning that the Mangekyo Sharingan awakens a unique ability. Could the space-time ninjutsu be one of the powers awakened by Obito's Mangekyo? Indeed, Xiaoyan affirmed. If that is the case, then Kakashi must also possess space-time ninjutsu. Jiraiya exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Right. I never considered that. Goodness. Kakashi has hidden his abilities well. Tsunade added, excitement bubbling within her, lightly pinching Xiaoyan again before sheepishly rubbing the spot. Xiaoyan chuckled, but shook his head. Do you think the Mangekyo Sharingan can simply be awakened at will? It requires the death of a close relative to awaken. Nanny? Both Jiraiya and Tsunade were taken aback. Let's set this matter aside for now. Our immediate priority is to uncover the secrets of Tangying Village. I have an unsettling feeling that this village is anything but ordinary. By the way, Tsunade, did Haiden reveal anything about Tangying's secrets? Xiaoyan inquired, turning his attention to Tsunade. Yes. Unfortunately, that guy is impervious to both persuasion and coercion. Torture has no effect on him, Tsunade lamented. By the way, Xiaoyan, I spotted a masked statue in Tangying Village, inscribed with numerous texts. I made a replica on parchment. Perhaps you can find some clues in it, Jiraiya said, pulling out a piece of dried parchment from beneath his pillow. Upon examining it, Xiaoyan found it densely covered with writing. Hiss. The moment he laid eyes on the text, Xiaoyan gasped in astonishment. It was a script he recognized all too well, Chinese characters. Chapter 150. Preparing to journey to Mayaboku Mountain in the Rain Village. It rained lightly for 300 out of the 365 days in a year. Consequently, the villagers wore expressions as dreary as the incessant rain, rarely sporting smiles. Passers-by on the streets bore somber faces, as if mourning a loss. In an unremarkable corner of the village, space suddenly flickered, rippling like water, and a black hole emerged, from which a bloodied masked man crawled out. At the moment of his appearance, a flurry of white papers rained down from above, coalescing to form a breathtaking woman before him. Madara, I never imagined anyone in this world could inflict injury upon you. It is truly remarkable, the woman teased. Humph. Had it not been for the excessive chakra depletion from sealing the three tails, I would not be in this state. That detestable Xiaoyan will pay the price one day. The masked man spoke with a tone laced with bitterness. Xiaoyan, the fifth Hokage? The woman's voice brimmed with skepticism. She knew that the fifth Hokage had ascended through the influence of women and had only recently been a genin. How could he have managed to injure the infamous Uchiha Madara? It was well known that Madara possessed space-time ninjutsu, and even pain could do little against him. The rapid growth of Xiaoyun was indeed terrifying. Xiaonan informed Pain to seize the opportunity to eliminate Xiaoyun. If left unchecked, he will inevitably become a significant threat to the Akatsuki. I require a period of rest, during which all matters pertaining to the Akatsuki shall be entrusted to Pain. Moreover, we must also show the Tsukage and the Mizukage a taste of our might. The thought of Xiaoyun and the duplicitous Tsukage and Mizukage gnaws at the masked man's resolve. The woman known as Xiaonan nodded in agreement, and soon after, the masked man vanished from sight. Not long after his disappearance, a man with rippling eyes unexpectedly appeared behind Xiaonan. Pain, you heard what Uchiha Obito just said. I will arrange for someone to closely monitor the 5th Hokage and find an opportunity to eliminate him, Xiaonan stated coldly. No need. When the opportunity arises, I shall deal with him personally. You should proceed according to the original plan, Pain replied, waving his hand and turning his gaze towards the stormy sky. Understood. Xiaonan transformed into a flurry of white paper airplanes and departed from Pain. Watching the departing paper planes, a flicker of brilliance crossed Pain's eyes as he murmured, Obito. No, you should be called Uchiha Obito. Do we not share the same ideals? If not, I shall personally end your life. Xiaoyun, I hope your path to peace can truly bring harmony to the ninja world. Otherwise, I too shall take your life. Time swiftly passed, and a month had gone by in the blink of an eye. In Kenoha village, the two-tailed Jinchuriki, Yujito, the six-tailed Jinchuriki, Utakata, and Naruto Uzumaki had gathered in the Hokage's office. Alongside them, Jiraiya and Tsunade were also present. Lord Hokage, we have received news from the Reikage village that Killer Bee will arrive in Kenoha tomorrow, spoke Hinata Hanabi. At this point, she had become Xiaoyun's secretary. Since Kurenai had been hospitalized for treatment, Tsunade had been overwhelmed with responsibilities. Hinata Hanabi had volunteered to take on the role of Xiaoyun's secretary, managing the daily affairs of Kenoha. Unlike Tsunade's carefree demeanor, Hinata Hanabi exhibited a remarkable competence, demonstrating skills far beyond her years in both domestic and diplomatic matters. With her assistance, Tsunade's burden had lightened considerably, and over time, they had developed a close friendship, even commuting to and from work together and sharing living quarters. Of course, this was not indicative of a change in Tsunade's preferences. Rather, it was due to her increasingly severe pregnancy symptoms, with Hinata Hanabi caring for her. Excellent. Xiaoyun nodded in satisfaction as he observed Hinata Hanabi managing everything with remarkable efficiency. He then turned his attention to Jiraiya and inquired, what news from Mount Myaboku? The Sage of the Toads has agreed to bring the Jinchuriki to Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya replied with a smile, to prevent the tailed beasts from being captured by the Akatsuki. Xiaoyun had proposed relocating the Jinchuriki to Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya had approached the Sage of the Toads with a tentative hope, as Mount Myaboku had never permitted entry to anyone without a contract with the Toad clan. However, to Jiraiya's surprise, the Sage of the Toads had readily agreed. Very good. Xiaoyun smiled in satisfaction. After all, Mount Myaboku was exceptionally secluded, surrounded by countless natural pathways and fortified with many barriers and illusions. Even Jiraiya could only be summoned there through reverse summoning techniques. Historically, no one had ever entered Mount Myaboku without the guidance of the Toad clan. Don't celebrate too soon. The Sage of the Toads has proposed a condition, Jiraiya said mysteriously. A condition? What is it? Xiaoyun asked, puzzled. You must sign a contract with the Toad clan and periodically visit Mount Myaboku to learn sage techniques, Jiraiya explained with a chuckle. That's wonderful. I will certainly agree. Xiaoyun replied with a smile. He had not anticipated that the Sage of the Toads would be so accommodating, not only agreeing to shelter the tailed beasts, but also inviting him to learn sage techniques. However, Xiaoyun then pondered a concern and looked at Jiraiya with curiosity. Jiraiya, I practiced the sage techniques of the Dragon Cave. Will learning the sage techniques of Mount Myaboku conflict with that? Aren't snakes and toads natural enemies? You need not worry. The Sage of the Toads is already aware of everything about you. Jiraiya reassured him with a wave of his hand. Very well, I agree. Once Killer Bee arrives tomorrow, ensure that all 4 Jinchuriki are taken to Mount Myaboku, Xiaoyun instructed. Jiraiya nodded in response. That night, Tsunade, who had been well just a short while ago, suddenly experienced intense nausea. Finally, she fell into a deep sleep. Hanabi, you've been busy managing Kenoha and caring for Tsunade. I truly appreciate your hard work, Xiaoyun said. Scratching the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he had spent most of his time either training or attending to Tsunade. As for the Hokage position, he was essentially just a figurehead. "Come with me," Hinata Hanabi said, pulling Xiao Yun out of Tsunade's room. "Lord Hokage, you really should be more considerate. Tsunade is pregnant. And you still put her through so much," Hinata scolded, her cheeks suddenly flushing. Chapter 151. Journey to Mount Mayaboku at Tsunade's residence. The atmosphere became awkward. Xiao Yun felt embarrassed as he scratched his head, realizing he had indeed been too excessive lately. "You men are so selfish. You disregard the well-being of women for your own pleasure," Hinata chided. Hanabi, this won't affect the baby, will it?" Xiao Yun asked weakly. "Not at all. But you should exercise some restraint in the future," Hinata replied, her face flushed. "Understood." Xiao Yun nodded and turned to enter the room. Seeing Tsunade's pale complexion, he felt a surge of guilt and gently held her in his arms. That night, Tsunade slept soundly. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the room, Tsunade slowly opened her enchanting eyes to find Xiao Yun gazing at her with deep affection. "I'm sorry, Tsunade," Xiao Yun said, his remorse evident. "Fool, how could I blame you?" "This is all my choice," Tsunade replied tenderly, leaning into Xiao Yun's embrace, reveling in the enveloping warmth of his presence. Seeing Tsunade, so soft and alluring, made Xiao Yun's breath grow heavier. "I'm fine. Come here," Tsunade said shyly, closing her eyes. Xiao Yun leaned in, and they shared a deep kiss. After a while, he gently held Tsunade's face, caressing her golden locks. "Tsunade, take care of yourself and the baby. I can control myself," he promised. "Really? I find that hard to believe." "I must test you," Tsunade teased, then got up to change into her secretary uniform, stepping out in high heels. Xiao Yun nearly lost control, his nosebleed threatening to spill. The black form-fitting uniform, stockings, and heels accentuated Tsunade's stunning figure and flawless skin, complemented by her black glasses. Such beauty could captivate him endlessly. "Tsunade, do be mindful," Xiao Yun said, wiping the blood from his nose, feeling speechless. "Hee, Lord Hokage, your secretary, Tsunade, wishes to discuss the philosophy of life with you," she said, her heels clicking rhythmically, stirring his heart. "Tsunade, please. Enough with the pleasantries. I want it. Let us get to the point and avoid unnecessary delays," she asserted, but before Xiao Yun could respond, she kissed him fiercely and pushed him down, straddling him. For a long time, Xiao Yun lamented that it was all his fault for making her so infatuated with this matter. Tsunade nestled in Xiao Yun's embrace, her face radiating satisfaction. Just then, the doorbell rang. Xiao Yun hurriedly placed Tsunade gently on the bed and opened the door, revealing his secretary, Hinata Hakuju. "Lord Hokage, Lord Reikage and Killer Bee have arrived in Kenoha," Hinata said respectfully, her gaze lingering on Xiao Yun's disheveled appearance with a hint of confusion. "What have you two been up to? She insists, and you just comply?" Hinata looked at Xiao Yun in disbelief. In the Hokage's office in Kenoha, Xiao Yun and Hinata stepped inside to find Killer Bee and the fourth Reikage comfortably seated on the office sofa. "Lord Hokage, you truly exude vitality. Your secretaries change every few days. Such fortunate circumstances," the fourth Reikage remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Brother, now that he is Hokage, it's only natural for him to have a succession of women. Perhaps he has already forgotten about Samui. Poor girl. Waiting in the dragon cave for her man to rescue her," Killer Bee added with a teasing tone. Xiao Yun chuckled bitterly, glancing at his two brothers. "Lord Reikage, Elder Killer Bee, how could I forget about Samui? If it weren't for her, how could you agree to send shinobi to assist Kenoha? I, Xiao Yun, will forever be grateful for this kindness." "Indeed, Lord Reikage, you have misunderstood Lord Hokage. He has been inquiring about the location of the dragon cave. He has never forgotten Samui." Hinata quickly poured tea for the two. "Humph," both men simultaneously scoffed. At that moment, Jiraiya entered, accompanied by Yuki, Yutaka, and Naruto Uzumaki, along with Ing. "Lord Reikage," Yuki immediately knelt upon seeing the fourth Reikage. "Yuki, you haven't perished out there?" the Reikage said coldly. "My apologies. I should not have left the village without permission," Yuki replied, her beautiful face reflecting remorse. "Rise. From today onward, stay in Mayaboko Mountain and do not venture out, otherwise I shall expel you from the Reikage village," the Reikage stated flatly. "Yes," Yuki replied, deeply respectful. "Well, without further ado, let's get started," Jiraiya declared, promptly summoning a toad the size of a half-man. "Naruto, once you reach Mayaboko Mountain, you must diligently train in sage arts, understand?" Xiao Yun said to Naruto. his expression filled with paternal concern. Yes. Naruto nodded earnestly. Jiraiya, regarding my training at Myaboka Mountain, I fear I must postpone it. I wish to wait until the situation with the Tsukage village has been clarified, Xiao Yun informed Jiraiya. All right, Jiraiya replied after a moment of silence. Take care of yourself. In the back mountains of Kenoha, Xiao Yun and the 4th Raikage trained vigorously throughout the afternoon. As dusk fell, the 4th Raikage lay on the ground, panting heavily. Sweat dripping from his brow as he gazed incredulously at Xiao Yun. I never expected you to grow to this extent in such a short time. It is truly astonishing. Xiao Yun's growth surpassed all expectations, and combined with his wood release, lightning release, and that mysterious dragon transformation, he was now nearly equal in strength and speed to the Raikage. Of course, if the Raikage activated his lightning armor, maximizing his physical capabilities, Xiao Yun would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, Xiao Yun was still remarkable. Not long ago, he had been a mere genin, and now he stood on par with the Raikage. Had he been given more time to develop, he might soon become a figure no one in the shinobi world could defeat, the Raikage thought, grateful that he had allowed Samui to accompany Xiao Yun. By the way, Xiao Yun, how much do you know about the Dragon Cave? The 4th Raikage inquired curiously. I am uncertain. The one who abducted Samui mentioned that when I attained the strength of a Kage, she would take me to the Dragon Cave. But I have yet to see her or learn of her condition. Xiao Yun shook his head helplessly, a smile unconsciously crossing his lips as he thought of Samui, the beauty of her visage, her graceful figure, and all that she had done for him. Chapter 152. Hinata Hakuju's resolution as the sun set. The Raikage pondered. Hey, Xiao Yun, is it true that the Akatsuki organization is collecting tailed beasts to resurrect that Otsutsuki? The Raikage looked at Xiao Yun with skepticism, not because he doubted him, but the facts presented were simply too astonishing, such as the Rinnegan, the Sage of 6 Paths, and extraterrestrial beings like Otsutsuki. This has completely overturned my understanding. Yes, Lord Raikage, prepare yourself. The enemies we will face in the future will entirely redefine your perceptions. It won't be long before you discern the truth of my words. Xiao Yun's expression was grave. All right, I will temporarily place my trust in you. Furthermore, I have one request, the 4th Raikage stated earnestly. A request? Xiao Yun smiled slightly. During Kenoha's most perilous moments, you came to our aid. Don't mention just one request. Even if it's 10, I would comply. You have a bit of conscience, the Raikage replied. My request is simple. If what you say is true, the shinobi world will soon face a dire battle. When that time comes, the 5 great nations will undoubtedly unite. You, Xiao Yun, possess exceptional talent and cunning. Once an alliance is formed, you will inevitably be appointed as the new leader. My request is that, regardless of how many women you have, Samui must be your official wife. If you agree to this, from today forth, all our actions in the Raikage village will fully support you. The Raikage spoke with sincerity. Well, Lord Raikage, you flatter me. I admit I possess some talent, but I cannot claim to have cunning. Since becoming Hokage, it has been Tsunade and Hinata who have managed the various affairs. Xiao Yun awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Is that so? The Raikage's expression darkened, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Xiao Yun felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an ominous premonition. What do you refer to, Lord Raikage? Although Xiao Yun had an inkling that the Raikage was hinting at Darui's death, he feigned ignorance. Some matters are understood between us. Rest assured, I am not here to pursue blame. I only require your agreement to my request. If you agree, I will not only assist you in becoming the new leader, but also help establish a new ninja kingdom. At that time, you will be the king of the shinobi world. The Raikage's words dripped with temptation. King of the shinobi world? Let's wait until we defeat Otsutsuki first. Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly. He had no interest in being a king. Even if he did, his official wife would always be Tsunade. It wasn't that Samui wasn't good enough, but precedence must be acknowledged. However, he realized he couldn't be too blunt, as the Raikage village was a significant ally. After assuming the Hokage position, Xiao Yun understood that he could not act solely on his whims. Sometimes, he had to endure. Are you concerned about Tsunade? The Raikage chuckled. No, I simply do not wish to barter with women. Both Tsunade and Samui are women I deeply cherish, and in my heart, there is no distinction between them. How about this? If a ninja kingdom is established in the future, I will support you as king, and then you can pass the throne to Samui. I will happily enjoy my life as the king of soft rice. as I am already well known in the shinobi world as the strongest soft rice king. Xiao Yun said with a grin. Forget it. We will discuss this matter later. The Reikage sighed, watching Xiao Yun's stubbornness with a hint of helplessness. 3 days later, the fourth Reikage departed from Kenoha. Before leaving, he remained preoccupied with the matter of Samui being the primary consort, but each time, Xiao Yun managed to deflect the topic. The fourth Reikage truly lacks subtlety. Hinata Baijia gazed speechlessly at the retreating figure of the fourth Reikage. Whatever, what about Tsunade now? Xiao Yun had not seen Tsunade for 2 consecutive days, and the reason was simple. Tsunade's pregnancy symptoms had intensified, and to avoid any unfortunate incidents, the two had chosen to temporarily part ways. How can you even say that? I simply don't understand. Is that matter truly so fascinating? It's one thing for Lord Hokage to lose control, but for Sister Tsunade to do so as well. After 2 months of companionship, Hinata Baijia was no longer the silent girl who had just arrived by Xiao Yun's side. She could now boldly express her thoughts. Heh, would you like to give it a try? Xiao Yun looked at Hinata Baijia with a wicked grin, fixating on her exaggerated curves. Xiao Yun, you are such a scoundrel. Tsunade is still pregnant, and here you are, teasing another woman. Hinata Baijia, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, turned and fled. This was not the first time Xiao Yun had made such a jest, but it was always kept within the realm of playful banter. Hinata clan, Baijia, have you and Xiao Yun made any substantial progress? Hinata Hizashi fixed a stern gaze on Hinata Baijia. Hinata Baijia hesitated. For she did have feelings for Xiao Yun, yet she could never quite leap over that mental barrier. Despite Xiao Yun's repeated teasing, he had never made any further advances. It was merely verbal flirtation. Overall, Xiao Yun was a man of taste, albeit lecherous. Such matters should not always fall upon a woman to initiate, should they? It seems you have no intention of allowing me to lift the caged bird curse seal from Hinata Niji, do you? Hinata Hizashi spoke coldly. Clan leader, please grant me a little more time. I will surely fulfill this task. Hinata Baijia's exquisite face suddenly flustered. Niji's greatest wish was to break the caged bird seal, and she was determined to help him achieve that dream. Very well. I shall trust you once more. Take this. Tsunade is currently resting in the hospital, and you will find it useful, Hinata Hizashi concluded as he kicked a box towards Hinata Baijia. Upon opening the box, Hinata Baijia was taken aback to find Tsunade's distinctive attire inside, complete with a bold gambling motif. Change into this outfit and impersonate Tsunade tonight, when the night is still and quiet, Hinata Hizashi instructed before turning to leave the shrine. Hinata Baijia stared blankly at the clothes in the box, her heart a swirl of emotions. Well, for Niji's sake, it was all worth it. On a moonless, windy night, Xiao Yun lay in Tsunade's room, idly gazing at her portrait. This woman truly was beautiful. He could never tire of looking at her. Yet they were forced to be apart for a time. Such is the cruel fate. Samui had been taken to the Dragon Cave, and Yuhi Kurenai had fallen ill, necessitating isolation. Even Tsunade had to temporarily leave him for the sake of her pregnancy. Brother, you truly are suffering. Just then, the lights flickered and soon went out, plunging the room into darkness. The sound of a door unlocking echoed, and a familiar figure slowly entered. In the dim moonlight, Xiao Yun could only see a woman clad in a green top rushing into his embrace, adorned with a prominent gambling motif on her back. Tsunade, why are you back? Xiao Yun asked in confusion. Tsunade's soft lips silenced him, cupping his face as she passionately sought him, making a series of sweet sounds. Tsunade, we shouldn't be together like this right now. Xiao Yun quickly tried to stop her, but Tsunade was undeterred, not allowing for any refusal, and boldly pressed on. Chapter 153. The bewildered Orochimaru before dawn. Xiao Yun was already sound asleep, while Hinata Baijia quietly dressed. Looking at the peacefully slumbering Xiao Yun, she recalled the wildness of the previous night, causing her body to tremble slightly. No wonder Tsunade clung to Xiao Yun every day. This matter was indeed captivating. Ugh, what am I thinking? Hinata Baijia, you are merely helping Niji. You cannot entertain any other thoughts. In her moment of turmoil, a strong arm gently encircled her waist. As she inhaled the potent scent of Xiao Yun's hormones, she found herself lost in a haze of confusion. I promise this will be the last time, Hinata Baijia silently vowed, before fiercely kissing Xiao Yun's lips. Xiao Yun instinctively wrapped his arms around her. In the morning, before Xiao Yun awoke, Hinata Baijia arrived at the Hokage office. Good morning, Baijia. Xiao Yun observed that today, she seemed somewhat different. Her complexion was radiant, and her eyes sparkled with emotion. Even her manner of walking appeared altered. Most notably, the typically casual Hinata Baijia was adorned in a professional secretary's outfit. Her petite frame and stunning features enhanced by the fitted attire, making her nearly comparable to Tsunade. However, one thing was certain. Tsunade could not outshine Hinata Baijia in this regard. While Tsunade dressed boldly, previously donning whatever she pleased, now she wore only what Xiaoyun favored. Hinata Baijia, on the other hand, was shy in her first attempt at professional attire, her bashfulness almost unbearable. Baijia, what prompted this outfit today? Xiaoyun inquired with curiosity. Hinata Baijia hesitated, her face turning crimson, chastising herself internally. Fool, you know he likes professional outfits. Of course, I'm wearing this for him. By the way, if you have time later, could you check on Tsunade for me? Xiaoyun suggested. What happened to Sister Tsunade? Hinata Baijia asked. Well, last night, you know. Xiaoyun scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Hinata Baijia's face instantly blushed like an apple. Realizing that Xiaoyun was unaware that it was she who had shared the bed with him, she felt both relieved and a tinge of jealousy. All right, I'll handle the documents and head over, she replied, understanding that Xiaoyun wanted her to check on Tsunade's health. At that moment, Moriya Ibiki, responsible for interrogating Haiden, burst into the room, brimming with excitement. Hokage-sama, the interrogation has yielded results. Moriya Ibiki exclaimed. Really? What did you find out? Xiaoyun responded with elation. As the enigmatic Tangin village was notorious for its formidable curses, capable of seriously injuring even Jiraiya, and it had also unveiled ancient Chinese characters. This indicated a likely intricate connection between this Hokage world and China, and Xiaoyun felt compelled to investigate further. Hokage-sama, please follow me to the interrogation room. Moriya Ibiki urged. Very well. The two swiftly exited the Hokage office. In a dark and damp cave, anguished screams echoed endlessly. Third Hokage, you old wretch. Orochimaru lay in bed, howling in agony, though the Shiki Fujin had only sealed his hands. His body and soul felt as if they were perpetually roasting over an open flame, and as time passed, the pain only intensified. Even someone as formidable as Orochimaru found himself contemplating death to escape this torment. Lord Orochimaru, if you truly cannot endure it any longer, we can commence the reincarnation ritual now, a bespectacled subordinate respectfully suggested. No, let us wait a while longer. I made a deal with the fifth Hokage. He has a way to heal my hands. If I seize Sasuke's body now, it may provide temporary relief, but my hand souls remain trapped in the Shinigami's belly. Even if I manage to reclaim them later, I cannot foresee the implications for my body. I must wait until Sasuke awakens his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan before attempting to take his body. Orochimaru gritted his teeth through the excruciating pain, baring his fangs. You made a deal with the fifth Hokage? Pharmacist Do adjusted his glasses, casting a perplexed gaze at Orochimaru. Indeed, he possesses the means to retrieve the souls trapped in the clutches of the Grim Reaper, Orochimaru declared through gritted teeth. What? Pharmacist Do stared at Orochimaru in disbelief, followed by a look of confusion as he inquired. Lord Orochimaru, I sense something amiss. Setting aside whether that Xiaoyun can actually accomplish this, why would he choose to assist you? We had previously intended to annihilate Kenoha. Humph, rest assured, I have ensnared his woman, Tsukihime, with my serpent's venom. As time progresses, her suffering will intensify, and only through consummation can her agony be alleviated. However, once they unite, this peculiar toxin will evolve, subjecting both parties to unimaginable torment. Apart from that esteemed individual in the Dragon Cave and myself, no one can unravel this poison. Orochimaru's laughter resonated with a sinister and chilling undertone. Lord Orochimaru is truly sagacious. Pharmacist Do realized why Orochimaru endured such excruciating pain, yet refrained from seizing Sasuke's body. Suddenly, Orochimaru bellowed, unleashing a python from his mouth that struck the center of the wall opposite him. With a thunderous crash, the python pierced through the wall, creating a gaping hole. As the python withdrew, it revealed a crow nestled within its maw. A crow? Orochimaru regarded the dark mass in the python's mouth with curiosity. After a prolonged moment, understanding finally dawned upon Orochimaru, and a peculiar smile graced his lips. Lord Orochimaru, there are infiltrators at the base. I shall pursue them, Pharmacist Do declared before dashing outside. Do not pursue Do. He has already fled. Even if you were to catch up, you would not be able to defeat him, Orochimaru remarked with a faint smile. Yet his heart was tumultuous. Uchiha Itachi, how could you discover my secret base and infiltrate so silently? Truly, you are worthy of being the head of the Umbu at just 13 years of age. Lord Orochimaru, do you know who has come? Pharmacist Do inquired, puzzled. Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru replied with an impassive expression. Uchiha Itachi? Sasuke's elder brother? Precisely. Orochimaru nodded, a look of curiosity crossing his face. It is indeed strange, if my deductions are correct. Uchiha Itachi must have been ordered by the Akatsuki to eliminate me. With his prowess, it would be a trivial task to slay me in my current state. Why did he not strike? In the room, the two exchanged glances, mulling over the perplexity of the situation. Lord Orochimaru, should we not leave this place? After a lengthy silence, Pharmacist Do asked. No need. Since Itachi did not kill me, it indicates he does not wish for my demise, at least for now. I suspect he will not disclose my whereabouts to the Akatsuki. Send someone to monitor Kenoha, keeping a close watch on Xiaoyan and Tsukiheim's every move. Chapter 154. The celestial sorcerer in the hidden underground base of Kenoha, hiding, glared intensely at Xiaoyan, his eyes gleaming with boundless hatred. How dare you show disrespect to Lord Hokage? Senju Ibiki bellowed, his hands swiftly forming seals, causing the chakra chains binding Haiden to emit a bizarre purple glow. Ninjutsu, soul interrogation technique. Lord Hokage, please hold my head. We shall enter Haiden's mental space, where his memories reside. Senju Ibiki instructed Xiaoyan. Thank you for your efforts. Xiaoyan nodded in acknowledgement, placing his hand upon Senju Ibiki's head. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and Xiaoyan found himself outside a village, specifically, the hot spring village he had previously visited. Lord Hokage, follow me. Senju Ibiki appeared before Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan trailed behind Senju Ibiki until they encountered a young man, none other than Haiden himself. Hey Haiden, the sacrificial ritual is about to commence. You'd best change into clean attire. Anger the Lord of the Abyss, and he shall never bestow his power upon you. A peculiar-looking man glared at Haiden with dissatisfaction. Understood. Haiden hurriedly returned home to change into clean garments before racing towards the center of the village. Xiaoyan and Senju Ibiki quickly followed, witnessing the villagers gathering around a massive altar. At its center stood a colossal humanoid statue, adorned with a uniquely crafted mask, embellished with pictographs representing the elemental forces of wind, fire, lightning, rain, and earth, alongside numerous enigmatic designs of unknown significance. At the base of the statue lay a stone tablet, densely inscribed with characters. Upon closer examination, Xiaoyan recognized the script as Chinese, identical to the contents inscribed on the parchment Jiraiya had given him. I am the celestial sorcerer, who has traversed the universe, vanquishing all foes, undefeated. Yet, the despicable descendants of the Holy Eye clan have coerced me, threatening to capture me with the lives of the beings of the celestial blue star, Xiaoyan meticulously read. Realizing that the celestial sorcerer had been threatened, only to turn the tables and inflict severe injuries upon his adversaries. He had then used spatial sorcery to escape to this realm, establishing a force of his own. Celestial sorcerer? Holy Eye clan? Beings of the celestial blue star? A multitude of questions swirled in Xiaoyan's mind, heightening his intrigue in Hot Spring Village. Xiaoyan, look! Senju Ibiki suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the altar. Xiaoyan turned to see the villagers of Hot Spring Village encircling the altar, joining hands to form a circle while chanting enigmatic incantations. After 3 turns to the left and 3 to the right, the villagers suddenly knelt, bowing fervently to the statue, their foreheads striking the ground with increasing ferocity until they bled. Before long, the sky darkened with thunder and lightning, and a fierce wind arose. The statue's stone eyes transformed into an eerie purple hue, emitting beams of purple light towards the villagers. Xiaoyan was taken aback. The resemblance to his own purple eyes was uncanny, and the beams bore an unmistakable similarity. How can this be? The beams of light penetrated the villagers' bodies, causing some to vomit blood and perish on the spot, while others experienced a sudden surge of power, becoming extraordinarily formidable. Xiaoyan and Senju Ibiki watched in disbelief. This was beyond comprehension. Yes, I have obtained the healing curse. Yes, I have obtained the weakness curse. Yes, I have obtained the amplification curse. Baka, I have obtained the nurturing curse. In a corner, Haiden marveled at his own hands. Thank you, Lord of the Abyss. I have received the blood curse. Haiden bowed repeatedly before the statue. Once the crowd dispersed, Haiden turned to his companions. A wicked grin spread across his face as he drew a kunai, making a swift cut across one of his companion's skin. A drop of blood fell onto the kunai, and Haiden wickedly began to lick it. Haiden, what are you doing? His companion glared at him in anger. Of course, I am offering you as a sacrifice to the Lord of the Abyss. Haiden slashed his own wrist, allowing blood to flow onto the ground as he drew a circle and inscribed a triangle within it. With a sudden thrust, Haiden plunged the kunai into his own heart. Almost simultaneously, his companion clutched his chest and collapsed, eyes wide in shock. After a struggle, he breathed his last. As time passed, the scene shifted once more. Haiden, cursed for betraying his companions, was exiled from Hot Spring Village and subsequently joined the Akatsuki. Lord Hokage, let us exit. This is my limit. Senju Ibiki's face was etched with pain. Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. The soul interrogation technique placed a tremendous mental burden on both the caster and the subject. To endure for this long was an impressive feat for Ibiki. Who dares to pry into my affairs? As Sanai Ibiki was preparing to dispel the jutsu, a voice of unparalleled authority suddenly reverberated through the air. Out of nowhere, an immense hand loomed, reaching out towards the two. In a moment of peril, Xiaoyun unleashed an extraordinary aura within the realm of consciousness, blocking the colossal hand. What are you dawdling for? Quickly dispel the jutsu. Xiaoyun's furious roar startled Sanai Ibiki back to reality. The force was overwhelmingly potent, and he could only sustain it for a mere 10 seconds. Soul interrogation release. Sanai Ibiki swiftly formed hand seals, breaking the soul interrogation. We're out. Their consciousness returned to their bodies, yet they couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. The voice they had just heard seemed to emanate from a celestial being above, and that enormous hand felt akin to the one that subdued the Monkey King. In the face of such might, they felt as insignificant as mere ants. Fortunately, in that critical moment, Xiaoyun pulled Sanai Ibiki back. That was close. Sanai Ibiki collapsed onto the ground. Had it not been for Xiaoyun, his consciousness would have dissipated, leaving him to become a living corpse from that day forth. What transpired? A gentle voice resonated from behind them. Struggling to turn his head, Xiaoyun saw Tsunade and Hinata Hyuga standing there, having appeared unbeknownst to him. Tsunade, Hinata. Suddenly, Xiaoyun's eyes shut, and he toppled over. Chapter 155. The blood of thousands in the village hidden in the leaves. Time passed swiftly. The Hokage, who had previously conducted daily inspections of the village, had not been seen for the past 2 months. The villagers began to speculate that their Hokage was preoccupied with farming, neglecting matters of governance and training. Not only Tsunade, but even Asuma and Hinata became subjects of public criticism. After all, the battle between Xiaoyun and Rock Lee was so sensational that, despite the higher-ups' attempts to contain the information, the details had still leaked out. Rumors spread, growing more fantastical with each retelling, and now everyone in Kenoha firmly believed that Xiaoyun was the reincarnation of the first Hokage, destined to lead Kenoha back to its former glory and restore its unmatched prestige. Yet, with Xiaoyun lost in the comforts of affection, how could the people not be enraged? Oh dear, Tsunade should know better. Being pregnant, she ought to take care of herself instead of trying to lure the Hokage. It wasn't just Tsunade. Even Hinata from the Hyuga clan had her fair share of allure. Who could blame the Hokage, in his prime, for being drawn to such beauty? Indeed, and what of Asuma? Just the other day, I saw her at the hospital, her cheeks flushed. Clearly a result of her attempts to seduce the Hokage. It was rumored that the Hyuga heiress had yet to step into the limelight. If she were to join the fray, the Hokage would surely be drained of vitality. Alas, the finest beauties of Kenoha are being wasted on Xiaoyun. Even as Hokage, he ought to show some restraint. You think too highly of yourself. Even without Xiaoyun, those women wouldn't notice you. Hey, what are you saying? Just because I call you brother doesn't mean I want to knock some sense into you. Enough of your chatter. We must prevent these women from continuing to disrupt the Hokage's life. I propose we draft a petition, a blood letter from the masses, demanding these women keep their distance from the Hokage, at least ensuring they aren't farming 23 hours a day. Agreed. 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 As the saying goes, commoners often concern themselves with trivial matters. This group of villagers, having barely settled into a peaceful existence, spread tales of Xiaoyun being enamored, neglecting his training and duties. Even other villages caught wind of the rumors, which grew increasingly absurd. Some even claimed that Xiao Yun had been rendered skeletal by the attentions of several women, barely weighing 100 pounds at 6 feet tall. Thus, it falls upon rulers to manage public discourse, often out of sheer necessity. In truth, Xiao Yun was not lost in amorous pursuits. Since his confrontation with the mysterious figure in Sanai Ibiki's mindscape, he had remained in a state of unconsciousness for the past 2 months. Despite the attentive care of several women, he had lost considerable weight. I should take a stroll through the village. Xiao Yun struggled to rise from his bed. That's out of the question. You're far too weak. You must rest properly. Tsunade gazed at him with deep concern. Indeed, Hokage-sama, you needn't worry about the idle chatter of the villagers. They're simply being foolish. Hinata interjected, before suddenly rushing to the restroom, retching uncontrollably. Tsunade, what is wrong with Hinata? Xiao Yun asked weakly. You dare ask? For the past 2 months. She has been tirelessly caring for you, perhaps exhausting herself in the process. You ought to express your gratitude. Tsunade's face was filled with appreciation. Xiao Yun nodded, intending to rise and move about, but before he could take a step, he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the hospital. Looking through the window, Xiao Yun saw villagers holding 2 white banners, seemingly inscribed in blood. Kenoha's populace beseeches Hokage-sama to refrain from indulging in beauty. Fair maidens are a calamity. Keep them away from Hokage-sama. Ultimately, under the pressure from the citizens, the higher-ups, represented by Mito Gate and Toka Shikaru, assured the villagers that the Hokage would henceforth distance himself from temptations of beauty and focus on governance and training. The villagers finally quieted down. As time flew by, 3 months had passed, and Xiao Yun had fully recovered. As the adage goes, fortune often lies within misfortune. Although Xiao Yun had been unconscious for 2 months, his mental fortitude had reached an unprecedented level. Moreover, he was astonished to discover that his purple-blue eyes had fused with the Mangekyo Sharingan given to him by Itachi Uchiha. Not only did his perceptive abilities surpass those of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, but he also awakened a unique ability, spatial exchange, allowing him to swap positions with an object, albeit with a lengthy preparation time, rendering it currently impractical in combat. Fortunately, the power to emit light beams from his purple-blue eyes had not only remained intact, but had also been significantly enhanced. Regrettably, the special abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan had yet to awaken, leaving Xiao Yun feeling a twinge of disappointment. What weighed most heavily on Xiao Yun's mind, however, was the intense scrutiny of his private life during this time. The higher-ups had decreed that he could only meet with Hokage Tsunade once a week, for no more than 3 hours. Additionally, his secretary, Hinata, had been replaced by Shikamaru. These commoners are utterly ridiculous. One day, I shall summon Pain and have him send you all away. Seated in his office, Xiao Yun gazed through the glass at the idle villagers below. He noticed a heavily pregnant woman slowly waddling down the street, a giant question mark forming in his mind. Wait, that can't be right. Tsunade has been pregnant for nearly a year, yet her abdomen remains flat. What is going on? Shikamaru, contact Tsunade for me. I need to take her to the hospital for a checkup, Xiao Yun said calmly. Hokage-sama, you've already used that excuse 3 times, Shikamaru replied, exasperated. I'm serious this time. It's a matter of urgency, Xiao Yun insisted, his tone unwavering. Hokage-sama, currently, Lady Tsunade is under the care of Hinata Baijia. If there is anything you wish to convey, I can inform her to take action. Shikamaru, however, was evidently skeptical of Xiao Yun, as he had noticed that Xiao Yun frequently used this excuse to seek out Tsunade, only to return each time in a state of despondency. Though Shikamaru had not faced the storms of life, he had indeed witnessed the antics of swine, and thus was aware of what transpired. You bunch of rascals. One day I'll make you suffocate me. Xiao Yun gazed at Shikamaru in silence. Just then, a familiar figure entered the Hokage office. Jiraiya, you have finally returned. Xiao Yun exclaimed in delight. Chapter 156. The reappearance of Uchiha Sasuke under the cover of night. Aided by Jiraiya's frog concealment technique, Xiao Yun stealthily arrived at Tsunade's chamber. At that moment, Hinata Baijia and Tsunade were peacefully slumbering side by side, their bond having grown so intimate that they were akin to sisters, sharing a deep connection. Observing their serene repose, Xiao Yun decided to leave a note and quietly withdrew. Next, he made his way to Asuma Sarutobi's quarters. After a prolonged absence, the dignified and mature Asuma now emanated an irresistible allure, her every gesture imbued with captivating charm. Do not act this way, Xiao Yun, I fear I might harm you," she admonished, one hand pushing him away while the other clung tightly to him, leaving him perplexed. "Teacher, I have missed you." Xiao Yun gazed upon Asuma's enchanting visage, breath heavy with yearning. "I have missed you as well," Asuma replied, tears of excitement welling in her eyes as she beheld the man she had longed for. They embraced tightly, expressing their mutual longing. If a woman deeply loves a man, she will not stand idly by while he suffers. She will find ways to bring him joy. Even if she faces challenges, she will employ every means at her disposal to capture his heart. 3 hours later, Yun. "Please wait a moment while I freshen up," Asuma said as she slowly rose. "You have worked hard, Asuma," Xiao Yun said, concern etched on his face. After she rinsed her mouth, they shared a tender moment before Xiao Yun turned to leave. "Yun, you must be cautious on your journey to Tangying Village." Asuma suddenly embraced his waist from behind. "Do not worry, Asuma. I shall be fine. I am still counting on you to bear me 10 or 8 children." Xiao Yun replied with a smile. "All right. Once my poison is cured, I will bear as many as you desire," Asuma joyfully declared. After a heartfelt kiss, Xiao Yun reluctantly departed from the hospital. Beneath the moonlight, he and Jiraiya moved through the forest like 2 leaping frogs, their destination set for Tangying Village. "Xiao Yun, you did not engage in anything with Asuma, did you?" Jiraiya inquired, eyeing him closely. "No. She is currently afflicted with poison. I still possess enough self-control," Xiao Yun replied, his demeanor unflinching. "Then what was that cry I heard earlier?" Jiraiya questioned, a puzzled expression on his face. "You know how it is, women tend to pinch. Have you not witnessed Tsunade pinching me?" "Asuma enjoys it too," Xiao Yun explained after a moment's thought. "That is not the same. The scream you emitted when Tsunade pinched you was distinctly different from what I just heard. Be honest, what were you two doing for 3 hours?" Jiraiya pressed. "As Hokage, I command you to close your frog mouth," Xiao Yun asserted without hesitation, interrupting Jiraiya. Tangying Village beneath the colossal altar lay a secret base, housing a diminutive replica of a statue identical to one outside. Upon closer inspection, subtle differences emerged. The statue's eyes were eerily lifelike, albeit closed. Yet, just yesterday, the statue's eyes had opened. According to ancient legend, when the statue's eyes opened, chaos would soon engulf the world, drawing everyone into its turmoil. At that time, a prophesied child would arise to lead the people against the forces from beyond. "Who would have thought calamity would strike in our generation?" muttered an old man, his white hair concealed beneath a mask, as he fixed his gaze upon the statue. Alas, the only individual in the village who awakened the prophetic curse was killed by that hiding fellow. Otherwise, we could have identified the prophesied child in advance. A melodious feminine voice echoed through the secret base. Though masked, her voice revealed her extraordinary beauty. Silence enveloped the base as everyone acknowledged the village's ancient decree. In the event of calamity, all must unconditionally assist the prophesied child in averting disaster. Furthermore, anyone possessing cursed abilities must not leave the village. Failure to comply would result in the loss of their powers. "Elder, why did Haiden not lose his cursed abilities upon leaving the village?" A voice filled with confusion inquired. "I do not know," the elder replied, shaking his head, then added, "Mafe, you are the most skilled ninja in ninjutsu and taijutsu in the village. From today forth, you shall be responsible for locating the prophesied child." "Excuse me, elder. What characteristics define the prophesied child?" the woman known as Mafe asked. "Well, I am uncertain," the elder replied with a wry smile. "But since the prophesied child is undoubtedly extraordinary, you might want to keep an eye on the rising talents in the ninja world. Depart tomorrow, and remember to bring them back upon finding them." "Understood." With that, the woman turned and left the secret base. "Sister Mafe, the world is vast, and the new talents in the ninja realm are numerous. We cannot search for them one by one." A strikingly beautiful woman, armed with 2 large swords, stated as she walked through the forest. The speaker was a handsome young man trailing behind her. "Sinyan-kun, I know this task is daunting, but we must undertake it. For only the prophesied child can truly lead us out of the village," Mafe replied with a calm demeanor. "I understand, Sister Mafe. As long as I can be with you, I fear no hardship." Sinyan unabashedly expressed his admiration for her. "Sister Mafe, I have already pledged my life to the Lord of the Dark God. I harbor no interest in romantic entanglements," Mafe remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Sinyan. "I understand," Sinyan replied with a bitter smile, feeling a sense of loss within, yet he reassured himself that as long as Mafe's heart was unclaimed by another, She would forever protect the Lord of the Dark God, and he would likewise safeguard her, an unconventional form of happiness. Be careful, she warned as she suddenly drew her massive sword, leaping to Xin Yan's side to block a barrage of shurikens. Who goes there? The pair observed the shadows ahead with caution. A figure slowly emerged from the depths of darkness. I am Uchiha Sasuke. Lord Orochimaru wishes to see you. Come with me. The young man's tone was commanding, leaving no room for refusal. Apologies, but we have matters to attend to. Ma-Fei sheathed her sword and turned to leave. Humph, you refuse my hospitality at your own peril, Uchiha Sasuke declared as he lunged forward. Chapter 157. Allow me to demonstrate what high-level maneuvering looks like as Sasuke charged towards her. A hint of seriousness flickered in Ma-Fei's eyes. This young man was indeed formidable, particularly with those eyes that seemed capable of piercing through all things, sharp and discerning. Furthermore, the sword in his hand appeared to sever all that is firm and invulnerable, rendering him unstoppable. Nevertheless, Ma-Fei felt no fear, drawing forth her two massive swords. Ready to engage in combat for the first time with a ninja from outside the village, and a strong one at that. A fierce desire for battle ignited within her as Sasuke swung his sword downwards. Ma-Fei blocked the strike with her left-hand sword, retaliating with a swift horizontal slash from her right-hand blade. Sasuke produced a kunai, successfully parrying the blow, yet he had clearly underestimated her strength. Feeling a tingling sensation in his hands, or rather, throughout his entire body, a tremendous force surged through him, leaving Sasuke in a state of shock. In the blink of an eye, Ma-Fei delivered a powerful kick, striking him squarely in the abdomen. He was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Blood spewed from his lips as he gazed at the woman before him in disbelief. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Is this truly the power one would expect from a woman? Humph, Uchiha brat, you are pathetically weak, Ma-Fei scoffed, her disdainful gaze fixed on Sasuke. She had anticipated that he would provide her with excitement today, only to find him a mere disappointment, ending before it even began. Vile woman, do not be so arrogant. Chidori. Sasuke's anger ignited, and blue chakra surged into his palm, filling the forest with the crackling sound of Chidori. To think you could materialize chakra to such an extent. You possess more skill than I anticipated, Ma-Fei mused, her interest rekindled as she cast aside her earlier contempt. In that moment, she sensed a hint of danger. Die? Sasuke shot toward Ma-Fei like an arrow, but halfway through, he suddenly pivoted, dashing around her in a rapid circle, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. What incredible speed! He must have employed some secret technique to enhance his physical chakra, Ma-Fei considered, gripping her massive swords with a newfound seriousness. No wonder the village chief had warned her repeatedly not to underestimate any hero. It appears there was wisdom in his words. Seizing an opening, Sasuke noticed a gap in Ma-Fei's defense and launched himself forward with lightning cutter at high speed. However, he was a step too slow. Or perhaps it was that Ma-Fei's reflexes were simply too sharp, as her great swords intercepted his attack. Humph, a sly smile crept across Sasuke's lips. Forming a curious arc attempting to defend against my lightning cutter is akin to searching for death in a restroom with a lantern. In the next moment, the blue lightning from his attack coursed along Ma-Fei's swords, enveloping her body in a crackling display. Her hair stood on end, transforming from its usual sleekness into an explosive mane, yet her beauty and poise remained unscathed. Seeing his opportunity, Sasuke leaped away, creating distance between them. If you had simply agreed to return with me, none of this would have happened. He slowly sheathed his Kusanagi sword, fixating coldly on the striking woman before him. It must be said, she possessed an exquisite beauty, both elegant and commanding, precisely the type he found alluring. Unconsciously, he adjusted his posture and expression, attempting to appear more dashing and aloof. Submit to me, woman. Yet, in the next instant, Ma-Fei flashed a peculiar smile, her clothes billowing as if caught in a breeze, and her hair resumed its wildness. Little brother, you've successfully ignited my battle spirit. Now, let me show you what true skill looks like. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her. How could this be? His Chidori had failed to incapacitate her. Humph, foolish Uchiha brat. In my dual sword stance, I am in a state of invulnerability, immune to all abnormal conditions. Your meager lightning technique is laughable. At that moment, beside them, Xian Yan's voice rang out mockingly. In an instant, Ma-Fei casually swung her arm, hurling one of her massive swords as if it were a mere pebble. It bizarrely hovered in midair, spinning relentlessly. She leapt onto the whirling sword, crouching slightly, and readied her other blade in a powerful stance. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, observing the chakra swirling around Ma Fei, intensifying. Huh, Ma Fei shouted, directing the sword's edge forward. A massive wind blade surged toward Sasuke, its speed and force instilling terror within him. He leapt just in time to evade the strike, but the sturdy tree behind him was not so fortunate. Cleaved in half with a smooth, precise cut, exemplifying the attack's might. Before Sasuke could catch his breath, Ma Fei swung her great sword and leapt, bringing it down with the weight of a mountain. Alarmed, Sasuke exerted all his strength, rolling to the side to narrowly avoid the blow. However, the impact created a massive crater in the ground, and the resulting shockwave sent him flying. Thus, Ma Fei continued her relentless assault, delivering powerful strikes that left Sasuke with no chance to retaliate, causing him to spit blood repeatedly. At last, after numerous exchanges, Sasuke managed to block one of her strikes. But he was completely immobilized, his body paralyzed with pain. It ends here, Ma Fei declared, watching Sasuke lie on the ground as she retrieved her sword from the air, now wielding two blades, preparing to unleash her full power. It's over, Sasuke thought, despair filling his gaze. The power of her dual sword charge was at least twice as formidable as before, and he felt utterly trapped. Even in peak condition, he doubted he could escape. Mother, father, and the elders of the Uchiha clan, I cannot avenge you, Sasuke lamented, closing his eyes in despair, regret flooding his heart. Had he known, he would not have taken on such a reckless task from Orochimaru. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Sasuke felt his body grow weightless as if he had become ethereal, and in an instant, he found himself atop a tree. Below him stood Xiao Yun, a man he deeply despised. Indeed, Xiao Yun and Jiraiya had been lurking in the shadows, quietly observing the battle. Sasuke's sudden appearance on the tree was due to Xiao Yun utilizing the power of his unique eyes. Though wondrous, the ability required a lengthy casting time and could not be interrupted, otherwise it would fail. Having remained hidden, Xiao Yun finally found an opportunity to test it. And the outcome was promising, albeit not instantaneous. Chapter 158. A stalemate. Ma Fei, still in her charging stance, recognized Xiao Yun's arrival and smirked coldly. Finally, your ally shows himself. In truth, Ma Fei had sensed the presence of both Xiao Yun and Jiraiya during the earlier skirmish, but she had believed them to be mere accomplices of the Uchiha brat. That was why she had refrained from unleashing her full power, intending to draw them out. Gazing at Ma Fei, Xiao Yun was reminded of a popular female character from a MOBA game, her appearance and demeanor strikingly similar, especially her declaration of showcasing high-end operations, leading him to momentarily believe he had crossed into a realm of heroes. At last, the hidden ones reveal themselves. Ma Fei sneered, pointing her dual blades at Xiao Yun, unleashing an invisible yet immense wind blade that surged toward him. Having witnessed the potency of that attack, Xiao Yun felt no room for complacency and instantly activated his sage body. After months of rigorous training, Xiao Yun's sage body no longer required him to transform into a monstrous dragon. Instead, he bore two horns and emanated a faint greenish glow. Let me show you what true resilience looks like. Xiao Yun roared, swiftly forming hand seals. Countless vines erupted from the ground, intercepting the rotating wind blade. The sound of tearing filled the air as the vines were sliced apart, fragments scattering like confetti, yet Xiao Yun continued to weave hand seals, summoning more vines to thwart the advancing wind blade. Although the vines slowed its approach and diminished its power somewhat, it was not enough. Realizing the ineffectiveness of his current strategy, Xiao Yun resorted to the chakra-intensive technique of wood release, the three-way dead gates. This is a novel ninjutsu developed by combining the principles of the wooden wall and the demon gate, perfectly balancing the formidable strength of the latter with the resilience of the former. It embodies a harmonious blend of rigidity and flexibility, yielding exceptional defensive capabilities. The collision between the wind blade and the demon gate produced a thunderous roar that echoed through the surroundings. Ultimately, the demon gate was severed by the wind blade, leaving Xiao Yun astonished. Such power could rival even Naruto's Rasengan. To be precise, this technique may not surpass the Rasengan in sheer might, but it excels in that it does not require the extensive preparation time that Naruto's technique demands. Moreover, in a single sword state, this woman appears capable of launching this technique in rapid succession for an extended period, which is quite terrifying. At that moment, although the demon gate had been cut, the power of the wind blade had diminished significantly. Xiao Yun retaliated with a punch against the wind blade, the fierce gusts intertwining with his strike, causing a tempest to rage through the forest. Trees of a more slender stature were uprooted, showcasing the sheer force of their clash. As the wind continued to howl, a furious roar emerged. Maki, wielding a massive sword, swung it downward, prompting Xiao Yun to swiftly dodge. This time, Maki did not merely rely on simple slashing motions as she had against Sasuke. Every move she executed was strikingly elegant. The two colossal swords in her hands flowed seamlessly, creating an impenetrable defense that was a visual delight. Even Jiraiya, perched in a tree, could not help but silently commend her. He had never witnessed such exquisite swordsmanship before. However, despite its beauty, her swordsmanship was laced with lethal intent. Each strike was infused with wind release techniques, making them dizzying and nearly impossible to defend against. Sasuke watched in trepidation, a flicker of embarrassment mingling with his fear. It seemed that this woman had merely toyed with him, holding back her true strength. Frustrated, he struck the tree trunk with his fist, muttering in anger, "To think she looked down on me, sparing me her full power. How infuriating. Sasuke, if she were to unleash her full strength, how long do you think you could last?" Jiraiya teased, observing Sasuke's reaction. Sasuke's expression faltered. He realized the truth in Jiraiya's words. The woman's strength was beyond his grasp, and should she fight at her full capacity, he would likely be defeated in an instant. Despite his pride, Uchiha Sasuke could not yield verbally. Jiraiya chuckled lightly, choosing not to engage further with him, and turned his attention back to the battlefield. Even in sage mode, Xiao Yun found himself overwhelmed by Maki's assault. He had no time to form seals for wood release, and his lightning release seemed utterly ineffective against her. It was as though she operated in a state of automatic combat, her attacks and defenses nearly flawless. This scene bore a striking resemblance to Li's drunken state while utilizing the free-flowing style. Every one of Xiao Yun's attacks was skillfully neutralized, while each of her strikes, enhanced by wind release, inflicted damage regardless of his defenses. Over time, Xiao Yun became battered and bruised, but fortunately, the recovery ability of Sage Mode was formidable, rendering these superficial injuries inconsequential. The immense pressure compelled Xiao Yun to activate the 8 gates, enveloping his entire being in a blue-green aura, amplifying his power exponentially. With a mighty roar, he seized the opportunity presented by Maki's momentary lapse in defense and launched a powerful punch. Maki, taken aback, swiftly raised her massive sword in an attempt to block. The impact of Xiao Yun's fist against the sword's back resonated with a deafening crash. Neither was willing to yield, resulting in a standoff that created a crater in the ground beneath them. Their eyes locked. Both Xiao Yun and Maki were astonished at the other's remarkable strength at such a young age, a feat worthy of admiration, particularly for Xiao Yun, who had acquired his power through a series of fortunate encounters and a system that aided him. It was astonishing that this woman could match him with nothing but her 2 colossal swords and raw strength. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yun, Maki was equally taken aback. She possessed a unique bloodline limit and had trained in a special martial art. The fact that this young man could stand toe-to-toe with her was a testament to the hidden depths of the ninja world. "You have successfully ignited my greatest desire for battle," Maki thought, her excitement growing. No one had ever fought her to this extent. With that, she leaned forward, channeling all her strength, and Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming surge of pressure, comparable to that of Tsunade. Not one to back down, he mirrored her actions, both leaning in with full force until their faces nearly touched. In that moment, overwhelmed by the beauty before him, Xiao Yun's heart surged, and he could not resist planting a kiss on Maki's lips. The atmosphere turned palpably awkward. Maki, utterly bewildered, stared incredulously at the lecherous man before her, her eyes ablaze with fury. "I'll kill you, you bastard." A furious shout came from Xinyan, who was watching the scene unfold. The most sacred woman in his life had been desecrated. He brandished his dagger and charged at Xiao Yun. Fortunately, Jiraiya intervened just in time, his white hair elongating to ensnare Xinyan. "Beast." Sasuke glared at Xiao Yun in anger. It was the first time he had felt a stir of affection for a woman, only to see her kissed by Xiao Yun. "I usually don't kiss people so casually unless I can't help myself." "My apologies, you are simply too beautiful," Xiao Yun said, grinning at the woman before him. He was not lying. She was indeed stunning, a celestial beauty whose delicate features were complemented by an extraordinary presence. Her physique rivaled Tsunade's, exuding explosive power, making her a true gem. Xiao Yun had another motive behind the kiss. He realized that he could not match her strength without employing some extraordinary tactics. Of course, this was merely a contest of physical strength. If Xiao Yun unleashed his full potential, the outcome remained uncertain, as he possessed those mysterious eyes. During their standoff, should he unleash that enigmatic purple light, it would likely seal Maki's fate. However, Xiao Yun refrained from such actions, for she was a ninja from Tangying Village, and he needed to capture her to uncover the village's secrets. "I'll kill you, you bastard." Maki's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, her eyes radiating boundless rage. She unleashed her full power, a tremendous force erupting from her, sending Xiao Yun flying. Subsequently, she crossed the two gigantic blades before her chest and swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, great peacock cyclone slash. Maki roared, hurling her two colossal blades into the air. They merged mid-flight, spinning rapidly to form a towering cyclone that reached 10 meters in height, uprooting trees in its wake with its astonishing power. Pointing a single hand at Xiao Yun, Maki unleashed the cyclone, which surged toward him with the ferocity of a thunderstorm. Xiao Yun's heart sank as he beheld the approaching tempest. Its might surpassed all his expectations. His Sharingan clearly revealed the edges of the cyclone, spinning like deadly blades, leaving nothing in their path. Should he be struck, even Sage Mode would not save him from being shredded into countless pieces. What the hell? How is she so strong? He thought, desperately seeking a way to evade. Get out of the way, Jiraiya shouted urgently. The power of this technique was overwhelming, rivaling even Naruto's wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Of course, I know to dodge. Xiao Yun lamented inwardly, regretting his earlier indiscretion. At this point, there was nothing left for him but to make a hasty retreat. Xiao Yun exerted all his strength, desperately sprinting into the distance, while the fierce Ma Fei, controlling the hurricane, pursued him with a speed that surpassed his own. It was unclear how long they had been running, but ultimately, Xiao Yun was caught up by Ma Fei. "You scoundrel, run if you can." Ma Fei glared at the man who had stolen her first kiss. "Lady, it was merely a kiss, not a night spent together. Is it truly necessary to pursue me so relentlessly?" Xiao Yun gazed at her in exasperation. You wretched man, I shall kill you." Ma Fei trembled with rage. "If I am not mistaken, that kiss must have been your first, correct? I advise you to calm down. You wouldn't want to slay the man who shared such a tender moment with you, would you? Listen to me, withdraw the wind technique, and we can discuss other methods of kissing. To be frank, it was my first kiss as well," Xiao Yun remarked, a lewd expression creeping onto his face. "You and I." Ma Fei trembled even more, causing Xiao Yun to feel dizzy as he directed his gaze toward his own hands, realizing he was losing control. "I will kill you." Ma Fei, consumed with anger, shed tears, and with a furious roar, the hurricane surged towards Xiao Yun once more. However, its power had diminished compared to before. Whether it was due to the passage of time or Ma Fei's frantic state weakening her control over the technique remained unclear. In any case, Xiao Yun had achieved his objective. Despite this, the remaining power of the wind was still formidable, posing a genuine threat to Xiao Yun's life. True Thousand Hands. Xiao Yun bellowed as a 5-meter-tall Buddha statue emerged behind him, countless hands extending from its back, creating a terrifying scene. Ever since he had been gravely injured by that mysterious hand and had regained consciousness, his mental fortitude had undergone unprecedented enhancement. To Xiao Yun's delight, this enhancement significantly amplified his would-release chakra. Just before their departure, with the system's assistance, Xiao Yun had finally evolved his would-release chakra to the 4th stage, allowing him to harness the power of true Thousand Hands. Of course, compared to the first Hokage, Xiao Yun's true Thousand Hands were still insignificant. Yet they were no longer comparable to that weakened version of true 10 Hands from earlier. Boom, boom, boom. Standing atop the Buddha statue, Xiao Yun pointed forward with one hand, and countless wooden hands slammed towards the hurricane. The leading wooden hands were instantly shredded into pieces, and Xiao Yun squinted, realizing he had underestimated the technique's power. Nevertheless, I refuse to believe this hurricane can maintain its current state. Again, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with battle fervor as countless wooden hands charged forward once more. Such ferocity. Ma Fei's heart surged with waves of astonishment. She seemed to recall having seen records of this technique in the library of Tangying Village. Ah, I remember now. This is the true Thousand Hands of the first Hokage. Ma Fei finally recalled, astonished that she had encountered such a formidable opponent immediately after leaving the village. What a pity he is a scoundrel. Ma Fei's fighting spirit ignited, and with a sudden shout, she swung her fist through the air, creating a continuous sound of breaking air. Xiao Yun activated his purple Sharingan, clearly perceiving the numerous extremely compressed air waves rushing towards him, reminiscent of Li's Mourning Peacock technique. What a powerful woman, Xiao Yun thought to himself. Had it not been for his recent fortuitous encounters, he truly would not have been her match. Reluctantly, he withdrew a portion of the wooden hands to defend against the airwaves. At that moment, Jiraiya and Sasuke finally arrived, gazing at the scene before them, their astonishment beyond words. Especially Sasuke, who initially felt somewhat indignant. Had he activated his cursed seal state from the beginning, perhaps he could have held his own against her. Yet, witnessing the battle that had left the ground pockmarked, he felt a chill settle in his heart. What right did he have to think he could compete? Chapter 160. Returning to villainy after some time, the hurricane dissipated, and the Buddha statue behind Xiao Yun could no longer be sustained, crumbling into fragments. However, their clash continued. Now a pure contest of physical prowess. The two combatants seemed entirely absorbed in the fight. Ma Fei's movements resembled a celestial dance, fluid yet imbued with immense strength, while Xiao Yun's style was grand and forceful, exuding an overwhelming power. To an outsider, it might have appeared as though a couple was engaged in a dance. They fought from noon until sunset, and finally, both struck each other with their fists, being sent stumbling back several dozen meters. This round is a draw. I am tired from today's battle. We shall continue another time, Ma Fei remarked, her gaze towards Xiao Yun akin to that of one beholding a monster. Her bloodline limit endowed her with unparalleled perception and formidable control abilities. Furthermore, she possessed a unique capability to draw energy from the air, converting it into the chakra she required. If Ma Fei wished, she could continue fighting indefinitely. But how was this man able to endure for so long? It was truly astonishing. Lady, do you truly intend to cease the fight? Xiao Yun glared at her, feeling dissatisfied. Just moments ago, he sensed a faint indication of the fourth gate of the 8 gates opening, and if he persisted a bit longer, he might unlock the fourth gate, the damage gate. I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot continue to play with you. Rest assured, our encounter will not end here. Once I have completed my business, I shall seek you out. Ma Fei coldly huffed as she picked up the massive sword from the ground, slinging it over her shoulder before turning to leave. Apologies, but you cannot leave just yet. At that moment, Jiraiya arrived beside Ma Fei, holding the tightly bound Xinyan. Xinyan, Ma Fei exclaimed in shock, glaring furiously at the two men. What do you intend to do? We mean no harm. We merely wish to learn everything about Tanging Village, Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly, signaling to Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded, stating, do not worry. I have already captured that brat Sasuke. Xiao Yun smiled slightly. Orochimaru sending Sasuke to capture someone indicated that he was aware of Tanging Village's secrets, and it was imperative to inquire how Orochimaru had come upon this knowledge. Sister Ma Fei, you must flee. Do not concern yourself with me. Xinyan, lying on the ground, cried out desperately. Lady, we harbor no ill intentions. To be frank, a storm of bloodshed is about to sweep across the ninja world, and we are soon to face unimaginable foes. Thus, we must gather every possible ally to confront these powerful adversaries. Therefore, I wish to understand the cursed techniques of Tanging Village, and if possible, learn them, Xiao Yun stated. Despite having only just met this woman, he sensed her sincerity, believing it better to be forthright about his intentions rather than weave a web of lies. Do you think you can learn the cursed techniques of Tanging Village? Dream on, Ma Fei retorted, though she regretted being unable to utilize her cursed techniques at that moment. Otherwise, this scoundrel would be twice as weak and would not stand a chance against her. But how does he know that a fierce battle is imminent in the ninja world? Is that so? Xiao Yun replied with a mysterious smile, pulling out a piece of parchment from his pocket, which bore the inscription of the mysterious statue's base. He then handed it to Ma Fei. How do you possess the inscription of the Lord of the Evil Gods? Ah, I remember now. You are the ninja who infiltrated Tanging Village. Ma Fei pointed at Jiraiya, exclaiming in shock. Indeed, it is I, the sage, Jiraiya replied nonchalantly. Thief, prepare to meet your end. Ma Fei, filled with fury, raised her massive sword, aiming to strike Jiraiya, for to her, the altar in her village was a sacred place that must not be sullied by outsiders. It can be said that this situation incited her fury more than the fact that Xiao Yun had stolen her first kiss. Calm down. I have already stated that we mean no harm, Xiao Yun asserted, blocking the massive sword of the demoness, Ma Fei, with a loud voice. I trust you as much as I would trust a ghost, Ma Fei retorted, her eyes wide and seemingly ablaze with rage. It is possible that both I and your dark deity hail from the same origin, Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Ma Fei was momentarily stunned as if struck by lightning. She gazed at Xiao Yun with disbelief, then broke into a scornful smile, saying, You? From the same place as the dark deity? Ha! You think I would believe such nonsense? Let me enlighten you about the inscription. I am a celestial sorcerer who has traversed the cosmos, vanquishing all foes without a single defeat. Yet, the underlings of the Sacred Eye clan, lacking martial virtue, have coerced me into submission by threatening the lives of the beings of the Azure Star. Xiao Yun recounted slowly. Ma Fei stared at him, momentarily speechless. So do you believe me now? Xiao Yun asked, a small sense of pride swelling within him as he observed Ma Fei's expression. I am indeed a fellow villager of your dark deity. Let us see you act so arrogantly in my presence. He thought to himself, pondering the possibility of fabricating a tale that the dark deity was a distant cousin who summoned him to learn the arts of cursing. These people should be eager to kneel and sing their submission, he mused, particularly fixated on this woman, intent on subduing her wild spirit. You are full of nonsense. Just as Xiao Yun was lost in his reverie, Ma Fei interrupted with a friendly yet menacing greeting. Do you think you can deceive me with mere fabrications? How naive. I advise you to release my companion forthwith, or I shall unleash my full power, ensuring that you meet a grave fate. Ma Fei glared at the two with a fierce countenance, placing her delicate hands upon the hilts of her massive swords, readying for battle. Xiao Yun frowned. Could it be that she had not exerted her full strength earlier? Sister Ma Fei, do not mind me. Go, seek the prophesied child. Xianyan exclaimed, writhing to draw attention. The prophesied child? How do you know of this? Zelaya queried, his brow furrowed as he seized Xianyan by the arm. Humph. You shall not pry my secrets from me. If you have the ability, then end this swiftly. Xianyan retorted defiantly. Damn it. It seems I cannot restrain these two without resorting to drastic measures. Resolving to act for the sake of the ninja realm, Xiao Yun seized Xianyan from Zelaya, producing a dagger and menacingly placing it against his groin. Woman, you surely do not wish for your companion to become extinct, do you? Amidst a vast expanse of snowy wilderness, several strangely attired men and women trudged silently through the snow, leaving no trace of their passage. After an indeterminate duration, the leading man finally halted, his expression grave as he regarded the imposing mountain before him. With a series of hand seals, he pointed forward, and astonishingly, the mountain split in two, sliding apart like colossal doors, yet the movement was eerily soundless. As the mountain parted, a small fortress materialized before them. Lord Sichuan, is this the space that guards the Ten Tails? Inquired the long-absent Shimura Danzo. The man known as Sichuan nodded with a smile, addressing the group. Esteemed colleagues, this is indeed the realm that seals the Ten Tails, but alas, the current Ten Tails is but a shell. To revive it, we must capture the nine-tailed beasts and imbue them within its form. Then, Lord Sichuan, shall our next task be to capture the nine-tailed beasts? An elderly man with snowy hair asked, gazing intently at Sichuan. No, Sichuan replied gravely, shaking his head. Amato, the current shell organization is still not very formidable, and I have yet to regain my peak strength. We shall refrain from pursuing the tailed beasts for now. But Lord Sichuan, if we do not act swiftly, the Akatsuki organization will surely seize the initiative. A golden-haired, blue-eyed woman interjected urgently. Humph, do not be concerned about those ignorant fools, Sichuan said, a dismissive smile gracing his face. I assure you, this world conceals many mysterious forces that even we, the Akatsuki, may struggle against. Let the Akatsuki take the lead while we observe from the shadows. Even we, the Akatsuki, may struggle against them? The group was taken aback, having witnessed Sichuan's overwhelming power, which seemed divine in nature. Surely there cannot exist beings rivaling the Akatsuki? Danzo, incredulous, gazed at Sichuan, who had traversed the ninja world for decades and was familiar with its hidden corners. If such beings existed, they would have long since emerged to dominate the ninja realm. Sichuan chuckled lightly and then addressed the group. The Toad clan of Mayaboku, the Snake Sage clan of Ryuchi Cave, that mysterious cursed clan, and the clan capable of bridging dreams and reality, the Inuzuka clan and the Shinigami clan. Danzo's heart raced at the mention of these clans. Aside from the Cursed and Shinigami clans, he had some knowledge of the others. The Inuzuka clan was nearly extinct, and as for the Myaboku toads, he had never perceived them as particularly strong. The existence of Ryuchi Cave remained a mystery, with rumors suggesting it had vanished from existence. From this moment forth, a motto: dedicate yourself fully to the creation of artificial beings. Danzo, you shall monitor the movements of the Akatsuki organization and remain vigilant regarding the information on those clans I just mentioned. By the way, I recall the Inuzuka clan has a member in your Leaf Village named Kurenai Yuhi. Find an opportunity to capture her. As for me, Sichuan cast a meaningful glance at the four-sided emblem in his palm. In the outskirts of a forest surrounding the Soup Shadow village, Xiao Yun nodded in satisfaction. Under his coercion, Ma Fei finally divulged the method to infiltrate the Soup Shadow village, to bring Xiao Yun back to her clan, claiming he may very well be the prophesied child. Soon, the time for the 5-year ritual of the Dark Deity's blessing would arrive, and the clan leader would undoubtedly summon the prophesied child to participate. Thus, by masquerading as the prophesied child, there was a chance to acquire the power of the curse. You and I will enter the Soup Shadow village together. If you attempt any tricks, I will have Zelaya dismember your companions, Xiao Yun threatened menacingly. Though Ma Fei felt a surge of anger, she was powerless to resist, for Xan Yan's life was firmly in his grasp. With that, Xiao Yun led Ma Fei toward the direction of the Soup Shadow village. The Dark Deity shall surely punish you, vile and despicable scoundrel. Ma Fei's eyes glinted with unbridled fury. Whether the Dark Deity will punish me is uncertain, but I shall punish you first, Xiao Yun replied with a sudden wicked grin. Smack! The sharp sound of a slap echoed in the air. I will kill you, Ma Fei exclaimed, mortified and furious. Think of your companions, hee. Xiao Yun taunted. Smack! You beast! I will slay you. Ma Fei shot back. Calm down, Ma Fei. Smack! Smack! As the two exchanged blows, they raced toward the Soup Shadow village. And within a day, they finally arrived. Ma Fei, it is now your turn, Xiao Yun said with eager anticipation. Ma Fei glared at Xiao Yun. Her eyes filled with resentment. This scoundrel had slapped her a total of 999 times and kissed her 18 times, tarnishing her once pure body. Surely, the Dark Deity would scorn her. Once I rescue Xan Yan, I will ensure this scoundrel pays dearly. Ma Fei resolved internally. Smack! What are you thinking about? Xiao Yun kindly inquired. I was contemplating how to carve you into 1,000 pieces, Ma Fei replied, rubbing her sore backside. Oddly enough, it feels somewhat pleasant. Rest assured, perhaps I am indeed the prophesied child. When the time comes, you must adhere to the clan's customs and serve me, the prophesied one, diligently. Oh, you needn't toil with the arduous tasks. Simply bear my children, one each year, for a decade or so, Xiao Yun chuckled, his face adorned with a rather lewd expression. Dream on. The Dark God would never allow someone as vile as you to be the prophesied child, Ma Fei scoffed coldly. Yet her mind was rife with doubt. The clan leader had stated that the prophesied child would be extraordinary, undoubtedly a person of unparalleled talent. This individual, despite his youth, possessed a strength that could match her own. After all, she was blessed with a top-tier bloodline. Perhaps there exists a chance it could indeed be him. Shaking her head vigorously, Ma Fei thought, please, let it not be him. If it were, the entire village would have to obey his every command unconditionally. This fellow enjoys slapping bottoms so much. Surely, he would torment me daily. Just as Ma Fei's mind wandered, a masked man approached. Ma Fei, sister, why have you returned? A rugged voice inquired. Quickly inform the clan leader that I have found a creature who may be the prophesied child. Ma Fei shot Xiao Yun a disdainful glance. With the passage of time, Kenoha village was gradually returning to normalcy. Recently, the village had welcomed numerous rogue ninjas, growing stronger by the day, which had exhausted the Hokage's secretary, Shikamaru. Each day, processing the political examination documents for these ninjas had become an overwhelming task. Just then, amidst the mounting pressure, the communication scroll on the Hokage's desk suddenly illuminated with a brilliant glow. Remembering Xiao Yun's instructions from before his departure, that the scroll should be handed to Tsunade the moment it lit up, Shikamaru hastily set aside his work and rushed to Kenoha Hospital. Inside a beautifully decorated room at Kenoha Hospital, Hinata Baijia was incessantly vomiting, while Tsunade gently patted her back. Baijia, why have you been vomiting so much lately? I recall you never liked spicy foods. Why the sudden fondness for chili, swallowing them one by one? Tsunade queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. Baijia wiped the residue from her mouth, her gaze evasive, as she replied somewhat guiltily, "Perhaps I've simply upset my stomach and given my naturally cold constitution. Spicy food can help alleviate that. Is that so?" Tsunade mused, somewhat skeptical. "By the way, have you ever inquired whether the Hokage prefers sons or daughters?" Baijia steered the conversation elsewhere. "Oh well." Tsunade blushed slightly. "Xiao Yun prefers daughters, but I still wish to bear him a son. After all, he has mentioned that his parents favored sons over daughters, for sons carry on the family name." Upon hearing this, Baijia's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Sour sons and spicy daughters. This pregnancy of mine is surely destined to be a daughter. You will have a son, while I will have a daughter. Xiao Yun will undoubtedly favor my child more." "Why are you suddenly asking this?" Tsunade questioned, perplexed. "Just a casual inquiry," Baijia replied. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in," Tsunade said coolly. "Tsunade-sama, the communication scroll has responded." Shikamaru hurriedly handed the scroll to Tsunade. After reading it, an unprecedented seriousness appeared on Tsunade's exquisite face as she fixed her gaze on Shikamaru and said gravely, "Shikamaru, disseminate the news of Tsukuyami's death due to poisoning. Remember not to make it too conspicuous." Shikamaru and Hinata Baijia exchanged glances. In the village of Soup, Xiao Yun was escorted by a group of mysterious masked individuals into the village. Upon entering, he felt a mysterious and unfathomable power, reminiscent of the enigmatic force of that massive hand he had encountered before. The closer he approached the altar, the more intense this power became, making him feel like an ant, a solitary leaf adrift on a stormy sea. Even someone as formidable as Xiao Yun could not suppress a tremor in his body. He longed to turn back. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his backside, and turning to look, he saw a masked individual regarding him with a mocking gaze. "Pray you are indeed the prophesied child. Otherwise, I shall make certain your backside blooms," came a chilling voice from behind the mask, none other than the woman Ma Fei, who had received 1,000 spankings from him. "Ma Fei, you wouldn't want your allies to be left without heirs, would you?" Xiao Yun retorted, rubbing his sore backside as he unleashed his trump card. "Is that so? Do you know what my curse ability is?" Ma Fei said cryptically. "What is it?" Xiao Yun felt a sudden jolt of unease. "It grants me complete control over a person's mind, compelling them to act as I desire. In simple terms, if you are not the prophesied child, you will henceforth be my slave, destined to endure daily spankings." Ma Fei laughed wickedly. "Do you take me for a fool? If you possess such power, why not utilize it outside?" Xiao Yun scoffed. "I shall not shy away from the truth. Our curse ability can only be employed within the village. Once outside, it becomes ineffective." "Pray, prophesied child," Ma Fei cackled gleefully. Xiao Yun felt a chill run down his spine. This woman did not seem to be lying. Realization dawned upon him. He had ventured into perilous waters alone. A vivid image flashed in his mind. A room where Ma Fei, once wielding twin great swords, now brandished dual fly swatters, approaching him with a gleeful smile, ready to unleash her wrath upon him. With a shake of his head, he steadied his nerves and said somewhat obsequiously, "Ma Fei, it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. Release me, and I shall return your ally. No, your companion." "Yes, companion. You see how my tongue slips," he added, lightly slapping his own face. "I will ensure your companion's safe return, and we can become good friends. When you visit Kenoha, I shall cover all costs. Is that so?" "You are so generous, young Master Xiao." Ma Fei removed her mask, revealing her lustrous black hair and a playful smile. Of course, Xiao Yun was momentarily stunned. This woman was stunning, a perfect blend of allure and strength. "Dream on." Ma Fei struck him sharply, causing Xiao Yun to grimace in pain. Her strength rivaled that of Tsunade. Coincidentally, the village chief of Soup had mysteriously vanished, leaving explicit instructions that if Ma Fei returned with someone, they were to be treated well. Thus, this heavy responsibility fell upon Ma Fei's shoulders. In a dark corner of Ma Fei's chamber within the village, she concealed herself, peering through a crack to observe the man she loathed so deeply. "Cursed art control," Ma Fei whispered, unleashing a formidable mental force into Xiao Yun's mind. Such potent mental energy. Damn it, she must be ambushing me, utterly lacking in martial ethics. Xiao Yun cursed inwardly, focusing all his mental strength to resist. However, even with his formidable mental prowess, he found himself outmatched. As time passed, beads of sweat formed on Xiao Yun's forehead, and after an hour, he could no longer endure. His vision began to blur. This woman possesses an astonishing mental strength. Ma Fei gradually stepped out from the shadows, exuding a fragrant aura. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. Her curse was unable to hold even the clan leader for 3 minutes. Yet this fellow managed to endure for an entire hour before succumbing to her control. The endurance was remarkable. Although the process was arduous, the outcome was delightful. How shall I torment you? Perhaps I should start by punishing you for the debts you owe me. Stand up, commanded the enchanting Ma Fei, her voice resonating with the authority of royalty. Chapter 163. Spreading rumors in Ma Fei's boudoir. Xiao Yun endured daily torment, his cries echoing as old wounds reopened amidst new injuries. The room was shrouded in a barrier crafted by Ma Fei, rendering the outside world oblivious to the sounds of suffering within. Xiao Yun yearned to resist. But Ma Fei's curse was formidable, and she had cunningly preserved a fragment of his self-awareness. Thus, each morning he was beaten, at noon he served her meals. In the afternoon he massaged her back and legs, and by night he prepared her foot baths. After washing her feet, he would stand at the head of her bed, fanning her throughout the night. A week passed without a moment of rest for Xiao Yun, his extraordinary stamina waning under such relentless strain. Dark circles forming around his eyes as yawns escaped his lips. Whenever he teetered on the edge of slumber, she would forcefully revive his consciousness with her curse, trapping him in a merciless cycle that brought him to the brink of mental collapse. Woman, death is but a fleeting moment. You would be wise to end my suffering. Otherwise, when I find the chance, I shall drag you to the Moonlight Tavern in Kenoha. Do you know what transpires there? With your beauty, you would surely become the star attraction. Xiao Yun's weary, panda-like eyes glinted with resentment. It was an unbearable situation. Since arriving in the Naruto world, he had never felt so humiliated. As the esteemed Hokage, he found himself reduced to such a state. A disgraceful plight. Kill you? Huh. I could never do that. Your swordsmanship is simply too captivating. Yet another sunlit day awaits. Fear not, my dear, for today I shall only strike you 500 times. Endure it, and it shall soon pass. Ma Fei gazed at Xiao Yun with a bewitching smile, her delicate hand cradling his chin. The sounds of his lamentation filled the air. Wait, did you not say 500? This makes it 508. After a long pause, Xiao Yun spoke, his eyes brimming with despair. Forgive me. I lost count. Today as strikes were particularly effortless. Let us combine today and tomorrow as punishment, for the weekend is upon us. And I shall grant you 2 days of respite. How does that sound, dear brother? Ma Fei's gaze softened as she regarded Xiao Yun. I curse you, even in death. I shall ensure that Jiraiya does not spare your accomplices. I will see him torn apart. Xiao Yun was on the verge of breaking. Is that so? Ma Fei replied with an enigmatic smile, forming hand seals that caused Xiao Yun's gaze to become unfocused. Moments later, she lifted part of the curse, granting him a flicker of awareness. Are you in contact with Jiraiya through a summoning frog? She inquired, producing a green frog in her hand. Xiao Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Jiraiya's summoning frog be in her possession? Do not be surprised, slave. My control curse allows me to access all your memories. I had no idea you rose to be Kenoha's Hokage at such a young age. Your future is indeed promising. However, at this point, Ma Fei's expression sharpened, her gaze as piercing as a blade. I have always detested scoundrels. I once wavered on whether to end your life, but now I have made my decision. If you are not the prophesied child, I shall see you dead. Just moments ago, Ma Fei had delved into Xiao Yun's memories, discovering his past with Tsunade, Samui, and Hinata. Scoundrel. A veritable scoundrel. Time slipped away, and before long, a week had passed. In the last 3 days, Ma Fei ceased her torment of Xiao Yun, not out of compassion, but because the clan leader would return in 3 days. She could not allow him to witness such cruelty inflicted upon a man who might be the prophesied child. Treasure your final moments, for the clan leader is returning. He shall determine whether or not you are the prophesied one. If not, I will sever your roots of annoyance, allowing you to survive a little longer before meeting your end. Ma Fei coldly regarded Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun felt a chill in his trousers, forcing himself to steady his heart as he retorted, Humph. If I am the prophesied child, then you can await the day I demand you bear my children. At this juncture, there was little else to do but hope he was indeed the prophesied one. Mom, Dad, please bless your child. Xiao Yun was brought by Ma Fei to the underground secret base of the Soup Shadow Village, where the space was filled with masked figures, indistinguishable from one another. Xiao Yun, your reputation precedes you. and I apologize for the wait. Please forgive my inadequate hospitality." An elderly man with white hair bowed deeply. As Xiao Yun beheld the elder, a clever idea sparked in his mind. "Clan leader, you flatter me. What inadequate hospitality. You've been more than generous, allowing Ma Fei to keep me company every day." "Oh, do not misunderstand. Ma Fei is not only beautiful but also formidable, and her skills in bed are unparalleled. If it weren't for the impending chaos in the ninja world, I would wish to spend my life with her in that manner. Rest assured, upon my return to Kenoha, I shall formally propose, ensuring she becomes the Hokage's wife." Xiao Yun helped the clan leader to his feet, his eyes brimming with gratitude. At this declaration, the room fell silent, confusion etched on the faces of the others. While Ma Fei was indeed the most beautiful in Soup Shadow Village, she had sworn her life to serve the Dark God. How could she now betray that vow and consort with the Hokage? After a brief silence, murmurs spread throughout the assembly. It became evident why Ma Fei had kept him confined. It was for this reason, and he had remained in her quarters for nearly a month. Many men who admired Ma Fei began to clench their fists, eager to confront Xiao Yun. Ma Fei felt a surge of humiliation and rage. "Fear not, Ma Fei, for I will take responsibility for you and our child. We shall name the child Xiao Matzi. Though the name may lack charm, it is, after all, your choice." Xiao Yun gazed at Ma Fei with profound affection. Once more, the assembly was taken aback. Had they truly moved so swiftly to the point of having a child? "Xiao Yun, do not speak nonsense, Ma Fei. Did you not vow to serve the Dark God for eternity?" A man suddenly ripped off his mask, angrily interrupting her. "Indeed, you have broken your oath. What punishment do you deserve? I held you as the most sacred of women in my heart. You have shattered all my dreams of love. How disheartening." A chorus of outrage erupted from the men who admired Ma Fei, some blaming Xiao Yun, others accusing her. "Silence," the clan leader bellowed, his gaze piercing as it settled on Xiao Yun and Ma Fei. Chapter 164. The Dark God in the Underground Secret Base of Soup Shadow Village. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Even the breaths of those present were audible. The ninjas of Soup Shadow Village stood frozen, struck dumb by the gravity of the moment. In their minds, the clan leader rarely exhibited anger, but when ignited, his wrath was like thunder, demanding bloodshed to quell it. Indeed, the clan leader was furious. For Ma Fei was destined to be the next clan leader. She had sworn, in the presence of the Dark God, to maintain her purity and serve him faithfully. Now, she had betrayed that vow and bore a child. How could he not be enraged? "Clan leader, Ma Fei removed her mask and knelt before him, her bright eyes shimmering with tears, knowing she had no defense in this situation. "Sister Ma Fei, all the mistakes are mine. Whatever happens, I will bear it alone." Xiao Yun's lips curled into a peculiar smile as he hurried forward to assist Ma Fei. "Step aside." Ma Fei glared furiously, pushing Xiao Yun away. He stumbled to the ground, feigning surprise as he looked up at her. "Sister Ma Fei, what troubles you? Did we not agree yesterday in bed that today we would confess everything to the clan leader? Whether it ends in life or death, we shall face it together." Seeing Ma Fei on the verge of tears, a sense of dark satisfaction filled Xiao Yun's heart. What goes around comes around. Does the heavens spare anyone? For the past month, you've tormented me, and today, I shall disgust you even in death. Ma Fei, realizing the smugness in Xiao Yun's gaze, understood that he sought revenge, and her hatred for him had reached its peak. "Ma Fei, at this point, pray he is indeed the prophesied one, otherwise, I shall have no choice but to expel you from Tanging Village." The clan leader removed his mask, revealing a weathered face filled with disappointment as he regarded Ma Fei. "Clan leader, please do not listen to his nonsense. I am innocent. You must believe me." Ma Fei knelt on the ground, weeping profusely. "Sister Ma Fei, at this juncture, you cannot be heartless." Xiao Yun exclaimed desperately. "Enough," the clan leader shouted, turning his cold gaze toward Ma Fei. "You claim to be innocent. How can you prove it?" I can use a curse to control him, to make him speak the truth." Ma Fei's eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope. "Do you take us for fools? If he falls under your curse, he can say whatever you wish. Indeed, one must own up to their actions. Women, too, can be shameless," a small group of people expressed indignantly, while the majority remained silent, especially the men who admired Ma Fei, hoping that their beloved maiden was pure. However, this small group sought to expel Ma Fei from the village, believing that this would pave the way for one of them to become the next clan leader. Ma Fei noticed the clan leader's helpless shake of his head. He too wished to see her prove her innocence, but the arguments of this group were valid. He could not openly shield Ma Fei before the statue of the evil god. Ma Fei was momentarily speechless. Her beautiful face flushed with shame and anger. At that moment, she wished she could slay Xiao Yun, for even if she were to be drawn to a dog, she would never consider this scoundrel. Have you forgotten? Last night, in the throes of passion, you told me there is a mole beneath your left armpit, a scar on your calf, and 3 moles on the sole of your right foot, instructing me to remember every detail of your body. You were so affectionate last night. Yet today you are so cold. What is the reason for such a transformation? I refuse to believe you are devoid of feelings. Tell me, you are not. Xiao Yun shouted, his bloodshot eyes shimmering with pleading tears, his face a mask of confusion and pain. Yet internally, he reveled in the moment. Every detail he spoke of was discovered during the times he had washed her feet and massaged her back. He never anticipated they would become so useful now. If I am not the prophesied one, how can Ma Fei escape the charge of murdering her husband? The crowd erupted in uproar at his revelation. Such intimate knowledge could not be fabricated. Xiao Yun, Ma Fei cried out, her voice shaking with fury, her entire body trembling as she spoke. You shameless bastard. Xiao Yun's words left her with no room for defense. Further protest would only deepen her predicament. Enough, enough. A woman is not meant to remain unwed. Let me see if you are indeed the prophesied one. If not, Ma Fei, you may go with him. The clan leader looked at Ma Fei with weary eyes, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. After all, Ma Fei was someone he had raised since childhood and was destined to inherit the leadership of Tangying Village. Now, not only was she entangled with an outsider, but she was also with child, leaving the clan leader's heart in turmoil. Clan leader, please believe me, Ma Fei began, but was interrupted by a wave of the clan leader's hand, signaling her to be silent. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged through the underground base, and moments later, a kaleidoscope of colors illuminated the space, slowly merging into the small statue's form. Great evil god, please guide us to the prophesied one and save this continent once more. The clan leader prayed fervently before the statue. Subsequently, all the villagers of Tangying knelt, chanting incomprehensibly. Before long, the statue's eyes began to rotate, and suddenly, a projection appeared in the air, depicting a tall man in a mask. Upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to the statue. Xiao Yun stared in disbelief. Was this a holographic projection? Intruder, I did not expect to see you again. A voice of boundless authority resonated, filled with immense power that compelled Xiao Yun to bow. Xiao Yun was taken aback, utterly bewildered, as the figure spoke in a language reminiscent of northeastern dialects. You are the evil god? Xiao Yun asked weakly, gazing at the projected figure. Indeed, I am the evil god. I never imagined you hailed from the same place as I. How is the world of Huang faring? The man inquired nonchalantly. Chapter 165. Deceiving the villagers of Tangying within the underground secret base. All eyes were riveted on Xiao Yun and the phantom of the evil god. Though the language spoken was foreign, the onlookers could discern they shared a common origin. Despite the incomprehensibility, the eloquence of their speech was evident, far more refined than their own, affirming the evil god's linguistic superiority. Simultaneously, the villagers regarded Xiao Yun with newfound awe, especially the elderly clan leader, whose excitement was beyond words. It seemed Xiao Yun was not only exceptionally gifted, but could also communicate with the evil god, making it highly likely he was the prophesied one. Yet one individual felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Huang. What is Huang? Xiao Yun queried, perplexed by the phantom. That is the name of the planet you once inhabited. The evil god replied coolly. Xiao Yun scratched the back of his head and smiled. Oh, you mean Blue Star? Things are quite well there. People live comfortably, burdened by mortgages, car loans, and marriage dowries, enjoying their daily grind without the incessant violence that plagues this place. Is that so? The evil god's expression turned contemplative, then hardened as he gazed intently at Xiao Yun. Young one, soon the Holy Eye clan will descend upon this world once more. You must find the prophesied one to confront them, otherwise, the world's energy will be drained, and no one will escape death. Xiao Yun nodded gravely, then furrowed his brow, hastily asking, Wait, am I not the prophesied one? And what is this Holy Eye clan? You are not. Yet I sense an intricate connection between you and the prophesied one. It seems you alone can find them. As for the Holy Eye clan, you may also refer to them as the Akatsuki clan. This projection is merely a manifestation of my divine consciousness. Now, listen closely to what I have to say. The phantom began, and the more Xiao Yun listened, the more astonished he became. Originally, there had been no Akatsuki clan. However, following the fall of a powerful deity, their soul and body fragmented into countless entities, thus forming the Akatsuki lineage. The ultimate objective of the Akatsuki clan is to re-evolve into deities, a process that necessitates an immense energy source. To this end, they have planted a unique divine tree on every planet in the universe, capable of absorbing all the energy from its host planet until it is left barren. When the Akatsuki clan invaded the desolate blue star, the malevolent god managed to defeat 2 of the intruding Akatsuki, but the unscrupulous clan summoned 3 accomplices. Ultimately, relying on his formidable strength, the malevolent god sealed them in a different dimension, albeit at the cost of sustaining severe injuries. In a final act of sacrifice, he consumed his own soul to unleash the most potent curse, one that would strip the 6 sealed Akatsuki of their powers and transfer them to a future human. This individual, marked by the curse from birth, would be destined to annihilate the Akatsuki. Thus, he is known as the prophesied child. As for how to identify this prophesied child, the malevolent god merely stated that since birth, this person would bear a black diamond-shaped mark on their hands, feet, and forehead, referred to by the Akatsuki clan as the wedge. Upon finishing his words, the malevolent god's ethereal form dissipated into countless specks of starlight. Before departing, he left 2 items with Xiao Yun, a golden glow and a piece of parchment. The golden glow, a manifestation of the curse technique, as its name suggests, can significantly weaken an opponent's power. However, it has a notable drawback, a lengthy cooldown period of half a month before it can be used again. Yet, its merits overshadow this flaw, for in the face of formidable adversaries, it could prove invaluable. The contents of the parchment, however, sent chills down Xiao Yun's spine. With a grave expression, he incinerated the paper into ashes. What did the malevolent god say to you, 5th Hokage? Upon witnessing the golden glow merge with Xiao Yun's body, the clan leader recognized it as a sign of the malevolent god's endorsement of Xiao Yun. Moreover, the golden hue indicated that the curse bestowed upon him was extraordinarily potent, as gold symbolizes the highest echelon of curse techniques. At that moment, the clan leader felt increasingly convinced that Xiao Yun was indeed the prophesied child. Xiao Yun turned his gaze toward the visibly anxious Ma Fei, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he declared, I, a humble man, am indeed the prophesied child. This proclamation sparked a wave of astonishment throughout the gathering. Ma Fei appeared as if struck by lightning, her exquisite features marred by a flicker of despair. It is over. He truly is the prophesied child. Must I now submit to his clutches and suffer at his hands? Ha ha ha, the heavens truly favor me. The clan leader's hearty laughter dispelled the clouds of doubt that had arisen from Ma Fei's previous betrayal, and his gaze towards her returned to one of warmth. To be candid, he had not held much hope for Xiao Yun, but to discover that the first person Ma Fei brought back was the prophesied child felt like a divine blessing. Ma Fei, well done. From this day forth, you shall serve at Xiao Yun's side. By the way, do rise. You are now with child by the prophesied child, and kneeling is not good for the fetus. The clan leader hurried to assist Ma Fei to her feet. The gazes of the female ninjas from Tanging Village shifted from one of malicious glee to envy and jealousy. Had I known such fortune awaited, I should have ventured forth to seek the prophesied child myself. Truly, if only I had gone. Xiao Yun is not only handsome and powerful, but also the prophesied child, and I hear he is the 5th Hokage. Alas, a fine pig has been claimed by Ma Fei. Sisters, should we inquire if Xiao Yun has any intentions of taking a concubine? Though we may not rival Ma Fei in beauty, every man eventually tires of the same dish. Indeed, I concur. What are you two plotting? One interjected. Do not forget you are both married women. Uphold your marital duties. What business is it of yours? Who decreed that married women cannot bear children for other men? Exactly. Xiao Yun had thought himself sufficiently open-minded, but was taken aback by the boldness of these women. A swell of pride filled him. After all, it is a source of pride for a man to have women clamoring to bear his children, especially if they are someone else's wives. Naturally, such musings were merely fanciful. Xiao Yun would not act upon them, for while his thoughts were liberated, his actions remained conservative, especially upon sensing a wave of hostile glares directed his way. He surmised that most of these hostile looks originated from the husbands of these women. Thus, he solemnly vowed to the clan leader, Ma Fei is my one true love. I am devoted solely to her. I had intended to formally propose to her, but I can no longer wait. I hope the esteemed leader will expedite our wedding. Xiao Yun's words were intended for the men present, signaling that he had no interest in their wives, as he would need their support to combat the Akatsuki in the future, and he did not wish to create animosity from the outset. I see, that is permissible. The clan leader grinned widely. Ma Fei was like a daughter to him. Although not by blood, she was dearer than kin. Once wed, the prophesied child, regardless of his stature, would show him respect, addressing him as father. The thought of being called father by the malevolent gods, chosen one, only widened the clan leader's smile. In your dreams, I would rather die than marry a scoundrel like you. Ma Fei's furious voice rang out, her eyes glinting with distaste as she glared at Xiao Yun. Chapter 166, The Death of the Setting Sun? Everyone present was taken aback, gazing at Ma Fei, who knelt on the ground. Slowly, she rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Yun, her face contorted with rage. The malevolent god must be blind to designate such a scoundrel as the prophesied child. Ma Fei, the clan leader bellowed, his expression darkening as he glared at her. Do you understand what you are saying? Leader, Xiao Yun is indeed a scoundrel. He preys upon his own teacher and does not spare others' wives. To serve such a man is unacceptable, unless he banishes all the women around him. Fifth Hokage. Can you achieve that? Ma Fei's gaze towards Xiao Yun was laced with mockery, confident that he would fail, allowing her to refuse him with justification. Xiao Yun stared at Ma Fei in disbelief, forcing a wry smile as he replied, Ma Fei, I am involved with my teacher. Ugh. He shook his head, realizing he had misphrased. That is not what I meant. Clearing his throat, he organized his thoughts, then spoke once more. Ma Fei, I do have several women, but our relationships are consensual. As for my teacher, who says teachers cannot have romantic relationships with their students, and regarding others' wives, I believe you are mistaken. They should be referred to as widows. Upon finishing, Xiao Yun felt his face flush with embarrassment. His explanation felt somewhat awkward. Furthermore, his desire for Ma Fei to serve him was purely a means of retribution for her prior torment. Reflecting on the past month, Xiao Yun felt humiliated. He could not allow this affront to go unchallenged. While Ma Fei was beautiful, his other women were equally stunning, and he would not readily cast aside Tsunade and the others for this madwoman. Stop beating around the bush. I only ask you this. Will you drive away those other women? Ma Fei's gaze was icy as she stared at Xiao Yun. For you, I would do anything. Xiao Yun replied, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. In truth, he had no intention of sending Tsunade and the others away. His goal was to keep Ma Fei close to him for revenge. The female ninjas from Tangying village were left in a state of shock, their envy for Ma Fei intensifying. To think that such an exceptional man would sacrifice an entire forest for the sake of one tree. It seemed they would have no chance with him, which was infuriating. You scoundrel. Ma Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never anticipated that Xiao Yun would agree. Ma Fei, cease your antics. We are soon to become parents, and you must not act so willfully, the clan leader admonished, his voice stern. Humph. After finishing her words, the enchanting Lady Ma turned and departed. Sigh. This girl has indeed been spoiled by me. Xiao Yun, do not take it to heart, the clan leader chuckled. How could I? The esteemed clan leader, or rather, my dear father-in-law, Xiao Yun replied with a mischievous grin. Indeed, indeed. The clan leader's fondness for Xiao Yun grew with each passing moment, particularly upon hearing that endearing title, father-in-law, which filled his heart with delight. My dear son-in-law, from this day forth, you shall remain in Tangying village to cultivate the art of curses. Although the Lord of Evil has bestowed blessings upon you, mastering the curse techniques requires extensive training. This period will also allow you to familiarize yourself with the village. For I intend to entrust it to your care in the future, the clan leader said with a beaming smile. The grace of my father-in-law is something I shall never forget, even if it costs me my life to repay. Xiao Yun added a hint of flattery to his expression. The clan leader nodded in satisfaction, surprised to discover the depth of Xiao Yun's feelings for Lady Ma, who he was willing to cast aside other women for. From what he knew, Xiao Yun's other companions were all breathtakingly beautiful. This way, the prophesied child would be firmly under his control. Although I am not the prophesied child myself, I am still the father-in-law of one, which is quite satisfactory. Just as the two were preparing for a deeper conversation, a sudden croaking sound echoed in Xiao Yun's mind. Contact frog. Lady Ma had given it to Xiao Yun earlier that morning. It croaked 9 times, indicating that Jiraiya had an urgent matter to discuss. My dear father-in-law, there is an urgent matter in the village that requires my attention. I must return immediately. Once the situation is resolved, I will return to train in the art of curses with you, Xiao Yun said apologetically, looking at the clan leader. Matters of great importance take precedence. Kenoha is the foremost village in the ninja world, especially during these tumultuous times. We cannot afford any mishaps. My dear son-in-law, please hurry. The clan leader urged. Thank you for your understanding, father-in-law, Xiao Yun replied before turning to leave. Wait, my son-in-law. I shall have Lady Ma accompany you for support along the way, the clan leader added. Though Lady Ma was exceedingly reluctant, she ultimately complied. For the clan leader held absolute authority in Tangying village. Thus, she reluctantly followed Xiao Yun out of the village. This is good. It provides me with the perfect opportunity to disdainfully cast him aside, allowing him to abandon that unrealistic notion sooner rather than later. Outside Tangying village, Jiraiya paced anxiously. If Xiao Yun did not emerge soon, he would have to force his way in. Just then, he spotted 2 familiar figures, Xiao Yun and Lady Ma. Xiao Yun, why are you only just coming out? Jiraiya rushed over and grasped his wrist in urgency. What happened, Jiraiya? Xiao Yun inquired, perplexed. Why did Lady Ma come out with you? Jiraiya looked at Lady Ma, who wore a frosty expression, filled with countless questions. I am the prophesied child, and Lady Ma has been assigned to attend to me. Should any tasks arise, she is to handle them. Cooking, laundry, or even nursing the child. She can do it all. Xiao Yun said cheekily. You. Lady Ma trembled with rage, yet felt powerless, for he was indeed the prophesied child. The prophesied child? Jiraiya was taken aback. Xiao Yun was actually the prophesied child? After a moment of silence, Jiraiya accepted the revelation, realizing it was only natural. If Xiao Yun were not the prophesied child, it would indeed be strange. His strength seemed almost otherworldly, allowing him to stand on equal footing with Jiraiya after such a short period of training. By the way, Jiraiya, what has happened? Xiao Yun asked seriously. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya's expression grew grave. Xiao Yun, the sunset red poison has claimed its bearer. She has passed away. Chapter 169. Dragon's Fury. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Xiao Yun's once playful expression instantly hardened as he grasped Jiraiya's left hand, trembling as he asked, What did you say? Xiao Yun, may you find peace, Jiraiya said, closing his eyes. Nonsense. It cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Yun roared in fury. How could Sunset Red die? She had been perfectly fine when he left Kenoha just a month ago. Moreover, before departing, he had inquired with Tsunade, who assured him that the toxins in her body had stabilized and would not act up for at least 6 months. How could she suddenly succumb? Xiao Yun clenched his fists so tightly that his fingertips nearly pierced his palms. He looked skyward, allowing the rain to wash over his face, reminiscing about the moments shared with his mentor, Sunset Red, from their first meeting to training illusions in the Onma clan's secret base, to their times in the Tsuchigumo clan and those moments of intimacy. He never imagined that their last moments of tenderness would be a final farewell. With his eyes tightly shut, his heart felt as if it were being carved out, his lips quivering as tears mingled with rainwater, cascading down his resolute face. After a long moment, he let out a primal roar, slamming his fists into the ground with such force that it created a deep crater. His clenched fists transformed into dragon claws, and golden scales began to shimmer across his body. The overwhelming pressure caused those nearby to take notice. Orochimaru, I will skin you alive, extract your tendons, and stew your flesh. Xiao Yun gritted his teeth, each word dripping with simmering rage. His handsome and resolute face twisted into a menacing grimace. Xiao Yun, she is gone. You must remain calm, Jiraiya said, his expression heavy as he regarded Xiao Yun. Calm? What do you mean calm? Where is Sasuke? Bring him to me. I want to hunt down Orochimaru. I will end him. Xiao Yun's thunderous roar echoed, summoning lightning and thunder, his explosive aura shaking the heavens and the earth. A dragon's reverse scale, touch it and face its wrath. Xiao Yun's reverse scale was his women. Anyone who harmed them, be it Orochimaru or any other, would meet their doom. Lady Ma was taken aback, sensing the sudden surge of his power. Had he been holding back during their earlier confrontation? Jiraiya knew it was futile to attempt to reason with Xiao Yun at this moment. He formed hand seals and summoned a giant toad, which expelled Sasuke and Shin Yin from its mouth. Jiraiya approached the two and tapped their foreheads. waking them from their stupor. Shinyan. Lady Ma rushed over, embracing him tightly. Meanwhile, the dazed Sasuke was lifted by Xiao Yun as if he were a mere chick. Speak. Where is Orochimaru? Xiao Yun bellowed at Sasuke. Sasuke, bewildered by Xiao Yun's furious demeanor, was unsure of what had transpired. However, as a proud Uchiha, he thought, if you shout at me, how can I comply? What would that make me? I don't know. Sasuke replied coldly. Bang. Xiao Yun's fist connected forcefully with Sasuke's abdomen. At that moment, Xiao Yun was teetering on the brink of insanity. Despite retaining a shred of rationality, he unleashed 7 or 8/10 of his strength in that blow. Sasuke felt as though an immense hammer had struck him in the gut, the overwhelming force nearly rendering him unconscious as he coughed up blood. I will ask you one last time. This is your final opportunity, Xiao Yun said coldly, drawing a kunai and pressing it against Sasuke's neck. Xiao Yun, please calm down. Jiraiya interjected, moving to restrain him. He then turned his attention to Sasuke. You, Uchiha brat, hurry and speak. Aren't you seeking to avenge your clan? Do you wish to die without taking action? Sasuke gritted his teeth against the pain, glaring at Xiao Yun with resentment. Damn it, Xiao Yun. Why are you defying the rules? At least ask a few more times before resorting to violence. If I refuse to answer, you can strike later. Who assaults someone after one question? Have some decency as the Hokage. You lack basic social skills. Bakayuru. However, the proud Sasuke did not speak without provocation. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he gritted his teeth and asked slowly, Xiao Yun, why are you seeking Orochimaru? Xiang Hong is dead, Jiraiya replied coldly. For the sake of Xiang Hong, who once was my teacher, I can reveal Orochimaru's whereabouts. Sasuke finally found himself a way out. In a secret base of the Sound Village, the anguished cries of Orochimaru echoed incessantly. Do, Sasuke has been gone for a month. Why hasn't he returned? As soon as he does, we must proceed with the reincarnation ceremony. Orochimaru could no longer endure the overwhelming sensation of burning that intensified with each passing day. Even he, the formidable Orochimaru, had contemplated ending his own life, bidding farewell to this malevolent world. Orochimaru-sama. Sasuke is on his way back and has captured the 2 individuals who ventured outside the Sound Village. Please, hold on a little longer, Do said respectfully. Hold on. I can't take it anymore. Orochimaru's head jerked back, and he fainted from the pain. Time passed, and when Orochimaru finally regained consciousness, he was confronted by 4 individuals, Do, Sasuke, and the tightly bound figures of Ma Fei and Xian Yen. One must admit, Sasuke's binding skills were remarkable, showcasing Ma Fei's perfect figure exquisitely. Sasuke-kun, well done, Orochimaru remarked with a pained smile. To the friends from the Sound Village. I apologize for bringing you here in such a manner. My intention is simple. Tell me everything about the cursed techniques. Orochimaru's tone was unexpectedly gentle, his hoarse voice carrying an undeniable magnetism. This, Ma Fei feigned fear, hesitating. Do not be afraid. As long as you reveal the secrets of the cursed techniques, I will ensure your safety, Orochimaru continued. Only if you lead me out of the secret base will I divulge the secrets of the cursed techniques. Ma Fei finally spoke after much deliberation. Led you out of the secret base? Orochimaru questioned, puzzled by the woman before him. Yes. I can sense that this secret base is filled with formidable barriers and traps. If you go back on your word, I will have no means of escape. And where would I seek justice then? A glimmer of cunning flashed in Ma Fei's eyes. In truth, everything had been orchestrated by Xiao Yun, aiming to draw Orochimaru out. Should they invade recklessly, Orochimaru might exploit the complex base to escape. Of course, this assistance came at a price. If Ma Fei could lure Orochimaru out, Xiao Yun promised her freedom. What a cunning little girl you are. Very well, I shall grant your request. You may rest here for the night while I attend to some personal matters. A cold chuckle arose within Orochimaru, thinking how naive she was. Capturing her once would surely allow him to do so again. Agreed, it's a deal. The following morning, Ma Fei and Xian Yen found themselves in a forest, accompanied only by Sasuke and Do. Where is Orochimaru? Ma Fei inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Orochimaru-sama is unwell and cannot attend. You will convey all you know about the cursed techniques, and then you may leave. Do replied with a slight smile as he untied the ropes binding them. This left Ma Fei in doubt. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Xiao Yun, lurking in the shadows, could not help but scold Orochimaru for his caution. Wait, something isn't right. Xiao Yun activated his purple Sharingan, fixating on Sasuke. The chakra emanating from him had transformed. It was no longer solely filled with hatred, but now bore an ambiguous essence of both righteousness and malevolence. Moreover, Xiao Yun sensed the unmistakable chakra of Orochimaru within him. Could it be that Orochimaru has acted so swiftly? Xiao Yun was taken aback, realizing that Orochimaru must have already seized control of Sasuke's body. Orochimaru, he roared, his body surging forth like a purple comet towards Sasuke. Xiao Yun, that is not Orochimaru. Jiraiya attempted to restrain him, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yun was at Sasuke's side. What speed? Sasuke gasped, desperate to evade but unable to react in time. He summoned a massive white serpent to envelop himself. Boom! Xiao Yun's punch, transformed by his dragon form, was extraordinarily powerful, the dragon claw crackling with terrifying purple lightning chakra. If Kakashi had been present, he would have been astounded, for this thrust was a quintessential Chidori. The white serpent was torn to shreds, blood raining down as Sasuke's face emerged before Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun unleashed the third gate, the immense force creating a crater 10 centimeters deep with a 2-meter diameter. Die! Xiao Yun would not allow Orochimaru a moment's respite. Seizing the opportunity while his mind was unsettled, he swept his hand across. Bang! In a moment of panic, Sasuke could only defend, drawing the Kusanagi sword and stabbing towards Xiao Yun's chest. Come, let us harm each other. Xiao Yun's eyes blazed with fury. The purple lightning in his palm undiminished, and even more radiant, he did not flinch. Bang! The stabbing occurred simultaneously. Sasuke pierced Xiao Yun's chest with the Kusanagi sword, while Xiao Yun's hand impaled Sasuke. Both spat blood. Orochimaru, do you think you can disguise yourself and I wouldn't recognize you? I tell you, today either you die, or I do. Xiao Yun wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes reflecting boundless madness. Xiang Hong, I too lament the loss, but at this moment, Sasuke's voice had transformed, becoming hoarse and unmistakably resembling Orochimaru's usual tone. It was evident that Orochimaru had eradicated Sasuke's consciousness. Now, Sasuke was merely a vessel for Orochimaru. You lament? I am going to flay you alive. Xiao Yun's madness intensified. Memories of his teacher's every smile and frown pierced his heart, making the pain of the sword through his chest feel trivial in comparison. With a fierce grip on the Kusanagi sword with his left hand and seizing Orochimaru with his right, Xiao Yun roared, Dragon Transformation. You have already transformed. Only then did Orochimaru notice Xiao Yun's claws, his eyes widening in disbelief, waves of horror crashing within him. How is this possible? The white snake sage from the dragon cave has yet to achieve dragon form after years of training, yet Xiao Yun has done so, meaning he has gained the dragon cave's recognition. Orochimaru understood the terrifying nature of the dragon cave all too well. Even one of its 5 guardians alone would pose a challenge, and he could not guarantee victory even at his peak. At this point, it was too late for regret. Even if the dragon cave overlooked his offense against a transformed being, Xiao Yun would not spare him. Orochimaru could feel that Xiao Yun's power had reached a terrifying level. Even if he were uninjured, subduing him would be a formidable task. Damn it, if I had known Xiao Yun's talents were so extraordinary, I should have seized his body from the outset. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yun was enveloped in a storm of lightning, the purple and white lightning intertwining into an extraordinarily alluring hue, radiating a perilous aura. Feeling the overwhelming power of the lightning before him, Orochimaru's eyes widened in fear. If he were to be ensnared by such lightning, he would emerge not unscathed, but rather stripped of his very essence. Let go, let go! Orochimaru exerted all his strength to shake off Xiao Yun, but Xiao Yun's grip was unyielding. Panic surged through Orochimaru. It had been a long time since he felt death so closely, the last occasion being against the semi-divine Hanzo the Salamander. In a manner befitting the customs of the land, Shilai Xiao Yun let out a thunderous roar, and a surge of purple and white lightning instantaneously engulfed the two individuals. The air was filled with anguished cries, and nearby, the pharmacist Do yearned to rescue Orochimaru, yet found himself utterly powerless to act. It was evident that even had he the means, he lacked the strength to intervene, for standing before him were not only Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, but also that formidable woman. Jiraiya, whose prowess was comparable to that of Lord Orochimaru, radiated a pressure that left Do in no doubt. If it came to a confrontation, that woman would undoubtedly overpower him. How infuriating! Since yesterday, this group had conspired against Lord Orochimaru, and the despicable Sasuke had aligned himself with them. Do clenched his fists in frustration, his gaze filled with loathing as he regarded the woman before him. Unbeknownst to him, Sasuke had fallen under the influence of Jiraiya's Jinjutsu, a tactic that had cost Jiraiya dearly to execute. The cries of agony persisted as the lightning enveloping Orochimaru intensified, who, despite the torment, struggled to maintain his consciousness, shouting, "Xiao Yun, are you truly willing to perish alongside me? Let go now. You will be the only one to die." Xiao Yun retorted with a fierce yell, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he maximized his lightning chakra. At this moment, both of them radiated a brilliance akin to a miniature sun, blinding those around them. Fool! Such a degree of lightning cannot be dispelled in a mere instant. Even if Xiao Yun ceased his assault, the residual lightning chakra within him would claim his life. Although the woman, Ma Fei, secretly wished for Xiao Yun's demise, she was momentarily moved. This man, despite his flaws, exhibited profound affection for his woman. This is utterly chaotic. Ma Fei, keep your eyes on that pharmacisto. I shall seal the lightning, Jiraiya declared, hastily unfurling a scroll upon the ground. Chapter 169. The Curse Technique Unraveled, Saving Sasuke in the Forest. The purple and white lightning enveloping the two grew ever more intense, their screams echoing through the air. Both Orochimaru and Xiao Yun endured immense agony. At this moment, Orochimaru's eyes widened in horror. Xiao Yun was indeed on a path of mutual destruction. The only way to survive was to abandon Sasuke's body. No, that was an unthinkable option. To ascend to the heights of the Sage of Six Paths, one must possess the most perfect Sharingan. Xiao Yun, do you truly wish for mutual destruction? Orochimaru strained to maintain his fading consciousness, summoning his last ounce of strength to shout. Once again, I shall tell you. Only you shall perish. Curse technique, unravel. Xiao Yun bellowed, abruptly releasing Orochimaru. A mysterious force enveloped Xiao Yun's body. The purple-white lightning flickered and, in an instant, dissipated like a short-circuited light bulb. Jiraiya, who had prepared the sealing scroll, stood dumbfounded, exclaiming, "This is impossible." Generally, even if Xiao Yun were to withdraw the lightning technique, the lightning chakra would linger within the body for an extended period. How could it vanish so abruptly? What has he done? Impossible. How could he utilize the curse technique outside of the hidden hot springs village? Could this be the power of the prophesied child? The mysterious force was all too familiar to Ma Fei, her stunning visage filled with astonishment. Indeed, Xiao Yun had, like Orochimaru, reached the limits of his body's endurance. Even if he had retracted the lightning technique, the residual lightning chakra would have inflicted grievous harm upon him. However, Xiao Yun possessed the curse technique, and unexpectedly, his first target was himself. Such a formidable curse technique. Xiao Yun marveled, realizing that his strength had dwindled to merely half of its peak. In contrast, Orochimaru was far less fortunate. Although Xiao Yun had retracted the lightning technique, the residual lightning chakra continued to wreak havoc within him. Xiao Yun, you are indeed reluctant to part with your life. Though Orochimaru's consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse, he was relieved that Xiao Yun had retracted the terrifying lightning technique. Orochimaru, I have foretold your demise. Xiao Yun coldly regarded Orochimaru, and in the next moment, he activated his purple Mangekyo Sharingan. No, this is impossible. How could you possess the Sharingan? Orochimaru gazed at Xiao Yun as though he had encountered the Grim Reaper. You may call me Uchiha Xiao Yun. With a chilling laugh, Xiao Yun awaited the moment Orochimaru's consciousness was about to shatter. In the next instant, his consciousness found itself in a void. Within the space, countless tendrils enveloped dozens of individuals, who hovered mid-air with their eyes tightly shut. Clearly, these were souls from whom Orochimaru had stolen consciousness. Among them, Xiao Yun searched diligently until he finally located Sasuke in a concealed corner. Transforming his hands into blades, he severed the tendrils binding Sasuke. The purple Mangekyo Sharingan emitted an eerie glow, and after a prolonged moment, Sasuke finally awoke, gazing dazedly at Xiao Yun and the surrounding space. This is impossible. This cannot be. This is my created space. I am the god here. A voice filled with terror echoed, and Xiao Yun turned to see Orochimaru's weakened form manifest before them. Without further ado, Xiao Yun pierced through Orochimaru's body with his hands transformed into blades. No, this is impossible. I am meant to grasp the truths of all existence. How could I perish here? As Xiao Yun continued to stab, Orochimaru's voice grew increasingly feeble until this realm transformed into specks of starlight, dissipating entirely. As the space vanished, Xiao Yun's consciousness returned to his body. Teacher, I have avenged you. A searing pain enveloped Xiao Yun, overwhelming him as he collapsed to the ground, his smile fading into a grimace. At that moment, Sasuke regained consciousness, staring blankly at the few individuals before him. After a long pause, he realized that it was Xiao Yun who had saved him. Impossible. Xiao Yun, you actually eliminated Orochimaru's consciousness. This cannot be. Do, witnessing Sasuke's expression, immediately understood that Orochimaru had met a tragic end. What shall we do with this fellow? Jiraiya inquired, pointing at Do. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun was lost in sorrow, oblivious to Jiraiya's words. With a sigh, Jiraiya resolved to act independently and apprehend Do. Do, appearing grave, assumed a combat stance. However, facing two ninjas far more powerful than himself, his struggles were merely symbolic. He was swiftly knocked unconscious by Ma Fei, who then retrieved the ropes used to bind her the previous day, employing the same method to restrain Do. A day later, Xiao Yun had completely recovered, his astonishing regenerative abilities leaving Jiraiya and Ma Fei in awe. Just yesterday, he had been charred black and had endured a sword wound to his chest. Yet today he was lively and vibrant. In stark contrast, Sasuke continued to groan in discomfort. The disparity in their states was glaringly obvious. Nevertheless, Sasuke managed to rise to his feet, albeit with some difficulty, a testament to his lightning chakra affinity. Had he possessed a different elemental affinity, he might have perished multiple times over. Orochimaru is dead. What are your plans now? Xiao Yun inquired. Sasuke gazed at Xiao Yun, bewildered. He had aligned himself with Orochimaru to gain power, and now that Orochimaru had been vanquished, he was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, a glimmer of determination shone in Sasuke's eyes as he solemnly regarded Xiao Yun and said, Xiao Yun, I wish to return to Kenoha. Is that permissible? Why? Xiao Yun asked, his tone measured. Through your training, I aspire to become as formidable as you. Sasuke, being quite earnest, openly articulated his intentions, his eyes glimmering with fervent anticipation. Very well. I concede to your return to Kenoha, but you shall not train alongside me, Xiao Yun replied with a faint smile. Why not? Sasuke inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Because I have a significant task for you. Eliminate Itachi and then join the Akatsuki, providing me with updates on their every move, Xiao Yun stated earnestly. Eliminate Itachi? Huh. Sasuke let out a bitter laugh, continuing, I wish I could, but it's beyond my reach. Xiao Yun smiled calmly, his left hand clenched tightly as he approached Sasuke. What do you intend to do? Sasuke's heart raced, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, Xiao Yun extended his left hand, revealing a sphere of purple-white energy that materialized in his palm. This. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the energy sphere, recognizing that this level of lightning chakra was far more refined than his own. This should significantly enhance your power. Merge with it. Remember, do not betray Kenoha, or I shall take your life, Xiao Yun warned, unveiling his purple Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke, as if confronted by a specter, stared in sheer terror, stammering. How do you possess a Sharingan? Wait, no, your Sharingan resembles Itachi's. That is of no concern to you. When the time is right, I will reveal to you how to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly. Chapter 170, The Cunning Maki. After departing from the Sound Village, the four individuals arrived at a crossroads. To the east lay the path to Kenoha, while to the west led to the Hot Water Village. Maki, you may return. Jiraiya, we shall proceed, Xiao Yun declared, turning to walk away with Jiraiya. Wait, I will accompany you to Kenoha, Maki exclaimed as she hurried to catch up. Ha ha ha, little girl, are you reluctant to part from our powerful and charming Hokage? I must inform you that our Hokage has many beauties in his harem. If you choose to follow him, be gentle with Xiao Yun, otherwise he may tire of you and cast you aside, Jiraiya teased, gazing mischievously at Maki. Me, taken by him? Absurd. Even if every male creature in the world perished, I would not cast my eyes upon him, Maki retorted disdainfully at Jiraiya. Then why are you following us? Did not Xiao Yun promise you freedom? Jiraiya quipped. The Dark God has chosen him as the prophesied child. Once he withstands this catastrophe, I shall return to the Hot Water Village and serve the Dark God for life. By the way, I intend to adopt a dog and name it Xiao Yun, Maki replied irritably. Me too, Xiao Yun responded, exasperated at Maki's insistence. By the way, where is your companion? Jiraiya asked, glancing back, but finding no trace of Shen Yan. I sent him back to report our safety, Maki explained. In Kenoha, a group of ninjas from the Hot Water Village confronted the Leaf Ninjas led by Tsunade, with the leader of the Hot Water Village at the forefront. Let us in. I must inform you that your Hokage must greet our clan leader as father. How dare you insignificant fish obstruct us? When the Hokage returns, you shall see how he deals with you. Indeed, your Hokage has proclaimed that upon his return, he will dismiss all the women beside him, marrying only Maki from the Hot Water Village. They continued. You may not know this, but Maki is already with Xiaoyun's child. Therefore, according to lineage, Xiaoyun must address me as big brother-in-law. Do you understand? Yes, yes. Xiaoyun must call me uncle as well. And me. Xiaoyun must refer to me as second uncle. The clan leader grinned at Tsunade. You must be Tsunade. What a pity. I advised Xiaoyun not to dismiss you, but alas. He loves Maki too much. Shut your mouth. Tsunade roared, delivering a punch that created a 10-meter-wide crater in the ground. The clan leader narrowly dodged, yet still coughed up blood from the residual shockwave. This woman possesses incredible strength. Her power likely rivals that of Maki. I'll kill you, you foul-mouthed old dog. Tsunade shouted in fury, launching another punch, this strike far swifter and stronger than the last. I'll tell you, I am Xiaoyun's father-in-law. Just then, a massive sword abruptly blocked Tsunade's iron fist, the tremendous clash resonating in a deafening roar. Maki, you finally arrived. Had you been a moment later, I would have met my end. The clan leader finally recognized Maki before him. You are Tsunade? Indeed, quite beautiful and alluring, Maki observed, a twinge of jealousy stirring within her, acknowledging that Tsunade was indeed more mature. Who are you? Tsunade queried, regarding the woman with suspicion. Behold, she is Maki, the woman most cherished by your Hokage, without exception. The clan leader boasted proudly before Tsunade. You are Maki? Tsunade scrutinized the strikingly beautiful woman before her, recognizing her as a potential calamity for the nation, her beauty and figure rivaling her own. Yet, there was one aspect in which Tsunade excelled, her stature. Indeed, Tsunade, our clan leader graciously seeks refuge in Kenoha, yet you treat us so. Maki observed the Hot Water Village's entire clan, even bringing the statue of the Dark God, instantly comprehending the clan leader's intentions. Do you presume to dictate to me? Tell me, are you with child by Xiaoyun? Has he not declared that he would cast away all women by his side? Tsunade demanded, her anger palpable. Tsunade, do not heed their fabrications. Maki and I have no such relationship. Just then, a figure dashed to Tsunade's side, none other than Xiaoyun himself. Tsunade, let me explain what has transpired, he began. Silence. You shall not speak. Tsunade's furious shout interrupted him. Indeed. Maki, you take it from here. Xiaoyun quickly cast a pleading glance at Maki. Maki, noticing Xiaoyun's sudden silence, allowed a strange smile to grace her lips as she seized his arm, feigning tears. Xiaoyun, you heartless wretch. You were so tender when tearing my clothes, yet now you turn your back on me? I am with your child, you cannot abandon me. A collective gasp echoed from the crowd, astonished at the revelation that their Hokage had yet again won over an extraordinary beauty. At this rate, he may charm every beauty in the ninja world. Maki, what on earth are you doing? Xiaoyun lamented, tears of frustration brimming in his eyes. That night, at Tsunade's residence, Xiaoyun tightly embraced her. Let go. Release me. Tsunade struggled momentarily before relenting, allowing Xiaoyun to hold her. Tsunade, hear me out. I assure you, I have no connection with Maki. After all this time, have I ever lied to you? Xiaoyun turned her to face him, his expression earnest. Humph. Who would believe you? She is so young, so beautiful, so full of vitality. Tsunade turned her face away, the air thick with jealousy. In truth, Tsunade had long harbored insecurities about her age, being 5 years older than Xiaoyun. Each time she saw younger girls, she felt a surge of vulnerability, fearing that Xiaoyun may one day find her lacking. In truth, Tsunade's concerns had already been conveyed to Xiaoyun by Hinata. Observing Tsunade's sulking demeanor, Xiaoyun sought to reassure her. In my homeland, there's a saying. In youth, one fails to appreciate the older sister's virtues, mistaking young maidens for treasures. I am no longer youthful. I now favor women of your caliber, especially someone like you. Besides, I truly have no dealings with Maki. Are you speaking the truth? Tsunade embraced Xiaoyun tightly. Akin to an octopus, her face flushed with shyness as she gazed at her beloved man. Indeed, it was no deception. Xiaoyun, rendered speechless, directed his gaze towards the heavens. his bewildered expression leaving Tsunade utterly entranced. How could she be so enamored with this man? In a spontaneous moment, she leaned in to press her fragrant lips against his. Chapter 171. The enraged Shikamaru. The silvery moonlight bathed the village of Kenoha. As Tsunade's lips approached him, Xiaoyun turned his face toward the window. A look of profound sorrow etched on his features. Humph. I knew you must have taken a fancy to some young and beautiful girl, and now you disdain me. Tsunade pouted, her exquisite visage darkening with a hint of anger. This was the first time Xiaoyun had rejected her kiss. Tsunade, I'm just not in the mood. Xiaoyun replied flatly. Not in the mood? Tsunade was taken aback, her anger intensifying as she placed her hands on her hips, exuding an air of indignation. Oh, I see. You've tired of me, haven't you? Now that you have a young girl to entertain you, you find me distasteful? How heartless of you. Here I am, thinking of you day and night. Oh, my child, what is left for me if your father no longer wants me? With that, Tsunade burst into tears. Xiaoyun, at a loss for words, wrapped his arms around Tsunade from behind and spoke softly. My dear Tsunade, when I said I wasn't in the mood, it was because teacher Asuma has passed away. A sudden laugh escaped Tsunade's lips, instantly halting her tears. She turned to embrace Xiaoyun, wiping her eyes, and exclaimed, So that is why? I thought you had grown tired of me. She playfully poked his forehead. Xiaoyun, puzzled, regarded Tsunade. How could she react this way upon hearing of Asuma's demise? Were they not the closest of friends? Look at you. Well, the truth is. Tsunade began to explain. Upon hearing her, Xiaoyun was left utterly bewildered. Teacher Asuma is not dead? Then has Orochimaru died for nothing? He gazed at Tsunade with tears welling in his eyes. Why do you look so shocked? Tsunade asked, confused. I avenged teacher Asuma by eliminating Orochimaru, Xiaoyun responded, his voice lacking enthusiasm. What? You actually defeated Orochimaru? Tsunade's bright eyes widened in disbelief. Her man had become so formidable. I never thought that in protecting Asuma, you would end up harming your own brother. Remembering the moments they had trained and fought together, Tsunade felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Ah, Tsunade, you've suffered so much during this time. I cannot stand idly by. I must seek vengeance. With the revelation that Asuma was alive, the dark clouds that had enveloped Xiaoyun's heart dissipated as he lifted Tsunade into his arms. Ah, what are you doing? No, don't. Tsunade feigned resistance, her eyes sparkling, yet her arms instinctively wrapped around Xiaoyun's neck. As dawn broke, the two finally paused, embracing each other, unwilling to part for even a moment. Tsunade gazed down at the man resting in her arms, a surge of pride swelling within her. Indeed, this treasure she held was the beloved of her child. Morning arrived, and ever since falling for Xiaoyun, Tsunade, like any woman in love, incessantly sought to adorn her man in the finest garments she could find. She commissioned a tailor in the village to create over 100 ninja outfits, changing them one after another, turning Xiaoyun into her personal mannequin. After an hour of trials, Tsunade finally looked at Xiaoyun with satisfaction. My man grows more handsome with each passing moment, she mused, her eyes alight with happiness and admiration. Xiaoyun had only recently begun his training, but had already vanquished one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Not only that, but he had also risen to the position of Hokage at such a young age, forging alliances with the Hokage and even bringing the enigmatic Sasuke village to Kenoha. How fortunate she felt to bear children for such a remarkable man. Tsunade couldn't help but leap into Xiaoyun's embrace. Yun, promise me, no matter how many women you may have in the future, you must never forget your sister, all right? Her tone carried a hint of pleading, stirring a pang of guilt in Xiaoyun. Indeed, there were times when he wished to devote himself entirely to Tsunade alone, but alas. My dear Tsunade, I shall love you forever, and we will surely remain together for all eternity. He gently caressed her silky golden hair. Go, change into the secretary outfit I adore most. Today, I shall go nowhere but accompany my Tsunade sister for food and shopping, Xiaoyun declared, planting a kiss on her soft lips. With sparkling eyes, Tsunade opened the wardrobe, carefully searching until she found the secretary outfit Xiaoyun favored. I'm changing now, she said, her cheeks flushed with shyness. We're already an old married couple. Go ahead. It's not as if I haven't seen you before, Xiaoyun chuckled. Stop it. Help me with the zipper at the back. Ah, I'm just helping, not taking advantage. You truly are a stubborn one, Tsunade, Xiaoyun teased. Hokage office, ah? This is my son-in-law's Hokage seat. Let me try it out, the Sasuke village leader declared, plopping himself down. After spinning around a few times, he nodded in satisfaction and gestured to Shikamaru. Not bad, not bad. The view is excellent, but it lacks a seat for the Hokage's wife. You there? Go arrange an additional seat here for her to assist him in his duties. Shikamaru, suppressing his anger, thought, our Hokage, who flits about with women, has now brought this entire entourage to Kenoha? As an adept Hokage secretary, he forced a smile and replied, Sasuke, the Hokage office is not a personal domain. Even the Hokage cannot assign a seat here for his wife. Oh, let us be flexible. You can resign your secretary position and let my Maki take over. How about that? You seem clever enough. Come work for me in Sasuke village. The leader smiled at Shikamaru. Thank you for your consideration. But my position as Hokage secretary was appointed by the daimyo himself, and I have no authority to resign. Furthermore, even if I were to resign, the Hokage would not permit a woman to serve as his secretary, Shikamaru replied with a smile. Why is this young lad so naive? The Hokage's wife should serve in that capacity, not a man. What nonsense is this daimyo business? I've decided, starting today, you're no longer needed. The leader waved his hand dismissively. Who do you think you are? Guards. Throw him out. Shikamaru, having received professional training, typically refrained from cursing unless provoked. I dare you. I am the father of the Hokage, the leader retorted, leaping up. Just then, a striking figure burst in, Maki. Sasuke, please, can we refrain from this nonsense? Yesterday, I merely said those things to provoke Xiao Yun. I have no relationship with him. Here's the pregnancy test report, Maki declared. Exasperation etched on her face as she slammed the report on the desk. What? You're not carrying Xiao Yun's child? The leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he picked up the report. Is there any doubt? Sasuke, our duty is to follow the will of the Dark God and diligently assist the prophesied child in averting this catastrophe. As for me, I have long devoted my life to the Dark God, Maki stated resolutely. Chapter 172. The transformation of Xiao Yun. The next day, Xiao Yun allocated the territory once belonging to the Uchiha clan to the Tsuchikage village. The villagers of Tsuchikage worked tirelessly for 2 days to properly erect the statue of the Dark God and re-establish the curse formation. After several days of contemplation, Xiao Yun finally understood why the curse techniques of the villagers of Tangying village became ineffective once they left the village. It turned out that their reliance on the curse techniques was contingent upon their proximity to the statue of the malevolent deity. Stepping away from it rendered their curses powerless. To this day, only Xiao Yun and Fei Duan could utilize curse techniques without depending on the statue of the evil god, a mystery that no one could elucidate. Ma Fei, you need not serve the malevolent deity for eternity. I believe Xiao Yun is truly remarkable, handsome, powerful, and, most importantly, the prophesied child. Why not yield to him? Ma Fei, surely you do not wish for your exceptional bloodline to lack an heir? The clan leader had been tirelessly persuading Ma Fei to unite with Xiao Yun at every opportunity. Clan leader, I have already stated my intention to serve the malevolent deity for life. Besides, even if I were to seek a partner, I would not choose someone as fickle as Xiao Yun. A hint of disdain crossed Ma Fei's face at the mere mention of Xiao Yun. As far as she knew, Xiao Yun had already captured the affections of Tsunade and Samui, and the deceased Sunset Red was not to be counted. Furthermore, the Hyuga clan was set to marry 2 of their women to him in the future. Do you think I have nothing better to do than compete with a horde of women? Ma Fei scoffed. Just then, a few men who had long admired Ma Fei began to applaud, particularly one named Xian Yan, who had nearly confronted Xiao Yun after hearing the rumor that Ma Fei was expecting his child. Fortunately, it turned out to be false news. Xian Yan's face lit up with joy. As long as he could remain by Ma Fei's side, he felt content. Enough of this foolishness. Xian Yan, go fetch Xiao Yun and inform him that I have matters to discuss with him. The clan leader's roar silenced the crowd, leaving them in a state of apprehension. What could provoke such anger from the clan leader? Just then, Xiao Yun appeared, arm in arm with Tsunade, followed by the upper echelons of Kenoha, including the likes of Jiraiya and Hinata Hizashi, among others. My son-in-law, you have arrived. Upon seeing Xiao Yun, the clan leader immediately rose and warmly grasped his hand. Ma Fei, why are you still standing there? Hurry and prepare a pot of our finest tea for my son-in-law. Come, let him take a seat. The clan leader seemed to have eyes only for Xiao Yun, leaving the other dignitaries in an awkward position. Esteemed elders of Kenoha, as Tangying village has just arrived in your esteemed land, we ask for your kindness and support. Please, Take a seat while I prepare a pot of our village's unique curse flower tea. One could not deny that Ma Fei was adept at handling social situations. Yes, yes. Please sit, everyone. Here, it is like home. Do not be shy. The clan leader suddenly remembered the other guests and hastily added, causing a wave of silence among them, as he seemed to forget that others were present. Clan leader, why has the title changed? In my heart, Ma Fei is already yours. Rest assured, I will ensure she is bound to your bed. You are my son-in-law, and that will never change unless you disown me as your father-in-law. A hint of displeasure crossed the clan leader's face. Well, this is a mutual affair. Ma Fei is fiercely loyal to the malevolent deity and is deeply engrossed in her training. It is best to respect her wishes. Xiaoyan did not wish to have a fierce woman at his side. With Tsunade, Sunset Red, and Samui, 3 extraordinary women, he felt sufficiently occupied. Even the prospect of including a member of the Hyuga clan did not appeal to him. Too many women would only hinder his swift action. After all, he was the Hokage. Alas, Ma Fei is indeed admirable, but rather stubborn. However, my son-in-law, I do not mind how many women you have, as long as you promise that the position of Hokage's wife will be granted to our Ma Fei. Before he could finish, Hinata Hizashi slammed his hand down on the table. You, old man from Tanging Village, I have tolerated you since you entered. Do not overstep your bounds. I tell you, the position of Hokage's wife will belong only to my granddaughter, Hinata Yumi. Hinata Hizashi fixed a fierce gaze upon the clan leader of Tanging Village. Do you think I am intimidated by your menacing glare? Dare to challenge me? I warn you, had it not been for my respect for my son-in-law, you would already be dead. With the statue set up, the clan leader's confidence had surged, emboldened by the power of the curse techniques. I shall teach you a lesson. You arrogant old fool, Hinata Hizashi declared, preparing to strike. Enough. From now on, we are all ninjas of Kenoha. What sort of decorum is this? Do you not acknowledge me as your Hokage? Xiao Yun's furious shout erupted, radiating an awe-inspiring presence that left the assembly trembling in fear. Aside from Tsunade and Jiraiya, the others were astounded by Xiao Yun's newfound strength. Ladies and gentlemen, the ninja world is on the brink of an unprecedented catastrophe, one that may present an even greater threat than Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. As Xiao Yun's words echoed, astonishment filled the room. I will provide further details at the next special Hokage meeting for the daimyo. For now, we must unite and select elites from each clan to form a special task force. The plans and objectives of this task force will be presented later by Shikamaru. However, there is no need for undue concern. So far, the 2 organizations that pose the greatest threat to our ninja world have infiltrated our ranks. Our immediate priority is to establish the special task force, which will be overseen by Jiraiya, and all clans must contribute personnel. Secondly, I propose we form a ninja alliance with the 5 great nations to collectively resist this impending catastrophe. Of course, this second suggestion is merely my personal thought, and I mention it now to prepare you mentally, as we remain in a state of near war with the Mist and Earth villages. Lastly, I, in the name of Hokage, welcome the inclusion of Tanging Village and shall host a banquet in celebration. All Kenoha clans must attend. Xiaoyan spoke with a measured tone. Understood, the assembly responded respectfully. Xiaoyan's strength had soared, and through diligent efforts, his grip on Kenoha had significantly strengthened. None of this would have been possible without Tsunade's support, as she helped establish Xiaoyan's own Umbu, actively engaging with various clans and enhancing his heroic image through public relations. Particularly, his victory over Orochimaru had catapulted Xiaoyan's reputation in Kenoha to unprecedented heights. Now, an aura of authority emanated from Xiaoyan without his conscious effort. He glanced at Tsunade, pulling her closer to him, a gesture that spoke volumes. Tsunade looked at her man with a blissful smile and whispered, "The public relations campaign is being orchestrated by Hinata Baijia. You should check in on her. She has not been well lately." Xiaoyan nodded. Chapter 173. The painful Hinata Baijia. The territory of the Hinata clan is renowned for its stunning beauty. Nestled beside mountains and water, alive with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Despite his position as Hokage, Xiaoyan had seldom visited the Hinata clan, a fact that filled him with a sense of guilt, as they had been staunch supporters of his leadership. However, upon his arrival at the Hinata clan's domain, the male ninjas displayed an unusual wariness, particularly those with wives, who hurriedly ushered their spouses indoors. Xiaoyan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. After all, Hinata Hisashi had previously boasted about offering the women of the Hinata clan for his own breeding purposes, leading to some animosity directed at him. Nevertheless, standing tall and true, he was not one to shy away from baseless accusations. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yun reached Hinata Baijia's residence. Just as he was about to knock, a cacophony of crashing sounds echoed from within. "Mother, did you not vow to uphold your fidelity to father for a lifetime?" A voice filled with fury resounded, and Xiao Yun recognized it as belonging to Hyuga Niji. "Niji, I cannot bear to see you shackled by that vile curse seal for a lifetime. I promised your father I would take care of you." Hinata Baijia's voice trembled with a hint of tears and desperation. "I would rather be bound by the curse seal for eternity than witness you marry that scoundrel and ruin your happiness." Hyuga Niji shouted frantically, his voice revealing the turmoil on his face. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Niji was indeed reckless, daring to insult the Hokage. He would need to find an opportunity to admonish him. In truth, this was not the first time Niji had insulted Xiao Yun. Previously, in the interest of stabilizing Kenoha, Xiao Yun had chosen not to pursue the matter further. Now, however, in his quest to fully command Kenoha and resist impending calamity, he needed to establish his absolute authority. Certain words could no longer be uttered without consequence. He understood the principle that 3 people can create a tiger and that many voices can tarnish a reputation. "Niji, calm down and listen to me. The Hokage is not the person you think he is. He has worked tirelessly for Kenoha, risking his life multiple times to gain strength. He is truly great, and you cannot insult the Hokage." "Enough," Niji interrupted Baijia harshly before she could finish. "It seems you have forgotten your father. All you see now is that bastard, isn't it? By the way, where is your father's portrait?" "Ha ha ha, Hinata Baijia. Are you afraid that being intimate with that scoundrel in front of your father's portrait would be awkward, so you put it away? What is this? Baby clothes? A baby hat and baby shoes? Have you already conceived that scoundrel's child? Ah, you even have Tsunade's clothes. You and Xiao Yun are quite the pair." Niji raged, calling Baijia a promiscuous woman. Suddenly, the sound of tearing fabric echoed in the room. "Niji!" Baijia rushed forward, attempting to snatch the clothes prepared for the baby from Niji's hands. Bang! At that moment, Xiao Yun kicked the door open. Both were taken aback, not expecting him to appear. Smack! Xiao Yun swiftly delivered a slap, catching Niji completely off guard. With a painful cry, Niji fell to the ground, his fair face swelling. Gazing at Xiao Yun in terror. How can this guy be so fast? My Byakugan could barely catch a glimpse of his afterimage. "Niji, did you also insult Tsunade?" "If it weren't for Baijia's sake, I would have kicked you to pieces," Xiao Yun said coldly, staring down at Niji. "Are you all right, Niji?" Baijia rushed to his side, her heart aching for him. "Get away, I don't need your pity." Niji pushed her away, frantically rummaging through the room until he found his father's portrait. He took a green marker and scribbled a green hat on the image, laughing maniacally as he said, "Father, do you like the hat your wife wears for you?" "Niji, you want me to die?" Baijia felt her heart racing, blood seeping from her mouth, and she fainted. Thankfully, Xiao Yun caught her just in time. Time passed, and Baijia eventually awoke in an unfamiliar bed. "Where am I?" she asked weakly. "This is teacher Xianghong's room. You will stay here for now," Xiao Yun replied, his eyes filled with regret. It was his fault that Baijia and Niji had nearly become enemies. "Rest well. The medical ninja has already treated you. You suffered from emotional distress and need to recuperate. Please drink this herbal medicine," he said, bringing forth a bowl of dark concoction and offering it to her. "Thank you, Hokage," Baijia said, lifting the bowl, but suddenly remembered something. She abruptly set it down. "Ah, I cannot take the medicine. It's not good for the baby." Baijia's words faltered, her face flushed, leaving Xiao Yun momentarily speechless. What a beautiful woman. Wait, why did she say it's not good for the baby? Is she pregnant? Sensing Xiao Yun's puzzled gaze, Baijia hastily clarified. "What I meant is, I still need to care for Sister Tsunade. This medicine is too strong and might not be good for her baby." "Oh, I see. Don't worry. During this time, focus on your recovery. I will take care of Tsunade. If you need anything, just let me know." Xiao Yun smiled slightly and prepared to leave. Baijia gazed at Xiao Yun's retreating figure with a complex expression, wanting to say something, but ultimately remaining silent. As he reached the door, she couldn't help but call out, "Hokage? What is it?" Xiao Yun responded, "I'm scared being here alone. Can you come and check on me often?" Baijia's voice was faint, yet Xiao Yun's keen senses picked it up easily, and he nodded with a smile. Then, disregarding her discomfort, Baijia slowly approached Xiao Yun. adjusting his collar, sleeves, and pant legs with tender care, resembling a devoted wife. Her gaze was filled with reluctance and affection. "Rest assured, Baijia, I will visit often," Xiaoyun said, patting her shoulder. However, the force of his touch nearly caused her loose clothing to fall, but she covered it just in time. Even so, Xiaoyun caught a glimpse of something remarkable. Wait, that mole on Baijia's chest seems so familiar. A flicker of doubt crossed Xiaoyun's mind. As Xiaoyun departed, Baijia shed silent tears. "Xiaoyun, I'm sorry. I cannot tell you that I have your child. I promised Niji's father to protect him for life. But rest assured, I will give birth to our child and raise them well." Just after Xiaoyun left Baijia's side, he encountered the long-missed Might Guy and Kakashi rushing towards him in a panic. "Hokage, it's urgent. The Four Tails, Son Goku, has been captured by the Akatsuki," Might Guy exclaimed, dropping to one knee. Indeed, it was Uchiha Itachi and Kisame who captured the Four Tails, Kakashi added. In the Hokage office, the higher-ups of Kenoha gathered, divided into two factions regarding whether to rescue the Four Tails. One faction, led by the future talents of Kenoha, believed that since they already possessed five-tailed beast Jinchuriki, there was no need to confront the Akatsuki directly, as they could not summon the Geto Mazo without the remaining four-tailed beasts. Despite Kenoha's strengthened position, thanks to the absorption of many ninjas from other nations, they still needed to consolidate their forces to face even greater crises ahead. On the other hand, the faction led by Jiraiya and Tsunade contended that rescuing the Four Tails was imperative, as they might need the power of the Geto Mazo in the near future to summon the Ten Tails to combat the upcoming calamity in the ninja world. Xiaoyun, with a cigarette in his mouth, watched the bickering crowd with a serious expression. As Hokage, he had to deliberate carefully and make the decision that aligned best with their current interests. "Hokage, what is your opinion?" Mito Gate Kurenai finally paused the heated debate, taking a sip from his cup before turning his gaze toward Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun remained silent, recognizing the validity in both sides. The Four Tails had undoubtedly been taken to the Akatsuki's lair, and attempting a rescue now would lead to a direct confrontation. Although Kenoha had the strength to face the Akatsuki, the outcome could very well be mutually destructive. If we do not act now, we will inevitably be hindered by the Akatsuki organization in our plans to confront the Otsutsuki. The most prudent course of action would be to ally with the Akatsuki to eliminate the shell organization first, and then devise a means to harness the powers of the Otsutsuki clan, thereby employing their own strengths against them. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the two pivotal figures of the Akatsuki, Pain and Uchiha Obito, would hardly believe the intelligence I possess regarding the Otsutsuki clan. To broach the subject recklessly would likely yield adverse consequences, causing Xiaoyun to waver momentarily. This detestable Akatsuki is nothing but an impediment to my aspirations of saving the world, adding chaos to the mix. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Xiaoyun's eyes as he recalled a crucial detail. Why did the Akatsuki seek to gather the tailed beasts? Was it not to cultivate the divine tree and subsequently utilize it to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi inscribed on the Uchiha tablet, thus creating an ideal world devoid of conflict? The tablet left behind by the Sage of Six Paths has been tampered with by Black Zetsu. If he can alter it, why cannot I do the same? Everyone, I have devised a plan. With that, Xiaoyun paused and declared, "I intend to." Upon hearing this, the group stood up in unison. First, we shall not rescue the Four Tails. I have my own arrangements. Second, we will spread word that the Uchiha clan's tablet has revealed the Sage of Six Paths' last words. As for the content of those words, I will disclose it shortly, Xiaoyun said with a mysterious smile. As the meeting adjourned, Xiaoyun, accompanied by Kakashi, arrived at the Uchiha clan, now a fief of the hidden hot water village. However, they no longer referred to themselves as the Hot Water Clan but adopted the name Xiao Clan, which made Xiaoyun feel somewhat embarrassed. "Ah, son-in-law, what brings you here today? Come, let us share a few drinks tonight." As for that one-eyed fellow, he should not follow. "I have important matters to discuss with my son-in-law," the clan leader said, his eyes filled with affection for Xiaoyun. Even Kakashi, known for his exceptional self-control, nearly succumbed to the urge to reprimand the old man. But out of respect for Xiaoyun, he restrained himself. The primary reason, of course, was that he knew he could not win in a confrontation. Since entering this domain, he sensed an enigmatic power that left him unsettled. Clan leader, I actually have something of great importance to discuss with you," Xiaoyun said with a cheerful demeanor. "What is it?" Just speak your mind. There is no need for formality with me, the clan leader replied, patting Xiao Yun on the shoulder. In the Hidden Rain village, two men clad in black cloud-patterned cloaks appeared at the village entrance. One of them, a tall and oddly featured man, bore a massive sword upon his shoulder, from which dangled the bloody body of an elderly man with crimson hair. The elder groaned intermittently, his face contorted in agony, as blood dripped from his body into the rain, producing hissing sounds as it vaporized. Kisame, you ought not to treat an elderly man in such a manner, Uchiha Itachi remarked coldly, a flicker of sympathy and reluctance evident in his icy Sharingan. Oh, how utterly astonishing. The one who exterminated his entire clan possesses a shred of compassion. How ironic, Kisame scoffed with a chilling laugh. Itachi cast a brief glance at the elder, choosing silence. Eventually, the two came to a halt in a cave, where Kisame unceremoniously dropped the four tails. Just then, a flurry of light and shadow flickered within the cave as several figures materialized. Well done, Itachi, Kisame, Pain commended, his gaze fixed on the two. Alas, the 2 tails. 6 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails have all vanished. Our grand endeavor is at stake. Oh, my esteemed predecessors, what I have long hoped for is slipping away. The man with the yellow eye mask, Obito, suddenly collapsed to the ground in tears. What are you wailing about? Shut your mouth, or I'll blow you up. Deidara bellowed angrily, startling Obito into a jump. Everyone, let us not waste time. We must seal the 4 tails at once. They all responded in unison. With that, they simultaneously performed hand seals, and 8 crimson chakra chains emerged from behind them, extending towards the 4 tails. The chains penetrated the 4 tails' body, lifting it into the air. At that moment, the cave trembled violently as a colossal stone statue materialized within. The chakra from the 4 tails was relentlessly siphoned through the chains until, with a resounding thud, the 4 tails collapsed to the ground, resembling a lifeless husk, utterly devoid of life. Everyone, we have captured but 1-tailed beast. Let us endeavor to seize the remaining ones, Pain declared. Understood, they all replied in unison. In the cave, Pain stood resolutely, gazing into the distance, while a masked man emerged slowly from a swirling portal behind him. Pain, you are aware that the chakra of the 2 tails, 6 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails has suddenly vanished, correct? The masked man stated flatly. Pain glanced at the masked man before redirecting his gaze to the horizon, a grave expression crossing his face. Could our actions have alerted the 5 great ninja nations? Have they hidden the Jinchuriki? Obito, you have always been responsible for gathering intelligence on the tailed beasts, have you not? After a moment of silence, the masked man looked at Pain and replied, in fact, not long ago, I could still sense their chakra. However, in recent times, it has been as if they have evaporated from existence, and I can no longer perceive their chakra. This matter is my responsibility. In the cave, the two exchanged silent glances, the tension palpable as they could even hear each other's breaths. Without the tailed beasts, their plan could not be successfully executed. At that moment, a massive aloe vera plant suddenly appeared beneath the masked man, unfurling to reveal a black and white head before them. Pain, Obito. The hidden hot water village has completely relocated to the Leaf Village and merged with it. It appears that the 5th Hokage is quite formidable. Moreover, as far as I know, the 6 tails, Yagura, was saved by him. It is possible that the disappearance of the other Jinchuriki is also connected to him. The head rasped, its voice akin to metal scraping against glass, sending chills down one's spine. The 5th Hokage, you say? The masked man's tone grew cold. He had suffered a significant defeat at the hands of this individual. He had not anticipated the rapid growth of this adversary, who now seemed even more formidable than the 4th Hokage of yore. How intriguing, Obito. I recall that you have faced setbacks against him, Pain remarked with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, the masked man's eyes twitched slightly, and he retorted coldly, this individual must not be allowed to remain. We must eliminate him before he fully matures. Zetsu, you are responsible for locating the tailed beasts. Pain, you will oversee their capture, and a glint of determination flashed in the masked man's eyes, his mind conjuring the infuriating visage of Xiao Yun. Pain remained silent, merely nodding in agreement before vanishing from the cave. Zetsu, what are your thoughts on the new prophecy that has emerged from the Uchiha tablet? The masked man inquired, directing his gaze to the ground. I cannot ascertain its authenticity. Zetsu's tone betrayed uncertainty, as the content of the tablet had been altered by him. The emergence of a new prophecy left him perplexed. Could it be that Yagura had left behind some contingency plan? Regardless, I must investigate, the masked man declared resolutely. That is inadvisable, Lord Obito. If this news was intentionally released by Xiao Yun to lure you into a trap, what then? Zetsu implored urgently. I doubt it. For Xiao Yun lacks the Sharingan, and thus cannot decipher the inscriptions on the stone tablet. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility that the Sage of Six Paths has left behind some unforeseen contingency that Xiao Yun might uncover, which would indeed pose a significant challenge. Furthermore, at his current level of strength, he remains no match for me. The tone of the masked man was heavy with concern. His original plan was simply to capture the nine-tailed beasts, summon the divine tree, and unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi, thus creating a world devoid of conflict. One of peace and tranquility. Yet, unforeseen complications have arisen. Very well, since you wish to proceed, I shall not impede you. Exercise caution, he concluded, as the two shells of the aloe plant closed once more, slowly sinking into the earth. In the village of Mist, fog envelopes the surroundings for 365 days a year, with only 5 days of particularly dense mist. Yet, the activity zones within the village remain completely devoid of fog, thanks to the special formations dispersed throughout that dispel the mist. Lord Mizukage, there is a Leaf Village envoy seeking an audience at the village gates. Mizukage Terumi May was engrossed in selecting suitable marriage candidates from a booklet featuring the village's handsome men, yet none had captured her aesthetic after much contemplation. Just as her thoughts grew increasingly tumultuous, the voice at the entrance heightened her irritation. The Leaf? What do those brats from Kenoha want in our Mist Village? Deny them entry. Terumi May retorted sharply. Although the Mist Village has not formed an alliance with the Earth Village, they share a tacit understanding when it comes to dealing with Kenoha. Thus, meeting with the Leaf Ninjas could have negative repercussions for their standing with the Earth Village. My Lady Mizukage, I believe it would be prudent for us to meet with the Leaf Envoy. It is said that Kenoha has regained its strength to pre-war levels within just a year. That Xiao Yun should not be underestimated. One of her advisors suggested. I suspect that Kenoha has sent an envoy to court our favor. Let us see what gifts they bring. Should they be satisfactory, we shall graciously accept. If not, we can execute the envoy to demonstrate our resolve to the Earth Village, the elderly matron by Terumi May's side remarked. Terumi May regarded the elderly woman thoughtfully before nodding and saying, Bring him to the relay station to rest. I shall meet him tomorrow morning. Inside the relay station, Xiao Yun pondered. Why did you insist on accompanying me to the Mist Village? Tsunade lay in his embrace, playfully teasing his lips with the tips of her golden hair. I must ensure that Terumi May agrees to relocate the Three Tails Jinchuriki to Mayaboko Mountain. If I do not personally present my case, she may doubt my sincerity. By the way, Tsunade, why are you so intent on following me? Xiao Yun inquired, puzzled by his companion's persistence. Would you prefer if I didn't accompany you? You go out and return with a woman. Do you have any idea what the people of Kenoha are calling you behind your back? Stud Horse Hokage. Tsunade replied with a mock glare, playfully punching him. Stud Horse Hokage? Xiao Yun chuckled heartily. I must inform you that Terumi May possesses a rather alluring demeanor and is skilled in a unique seduction technique. I simply cannot shake the feeling that she might have ulterior motives, which is why I brought you along. Tsunade shot him a reproachful look. You miser. Is it only permissible for you to indulge in your desires? Why not share the joy? After all, it is far more enjoyable to revel together than alone. Don't you agree? Go away, he laughed. That is food for the children. Ah, Xiao Yun. Fearing that Tsunade's antics might attract unwanted attention, Xiao Yun employed the wood release technique to create a small wooden sphere that enveloped them both. The sphere rolled around the room, resulting in a sleepless night. As dawn broke, the pair emerged from the wooden sphere, Tsunade gazing at Xiao Yun with sultry eyes. Xiao Yun, once the affairs of the ninja world are resolved, will you take me back to your hometown? I wish to sample your parents' stinky tofu, grilled sausages, and spicy hot pot. I also wish to meet our parents. She spoke softly. Of course, if my parents see me return with such a beautiful wife, they will surely be overjoyed, he replied, wrapping his arms around her waist. Admiring her beauty. Suddenly, laughter echoed from the doorway. Chapter 176. Terumi May. It must be said that Terumi May's office is exquisitely decorated, predominantly in azure, making one feel as though they have stepped into a palace of crystal. All furnishings are in soft shades of pink, lending a playful charm to Terumi May. A mature beauty, coupled with her penchant for wearing youthful short skirts and form-fitting attire, Her strikingly beautiful face merges elegance with vivacity, rivaling even Tsunade's allure. I shall also decorate my home thus upon my return, Tsunade whispered into Xiao Yun's ear. At your command, my lady Tsunade, he replied with a subtle smile. Oh my, I truly did not expect the envoy to be the fifth Hokage. But why did you not come alone? This way, we could have a more in-depth discussion between our two villages, Terumi Mei said, casting inviting glances at Xiao Yun, unabashed by Tsunade's presence, particularly emphasizing the phrase in-depth discussion. Vixen, let me make it clear. Cease using such glances toward my man. He is not susceptible to your charms, Tsunade retorted sternly. Giggle. Sister Tsunade, your man spent the entire night extinguishing fires for you. Why are you still so irritable? Who in the ninja world does not know that our fifth Hokage is a romantic at heart? One more does not make a difference, Terumi Mei laughed. Dream on. Even if I were to place Xiao Yun next to a Sao, I would not allow you to lay a finger on him, Tsunade shot back, without reservation. All right. Tsunade, you may take your leave for now. Lord Mizukage, please do not take offense, Xiao Yun interjected, feeling somewhat exasperated. Ah, my dear brother understands. Now, what is it you wish to discuss? Terumi Mei resumed her serious demeanor, settling into the Mizukage's chair. Let us speak plainly, Lord Mizukage. I presume you are aware that the Akatsuki organization is gathering tailed beasts? Xiao Yun stated earnestly. Is that so? What is this Akatsuki organization? Is it formidable? Terumi Mei feigned surprise as she regarded Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was not fooled by her pretense. He smiled faintly and replied, Lord Mizukage, we speak openly in front of each other. I know you are well aware of the Akatsuki and have exploited the organization for various unsavory dealings. Please, take a look at this. As he spoke, Xiao Yun presented her with a document. Terumi Mei opened the file, extracting the papers within. Within mere seconds, her previously warm smile froze, transforming into an expression as cold as winter's snow, causing the temperature in the office to plummet dramatically. How did you come to know this? She asked coldly, fixing her gaze on Xiao Yun and Tsunade. Lord Mizukage, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I harbor no malice. You divided the chakra of the three tails, one portion sealed within an unknown host, while the vast majority is sealed within yourself. Do you truly believe such tactics can deceive the Akatsuki? Xiao Yun remarked, a hint of disdain evident in his expression. Xiao Yun, do you not agree that placing my sister in Miyaboko Mountain is the safest course of action? Terumi Mei's words struck Xiao Yun and Tsunade like a thunderclap, as the matter of relocating the tailed beasts to Miyaboku was a closely guarded secret within Kenoha, not even shared with the likes of Wu Long and Feng Chu. How did she come to know this? Indeed, none of the 5 great ninja nations are to be underestimated. There is no need for such astonishment. You can steal our intelligence, and conversely, we can obtain yours. It is quite normal, she continued. To be frank, Xiao Yun, your growth is indeed remarkable. But do not allow it to inflate your ego or lead you to underestimate the heroes of this world. Terumi Mei chuckled lightly, her laughter shaking her frame. Though she still fell slightly short of Tsunade, she could be considered a worthy rival. Who else is aware of this matter? Xiao Yun inquired coldly. It's hard to say. Perhaps the old man from the Earth Village has also caught wind of it. However, I am quite certain that the members of the Akatsuki organization are utterly oblivious. Xiao Yun, Sister Mushin will definitely not come. But are there any other matters you wish to discuss during your visit to our hidden mist village? Kazamaimi inquired. Indeed. I earnestly hope that the 5 great ninja nations can set aside their prejudices and forge an alliance, uniting to withstand the impending catastrophe, Xiao Yun proclaimed. To form a coalition of the ninja world? To resist calamity? Kazamaimi chuckled, her gaze playfully scrutinizing the earnest man before her. One could not help but find his naive demeanor somewhat charming. And with such formidable strength, it is no wonder he has captured the hearts of so many women. Alas, how naive. Xiao Yun, I once held high hopes for you, but to hear such childish words escape your lips is truly disappointing. Please leave. Kazamaimi's expression turned cold. With such a statement, it was clear he was merely a brash man with no insight. Such a person is not worthy of collaboration. Just as Kazamaimi finished speaking, an elderly woman with white hair pushed open the door. Lord Hokage, Lady Tsunade, please, she said, gesturing towards the exit. Kazamaimi, could you not allow my man to finish speaking before issuing a dismissal? Tsunade exclaimed, rising abruptly. Humph, Tsunade, I truly feel sorry for you. Your man is merely a reckless fool, spouting such naive words. What more is there to discuss? Farewell, Kazumi responded, disappointment lacing her tone. Have I not shown you enough respect? Xiaoyun thundered, slamming his palm on the table, his aura surging with intensity. This woman was infuriating. Unfazed, Mizuki's gaze turned icy, her chakra flaring to match his. Tsunade, too, was unwilling to back down, her fists clenched, ready for conflict. Please, Lord Hokage, Lady Tsunade, let us remain calm, the elderly woman said, approaching and gently pressing on Kazumi's shoulder. Instantly, Kazumi's chakra dissipated. Xiaoyun and Tsunade exchanged startled glances, filled with apprehension towards the formidable elder. Oh dear. Lord Hokage, look at how agitated my sister is. When you have the time, do help her calm down. Sigh. I too wish to experience what it's like to stay up all night. Kazumi's demeanor softened, reverting to her beguiling charm. Indeed a siren of chaos. Xiaoyun stared in disbelief at the woman before him. Her fickleness surpassed even that of Tsunade. Very well, if that is the case, I shall speak. However, I must forewarn you, what I am about to say may sound exaggerated. So prepare yourselves, Xiaoyun began. Chapter 177. The death of Uchiha Itachi that afternoon. Xiaoyun departed the hidden mist village with Tsunade, standing in the office, gazing through the window at their departing figures. Kazumi and the elderly woman wore expressions of shock and astonishment. Xiaoyun's assertions were utterly incredible. Dragons, the sage of six paths, and Akatsuki. Did the esteemed Hokage truly have the time to come to our hidden mist village to spin such tales? Xiaoyun has indeed proven to be a disappointment, fabricating such fantastical stories to win us over. Lord Mizuki, I do not think he was fabricating. At least the part about the dragon cave was genuine, as I sense sage chakra emanating from him. Perhaps we should. The elderly woman leaned closer to Kazumi and whispered. Very well, it is decided. Kazumi replied with a knowing smile. The hidden mist village is merely 500 kilometers from the hidden leaf village, and with Xiaoyun and Tsunade's speed, they returned in under half a day, even with Tsunade's condition preventing her from exerting full effort. Otherwise, they could have made the journey in just 3 hours. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade pondered. Do you think Kazumi will believe us? Xiaoyun looked at her with a frown, burdened with concern. According to his analysis of the Akatsuki member strengths, Kazumi was no match for them and would inevitably fall into their grasp. How foolish she was to remain oblivious to the danger she was in while manipulating the Akatsuki for her own ends. I'm unsure, Tsunade replied, shaking her head. However, our visit to the hidden mist village revealed a formidable expert. Her power is truly terrifying, and even I may not be her equal. With her protection, Kazumi should be safe. You do not comprehend the terror of the Akatsuki, Xiaoyun sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. By the way, you mentioned that the true leader of the Akatsuki is Uchiha Obito, and that his Mangekyo Sharingan possesses spatial abilities. Your skills have certainly improved. Yet it seems implausible that you could injure him. Tsunade recalled Xiaoyun's previous account of his battle with Uchiha Obito and felt a wave of confusion wash over her. I suspect he was injured during that encounter, Xiaoyun mused, after considerable thought, deciding this was the only plausible explanation. At that moment, Shikamaru rushed in, Lord Hokage. According to intelligence, Uchiha Sasuke has killed Uchiha Itachi and has now joined the Akatsuki. Is that so? Xiaoyun closed his eyes, a look of sorrow etching his features. This man had borne too many burdens, ultimately choosing to sacrifice himself for his brother, leaving this world in tragedy. Tears streamed down Xiaoyun's cheeks as he gazed at the stormy sky outside. Was even the heavens weeping for this man? Shikamaru, relay the order. The hidden leaf shall lower its flag to half-mast and cease all entertainment activities for 3 days, Xiaoyun stated calmly. Why? Shikamaru queried, perplexed. Was this a moment of silence for the man who had annihilated his entire clan? Had Lord Hokage lost his mind? Itachi Uchiha was a hero of the hidden leaf. Not only should we observe 3 days of mourning, but we must also engrave his likeness alongside those of past Hokages, Xiaoyun insisted. What? Shikamaru was utterly bewildered. How could a rogue ninja like Uchiha Itachi be worthy of such honor? Enough of your chatter. Just carry out the order without further ado. Xiaoyun scolded, discontented with Shikamaru's astonishment, which was a stark contrast to the calm and wise demeanor he exhibited in the original narrative. Understood. Shikamaru replied before departing from the Hokage's office. In a distant cave, Sasuke, wrapped in bandages, slowly opened his eyes. Are you awake, Sasuke? A soft voice inquired as a masked figure approached him. Who are you? Sasuke instinctively reached for his sword, the Kusanagi, but as he moved, a wave of pain coursed through him. Do not be alarmed. I am not your enemy. Like you, I am a survivor of the Uchiha clan, the masked figure said before removing his mask. However, as he revealed the Sharingan in his right eye, a surge of black flames erupted around him. Sasuke's Sharingan, with its 3 tomo, began to spin rapidly, transforming into a 6-pointed star, and tears of blood streamed down his face. A scream echoed through the cave, and the man vanished into the void. Sasuke stared in disbelief at the black flames on the ground, sensing their overwhelming destructive power, knowing that anything touched by them would be utterly consumed. The sound of footsteps echoed as the masked man emerged from the shadows once more, exclaiming, "Umph! Uchiha Itachi truly is formidable. To prevent our meeting, he has sealed Amaterasu within your Mangekyo Sharingan, programmed to trigger automatically upon sighting my Sharingan." Although his tone was casual, internally, he had cursed Itachi's ancestors for their cunning. Had he not simultaneously invoked Izanagi to escape the spatial shift, he would have surely met his demise. Fortuitously, Uchiha Itachi remained oblivious to his secret, otherwise, he would have been no match for him. The depth of this man's scheming was unfathomable. You say Itachi seeks to prevent our meeting? Why? Sasuke inquired, bewildered. To ensure you remain unaware of Uchiha Itachi's true nature, the masked man replied coolly. His true nature? Tell me everything about that man. Sasuke gazed at the masked figure, shock evident on his face. Prepare yourself mentally. The masked man smiled faintly before recounting the tale. Half an hour later, Sasuke was in disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. You are lying to me, he shouted at the masked man, unable to fathom that the man he had despised for so long had been protecting him all along, that his brother was, in fact, the one who loved him most. Just as in their childhood. Calm down, Sasuke-kun. Reflect on your battles with Itachi. How many times did he have the chance to take your life, yet refrained from doing so? The reason will become clear upon reflection, the masked man stated loudly. Sasuke paused, forcing himself to regain his composure, replaying the recent battle with Itachi in his mind, each moment flashing vividly before him. Upon closer examination, it seemed that Itachi had consistently held back during their encounters. Why? Was it to eliminate Orochimaru, who had been sealed within him? No, I refuse to accept this. Sasuke screamed. For years, his singular goal had been to kill Uchiha Itachi, and now he was told that Itachi had been protecting him. How could he possibly accept such a revelation? Chapter 178. The 10-fist sword and the 8-span mirror. After a long while, Sasuke finally calmed down, though reluctant to admit it. The masked man's words held truth. Itachi could have easily sealed Orochimaru, and if he truly wished to seal Sasuke, it would have been a trivial task. Moreover, upon reflection, Itachi had seemed to hold back in their battles, whether in taijutsu, ninjutsu, or jinjutsu. Tell me, why did Itachi do this? Sasuke asked coldly. In pursuit of the ideal world envisioned by the third Hokage, he personally slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, the masked man replied with bitterness. The ideal world? Sasuke's eyes closed tightly. After a long pause, he slowly opened them and said, I understand now. The third Hokage manipulated Itachi's love for peace, leading him down a path of no return. You are astute, indeed, the masked man exclaimed. No wonder that scoundrel, Xiao Yun, aimed to bolster my strength to kill Itachi. Then join the Akatsuki to continue providing information to Kenoha. The Hokage truly is no good. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan radiated with unrestrained fury. Xiao Yun aided you in gaining strength? The masked man's voice carried a hint of skepticism. Indeed, without the lightning chakra he provided, I would not have been able to unleash Kirin. That treacherous fiend must have known Itachi's condition was deteriorating and callously abandoned him. Sasuke's face contorted with rage. Join the Akatsuki. Together, we shall seek justice for Itachi and the Uchiha clan, the masked man proposed without hesitation. Agreed. However, I have one question. How does Xiao Yun possess our Uchiha clan's Sharingan, especially the Mangekyo Sharingan? That is a mystery to me as well. Perhaps he forcibly acquired it from one of our clan members, the masked man speculated. That vile Xiao Yun, his hands are stained with the blood of countless Uchiha. I will make him pay for his debts in blood. In the back mountains of Kenoha, Xiao Yun, who had been meditating and diligently training in sage arts, suddenly opened his eyes wide, his purple Sharingan gleaming intensely. In the darkness, his eyes shone like 2 purple light bulbs, emitting an overwhelming brilliance. Suddenly, all the light converged, forming the ethereal image of a red sword and a mirror suspended in midair. Simultaneously, a human-like silhouette appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was Uchiha Itachi. Xiaoyun. These are the 10-fist sword and the 8-span mirror bestowed upon you by Uchiha Fugaku's awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. I hope you can utilize them to bring peace to the shinobi world. I must take my leave, Itachi's apparition stated before dissipating, as the sword and mirror transformed into two orbs of light, merging into Xiaoyun's eyes. Stunned, Xiaoyun recalled his curiosity regarding the origins of the 10-fist sword and the 8-span mirror during his time watching Naruto. It turned out they were abilities inherent to Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi was remarkable, filling in the gaps left by Kishimoto. What a pity that such a genius had fallen so easily. Sighing, Xiaoyun took out a gourd of wine and drank deeply, feeling a mix of regret and a hint of triumph, for he now possessed the 10-fist sword and the 8-span mirror, granting him strength that ranked among the top 5 in the shinobi world. Surely, no one could dispute that. With these two formidable weapons, his confidence in protecting the shinobi world had significantly increased. Farewell, brother Itachi. I will safeguard this world and create the ideal world you envisioned. When the time comes, I shall resurrect you with Edo Tensei so you can witness it. Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with a resolute purple light. Now, I must visit my father-in-law and see how well he has prepared for what I asked. Under the moonlight, Xiaoyun swiftly navigated to what was once the Uchiha clan's territory, now known as the Xiao clan. Upon arrival, he saw Mafi wielding a massive sword. In truth, a beauty like Mafi wielding an ordinary sword would be a sight to behold, yet the two enormous swords in her hands danced gracefully, captivating even Xiaoyun. There's no need for my father-in-law to boast. With Mafi's beauty, your women can hardly compare. You better act fast. Many Kenoha ninjas have been sending her love letters lately. Just as Xiaoyun was lost in thought, the clan leader appeared behind him, wearing a mischievous grin that startled Xiaoyun. Goodness, father-in-law, scaring someone can be fatal, you know? Xiaoyun looked at the somewhat endearing old man in disbelief. While Mafi was indeed stunning, his other women, Tsunade, Yugao, and Samui, were equally enchanting, each possessing their unique charm. Having already claimed 3 women, he truly could not afford to pursue any more. Managing too many would lead to complications. Moreover, Mafi viewed him as a thorn in her side. Although he had falsely claimed to be the child of prophecy, she still regarded him with disdain. I wonder what brings Xiao Zhuangniu to our humble abode. At that moment, Mafi ceased her sword dance, regarding Xiaoyun with disdain. Xiao Zhuangniu, a nickname Mafi had given him, stemmed from the day she witnessed him carrying the unconscious Hinata all the way while running, leading her to believe he had acquired another woman. Mafi, do not disrespect the child of prophecy, the clan leader admonished her sternly. Xiaoyun chuckled softly, too weary to explain himself. If Xiao Zhuangniu was what they wanted to call him, so be it. Many men profess loyalty to love, yet secretly yearn to change their partners daily. Compared to such hypocrites, at least he, Xiao Zhuangniu, was forthright. No, it is Xiaoyun. By the way, esteemed father-in-law, how is the curse barrier you tasked me with? Xiaoyun inquired respectfully. As the worthy son-in-law, take a look around and observe any differences. The clan leader smiled as he regarded Xiaoyun. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun couldn't help but furrow his brow, scrutinizing his surroundings. However, after a prolonged examination, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Chapter 179, Xiaoyun's Plan Under the Moonlight. Xiaoyun activated his purple Sharingan, carefully surveying the area. After a considerable time, he finally discerned an anomaly. The surrounding space seemed to pulse with a peculiar energy imbued with a faint curse power. Had he not awakened the curse power himself, he would have remained oblivious to it. It appears you have discovered something, the clan leader remarked with a subtle smile. Indeed, I have sensed something unusual. I humbly seek your guidance, esteemed father-in-law, Xiaoyun replied with a modest demeanor. In recent days, we have united our clan's strength to establish a curse formation within the Xiao clan territory. Should any enemies intrude, we assure you they shall never return. The clan leader proclaimed, his expression brimming with confidence. But what if the enemy possesses space ninjutsu? Xiaoyun queried, gazing at the clan leader with curiosity. Rest assured, once the enemy enters the curse formation, the array will activate, sealing all energy fluctuations within. Even space ninjutsu will prove futile The clan leader responded with a calm smile. Yoshi, Xiao Yun exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. He had spread rumors suggesting that the Uchiha clan's tablet contained the method left by the Sage of Six Paths to save the world, which revolved around the secrets of the sage and his mother. This revelation would undoubtedly prompt Obito and Zetsu to act. Obito aimed to unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi to create a world devoid of conflict, while Zetsu sought to rescue his mother. Once they learned of this news, they would surely infiltrate Kenoha to investigate, and Xiao Yun's intention was to capture them and execute his grand plan. After departing from the Uchiha territory, Xiao Yun arrived at his office. As he smoked a cigarette, his gaze drifted towards the moon outside, his mind swirling with thoughts. He had not anticipated that such a beautiful moon concealed an extraordinary ancient witch. If he were to confront the Otsutsuki clan in the future, Kagaya Otsutsuki would undoubtedly be an invaluable asset, and he must find a way to bring her to his side. Yun, what are you pondering? At that moment, Tsunade entered, wrapping her arms around Xiao Yun's waist from behind, exuding a playful demeanor. I was contemplating the day I could bring you back to my hometown, to live a life filled with warmth and family. Xiao Yun replied tenderly as he turned to embrace Tsunade. Humph, you're being insincere. You don't want Samui and Yuhi, do you? Did you not mention that your hometown practices monogamy? Tsunade shot him a playful glance. Not to worry, I shall establish a company, and they can serve as my secretaries while you reign as the primary lady in our household. Wealthy individuals often play such games. Xiao Yun responded with a light smile. Dream on. Tsunade affectionately tapped Xiao Yun's forehead. As he gazed into Tsunade's enchanting eyes, a surge of warmth filled Xiao Yun's heart. Just as he was about to lift her up to savor her melodious voice, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. Xiao Yun and Tsunade hastily adjusted their disheveled attire. The door swung open, revealing Kakashi. Lord Hokage, did you summon me? He asked respectfully. Indeed, Kakashi-sensei. There is something you must prepare for, Xiao Yun said calmly. What is it? Kakashi inquired, puzzled. Prepare to become the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Xiao Yun replied with a mysterious smile. Tsunade shivered, and Kakashi's expression stiffened. The days of peace were blissful, yet a month passed swiftly. Xiao Yun understood that this tranquility was merely a facade. Dark currents surged beneath the surface of the ninja world. During this month, the Tsukage village had secretly forged a partnership with the Akatsuki, providing substantial funding for their operations while aiding in the capture of the Five Tails and Eight Tails. Meanwhile, the Kirigakure remained in a state of observation, offering no response to Xiao Yun's proposals, while maintaining a cautious distance from both the Tsukage village and the Akatsuki. The Tsunagakure, on the other hand, had persistently sought to restore their former alliance with Kenoha, yet they remained unresponsive to Kenoha's demands for war reparations. To appease the feelings of the Kenoha populace, Xiao Yun adopted a stance of cautious engagement with the Tsunagakure. However, for the sake of the greater good, Xiao Yun took a step back, stating that if Gaara, the newly appointed Kazekage, approached Kenoha with sincerity for negotiations, everything could be discussed. During this time, Xiao Yun felt immense joy as the toxins within Yuhi Kurenai had finally been purged, freeing her from the torment of the snake poison. Since her recovery, she exuded an alluring charm, despite her composed and virtuous demeanor, which significantly heightened her appeal to men. Of course, this ripe and enticing fruit belonged solely to Xiao Yun. Regrettably, Yuhi Kurenai still worried that any lingering toxins might harm Xiao Yun. Whenever they met, she would hastily send him away after only a few words. Not because she did not wish to be with him, but out of fear of succumbing to her own desires. Today, the two found themselves in a pivotal moment. Tangled together beneath the covers, yet Yuhi Kurenai abruptly slammed on the brakes, leaving Xiao Yun feeling frustrated. Just as he contemplated returning to find Tsunade, he discovered she had already departed to report to the daimyo about recent developments. While wandering, Xiao Yun inadvertently arrived at Yuhi Kurenai's residence, where Hinata Hyuga was currently residing. Just as he was about to knock, a violent retching sound emanated from within. Hastily, he pushed the door open, only to find Hinata Hyuga pale and hunched over the toilet, repeatedly vomiting. Kurenai, what has happened to you? Xiao Yun rushed forward to support her. Lord Hokage, what brings you here? Hinata managed to wipe her mouth, her body swaying unsteadily as she leaned against Xiao Yun. I'll help you to the bed to rest for a while, he said, gently guiding her towards the bed. Observing the frail Hinata, Xiao Yun felt a wave of concern wash over him. Kurenai, what troubles you? Why do you appear so weak? I. Hinata hesitated. Her words caught in her throat. After a long pause, she seemed to gather her courage and gazed at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, did you tell Tsunade that you liked daughters? Yes, why do you ask? His confusion deepened as he failed to comprehend Hinata's sudden inquiry. Upon hearing his response, Hinata's face lit up with joy, and she suddenly leaped into Xiao Yun's arms, clinging to him tightly. What on earth is happening? Did that little brat Niji upset you again? Tell me, and I will confront him. Xiao Yun's expression darkened, though he had no intention of expanding his harem further. He could not stand idly by as Hinata suffered due to her conflict with Niji. Chapter 180. The fish takes the bait in the room. Hinata remained silent, firmly embracing Xiao Yun. Kurenai, is there something you wish to tell me? After all, we have faced life and death together. He expressed concern for her. Hinata's bright eyes locked onto Xiao Yun's, as if she had an abundance of words to share, yet she remained silent. After a lengthy pause, Hinata finally leaned closer to Xiao Yun's ear, whispering shyly. What? Xiao Yun exclaimed in disbelief as he gazed at Hinata. Kurenai, this is no joking matter. When did we ever? Hinata remained silent and approached the bedside, opening a box from which she retrieved a garment and stepped behind a curtain. Moments later, she emerged from behind the curtain. As the chilling realization struck, Xiao Yun inhaled sharply. Before him stood Hinata Baijia, unexpectedly adorned in Tsunade's iconic attire, emblazoned with a prominent character for bed on the back. Subsequently, she drew the curtains and secured the doors and windows, leaving only a faint glow in the room. It dawned on Xiao Yun that it was her that fateful night. He recalled how Tsunade had suffered severe morning sickness and had to be rushed to the hospital, leaving him bewildered about her sudden return, only to discover it was Baijia who had come back. Lord Hokage, I did not intend for this to happen. The clan leader pressed me too hard. I initially planned to raise the child alone, but Baijia's words trailed off as she began to weep. Xiao Yun felt utterly bewildered. This was a disaster. He had inadvertently created a new life. Lord Hokage, I will not complicate matters for you. I merely wish to convey that I am with child. If you prefer discretion, I can quietly give birth to her, and you may visit whenever you wish. Her tone carried an undertone of supplication. Xiao Yun steadied his thoughts, grasping her shoulders, and spoke with a hint of remorse. Baijia, focus on nurturing your health for now. Do not concern yourself with anything else. I will handle the rest. Since you bear my child, I shall take responsibility. Really? Baijia's excitement propelled her into his embrace. Of course, Xiao Yun replied with a smile. You are so kind, Baijia exclaimed, pressing her lips firmly against his face. In the dim room, they held each other tightly. Her unique scent and figure rivaling Tsunade's, igniting a tempest of emotions within Xiao Yun, rendering his breath heavy. Lord Hokage, if you desire, I can. Baijia spoke bashfully. Baijia, you are still pregnant. I am fine, Xiao Yun replied. I heard that Sister Tsunade went out, and men cannot hold back. I can assist you. Once, I witnessed how Sister Tsunade managed things. I can do the same, she continued, her voice dwindling. Xiao Yun contemplated a refusal. Yet the sorrowful glimmer in her eyes seemed to plead. If Sister Tsunade can, why can't I? Do you despise me? Giving in to the moment, he decided to embrace whatever fate had in store. As he returned to the Hokage office, dusk had settled. Xiao Yun forcibly pulled his mind away from the alluring scenes he had just experienced. The revolution was far from complete. Efforts must persist. At that moment, a communication scroll on his desk began to emit a faint glow. He hastily unfurled it. The catch was set. With a swift body flicker, he vanished from the Hokage office. The Uchiha clan's domain was as tranquil as ever, its members engaged in their individual pursuits, some praying before a statue of an evil deity, others meditating in silence, while several couples exchanged flirtatious glances. Unbeknownst to them, their consciousness had been entirely ensnared by Maki's curse technique, executed to avoid alarming the enemy and to prepare for a unified strike. However, managing such a multitude drained Maki's mental energy rapidly, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun sensed two remarkably unique chakra signatures nearby, though their fluctuating nature prevented him from pinpointing their exact locations. Nevertheless, he recognized one of them. It felt familiar, likely the masked man he had battled months prior. The other, if his assumptions were correct, should be Zetsu, as no one else harbored an interest in the Uchiha clan's monument. After a while, in the Uchiha basement, ripples suddenly disturbed the air, and a black void emerged, from which a masked man and a green-haired figure emerged. Just as they surfaced, the masked man abruptly shouted in alarm. attempting to retreat into the void. But it was too late. The once calm void erupted with flickering lightning, becoming exceedingly unstable before vanishing entirely. "Obito, what has transpired?" the green-haired figure inquired. Fear evident in his voice as he observed Obito's inability to control the space-time ninjutsu, a first in his experience. "This is bad. We are ambushed." The masked man's tone was laden with unprecedented gravity, realizing he could no longer utilize space-time ninjutsu. "This is impossible. My space-time techniques should require minimal chakra and less used for absorption." He hastily activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, witnessing an array of invisible, mysterious runes materialize around him and Zetsu, encircling them. "Is this a cursed technique?" Panic set in as he discovered not only his space-time ninjutsu was ineffective, but all his techniques seemed bound by an enigmatic force. Zetsu, observing the situation, attempted to burrow into the earth, but found himself stuck halfway. At that moment, several figures entered the room. Leading the group were Xiao Yun, Maki, and the clan leader, accompanied by several adept practitioners of powerful curse techniques. Fifth Hokage, the rumors about the so-called mother of Sage of Six Paths, Kaguya Otsutsuki, were deliberately spread to lure us, were they not? The masked man spoke coldly. "Should I address you as Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Obito?" Xiao Yun replied with a mysterious smile. Who are you? How do you know my secret?" The masked man finally lost his composure, disbelief flooding his Sharingan. Xiao Yun ignored Obito, turning his attention to Zetsu. "Zetsu, does tonight's moon not appear exceptionally full? What thoughts does such a beautiful moon evoke in you?" The onlookers stared at Xiao Yun in bewilderment, unsure of his sudden remark. "Fifth Hokage, cease your theatrics. It's merely the moon, visible every day. What sentiment could I possibly harbor?" Zetsu replied disdainfully. "Is that so?" Xiao Yun smiled enigmatically, then continued, calculating the days, according to our hometown's calendar. "Today should be the Mid-Autumn Festival, a time for family reunions. I find myself missing my mother dearly." "Zetsu, do you long for your mother, who resides upon the moon?" The crowd was once again taken aback, baffled by his nonsensical ramblings. "Son-in-law, are you feverish? What nonsense are you speaking?" The clan leader squinted suspiciously at Xiao Yun. "What are you trying to convey? This green-haired figure could not have a mother. How could such a being exist?" Maki questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. "You have no mother. Your entire family lacks one," Maki declared, provoking an unexpected fury in Zetsu, who glared at her with rage etched on his starkly contrasting face. "What are you trying to say, Xiao Yun?" The masked man glared coldly at him. "What I wish to express is something you ought to inquire of Zetsu. Ask him if he intends to use you to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, draining the chakra from every soul in the ninja world, transforming them into the fruit of the divine tree, and subsequently using you to resurrect his mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki." "Uchiha Obito, you are a fool," Xiao Yun stated deliberately. Silence enveloped the Uchiha basement, the atmosphere thick with tension, as even the faintest breaths were audible. "Regardless of how you discovered my identity as Uchiha Obito, the infinite Tsukuyomi is the sole method left by the Sage of Six Paths to save the world. I shall not permit anyone to obstruct my plans." The masked man, whose true identity had been unveiled, decisively removed his mask, revealing a terrifying visage. The left side of his face appeared as that of a handsome young man, while the right side was withered and grotesque. "You stubborn fool," Xiao Yun remarked, looking at the man twisted by the loss of his beloved with a sense of pity. "Jew, do you not intend to say a word?" Xiao Yun continued to inquire. "I have no mother. I am the embodiment of Uchiha Madara's will," Obito retorted. "Do not listen to his nonsense." Ju scoffed at Xiao Yun. "Is that so? I had intended to collaborate with you to rescue your mother. Alas, it seems you are unwilling to cooperate. No matter, I already possess four-tailed beasts, and you are both in my grasp. Let us depart," Xiao Yun said regretfully, turning to leave. "Wait." Just as Xiao Yun and his companions were about to exit the basement, Ju could no longer contain himself and called out. "Xiao Yun, I agree to cooperate. But you must tell me how you discovered my true identity." Ju looked gravely at Xiao Yun. The following day, Uchiha Obito sat within the cursed formation, gazing blankly out the basement window. It dawned on him that all he had done was for the resurrection of that wretched Kaguya Otsutsuki. For years, he had unknowingly been a pawn in someone else's game, foolishly considering himself a great hero destined to save the world. He was filled with resentment towards Ju, wishing he could strangle him, but the mysterious powers of the cursed formation were far too peculiar. even the void seemed to be sealed, rendering him incapable of utilizing his adept space ninjutsu. Ju, you have caused me immense suffering. Obito let out a bitter laugh. I long for my mother too. A child with a mother is like a treasure, while one without is like a weed. I yearn for my mother's love and to be cherished as a precious being. Ju also laughed bitterly, though his laughter bore a hint of remorse, albeit minimal. Yet, one thing Ju never anticipated was that his mother was an extraterrestrial, with formidable adversaries. No wonder she sought to create the White Zetsu army. What say you, gentlemen? Have you decided to collaborate? In contrast to the two languishing within the formation, Xiao Yun returned to Hyuga by Jia, indulging in a refreshing slumber. It must be said, when a woman harbors feelings for a man, particularly one as exceptional as Xiao Yun, she becomes willing to do anything. Hyuga by Jia, self-taught in various martial arts, displayed remarkable prowess, rivaling Tsunade. After a night of intense training, Xiao Yun felt invigorated rather than exhausted. He speculated that perhaps due to his cultivation of the sage body and transformation into a dragon, he had inherited some traits from the dragon clan. However, Xiao Yun felt remorse for Hyuga by Jia, significantly so. Why should I trust that you can save my mother? You do not possess the Rinnegan. Ju expressed his concerns after a moment of silence. Xiao Yun chuckled softly, and his eyes glowed with a purple light, revealing his Mangekyo Sharingan. What? Obito and Ju's eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Xiao Yun. Awakening the Rinnegan requires the combination of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the sage body. Am I not correct, Ju? Xiao Yun fixed his gaze on Ju, his Sharingan gleaming intensely. Indeed, but do you possess the sage body? Ju asked seriously. Dragon transformation. At that moment, Xiao Yun had mastered the dragon transformation, and in an instant, immense natural energy surged into his body. Before long, he transformed into a dragon. A true dragon, floating in midair and exuding an aura of unparalleled majesty. Indeed, while Xiao Yun had spent some time with Tsunade, Yugao, and Hyuga by Jia, he had not delayed his training. His mastery of wood release, taijutsu, and lightning release had all significantly improved. Particularly, his dragon transformation had reached a level where even the clan leader, who considered himself invincible within his cursed domain, was thoroughly astounded. Such a powerful sage body. Ju was utterly bewildered. Having lived for nearly a millennium, he had never encountered anyone who could manipulate the sage body to such an extent. So, can we agree to cooperate now? Xiao Yun's voice resonated like thunder, causing a buzzing in everyone's ears. Yes, I agree, but you must swear to rescue my mother. Ju said excitedly. With Xiao Yun possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, an extraordinary sage body, and control over four-tailed beasts, collaborating with him was indeed the optimal choice. Very well. I accept your terms. And you, Obito? A cascade of golden light enveloped Xiao Yun, who swiftly returned to his human form. Me? Am I still that significant? Obito laughed bitterly. Indeed, you are crucial. Obito, Rin would not wish to see you like this, would she? If she were still alive. Would she prefer to see you as the protector of Kenoha, or as one desiring to destroy the world, or as someone in despair? Xiao Yun said, his tone calm. With that, Xiao Yun produced a letter from his pocket. After reading the letter, tears streamed down Obito's face as he trembled, clutching the letter. Xiao Yun, is this truly a letter from Rin? Surely your Sharingan can discern Rin's handwriting? Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly. Obito found himself at a loss for words, tears continuing to fall onto the letter. All right, I agree to assist you in dealing with the Akatsuki clan. After a long pause, Uchiha Obito finally made his decision, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. Even though Obito and Ju had agreed to collaborate, caution was necessary. Xiao Yun specifically summoned Naruto back from Myobokuzen and revoked the mutual life and death contract. Obito, it's not that I do not trust you, but the safety of the ninja world is at stake. I must ensure a safeguard, Xiao Yun said as he approached Uchiha Obito, still trapped within the cursed formation. This mutual life and death contract is exceedingly peculiar. Once signed, my life and death would rest in your hands, Obito observed Xiao Yun with vigilance. Having traversed the ninja world for years, he had never encountered such a bizarre ninjutsu. How could this Xiao Yun possess such extensive knowledge of mysterious techniques? Do you refuse to sign? Xiao Yun's gaze turned cold. I have stated that since Rin's dying wish was to protect Kenoha, and Ju's claims about saving the ninja world are utterly absurd, I shall wholeheartedly assist you in confronting the Akatsuki clan, Obito replied calmly. Then closed his eyes and sat down. I ask you one last time, do you truly refuse to sign this contract? Xiao Yun had completely lost his patience. Despite his efforts over the past few days, Obito remained unyielding. To be frank, throughout our discussion, you have been the one speaking of the Akatsuki clan invading the ninja world. I cannot ascertain the truth of your claims. If you merely seek to exploit me to dominate the ninja world, signing this contract would leave me at your mercy. I will answer you one last time. I shall not sign. Obito's final 3 words were resolute. You truly are impervious to reason. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow. In truth, his desire to sign the mutual life and death contract stemmed from a need to control Obito, but also to share his space ninjutsu. After all, this technique could be deemed a bug-level ninjutsu in the ninja world. Once mastered, it would provide an innate advantage, being the best technique for attack, defense, or escape, without exception. Before him stood Uchiha Obito, a figure whose capture would be nearly impossible if not for the presence of the more formidable cursed clan. Mafe, bring me the hard dish. Xiao Yun said, his patience worn thin. This isn't right. Mafe hesitated, her exquisite features betraying her sympathy for the infatuated man before her, who had turned the ninja world upside down for the sake of his beloved. Though she personally disapproved of such actions, it could be argued that the woman named Rin had found a soulmate, thus justifying her existence. What nonsense! That's mere benevolence, Xiao Yun scoffed, rolling his eyes at Mafe. All women are naive and short-sighted. I only know that your treatment of him is somewhat unscrupulous. He is devoted to his love, while you seem to fall for every beautiful woman you encounter, wishing that all of them bear your children, Mafe retorted sharply. Xiao Yun was left speechless. Mafe, do not disrespect the child of prophecy. Follow the wise son-in-law's instructions. After all, this concerns the safety of the ninja world. Do not act recklessly. The clan leader interjected sternly, fixing a serious gaze on Mafe. Wise son-in-law? That scoundrel? If you want to marry him, be my guest. I can't be bothered with him, Mafe grumbled, yet she dared not defy the clan leader's orders. She swiftly formed hand seals, and suddenly, an invisible, mysterious power enveloped her. Cursed technique control. Uchiha Obito furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. In an instant, that mysterious force invaded his mind, rendering his consciousness uncontrollable. What terrifying mental control! Obito roared in anger, his willpower struggling against the invisible force, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Such strong willpower. Mafe noted, surprised that his resolve rivaled Xiao Yun's. 10 minutes passed, and not only did Obito's spirit remain intact against Mafe's curse, but he also began to show signs of overpowering her as time went on. Xiao Yun watched in astonishment, marveling at the strength of Obito's will. Meanwhile, Mafe was drenched in sweat, her loose clothing clinging to her figure, accentuating her nearly perfect physique. Impressive, she possesses qualities rivaling those of Tsunade and Hinata, he mused. Mafe can't hold on much longer. Wise son-in-law, please save her, the clan leader shouted. With Mafe's cursed technique consuming all her energy, only Xiao Yun could rescue her. Seeing Mafe's anguished expression, Xiao Yun wasted no time and unleashed a curse technique of his own. In the blink of an eye, Obito screamed in agony. Feeling a tremendous force sever his will as if a colossal blade had struck him, the pain resonating from the depths of his soul nearly causing him to faint. In that fleeting moment, Mafe's curse technique completely subdued Uchiha Obito, leaving him dazed and motionless, like a puppet. Quickly, Xiao Yun, sign the contract with him. I cannot maintain control for long, Mafe urged. Xiao Yun glanced at her, noting her eyes shimmering with fatigue, as if she might collapse at any moment. Without delay, he rushed into the array and lifted Obito, and under Mafe's influence, he successfully signed the contract of mutual coexistence with Obito. Success at last. Xiao Yun sighed deeply, but just as the contract was finalized, Mafe coughed up blood and collapsed. Ignoring Obito, Xiao Yun scooped Mafe into his arms and fled the basement. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Mafe remained in a coma. Xiao Yun engaged nearly all of Kenoha's medical ninjas, yet they were at a loss. Chapter 183. Spiritual Chakra Fruit in the Kenoha medical room. The atmosphere was tense as they gazed at the unconscious Mafe. Xiao Yun, Mafe's spirit has suffered severe damage. I have done all I can, Tsunade, the top medical ninja of Kenoha, stated gravely. If she could not help, it seemed there was little hope for Mafe's recovery. Tsunade, you must save Mafe, the clan leader implored, kneeling in despair, tears streaming down his face. He had raised Ma Fei as his own daughter. Tsunade sighed deeply, shaking her head. If it were a physical injury, she would have great confidence in her ability to heal, but this spiritual damage was too complex. I might have a method, though I cannot guarantee its efficacy. A melodious voice broke through. Everyone turned to see a stunning beauty emerging from behind them, Kurenai Yuhi. What method? Please, share it, Kurenai-sensei. Xiao Yun grasped her hand, his handsome face alight with hope. Do you remember the sacred fruit of the Onma clan that I once gave you? Kurenai inquired. Yes, after consuming that fruit, my mental strength significantly increased. Are you suggesting that such a fruit can heal Ma Fei? Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Kurenai nodded. However, the last fruit was consumed by you. Disappointment washed over Xiao Yun's face, feeling as if hope had been dashed. But do not despair. These fruits are not extinct. They exist in the realm between reality and illusion. If you can reach that illusionary realm, you may obtain such a fruit, Kurenai explained. The place connecting reality and illusion? You mean where your father is trapped? Xiao Yun asked, puzzled. Kurenai confirmed with a nod. But didn't you say that only those with a Jinjutsu level of 9 could access that place? Xiao Yun recalled her previous words, his brow furrowing. Just days ago, Kurenai had tested him, revealing that his Jinjutsu level was only at 7, just like hers, rendering them unable to open the pathway to the realm connecting reality and illusion. Xiao Yun, you shared Obito's space ninjutsu. With our current Jinjutsu levels, if we can locate that spatial focal point and utilize your space ninjutsu to open it, we may very well enter the realm connecting reality and illusion, Kurenai exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. If they could access that place, perhaps they could rescue her father. Then we must act swiftly, Kurenai-sensei. Let us begin our search for the spatial focal point at once. Xiao Yun declared, not daring to delay. Leading Kurenai to the Onma clan's secret base, for only there could they find the alleged spatial focal point. In the Rain Village, all members of the Akatsuki were mobilized, appearing as if they were facing a formidable foe. Before them stood a young man clad in monk-like robes, accompanied by a one-eyed man, Danzo. Who exactly are you? Pain's voice held a tinge of fear. The power of the individual before him was overwhelming, far greater than that of the masked man who called himself Madara. I am Jigen, a person destined to guide the ninja world toward true peace. Let us join forces. Pain. No, I should call you Nagato, Jigen replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the last remnants of calm on Pain's face vanished. How could this man know his secret? How do you know my secret? Pain demanded, each word deliberate. I have my own methods. With a faint smile, Sichuan spoke in an enticing voice, Nagato. Join forces with me, and I shall lead the shinobi world towards true peace. Upon hearing this, Pain's expression turned bewildered. However, it quickly shifted to one of coldness as a sense of dread filled his heart. Such potent mental control, he almost succumbed to temptation. Leave. I will not cooperate with you. My Rinnegan sees nothing but the intent of destruction in you, Pain replied, waving his hand dismissively. Is that so? Sichuan suddenly grinned wickedly, tossing forth a fainted woman from his sleeve. Pain focused his gaze and recognized the figure as the long-missing Xiaonan. No wonder he had not seen her these past few days. She had been captured by this individual. What do you intend to do? Pain's face revealed a fierce killing intent. I merely wish to offer you cooperation, nothing more, Sichuan said, spreading his hands and displaying an innocent smile. And if I refuse? Pain replied coldly, his aura surging as if he were a god of death emerging from hell. Then I shall have no choice but to return this woman's corpse to you, Sichuan said nonchalantly, gazing at Pain. After a long silence, Pain finally retracted his imposing presence and shot Sichuan a resentful glance. What do you want from me? Very simple. First, surrender all the tailed beast chakra you have sealed. Second, annihilate Kenoha and force out the tailed beast Jinchuriki hidden within the Mayaboka mountain, Sichuan concluded. And to Pain's astonishment, a chair and a table materialized beside him, a bottle of red wine resting atop. He seated himself and began savoring the wine. Pain's face displayed unprecedented shock. Was this space ninjutsu? No. If it were, he would sense the tearing of space. Yet this man could conjure such items directly. What was this ability? Pain, I hope to receive your answer before I finish this glass of wine, Sichuan said, taking a delicate sip and smiling at Pain. After a long while, only a sip of wine remained in the glass. With a gulp, Sichuan downed it. Suddenly his gaze turned cold, and he crushed the wine glass in his hand, revealing a black rod. Wait, I am willing to cooperate with you. Pain finally uttered through gritted teeth. That's more like it. Rest assured, I will bring the peace you desire to the shinobi world. But you must fulfill the tasks I assign to you without fail, Sichuan replied with a mysterious smile, and with that, his form dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. Who would have thought such a powerful individual existed in this world? Pain gazed at the smoke, waves of turmoil surging within him. Just then, the fainted Chunin began to stir awake. Chapter 184. The intersection of dream and reality in Kenoha. Within the secret base of the Onma clan, Sunset Red sat cross-legged. Her eyes closed, her mental energy intensely focused as she searched for the spatial focal point. This so-called spatial focal point is the key to unlocking the connection between dreams and reality, and only those who reach a mental level of 7 can discover it. To stabilize and expand this point for free access, one must attain a mental level of 9, which is nearly impossible for Sunset Red at her current mental level. However, with 2 ninjas proficient in space ninjutsu, Xiao Yun and Uchiha Obito, perhaps there was a chance. After a morning of effort, Sunset Red was now drenched in sweat, her damp robe perfectly accentuating her alluring figure. An hour later, she suddenly opened her eyes, pointing ahead and exclaiming, Xiao Yun, the spatial focal point is right here. Xiao Yun activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and indeed spotted a nearly invisible transparent glass sphere shimmering ahead. Having learned Obito's space ninjutsu, Xiao Yun could distinctly feel that this sphere connected to another realm. He immediately attempted to use space ninjutsu to enter the sphere. Don't be impulsive, Xiao Yun. It's too dangerous inside. Obito shouted, stopping him. Unlike Xiao Yun, who was a novice, Obito had mastered the use of space ninjutsu, possessing profound understanding of various alternate spaces. The sensation of dread overwhelmed him as the sphere seemed to harbor an extraordinary beast, one that could consume anyone who dared enter. Of course, for Obito, he wished for Xiao Yun to perish immediately, provided they hadn't signed that cursed contract of mutual existence. Fine, then you go in. Xiao Yun paused, contemplating Obito. Hurry up. Xiao Yun, I can't hold on much longer. Obito urged, his voice strained. Sunset Red was also nearing her limit, her teeth grinding in tension. We can't afford to wait any longer. Obito, you must come with me. If I die, you won't survive either. Xiao Yun grasped both Obito and Sunset Red, and together they became ethereal, plunging into the transparent sphere. Be careful, Xiao Yun. Tsunade and Hinata Baiting cried out in unison, worry etched on their beautiful faces. After Xiao Yun's departure, the 2 women exchanged glances, their expressions complex. Sister Tsunade, Hinata Baiting's eyes glimmered with boundless regret. Fool. You should have told me sooner, Tsunade replied magnanimously. Sister Tsunade, you don't blame me? Hinata Baiting looked at Tsunade, incredulity in her gaze. Why would I? You were already betrothed to Xiao Yun. It's only natural for you to bear his child, Tsunade said with a serene smile. Is this truly the place where dreams and reality intersect? How wondrous. Sunset Red marveled at the enchanting space before her, where mountains and waters resembled a fabled paradise. With high peaks and flowing streams, mist enveloping the landscape, and the songs of birds echoing like celestial music, the air was imbued with a transcendent essence, captivating her senses and rendering her unable to extricate herself. Yet, curiously, this seemingly vivid realm was intangible. As Sunset Red approached a stream, attempting to scoop a handful of clear water, her hands grasped only emptiness. Be careful. Xiao Yun swiftly embraced Sunset Red, activating his intangibility just in time. In an instant, arrows formed from the stream, aimed at the spot where Sunset Red had just stood, each arrow adorned with explosive tags. The explosions erupted in a cacophony that shook the earth, sending tremors through the ground. The relentless barrage of arrows showed no signs of abating, with each wave of explosions growing more intense. Even within the sanctuary of intangibility, Xiao Yun felt the vibrations. The explosive force was unfathomable. He realized that his intangible state and this realm belonged to 2 separate dimensions, their spatial barriers preventing any force from penetrating. What kind of explosion could breach such barriers? Xiao Yun's scalp prickled as he sensed the ongoing explosions outside, knowing that his intangibility could last no more than 5 minutes. Once that protection faded, survival amidst such penetrating blasts was impossible. Xiao Yun, are we going to die? Sunset Red clung tightly to him, her exquisite face reflecting sheer terror. No, we won't. I will protect you. Xiao Yun reassured her with a gentle smile, patting her back. The explosions continued, each wave more ferocious than the last. And Xiao Yun's brows knitted in concern. Just how many explosive tags were required to sustain such a prolonged onslaught? Could the explosive power truly breach the spatial barrier? Was it an illusion? Sunset Red, do you think the explosions outside could be an illusion? Xiao Yun gazed at Xiang Hong, perplexed. Could it be? If true, it would be overwhelmingly real. Xiang Hong shook her head. Xiao Yun sensed the increasingly intense explosion, as if the spatial barrier was on the verge of being shattered. This is an illusion. Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed. The spatial barrier could never be breached by mere explosive symbols. Teacher Xiang Hong, wait here for me. I will return once I ensure it's safe, Xiao Yun declared, preparing to exit the ethereal space when Xiang Hong suddenly embraced him from behind. Yun, whether in life or death, we are together. If you perish, what meaning would my existence hold? Determination flickered in Xiang Hong's eyes. Xiao Yun gently kissed her soft, crimson lips and reassured her, stay here and wait for me. I have ways to ensure my safety. With that, Xiao Yun's form began to fade, disappearing from her sight. The instant he stepped out of the ethereal plane, Uchiha Obito emerged from his own illusionary realm. It's an illusion, they both exclaimed in unison. And Xiao Yun brought Xiang Hong out of the space. The trio exchanged glances, bewildered by the peculiarity of this world. The veracity of the illusion they had just experienced was so profound that even Xiao Yun, possessing the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and Obito could not discern its nature. Furthermore, they were baffled as to why hallucinations only manifested upon entering their individual ethereal spaces, yet dissipated in this realm connecting dreams and reality. Ah, Xiao Yun, I've recalled something. This world is fundamentally different from what we comprehend. As the three pondered, Xiang Hong suddenly remembered an ancient text left by the Kamada clan, which contained some accounts regarding this place. Chapter 185. Xiang Hong's father indeed. The ancient texts of the Kamada clan recorded that in this mystical space, the illusions conjured often embody humanity's deepest fears. For Xiao Yun, Obito, and even Xiang Hong, their greatest reliance lay in spatial ninjutsu. Thus, the illusions crafted by this realm threatened to render their abilities ineffective. If Xiao Yun and the others did not promptly exit the ethereal space, they risked becoming permanently ensnared in the nightmarish illusions created by this realm. Fortunately, they had escaped in time. Otherwise, they would have found themselves in dire straits. A wave of apprehension washed over the three. By the way, Xiang Hong, where is that so-called mental fruit? We must gather it and leave this cursed place. Obito said, his vigilance heightened. Obito, do not fixate on the mental fruit. According to the ancient texts, this space can read your thoughts and fabricate illusions at any moment. Xiang Hong cautioned. Just then, Obito noticed a towering tree laden with red fruits on a distant cliff, its overwhelming spiritual energy palpable even from afar. Xiao Yun and Xiang Hong followed Obito's gaze and indeed spotted the magnificent tree. Be cautious, they exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with vigilance. If memory served, the tree had not existed in the previous location. Even if they had inadvertently overlooked it, the intense spiritual energy could not have gone unnoticed. Thus, there was only one possibility. This was an illusion conjured by this realm. Obito, be careful, that's an illusion. Xiao Yun activated his Sharingan, locking eyes with Obito. Suddenly, a blinding white light flickered in their eyes, and when they opened them again, the tree had vanished. Such a terrifying, illusionary space. This world harbored such phenomena. Upon regaining consciousness, Obito felt a shiver of fear. Had he recklessly approached the tree, he could only imagine the consequences. Xiao Yun, what should we do next? Xiang Hong looked around, utterly at a loss. Teacher Xiang Hong, could you recount the detailed accounts from your Kamada clan's ancient texts regarding this space? Knowledge of both oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. To navigate this bizarre realm, Xiao Yun needed to gather as much information as possible. Xiang Hong shook her head, a hint of bitterness in her voice. The ancient texts offer scant details about this space, but she halted abruptly, an exuberant expression suddenly illuminating her beautiful face. What is it? Xiao Yun and Obito exchanged puzzled glances. Had another illusion been cast upon her? Yun, I feel my father is calling me. Xiang Hong exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Could it be another illusion? Obito, now thoroughly spooked, voiced his concern. No, look. Xiang Hong produced a crystal from around her neck, which shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Xiao Yun recognized the crystal during a recent intimate moment. Xiang Hong had shown it to him, explaining that her father possessed a matching crystal and the two would resonate as long as they were within a certain distance. Teacher Xiang Hong, how can you be certain this isn't an illusion cast by this realm? Xiao Yun asked, his brow furrowed. I cannot say for sure, she admitted, but my instincts tell me it is no illusion. My father is in that direction. Since we lack a better method to escape this illusionary realm, we might as well investigate. If we find my father, he may aid us in locating the mental fruit. I disagree, Obito interjected firmly, still rattled by the illusions. Then offer a better solution, Xiao Yun retorted coldly, gesturing for Xiang Hong to lead the way. Obito fell silent, reluctantly following the two. Time passed, and Xiang Hong felt her father's presence was both close yet distant, akin to a mirage, visible yet unattainable. The illusion seemed to shift autonomously, the mountains and waters moving as if they were specters, eternally trailing the trio. Father, please stop. I miss you so much. Finally, unable to contain herself, Xiang Hong shouted into the void. In an ethereal expanse, an elderly man clad in white robes, holding a staff, gazed upon the three unconscious figures before him, tears welling in his murky eyes. Hong, I thought I would never see you again, he said, his excitement palpable as he beheld the woman before him, his lips trembling. After an indeterminate time, the trio gradually regained consciousness. Where are we? Xiao Yun surveyed the endless stars surrounding them, feeling as though he existed in a vacuum, as if he had entered outer space. Obito, now awake, stared in bewilderment at the mysterious scenery. Father, is it truly you? Xiang Hong trembled, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at the elderly man seated before her. Yes, it is I, my daughter, my beloved daughter, he responded, embracing her tightly. Their unspoken bond evident. Xiang Hong, be cautious. This may be an illusion, Obito warned urgently. After a lengthy silence, the two finally ceased their tears. The elder wiped away his own tears and kindly reassured them. Do not worry. This is not a dream space, but rather the realm of reality. You are Xiang Hong's father? Xiao Yun asked, astonished as he regarded the elder, whose presence felt profoundly enigmatic, as though he were the sovereign of this space, capable of extinguishing Xiao Yun's life at will. Indeed, you must be Xiao Yun. You are quite remarkable. Without you, I may never have seen Xiang Hong again. It is a stroke of fortune for her to find a man like you, the elder remarked, regarding Xiao Yun with the gaze of a father-in-law assessing his daughter's suitor. How do you know about my relationship with teacher Xiang Hong? Xiao Yun felt as if he were stripped bare under the piercing gaze of the old man, as if he were standing before him without even his underwear. Do not take offense. I have accessed the complete memories of the three of you, the elder chuckled, then turned serious as he addressed Xiang Hong. Hong, you are being reckless. You dare to venture into this place without having attained the 9th level of illusion? If it weren't for my sensing your presence just now, and your coincidental arrival at the edge of the dream space, I would have been unable to extricate you from there. Father, I missed you so much, Xiang Hong pouted playfully. Chapter 186. The items you seek are on Blue Star in the Void. Xiang Hong and her father seemed to have an endless conversation. This father-daughter duo engaged in a lively exchange for an entire day, showing no signs of stopping. Uncle Xian, teacher Xiang Hong, perhaps we should discuss this outside. Let us first locate the spirit fruits, Xiao Yun finally interjected. By the way, father, I recall you mentioning that the sacred fruit of our Onma clan originates from this space. Could you assist us in acquiring a few? A friend of ours is gravely injured and requires the spirit fruits for healing, Xiang Hong said, her eyes sparkling with hope as she looked at her father. Alas, I had already anticipated your intentions, but unfortunately, you have arrived too late, Xian replied with a sigh. Too late. Everyone furrowed their brows in confusion. The story is as follows, Xian began, revealing that over a millennium ago, he had consumed all the spirit fruits to enhance his strength and seal the spatial tunnel, preventing the Akatsuki clan from invading the ninja realm. Wait, you mentioned 1,000 years ago? How old are you? Xiao Yun looked at Xian incredulously. You see, the passage of time in this space differs from that of the outside world. 100 years here equates to merely a month in the ninja realm. Xian explained with a faint smile. And what about the Akatsuki you just mentioned? Uchiha Obito asked. His curiosity piqued, as this was the second time the name had come up. Xiao Yun, you are already aware of the Akatsuki clan's history. 2 of them descended into the current ninja realm, and in their quest to evolve into deities, they drained the energy of an entire dimension. Initially, these two Akatsuki delayed in returning the chakra fruits to their planet, raising the suspicions of other Akatsuki who sought to enter the ninja realm through this space. Our Onma clan's duty is to guard this space against their intrusion. The dream world you just inhabited serves as the final line of defense, while the first line lies over there. As Xian finished speaking, he pointed forward, and a golden seal, the size of a planet, materialized before everyone, its magnificence breathtaking. Xiao Yun gazed at the immense seal, sensing that it connected to a mysterious space. Now I understand. Xiao Yun nodded, his eyes filled with admiration for Xian, realizing that Xianghong's father was indeed the true hero safeguarding the ninja realm. But without the spirit fruits, what will we do about Ma Fei? Xiao Yun's brow furrowed. Concern etched on his face. Do not worry, Xiao Yun. To my knowledge, another location exists where spirit fruits can be found. And it is one you are quite familiar with, Xian replied mysteriously. Another place with spirit fruits that I know well? Xiao Yun questioned, puzzled. Indeed. That place is your homeland, Blue Star. Xian pointed toward a distant azure planet in the starry sky. Xiao Yun was taken aback, his astonishment beyond words. He never imagined he would witness Blue Star once more in his lifetime. Uncle, how do I return? Through his conversation with Xian, Xiao Yun realized the peculiar nature of this space. While the distant planets were clearly visible, reaching them seemed nearly impossible without a special teleportation array. You need not worry. Long ago, a formidable being known as the Evil God established a unique teleportation array between this space and Blue Star, allowing you to travel there. Xian indicated the glimmering blue array behind him. Without delay, let us depart, Xianghong urged, taking hold of Xiao Yun's arm. Very well, I shall accompany you, Xian agreed. Although Xiao Yun failed to notice the subtle upward curve of the lips shared between the father and daughter, revealing a mysterious smile. Blue Star. Dragon Country in a suburban area beyond the 8th ring of Magic City. Although it was a suburb, it bustled with life. Especially at night, when the local ladies could gather to dance in a manner that could form an entire troupe. I am the queen, radiating confidence. If you love me, come. If not, do not be reckless. The spacious plaza was filled with contented ladies from the Dragon Country, all dancing to the same tune. Yet each with their unique flair. Each person danced to their own rhythm, creating a spectacle that was difficult to behold. Xiao Yun, why are the people from your hometown so carefree? Xianghong said, linking her arm with his, her excitement palpable as she observed the dancing ladies. Though their movements were somewhat nonsensical, the peace, freedom, and joy they exuded made Xianghong, who had grown up amidst battles in the ninja realm, envious. Would you like to dance? Xiao Yun asked, smiling at Xianghong. Xianghong bashfully shook her head, acknowledging the spectacle, but feeling unable to partake in such awkward dancing. Due to the different passage of time between Blue Star and the Naruto realm, 1 year on Blue Star equated to only a day in the Naruto dimension. Thus, Xiao Yun decided to take Xianghong on a thorough exploration, while her father took Obito to handle the matter of locating the spirit fruits. Xian's intention was clear. He wished for his daughter and Xiao Yun to cultivate their relationship, hoping for an early marriage and family. Obito, initially reluctant, thought it unfair that he was to attend to chores while they enjoyed their time together. However, little did he know, before their departure, Xian had used illusion techniques to control him, rendering the unfortunate Obito a servant in Blue Star. Amidst the crowd, Xiao Yun finally spotted a familiar figure among the dancers, who was dancing with the most exuberance and flair. Yuner, where have you been these past few days? Aunt Zhang introduced a match for you, but that scoundrel, Zhou San, snatched her away. A woman approached him, feigning anger. Hello, Auntie, I am Xianghong. It is a pleasure to meet you. Xianghong respectfully bowed to Xiao Yun's mother. Who is this girl? She is truly beautiful. Xiao Yun's mother regarded Xianghong with curiosity. This is Xianghong, Auntie. I am Xiao Yun's teacher, and also his wife. Xianghong interjected playfully, casting a cheeky glance at Xiao Yun. What did you just say? When did you marry my Yuner? Why was I not informed? Xiao Yun's mother glared at him. Yuner, you rascal, and you didn't even tell your family about your marriage. Do you still consider me your mother? Auntie, please do not blame Xiao Yun. He has his reasons. We have returned to plan a wedding, Xianghong said with a cunning smile. Xiao Yun stood frozen, utterly unprepared for Xianghong's unexpected declaration. Say something, you rascal. You are going to give me a heart attack. Xiao Yun's mother poked his forehead firmly. Yes, he stammered. Chapter 187, Spicy Tian Sai, Hunyuan Village, known as the Bachelor's Village. Hunyuan Village is home to over 50 young men of Xiao Yun's age, all still relying on the fifth lady to fuel their youthful spirits. However, in recent days, two individuals are finally stepping into the realm of relationships. One is named Zhou Sanxue. His transition to singlehood is hardly surprising, given his striking handsomeness, renowned throughout the countryside as a paragon of male beauty. With a charming demeanor and a knack for wealth accumulation, it is rumored that he earns a substantial income as a writer on Tomato Network, under the pen named the handsome brother of the Blue Star, raking in thousands from the comfort of his home each month. But what about Xiao Yun? While he boasts a certain attractiveness, his impoverished background raises questions about his ability to wed such a stunning wife. Her figure, her poise, her beauty far surpasses that of many internet celebrities or film stars. The remarkable aspect is that she does not demand a betrothal gift. Alas, old Xiao has much to boast about in the village. One wonders what sort of enchantment Xiao Yun has cast upon the enchanting Ziyang. Her beauty is truly captivating, leaving onlookers entranced. The unfairness of fate is palpable, as a group of single men in the village gathers to lament their misfortune, envious of Xiao Yun for bringing home such a breathtaking partner. With the ceremonies of heaven and earth, the bowing to the elders, and the couple's vows exchanged, they are ushered into the bridal chamber amidst the cheers of the crowd. Ziyang, dear, let us not rush into the chamber. We still owe our elders a toast. Xiao Yun gently pushes Ziyang away from her fervent kisses. Let us complete the ceremony first, and then we shall toast. In a playful turn, Ziyang playfully shoves Xiao Yun down. As dusk falls and the night deepens, Ziyang holds Xiao Yun close, and in that moment, she embraces her true identity as his wife. Is this your first time? Xiao Yun gazes incredulously at the crimson-stained sheets. Yes, you must cherish me and never take advantage of me. Ziyang nestles her head against Xiao Yun's broad chest, her face radiant with happiness and shyness. Xiao Yun feels a swell of pride and reflection. Ah, Asma, your luck has run thin. The days that follow are filled with joy and bliss. The newlyweds embark on a journey, exploring the wonders of the world. Soon, a new life begins to blossom, as Ziyang's belly gradually swells over the course of 3 months. 10 months later, amidst the cacophony of a delivery room, the sound of a baby's cry resonates powerfully. Ziyang gazes at the child, a miniature replica of Xiao Yun, and tears of happiness stream down her face. Darling, you name the child. She lies on the bed, tenderly caressing the baby's head. Let us call him Xiao Weilai. Xiao Yun ponders, a name that serves as a tribute to Asma. Weilai, quickly call for your father. Ziyang looks at Xiao Yun and their child with infinite tenderness. If only she could remain in this idyllic life forever, raising a daughter, living in the countryside, working from dawn till dusk. Yet, she understands that in that same realm, there are other women to whom Xiao Yun is tethered, each carrying his child. Time passes swiftly, and as Ziyang wished, the following year, she gives Xiao Yun a daughter. After the spring festival, Xiao Yun can no longer contain himself. He must return to the world of Naruto. He loves Ziyang, but he also thinks of Tsunade, Samui, and Hinata. Xiao Yun, I know you think of them. Go ahead, I will take care of the 2 children. Ziyang holds him tightly, unwilling to release him. As a woman, she is selfish, wanting to keep Xiao Yun close and shield him from danger. Ultimately, she allows him to depart, knowing she cannot change his mind. From another perspective, if she were to succeed in persuading him to stay, she would lose respect for him. Men, after all, value loyalty and affection above all else. Thank you, Teacher Ziyang. Xiao Yun kisses her passionately. In the early morning, outside Xiao Yun's residence, the once tranquil space ripples with strange energy as a black hole materializes, from which emerge Ziyangji and Uchiha Obito. In truth, Ziyang has already confided in Xiao Yun. The spiritual fruit has not vanished. She feigned her father's words to spend some time alone with Xiao Yun. After kissing their sleeping children, Xiao Yun prepares to leap out the window when Ziyang embraces him from behind. Promise me you will return safely, all right? Tears well in her eyes as she gazes at him, reluctant to part, knowing the formidable Otsutsuki await him. I understand. Do not worry. Xiao Yun turns and tenderly kisses her soft lips. 15 minutes later, Xiao Yun departs with Ziyangji and Uchiha Obito. Not long after their departure, Xiao Yun's mother knocks curiously on Ziyang's door. What is it, mother? Ziyang asks while nursing her waking daughter. Dear, I'm not sure if it's my old mind playing tricks on me, but I just saw your father-in-law emerge from a dog hole with someone. Shortly after, Xiaoyun followed him into the same hole. Did you see anything? Xiaoyun's mother looks at Xianghong with confusion. Oh dear, perhaps you've been overworked lately. Xianghong smiles reassuringly. Is that so? Xiaoyun's mother furrows her brow as she exits, muttering to herself about the oddities she has witnessed. In the Hidden Leaf Village, once restored to prosperity, chaos reigns anew, with bodies strewn across the ground. The populace has retreated to shelters, and the alert level has skyrocketed. Above and below, the Rinnegan monsters wreak havoc, claiming the lives of Leaf Village citizens every second amid a chorus of screams and lamentations. In an instant, the village resembles a hellish battlefield. The architect of this mayhem is Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. Tsunade, I ask you one final time, will you surrender the Jinchuriki? If not, I will obliterate the leaf. Pain's cold gaze fixes on Tsunade and the gathered Umbu ninjas. What do you intend to do with the tailed beasts? Tsunade, battered and bloodied, struggles to maintain her composure, knowing she cannot match Pain's strength and must buy time. Xiaoyun, where are you? Please return soon. Tsunade prays, gazing up at Pain hovering above. For peace, true peace. For too long, the tailed beasts have been wielded as ultimate weapons by the 5 great nations, while the smaller nations suffer as mere pawns in your games, enduring immense suffering. I will end this. I shall create a world of peace. Will you surrender the tailed beasts? This is your last chance. Pain grows increasingly agitated, blood trickling from the black rods piercing his nose, giving him a fearsome appearance. I told you, I do not know where the tailed beasts are. Tsunade asserts resolutely, her expression unwavering. Truly, she embodies the spirit of a Kenoha kunoichi, standing strong against adversity. Is that so? Pain smirks wickedly, floating into the air, chanting ominously. A bag of rice must be carried up several flights of stairs. Suddenly, a small black energy ball hovers in the air, shattering with a blinding flash of white light, unleashing a colossal shockwave that descends upon the earth. Chapter 188, Jiraiya Boom. An unseen energy fills the atmosphere as a mushroom cloud rises, the ground shaking violently, dust obscuring the sky. After an indeterminate amount of time, the dust settles, and Tsunade shatters the stone column pressing down on her. As she surveys the devastation, she realizes that Kenoha lies utterly ruined, a scene of unspeakable carnage. Damn it! Damn it! Tsunade's eyes burn with fury. Kenoha was rebuilt through Xiaoyun's tireless efforts, and in mere days, all his labor has been obliterated. I will kill you. Tsunade is unwilling to let Pain escape, raising her iron fist to strike him down. As Tsunade's fist was about to make contact with Pain's face, an overwhelming force suddenly erupted from his entire being. Tsunade coughed up a mouthful of blood mid-air, her body propelled backward like a cannonball. In a swift motion, Pain conjured a black iron rod that hurtled towards Tsunade. With a thunderous crash, she collided violently with the ground, creating a deep crater. Fortunately, Tsunade activated the Baika no Jutsu in time. Such damage would not incapacitate her. As Pain advanced toward her, Tsunade seized a nearby boulder and hurled it at him with astonishing speed. Yet, Pain merely scoffed, effortlessly deflecting the stone with a gravitational jutsu. What manner of power is this? Tsunade fixated on Pain. The nature of that force was utterly bizarre, akin to an impenetrable defense. At that moment, a furious shout erupted, and a colossal fireball surged toward Pain, flanked by 2 pillars of yellow oil and a menacing wind current. The flames enveloped Pain, but soon after, the fire dissipated to reveal a rotund figure clad in a flaming robe who had absorbed the entirety of the fire release. Tsunade stepped back. You're pregnant. Allow me to confront him. It was Jiraiya, with 2 toads perched on his shoulders. Jiraiya, this Pain is far too formidable. You alone cannot contend with them, Tsunade remarked. Dark lines appearing on her skin. Boom. 4 more figures emerged beside Pain, all donned in flaming robes and possessing eyes adorned with rippling patterns. The intelligence we received from Xiaoyun was indeed accurate. Pain had 6 bodies. Jiraiya-sensei, what a surprise to see you again after all these years. Though I had hoped for a different reunion, the leader of the 6, a former pupil of Jiraiya, remarked with a hint of disdain. Pain, you will pay dearly for your foolish actions, Jiraiya retorted, his heart ablaze with fury at the destruction wrought upon Kenoha and its countless casualties. If only he had returned sooner, Kenoha might not have suffered this fate. Is that so? Pain sneered, peering down at Jiraiya. Do you truly believe you and your 2 toads can challenge me? While you have indeed become powerful in Sage Mode, Defeating me is beyond your reach. For the sake of our past, I shall grant you one last chance. Reveal the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki, or else with a chilling glare, Pain pointed southward, his arm inflating, revealing countless small missiles. The direction he indicated was where the majority of Kenoha's civilians had sought refuge. Pain, they are merely innocent villagers. You cannot harm them, Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes blazing with indignation. Innocent? They have plundered our resources and turned our small nation into a mere pawn in the game of the great powers. Their peace is built upon our suffering. Thus, none of the 5 great nations is blameless, Pain replied coldly. After a prolonged stalemate, Pain's patience seemed to wane. Since you refuse to comply, I shall be forced to eliminate them. With that, he unleashed a barrage of missiles. Summoning technique. Arise, Toad Wenkai. Jiraiya leaped forward, summoning a massive toad that appeared with a resounding crash, its left arm wielding a gigantic shield. The ensuing explosion shattered the shield, leaving the toad grievously wounded. I'm so useless, Toad Wenkai lamented, collapsing to the ground. No, you have done exceptionally well, Jiraiya reassured the injured toad, feeling a deep sense of guilt. Kid, this enemy is far too powerful. Utilize that technique. The male toad on Jiraiya's shoulder suddenly urged. Are you suggesting the toad song? No way. At my age, I refuse to sing such embarrassing melodies. The female toad retorted, crossing her arms defiantly. Mother, that is the Rinnegan. Aside from that technique, do we possess any other means to deal with them? This is not the time for stubbornness. The male toad insisted urgently. The female toad closed her eyes, and after a moment, opened them slowly, speaking softly. Very well. I never imagined I'd have the chance to use this technique again. Jiraiya, prepare yourself. Tsunade, I am about to unleash a powerful jutsu, but first, I need you to protect me while I maintain my hand seals. Otherwise, I cannot execute the technique. Jiraiya conveyed his battle plan through a silent communication technique. I had no idea you possessed that jutsu, Tsunade exclaimed, affirmatively nodding at Jiraiya. Chapter 189. Chaos and Battle on the battlefield. Several figures emerged alongside them. Kakashi, Ibiki, Akimichi Choji, Shikamaru's father, and Hayashi Hyuga. We are here to assist you, they declared, collectively glaring at Pain with intense fury. Despite their usual squabbles, when Kenoha faced peril, they stood united. Humph, a bunch of weaklings. Weaklings belong in the trash. Pain dismissed them contemptuously, seeing none but Tsunade and Jiraiya as potential threats. The sole female among the 6 Pains jumped forward, slamming her hand onto the ground, releasing a massive cloud of white smoke. A gigantic 3-headed hound materialized, exuding an overwhelming aura as it charged at the group, sending debris flying in its wake. Leave this to us. 3 Umbu, wearing cat-like masks, leapt forward. Earth release, Yellow Spring Marsh. Wind release, Scythe Slash. Lightning release, False Darkness. The 3-headed hound howled in agony as a vast marsh appeared beneath its feet, and a visible wind blade severed its limbs. In an instant, the marsh swallowed the creature, unleashing a torrent of electricity within. Well done. The Kenoha shinobi cheered for the Umbu trio, who simultaneously formed a victory gesture. During Orochimaru's invasion, I merely played the role of a commentator. This time, I refuse to be relegated to such a position, the leading Umbu declared. Same here. Same here, his companions echoed, determined to eradicate the shame of being mere spectators. Suddenly, a shocking turn of events occurred. The originally ensnared 3-headed hound let out a furious roar, and with a cataclysmic explosion, the solidified marsh shattered. To their horror, the 3-headed beast had transformed into a 6-headed monstrosity, appearing completely unscathed. How is this possible? The group gasped in disbelief. What manner of creature is this? Xiao Yun had mentioned that eliminating the summoner would cause these beasts to vanish, Jiraiya exclaimed. The crowd was taken aback, astonished not only by Pain's overwhelming strength, but also by his uncanny abilities. Everyone, strategize carefully. Be wary of his Shinra Tensei. It is not without limits, as this jutsu has a 5-second cooldown. The fat one will absorb ninjutsu, which I will handle. The 6 paths of pain will be dealt with by Hinata Hayashi, while the summoning aspect will be entrusted to the 3 members of Umbu. Remember, do not attack the summoned beasts, merely contain them. Pain is the mightiest, so he will be left to Kakashi, Akimichi Choza, and Akimichi Choji. The remaining few may lack strength, but vigilance is crucial, especially regarding that blonde-haired one, who can resurrect the deceased. Once we have dealt with the others, We shall unite our efforts against pain, Tsunade addressed the group. Kakashi remarked, Akimichi Choji, I never anticipated you would see through me so thoroughly, Tsunade. It seems I cannot allow you to remain alive. Pain cast a cold gaze upon Tsunade, a tempest of emotions stirring within him, realizing that his secret had been so meticulously uncovered by the leaf. Your thoughts align with mine, Tsunade roared, charging toward the fat one among the 6 paths of pain. Who could absorb ninjutsu? We shall advance as well. The others rallied behind her. Shinra-tensei. Pain observed the advancing leaf ninjas, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Had they not understood his secrets, he could have dismissed them, but now it was a matter of direct confrontation. Reversal Heaven. With a swift motion, the group dove into Hinata Hayashi's Reversal Heaven, the rapidly spinning chakra sphere surprisingly withstanding the Shinra-tensei. Pain furrowed his brow. Indeed, the foremost clan of Kenoha had demonstrated that their Reversal Heaven could resist his power. No wonder the Hyuga clan referred to it as absolute defense. Now, Hinata Hayashi suddenly withdrew the Reversal Heaven, releasing a loud shout before spitting blood. Pain's attack was overwhelmingly powerful, nearly overwhelming him. By the name of my grandmother. If it weren't for the fact that Hinata Hanabi is carrying your child, I wouldn't exert myself so fiercely for you. If you fail to increase the Hyuga clan's numbers, you shall owe me dearly. In the blink of an eye, the group surged forward, needing to capitalize on those fleeting 5 seconds to separate Pain from his other 5 forms. Damn it! Pain roared in frustration. This group exhibited remarkable coordination. Each a formidable opponent, their combined might surpassing mere addition. In an instant, the 6 paths of pain were compelled to engage individually. Yes, the battle plan succeeds. Tsunade felt a surge of joy, her power escalating as she aimed to eliminate the large fat one who could absorb ninjutsu. With each punch, Tsunade struck harder, her immense strength causing the fat one to spit blood, and it seemed he would soon be defeated. Meanwhile, the others found themselves embroiled in fierce battles. Let's go? Ninjutsu, combined wind and thunder kill. The 3 Umbu members shouted in unison. They finally unleashed their ultimate technique, merging into a single entity, transforming into a lightning-infused hurricane that enveloped the summoning 6 paths of pain. As the storm subsided, the summoning 6 paths knelt upon the ground, pierced by 3 long swords. Their 6-headed hound vanquished. Simultaneously, Tsunade achieved victory as well, her fist obliterating her opponent's skull, blood cascading like snowflakes. Kakashi, Choji, shall we join the fray? Inspired by their comrades' victories, Akimichi Choza felt a surge of encouragement. Do not be reckless. Our task is merely to draw out pain, Kakashi warned, revealing his Sharingan, which now bore an uncanny resemblance to Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. If Xiaoyan were present, he would recognize that Kakashi's Sharingan had transformed significantly. Could it be the same Mangekyo Sharingan as Madara? Pain seemed indifferent to the fates of his companions, fixated instead on Kakashi's eyes. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Kakashi's Sharingan was bestowed by Uchiha Obito, and the man claiming to be Madara was but an impostor, seeking to leverage Uchiha Madara's reputation to intimidate him. Unexpectedly, there was an unforeseen gain from this encounter. Shinra-tensei. Pain repelled the 3 before him, rescuing the Hell Path. Suddenly, a surge of purplish-black energy erupted from the ground, and a colossal head emerged, marked with a prominent character for king. The head opened its massive mouth, and several figures slowly emerged from within. The Leaf Ninjas stared in disbelief. These were the very 6 paths they had just defeated. Revived? What kind of jutsu is this? It's utterly absurd. How can we still fight? Hinata Hayashi sighed, collapsing to the ground in despair. They had already expended all their chakra to defeat those 6. If they were revived once more, how could they possibly continue? Might as well end it all and await their demise. A heavy silence fell over the group as an ominous premonition settled in their hearts. Are the Leaf Ninjas prepared to accept the judgment of the divine? Pain gazed coldly at them, his voice becoming deep and solemn, echoing like the voice of a deity, causing tremors to race through them. Are you ready to accept the judgment of your master, Tsunade? I should call you Nagato. At that moment, a towering figure stepped forward, blocking the way for the group. Jiraiya, I had no intention of killing you, but alas. Pain's voice carried an undertone of endless regret. With a cold smile, Jiraiya revealed 2 toads on his shoulders, both opening their mouths to unleash a torrent of golden runes, melodious sound waves filling the air. The enchanting melody enveloped the surroundings. reminiscent of celestial harmonies that could ensnare anyone who listened. The eyes of the leaf ninjas sparkled with newfound clarity, their expressions filled with bliss. Unconsciously, they began to dance in rhythm with the music. "This is bad. It's an illusion," Pain exclaimed in alarm. Although the Rinnegan could shield against most visual illusions, it was powerless against this sound-based genjutsu. As Pain attempted to leap from the area covered by the music, it was already too late. His vision revealed the 6 paths of pain seemingly trapped within a transparent barrier, filled with the toad oil that hindered his movements, even making breathing difficult. Moreover, massive toads surrounded the barrier, wielding sharp steel blades, their murderous intent directed at him. In the next moment, blood flew, and the 6 paths of pain found themselves decapitated. Jiraiya, too, could no longer maintain the sage mode, the 2 toads on his shoulders ceasing their chant, their eyes closing as blood poured from their mouths, their bodies trembling from the strain. After a long while, the leaf ninjas finally regained their senses, staring blankly at the 6 severed heads before them. Phew! They collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming in relief. "We won. Finally, we won. Farewell, Pain, my pupil." Tears streamed down Jiraiya's face as he gazed at the fallen bodies. "I wish I had kept them by my side. Truly, I have been a negligent master." Just when you think victory is assured, that is when you are most susceptible to failure, Jiraiya reflected, recalling the lesson imparted by his mentor. A chilling voice echoed behind Jiraiya. Indeed. Startled, Jiraiya instinctively sought to evade, but it was too late. Pain struck with a blade, blood splattering across the sky. Jiraiya let out a pained groan, his gaze fixated on the spot where his left arm had vanished, blood dripping incessantly onto the ground. "Little brat." Jiraiya, along with the toad and the villagers of Kenoha, gasped in unison, the sudden turn of events plummeting their spirits into despair. How could this happen? I had clearly defeated all 6 paths of pain. Clutching his wound, he gritted his teeth, his face etched with agony and confusion. "Truly, you are worthy of being my master, Jiraiya. I never anticipated you possessed such formidable genjutsu. Had it been 3 days prior, I would have surely been vanquished by you." Pain regarded Jiraiya coldly, realizing that without the special jutsu bestowed upon him by Jigen, he would undoubtedly fall short against Jiraiya. A wave of apprehension washed over Pain. Despite wielding the power of the 6 paths, he understood that there were always greater forces at play, and he could not underestimate the heroes of this world. In the next moment, a flash of blue light illuminated the area, and the 6 paths of pain resurrected in unison. "This time, I will annihilate you all." Pain's eyes hardened. He had to exert his full strength to eliminate these foes, leaving no room for unforeseen circumstances. Though Jigen's jutsu was powerful, it could only be utilized once a year. Die. The 6 paths of pain simultaneously formed hand seals, countless black rods materializing behind them, each pulsating with dark flames. Even from a distance, the group could sense the terrifying energy imbued with the essence of death emanating from the black flames. "Tsunade, lead everyone to safety." Jiraiya, ignoring the excruciating pain coursing through him, positioned himself in front of the group. "Rest assured, none of you shall escape. Not a single soul from Kenoha will survive." Pain roared, as countless black rods descended upon them with the speed of lightning. It was over. The group closed their eyes in despair. "Xiaoyun, we shall meet again in the next life," Tsunade wept, tears streaming down her exquisite face. "Fool, the next life is but a fleeting illusion. In this life, if you don't give me 10 or 8 children, you think you can just die? Not a chance." A familiar voice resonated, causing Tsunade to wonder if she was hallucinating. In the next moment, she opened her eyes to find a familiar figure standing before her, Xiaoyun. The multitude of black rods in the sky had vanished without a trace. "Xiaoyun," Tsunade cried out, believing she would never see this man again. "Oh heavens! Lord Hokage, it's Lord Hokage. We are saved." The 3 golden commentators excitedly tore off their masks, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they danced in elation. "This is wonderful, truly wonderful." Hinata's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement, his joy reminiscent of a child at 50 years old. While everyone closed their eyes as the black rods approached, he remained vigilant, witnessing Xiaoyun absorb all the rods in an instant, an awe-inspiring spatial jutsu. "My son-in-law is invincible, suppressing all enemies in this world." Hinata gazed at Xiaoyun with excitement. "Jiraiya, your hand. I'll have Kabuto reattach it for you. Just hold on for a moment." "You 3, golden commentators. Take Jiraiya to the shelter for treatment. Xiao Yun commanded the three Umbu. Understood. The trio immediately lifted Jiraiya and departed the battlefield. Tsunade, I am deeply sorry for your suffering, Xiao Yun said, his heart aching for the woman he cherished most. Tsunade threw herself into Xiao Yun's embrace, sobbing pitifully like a wronged bride. Chapter 191. Times have changed. Pain gazed at Xiao Yun in disbelief, astonished that the boy he had encountered before, who had seemed so easily angered, had grown into such a formidable foe, mastering even spatial jutsu. Moreover, he had heard whispers of Xiao Yun's prowess and would release, lightning release, and even sage transformation. In less than a year, Xiao Yun had reached a level comparable to his own. Tsunade, go rest for a while and watch how your man deals with him. Xiao Yun gently stroked Tsunade's silky golden hair, filled with compassion. Tsunade replied, affectionately kissing Xiao Yun and nodding firmly. Xiao Yun, I admit you are strong, but do you truly believe you can defeat me? Pain's eyes flickered with anger. Faced with Xiao Yun's mastery of spatial jutsu, he recognized his own limitations, yet defeating him would not be an easy feat. Pain, why did you suddenly attack Kenoha? I recall not having given you such orders during this period, Xiao Yun inquired. Just then, a spatial distortion appeared before him, and Obito stepped forth, removing his mask. Should I refer to you as Uchiha Obito or Uchiha Madara? Pain teased, observing the masked figure. Obito appeared taken aback. But then a relieved smile spread across his face as he slowly removed his mask, revealing his true identity. It seems you are quite informed, Pain. Very well. There is no need for secrets anymore. The true enemy of the ninja world is the Akatsuki clan. I advise you to cease the internal strife and join forces with us. Join forces? It appears you have already allied with Xiao Yun, Pain replied, bewildered, before bursting into a bitter laugh, pointing at Obito. Obito, you have deceived me terribly. Had you revealed the truth earlier, things would not have escalated to this extent. Chunin has been controlled by Akatsuki Kinshiki. I had no choice. Chunin has been controlled by Akatsuki Kinshiki? Both Xiao Yun and Obito exclaimed in unison, realizing the reason behind Pain's assault on Kenoha. What exactly has transpired? Xiao Yun questioned Pain with confusion. After a long pause, Pain finally spoke. Let us settle this through combat. I know I am no match for the two of you spatial ninjas, but if I perish, at least Akatsuki Kinshiki may spare Chunin. Spare Chunin. Pain, you are truly naive. Akatsuki Kinshiki's intent is to drain this planet's chakra, leading to the demise of all, including Chunin. Before Xiao Yun could respond, Obito interjected. Is that so? Completing this process should take at least another decade. Chunin can live happily for at least 10 more years. If I cooperate with you, Chunin will die immediately. Have you ever witnessed the power of Akatsuki? That kind of world-ending force is beyond what the inhabitants of this planet can withstand. Recalling the immense power Jigen had demonstrated, Pain felt an overwhelming fear seep into his very soul. Such power, such oppression, the ninja world possessed no means to counter it. If I told you I have a way to combat Akatsuki, and that I can also save Chunin, would you be willing to ally with us? Xiao Yun gazed at Pain with profound significance. Pain's abilities were too crucial, and he had to do everything in his power to win him over. Xiao Yun, are you jesting with me? Pain regarded Xiao Yun with disdain, aware that the jutsu Jigen had placed upon Chunin was extraordinarily peculiar. Once dead, even his hell path could not revive her. What power could Xiao Yun possibly possess to save Chunin? Izanagi, a jutsu that manipulates dreams and reality. As long as Chunin possesses the Sharingan, she can utilize this technique to cast death into a dream, Xiao Yun stated calmly. Obito looked at Xiao Yun in astonishment, taken aback by his knowledge of such a technique. However, in the next instant, Obito activated his spatial jutsu and plunged into the void. The condition to activate Izanagi came at the cost of blinding the Sharingan, and Xiao Yun was willing to sacrifice his own eyes to win over Pain. Xiao Yun chuckled softly, realizing that Obito misunderstood his intentions, thinking he needed to seize his eyes to give to Chunin. Do not worry, Obito. I have no need for your Sharingan. I have my own. Come forth, Xiao Yun said nonchalantly. You lie? Aside from you and me, and Kakashi, who else in Kenoha possesses the Sharingan? You wouldn't possibly consider giving Kakashi's Sharingan to Chunin, would you? Uchiha Obito remains hidden within the void, refusing to emerge. Xiao Yun, feeling exasperated, retrieved a bottle filled with numerous Sharingan from his own dimension. Uchiha Obito gazed at Xiao Yun in disbelief. Do not misunderstand. These were taken from Danzo, Xiao Yun chuckled. Even if what you claim about Izanagi can save Xiaonan, what do you have to counter the Akatsuki? Pain looked at the two with confusion. Ah, Pain. The times have changed, Obito replied with a mysterious smile, as the space around them rippled, revealing several projectiles before Pain. Is this all you've got? Pain frowned, looking skeptically at the bombs on Obito's shoulders. Please, do not call them bombs. They are nuclear weapons. Soon, you will witness the true power of destruction. The peace that comes with wielding nuclear power. Obito smiled enigmatically. 10 minutes later, a massive mushroom cloud erupted in the depths of the desert, the shockwave obliterating everything within a 20-mile radius of the explosion. The intense heat made even the three, who stood several dozen kilometers away, tremble uncontrollably. Compared to this, Pain's Shinra Tensei seemed utterly trivial and insignificant. This is true annihilation. The might of all ninjutsu pales in its presence. With this, what are tailed beasts to me? So, what do you say? Shall we collaborate? Obito inquired with a grin. Collaboration? I am willing to work with you. Pain stammered, shocked into silence. Very well. May our partnership be fruitful, Xiaoyan replied with a calm smile. May I ask how many such bombs do you possess? Pain questioned fearfully. Not many. I borrowed 5,000 from Beautiful Country, 5,000 from Bear Country, and as for Dragon Country. Obito's words trailed off as he sensed a murderous aura behind him. Do not misunderstand, Xiaoyan. From Dragon Country, I gifted 1,000, Obito said, his face plastered with flattery, knowing his life was firmly in Xiaoyan's grip. Back in Kenoha, upon witnessing the ruins and debris, Xiaoyan felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Pain, yet he refrained, as he still required the man's assistance. However, Pain, seeking to atone for his misdeeds, proactively activated the Rinne rebirth technique, causing the deceased villagers of Kenoha to rise from the ground, bewildered and confused. As the controller of the six paths, Nagato, completed the technique, he met his own demise. Yet, Xiaoyan had prepared for this eventuality. He had previously located Akatsuki's prized disciple, Mitarashi Anko, who harbored both Orochimaru's consciousness and body within her. How ironic that the one who sought to kill me is also the one to save me, Orochimaru said with a bitter smile, casting a complex gaze at Xiaoyan. Orochimaru. Danzo has relayed that the Otsutsuki clan is on the verge of a complete resurrection. Spare me the pleasantries and hand over the Edo Tensei technique, Xiaoyan explained the situation. Leaving even the so-called Einstein of the ninja world, Orochimaru, speechless with astonishment at the existence of such a formidable lineage. Very well, Orochimaru said without further ado, promptly instructing Xiaoyan on the usage of Edo Tensei. By the way, this is the death god mask of the Uzumaki clan. Whether you can free your hands depends on you, he added, as Xiaoyan tossed the mask, hidden in the void, to Orochimaru. Xiaoyan, however, did not intend to liberate Orochimaru's sealed hands, but rather sought the past Hokages contained within the mask. This is the death god mask, Orochimaru exclaimed excitedly, his hands trembling uncontrollably, tears welling in his eyes as he realized he could finally free his hands. After waiting so long, the day has finally come. The dream long sought after is now a reality, he sang, unable to contain his joy. Stop with the theatrics. Singing for money is one thing, but singing for your life is another. Tell me how to reach the Dragon Cave. Xiaoyan interrupted decisively, his brows knitting tightly. I do not know the way. The Dragon Cave is a unique space separate from this world. I only know how to contact its keeper, Orochimaru replied. Then hurry and make contact, Xiaoyan urged, eager to learn the sage arts of the Dragon Cave, which were far superior to those of Mount Myaboku. All right. With that, Orochimaru formed hand seals, conjuring a peculiar array before him, and suddenly, an ethereal figure materialized within the formation. Xiaoyan recognized it immediately as the one who had abducted Samui. Long time no see. Orochimaru, I still owe you for your demise, Jin said calmly. Sister, Xiaoyan has urgent matters to discuss with the White Snake Sage concerning the safety of this world. Please relay my message, Orochimaru stated earnestly, detailing the situation. Very well. Coincidentally, the White Snake Sage wishes to meet Xiaoyan as well. With that, the ethereal figure flickered and vanished, only to reappear shortly after in Kenoha. Upon meeting, she wasted no time and directly transported Xiaoyan to the Dragon Cave. At that moment, the White Snake Sage was deep in meditation, not to emerge until early the following morning. Xiaoyan, I have missed you so, the long-absent Samui said, looking considerably thinner, causing Xiaoyan's heart to ache with concern. Samui, I have missed you too, he replied, embracing the woman with whom he was finally rekindling a connection. He would not hold back, for to treat a woman who loves you with formality is the truest form of disrespect. Throughout the night, they expressed their feelings for one another, alternating between verbal confessions and physical combat. Samui, wait here for me. I must meet the White Snake Sage, Xiaoyan said gently, gazing at the enchanting woman in his arms. No, I want to accompany you, Samui insisted, her heart solely focused on Xiaoyan. Unwilling to part from his side for even a moment. I am going to learn sage arts. Be obedient, Xiaoyan kissed Samui. No, I must go with you, she said, clinging tightly to him, refusing to let go. Very well, you've persuaded me, Xiaoyan conceded, ultimately bringing Samui along to meet the White Snake Sage. However, after limping for a short distance, Samui ultimately decided to return to her room to rest and prepare for the next battle. Xiaoyan, you have finally arrived. A melodious voice rang out. Following the sound, Xiaoyan saw a woman of ethereal beauty seated in the center of the hall. Upon closer inspection, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Jeanne, yet the woman before him exuded the allure and sophistication of maturity. You are the White Snake Sage? Xiaoyan asked, puzzled as he regarded her. You may also call me by Sujin, she replied, and as soon as the name left her lips, Xiaoyan felt a sudden rush of dizziness. By Sujin? The serpent who battled Fahai? Xiaoyan shook his head, realizing the gravity of the matter at hand. White Snake Sage, I have come today to, I understand. Come with me, the White Snake Sage interrupted, leading him directly to a secret chamber. 3 days passed within that chamber, during which the White Snake Sage imparted all her powers to Xiaoyan, leaving her on the brink of collapse, spewing blood and nearly losing consciousness. The White Snake Immortal, with immense grace and virtue, has granted me a powerful boon. I, Xiaoyan, shall surely repay this debt in due time. Feeling the overwhelming and profound celestial power coursing through me, I realize that my strength has undoubtedly increased 2 to 3-fold. Moreover, the White Snake has bestowed not only strength, but also all the celestial techniques from the Dragon Cave. Go forth and confront the impending calamity of the ninja realm. She gestured for me to depart. I nodded vigorously, filled with anticipation for a confrontation with the resurrected Akatsuki. Shortly after my departure, a figure emerged in the secret chamber, Jeanne. Mother, why did you bestow all your power upon him? What does the calamity of the ninja realm have to do with us? Jeanne gazed discontentedly at the pale and exhausted White Snake. Come here, Jeanne. Remember this man. He is your father, or rather, the reincarnation of your father. As I glanced back at the retreating figure, the White Snake's eyes were filled with tenderness and reluctance. After departing the Dragon Cave with Samui, I hurried to Kenoha, where Maki had awakened after consuming the spiritual fruit. She learned of my relentless efforts to save her, braving numerous dangers. And it would be a lie to say she was not moved. Observing my strong and handsome visage, Maki sighed, pondering how, were I not such a stubborn individual, I would indeed be a worthy partner for life. Maki, you must cherish a man as exceptional as Xiaoyan. Once the Akatsuki clan is defeated, he shall become the king of our ninja realm. It is not uncommon for a king to have hundreds of women, is it? The clan leader remarked, discerning her thoughts. Surely, you cannot expect me to pursue him? Maki stamped her foot, her face flushed. With that mindset, I shall speak to him, the clan leader proclaimed, scampering off to find me. In the Hokage's office, which was merely a temporary wooden hut I constructed with wood release, I chuckled. Let us discuss this matter after we defeat the Akatsuki clan. At present, I lack the energy to pursue women. With Tsunade, Koharu, Hinata, and Samui already by my side, I cannot even contemplate attracting other women until we vanquish the Akatsuki. Very well. However, after defeating the Akatsuki, you must marry Maki, the clan leader insisted earnestly. Reluctantly, I nodded in agreement. After dismissing the clan leader, I hurriedly grabbed a box and raced to the back mountain. With hands forming seals, I invoked the summoning technique, Edo Tensei. Boom, boom, boom. Coffins erupted from the ground, their lids crashing down and stirring up clouds of dust. Uchiha Itachi, Nagato, Kaku, the second Reikage, the second Tsuchikage, and the third Kazekage, all formidable figures lay within the first 20 coffins. As for the dozens of elite ninjas in the subsequent coffins, they would serve as essential cannon fodder for obliterating the Akatsuki stronghold. Upon opening the 99th and 100th coffins, I could not help but twitch my mouth. These two were the last individuals I wished to encounter, Kato Dan and Asuma. Just then, Tsunade fortuitously arrived. Tsunade-heim. It is a delightful surprise to see you again, I greeted, but her expression soured upon recognizing her first love, Kato-dan. Why you're pregnant? Kato-dan stared at Tsunade's slightly rounded belly in shock. Indeed, Dan, Tsunade replied calmly, a faint smile gracing her lips. She had once loved Kato, but that was a past long gone. Allow me to introduce my man, Xiao Yun, the 5th Hokage of our village, she said, linking her arm with mine. Understanding the significance of the present moment, Tsunade knew it was imperative to convey to me that her heart belonged solely to me now. Is that so? Did you not vow never to marry anyone but me? Would you not wait a lifetime for me, even in death? Kato-dan's eyes blazed with anger, unable to contain his fury at seeing the woman he loved bearing another's child. With a swift seal, I sealed Kato-dan back into his coffin, dismissively stating, foolish man. Does Tsunade not deserve her own happiness? Tsunade, you are fortunate to have avoided such a selfish person. Tsunade smiled blissfully, dismissing Kato-dan. In contrast, Asuma displayed a much broader perspective. Xiao Yun, how is Kurenai? Asuma inquired quietly. Asuma-san, I have honored your wishes, and Kurenai is well taken care of, I responded, choosing not to divulge her current condition. Asuma nodded in satisfaction. In a single night, I had successfully assembled an army through Edo Tensei. Meanwhile, within the Shell Organization's secret base, Jiyuin had finally liberated the Kenoha, regaining his peak strength. With a few tailed beasts, I can summon the 10 tails, plant the god tree. And once I consume the chakra fruit, I shall ascend to a higher plane of existence akin to the Akatsuki, he mused. Chapter 194. The might of Xiao Yun in the Shell Organization's base. Akatsuki Ishiki indulged in hot pot, singing joyfully. After downing 3 cups of alcohol, he danced the traditional Akatsuki clan dance. After a millennium, I have finally regained my peak strength. Soon, I shall plant the god tree, acquire its fruit, and ascend to the revered status of a high-ranking Akatsuki. One day, I shall become the legendary deity. The chakra of this planet is exceptionally dense, ensuring that the fruits harvested will be extraordinary. Now, I await Pain to return with the remaining Jinchuriki, and then all will be in readiness. Amidst these thoughts, Akatsuki Ishiki erupted into a laugh reminiscent of a boar's cry. In Kenoha, despite the ongoing chaos, I could not afford to dwell on it any longer. Danzo had relayed word that Akatsuki Ishiki was constructing a new spatial wormhole, preparing to summon more members of the Akatsuki clan. If decisive action were not taken soon, the entire ninja realm would face a grave crisis. Originally, I had planned to unlock the 8 gates before confronting Akatsuki Ishiki, yet time was no longer on my side. After careful contemplation, I resolved to dissolve my contract with Obito and instead forged a master-servant bond with Might Guy, employing the dual life technique. While spatial ninjutsu is formidable, it would likely require powerful offensive techniques to confront Akatsuki Ishiki. Among all jutsu in the ninja realm, none are more potent than the 8 gates. However, to my astonishment, despite dissolving my contract with Obito, the spatial ninjutsu did not vanish. Obito speculated that this may be related to the spiritual fruits I had consumed, as the evolution of the Sharingan is closely linked to mental prowess. Indeed, in an effort to enhance my mental strength for spontaneous reunions with Kurenai, Yuen had compelled me to consume over 100 spiritual fruits. With wood release, the 8 gates, spatial ninjutsu, the complete sage mode, and all techniques from the Dragon Cave, alongside lightning release and a plethora of Sharingan granting me access to extraordinary jutsu, and an army of Edo Tensei at my command, the extent of my power was unfathomable, even to myself. Fortunately, Orochimaru had returned, bringing with him the previous Hokages. Haha, I never anticipated you would ascend to the position of 5th Hokage. No wonder you have grown so strong in just a year. Tsunade, you truly chose a remarkable man, the Edo Tensei 3rd Hokage chuckled. Hearing this, Tsunade's exquisite face radiated with happiness. Once again, they met, Xiao Yun and Tsunade, as both the 1st and 2nd Hokage spoke simultaneously. Grandfather, 2nd uncle, Tsunade said, tears welling in her eyes. She never dreamed she would have the opportunity to see these 2 men again. Hello, 5th Hokage, greeted the blonde-haired man standing at the edge, smiling as he acknowledged Xiao Yun. I shan't indulge in pleasantries. I believe Orochimaru has already informed you of the perils facing the shinobi world. Tomorrow, I intend to confront Akatsuki Ishiki. However, before I embark, I wish to gauge my own strength, Xiao Yun said. his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at the Hokages. The four reincarnated Hokage exchanged glances and charged at him simultaneously. 3 hours later, Xiao Yun stood drenched in blood, while the four reincarnated Hokage appeared significantly weakened compared to when they were summoned. They gazed at Xiao Yun, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. They couldn't believe they had failed to subdue him. Had it not been for their reincarnated bodies, they would have been obliterated by Xiao Yun long ago. Strikingly, their regenerative capabilities could not keep pace with the devastation he inflicted. If this continued, even their reincarnated forms would be shattered. The onlookers from Kenoha were left speechless. They could hardly fathom that Xiao Yun had reached such an extraordinary level of power. This was a coalition of 4 Hokage, yet they were being overwhelmed by him. Surely even the legendary sage of 6 paths would struggle against such might. Xiao Yun, your taijutsu is truly formidable, and you can open the 8th gate without injury. I am in awe, remarked the 2nd Hokage. I believe Xiao Yun's greatest strength lies in his space ninjutsu. Even I cannot defend against it, added the 4th Hokage. In my view, his most potent abilities arise from sage transformation and the various sage techniques of the Dragon Cave. They are indeed divine techniques capable of bestowing life upon the inorganic and directly manipulating it. How foolish of me to have once called myself a ninja doctor. The 3rd Hokage lamented. You truly have chosen a prodigious talent for Kenoha. It seems the era of Xiao Yun has arrived, they mused, awestruck by the extraordinary being before them. Grandfather, I must tell you, Xiao Yun still has hidden strength. If he were to employ his cursed technique and the 10-fist sword, I suspect you would not even have the opportunity to resist, Tsunade exclaimed. Gazing at her man with admiration, the Hokage were utterly bewildered. This young man had reserves of power still concealed. What kind of anomaly was he? Chapter 195. The conclusion. In a world of ice and snow, a colossal castle floated in midair, shifting intermittently. Suddenly, 2 spatial rifts appeared at the front of the castle, and 2 figures emerged, Xiao Yun and Obito. If it weren't for Danzo's precise location, this place would have been difficult to find, Obito remarked, only to suddenly furrow his brow, panic flashing in his eyes. Xiao Yun, it seems 2 more Akatsuki have arrived. Xiao Yun cast a calm glance at Obito, sensing an unusual spatial tunnel from within the castle, from which emanated the same aura as Akatsuki Ishiki. It appears to be the Akatsuki clan, he deduced. Just as they were processing this revelation, 3 men clad in white appeared before them in a flash. Xiao Yun, be cautious. The one in the center is Akatsuki Ishiki. His strength is extraordinary, and the 2 beside him are his companions, Obito warned. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared behind Xiao Yun. It was Shimura Danzo, whom Xiao Yun had strategically placed within the shell organization. Xiao Yun's gaze fell upon the 3 men before him. The central figure was tall, possessing a single eyebrow, while the other side bore a devilish horn that curled around his head. To his left stood a rotund man with Byakugan, and perched upon his shoulder was a veiled Akatsuki, obscuring his visage. Danzo, I never expected you to be a traitor. Akatsuki Ishiki's icy gaze pierced Danzo, the killing intent palpable enough to make him tremble. Suddenly, an almost invisible black rod shot from Akatsuki Ishiki's hand, appearing beside Danzo in the blink of an eye, transforming into an 18-centimeter-long black rod. So swift, such speed is nearly impossible to defend against. In a critical moment, a massive hand firmly seized the black rod, attacking a 69-year-old comrade, Akatsuki Ishiki. How unchivalrous, Xiao Yun remarked nonchalantly, applying slight pressure to break the rod into 2. Akatsuki Ishiki's expression darkened. This man was formidable. That single exchange suggested he was not weaker than himself. Damn it, how can this pitiful planet harbor such a being? Obito, summon the reincarnated army. I'll handle Akatsuki Ishiki, you take care of the other 2. Remember, you can only use taijutsu against them. The lean one absorbs ninjutsu and amplifies it tenfold when counterattacking, Xiao Yun instructed. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 Akatsuki changed dramatically. How could he possibly know their abilities? Come forth, Akatsuki clan. Today, we shall settle this. In an instant, Xiao Yun activated Sage Mode, a vibrant azure chakra enveloping him. No longer needing to transform into a dragon, he engaged in battle in his most potent human form. Subsequently, he unleashed the 8th gate of the 8 gates, filling the space with explosive power as terrifying purple lightning crackled around him. Moreover, he activated Susanoo, wielding the 10-fist sword and the ceiling gored. Akatsuki Ishiki's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the might before him. Such power was likely beyond even high-ranking Akatsuki. Die! Xiao Yun swung the ten-fist sword, a blinding light slicing toward Akatsuki Ishiki. Sensing the threat of death, Ishiki evaded, his speed remarkable. Yet, Xiao Yun, having opened the eighth gate, was swifter still, landing a devastating blow that shattered the horn atop Ishiki's head. Foolish mortal, Akatsuki Ishiki thought, realizing Xiao Yun offered no respite. He shrank his body, vanishing from sight. However, Xiao Yun's spiritual energy was fully unleashed. In mere moments, he locked onto Ishiki's presence, unleashing countless punches in rapid succession, even reduced to a molecular level. Akatsuki Ishiki was forced back to his original form by Xiao Yun's Sage Mode empowered strikes. Each punch created a 100-meter deep crater upon impact, a testament to the tremendous force behind them. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Akatsuki Ishiki questioned the nature of this creature. Was such power truly fit for a human? It seemed he had no choice but to employ his final technique. Gazing at the distant battle involving Akatsuki Kinshiki and Momoshiki, he noted their dire predicament. Besieged by the reincarnated army, their defeat was merely a matter of time. You force my hand. Akatsuki Ishiki's eyes gleamed with madness, an immense chakra surging skyward, forming two colossal hands that grasped Kinshiki and Momoshiki, crushing them into a mist of blood. In his grasp, two crimson pills materialized. A manic expression filled his face as he gazed at them. Kinshiki, Momoshiki, I shall avenge you. Akatsuki Ishiki roared, swallowing the pills whole. Boom. In an instant, all energy in the world converged upon him, and within moments, a new Akatsuki Ishiki emerged before everyone. He held a black staff, with starlight shimmering above his head. His golden eyes now resembling the cosmos itself, radiating a faint golden glow. His presence was far more formidable than Xiao Yun's. Human, how do you wish to meet your demise? The tone of Akatsuki Ishiki exudes boundless resentment. The Akatsuki clan aspires to evolve into supreme deities, which necessitates the consumption of the purest energy. What constitutes the purest energy? Simply put, it is the essence of energy from various celestial bodies. If one were to consume energy that is not pure, evolution into a deity would become impossible. Akatsuki Momoshiki and Kinshiki have devoured many of their kin, rendering their own energy mottled and impure. Should they consume them, Akatsuki Ishiki's dream of divinity would be irrevocably shattered. Humph, I must concede. You are formidable, but do you truly believe you can kill me? Xiao Yun ceased holding back, unleashing his ultimate curse technique. During their recent battle, he had obtained the blood of Akatsuki Ishiki and transported it to the void space. Within this realm, a man clad in darkness relentlessly stabbed himself with daggers. This individual was Haiden, who, upon learning that Xiao Yun was the prophesied child of the evil god, was utterly devoted to him, complying with his every command. Before Akatsuki Ishiki could boast, he began to spew blood, his strength plummeting until it stabilized at a level comparable to Xiao Yun's. Akatsuki Ishiki was utterly alarmed. That mysterious power was far too bizarre. In an instant, Xiao Yun launched a fierce assault, and to Akatsuki's horror, it appeared that Xiao Yun had acquired the power of the tailed beasts, with chakra flowing endlessly within him. Indeed, prior to this encounter, Xiao Yun had utilized sage techniques in the Dragon Cave to extract the tailed beasts from all the Jinchuriki of Mayabukazai, sealing them within himself, ensuring the safety of the Jinchuriki. A barrage of earth-shattering sage techniques and tailed beast bombs, coupled with the formidable 8 gates, rained down upon him, while the army of the impure world provided assistance, puncturing his body with inexplicable wounds. Even the mighty Akatsuki Ishiki could not withstand such onslaught. I am filled with hatred. Ultimately, amidst the siege by Xiao Yun and the army of the impure world, Akatsuki Ishiki was reduced to mere starlight, dissipating into nothingness. As the crowd erupted in cheers, a dark shadow entered Xiao Yun's mind. Cackling, the voice declared, "Your body now belongs to me, Akatsuki Ishiki. Such a formidable physique surpasses even the high-ranking Akatsuki." A voice echoed within Xiao Yun's mind, Akatsuki Ishiki's voice. "His body is mine." Just then, a familiar cold laughter resonated in Xiao Yun's mind. The so-called system. "Enough of your squabbles. My body can only be mine." Xiao Yun's mental energy surged forth, radiating like a brilliant sun, instantly overwhelming the two voices in his mind. No, no. The two voices cried out in despair within his mental ocean. After a moment, the blinding light faded, and Xiao Yun slightly opened his eyes. A piercing brilliance shooting forth as an ethereal figure appeared before the crowd. System brother, Xiao Yun said with a playful grin, gazing at the apparition. How did you discover me? The apparition chuckled ruefully, having schemed for millennia, finally finding a suitable reincarnation, only to fall into Xiao Yun's hands. The evil god informed me. Xiao Yun replied with a faint smile. So it was him. The apparition sighed, regarding Xiao Yun. What do you intend to do with me? Dispose of you? Xiao Yun chuckled, forming hand seals as a would-release clone materialized beside him, strikingly resembling the apparition. Non-organic reincarnation, Xiao Yun declared. As the clone transformed into a translucent state, soon sprouting veins, bones, flesh, nerves, skin, and hair. With a gesture, Xiao Yun fused the apparition with the corporeal form, which soon opened its eyes. Go reunite with Bai Sujin and her daughter in the Dragon Cave. Xiao Yun smiled serenely. Not long ago, in the Dragon Cave, Bai Sujin had been insistent on being with him, claiming her body housed the soul of her husband. Xiao Yun deduced that the so-called system was indeed the soul of her husband. However, at that time, in order to gain Bai Sujin's power, he had to masquerade as her husband. Yet Xiao Yun was a man of principles, only offering her a brief comfort, acting within boundaries. Xiao Yun, have you truly not been with my Bai Sujin? The system inquired, flustered. What do you mean by been with? Xiao Yun teased, wishing to provoke this man who sought to exploit his reincarnation. Don't feign ignorance. Have you been with my Bai Sujin? I have. You know I'm the strongest mooch in the ninja world, also known as Xiao the Cow. I'll fight you. Brother Su, Xiao Yun hasn't he been with me? At that moment, a breathtakingly beautiful woman flew in. A day later, Xiao Yun utilized the spatial wormholes created by Otsutsuki Ishiki to arrive at the Otsutsuki clan's lair, a den of extreme malevolence responsible for the destruction of countless intelligent races throughout the cosmos. Fortunately, their planet was not vast. A simultaneous detonation of 10,000 nuclear bombs caused the Otsutsuki clan and their world to vanish from the annals of the universe. Thereafter, Xiao Yun returned to Blue Star. For the absence of Doin and the game of the dead in the ninja world was unbearably dull. Of course, his relationships with the women were harmoniously intertwined. As there was no rivalry, each one had ample time to be by Xiao Yun's side. The reason was simple. 1 year in Blue Star equated to merely 1 day in the ninja world, allowing Xiao Yun to change partners every year, driving the single men in the village to madness with jealousy. Tsunade, Sunset Red, Hyuga Hikage, and Samui clamored to join Xiao Yun in Blue Star, leaving him with no choice but to bring all four along. Mom, 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 Mom. The four surrounded Xiao Yun's mother, enthusiastically calling out. Xiao Yun's mother was utterly bewildered, incredulously gazing at the four women, each more ample than the last, especially Tsunade. Oh my. Xiao Yun, you scoundrel. I've professed my feelings for you. Yet you have not given me a clear answer. Are you forcing me to demonstrate what high-end operations entail? As the four engaged in a game of mahjong, Xiao Yun served tea nearby when Maki suddenly stormed in, furious at the doorway. The end, phew. Finally, the first book did not do justice to Tsunade and the protagonist. So it ends here. After all, I only earn 10 yuan a day. Although it is a 1,000,000-word outline, the returns simply cannot sustain it. The next book will still feature Tsunade, and I will strive to depict the romantic elements more intricately and align them closely with the original work. I extend my gratitude to all my friends for their unwavering support. The road ahead is long. We shall meet again in my next book.